Just because you stood on the wrong side during the struggle for the throne among the 9 princes, you, who have never been close to women, were falsely accused of teasing the current princess. But on the day the emperor issued the order to execute you, not only did all the imperial guards who came to arrest you kneel before you, but even the emperor who was to execute you fell silent. It turns out that not long ago, you, who had already resigned to your fate, were waiting in the Marquis's residence for the impending tragic destiny. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in your mind, "Host found. Binding host now. Who is speaking?" You jumped up in fright, but found no one around. Binding successful. Daily check-in system is now serving the host. Another mechanical voice resonated in your mind. Upon hearing daily check-in system, you calmed down much more than before. After all, you had heard of the term system. You can check in today. Would you like to check in? Check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations host. You have obtained the human emperor's sacred tablet, which has been issued to the system space. As the voice sounded, you felt as if you saw a purple stone tablet about 3 zhang high, inscribed with the 2 characters, Human Emperor's Sacred Tablet. The introduction displayed that 18 years ago, the Human Emperor, grateful for the contributions of the 8 Directions Marquis, infused it with the aura of the Human Emperor. Seeing it is like seeing the Human Emperor himself. When you heard this introduction in your mind, your expression became strange. You had never heard of the Human Emperor giving any sacred tablet to the 8 Directions Marquis' residence. Meanwhile, you faintly heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside, and your heart tightened. You decided to treat a dead horse as a living one. As your thoughts move, the Emperor's sacred stele appears in the middle of the courtyard, directly facing the gate of the Marquis' residence. You slowly step forward, your hands touching the Emperor's sacred stele, and a mysterious feeling arises in your heart as the vital energy of the world instantly merges into your body. You think to yourself, if only I had this Emperor's sacred stele earlier, I wouldn't still be lingering in the realm of vital energy. This Emperor's sacred stele carries the fortune of the Great Xia and the fortune of the Emperor, which surpasses all beneficial aids for cultivation for martial cultivators in the world. Bang bang bang, a loud knocking sound echoed, but you remained unmoved, sitting cross-legged before the Human Emperor's sacred tablet, circulating your cultivation method, drawing in the world's vital energy with the power of the Human Emperor's sacred tablet. The knocking continued for a while, and seeing that no one responded to open the door, the person outside seemed to grow anxious. With a loud crash, the door of the 8 Directions Marquis residence was smashed open, and dozens of armored imperial guards stood at the entrance. An old eunuch raised the imperial edict above his head with his left hand and shouted, "Imperial edict from the Human Emperor. Why hasn't the 8 Directions Marquis welcomed the edict into the residence?" You sat cross-legged on the ground, deaf to the noise, thinking to yourself that the imperial edict from the Human Emperor should be declared only after entering the residence. Seeing that there was still no response from within the residence, the old eunuch frowned and was about to speak again when he heard the sound of the imperial guards dismounting and the clanking of armor. Turning around, he saw that the guards present had already knelt down on the ground. The old eunuch rolled his eyes and said, "The imperial edict is not meant for you to hear. Why are you all kneeling?" He turned back to look inside the residence and spoke again. 8 Directions Marquis, you, Human Emperor, Sacred Tablet. His tone shifted from arrogant disdain to astonishment and horror in an instant. If he weren't holding the imperial edict, he might have almost knelt down himself. The Human Emperor's sacred tablet. Seeing it is like seeing the Human Emperor. When did the 8 Directions Marquis residence get an additional Human Emperor's sacred tablet? The old eunuch's gaze turned to the kneeling deputy commander of the imperial guards, Jing Wusheng, who knelt on one knee, not looking sideways, seemingly oblivious to the old eunuch's gaze. The old eunuch thought for a moment, steeled his heart, unfolded the imperial edict, and prepared to announce it directly. Just then, a faint voice reached his ears. "Qin Ganggang, should we go back and ask for instructions? If this edict is announced, it might damage the emperor's authority." It was the voice of Jing Wusheng. The old eunuch didn't want to serve in the first place, but he also knew that if it really affected the emperor's authority, it would be a big deal. The old eunuch's face showed a bitter expression, and for a moment, the situation fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, the matter of the 8 Directions Marquis' residence quickly spread throughout the entire capital, gathering countless gazes. In the 7th Prince's residence, the 7th Prince paced back and forth in his study, his face full of worry, saying, "What's going on? When did Father Emperor grant the 8 Directions Marquis the Emperor's holy tablet? If I had known this, I should have protected him. Damn Lin Xian, why didn't he bring out the Emperor's holy tablet from the 8 Directions Marquis' residence earlier? Go find Mr. Li and say that I have important matters to discuss." Deep within the palace, in the Emperor's hall, the Emperor thought to himself, "Interesting, it seems that I really did grant the 8 Directions Marquis a holy tablet. This is the aftereffect of severing the 3 souls. Lin Ru, are you really dead?" Outside the Duke's residence, a stalemate had persisted for some time. Suddenly, Eunuch Qin's body trembled, his waist involuntarily bending down, and a look of respect appeared on his face, as if he were listening to something. After a moment, Eunuch Qin straightened his back, the imperial edict in his hand unfurling once again. He thought to himself, since the higher-ups have spoken, what is there for him to fear in declaring it? He then recited, the Emperor's decree states that the Duke of All Directions has behaved disrespectfully at the banquet in the Prince Ning's residence today, bringing shame to the imperial authority. However, the Duke of All Directions has always been self-disciplined and virtuous. There must be some internal circumstances regarding this matter, which has been handed over to the Heavenly Supervision Bureau for investigation. During the investigation, the Duke of All Directions is prohibited from leaving the residence, awaiting the results of the inquiry. Only after Eunuch Qin finished reciting did he feel something was a bit off. The content of the edict was not originally like this. Inside the Duke of All Directions residence, you, sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened your eyes, revealing a hint of a smile. You thought to yourself, as expected of a system product, this situation was resolved so easily. With the Heavenly Supervision Bureau taking action, what could possibly be hidden? You stood up and respectfully bowed towards the door. After handing over the imperial edict, Eunuch Qin knelt before the Emperor's sacred monument, then quickly got up and hurriedly left with the imperial guards. After escaping the life and death crisis, you let out a long breath and sat back down in front of the Emperor's sacred monument. Now you finally had the mind to think about the upcoming matters. You can sign in today, will you sign in? At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. You were slightly taken aback, then realized it must be the hour of the rat, and the sign-in time was due for refresh. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, which has been issued to the system space. With a thought, a golden pill appeared in your palm, and without much contemplation, you quickly stuffed the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill into your mouth. The elixir entered your body and instantly transformed into an incredibly pure energy, flowing into your limbs and bones, with endless medicinal power radiating out, filling every corner of your body. After a full quarter of an hour, a golden light slowly emerged within you. You suddenly opened your eyes, and a flash of golden light passed through your gaze. Then, you waved your arms, and the air surged, a vast aura spreading in all directions. You quickly restrained yourself. Your current strength must not be exposed, especially in Kyoto, or who knows what kind of disaster might occur. Meanwhile, in a mysterious government office in Kyoto, a soft voice exclaimed, Transcendence Realm, who has broken through, or has a stranger entered Kyoto? Moments later, figures began to emerge from the office, rushing in all directions. The Great Xia's Heavenly Monitoring Division oversees the world, and even more so, it monitors Kyoto. The silent entry of a mysterious expert into Kyoto is a dereliction of duty for them. You are unaware of the commotion you have caused, but you reacted quickly and restrained yourself in time, otherwise, your position would likely have been exposed. Just then, there was another knock at the door outside the residence. At this time, who would still come to the Baifeng Marquis' residence? However, as soon as you opened the door, you saw a long whip coming towards your face. You frowned and instinctively wanted to strike back, but upon seeing who had attacked, you stopped yourself and quickly retreated to avoid the whip. 13th Princess. Attempting to assassinate this marquis is a serious crime. The 13th princess was filled with rage at this moment. She had originally come to attend the coming-of-age banquet of the heir to the Ning Wang's residence, but she never expected that during the night banquet, you would dare to verbally tease her and even attempt to assault her in a secluded place. With her level of presence, a mere Qi realm cultivator like you would find it difficult to even approach her. But perhaps due to being drunk, her internal energy seemed uncontrollable at that time, leaving her unable to resist. If it weren't for the timely discovery by her third royal brother's guards, her purity would have been compromised. She had originally been waiting for news in the palace, but unexpectedly, there was a turn of events. The emperor's decree had changed from imprisoning the marquis to house arrest, so she decided to take revenge herself. You frowned tightly, thinking that this foolish woman didn't even realize she had been schemed against. But how should today come to an end? This woman has already reached the realm of aura. If I do not reveal my strength, how can I be her opponent? If I reveal my strength, then it will be even more troublesome. At this moment, the 13th princess strikes at you again with a whip. Lin Shan stood still, motionless, and suddenly opened his mouth and bellowed. The human emperor's holy monument is present, and those who strike are disrespectful to the human emperor. The 13th princess is young and unintelligent. Are you all unintelligent as well? As soon as these words came out, a figure swept out from the darkness and grabbed the 13th princess's whip. Princess, before the human emperor's sacred tablet, you mustn't act rashly. The visitor was dressed in black, blocking before the 13th princess, and the aura emanating from his body was clearly of the Zhongshe realm. After blocking this whip, he fiercely fell to his knees and bowed towards the human emperor's sacred tablet. Dog slave, you are reckless. those who obstruct me will die. The 13th princess was furious. She could have taken revenge with that whip just now, but this dog even dared to stop her. The 13th princess once again swung out a whip, only this whip wasn't towards Lin Xian, but towards the black-clothed man who had fallen to his knees. The black-robed man's face changed slightly, but he didn't resist in the slightest, allowing this whip to whip on his body. He was only assigned to protect the princess today, due to the fact that his last guard was ineffective and had been executed. He didn't want to die, therefore, he didn't dare to resist. This whip struck him on the back, splitting the skin, but apparently not hurting the root. If a strong Master Realm person, if he is fully defended, the 13th princess as the hand waved off cannot hurt this person. Dog slave, don't get out yet. The 13th princess spoke angrily. The man in black didn't move a muscle. How dare he leave? If this Marquis of the Eight Directions really died in the hands of the princess today, he didn't know what would happen to the princess, but it was a good guess as to what would happen to him, and he would definitely go after the previous one. The 13th princess gritted her teeth and once again swung out a whip. This whip was directed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was slightly cold. This stupid woman is really stupid. Does she really think she can do anything because she is a princess? Only for Lin Xian to remain standing in place. Someone would naturally block the whip. A stone broke through the air, hit the whip above. 13 princess face white. The hand-long whip is actually out of the hand. Fell on the distant ground above. The group walked in slowly. Seeing the attire of this line of people, Princess 13's face changed, and the words she was just about to curse out were unexpectedly swallowed back. Although she was unruly and capricious, her mother consort had said that the people of the Supervisory Heavenly Division should never be messed with, and she still remembered this. Supervisory Division line of more than 10 people. The current one, wearing a black uniform, wearing a basilica cloak, looks not very old, but the superior aura is full. Lin Xian knew this person. The 7th disciple of the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division and the youngest disciple, as well as the lord of the first guard of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. The first guard of the Supervisory Department is responsible for supervising all officials in Kyoto and handling all matters of the Supervisory Department in Kyoto. Kyoto and the royal court aristocrats on this supervision of the division of the first guard can be described as taboo. The first guard of the Lord Joshin is also many princes and nobles do not want to deal with one of the people. Lin Xian glanced twice at this Joshin. It was said that this Joshin's strength was unfathomable, and it was really right. This Joshin had unexpectedly entered the realm of dematerialization as well, and should be in the realm of forcefulness just like him. The 10 or so people did not bow after entering the Marquis residence, but instead bowed slightly to the human emperor's sacred monument, and then they raised their heads. Joshin first looked at the 13th princess and said indifferently, "Princess, please forgive me. Just now is this guardian master in a hurry to strike. Please forgive me." Although he said he was making amends, his tone didn't have the slightest intention of making amends. The 13th princess snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Joshin smiled faintly before turning to face Lin Xian and cupping his fists. "Greetings to the Marquis of the Eight Directions. The Supervisory Heavenly Division has been ordered by the Human Emperor to look into the matters of today's night banquet at the Ning King's mansion, and there are a few questions that need to be asked of the Marquis of the Eight Directions. I don't know if it's convenient for him." Lin Xian nodded and said, "It's convenient since today's matter might not be able to find out who was behind it, but if it was to be investigated, it would be easy to find out the problem and get rid of his suspicion. For example, the Ning King's mansion is heavily guarded and there must be many experts, so how could he have the opportunity to molest the princess in a secluded place? For example, there was no shortage of guards around the princess, and secretly there was even a Zhongshu expert protecting her, who wouldn't let the princess out of his line of sight, so how could Lin Xian be able to get his hands on her?" Joshin nodded his head and opened his mouth to ask, "How many cups of liquor did Marquis Bafang drink at the Ning Wang mansion this evening? Who did you drink with? Can you feel any discomfort after drinking?" Lin Xian recalled and opened his mouth. Drinking a few cups of wine is unclear. There was probably 7 or 8 cups, and the people who drank with this Marquis were the 3rd prince, the 7th prince, the Prince of Ning, the Marquis of Pingding, the Marquis of Yuan, the Prince of Yi Shuer, and the 13th princess. As for the discomfort, this Marquis does not know how to describe it. Saying it out loud, Lord Zhou Wei may not believe it, because after drinking this cup of wine with the 13th princess this Marquis was unconscious, and by the time he regained consciousness this Marquis was already in the Marquis mansion. Zhou Shen looked at Lin Xian and said seriously, "I believe it." He really believes it, because he had gone to the Ning King's mansion before coming here, and found the remnants of Misty Luo Fang at the venue of today's night banquet. It was a hallucinogenic drug that could cause a person to fall into a hallucinatory state and have no idea what happened afterward. And he could not only have discovered the remnants of the Misty Luo Fang, but also the remnants of the Qi transformation scatter. which could briefly imprison a person's spiritual energy and cause them to fall into a weakened state. The people behind the scenes thought that the destruction of the party's teacups would eliminate the evidence, but they could not imagine that there are people in the supervisory division who have noses better than dogs, and as long as that thing has existed, within a day, there will be an odor that will remain. And the royal night banquet, to now but a few hours only, if another night day, this can directly get rid of the 8 marquee suspect evidence is gone. Chapter 5, A Scapegoat. Refusing to see the 7th prince, Zhou Shan whirled around and turned his head to look at the 13th princess, speaking once more. 13th princess, I wonder if I could ask you a question. Ask, the 13th princess said with an unpleasant face. She hated to answer, but with the supervisory division on the case, she couldn't help it. As far as I know, the guard beside the 13th princess before was not this one. Where was that person? Where was that guard during the night banquet at the Ningwang mansion? The 13th princess snorted coldly and opened her mouth. That guy was not escorting well and has been chopped by this princess. As for where he was at the time of the night banquet, he didn't say and this princess doesn't know. When these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but curse a stupidity in their hearts. If there is really someone calculating to set up, the guards are either being supported by the person behind the scenes, or they are being bribed. Anyway, to investigate we'll certainly be able to find out the problem. But this stupid woman just chopped it off without even asking. 13th princess, there is one more question. During the night banquet, why did you run alone into the middle of the backyard? Zhou Shen continued to ask. The 13th princess thought for a moment and replied. Prince Ning said that there was an apricot tree in the middle of the backyard that had fruited, and Shuer insisted on going to take a look at it, so she dragged this princess there. The daughter of Kyoto Guard General Yi Chong. Yi Shuer? Zhou Shen raised his eyebrows. The 13th princess nodded. Zhou Shen looked at Lin Xian again. Just now, Lin Xian had also said the name Yi Shuer, and this Yi Shuer and Lin Xian were very close. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Lord Zhou Wei, although this marquis has a marriage contract with Yi Shuer, but Yi Shuer can't look at this marquis. This point, everyone in Kyoto should know. Good to know. Before Zhou Shen could speak, the 13th princess once again snorted out coldly. Zhou Shen shook his head and once again looked at the 13th princess and inquired. 13th princess, you said that Yi Shuer went to the backyard with you. Why did you not see Yi Shuer at the time of the incident? And there were only you and the 8 marquis? The 13th princess hesitated slightly, as if she didn't want to answer this question. Zhou Shen spoke again and said, Your Highness, if you do not wish to answer this question, it would be just as well for this guardian lord to ask Yi Shuer. The 13th princess sighed. It's better for this princess to say that Shuer and Prince Ning's son are in love and have gone aside to whisper. And this princess is also keeping a lookout for them in passing when she beats up Xinger. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Why does Nima feel a little green in the head? That Ning Wang Shitsi Sissy A. On the looks, from their own but 100,000 80,000 miles, but the status is higher than their own so some. Backstage than their own hard some only. What a shallow woman. Zhou Shen nodded. Then princess, there is no other problem. Your side can go back. In addition, a friendly reminder, the 8 square marquee is the Great Xia military marquee. To the military marquee, the crime is not small. The princess should know the advantages and disadvantages of the place. The 13th princess stared at Lin Xian, her fists clenched, her chest heaving. If her eyes could kill, Lin Xian wouldn't know how many times he'd died. Denizen, we'll see. The 13th princess put down a vicious sentence and turned around. That patriarchal guard hurriedly followed suit. Then, Marquis Octagon, this guardian lord will also leave first, and will have to make another trip to the Ning King's mansion. But Marquis Octagon, don't worry. In this matter, the supervisory heavenly division has already found out some problems, and will return you a fair deal. It's just that even if justice is returned to the Marquis of the 8 Directions, but last night's events have already happened. And although the Marquis of the 8 Directions is innocent, he did indeed do something to the 13th Duke that he couldn't be seen to do, and the 13th Princess's behavior was justifiable. So I hope that the Marquis of the 8 Directions will be more generous. Zhou Shen clasped his fist at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. That's natural. It's hard work for Guardian Master Zhou and the fellow officers of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. Zhou Shen left with the people from the Supervisory Heavenly Division. The smile on Lin Xian's face was also converged and he fell into deep thought. He wasn't doubting the ability of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, but it was hard to find out who was really behind this incident. He himself is just dare to let the princess into the game. This is not an ordinary person dare to do, and not ordinary people have the ability to do. The Dexia's princes are all possible, although he himself is a waste, but that father of his still has a little bit of residual power, and he is still a little bit of prestige in the army. Therefore it was more than normal for himself to be dependent on the 7th prince, and for the other princes to turn on him. And that Prince Ning's son and Yi Shuer are also possible. In the Ning King's mansion, Yi Shuer was still the 13th princess's bosom friend, and had that condition and motive to lay hands on Lin Xian. After all, if Lin Xian died, the marriage contract with Yi Shuer would naturally cease to exist. Although I don't care about this marriage contract, but Yi Shuer's father, Yi Chon, who is the guardian of Kyoto, is his father's old friend, a very sentimental and righteous person, and has clearly stated that as long as Lin Xian is still alive, this marriage contract will never be annulled. Thus, Prince Ning and Yi Shuer had a motive to frame Lin Xian. These suspects are either sons or nephews of the Emperor of Man. Even Yi Shuer is not good to move. Yi family there is an old man, that is, Yi Shuer's grandfather, but even the human emperor Saw have to call a senior brother of the existence. Do you think the superintendent of heaven dares to move? Or will he move? At the slightest hint of dawn, someone from the supervisory heavenly division sent a message to the Eightfold Marquis residence. Yesterday night banquet thing has been investigated clearly. Is the northern Mang spies due? By through the Ning Wangfu underlings, in Lin Xian and 13 princesses in the cup each under the lost Luofang and Xishan, is in order to cause Lin Xian to death. The reason given was that Lin Xian's father, Lin Biao, had been sitting in the north for many years, and had killed millions of troops in North Mang, and he had a blood feud with Lin Biao, and even though Lin Biao was dead, he didn't want to let any of his descendants remain in the world. Anyone could see that this was just a scapegoat, and it was impossible for the supervisory division not to see it. But this thing to investigate here has been investigated not to go on. All the relevant personnel were all silenced, and the supervisory division is not possible to take those people to torture to force a confession. Things only to end. As Zhou Shen had said when he left, this matter would return justice to Lin Xian. Justice has been restored. Should anything else be pursued? Well, did he say anything after receiving the message? Inside the supervisory heavenly division, Zhou Shen asked the subordinate who had returned with the message. Guardian Lord. The Eightfold Marquis only said hard work to his subordinate, and then said nothing else. This person respectfully replied back. Zhou Shen waved his hand, then sighed. This is already the best possible outcome. Marquis of the Eight Directions, I hope you'll learn your lesson and don't dishonor Marquis of the Eight Directions again. At this moment, outside of the 8 Marquis residence, a very honorable carriage was parked. Your Highness, Marquis Lin said that although the human emperor lifted his imprisonment, but after all, this matter has angered the heavenly might, which is his fault, so he wants to think about it for 7 days, and within these 7 days, he won't see any outside guests. A guard walked out from the Eightfold Marquis mansion, came to the side of the carriage, and said in a low voice, within the carriage, the 7th prince frowned and looked toward the middle-aged Confucian who had his eyes closed at the side. Mr. Li, it seems that Marquis Lin has some feelings of resentment towards his highness. I wonder how to solve it. The middle-aged opened his eyes and spoke in a low voice. There is no harm. Then come back in 7 days, both into the camp of his highness. He cannot escape, and the other princes will not be admitted to him. After the carriage left, Lin Xian inside the Eightfold Marquis residence let out a cold smile. The royal family is really thick-skinned. Yesterday not a single word was said for him, and today he came the first time after he got out of danger. You've given up on him, and you want to pull him in again? Does Lin Xian think he's not smart? Chapter 6 Yi Chang's Visit. Lin Xian's Undercurrent. For the following 7 days, Lin Xian really didn't go out. Nowadays, Kyoto was full of rumors about him and the 13th princess. As Zhou Shen said, even if this matter returned him justice, in the eyes of those onlookers, between him and the 13th princess is already a bit unclear. These days the 13 princesses are trying to find a way to find his trouble. Just to say into the marquis, 13 princesses are no longer dare. She had already been severely reprimanded by her mother consort. If she was outside, it would be fine to make the Eightfold Marquis suffer a little bit, but if she went up to the Marquis residence to make a move that would not be a small matter. So for the past few days, there had been people staring outside the 8 Directions Marquis residence, just waiting for Lin Xian to go out and knock him on his ass. Lin Xian naturally knew all of this, and he could guess that that stupid pig-like woman wouldn't let him off easily. Only Lin Xian couldn't care less about that. He's been busy these past few days. He had to digest half a day's worth of goodies from the system's daily sign-in, and nowadays, although his cultivation was still at the Force Spirit realm, his battle power had increased quite a bit. The system signed out 3 superior martial arts, 1 fist technique, 1 sword technique, and 1 finger technique. The system's after-sales service is also doing well. Martial arts after signing out also do not have to practice at all. Will be able to practice those insights and memories branded into his mind. Use out of the stove. Not at all raw. With just these 3 superior martial arts, fighting across the border was not a big problem. In addition to the 3 top-grade martial arts, Lin Xian had also signed up for a bottle of elixir, a medium-grade magic weapon, an array formation, and a person. Marquis, the 7th prince is here again. A pale figure walked into the room. This person was the one Lin Xian had signed out. At that time, Lin Xian could be shocked. This system can even sign out a living person. Not only that, it will automatically bring into the worldview and maintain full loyalty to him. This can be really powerful big. And this person's cultivation had even reached the Earth Transformation realm. Earth Transformation realm, this was the fourth realm of deliverance. Such a strong person would be considered a strong person in the entire divine state. Lin Xian had given him the position of the marquee housekeeper, despite the fact that the marquee residence didn't have any other subordinates at the moment. With this person sitting in the marquee house, Lin Xian's heart also felt a few points of peace of mind, and he slept much more soundly in the past few days. Don't see. Just say that this marquis has reached a critical moment in his cultivation and is in seclusion, so he can't allow others to disturb him. Lin Xian spoke. He did not have the leisure and the seventh prince of the snake. Kyoto crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Daxiao's water is too deep. Sees the first wife this kind of thing he will never participate, unless he's strong enough to defend himself. On top of the carriage outside the marquee residence, the seventh prince's face was very unpleasant. Closed? He's a Yuan Qi realm. He can't close his sister's door. Even if you tell His Highness that he's been shocked and is unwell, it's still 100 times better than this reason. The middle-aged Confucian shook his head and laughed. If he is physically ill, wouldn't your highness have a better chance of visiting the residence? Let's go. Come back in a few days. His highness is a prince after all. Again and again and again. He wouldn't dare to keep missing. After that, the carriage was ready to turn around. Wait. The middle-aged Confucian frowned and called a halt to the carriage. Sir, what's wrong? The seventh prince questioned. The middle-aged Confucian reached out and pulled back a corner of the curtain, only to see a carriage stop outside of the 8 Marquee Mansion in front of him, within which a burly middle-aged man stepped out and knocked on the door of the 8 Marquee Mansion. Yi Chong? What is he doing here? The seventh prince raised his eyebrows. When Lin Jiao was still alive he was very close to the Yi family, and even Lin Jiao had a marriage contract with this Yi Chong for Lin Xian and Yi Shuer, so it's not a big deal for him to come. The middle-aged Confucian spoke blandly. Let's go. Since we're still here, Lin Xian won't see him. The middle-aged Confucian lowered the curtain and said confidently. Just a moment later, he frowned once more and lifted the curtain again. Outside the marquee residence, the carriage was still there, but Yi Chang's figure was no longer visible, and he was even welcomed in? What a Lin Xian! How dare you! Not seeing His Highness on the grounds of being in seclusion, but even meeting Yi Chong, are you looking down on His Highness? My Highness would like to see what guts he has to dare not see my Highness. The seventh prince was a little angry, and was about to get out of the car and enter the marquee to question him. The middle-aged Confucian stopped him and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, calm down. You're the Emperor's son. You're going to ascend to that position in the future. Little Lin Xian is nothing, but he has a human emperor's holy tablet, and the human emperor's chi is hanging on to him. Even if you can't recruit him again, don't push him to our opposing side. The seventh prince's face shifted, but he eventually sat down. Go! The middle-aged Confucian commanded in a deep voice. The carriage moved forward again. The 8 Marquee residence. Inside the parlor, the butler served 2 cups of tea and then exited the hall. Yi Chong picked up the tea and took a sip, then spat it all out with a puff. I say, virtuous nephew, your marquee house are so poor. This tea, I go on the street to buy that 5 cents a bowl is much better than this. Yi Chong complained. Lin Xian shook his head inside. Uncle Yi, you are not unaware of what happened before. The valuable things of the marquee house were let those underlings take away. My marquee house is now poor. Not to mention the tea. This month's salary didn't come down, and even the money to invite the underlings is gone. This is not the case. I can only invite an old man to come over. It's hard to find an old guy as cheap as that. Yi Dedu waved his hand and said loudly, This virtuous nephew, you can rest assured. Your Hofu's subordinates, I have sent people to go after them, to ensure that the things are all back. They can't run away one by one. Turn around and all of them have to go into Kyoto Prefecture's prison. Then I'll be grateful to Uncle Yi. Lin Xian said somewhat perfunctorily. Lin Xian didn't care about those out-of-body things. After all, the Hofu originally also not much money. Those paintings and antiques are fake, also not worth a few dollars. By the way, just now I seem to have seen the seventh prince's carriage. How was the conversation between Xian nephew and him? Yi Chong picked up his tea again and sipped it. Don't say. This crude tea has a different flavor. The seventh prince. I haven't seen him. He's been here twice. Pust. A mouthful of tea was spewed out again? What? You haven't seen the seventh prince? That seventh prince has seen me boarding the door. Yi Chong said in surprise. Although he was not in favor of Lin Xian taking sides in advance and siding with the seventh prince, since Lin Xian had chosen to do so, there was nothing he could say. He also tried to interact with Lin Xian as little as possible so as not to involve the Yi family. But after all, Lin Xian is the only son of Lin Jie, and Lin Jie is his friend in life and death, so he can't bear to see Lin Xian supporting such a big marquee house all by himself. The last time something happened he was so anxious that he even went to see his father who was in seclusion, kneeling outside for half a day, and managed to persuade his father, and then learned that the matter had been resolved. It messed him up and he got a good beating. Afterwards, he heard that Lin Xian had gone through this and decided to face the wall for 7 days to reflect on himself, and he was still pleased. Men, they only grow when they go through it. And now that Lin Xian didn't see the 7th prince it wasn't a big deal, but after rejecting the 7th prince, welcoming himself into the door in front of him, this is not a small matter. This is slapping the 7th prince's face. What's most important to the prince? What a face! The 7th prince might not say anything on the surface, but he would definitely hold a grudge behind his back. Xian nephew, how are you so unwise? Even if you choose to withdraw, but also cannot be in such a way. Only with the prince to keep a distance can be. Yi Cheng said with hatred. He was a martial artist and didn't have that much heart, but after so many years of mixing with the official world, he knew some of the ways of being an official. Lin Xian smiled. Uncle Yi, there's no harm, it's just a prince. Lin Xian's mindset now was completely different from before. If his father is still there, it is nothing to point at the nose of the emperor. Of course, cannot bring mother, father is even more cannot bring. Why? Because of the bottom line. Lin Jian had a backbone, and his backbone came from his strength, from the millions of troops under his command, and from the human emperor's trust in him and his loyalty to the human emperor. Nowadays, Lin Xian's bottom line wasn't as strong, but facing the imperial prince head-on wasn't much of a problem, and it wouldn't be long before the human emperor. He could likewise talk face-to-face as an equal. Taking over? When I have enough strength, when I say you are the first, and you still take the Chapter 7 Fulfillment of Marriage Contract? 100 Dawn Tower. Uncle Yi, what is it that you came over today? Lin Xian opened his mouth and asked. He knew that Yi Cheng couldn't have simply come over to check on him. It's nothing, it's still not about Schwer. Yi Cheng scratched his head. Withdrawal? No problem? It was only supposed to be a verbal promise from father and Uncle Yi, so I don't have a problem with it. Lin Xian said indifferently. Snap. Yi Cheng slammed the table and said with a glare. Withdrawal? Your Uncle Yi. I have a mouthful of spittle and a nail. If I can't do what I said, am I still a man? I can still afford your dead parents? Then what are you? Lin Xian asked with a raised eyebrow. Naturally, I came here to fulfill your marriage contract, so you two pick a time to get the marriage done. Yi Cheng said with a smile. Pust. This time it was Lin Xian's turn to spray tea. Uncle Yi, are you serious? Lin Xian said oddly. Naturally, it's serious. Yi Cheng replied loudly. You can make the call? Naturally I can make the decision. Parents' orders, matchmaker's words, if Schwer dares to object, I'll destroy her. Lin Xian shook his head. Naturally, he would not agree. Or this cuckold would not really wear it? Uncle Yi, you should know about Schwer and the Prince of Ning, right? Lin Xian asked. Yi Cheng said with a wisp of dislike in his eyes. I've heard about it, but it's all rumors. That sissy, who wants to marry someone from my Yi family? There's no door. Even if Schwer and you don't have a marriage contract, I won't marry Schwer to him. Lin Xian smiled with slight satisfaction. See, heroes see the same thing. Just that sissy Ning Wangshi ZZ. How can he compare with himself? Only even then, cuckolds are not allowed. Uncle Yi, I think that when two people are together, two loves are still the most important. Since Schwer and Prince Ning are in love, why don't we fulfill them? Lin Xian said tentatively. Make them whole and get yourself in less trouble. Otherwise he was afraid that this marquis would not be at peace. There is absolutely no such possibility. Yi Cheng got up and said with a big wave of his hand. Lin Xian sighed and similarly got up. Uncle Yi, my mind is made up. If you are not satisfied with the Prince of Ning, then choose another good son-in-law for Schwer. There is no fate between me and her. Never. He was equally tough. Yi Cheng looked at Lin Xian in a daze. He realized that he couldn't understand Lin Xian a little bit, although the previous Lin Xian wasn't very happy with Schwer either, and Schwer had even threatened to die. Lin Xian wasn't that opposed to the marriage contract before. What exactly is it that makes its refusal so strong? It seems like it's very much not wanting to get involved with Schwer. Is it because of the night banquet at the Ningwang mansion that night? Could it be that what happened that day had something to do with Prince Ning and Schwer? When he thought of this, Yi Cheng's face changed, and then he opened his mouth. Xian nephew, don't worry. If what happened that day was related to Schwer, see if I don't knock her legs off. I'll definitely give you an answer on this matter. Yi Cheng left with a heavy heart. Lin Xian's face looked a little odd. Uncle Yi seems to have misunderstood something, but it was nothing. That day's events, Prince Ning and Yi Schwer, even if they weren't directly involved, were certainly in the know. He was definitely going to be held accountable for what happened that day himself. The superintendent of heaven counts, but he certainly doesn't count himself. and with this kind of relationship between Yi Shuer and Yi Chong, he really didn't want to do it. After all, Yi Chong really looked at himself as a son or nephew. Discarding these thoughts, Lin Xian moved his mind slightly and began today's signing. For the first few days, every time he signed in, it was at the sub-hour, but as time went on, that freshness and anticipation wasn't as strong as it had been in the beginning, and he signed in for the daytime, signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for signing in to the Power 100 Dawn's house. Please confirm whether to extract it or not. Lin Xian was somewhat shocked. Not only can people sign out, but can forces sign out? 100 Dawn's building, a Jianghu force, focusing on intelligence gathering, comes with 1 Earth Transformation Realm Building Master, 3 Essence Realm Deputy Building Masters, 12 Chi Prana Realm Elders, and 36 Force Prana Realm Protectors. Looking at the introduction of this 100 Dawn Tower, Lin Xian secretly yesterday's tongue. This was too fierce. Right, more than 50 experts of the Deliverance Realm were in its grasp just like that? Extract. Lin Xian couldn't wait to speak. Only after waiting for a long while, no movement appeared, so Lin Xian thought that there was something wrong with the system? System? Where's my 100 Dawn Tower? Lin Xian cried out furiously in his heart. The 100 Dawns building has been extracted and rooted in the middle of the rivers and lakes to ensure safety. They will contact the host as soon as possible. Lin Xian sighed in relief. Turns out it wasn't a system failure. That's pretty smart. He originally thought that these people will be summoned to his marquee like summoning the old housekeeper. After all, the system signed out of the character of the initial time will automatically hide the breath. Absolutely will not be found. Lin Xian waited in the mansion for a full day until the sky darkened before a figure quietly entered the marquee mansion. Bai Xiao Lulu Master Bai Xiao Sheng has met the marquee. Lin Xian carefully sized up the kneeling figure in front of him. A rough linen suit, middle-aged appearance, ordinary looks, and a breath that was extremely well concealed. Get up. Where are the others? Lin Xian spoke. Marquee? Although Bai Xiao Lu has taken root in the Jianghu, but the divine state is constant and manpower is insufficient. The others have been dispersed in all directions. They are busy expanding Bai Xiao Lu and recruiting intelligence personnel. Don't worry, Marquee, they are all good at professionally engaging in intelligence. And very soon, Bai Xiao Lu will spread all over the world. Bai Xiao Sheng said respectfully. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Very well, this marquee looks forward to that day. But there's no need to be in such a hurry. Don't let anyone find out the truth. And don't let anyone know about this marquee relationship with you. Bai Xiaoshang nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Marquee, go. Lin Xian waved his hand. Bai Xiaoshang bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Congratulations Marquee, with another helping hand. Sweeping the world is just around the corner. The old butler behind him said smilingly. Sweeping the world? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Is he out to sweep the world? All he's doing now is defending himself. How to self-protection? When the whole world in front of him no longer hidden to speak of, when his strength to the extreme, no one in the world is and his enemy, that is really due self-protection. He's nowhere near that point now. Lin Xian and the old butler raised their heads at the same time. Looking beyond the hall, the moon was not bad today. The moonlight spilled into the courtyard, and a few dark shadows passed by. If it was the Lin Xian from before, he naturally wouldn't be able to discover it. Only now, not to mention his strength at the Force Spirit realm, and not counting the old housekeeper at the Earth Transformation realm next to him, even the formations he had set up in the mansion were able to easily strangle strong people below the Earth Transformation realm. Not to mention, these few people weren't even a sovereign. You dared to assassinate him? Who gave them the courage? Keep one, kill the rest. Lin Xian spoke softly. It's a bit of a waste to use a formation to kill these people. The old butler nodded and his figure had disappeared from the middle of the room. In the next instant, the old butler appeared with another black-clothed man by the hand. As for a few others, they had become one with the earth. This black-clothed man's face was filled with horror. He never thought that there were such experts in the Marquee of 8 Directions. The sight of the earth silently cracking open and devouring several of his companions just now was still reverberating in his mind. This Nima, it's the Earth Transformation Realm of the 7 Realms? There was actually an Earth Transformation Realm powerhouse in the 8 Directions Marquee residence? Chapter 8, Marquee Pingding? Princess Yun has summoned us. Tell me, who sent you? Lin Xian looked towards the black-robed man kneeling in front of him and said indifferently. With a flick of the old butler's finger, the black-clothed man felt that he had regained control of his body, but he could only speak. It was difficult to even move. The man in black did not speak, his gaze firm. He was a dead soldier. He had done a lot of this kind of thing, and even if he failed, he would never betray his master. Tough, but in front of this marquee, toughness isn't of much use. Don't say that this marquee didn't give you the chance to open your mouth. Lin Xian's tone remained bland. Immediately, in the black-clothed man's terrified eyes, the old butler stepped forward, and with one hand, he pointed in the center of his brow, his spiritual power penetrating deep into it. The black-robed man's face steeply turned pale, and his body involuntarily trembled, as if he was suffering from some kind of torture. A moment later, the old housekeeper retracted his finger. One hand shot, the ground cracked open a mouth. The man in black was swallowed in it. After that, the gap in the ground once again closed. The room is still exactly the same as before. It seems that the man in black never appeared before. This was the Earth Transformation Realm, opening the 72 Earth Fury points around the body, which could communicate with the Earth's chi, borrowing the power of the Earth to cause unimaginable destructive power. Even Lin Shen looked at it with some heat in his eyes. He was still a few levels away from the Earth Transformation Realm now. As for the soul-searching method used by the old housekeeper, it could be used when one reached the Essence Realm, using the power of the Essence to probe into the souls of others and check their memories. Marquis, he is Marquis Pingding's man. He only received the order to assassinate you. He doesn't know anything else, the old butler said in a low voice. Marquis Pingding? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. This one he hadn't really thought about, because Marquis Pingding and his father were still on good terms. He also only had two close friends, one of which was Marquis Pingding's son, and the other was Marquis Anyuan's son. Why is the Marquis of Pingding here to kill him? Marquis, should I? The old butler made a neck-wiping motion with a chill in his eyes. To be an enemy of the master is to be an enemy of him. Lin Xian shook his head. It was easy to kill Marquis Pingding, but what was difficult was dealing with the aftermath. The Marquis of Pingding had just sent assassins into the 8 Marquis residence, and then the Marquis of Pingding died a violent death. How striking was that? Moreover, Marquis Pingding had no grudges against him, so why would he do it to him? The Marquis of Pingding might also be just a pawn. How can one force out one's own card with just a chess piece? Let's wait until the 100 Dawn Tower is on the right track. A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Tonight, in the middle of Kyoto, many people were sleepless for a long time. The 7th prince's residence. Even the dozen or so beautiful concubines using all their tricks couldn't make the 7th prince raise his interest, and the 7th prince's mind was filled with Lin Xian's figure. This guy was trying to draw a line in the sand. You should know that I am a prince, while you are only a small commoner marquis, or a second-generation marquis. What qualifications do you have to make a choice? If I can't control the other princes, I can't control you? Yi Mansion. Yi Xuer dragged a bruise and climbed into bed. Today her father really beat her to death, and for nothing more than the thing that had a mother's birth but not a mother's teaching, and now even her father is gone. She couldn't figure out why her father treated him better than his own son. Today, if it wasn't for my mother stopping me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep my legs. What happened that day was not of his own design, and he and Prince Ning's son were merely going along for the ride and helping out a little. Thinking of Prince Ning's son, Yi Xuer's gaze turned tender and her face blushed a lot. Her hands unconsciously probed into the comforter, and she soon got into a state where she didn't even feel any pain from the injuries on her body. Marquis Pingding's mansion. Marquis Pingding sat in the middle of his study for the entire night, and he didn't move in his seat until dawn. There was a knock on the door and a man in black walked in. Well, any discoveries? Marquis Pingding's majestic voice rang out. Marquis, there is no movement in the eightfold Marquis residence. The visitor bent down to speak. Confirmation that people are in? Confirmed. My subordinate saw them go in with his own eyes. There are our people all around the 8 Marquis residence, and also confirmed that they didn't come out. Marquis Pingding's face changed slightly, and his hands actually trembled involuntarily. Could it be that there are still experts of the shedding realm in the 8 directions Marquis mansion? With the strength of a few of them, even if they were Zhongshe, they wouldn't be able to stay. And even if there is a shedding realm, it's impossible that they haven't moved at all. Lin Biao, you're all dead. Do you still have any cards left for your son? When he spoke of Lin Biao, Marquis Pingding's voice turned airy. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Father, may I come in? In the middle of the study, the man in black hid his figure. Come in. Marquis Pingding sat back down once again, resuming his previous demeanor. A young figure pushed the door and walked in. The son of Marquis Pingding, Sun Ringgong. Father, you didn't sleep all night yesterday? Sun Ringgong looked at the burned-out candle and was surprised. My father is handling official business. What is your business? Marquis Pingding said indifferently. Sun Ringgong organized his words and opened his mouth. Father, I want to go see Brother Lin. He hasn't been out of the mansion for a long time after what happened last time, and I'm a little worried about his current state of mind. Sun Ringgong had expected his father to reject it out of hand. After all, after the last Ning Wangfu night banquet thing went wrong, he was grounded by his father, not allowed to go out, not to mention not being allowed to have contact with Lin Xian. But I didn't expect that this father, who had always been majestic and said that there was no other way, would change his mind this time. You can go if you want to, and by the way, you can see what changes have been made to the Marquis of the 8 Directions. A change? What does father mean by this? Sun Rengan questioned. Marquis Pingding sighed. Since the 8 Square Marquis died in battle in North Mang, my father has never set foot in the 8 Square Marquis residence. You can take it as a remembrance of the deceased for my father. Look at the changes in the 8 Square Marquis residence, and come back to speak to my father to listen to it. Sun Rengan was a bit strange. After all, the 8 Square Marquis mansion himself had been there many times, and his father had never asked him to remember the deceased and tell about the state of the 8 Square Marquis mansion. Still, he nodded evenly. It wasn't easy for his father to change his mind once. Don't worry, father. I'm on my way. Sun Renggong hurriedly walked towards the outside, while Marquis Pingding also turned extremely indifferent the moment Sun Renggong turned around. While Sun Renggong was heading to the 8 Square Marquis residence, there was an old eunuch waiting outside the 8 Square Marquis residence. The old slave begs to see the Marquis of the 8 Directions. Lin Xian was a little strange when he saw this old eunuch. This is the person beside concubine Yun. What's she doing here to see herself? Is it the daughter who can't avenge herself as a mother? Princess Yun is the mother of the 13th princess. Concubine Yun has invited Marquis Bafong into the palace. The old eunuch's shrill voice rang out. Lin Xian frowned and spoke. According to the Great Xia Law, foreign ministers are not allowed to enter the harem lands. The old eunuch squeezed out a smile on his face and then spoke. This matter, Lady Yun has already asked the human emperor for instructions, and the human emperor has already promised. Lin Xian was a bit puzzled. The human emperor allowed him to enter the harem? What exactly did this concubine Yun say to the human emperor? It was just that having been promised by the human emperor, he was already unable to refuse. In that case, then please lead the way. Your Excellency. Chapter 9, The Unexpected Marriage. In the Yun Chang Palace, Lin Xian met that Yun concubine, graceful and luxurious. A gorgeous palace dress, like the most gorgeous evening sunshine in the sky. It's already over 40, but the skin is still delicate as snow. Eyes deep, seems to hide endless wisdom and tenderness. Lips red, more charming. The 13th princess was also in this side of the hall and was sitting beside concubine Yun, glaring angrily at Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. This 13th princess, not to mention her youth and superior appearance, always felt that something was still missing when compared to concubine Yun. I don't know what the empress has summoned this marquis for? Lin Xian owed his body slightly, his tone unassuming. As a Dixia military marquis, unless one meets the human emperor, all others can be treated as equals. There is no need for the Marquis of the 8 Directions to be courteous. Someone, bestow a seat. Concubine Yun's soft voice was as if a fresh breeze was blowing on her face, giving her a sense of total cordiality. Lin Xian's heart fluttered. This is not a good sign. Is it not possible for the consort of a human emperor to feel affectionate? Immediately, Lin Xian took a step on top of the side seat and sat down. Just as he sat down, concubine Yun's voice rang out. Originally, I had long wanted to meet the Marquis of the 8 Directions, but I just didn't bother after hearing that the Marquis of the 8 Directions had closed his residence for 7 days for introspection. Today should be the first time we meet. The eightfold Marquis is truly as talented as rumored. Lin Xian slightly raised his head to look at concubine Yun, who was currently looking at him with a smile on her face. Your Highness is flattering. Lin Xian did not say anything more. He wanted to see what kind of drugs this concubine Yun's gourd was selling. Today's Daxia human emperor is very ambitious. Culture can rule the world. Martial arts can pressure the 4 directions. The harem, not to say 3,000 beauties. There are dozens of concubines. None of these concubines are simple goods. In the harem, there were 7 consorts and 32 concubines and 1 queen, most of them coming from powerful families and clans. It is said that 3 women a play. This harem so many women, but also very powerful background of the woman, from which can be guessed that the harem will be how lively. And this Cloud consort is one of the 7 consorts, a member of the Cloud family. The Yun family, the founding family of Daxia. For 2,100 years, the Yun family has produced 3 dukes of state, 2 martial marquises, 12 military marquises, and 4 chancellors, and there is no need to mention the other officials. One of the 10 great summer martial marquis is a member of the Yun family. The current chancellor of Daxia is likewise a member of the Yun family. The Yun family is such a powerful family. The 3 siblings of the Yun family, one is a martial marquis, one is a prime minister, and one is one of the 7 concubines in the harem. So how can this Yun Fei be simple? There's nothing else to come here today. It's still the matter of the night banquet at the Ningwang mansion 7 days ago. Concubine Yun's voice rose again. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He knew that concubine Yun definitely had more to say. Although the 8 marquis is also counted by the thieves, but Yu Ling, noble princess, 16 years to maintain innocence. Nowadays the city rumors 8 marquis must also know. 8 marquis is not prepared to say something? Lin Xian's heart sank. Still coming, that is. He always still has the identity of an 8-sided marquis. If he is an ordinary person, even if that day was counted, the matter of the royal princess innocence, himself has long been cut. Lin Xian rose from his chair and leaned down. This matter is ultimately the fault of this marquis. If the empress has any place, this marquis will never say more. Well then, let this princess castrate you. An angry voice rang out. Lin Xian looked up in shock, only to see the 13th princess walking towards him with a dagger in her hand. Yu Ling, no nonsense. Concubine Yun opened her mouth with a scowl on her face. The 13th princess blushed and retreated, hugging consort Yun's arm and pampering herself. Mother consort, didn't you say that you summoned this denizen to the palace today to avenge me? When did mother consort say she was avenging you? What mother consort said was to help you resolve this matter. Concubine Yun shook her head and said. The 13th princess muttered. That's pretty much it. To return my innocence, castrating him would be most appropriate. Concubine Yun didn't pay any more attention to the 13th princess, but instead looked at Lin Xian once more and asked. I heard that the marriage contract between the 8th Marquis and the Yi mansion has been broken? Lin Xian frowned. Last night, the Yi residents sent a message that the marriage between the two families was called off. This concubine Yun was surprisingly well informed, so she must have gotten the news from the Yi family's side. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded. That's good. Princess Yun smiled. Lin Xian was a little confused as to what concubine Yun meant. Having broken off his own engagement has nothing to do with you. Previously, this palace was still at a loss as to how this matter should be resolved. Since the Marquis of the 8 Directions has broken off the marriage contract, and the rumors in the marketplace are that Yu Ling's innocence was also ruined by your hands, let this matter come true, and this palace will ask His Majesty to personally appoint a marriage for the two of you. Concubine Yun's words caused Lin Xian and Princess 13 to simultaneously freeze. Mother consort, how is that possible? How could I possibly marry this guy? The 13th princess's shrill voice rang out with an unbelievable face. Lin Xian also opened his mouth. Please ask your highness to take back the order. This marquis is a coarse person, unable to do anything in literature or martial arts, just following the shade of his late father. How can he match the princess's 10,000 gold body? Humph, still counting on you having some self-awareness. The 13th princess glanced obliquely at Lin Xian and snorted coldly. Marquis Bafeng, you just gave this palace the word that you would let this palace dispose of you and never say anything more. What? Going back on your word now? Concubine Yun's deep gaze looked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes didn't avoid it as he spoke. It doesn't matter to this marquis himself. It's just for the princess' sake. There would be no room to turn this matter around. Concubine Yun said in an undeniable voice. Mother consort. The 13th princess shook her arm around consort Yun. You shut up. Princess Yun shook off Princess 13's arm with a frosty face. The 13th princess stood in place, at a loss for words, tears streaming down her face indisputably. She had never seen her mother consort so angry. The 8th Marquis will go back first if there is nothing else. Concubine Yun resumed her previous soft tone. Lin Xian sighed and didn't say anything more, bending down and saluting before turning to leave. The 13th princess also cried and ran out. Yun Fei did not stop, but a flick of the sleeve. The table's teacups and glasses all shattered on the ground. The old eunuch who had welcomed Lin Xian into the palace earlier walked over and said in a low voice, Your Highness, the 13th princess is still young. Don't let this anger ruin your body. It's this palace that spoiled her too much. Otherwise she wouldn't have been counted to this point. Has the person behind the scenes been found out yet? Concubine Yun said coldly. The old eunuch shook his head and said, The result of our investigation is the same as that of the supervisory heavenly division. The two of them, the 3rd prince and the 7th prince, appeared above the dinner party, and the two of them are the most suspected. But we cannot rule out the suspicion of the other princes. With the relationship between Prince Ning and the daughter of the Yi mansion, they are also suspected. It's just that it's hard to investigate when it involves the emperor and the Prince of Ning, and Prime Minister Yun's intention is to forget about it. With her face as frosty as ice, Concubine Yun slapped her palm down, and the table in front of her was directly smashed to smithereens. Dare to scheme against this palace. Don't let this palace catch you in the act, or this palace will make you suffer. The old eunuch waved his hand. The remnants of the table in front of him crumbs have disappeared into thin air. And then, he said in a low voice, Your Highness, why must the 13th princess marry the Marquis of the 8 Directions? There are many ways to resolve this, and it's just some marketplace rumors that will die down after a while. Princess Yun sighed. Why would this palace want Yu Ling to marry him? Only this matter. Can't it be what this palace says? Let's hope Moon Spirit learns her lesson and grows up on this. The old eunuch shut up immediately. If the queen's words don't count, then whoever does count needs to be guessed. If the human emperor speaks, who dares to disobey? Chapter 10, Encountering Assassination Again. Chance encounter with the supervisory heavenly division. Lin Xian, who had just walked out of the palace, was also pondering. Why did Princess Yun betroth the 13th princess to him? Although he is the noble 8th Marquis, and even more so the head of the civilian Marquis, who in the whole of Daxia doesn't know that he is a mediocre and incompetent person? This second-generation inherited 8-square marquee could be abolished by the human emperor at any time. The reason given by concubine Moon didn't make sense at all. After all, she didn't really get it herself, but it was just some rumors in the marketplace that would soon dissipate, and it would be just as well if concubine Yun had a son. Perhaps there was a possibility that she would use her daughter as an exchange to drain herself of the last of her value as the Marquis of the 8 Directions. But Princess Yun only has one daughter. With this unlucky appearance of Princess 13, even if the Yun family gambles their own 2,000 years of heritage, it is impossible to push up a female emperor out. In that case, it doesn't make sense. Lin Xian suddenly turned his head to look at the magnificent and mysterious palace behind him. In this most powerful place in the Middle Kingdom, anything could happen. That God's mighty, the tripod of the divine kingdom of the human emperor is not the most appreciated civilian marquis, and even in his acquiescence and under the impetus, today's Daxia, there will be civilian marquis out of the head, hard from the hands of the many powerful and wealthy to tear off a piece of fat meat to. After staying in the same spot for a moment, Lin Xian left with a big stride. The predecessor desperately wished to gain a firm foothold in this center of power and stand in the most forward position in that palace, but he doesn't think so. Power is like a floating cloud to him, and power, no matter how high, is only bestowed by others. If he wants it, he has to get it himself. What's the point of taking it? By strength. When he walked out of the imperial city, the old housekeeper was already waiting outside the imperial city with his carriage. In Kyoto, there is an outer city, an inner city, and an imperial city. The imperial palace is located in the center of this imperial city. The imperial city, arching the imperial palace, guarded by 50,000 forbidden troops. In addition to allowing the imperial city in the building of the prince and the prince, no one is allowed to walk in the imperial city in the horse and sedan chair, so the old housekeeper can only wait outside. Lin Xian got into the carriage, which slowly traveled towards the outer city. 8 Marquis House is located in the outer city. It is reasonable to say that the 8 Marquis of this very powerful military marquis, not to say in the imperial city to build a house, at least the inner city will have a forward position. But in the beginning, the 8-square marquis must build his residence in the outer city, and also in an extremely remote location, saying that he likes to be quiet. What kind of a reason is that? And really counting, those locations in the inner city are all officials and nobles. The defense is extremely strict. How can it be noisy? This outer city, mostly civilians, is the real noise. What's more, your 8-fold marquis residence is almost as good if not downtown. The carriage was traveling through the wide streets, and in the carriage, Lin Xian was flipping through the parchment scroll in his hands. This was just signed out, and it sounds like the system is some kind of crippled treasure map. It's got a few broken trees painted on it and a broken road empty in the center, so who can tell where it is? Marquis, someone is following. Beyond the frame, the old steward's voice came out. There was no need for the old housekeeper to remind him. Lin Xian already knew that there was more than one set of people. That stupid 13th princess was among them. Besides her, there were 3 people in the other wave, all of whom seemed to carry a murderous aura, and were here to kill themselves. He was assassinated just after he left the palace. Is the person behind this so unscrupulous? Or the Marquis of Pingding? The ones who assassinated themselves last night were just a few assassins of the refining realm, but today even the patriarchs were used. Could it be that the next time after this failure they would have to face an expert of the 7th realm of deliverance? Lin Xian thought to himself that he hadn't made any other enemies in Kyoto other than falling to the 7th prince, and now that he refused to see the 7th prince of the matter, the Kyoto those who have the heart should be aware of the right, but also so eager to kill himself. Why? Are you that much of an eyesore? Suddenly, Lin Xian's expression moved, and a piece of sound reached the old housekeeper's ears. The old housekeeper instantly drove and turned a corner at the fork in the road ahead. Taking this direction was a bit closer to the 8 Marquis residence, but it was also much more remote. Behind the carriage, a few people sneered. If there is a way to heaven and you don't go, there is no door to hell and you come and throw yourself in. If the carriage took the main road, they were not really able to make a move, but if it took the small road, wasn't that just giving them a chance to make a move? The carriage was traveling to the outer city on the banks of the Luo River. This neighborhood, in addition to a few quiet mansions, few pedestrians, just suitable for the strike. And it was at this moment that the killing machine locked onto the carriage, and 3 figures holding swords and knives came crisscrossing towards the carriage. Only the Lin Xian in the carriage did not make a move, only to see a mansion next to it. A person wearing an ink shirt with a blood-colored cloak rose up in the air, and his aura alone pressured 3 zongshi to fall to the ground. Following that, the gate of the mansion opened wide, and several ink-shirted green and strong men armed with swords stepped out, surrounding the 3 patriarchs. Seeing the attire of these people, the 3 patriarchs turned pale. They never expected that there was a supervisory heavenly division lurking here. Was it to protect the 8 Marquis or was it a coincidence? Is it possible that it's because I didn't read the calendar when I went out today? The man in the basilisk cloak walked over, looked at the carriage, and then at the 3 clan killers. His eyes narrowed slightly, and with just a wave of his hand, the many ink shirts took the 3 clan killers away. It's fortunate that Lord Zhou Wei is here, or else this marquis might have to die today. In the middle of the carriage, the pale-faced Lin Xian burrowed out, arching his hand and saluting this youngest guardian lord of the supervisory heavenly division. Zhou Shen returned the salute and said indifferently, "Supervision of the heavenly division to monitor the world. My first guard is responsible for monitoring the Kyoto outlaws intend to assassinate the court officers and lords. I supervision of the heavenly division should take action. I do not know why the marquis will appear here, and why are these criminals trying to assassinate the marquis?" Lin Xian shook his head like a rattlesnake drum and said, "Does this marquis know why they committed the assassination?" Immediately he said with a bad face, "But this Kyoto, there is such an outlaw, and so back to this marquis must participate in that Kyoto prefecture book. Kyoto land, the foot of the emperor. Even this security are not good, but also to do a fart of Kyoto prefects. As for this marquis appearing here, of course he is going home." Zhou Shen narrowed his eyes. As the first guard master of the supervisory heavenly division, he knew every road in this capital like the back of his hand. He also knew that Lin Xian was returning from the palace. This road to the 8 marquis house is indeed closer, but the distance is limited, and there are several narrow roads in between, so very few people driving carriages would choose this route. Guard Master Zhou, this marquis still has things to do. If you have the leisure time, this marquis invites you to drink wine, as a right to thank the guard master for saving your life today. Lin Xian apologized towards Zhou Shen. By the way, those people also ask Lord Zhou Wei to carefully scrutinize them. This marquis also wants to know what people want to lay hands on this marquis. Zhou Shen arched his hand, then stepped aside. Lin Xian burrowed into the carriage, and the carriage moved forward once more. Looking at the slowly departing carriage, Zhou Shen frowned slightly. It always felt like he shouldn't have made a move just now, but the supervisory heavenly division was here, and if he really stood by and let something happen to this 8-square marquis, the supervisory heavenly division was afraid that they wouldn't even be able to get away from it. In this Kyoto, the supervisory heavenly division has many more opponents than the 8-square marquis, and more people want the supervisory heavenly division to fall compared to the 8-square marquis. The only difference was that the supervisory heavenly division had enough strength and backbone, while the 8-fold marquis. Chapter 11, The Foolish 13th Princess. Someone from the Northern Realm. The carriage stopped in front of the marquis of the 8 Directions mansion, and Lin Xian stepped out. He was a bit puzzled as to why that stupid ratio of the 13th princess didn't make a move. To say that in the beginning it was because Zhou Shen was there. It was fine if the 13th princess didn't dare to make a move, then why didn't she make a move later? It's quite tolerable, even now. "Brother Lin, are you alright?" A voice rang out. Only a voice rang out from the teepee not far away, and then a figure ran over. A hint of a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. The son of Marquis Ping Ding, Sun Ringgong, and regardless of why Marquis Ping Ding had struck out at him, this son of his was genuinely sympathetic to him. Of course, this was only Lin Xian's current judgment, knowing a man's face and not knowing his heart. It wasn't impossible for him to hide just as deeply as his father. After all, before yesterday, he hadn't thought that the Marquis of Ping Ding would lay hands on him. "This marquis is fine. What made you think of coming over today?" Lin Xian smiled and inquired. A smile also appeared on Sun Ringgong's face, and he then spoke. "It's not that I heard that you have grounded yourself in the mansion, and I was worried that something had gone wrong with your brain, so I came to take a look. You can really scare me to death. I thought I could only collect your corpse, before I said to you, don't participate in the battle for the throne of the emperor. It's all a life-threatening line of work. This is not, should be fulfilled. Now that I know, it's not like I've learned from my mistakes." "What prince? Stay aside," Lin Xian said smilingly. "That's right, with your name of 8-square marquis, even if you don't learn and have no ink, there is still no problem to live your life peacefully. We no longer say that. We are only civilian marquis, the low-key or low-key," Sun Ringgong said seriously. The smile on Lin Xian's face froze. I really don't know if this guy is advising him or scolding him. Of course, what is uneducated and without any ink? That is talking about the already hiccuped 8 Directions Marquis Lin Xian, and this current 8 Directions Marquis Lin Xian has nothing to do with it. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned slightly. That stupid woman is still really stupid, not doing anything when no one is around. But when she arrived at the 8 Marquis residence, she even dared to do it again. A long whiplash towards Lin Xian. Sun Ringgong also realized that someone had stabbed him, and immediately bellowed. What kind of person dares to assassinate a military vassal of the dynasty? Then, he only saw his hands dancing together, forming an aura barrier in front of the two of them, isolating that long whip strike from the two of them. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, remembering that the last time he was at the night banquet at the Ning King's mansion, Sun Ringong was still in the astral realm. When did he actually break through to the aura realm? Get out of my way. Dare to block this princess. Are you looking for death? The 13th princess's stern voice rang out. Princess? 13th princess? Sun Ringong's face changed. He would never have thought that the person who came was this bratty and capricious 13th princess, and immediately wanted to remove the barrier. Just looking at Lin Xian next to him, he gritted his teeth and still didn't take a step back. 13th princess, attacking and killing a military marquis of the dynasty. Even if you are a princess, you will still be equally unable to escape culpability, and it will even involve Lady Yun. So please think twice before you act. Sun Ringong said through clenched teeth. I'll think twice about your mom's head. You're that punk from the Ping Ding Ho's family, aren't you? You're the one who's close to the Marquis of the Eight Directions? Today this princess will even kill you together. Princess 13's anger flared up, and her long whip swung once again. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel the majestic killing intent coming from the 13th princess. This was really wanting to kill him. It just seemed that there was no killing intent at the beginning. Could it be that on the way she still changed her mind? At the same time, Lin Xian also felt quite a few gazes. The people behind these gazes could have stopped this farce if they had moved their fingers, but they didn't. Instead, they completely watched it as a hilarious spectacle. The aura that Sun Ringong had gathered was instantly dispersed by the 13th princess's whip. He was a beginner in the aura realm. His realm was not stable, and he could not use his full strength at all after knowing the identity of the person who had made the attack, plus the magic weapon whip in the hands of the 13th princess, which made the gap between the two of them widen by a large amount. And Sun Ringong was not an opponent naturally. Subsequently, the 13th princess is another whip. This whip is towards the Sun people Burgundy hit. Actually really stored a whip to whip him to death of the mind. Lin Xian gazed into the distance. He knew that Marquis Ping Ding must be watching right now. Was he going to sit back and watch his own son be beaten to death alive? However, even until the whip was about to touch Sun Ringong's head, Marquis Ping Ding still did not make a move. Lin Xian sighed. It turned out that Sun Shirbo not only wanted to kill himself, he didn't even care about the life of his own son. The long whip stopped when it was still an inch away from Sun Ringong. It wasn't Lin Xian who made a move, but a long spear that attacked and knocked the long whip away from him alive. The ground came from the sound of vibration. In the distance, a team of light cavalry flew at speed. The current one was wearing red armor, and the aura of solemnity and murder went straight to the clouds. That spear just now came from him. When he reached the front, the red-armored young general held the reins, and his steed neighing. Its sound was like thunder, shaking through the scene. My humble servant greets the Marquis of the Eight Directions. The red-armored junior general dismounted and knelt on one knee at Lin Xian. After that, more than 20 armored soldiers surrounded the 8th Marquis, including the 13th princess, who was also surrounded. Lin Xian looked at the kneeling red-armored junior general and frowned slightly before saying uncertainly, Lin, brother Ji? Marquis still remembers Lin Ji, but now that Marquis is a military marquis, the title of elder brother cannot be mentioned anymore. A smile appeared on the red-armored young general's face. Quickly get up. Lin Xian rushed forward to help Lin Ji up. When Lin Xian was 3 years old, that year, his father, Lin Jian, returned from a campaign and brought back a 5-year-old child, saying that he was an orphan picked up on his way back to the capital, and gave him the name Lin Ji, and from then on, he stayed at the Marquis of the Eight Directions. It wasn't until he was 12 years old that the Marquis of the Eight Directions took him away and placed him in the Northern Realm military camp to hone his skills, and since then, Lin Xian had never seen him again. Why has elder brother returned? Lin Xian did not change his address. Upon hearing Lin Xian's question, a hint of coldness flashed in Lin Ji's eyes, and then he said, I heard that the Marquis was framed in Kyoto and nearly died, so I led my personal guards on a 10,000-mile run and finally made it back. Frontier soldiers, without an imperial edict to return to the capital, is the martial marquis, is also difficult to escape the heavy responsibility. Kyoto Yamen people where? Still not this group of rebels captured? 13th princess sneered. In the distance, the body of the people of Kyoto Yamen who arrived at the news stiffened. Just that the princess gave the word, they did not dare to stay still. Dozens of people drew their swords and surrounded the 20 or so armored soldiers. Lin Ji turned his head, a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashing in his eyes. If he did not arrive in time, perhaps Lin Xian has been killed. This is the only bloodline of the old marquis. He will die to protect him. This general, please also abandon your troops and remove your armor and come with us. A junior official of the Kyoto prefecture stepped forward and said seriously. Lin Ji sneered. We are the private soldiers of the Marquis of the Eight Directions. What qualifications do you have in the Kyoto palace to make us remove our armor? How dare you? My Disya soldiers are under the control of the imperial court. How can we talk about private soldiers? The word private army can be said openly and honestly by you and others. Is the 8th Marquis of the Eight Directions trying to rebel? 13th princess loudly rebuked. Looking at the 13th princess appearance, many people cursed the stupidity, even the people of the Kyoto prefectural court. Under normal circumstances, the major princes and lords are naturally not allowed to raise private soldiers. But 12 years ago, the 8th Marquis defeated the North Mang army of 300,000. The human emperor was pleased, allowed the 8th Marquis 300 private soldiers of the establishment, and even the ordnance can be allocated from the Ministry of War. But didn't you say that Marquis Lin of the 8 Directions died in battle in North Mang, and that all 300 of his own soldiers died with him? If these 24 people were to really be the private soldiers of the Eightfold Marquis, then they really had no qualifications to control them. Seeing the eyes of the crowd, the 13th princess felt like she had said something stupid. But so what? She was a princess. What's wrong with taking down a few sergeants when her word is golden? And it was at this time that a short, fat middle-aged man in official robes arrived, surrounded by a group of government constables. This man is the prefect of Kyoto, Su Rujie. Just in time, Kyoto prefectural magistrate listened to the order. These people rushed against this princess in the street, and even want to commit murder with weapons. Now listen to the order of this princess. Put all these people in jail and wait for the punishment. The 13th princess once again spoke in a stern voice. Lin Xian couldn't even help but laugh out loud. Even though he had prepared his mind, he was still dumbfounded by this stupid princess. Do you think everyone else is blind? Not to mention that she is only a princess. Even if all the princes are here, there is one that counts. None of them would dare to say such words. Su Rujie wiped the sweat from his head. He knew all about what happened on the way here, and he couldn't afford to offend either of these two parties. This is a man he naturally can't take, or he can't even wait until tomorrow, when his hat and head will be removed. And just then, Lin Xian's voice rang out. Lord Su has come at the right time. This marquis happens to have a grievance to ask Lord Su to do something about. This marquis would like to ask Lord Su, what is the offense for attacking and killing a court marquis in the street? According to the laws of Daxia, Marquis Lin, you must not make things difficult for this official. Su Rujie let out a bitter smile. Oh, as the Kyoto prefect, a Daxia official of the 3rd grade, the people's parent official, how did Lord Su sit in the position of Kyoto prefect when he doesn't even know the Daxia laws? Lin Xian questioned. There was more sweat on Su Rujie's head. How could he not know the laws of Daxia? Only to see him stammering. When? Lynching, copying and exterminating the family. In that case, with the thief here, is Lord Su not prepared to handle the case impartially? The stone-cold voice was like a heavy hammer hitting Su Rujie's heart, almost scaring him to death. A member of the royal family, letting him copy his family and destroy them? He doesn't have enough to chop off even if he has 100 heads. Thanks to the fact that he had already dispersed the people around him, or else if this had gotten out, Kyoto would have exploded today. Nope, it's blown up already. Chapter 12, the hardest official in the world, slapping the princess. In Kyoto, there are quite a few strong people. Those dignitaries have one or the other. Who doesn't know what's happening in front of this Marquis of the 8 Directions mansion right now? Even in the palace, there were eyes peering in. Su Rujie wiped the cold sweat from his head and moved a little closer to Lin Xian. Marquis Lin, let's take a step to talk? Lin Xian sneered. If Lord Su has anything to say, just say it straight. This Marquis sits upright in his line. Su Rujie's face slightly stiffened, then lowered his voice and said, Marquis Lin, after all, it's the 13th princess. Behind her stands the royal family, the Yun family. This matter is not too big. Let's just forget about it. Otherwise if it is pursued it will not be beneficial to Marquis Lin. Lin Xian once again looked at Su Rujie with a cold smile. This is not a big deal? Lord Su, you must think carefully. Attacking and killing a military officer is not a big deal? If you were in the hall of Kyoto or the palace, would you say the same thing? Su Rujie's eyes popped. Then naturally he wouldn't dare. How to say it is also a big crime of plagiarizing and destroying the family. If he dares to say that the matter is not big in that kind of place, is it not don't want to have a head? But there's really no solution to this matter. There was no way he was going to touch the princess of the dynasty. He didn't want to die yet. He now just wanted to slap himself hard a few times. You say you have nothing to do to get involved in what? Pretending not to know at home to sleep is not good? At most, they will be convicted of negligence after the fact. You can even be a little more ruthless. Break his legs and call it a disease at home. Maybe nothing. The court may even send him some tonic. Then what do you think you should do? Marquis Lin, please still leave my humble servant a way out. Su Rujie said without tears. His tone was almost pleading. He is also a bitter life. Originally thought that the transfer from the bottom to Kyoto, promoted to the Kyoto prefect, is also considered to have survived. But when he arrived in Kyoto, he realized how difficult it was to be an official in the capital, especially this Kyoto prefect. In the whole of Daxia, there is no more difficult official than the prefect of Kyoto. Don't look at him as the Kyoto prefect who was a full 3rd grade official in Daxia. but in Kyoto, he is nothing. There are 6 ministries in the imperial court, there are all the princes and dukes, and there are many military lords. That's even if you can't control them, they can't just on your head. But there are still royal princes and princesses in Kyoto. The 9 emperors of the Grand Xia are all eyeing that position. Who doesn't know that? With all the princes secretly competing with each other, it is natural that many frictions will be born, and most of these frictions will eventually be moved to the Kyoto prefecture. So how do you expect him, the prefect of Kyoto, to solve the problem? If you do this one, you're going to offend that one, and if you do that one, you're going to offend this one. He had always been a man of right and left, walking on thin ice in the middle of this Kyoto, and in the past, he could barely hold it together. But today's matter had really made things a bit difficult for him. 13 princess words he cannot do. Dacia to protect the country with martial arts. The military lord's top half of the sky of Dacia. If he dares to arbitrarily arrest the soldiers, not to mention those military lords, even the royal family side cannot spare themselves. The words of the Marquis of the 8 Directions must not be listened to. Would he dare to arrest the princess and raid her home? But seeing as neither side looked like they were going to compromise, there was nothing he could do but try his best to maneuver around, expecting the small matter to be resolved. Lord Su, since you don't dare to do this or that, why are you still staying here? Lin Xian squinted at Su Rujie. Su Rujie was silent for a split second and looked at both sides, then actually bent down to both sides at the same time, followed by a big wave of his hand. There was an armed brawl in Ruifang. The impact is bad. All follow me to Ruifang to get someone. Su Rujie actually took the people from the Kyoto house and left directly, and even made up a lame excuse before leaving. Kyoto prefect, how dare you disrespect the words of this princess? You give this princess a chance to see. This princess will definitely remove you from your post. 13th princess watched Su Rujie lead people away and cursed. I have to say, my aversion to stupidity is kicking in. Lin Xian took 2 steps forward. Although this marquis knows that you're being used as a gun again, someone this stupid really makes this marquis hands itch a little. As a princess, assassinating a military lord of the dynasty, this is crime 1. As a princess, she has no right to intervene in political affairs, but she is so presumptuous as to try to order a third-ranked officer like the prefect of Kyoto, and she is even presumptuous as to try to capture a soldier who has made a contribution to Dacia with a trumped-up crime, which is the second crime. Dismissal of Kyoto prefects such as the third grade officer, even the current prime minister together with the 6 ministries cannot be decided by a single word, and even his majesty has to think about it again and again. You, a district princess, dares to say that he must be dismissed. This is the crime of the third. The 3 major crimes are all capital offenses. Do you think that because you are a princess and stand above the clouds that you are really superior? Lin Xian's gaze was cold, and with every word Princess 13's face paled. She had been overcome with anger a moment ago, but she was far more lucid now than she had been a moment ago. Before she could react, snap, a crisp slap sounded, and countless gazes shrank. This 8-square marquis guts are really not small, no matter who is right or wrong in today's matter. Even if the 13th princess has committed a heinous crime, he can't make a move. That's the Dacia royal family. Smacking the princess's face. Wouldn't that be smacking the face of the Dacia royal family? Only to see the 13th princess covering her face before the 8 marquis residents, her eyes filled with unbelief. In the next moment, anger spewed forth, once again causing her to lose her mind. However, Lin Xian had already taken a few steps back at this moment, and several soldiers were blocking him. This slap will allow you to learn from your mistakes. This marquis will say some unkind words. If the royal family is full of people like you, sooner or later, the great Xia will be finished. The city was shocked by these words. Has this marquis of the 8 directions suddenly lost his mind? How dare you say such treasonous things? Do you really think you'll live too long? And at that moment, Lin Xian's footsteps had already stepped into the marquis of the 8 directions mansion, and Lin Ji and the other soldiers had similarly followed him in. Bam! The gate of the marquis is closed. The only one left outside was the incompetent and furious 13th princess who had 5 fingerprints showing on her face. Princess, go back with the old slave. The old eunuch from Princess Yun's palace appeared in front of Princess 13 inside. He had actually arrived a long time ago, and as early as when the Kyoto prefect left he was ready to make a move to take the 13th princess away. But there was a strong pressure that locked him in place. That person was very strong, and must be a strong person above the Earth Transformation Realm and the 7 Realms of Deliverance. Crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the middle of Kyoto. In front of the 8 marquis mansion gathered the eyes of the entire capital, and he didn't know which one's pressure was, but he knew that the person should not want to let him out. Since the princess wasn't life-threatened either, he simply waited for the final result. Otherwise, if he forced his way out to take the princess away, perhaps he would also attract the resentment of the Eightfold Marquis, and if the Eightfold Marquis forcefully wanted to dwell on today's matter then it would be troublesome. As the 8 Marquis said, 13 Princess today's charges. are capital offenses, even if she is a princess. But the 8th Marquis is not an ordinary person. If you insist on entanglement, that is, it is to the human emperor there. The ones who suffer are also them. It was good that the 13th princess had received this slap. Hopefully it would give her a little bit of brain growth. He can even think of the harem and the cloud consort now born how much anger. Just out of the palace. To her so big things. This time the cloud consort is certainly to properly discipline some 13 princesses. At least a grounding is not less. With Lin Xian entering the mansion and the 13th princess leaving, this farce was only considered to have completely come to an end, and all gazes were withdrawn back. But everyone knew that today's matter was definitely not over. Only the 2 words spoken by Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 directions as well as the act of slapping the princess were enough for someone with a heart to make an issue of it. Chapter 13 Reactions from all parties. Yun family's counterattack. 7th Prince's residence. What? The Marquis of the 8 directions slapped the 13th imperial sister? And said that Great Xiao will be finished sooner or later? The 7th Prince spewed out a mouthful of tea. Your Highness, it's not that Daxia will end sooner or later. It's that if Daxia's royal family is full of people like the 13th princess, Daxia will end sooner or later. But it's true about slapping the 13th princess. Quite a lot of people saw it. A strong armored guard said in a low voice. The 7th prince waved his hand, and the power-suited guards bent down and retreated. Then a man stepped out from among the screens of the inner room. Mr. Li, what do you think? The 8th Marquis is too arrogant. The previous him would never have dared to do such a thing and say such words. Could it be that he is crazy? The 7th prince frowned. The middle-aged Confucian known as Mr. Li also shook his head, a hint of doubt in his eyes. To be honest, Lin Xian's behavior was also a bit out of his expectation. To be reasonable, he had already analyzed Lin Xian's mentality thoroughly, and this kind of behavior was not in line with Lin Xian's way of behaving. However, if one has experienced a great calamity of life and death, it is possible that it will produce a heavenly change in one's character. Perhaps it was because of the previous catastrophe in which a person's head almost fell to the ground, thus causing Lin Xian to undergo such a great transformation all of a sudden. Mr. Li, what should we do now? Should we still continue to pull in the 8th Marquis? He slapped the 13th imperial sister. The Yin family won't let him go, especially the one in the harem. She's ruthless. The 7th prince continued. The middle-aged Confucian pondered for a moment and said, Your Highness, I think we should continue to pull together. The more the moment of danger, the more we can see the truth. We missed it once before. We must not miss it again this time. And this time, the Yun family won't step in, and will even protect the 8th Marquis. Why? The 7th prince was puzzled. The middle-aged Confucian explained. This time, the 13th princess has committed a major taboo. The Yun family can't wait for everyone to forget about this matter. If they hold on to the 8th square Marquis, won't they push the 13th princess out as well? And I suspect that this time, the 13th princess is still letting people use her as a gun. After what happened last time, the Yun family, especially Lady Cloud Concubine, will definitely have people secretly look after the 13th princess. But even so, the 13th princess has all taken a shot at the Marquis of the 8 directions, and no one has stopped her. The 13th princess is young and doesn't know the cats and dogs of it, but Yun Fei won't not be able to see it, and Yun Xiang is old and resourceful, he won't be able to see it even more. All of them are counting on their Yun family for the second time. How can they not be angry? So this time, not only will the Yun family not make a move against the 8 directions Marquis, but instead, they will also assist the 8 directions Marquis and uncover the black hand behind the scenes. The 7th prince nodded thoughtfully, then said, Mr. Li means that this highness should also help the Marquis of the 8 directions at this time? The middle-aged Confucian nodded. The 7th prince frowned fiercely and paced back and forth in the hall while mouthing. This is something Lone have to think about and not act rashly. The middle-aged Confucian sighed. This 7th prince was a little too indecisive. How could he have chosen such a prince? It was a pity that all the other emperors had been picked off, and he himself couldn't be taken seriously if he were to throw himself into the service again. And this 7th prince was the only one left. But it wasn't like the 7th prince didn't have much else going for him. Well, at least there's plenty of room for improvement. The residence of the 3rd prince. This Marquis of the 8 directions Lin Xian really has a lot of guts. How dare he make up the royal heir? And how dare he go out and beat up someone from the royal family? Is this still a military Marquis of Dixia? Tomorrow at the court meeting, have a few officials submit a joint petition asking His Majesty to punish the Marquis of the 8 directions. Marquis of the 8 directions. You're so lucky, you dodged it last time. And you dodged it again this time. I hope you can dodge it again next time. Yuncheng Palace. The 13th princess had already been stripped of her gorgeous outerwear and was only wearing plain clothes, kneeling in the middle of the main hall of Yuncheng Palace, where Consort Yun was holding a rattan cane and nonchalantly whipping towards her back. Yu Ling, remember what I told you. Why don't you remember? Princess? So what if you're a princess? His Majesty has 9 sons and 7 daughters. Do you really think that your status as a princess allows you to be reckless? The great Xia imperial family and my Yin family. Is there a single idiot like you who hasn't? That Lin Xian is not wrong at all. If the de Xia royal family is all fools like you, sooner or later de Xia will be finished. Yun Fei's face was filled with anger. Her hands were not soft at all. Every time the rattan cane lashed down, a bloodstain would appear after the 13th princess's back. The 13th princess was also stubborn, and even though tears kept slipping down her face, she stiffly gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. Your Highness, after all, Her Highness is young, you don't have to be too harsh. The old eunuch at the side stepped forward and said softly, smoothly taking the whip in consort Yun's hand. Concubine Yun grunted, the remaining anger still lingering in her eyes. What the hell is going on? Didn't this palace ask you to arrange for a few people to secretly keep an eye on her and absolutely not let her strike again? Concubine Yun said in a cold voice. The old eunuch hung his head and whispered. All 3 patriarchs had their throats slit by a single knife, and their bodies were all thrown into the Luo River. Bang! The ornamental facilities within the main hall of Yuncheng Palace were all shattered. Damn it, we've already left the matter of the last time alone, and you still come. Is it because you see that my Yun family can be bullied? Concubine Yun spoke angrily. Go, invite Minister Yun over. No need to invite. As Concubine Yun's words fell, she saw a person dressed in a black robe walk into the main hall of Yuncheng Palace. Uncle! Seeing the visitor, the corners of the 13th princess's mouth deflated and tears once again flowed down her face. The person who came was none other than Daxia's current prime minister, the most powerful person among the 100 officials in the court. He was also the head of the founding family of Great Xia, the Yun family, Yun Xuzheng. Greetings, Minister Yun. The old eunuch bent down and saluted, then knowingly retreated. Yun Xiuzheng's eyes fell on top of the bloodstain on the 13th princess's back, and then looked at the still unfading slap marks on her face, revealing a hint of heartache in his eyes. I don't know if it was because the Yun family was too powerful in Xia, to the point where it had reached its peak, but nowadays, none of the new generations of the Yun family's direct lineage were even male. He, the chancellor of the dynasty and head of the Yun family, has no heir at his knees. His younger brother, Marquis Yun Chang of Daxia Guangwu, had 2 daughters. His sister, Lady Yun of Daxia, had a daughter. There are already rumors that the Yun family is about to go into decline after this generation. Brother, you didn't get caught when you came, did you? Lady Cloud whispered. In the harem, very people can enter, like the chancellor of the dynasty, such a character without the order of the emperor, but also cannot step into it. Yun Xuzheng shook his head and said, since no one knows, but in the imperial palace, nothing can be hidden from His Majesty, and His Majesty doesn't care about that. I came here this time for Moon Spirit's matter. You don't need to be in charge of this time. I'll handle it with full authority next. As for Moon Spirit, don't let her go out of the palace for this period of time. Even if she's in the palace, don't show her face. Uncle, this will suffocate me. The 13th princess tugged at the corner of Yun Kozheng's coat. Yun Xiuzhang looked at the 13th princess and said slowly, I'll have your mother prepare 3 feet of white silk in the temple, suffocate or hang. You can choose one. The 13th princess sniffed and her body went limp. How could she have ever imagined that her uncle, who had always loved and cared for her, would turn so cruel? Had he really gone so far this time? Then the 8th Marquis side? Concubine Yun opened her mouth and asked. Yun Xiuzheng shook his head and said, let's not worry about him for now. His behavior today should be to try to push off this marriage, but this is a matter that His Majesty has opened his mouth, and it's not up to us to say anything. Give me those bodies. I'll make them pay for this time with interest. If it's not the prince who did it, it's just that. If it's any prince, I'll make him completely quit this stage in Kyoto. Yun Xuzheng's domineering words resounded in the middle of the hall. Chapter 14, Cause of Lin's Death. Frightening Marquis Pingding, Marquis of the 8 Directions. In the middle of the main hall, Lin Xian's few people were seated, and the old butler served a few cups of tea. As for the more than 20 personal guards or standing guard in the Hofu, nowadays there are not even subordinates in the Hofu. Marquis, isn't what you did this time a bit too ill-considered? That's a princess. You just slapped her like that? This is slapping the face of the de Xia royal family. Lin Ji's complexion held a bit of worry. He had been taken aback by Lin Xian's behavior before. Even if the old marquis was still around, he couldn't go and slap the princess in the face. Lin Xian, on the contrary, seemed incomparably calm. The 13th princess assassinated him first, and he himself only slapped her in the face, which was not a big deal. Even if the human emperor asked the crime down, the big deal is to shirk his own youthful madness. At most jerk off his own this marquis just suitable for him to be bored and make a fortune. And he had another layer of intent. Now the 13th princess should hate herself to the bone, right? I'm sure this marriage will never happen again, right? With her level of bratty willfulness, crying or hanging, as long as she can push this marriage away. Let's leave this aside for now. Would elder brother like to tell us about the Northern Realm? How did my father fall? Lin Xian inquired. He knew that the targeting he faced in Kyoto should not be entirely due to his downfall of the seventh prince, and a large part of it could have come from this cheap father of his. At least the assassination sent by the Marquis of Pingding had something to do with it. A ray of grief appeared in Lin Ji's eyes, only to hear him say, I'm not sure how the old Marquis died in battle. I only remember that on the eve of that battle, the old Marquis left me and these 20 or so of his personal guards behind, and didn't allow us to take part in that great battle. On the second day, we waited for the news of the old Marquis' disappearance, and it wasn't long before the Northern Mang sent the old Marquis armbones, proving that the old Marquis was dead. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Just a bone? That doesn't prove anything? If the Northern Mang really wanted to use this as a way to make a statement, it should have sent my father's corpse. Lin Ji nodded, then said, I thought the same thing at the time, and our side also demanded that the Northern Mang return the old Marquis corpse, only that the Northern Mang gave a reply that the old Marquis had intruded into the depths of the Northern Mang alone, and that the top of the Tuoba made a move, and that the old Marquis corpse had been torn to shreds in the great battle. Tuoba Peak is the top expert of Northern Mang. He has already gone to an extremely forward step in the degenerate realm, and he is even a pure martial arts cultivator. With a strong physical body strength, it is entirely possible for him to make it this far. We also sneaked to see that battlefield. Indeed, there are traces of a great battle of top powerhouses. I also found the old Marquis' broken gun there, only I haven't had time to remove the broken gun before it was discovered by Bei Mang. So far that broken gun is still in its original position. It seems that the breath hasn't been leaked, and Bei Mang can't take it away either. Lin Xian frowned. It seems that his cheap old man, Lin Biao, is still really dead? If Tuoba Peak made a move, there shouldn't be much chance of him surviving, right? That kind of expert. Even if the Great Xia could match it, there were very few, unless Lin was in the middle of the army and had a military soul to shelter him. Otherwise he would surely die. Alright, let's leave this matter aside for now. Since elder brother has returned, stay. Don't go to the Northern Realm for now. Lin Xian spoke. Lin Ji nodded his head and said, that's exactly what I intend to do. The water in Kyoto is deep. It's too dangerous for you to be alone in Kyoto. If the old Marquis was still around, there would be no problem. But with the old Marquis gone, there may not be no one who will make a move against you. If it weren't for the fact that we were made to suffer in the middle of the Northern Realm, plus the fact that I wanted to find out if the old Marquis had died in battle or not, otherwise I would have returned 2 years ago. Lin Xian nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. As for who was making things difficult, there is no need to ask at all. Since the Northern Realm had been killed in battle by Lin Biao, the human emperor had sent one of the 10 great martial marquises, Marquis Ling, to sit in the town. But Marquis Ling was only sitting in the Northern Realm, playing the role of a sea defender. The 700,000 strong Jinbei army in the north is under the jurisdiction of Su Wei, the Marquis of Anning, who was once the vice-general of Lin Lin, a member of the Su family in Jianbei, and was promoted to the position of Marquis only after Lin Lin's death. Su Wei comes from a noble family. When Lin Jian was there, although he was a vice-general in the Jianbei army, but did not have any real power. 700,000 Jinbei army only Lin Jian's life is from, coupled with the fact that he was a member of the Su family in Jianbei, a noble among nobles, he was already disgruntled with the commoner-bodied eightfold Marquis Lin Xian riding on his head. In this way, it was only normal for him to suppress the direct lineage of Lin Biao after he assumed the power of the Jinbei army. Brother has traveled a long distance. Go and rest. I've already let the housekeeper arrange a good place for you to stay, as well as the brothers outside can go and rest first. No one has dared to come and spread their wildness amongst this Marquis of mine. A few days ago there were a few small varmints came to assassinate, but unfortunately they were too weak and too stupid. Now people are all locked up in the Marquis. When brother will have leisure, help me to interrogate on. Lin Xian smiled and said to Lin Ji. Lin Ji nodded heavily. This is all a small matter. I have interrogated many Northern Mang scouts when I was on the front line. As long as they fall into my hands, I will make sure he spits everything out. He then exited the main hall. Only after he left did Lin Xian turn to look at Sun Ringong, who had never uttered a word. What had been talked about before wasn't anything personal. So even though Sun Ringong had asked for his resignation, Lin Xian had left him behind. Brother Sun, it was thanks to you just now, Lin Xian said with a smile. Sun Ringong shook his head and said, see what you're saying, we're brothers, why should we say thank you? Just Lin brother also need to be careful. That 13 princess barbaric willful, relying on the royal identity and the mother family Cloud family. In Kyoto, few people dare to mess with you. This time is really a big mess. The next period of time you try to do not go out of the house. There is a human royal monument here. She should still not dare to go into the house of the wild. What brother Sun said is very true. I've always kept a low profile. If there's no important matter, I won't go out of the mansion, Lin Xian said smilingly. Sun Rengan rolled his eyes. You're the one who's keeping a low profile? Only today's incident. If you dare to say low profile, the whole Kyoto not many dare to say they are high profile. Even those few super big dudes in Kyoto wouldn't dare to be so high profile. The next two only chatted for a while. Sun Rengan will resign and leave, and said that today's things father certainly know, but also need to go back early to let his father feel at ease. Lin Xian sent Sun Rengan out of the main hall, then stood at the door of the hall with his hands folded, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched Sun Rengan's departing back. Does Marquis Pingding still need peace of mind? I'm just afraid that Marquis Pingding won't even be able to sleep tonight. Lin Ji's figure reappeared outside the main hall, and at this moment, Sun Rengan had already walked out of the Marquis residence. Marquis? There's something wrong with this Marquis Pingding's son? A hint of killing intent appeared in Lin Ji's eyes. While what they were talking about wasn't anything private, it was obvious that outsiders shouldn't be listening in on such things. Marquis Pingding's son was also smart enough to know to resign, but Lin Xian had left him behind, which was very wrong. Moreover, he had asked the housekeeper that the Marquis didn't hold the assassin. So what was Lin Xian's intention in asking him to interrogate him just now? Lin Xian shook his head and said with a smile, the Marquis of Pingding's son shouldn't have a problem. But that doesn't mean the Marquis of Pingding doesn't have a problem. Let's scare Marquis Pingding this time. I'm quite curious to see what he'll do next. Chapter 15 Marquis Pingding's Fear. The Yun family strikes. Marquis Pingding's mansion. Sun Rengan had just returned to the Marquis residence when he was summoned by Marquis Pingding. Father. In the study, Sun Rengan shouted, and Marquis Pingding, who was writing with his pen, stopped. Have there been any changes in the 8 Directions Marquis mansion from before? Marquis Pingding asked directly. Sunrun Burgundy was a bit strange. Father must have known about what happened in front of the 8 Square Marquis, but he didn't care about himself and asked about the 8 Square Marquis first. However, he didn't think much about it, but replied, there is no difference with the past. To say that the only difference is that those underlings of the Marquis have all run away, and also rolled away the family property of his Marquis, and now the 8 Marquis can only be left with an empty shell. Speaking of this children and grandchildren, Rangon could not help but laugh a little. Those calligraphy and paintings on the walls of the 8 Square Marquis residence, including those vases and ornaments, many of them were cheap goods that he and Lin Xian had gone to the market together. It looks like a great value, but it's not really worth a few bucks. But now, with even this worthless decoration gone, he was eager to see the faces of those underlings as they sold off the assets of the Marquis. However, Marquis Pingding didn't care about this, but continued, tell father what you saw and heard in the Eightfold Marquis residence, and your conversation with the Eightfold Marquis, word for word. Sun Rengan frowned. Father, my child has nothing else in mind when he befriends the Marquis of the 8 Directions. These are my child's personal matters, and I shouldn't tell my father. Marquis Pingding raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, you misunderstand. Nowadays the situation in Kyoto is complicated. The 8 Marquis is standing on the tip of the wind and waves. My father just wants to help the 8 Marquis a hand, or else he will not be able to keep this Marquis position. I am afraid that the human head may not be able to keep it. The more my father knows, the more it will help him. You don't want to see anything happen to your friends, do you? Sun Rengan's expression soothed for a moment or two, and upon further thought, this was indeed the truth. Especially since the 8 Marquis residents also encountered an assassin yesterday. Encountering an assassin at this juncture is definitely not normal, so it's good to let father follow and analyze it. With that, he also told the whole story. Marquis Pingding listened to his son's narration, his frown getting tighter and tighter. He already knew the previous things about Lin Biao, so he didn't feel strange. It's just that the few assassins he sent were captured alive by the 8 Marquis? That's a bit of a problem. Although he didn't know where the experts from the 8 Square Marquis came from, the fact that those few people entered the 8 Square Marquis and never came out again definitely spoke volumes. If they were really captured, would they give themselves up? That Lin Ji is the personal guards of Lin Qian, more almost as a disciple teaching, should have learned a few percent of Lin Qian's skills. Perhaps it is really possible to interrogate themselves out. No, one had to find a way to silence them before they gave themselves up. Whether it's to exterminate those assassins or the Eightfold Husband's men, it's fine, but how to silence them? That Lin Ji's cultivation should be that of a Zongshur, and he wasn't far from the degenerate realm. There were also more than 20 personal guards that Lin Ji had brought with him in the 8 Directions Marquis residence. Although the cultivation of these personal guards was not too high, the strongest was only at the Gangchi realm. But after all, they all came down from the sands, each with a murderous spirit, and under the combined strength of 20 people it was even possible to have a fight with a Zongshur. Coupled with the experts that might be hidden in the Eightfold Marquis residence, it was still difficult to silence them. But if you don't silence them, if this matter is revealed, won't you be finished? Father, father? The shouts of Sun Rengan startled Marquis Pingding from his contemplation. Ah, You go and get busy. My father needs to think about something. Marquis Pingding soothed the look on his face and said softly. Sun Rengong didn't suspect too much and exited the study after making a bow. After Sun Rengong, Marquis Pingding also hurriedly walked out of the study and headed towards the outside of the residence, where the carriage was ready. The 3 assassins of the Supervisory Heavenly Division who assassinated the Marquis of the 8 Directions were taken away by the Kyoto Prefecture with paperwork and formalized procedures. After all, it was an assassination case, and the Kyoto prefectural government was legally compliant in lifting the person. When Joshin knew about this and realized that it was fishy, the courtier's office again intercepted the person right before Kyoto House brought him to the gate of Kyoto House. However, the 3 assassins had only just been escorted to their prison wagons by the Imperial Court, when the Ministry of Justice, with the documents stamped with the Great Seal, forcibly took the people away again. Supervisory Division. Joshin burst out laughing when he heard his subordinates report. Interesting, really interesting, Kyoto hasn't been this lively for a long time. What a pair of great hands. Not only mobilizing the Kyoto Prefecture, but even the Imperial Court and the Ministry of Justice have been used. Let me guess? That cowardly and backgroundless guy from Kyoto Prefect dares to ask me. The Supervisory Heavenly Division. For someone, and it should be a royal prince giving the word behind him, right? Then the final criminal department should be Yun Xiang's hand. Just who is the intermediary in the middle of the Court of Justice to intervene? Does the court captain's office want to find out the result or does it not want to find out the result? Is it hard to believe that the court captain Liu is also involved in this? The subordinate beside him opened his mouth and said, My lord, the court captain's office should not have reached the step of looting you, otherwise they would not have watched people being taken away by the Ministry of Penalty, and if they really do it, the court captain's office is still not a wimp to the Ministry of Penalty. Now that the person has been taken to the criminal ministry's prison, what do we do? To ask the Ministry of Justice for the person? Joshin shook his head and said, Since Yun Xiang has made a move, we can't ask for anyone even if we want them, and unless the Sage of the Face takes the errand over, no one will be able to ask for anyone from Yun Xiang. Let's put it this way, you make a trip to the Octagon Marquis residence and inform the Octagon Marquis of this matter, saying that Mr. Zhou is unable to examine the true culprits for him, but that this matter will naturally be investigated by someone who will be able to make it clear. Yes, this person respectfully answered and retreated. Marquis of the 8 Directions. It would be just as well if it was a heavy-handed Lin Biao, but it's just a teenage second-generation Marquis of less than 18 years old who deserves to take the Yun family as this gun over and over again? Are you arrogant or are you strategizing? I, the Supervisory Heavenly Division, am also eager to see who else in the middle of Kyoto can have so much energy and guts. Zhou Zheng's voice mumbled from inside the room. Ministry of Justice Jail. Looking at the 3 killers who had already been tortured beyond recognition, the Criminal Affairs Department's jailer in charge of the interrogation let out a sigh. He was the most famous torture expert in the Ministry of Justice, but even after he had used all his means, he still hadn't been able to pry open these 3 people's mouths. Suddenly, a Taoist-robed middle-aged man walked into the torture room accompanied by 2 officials from the Ministry of Justice. The secretary warden saluted in a hurry, because one of the officials was the second-in-command of the Ministry of Justice, the Minister of Justice, Zhang Yuankai. What kind of status must a character be that even he has to be accompanied on the side? Zhang Yuankai waved his hand, and all the personnel of the Ministry of Punishment, including the division wardens, immediately knowingly withdrew from the torture room. Seeing that all the unrelated people had left, Zhang Yuankai clasped his fists at the middle-aged Taoist priest and retreated as well. That middle-aged Taoist priest took a few steps forward, and at this time, the 3 inhumanly shaped killers also got a good look at this person's face, and all of a sudden, their bodies trembled, seemingly extremely fearful. Don't be afraid, it'll be quick, the Taoist priest whispered softly, and the duster in his hand was already caressing above the heads of the 3. After a full half-quarter of an hour, the middle-aged Taoist walked out of the torture room. Zhang Yuankai hurriedly greeted the middle-aged Taoist priest and led the way. Before he left he looked back and the torture chamber was empty. Zhang Yuankai's heart immediately fluttered. These transcendent existences are really horrible. 3 big living people. Hard to directly give the whole thing is gone. Soon, the middle-aged Taoist priest's figure appeared in a luxurious mansion in the imperial city. Da Xia, Chancellor's residence. Chapter 16, Marquis Pingding's death. Lin Xian takes the fall. Well, in the Chancellor's mansion, Yun Xiu was sipping tea and asked out loud. The middle-aged Taoist priest spoke up. It's Marquis Pingding, but they didn't meet Marquis Pingding, but the middleman borrowed Marquis Pingding's name, and whether it's Marquis Pingding behind it or not is still up for debate. Yun Kojing put down his tea and revealed a thoughtful look before shaking his head. The Marquis of Pingding is likely to take action against the Marquis of the 8 Directions, but it still dares not take my Cloud family, and even more so, it dares not take the people of the royal family as this gun. It's a pity that, in the beginning, Also for the great summer to set up a sweat into the body of a civilian to advance to the position of military marquis, and now it is even pushed out to do this scapegoat. A strange color appeared in the middle-aged Taoist's eyes as he spoke out. Minister Yun is going to lay hands on Marquis Pingding? After all, he is a great Xia military marquis enshrined by the human emperor. Yun Xiaozheng shook his head and said, "What is a military marquis?" When he walked onto the stage he was doomed. And naturally this prime minister will not take a shot at him, but that doesn't mean he will have a life to stay. It was at this moment that the butler of Chancellor Gu's residence walked up to the main hall with quick steps and a serious face. "Master Shang, something has happened. Marquis Pingding is dead." Yun Kojing revealed an expression that was surely so, while the middle-aged Taoist next to him frowned. What great guts, killing a Xia military marquis so blatantly. Are you really not afraid of the human emperor's wrath? Yun Xiaozhan looked at the housekeeper and inquired, "Where did Marquis Pingding die? How did he die?" The housekeeper replied, "Marquis Pingding died at Spring Breeze House, and the cause of death found out on the side of the Kyoto prefecture is death by overindulgence." What a joke! The middle-aged Taoist sneered. Marquis Pingding is at least a powerful man of the sovereign realm. Overindulging in lust? The Kyoto prefecture dares to jump to that conclusion? Yun Xujing pondered for a moment and spoke, "It's not impossible. What if Marquis Pingding is not voluntary? The supervisory heavenly division should intervene in this matter, so we don't need to pay attention to this line for now. But the people behind the scenes would be delusional if they thought they could end it by just launching a Marquis of Pingding." Master Shang, there is another piece of news that is circulating in the marketplace today. It seems that the Marquis of Pingding sent an expert into the Marquis of the Eight Directions last night, but he never came out after entering the Marquis mansion, and the three assassins. The rumors also say that they are the Marquis of Pingding's people. The butler continued. Yun Xujing tapped his fingers on the back of the chair a few times, and a cold smile appeared on his face once again. What a good tactic. Even if the Pingding Marquis is pushed out to be the scapegoat, also not forgetting to swing the 8-square Marquis. Lin Jia are dead. How much hatred does the person behind this and the 8-square Marquis house have? Have to make that little guy in the crowd? For the time being, there is no need to pay attention to the affairs of the 8 Marquis. That little fellow doesn't look as foolish as he seemed before, and let's see how he will respond. Real son, I'm still troubling you to make a trip to Ruifang to help this minister find someone. What? Marquis Pingding is dead? The 8 Directions Marquis mansion. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Although the Daxia military marquis is just a civilian marquis, without much foundation, and now has no military power in his hands, but after all, there is a knighthood in the body, even such a being said to be dried up. The existence behind the curtain was extraordinary. He originally wasn't sure if Marquis Pingding and the ones targeting him behind the scenes were in cahoots, but now he was sure that even if they weren't in cahoots, they were definitely connected. It's just that the rumors are not in his favor right now. The matter of Marquis Pingding dispatching assassins had even been exposed. Wasn't this pointing out that there were experts among his eightfold Marquis residents? Roast him on a fire? And if the cause of Marquis Pingding's death was found to be fishy, was he the first suspect of the 8 Marquis? Someone just finished assassinating you and then died. That's not revenge? Marquis, the old Marquis even left you an expert? Lin Shi ran over, obviously knowing this news as well. Lin Xian was helpless and pointed at the old butler next to him and said indifferently, "If I didn't have a little bit of cards, how would I dare to remain in a dangerous place like Kyoto?" Lin Shi looked around at the withered-looking old butler next to him. He didn't look like an expert by any stretch of the imagination. He then stopped dwelling on this issue and instead looked towards Lin Xian, speaking with a slightly grave expression on his face. Marquis Pingding died at a bad time, and certainly not a normal death. The person has already been lifted from Kyoto House by the Supervisory Heavenly Division, and if it is found out that it was not a normal death, perhaps it will be suspected on our heads. It just so happens that we, the Marquis of the 8 Directions, have the motivation to do so, and we also have the strength to do so. Lin Xian was bashful and didn't really care. He just said casually, "It doesn't matter. Let them suspect. Not to mention that the person is not killed by this hoe. Even if it is killed by this hoe, without evidence, who dares to come to the door to take this hoe? Do you really think that this Marquis is still at the mercy of others as he was last time?" After saying that, Lin Xian sat back down and picked up the tea next to him and took a sip, then frowned and said with some grumbling, "Uncle Yi is really something too. Didn't they all say that those people are close to catching up? This Marquis of mine is barely able to uncover the pot. There are also the 13 workshops in the capital, the 5 floors and 9 courtyards, these capital's famous money-selling grottos. This Marquis has not yet tried to try it." Lin Ji shook his head helplessly. Although he hadn't seen him for many years, he had gotten news from the capital from time to time, and it seemed that his little brother's character had changed a bit. It's normal though, after a life and death situation, everyone undergoes a bit of a transformation. My little brother should be looking away. It just seems to be looking a little too far away. Supervisory Division. How was it? Zhou Shen looked at the 7th guard pallbearer of the Supervisory Heavenly Division who had come out of the autopsy room and inquired. The Superintendent of Heaven is divided into 7 guards, each with its own duties. The first guard is responsible for supervising all the officials in Kyoto and handling all matters of the supervision of heaven in Kyoto. And this 7th guard is responsible for everything outside of the supervision of heaven division's supervision, intelligence, assassination, and torture. Speaking of which, the 7th guard of the Supervisory Heavenly Division had the most capable people in it. Of course, not in terms of combat. The coroner took off his facecloth and spoke. Guard Master Zhou, it's true that the person died from overindulgence, but my subordinate was the one who detected the residue of Misty Luo Fong and Qi transformation scatter from his body. The real cause of death should be that he had been put under the influence of Qi transformer, resulting in a temporary loss of strength, and then he inhaled the mystic Luo Fong, thus emptying his body, not knowing restraint, and overindulging in lust and dying. So this is a man-made case. Zhou Shen's face did not change. He had known that this matter was definitely man-made as early as the moment he learned of Marquis Pingding's death, so he wasn't surprised. However, the Misty Luo Fong and the Qi transformation dispersion had appeared in the Ningwang mansion last time. Could it be that the person behind the scene had made a move? Of course, another possibility cannot be ruled out. What if the mastermind behind the Ning Palace is Marquis Pingding? Marquis Pingding wanted to lay hands on Marquis 8 Square Lin Xian, and last time, when he failed to make a trick in the Ning King's residence, he sent assassins into Marquis 8 Square's residence, but he didn't realize that Marquis 8 Square's residence had strong people. After that, he assassinated Marquis of the 8 Directions Lin Xian again on the banks of the Luo River, but was blocked by himself. And it was also from these killers that eightfold Marquis Lin Xian knew that Marquis Pingding was behind it. Then he returned the favor in his own way, and similarly used the Misty Luo Fong and the Qi transformation dispersion to give the Marquis of Pingding a very humiliating way to die. Doesn't that make sense? And if he, the first guardian master of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, thought so, what about the others? Chapter 17, Yi Chong visits again. News from Bai Xiaolu. In the middle of Kyoto, the dark currents are surging, and a piece of news is circulating in the city. On this day alone, the people of Kyoto ate 2 large melons. The first was that the 13th princess of the Great Xia imperial family intended to assassinate the eightfold marquis, and then was slapped by the eightfold marquis in public. The second is that the Great Xia Pingding Ho died in the spring house, or died in the belly of a woman, which can be said to be the most humiliating military marquis ever to die in the Great Xia. Moreover, regarding the second piece of news, there were also rumors that the death of Marquis Pingding seemed to have another hidden agenda. And the spearhead was even pointed directly at Marquis Bafeng. Both of the big melons involved the 8 husbands. For a while, countless gazes were gathered in the octagonal Marquis mansion. I don't know how many eyes were placed in front of the octagonal Marquis mansion, but wherever there was a wind blowing or grass blowing, it would be spread to all directions in an instant. At the time of the evening, a carriage stopped in front of the octagon Marquis residence. This is the carriage of General Yi Chong, the guardian of Kyoto. Yi Chong stepped off the carriage and said smilingly to the 2 personal guards at the door, "Please inform me. I want to see the eightfold marquis." Just as his words fell, the door creaked open and the old butler welcomed him out. "General Yi, please." Yi Chong looked deeply at the old housekeeper. He hadn't noticed this old housekeeper when he came last time, and now he took a closer look. The qi was restrained, without the slightest breath leaking out, and the strength was much stronger than his own. The expert in the 8 marquis house is this one, right? It seemed that I hadn't noticed that there was such an expert in the 8 square marquis residence before, and that it was Lin Jia who had stayed behind to protect Lin Xian. Yi Chong didn't ask too many questions, so he walked in. "Uncle Yi, coming at night, you should have some good news for nephew, right?" In the middle of the main hall, Lin Xian said with a smile, "Good **king news." Yi Chong glared, then fished out a few ingots of gold from his sleeves and threw them over. "This is what your marquis recovered. There are too many things, they are all fakes, so I'll exchange them for gold for you, a total of 25 taels of gold. Your Marquis of the 8 Directions is poor to this point? Dozens of servants escaped and scavenged 250 taels of silver just by scouring your Marquis residence?" Lin Xian grinned and put the gold into his pocket, then looked at Yi Chong and said, "Uncle Yi, your Yi family is a big family. Nephew, this small 8 Marquis house is not comparable. Every month on so little salary, but also to raise dozens of servants to support the scene. It is really not enough to make ends meet. It would have been good to have all these servants gone, at least to save some of their expenses. But here come 2 dozen more, and my nephew is worrying about not having money to pay them. What is a salary?" Yi Chong wondered. "Ahem, it means salary." Lin Xian coughed dryly. Yi Xiang nodded and did not dwell on this issue, but said with a straight face, "Sage nephew, you should have heard all the rumors outside by now, right?" Lin Xian smiled. Is Uncle Yi asking me about fanning the 13th princess or about Marquis Pingding? Yi Chang's eyes glared. Things are true? He was not in Kyoto today, but had gone out to Kyoto on a mission, and had only returned a short while ago, and was simply shocked beyond words when he heard these two pieces of news. This didn't seem like something Lin Xian could do in any way, but it would be fine if one person and two people said that. The whole Kyoto is spreading that way. In particular, the matter of the 13th princess could be seen by more than one pair of eyes. Only Lin Xian shook his head. Seeing Lin Xian shaking his head, Yi Chong was slightly relieved and lifted his teacup to take a sip of tea to suppress his shock. Sometimes, seeing is not always believing, and there must be someone who wants to frame Lin Xian nephew. It's not all false. For example, nephew slapping the 13th princess is true. Marquis Pingding sending people to assassinate nephew is also true. But saying that nephew killed Marquis Pingding, that's a bit of an empty claim. Lin Xian's voice rang in Yi Chang's ears. Put. Yi Chong sprayed out all of his mouthful of tea. What did you say? Did you really slap the princess? Yi Chang's scream rang out. He felt a little breathless in his heart, and he also felt a little sorry for brother Lin. This Lin boy himself really can't protect it. Can't go back to kneeling on his father's knees again without a shred of fatherly love. Can he? Lin Xian covered his ears and proceeded to say, Uncle Yi, it's not a big deal. Look, it's been a day. The royal family didn't look for nephew's trouble, and the Yun family didn't look for nephew's trouble. With the 13th princess's bratty and willful demeanor, maybe they'll even thank me. Yi Chong only felt a little heartache. Xian nephew which is so easy to end. You wait and see. Tomorrow the court meeting. I do not know how many people want to participate in it. Even with the 13 princesses to participate, those speech officials do not care what your identity is. Also, that black hand behind the scenes that wants to deal with you will surely take advantage of the opportunity to strike, wanting to stomp you down in one fell swoop. Even though Lin Xian didn't take the initiative to make enemies when he was still around in the past, I don't know how many people couldn't stand to see him as a commoner marquis. You once fell to the 7th prince, and even though you already have the intention of drawing a line with the 7th prince now, this is a battle to seize the throne, and the other royal camps will not fail to step on you. Nowadays, the 8th marquis house can be said to be full of enemies. One wrong step is an abyss. Yi Chong analyzed bitterly. I should have told all of this together when I came the day before yesterday, or else Lin Xian wouldn't have caused so much trouble. However, Lin Xian didn't seem to take his words to heart, only to hear Lin Xian faintly say, nephew listens to Uncle Yi's teachings, but the one who steps into the abyss may not necessarily be the Marquis of the 8 Directions. Alright, time is not early. Now this current situation. Yi uncle, this identity. Inconvenient to stay in the Marquis house for too long, but also please go back to rest early. Yi Chong sighed, got up and left the main hall. Lin Xian was right. It was indeed inappropriate for him to stay in the 8 Directions Marquis residence in this capacity. To be precise, the Kyoto guard should not be close to any officials in Kyoto. After Yi Chong left, Lin Xian sat back down. Come out. Lin Xian's voice rang out. Then only a figure suddenly appeared in the great hall. Bai Xiaoshang. How did things turn out? Lin Xian opened his mouth to inquire. Although 100 Dawn Tower was in its infancy, it was already rooted in the world and was developing and expanding at an unimaginable speed. And right now, Bai Xiaolu's center of gravity is all on the Kyoto side. What Lin Xian wanted them to look into was Marquis Pingding's past with the Marquis of the 8 Directions. He wanted to know why the Marquis of Pingding would lay hands on him. He remembered that the Marquis of Pingding and his father had a pretty good relationship, or else he wouldn't have befriended the Marquis of Pingding's son. Son Rengong, Bai Xiaoshang replied in a respectful voice. Marquis, we've checked it out. Marquis Pingding and old Marquis met 23 years ago, and both enlisted in the army at the same time. Bai Xiaoshang narrated for half a quarter of an hour. When Bai Xiaoshang finished his narration, Lin Xian waved his hand. Bai Xiaoshang immediately retreated. What a dog's blood! After Bai Xiaoshang retreated, Lin Xian sighed. Regarding the matter between Marquis Pingding and Lin Biao, it was very simple. It was all caused by jealousy. Lin Jie became famous as a teenager, and after joining the army, both his cultivation and military achievements have been rising, so he is naturally unrivaled among the younger generation of Dixia. And naturally, this is not without some childish drama. At that time, the infatuated girls who fell in love with Lin Xian could be said to be lined up both inside and outside of Kyoto. Even the royal princesses and talented women of the family lintel were quite a few who fell in love with Lin Xian and even willingly lowered their status to become concubines in the government. However, Lin Xian was only in love with one person, and that was the bamboo horse and childhood friend with whom he grew up, and no one else caught his eye. As a result, those who were in love with Lin Xian were all married after a long and hopeless wait. The Marquis of Pingding is one of them. Of course, Lin didn't know. Even Marquis Pingding's desire to lay hands on himself was Lin Xian's speculation based on this. The Marquis of Pingding is an extremely careful and controlling man. How could he allow his wife to fall in love with another man? Despite the fact that his position as Marquis of Pingding was all earned for him by Lin Biao, he still wanted to put Lin Biao to death, including his son. Chapter 18, Hot Discussions in the Assembly. Yunxiangjin Dynasty Hall, the Hall of Leaving Heaven, the main hall of the Daxia Palace, the place of the pilgrimage. Today's court meeting is much more lively than the past days. Many rarely participate in the existence of the court meeting today also arrived a lot, such as a few princes and a few princes and lords. They don't participate in the pilgrimage on weekdays. Daxia Emperor has long had a decree in the first, where the state princes and princes, nothing cannot go to the temple. Anyway, about the Daxia political affairs they do not send what use, if there is a need for them when they will naturally be summoned to see them. And besides them, several imperial princes in the capital also entered the hall early. Daxia 9 princes, the eldest prince and the 9th prince are in the army, the 2nd prince in Jiangnan to deal with flooding, the 14th prince was punished by the human emperor some time ago, grounded at home, the 16th prince has not yet reached adulthood, and cannot go to the temple, the remaining several princes, the 3rd prince, 6th prince, 7th prince, and 10th prince all stood in the front position in the hall. As the ministers stepped into the hall one after another, the court meeting was about to begin. It was only that there was still a figure like a pin in the middle of this great hall that was missing. The chancellorship is vacant. Apparently, that Daxia chancellor has not yet arrived. Dang! Along with a bell ringing, a figure slowly stepped into the hall. If it's not Chancellor Yun Kuyong, then who is it? All of the officials bowed their heads towards Yun Xiuzhang, and the several imperial princes in front of them also bowed slightly. The several princes and princesses standing in the opposite orientation of the prince, on the other hand, only slightly arched their hands. Yun Kuji walked to his seat with an expressionless face. After he stood still, a figure also quietly appeared on top of the dragon chair that symbolized the supreme position high above the main hall. Greetings to His Majesty the Human Emperor. All the ministers bowed their heads. Exempt. A dignified voice that could not be heard to be happy or angry resounded through the great hall. If you have something to report, you can leave the court without anything. A sharp voice followed. From the mouth of Li Lian, the three-flower eunuch who is the chief steward of the palace. I have the present message. A royal historian of the Metropolitan Procuratorate, whose name is Sun Kai, appeared on the line with a sangha in his hand. Today's court meeting, there is no need to commit to a sangha. You can speak freely. Eunuch Sanhua once again exited. Obviously, he was authorized by the human emperor. Imperial historian Sun Kai tucked the Jingji into his sleeve, then spoke loudly. Yesterday morning, the 8th Square Marquis slapped the 13th princess outside the Marquis residence, degrading the majesty of the Daxia royal family, and even cursing the Daxia's national fortune with his words. His heart can be put to death. Therefore, I ask that the 8th Square Marquis be condemned. The hall was silent. The human emperor did not have any words out. The other ministers did not come out to refute the person, but no one responded. Sun Kai cautiously raised his head and looked around in wonder. It shouldn't. Doesn't it make sense that after you speak, the people behind you should enthusiastically follow suit? Half of the people in this court can't wait for something to happen to the Marquis of the 8 Directions, right? Sun Kai realized that most of the officials had their eyes focused on Yun Xiang. Seeing this, Sun Kai's heart was startled. Could it be that Yun Xiang wanted to protect the 8 Marquis? Your Majesty, I also have a present. I play the 13th Princess Misbehavior. Assassinate the Daxia military marquis in the street. There is a disruption of Daxia's discipline, smearing Daxia's royal family. I ask for the crime of the 13th princess. Hundreds of officials were shocked, raised their eyes to look, and found that the person who spoke out was actually an official of the Ministry of Mandarins. And what's even more surprising is that this official seems to be under the Chancellor's door. Someone under his own door to play the 13th princess? Your Majesty, the 13th princess is still young, and her intent in striking out at the Marquis of the 8 Directions was not to assassinate the Marquis of the 8 Directions, but rather, it was just playfulness between children. My Daxia to martial arts to protect the country. 13 princess although young, but martial arts profound, has always been more revered martial arts, is estimated to hear that will be promised to the 8 Marquis. Want to try the 8 Marquis of martial arts color only. So by the 8 Marquis of the misunderstanding of the people, which shall not be what disturbed the discipline of the Daxia, smearing Daxia royal family's crime. The Minister of Rights stepped forward to defend the 13th princess. This Minister of Rights also comes from the Chancellor's door. The crowd then understood. Think just asked the 13th princess is also the arrangement of the cloud phase. He first raised the fault of the 13th princess, and then explained the reason. To save the other people suddenly attacked, was caught by surprise. If the human emperor's words were finalized, who would dare to mention this matter in the courtroom again in the future? But where did Squire Zhang hear that the 13th princess would be betrothed to the Marquis of the 8 Directions? My son thought that what servant Zhang said was very courteous. and that the 13th imperial sister and the Marquis of the Eight Directions were similar in age. But it was just playfulness. The 10th prince stepped forward. Although it was said that she was not her own sister, as a prince, it was only right to defend the Xia royal family. More than that, he could use it to show goodwill to Yun Xiang. If you can get the support of the Yun family, even if the power is weak again, the prince, on the way to seize the first wife, will also instantly leap up to become one of the most qualified few. Of course, it was impossible to make the Yun family fall to him because of this. It was just good to brush up his presence more. I have been aware of this matter. Small 13 naughty and naughty. With the cloud-clearing palace confinement in March. After March, choose a good day. An 8-square marquee marriage. The human emperor's voice traveled out, immediately causing the ministers' hearts to tremble. There are a few have already prepared the sonata ready to step on a foot of officials quietly grope. The sonata will be stuffed back. The human emperor have spoken. This time also dare to play 13 princesses not looking for uncomfortable? Your Majesty, the great offense of the 8-square marquee, should be asked for his crime. How can you still marry the royal princess to him? Imperial historian Sun Gai said righteously. Many people secretly gave him a thumbs up and a secret warrior. It's just a little playfulness between a small pair of soon-to-be newlyweds. What great offense does Royal Secretary Sun think the Marquis of the Eight Directions should be guilty of? The Minister of Rights looked at Sun Kai and inquired. The Marquis of the Eight Directions has slapped the 13th princess. Is it still playful? Sun Kai glared. It's been said that the playfulness between newlyweds. The Sun Imperial historian is old and may not be able to keep up with the pace of the times. Of course, he doesn't know what young people think nowadays. There are a lot of fancies of these little youngsters. Squire Zhang said lightly. Ha 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 ha. Squire Zhang's words caused bursts of laughter in the middle of the great hall. However, the Marquis of the Eight Directions also said that sooner or later, Great Xiao will be finished. Sun Kai spoke again. Squire Zhang turned and bowed toward the top. Your Majesty, I ask for the offense of Royal Secretary Sun. Sun Kai's head was slightly confused. What is the offense of this official? The chapter minister snorted coldly. Humph. As a royal historian, when the shoulder for the Xia checking and filling the responsibility, but also to supervise the government to monitor the 100 officials, need to know that each of your words may determine the life and death of a number of people, and now it is out of context. Wanting to use this to punish the Xia military lords, Marquis of the Eight Directions, this statement is prefixed. This official can likewise say such words today. If my Daxia court are all people like the Sun Royal Historian, sooner or later Daxia will be finished. The Sun Royal Historian, but also ask for the crime of this official. Like you and other people who do not recognize loyalty and treachery and do not distinguish between right and wrong, this official is ashamed to be in your company. After saying that, Squire Zhang took 2 steps back and moved away from him a bit. Sun Kai plopped down on his knees and said with a trembling voice, Your Majesty is clear. My heart is all for Xia, and I have no selfishness whatsoever. I am tired. Today's pilgrimage will end here. The next thing Yun Xiang deal with it. The human emperor's voice resounded through the hall, and when the ministers looked up again, the human emperor had already disappeared. Greetings to His Majesty, the human emperor. Yun Xiao Zhang turned around and looked at the 100 officials in the hall with an expressionless face. 100 officials' face looks different. Seems to not expect today's court meeting ended like this. Most of them came with the Zhang have not yet had time to pass it, including several princes and marquises who were there to watch the fun were likewise not expecting it. If Yun Xiang does not take action, today's court meeting is afraid that it will continue for another hour, and the courtroom will have to make a lot of noise. What a thunderbolt! Could it be that the mastermind behind the targeting of the Marquis of the Eight Directions and the use of the 13th princess as a sword is really the dead Marquis of Pingding? That's right. The great summer Marquis died violently and His Majesty didn't say anything? Chapter 19, Condolence for Marquis Pingding, Sun Ringdong's discovery. The events of the pilgrimage soon spread throughout Kyoto. In a place like Kyoto, unless the human emperor expressly forbade it, there was little news that could be concealed. Lin Xian had naturally gotten the news. He was not surprised by this situation. The cloud phase is so sophisticated that it will naturally take out the 13 princesses, and taking out the 13 princesses will naturally take him out as well. Only what Lin Xian hadn't thought of was what the hell was a wedding date 3 months later? Doesn't he need to be consulted about this? Even just Princess Yun casually mentioned it yesterday, and without even a decree, she let herself and Princess 13 consummate their marriage? Dreaming. Let him marry the 13th princess? That was impossible, even if the human emperor decreed it. Lin Ji, come on, change your clothes, let's go out for a spin. Lin Xian discarded any other thoughts, called out to Lin Ji, and went out the door. He had originally called Lin Ji by his elder brother, but when Lin Ji said nothing, Lin Xian began to call him by his first name as well. Marquis, where are we going? On the street, Lin Ji, who had changed into white clothes, followed behind Lin Xian, and the old housekeeper was even a few steps behind. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had changed into a green shirt and was holding a folding fan. Who wouldn't say suave and elegant when they see him? Marquis Pingding's residence. Lin Xian opened his mouth. The two residences are not too far away, so there is no carriage. What? Going to the Marquis of Pingding's residence? Is it appropriate to go to the Marquis of Pingding mansion now? Lin Ji said helplessly. Regarding the death of Marquis Pingding, there are now rumors all over the place that Marquis Pingding's death is related to the 8th Marquis, and the Supervisory Heavenly Division also confirmed the cause of death of the Pingding Marquis, not a normal death, but a homicide. At present, the Supervisory Heavenly Division has already taken over all the cases, and the specific circumstances are still under investigation. It's just as well that you don't avoid suspicion now, but you dare to board the gate of the Marquis of Pingding's mansion? Lin Xian is indifferent. He is not afraid of these what gossip. Gossip cannot kill people. Kill people still have to use their fists. Marquis Pingding's mansion. White damask hanging outside the door of the mansion. Lin Xian's trio stepped forward, and two boys draped in white cloths greeted them. The Marquis of the 8 Directions has come to offer his condolences. Lin Ji stepped forward to pass on. The two boys were surprised, but they didn't dare to be slow in the face of the great Xia military lords. Marquis, wait a moment. I will go forward to inform. There's no need to inform. This Marquis and your family's son are as close as brothers. And even more so, the Marquis of Pingding is regarded as his own elder. So why is there a need to inform? With that, Lin Xian headed inside, and the two boys didn't dare to stop him. So one of them had to quickly go and pass on the report. Above the hearth, a few figures were sobbing in small voices. The watchman's boy walked over quickly and hurriedly said, "First mistress, second mistress, the Marquis of the 8 Directions has come to offer his condolences." What? The Marquis of the 8 Directions? He still dares to come over? A middle-aged female woman hurriedly got up with a fierce look on her face. She was the side wife of the Marquis of Pingding, the second wife of the Marquis. Yang, I believe that my father was not killed by the eightfold husband. You should not talk nonsense about things without evidence, Sun Ringong said in a deep voice. The second lady glanced at Sun Ringong and spoke. What do you know? You don't know that people's hearts are treacherous. Do you think that his friendship with you is a brotherly friendship? It's not because the old Marquis of the 8 Directions died. He's afraid that he can't support the Marquis of the 8 Directions alone, and he wants the master to give him a hand? The second madam's words are very reasonable. I don't know that people's hearts are treacherous. Brother Sun, in the future, this huge sun mansion will rely on you to support it alone. Be careful if people's hearts are treacherous. A voice came from outside the spiritual hall. Lin Xian had already stepped in. Brother Lin. Sun Ringong hurriedly got up and greeted him. The first lady struggled to get up as well, but was held up by Lin Xian as he stepped forward. The first lady doesn't need to be polite. You are considered my Marquis elder. How can you bow to a junior? The first lady of the Pingding Marquis house had an accident many years ago, resulting in a disability of both legs, unable to walk upright, and has not taken a step out of the house since then. She was also one of the people who had fallen in love with Lin Xian, only that the concubine had love and the groom had no intention to do so, and she eventually married Marquis Pingding. At that time, Marquis Pingding was not yet Marquis Pingding, while the eldest lady is the daughter of the family, is really considered to be married off. Only the second madam looked at Lin Xian with an unfriendly face. What did Lin Xian's words just now mean? Letting Sun Ringong take charge of the Sun family. Beware of the treacherous hearts. Beware of whom? That paraplegic guy worships Buddha all the time, and the Sun family has been run by himself for so many years. Lin Xian didn't even look at this second madam, but instead looked at the tablet in front of the spirit hall. Because the supervisory division is still working on the case, the body of the Marquis of Pingding remains in the supervisory division, so there is no coffin in the spirit hall, only a tablet. Uncle, the last time we met was half a year ago, right? I didn't realize that that meeting was the last time we would see each other, and since then you and I have been separated from each other forever. Yelp, Lin Xian said painfully. Cats cry for fake mercy, the second lady said coldly from the sidelines. Lin Xian, let me just ask you one thing. Did you kill my master? Lin Xian glanced at her faintly and said, my father and Uncle Sun are as close as brothers. I am not like father and son but more like father and son, and even more with the human Burgundy as a close friend. Why would I want to kill Uncle Sun? It's not because the master sent someone to kill you? You knew about it and thus took revenge on the master. The second lady said subconsciously. The second mistress even believes in these marketplace rumors? Then I'll have someone go and spread a message saying that Uncle Sun died in second madam's bed. So second madam is also a murderer? Lin Xian laughed. The second madam's delicate body shook, shivering as she pointed at Lin Xian and spoke. You, nonsense, you must have killed the master. I want you to pay for the master's life. With that, a dagger actually appeared in her hand and stabbed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge, didn't even move a muscle, and Sun Ringong had already blocked in front of Lin Xian, subduing him by knocking the dagger out of his hand. Yang, stop it, someone come, help Yang back to rest, Sun Ringong said sternly. At once, several marquee guards came in to take the second lady away. Afterwards, Sun Ringong apologized and said to Lin Xian, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, Yang is just this temperament, his father's death hit him too hard. No harm done, it's understandable. Lin Xian shook his head. Brother Lin, I wonder if I could take a step to speak. Sun Ringong was silent for a moment and continued. Lin Xian nodded, then followed Sun Ringong out of the spirit hall. Outside the Sun Mansion study, Sun Ringong turned to look at Lin Xian and said seriously, Brother Lin, I'll ask you one last time, did you kill my father? Even if you admit that you did, I won't blame you. After all, it was my father who intended to kill you first. Even if he died at your hands, he deserved it. Lin Xian shook his head inside. Brother Sun, I won't hide anything from you. I do know that it was your father who sent assassins to assassinate me, and I also have the motive and ability to kill your father. But I really didn't kill your father. I believe you. Sun Rengan nodded, then pushed open the door to the study and walked in. Lin Xian followed him in. He was quite curious as to what Sun Rengan wanted to show him. It shouldn't be necessary to travel so far if you just want to say something. In the middle of the study, Sun Ringong sat down in the position that Marquis Pingding usually sat in, then groped under the table with both hands for a moment or two. A few moments later, with a creak, the desk on the side of the study began to pan out, revealing a small hidden compartment behind it. Sun Ringong got up and took out a box from a hidden compartment, opening it in front of Lin Xian. Inside was a small stack of notes. Lin Xian opened it and flipped through it for a while. Basically every single one of them had the 3 words Eightfold Marquee on it. All that was written on it was Lin Xian's whereabouts, of course, but also Lin Xian's. From the span on top of this note, it was more than a decade. My father has often told me that he would draw the 8 Marquee as a confidant, but I had not thought that my father would be such a superficial villain. Sun Ringong smiled miserably. Last night, my mother also said a lot to me, and I realized why my father had been so cold to my mother for so many years, and it wasn't because of her leg problem. So even if you did kill him, I wouldn't blame you. That's on him. These things are supposed to be a link between my father and the forces behind the scenes that really want to deal with you. I thought it was fishy after the news of my father's death came through yesterday, so I came to the study to see if my father had left anything behind. Except the study was rummaged through, but I don't think they found this. This will be given to you, and I hope it will help you. Sun Ringgan handed over the box. Lin Xian took the box. You can really find out a lot of information from the top of these things. Brother Sun, take care. Lin Xian didn't say anything more. Although the Marquis of Pingding's position could not be inherited by the second generation, but with the identity of the First Lady, I thought that it would not be too bad. Chapter 20, Innate Unsullied Body. The Red Mansion. Marquis of the 8 Directions, by Xiaoshang reappeared, and Lin Xian handed by Xiaoshang the box that had been handed to him from Sun Ringong. Go by the time and content on this. You should be able to find out quite a few people. Bring all of them over to see this Marquis. Lin Xian spoke. This note contains a lot of information about their father and son, and some of the information can only be known by the people around them, so they should be able to find out a lot of people. From these people, I wonder if we can feel out who is behind this. The normal course of events would have been to keep those people under surveillance to see who they would come into contact with and thus follow the trail. But Lin Xian couldn't wait that long. What he wanted was to beat the bushes, forcefully find out the opponent's traces, force the opponent to make a move, and then make it quick and easy. Bai Xiaoshang nodded, then took the box and disappeared into the mansion. Lin Xian, on the other hand, remained in the hall and fell into deep thought. It was obvious that the things targeting their 8 Directions Marquis had started many years ago. Why? Is it something to do with his father, Lam Qiu? Does Lin Lin's death have anything to do with it? Although with the current evidence proving that Lin Biao was killed by the Northern Mang Tuozing Peak, why did Lin Biao go deeper into the Northern Mang? And is the truth he heard the truth? Because Lin Lin died, those people started targeting themselves? Was there a need to target himself like this? A wasteful second generation of a mere Yuan Qi realm? Lin Xian shook his head. He's still not very good at thinking about this stuff, but that's okay. The 100 Dawn House will give itself the answer. It's still imperative that I find a way to improve myself, and hopefully I'll be able to sign up for something worthwhile today. Sign in. Lin Xian's mind moved. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to the host for signing in the Innate Unsullied Body. Is it extracted? Innate Immaculate Body? Lin Xian was slightly startled. I've never heard the name, but it feels so awesome. Extraction. Lin Xian didn't think for too long as a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. In an instant, a majestic and pure power erupted from within Lin Xian's body, with radiant light and 1,000 rays, as if a torrent had broken through the heavy shackles within his body. Lin Xian felt like every cell in his body was cheering in general. Not only that, all the impurities in his body were removed in this instant, and even his temperament underwent a great transformation. Subsequently, before he could even try to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth, endless yuan qi surged towards him furiously, almost instantly stuffing all the meridians in his body to the brim. Suddenly, a flash of joy appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, only to hear a roar coming from within him. Afterwards, Lin Xian's figure was seen rising up, and in a single swipe, he was out of the main hall, hovering in the courtyard of the marquis residence. Condense your qi and you can move with your qi. The current Lin Xian had been baptized by the aura brought by the innate unsullied body, and had elevated from the first realm of power prana at the first realm of shedding to the second realm, the qi prana realm. Congratulations, Marquis, for successfully breaking through the qi spirit realm. The old butler appeared on the side with a smile on his face. As early as when Lin Xian hadn't yet made his breakthrough he had sensed it, and then shielded all of the Hofu's breath. Otherwise with the commotion of Lin Xian's breakthrough he was afraid that the whole of Kyoto would have to know about it. Lin Xian landed, the smile on his face unabated. Not only did he have a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he also obtained this innate unsullied body. This kind of physique cultivation is no longer half the effort can be described. It is simply a natural cultivation seed. Almost every moment there is heaven and earth yuan qi washing his body, not only to enhance his cultivation, but also to enhance his battle strength, coupled with the techniques and magic weapons he had mastered. Even at the essence spirit realm he was confident that he would be able to win the battle, but the earth transformation realm would be a bit of a challenge. The seventh realm is a watershed in the earth transformation realm, and the gap between those who cross it and those who don't is huge. In the evening, Lin Xian once again went out of the Marquis of the Eight Directions mansion, and this time, Lin Ji was the only one to follow. Lin Ji's cultivation had reached zongsure perfection, and he was already a step away from the realm of forcefulness. Don't look at the fact that his cultivation had yet to reach the force spirit realm, but he was already extremely gifted among the younger generation. After all, he was only 20 years old today. At 20 years of age, one could not find many patriarch perfectionists in the entire Great Xia. After crossing this step, he was transcendent, stepping into the ranks of the powerful. With him by his side, in the middle of this Kyoto, there was no need for the old butler to follow at all times. Marquis, what place wants us to come out at night? Lin Ji said with doubt. Lin Xian didn't tell him his destination when he shouted for him to go out. You'll find out later. Lin Xian's face wore a secretive smile, a smile that gave Lin Ji a bad feeling. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Ji looked at the extremely luxurious 6-story small building in front of him with a black line. There are 5 floors and 9 courtyards in Dasha Kyoto. The 5 floors and 9 courtyards are the most extravagant places in Kyoto, the biggest money slums in Kyoto. The 5 floors refer to the 5 hookah places. They are the Spring House, the Summer Language House, the Autumn Moon House, the Winter Intention House, and the Red House. This spring, summer, fall and winter 4 floor opened in the 4 sides of Kyoto. I heard that behind the scenes is a boss. Mysterious. Strength is not necessary to say. Even the princes and lords of the state can't make trouble in the middle of this 4th floor, or else they will be pulled into the blacklist of the 4th floor, and can't enter again for life. According to conservative estimates, the number of princes and lords who have been blacked out has been no less than 2 hands, but hard no one dares to look for trouble on this 4th floor. Compared to the 4 floors, this is located in the center of Kyoto. The red building is also a bit mysterious. After all, the 4 floors are squeezed out, occupy the center of the most prosperous place. Can not be simple? And it was this red building that Lin Xian had brought Lin Ji to. If I remember correctly, you're 20, right? Today is my treat. Let me know which one you fancy and I'll fund it for you. Lin Xian said as he looked at Lin Ji and squeezed his eyebrows. Lin Ji shook his head helplessly and turned around to leave. However, Lin Xian coughed lightly. Okay, no kidding. I'm here on important business. Something important? Lin Ji retreated, looking at Lin Xian suspiciously. Let's go. We'll know when we get there. There were many people here, so Lin Xian didn't explain too much as he stepped inside. Lin Ji hesitated or followed him in. After all, Lin Xian had no one around to protect him. If he didn't follow, what if someone was heartless enough to strike at Lin Xian? After entering the red house, the two only realized that this red house was different from the ordinary hookah place. In the middle of the hall, a table and chairs were set up, and a lot of people were already seated, and at the very front was a small high platform. It's rather like one of those pavilions where you listen to theater, and the surrounding walls are draped with many ink paintings and calligraphy. It looks like a place of culture and elegance. To be honest, it was also Lin Xian's first time coming to this red mansion, and he had never been to any of those hookah places in Kyoto. The predecessor was really bad at this. Lin Ji, needless to say, 20 years old, still a virgin, and even more so, has never been in this kind of place. 2 gentlemen, please also quickly take your seats. The competition to win the title will begin soon. A young boy greeted them. Taking the lead? This is the first time for you too, right? The boy said with a smile. Lin Xian and Lin Ji nodded as much as they could. The boy explained. This is to win the title is to compete for the flower leader. We have 9 flower leaders in the Red House. Each looks like a heavenly fairy. The Red House will come up with 9 examination questions, but if you can get one of the ace, you will have the qualification to get close to one of the flower leaders. Each flower girl receives only 1 guest per day. Sounds good to me. Lin Xian smacked his lips and found a seat. Lin Ji followed suit and sat down. He felt cheated. Lin Xian obviously didn't even know the rules of the Red Mansion. What kind of important business could he do by entering the Red Mansion? Chapter 21, The 9 Armors. Marquis Wind Arrow's son. Lin Xian naturally didn't come to this red house just for a kiss. Ah shucks. It's not for a kiss. Rather, it was because when he met Bai Xiaosheng today, Bai Xiaosheng brought him a piece of news. This red building can not only have a reputation in the middle of Kyoto, in the whole Daxia Jianghu above the fame is even greater. Of course, that would not be the name of the red building. Daxia Jianghu, there is a counting the power of the sky policy, claiming to count nothing, all the things in the world, all in their grasp. It was like an intelligence organization like by Xiaolu, except that this intelligence organization didn't sell information, but it liked to stir up the world's wind and clouds. Every time a mysterious expert comes out in the rivers and lakes, or where there is a strong inheritance present, or where 2 strong men have fought a great battle, or where there is another teenage pride, most of the news is passed out by them. In addition, they like to rank the strongest people in the Daxia Jianghu. What great summer 10 sect? What spring and autumn 13 armor? What weaponry spectrum? What subterranean dragon list? A series of lists abound, and every 3 months these lists change as well. There is no denying that some of these lists are really very golden, and many people expect that they will be able to make it to the list and have their names spread all over the world. Lin Xian was originally prepared to wait for the 100 Dawn Tower to get off the ground before he went to pretend this himself, but he didn't expect that it would be someone else who would do it. Since this is the case, let's explore the bottom of this calculating heavenly strategies. According to Bai Xiaosheng, this red house has a very close relationship with the calculating heavenly policy, and it is very likely that it is one of the subordinate organizations of the calculating heavenly policy. Where did all that information about calculating heavenly strategies come from? And wasn't it the information gathered from many places like the Red Mansion? Only unlike the other places, this Red Mansion was clearly of a higher class than theirs, as could be seen just by looking at the lot. On top of the high platform, a middle-aged man in a gray tunic ascended. Everyone, time is up. Today's 9 armor competition officially begins. The middle-aged man's loud voice resounded throughout the red building. Afterwards, it was only to see that on top of the floors above, there were fair maidens with white veils on their faces walking out from each floor, 2 on each of the 2nd through 5th floors, and only 1 woman in a large red robe on the 6th floor, and on the railing in front of where they stood, both were inscribed in large letters. The 2nd level is the piano and chess. The 3rd level is books and paintings. The 4th level is wine and soldiers. The 5th tier is knives and swords. The top layer has only 1 word for war. 9 words, 9 exam questions. Calculate the sky policy once issued a list. The name of the spring and autumn 13A, listed the great summary unification of the divine state of 2100 spring and autumn, 13 in their respective ways to the top of the people. They are Qin, chess, book, painting, wine, soldier, knife, sword, Buddha, Taoism, Confucianism, color and war. These 9 exam questions then take up 9 of the 13 A's. The first one, the zither. Those who are proficient in this may step forward. The middle-aged man's voice sounded again. As his voice fell, the 3 of them stood up at the same time and walked onto the high platform with their Qin. Duke Qin Shuang of Dakong County, who once drew 1,000 birds to worship him with a single song, may have a chance to win over Mr. Dong this time. Qin Shuang Gongzi is still a bit short. I think that Shilai County's Song Gongzi has a chance. He cultivates the Qin method, has entered the realm of the master. Once single person single Qin into the Dangdang mountain even decapitated 137 bandits. This is a Qin competition, not a battle power competition. He's so powerful, why don't he go to the last level of the competition? Murmurs rang out from below. On top of the high platform, the middle-aged man sat on his knees, and with a flick of his sleeve, there was already an extra zither on the table in front of him. Please. The middle-aged man nodded his head at each of the 3, and then, 4 zither tones sounded at the same time. The sound of the zither curls up, or gentle, or impassioned, intertwined in this red building. That Duke Qin Shuang's zither sound was like a clear spring in the mountains, gurgling and flowing, crisp and pleasing to the ears, making it seem as if one was in a quiet valley. On the other hand, Duke Song's zither sound is like a battle drum in a sandfield, majestic. Every note is full of power. as if it can make people see the scene of the conquest of Dingo and Iron Horse. As for that third person, let's not talk about it. It should be a beginner. Even the posture of playing the piano is not right. In only a few moments, this third person couldn't play anymore and left the stage in shame. After about half a quarter of an hour, Duke Qin Shuang and that Duke song also stopped at the same time, frowning at the middle-aged man who was still playing the zither. The two of them then stood up at the same time, gave a slight salute to the middle-aged man, and eclipsed the field. The middle-aged man's movements in his hands also stopped, and the beautiful sound of the zither came to an abrupt end. No one has won in the way of the zither. Next, chess. He then stroked it again, and the table in front of him changed from a zither to a chessboard. It just took a long time for anyone to get on stage. If no one wins or if no one participates, the corresponding flower girl doesn't have to receive guests? Lin Xian inquired as he looked to the sidekick. The boy nodded. What the gentleman said is true. Then if no one wins every day, how will you make a profit? Lin Ji questioned. The boy pointed to the tea on their table and smiled. That alone is enough. Our red house is a place of elegance. Lin Ji's gaze fell on top of the tea on the table, with a menu next to it. However, he could not help but rub his eyes at just one glance and thought he had misread it. What the hell? Just this table is worth 10 taels of gold? The boy shook his head and said, what the gentleman said is not true. Lin Ji sighed in relief, and said that it couldn't be so expensive. Such a little thing. If it was placed in the north, half a tael of silver wouldn't even be used. However, the next moment the boy's voice almost made him jump 3 feet in the air. This tea is 10 taels of gold, and counting these melons and fruits, the total is 15 taels of gold. ING. Lin Ji was stunned. Are prices this high in Kyoto? Keep your voice down. Lin Xian knocked on the table. These things certainly aren't worth the money. What's worth it is the qualification to sit here. Bull ***** qualifications. How much money does this cost? Lin Ji's eyes were a little red. The first floor of the hall in the conservative estimate also has 100 tables, so the calculation of this red floor of the day's income is 1,500 taels of gold. Converted into silver is 15,000 taels. 15,000 taels for just tea and fruits? And that's obviously not all that's coming in from Red House. Kyoto's money is really good. Where did you come from, hillbilly? Don't come if you can't afford tea. Pulling down little master's class for nothing. A disdainful voice came from behind him. Lin Xian turned his head to look over. Then a small smile appeared on his face. That's quite a coincidence. Gu, isn't this the Eightfold Marquis? What's the matter? You've come to a place like this? Have you fallen into the world even though you are such a noble person? But can Marquis Lin afford to pay? Or is it that now that you've fallen for the 13th princess, you've started eating soft food? The man apparently recognized Lin Xian only after he turned his head. But even so, he sneered. Many people cast their eyes over at the sound. They were all stunned when they saw Lin Xian. In the past few days, the name of the Eightfold Marquis had been widely circulated in Kyoto, and they didn't expect to see the Eightfold Marquis in such a place. Lin Xian wasn't annoyed, but said with a smile, so it's Marquis Wind Arrow's Shitzi. This Marquis heard an interesting thing yesterday, and was looking for Shitzi to ask for confirmation? I heard that 2 days ago at the Autumn Moon building, the Marquis of Wind and Arrow had just left, and the World Sun drilled in, and coincidentally ordered the same person. And even more coincidentally, the Marquis of Wind and Arrow didn't seem to have had enough, and came back again. I heard that the screams from the Wind Arrow Marquis residents were loud that night, and that the World Sun recuperated from his injuries in the past 2 days? Chapter 22 Lin Ho's Dog Fighting Diagram. By way. Lin Xian's words caused many people in the red building to stare before bursting into laughter. It's a big novelty to see a father and son ordering one person at the same time, but this matter is actually known by quite a few people, but few dare to publicize it. After all, that Wind Arrow Marquis is a military marquis of Daxia, and it is also a noble marquis, and it is also deep in Daxia, so it is not something that the average person can afford to offend. Wouldn't Marquis Wind Arrow be furious if this kind of scandal got out? But I didn't expect to let the Eightfold Marquis give a bright and honorable announcement. I'm sure it won't take long for this news to spread throughout Kyoto. Lin Xian, you seek death. The Wind Arrow Marquis World Sun abruptly catapulted up from his chair and looked viciously at Lin Xian. He never thought that Lin Xian would know about this matter. He even more did not think that Lin Xian would dare to proclaim this matter in public. This is not only hitting his face, it is also hitting his old man Wind Arrow Marquis face, and it is also hitting the face of the Xiachu family. He could also imagine his own miserable fate if this matter were to be publicized in Kyoto. The last time the Wind Arrow Marquis had nearly beaten him half to death. His old man is not only a son like him, but also has 2 younger brothers who are eyeing him for the position of the son. Calling this Marquis by name, without honor or respect. It seems that the Wind Arrow Marquis's tutelage isn't very good. According to this Marquis, the Chu family's future shouldn't be handed over to your hands. Lin Xian said with a smile. Damn it, Chu-san. Teach him a lesson. Chu Shirley's eyes were red, and anger filled his chest. A mere second-generation marquis, does he really think he's a Dacia military marquis? Chu Shirley's side of the guard's eyes show difficult colors. Just see their own master's appearance. Also do not dare to disobedience. Anyway, just a lesson. It should not be a big deal. Only before he could even get close to Lin Xian he was thrown aside by Lin Ji. District Refinement Realm Guards dared to take a shot at Lin Xian. I think that this surname Chu did not hear any news in the past 2 days. Only know that the 13 princesses were promised to Lin Xian thing. Striking out at a military marquis, this is not a small offense. Lin Xian smiled and took 2 steps forward. Lin Shi stood in front of him, his eyes glaring, his murderous aura spilling out, paralyzing Chu Shirley with direct fear. Lin Xian leaned his body forward, condescendingly looking at Chu Shirley and said with a cold smile, "This matter should have been pursued for the fault of Marquis Windarrow, and this Marquis would also like to know if Marquis Windarrow's son's outburst was authorized by Marquis Windarrow, but in order to avoid hurting the peace between fellow officers, let's forget about this matter. This Marquis will only break your legs, even if you apologize to this Marquis. Originally, when I heard that this matter is forgotten, Chu Shirley's heart also flashed a trace of happiness. It seems to be able to avoid some humiliation, but he was stunned when he heard the latter sentence. How dare he break his legs? He is the son of the Marquis of Wind and Arrow, Lin Xian. I am the son of the Marquis of Wind Arrows, the son of the Chu family. If you dare to touch me, my Chu family will make sure you die without a burial place, Chu Shirley colorfully said. The 13th princess is the first stupid person I've met. You're the second. Only you're not as lucky as her. Lin Xian let out a faint laugh. With that, he stepped forward and stomped his foot on top of Chu Shirley's knee. A mournful scream rang out. Why don't you take your master away? Don't defile this place of elegance. Lin Xian looked towards Chu San, who had fallen to the side. Chu San hurriedly climbed up, holding Chu Shirley, who had already fainted, and ran toward the outside of the red building, fearing that if he stayed a moment longer, his life would not be saved. This ruthless man even dared to break the leg of the Wind Arrow Marquis' son. His own district is a guard. It is not just a matter of killing him. After the two had left, Lin Xian turned to the guests of the Red Mansion and cupped his fists, smiling. Sorry to interrupt the fun. Everyone, carry on, Mr. East, and please continue. Many people clasped their fists in greeting. After all, the Daxia military marquis still have to give some face. And Mr. Dong on the high platform also gave Lin Xian a deep look and didn't say anything more, but instead looked to the 4 directions and spoke. One of the paths of chess. No one is in battle. Next, the book. The book competition is calligraphy, and still no one is on stage. Originally, the crowd thought that the next painting was still no one on the stage when a young man with red lips and white teeth walked on the stage. There were quite a few skeptical voices as soon as this person took the stage. Why is there a kid who is not even a child in the art of painting? The art of painting relies on the experience and understanding accumulated over the years. What attainments can he have at his age? That's right. Aren't you here to make up the numbers? Don't delay. I still want to see the sword art competition later. The crowd's skepticism rose and fell, but the teenager was as if he hadn't heard it. His expression as calm as water, and he only slightly arched his hand towards Mr. Dong, signaling that he could begin. Mr. East stroked his beard lightly and did not let the youth's young age cause him to question. He is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and in earlier years he has traveled through dozens of counties in Daxia, and has even been to North Mang, traveled through the barbaric land, and has seen a lot of geniuses, and many of them are teenagers who have achieved great success. Please, Mr. East waved his hand, and scrolls, brushes, as well as paints all appeared on the table. The young man nodded, lifted his brush, dipped it in paint, and plunged into the painting with full concentration. The gazes of the crowd were firmly fixed on the teenager's movements, at first with a few moments of contempt and disdain, but as the teenager's brush swung, their expressions gradually became focused. I saw that the teenager's brushwork was skillful, the lines were smooth, and each stroke contained full strength and flavor. Within a short time, a picture scroll had begun to take shape. When the crowd saw the contents of the scroll, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In that image, it was clearly the scene of 8 Directions Marquis Lin Xian stepping on Wind Arrow Marquis World Sun's leg. Lin Xian's indifference and majesty, the Wind Arrow Marquis Sun's terror and despair, and even the demeanor and subtle expressions of the people around him were all portrayed as if the shocking scene was alive in front of his eyes. Mr. East came forward for a closer look, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. He himself specializes in drawing figures and understands that it takes great skill and keen observation to bring out such realistic expressions and details in characters. And this teenager in front of him, at such a young age, has already done so. This painting skill is no longer inferior to his own. Instead of painting again, Mr. Dong pulled out a token and handed it over. With this order, you may ascend to the 2nd floor. The teenager took the token away and was about to ascend the stairs, but was stopped by Mr. East. Little friend, please also sign your name for the painting, and the Red House will hang this painting for all parties to enjoy. Under the stage, Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Infringement of one's own portrait right oneself is not much to say. Now even want to hang. This if let other people see will not think that he ate square marquis arrogant and domineering? Isn't that a disgrace to his reputation? Before he could speak, however, Mr. East's voice rang out again. Marquis Lin, this painting borrows your portrait, and during the hanging period, the Red Mansion will have a share of your daily earnings. I wonder if that's possible. Well said, well said. This marquis has always been the best to talk to, Lin Xian said smilingly. Red House has such a high daily return. You can't beat yourself up with 3 melons and 2 dates, can you? He then turned to the teenager who was painting. This little brother, why don't you leave this matter of assigning names to this marquis? The teenager bowed to Lin Xian. I made a painting without Marquis Lin's permission. It's good that Marquis Lin doesn't blame me, and please make yourself comfortable with the matter of assigning a name. Lin Xian nodded his head, his gaze resting on the painting as if he was pondering, and a small half-quarter of an hour passed. In that case, this painting will be called Marquis Lin Fighting Dogs. Pust. Quite a few diners sprayed tea out of their mouths and looked at Lin Xian in an extremely strange manner. The name? Is it serious? Red House hanging this painting is already extremely offended by the Wind Arrow Marquis. If you dare to assign this name, is not the face of the Wind Arrow Marquis on the ground rubbing hard? Lin Xian looked at Mr. Dong with a smile. I just don't know if they dare to put that name up. Mr. East was silent for a moment, then looked to the teenager at the side. Since Marquis Lin has already bestowed his name, please keep it. The teenager nodded, holding his pen and writing 4 words at the end of the drawing. Marquis Lin fights dogs, then left his name again. By way. Chapter 23, Lin Xian passes. Lin Ji vs. Puppet of Leaves. By way? Lin Xian was slightly stunned. Why does that name seem to ring a bell? Also, the name seems a bit feminine? And at this moment, the teenager named By Way had already ascended to the 3rd floor and disappeared into the envious gazes of the crowd. Cough. On the high platform, the middle-aged voice known as Mr. Dong rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, the next step is one of wine. Those who can taste 3 cups of drunken immortal wine without getting drunk can ascend to the 4th floor. As its words fell, a chorus of voices rang out from below. Mr. Dong, just go straight to the next one. Drunken immortal wine can even intoxicate an immortal. Who can drink 3 cups without getting drunk? Don't delay. Yes, Mr. Dong, directly proceed to one of the paths of war. Oh no, this one of the paths of war can also be exempted. Mr. Yi is the master of the path of war. In terms of the sand table deduction, there can be a few people who can beat him all. Lin Ji, who was next to Lin Xian, sniffed with some interest. What? Do you want to taste that drunken immortal wine or do you want to meet that Master Yi? Lin Xian said with a smile. He knew that Lin knew good wine, and the stronger the wine the better. And in one of the military path is also very gifted attainments. His father Lin Biao has repeatedly praised his talent for military command. If Lin Biao is not dead, perhaps now Lin Ji can also be a side of the army. Lin Ji hesitated and said, that drunken immortal wine is even if I have not heard of it, but I think it must not be simple. If I really get drunk I have to trouble the marquis. On the contrary, that Master Yi I would like to meet. It won't be the Yi Ji puppet who once missed a move with the old marquis sand table deduction, right? Although it has never been on the battlefield, but the insights of one of the ways of war is extremely deep. The old marquis said that if he went into the battlefield to train for 10 years, perhaps there is the possibility of seeing his grandfather's back. Just a pity. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin didn't have a low opinion of this person. Yi Ji puppet's fame in Daxia was not small. Of course, it was not entirely because of his own. His grandfather accounted for a large part of the reason. When it comes to his grandfather, there are not many people in Daxia who don't know about it. Spring and Autumn 13 armor. Military armor Yi Kaiyuan. Lifetime commanded more than 80 large and small wars, without a single defeat. The peak time, leading millions of elite troops pushed the southern barbarian country. Almost will be the southern barbarian land into the Great Summer Map. Calculating Tianzi listed it as the military armor of the 13 armors of Spring and Autumn, about which no one questioned. Just before his death, he somehow forbade the descendants of the Yi family to fight in the battlefield. Since no one dares to taste the drunken immortal wine. And wait, a voice interrupted Mr. East. The crowd followed the sound and looked over, realizing that it was actually Marquis of the 8 Directions Lin Xian who had exited. Mr. Dong, this Marquis would like to try this drunken immortal wine. I wonder if it's possible. Lin Xian exited with a smile. For people like him in the dematerialization realm, ordinary drinks naturally wouldn't cause them to feel any intoxication. But drunken immortal wine was different. This drunken immortal wine could not be suppressed with cultivation, unless one reached the final realm of the degenerate realm, the heavenly charge realm, in order to be unbound by external forces and immune to the effects of this drunken immortal wine. Of course, a strong person who has come this far should not come to the Red House to show off his prowess in this way. The reason why Lin Xian dared to taste this drunken immortal wine was because of his innate immaculate body. With a physique like his, he should be immune to the effects of this drunken immortal wine. Drunken immortal wine can be tasted by everyone, and Marquis Lin thinks he can too. Mr. Dong nodded his head, then whisked his sleeve as 3 cups of wine flew in and landed on Lin Xian's table. Lin Xian picked up the wine glass, brought it close to his lips, and gently sniffed it. A rich and mellow aroma with a mysterious fragrance instantly penetrated into the nostrils. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, lightly opening his lips and slowly pouring the liquor into his mouth. The liquor slid down his throat and instantly turned into a fiery torrent, like a burning dragon of fire, rushing through his body as a tingling sensation arose in his body and then went straight to his head. Only this feeling came and went quickly, as the countless pores of his body blossomed open, and an infinite amount of wine breath seeped out from his pores, carrying an indescribable sense of smoothness and drenching. Painful. Lin Xian laughed out loud, then poured the second cup of liquor into his mouth once more. Next is the third cup. At this moment, the entire red building was filled with the aroma of wine, and the eyes of the guests at the tables closer to Lin Xian were a little disoriented, seemingly giving birth to drunkenness. This Marquis Lin is so good that this drunken immortal wine has no effect on him? Strange. Could it be that Marquis Lin is immune to wine poison? In the Red Mansion, the crowd was in awe, and even Mr. Dong revealed a shocked expression. Even in the Red Mansion, only Miss Bailu, who brewed the drunken immortal wine, could taste the drunken immortal wine for 3 cups without getting drunk. And this eightfold Marquis is so good. It seemed that their previous judgment of the eightfold husband had been a bit misjudged. Truly a tiger's father has no son. Marquis Lin is truly extraordinary, qualified to ascend to the 4th floor to drink with Miss Bailu. Mr. Dong clasped his fists and a token landed on Lin Xian's table. Lin Xian put the token away, but didn't go straight up the stairs. Mr. Dong didn't rush. After all, some guests, even after obtaining the token, waited for all the tests to pass before boarding the building. The next course, the way of the soldier. Please Master Yi. Mr. Dong spoke again. Then a stout man with slightly graying hair slowly ascended the stage. It really is the puppet of leaves. Lin Ji's eyes lit up. He was right in front of the old Marquis and Yi Ji puppet when they sandboxed last time. And come to think of it, that was already 10 years ago. At that time, he was still young and had only studied with the old Marquis for only a year, and there were many parts of their sandboxing that he couldn't understand. But now, that sandboxing back then couldn't stop him. Can any of you be interested in challenging Master Yi? I'll do it. Lin Ji was authorized by Lin Xian and ascended. Yi Ji puppet's eyes showed a strange color when he saw Lin Ji. This seemed to be the same child who accompanied the eightfold Marquis Lin Jinsai 10 years ago. Regarding the sandbox exercise he had with Lin Biao 10 years ago, he had made a bad move, and even after 10 years had passed, he still could not forget it for a long time. Therefore, the memory is still fresh. Marquis of the 8 Directions. Lin Ji, please teach me. Master Yi. Lin Ji bowed towards Yi Ji puppet and then sat down opposite him. Sure enough, it's you. Let me see today how much of the 8 Directions Marquis true heritage you've obtained? Yi Ji puppet softly inquired. As a descendant of the armor of soldiers, he rarely admired anyone in the path of the armor of soldiers, even if they were the 10 martial Marquis of the Grand Xia. But Lin was different. Lin Jia was the person he had seen who had the most hope of surpassing his grandfather, and if Lin Jia devoted all his thoughts to this military path, he might take his grandfather's place among the 13 A's of the spring and autumn period. But he said, soldiers are tricky. For Lin Biao, the Tao of soldiers was just a tool to assist him, not a heavenly path that he was going to follow. Back then, when I was sandboxing with the 8 Marquis, the 8 Marquis represented Di Xia, and I represented North Meng, each with 500,000 troops. And today, we're still doing the same. You're the junior, so I'll let you choose first. Yi Ji puppet opened his mouth. Lin Shi nodded. Then the late generation will choose North Meng. A strange color appeared in the eyes of Yi Ji puppet. He believes that the youth in front of him, since the military one of the road up and down the effort. On the year he and the 8 Marquis of that deduction must be simulated many times. To the 8 Marquis of the military strategy, if the election of the Daxia, even if it can't win, but also in an invincible position. Even so, he chose North Meng. I don't know if it's a nightmare or if it's a done deal. In that case, please. Yi Ji puppet spoke solemnly. Chapter 24, Tie Game. Miss Bailu. On top of the huge sand table, each side took 500,000 soldiers. This kind of sand table both sides cannot see each other's action layout, until the other side is close to or by their own scouts will be found by the commander-in-chief of both sides. No. Yi Ji Puppet took the lead, quickly lining up the pieces representing the Daxia army, and dividing the army into 3 paths, with one path of light cavalry heading straight to the border of the northern Mang, taking a detour and making a long-distance run in an attempt to attack the rear of the northern Mang. A large army advances steadily and aggressively. Meanwhile, the third road skirted the flanking battlefield and acted as an ambush. Seeing that the opposing army was attacking, Lin Ji contracted his defenses and set up heavy traps at the border to wait for the enemy, while occupying the back of the dangerous land, which could be retreated and defended. At the same time, he also dispatched an elite army to cut off the opponent's grain and grass supply as long as the opponent's army was deep. Not only that, he also sent out a large number of scouts to return to the rear, but whenever he found traces of the enemy army, he was immediately able to mobilize his army to encircle them. Yi Ji Puppet seemed to have sensed the danger and decisively adjusted his strategy, withdrawing his light cavalry for a double-sided attack. Lin Ji is not panicked. The land he occupies is easy to defend and difficult to attack. This is also the unique terrain of North Mang, with hundreds of thousands of troops to protect. This line of defense is very solid. It is difficult to be broken through. At the same time, in the comprehensive defense, he also did not forget to mobilize the elite that had long been sent out, with the intention of giving the Daxia army a counter-encirclement, targeting the Daxia's light cavalry army that had withdrawn at the very beginning. The battlefield is filled with smoke. The two sides you to and fro each other. A time is actually the situation of equal strength. In the end, it was Yi Ji Puppet who sent out a death squad to tear open the defense line of North Mang, decapitating 100,000 enemies in one battle, causing unimaginable losses to the North Mang army, and the remaining army was routed. A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Ji Puppet's face. The loss of 100,000 people will deal a fatal blow to the Northern Mang, and the remaining scattered teams will have a hard time forming a counterattack. However, just when Yi Ji Puppet thought that he was winning, the North Mang army that had been routed was attacking his Daxia army from all sides at the same time, and the Daxia army was directly dispersed under the surprise, and the two sides started a fierce fight. In this battle, both sides lost most of their lives. At the end of this battle, the respective armies of both sides were less than 100,000 men. Lin Ji and Yi Ji Puppet on both sides of the sand table opened their eyes at the same time. Those 100,000 people were given to me to eat by you. Yi Ji Puppet spoke in a deep voice. How else would Northern Mang win? It's a pity that I was only prepared to give you 50,000 men. Otherwise there would have been a gap of 50,000 more men. And then in the final battle, perhaps I could win. A hint of helplessness appeared in Lin Ji's eyes as he spoke. In this sand table deduction, Daxia is basically invincible, because the initiative of the attack is controlled in the side of Daxia. Daxia cannot eat each other. Retreat is. Baimang is not good at attacking cities, and as long as Daxia occupies the Majestic Pass, it is impossible for Baimang to inflict great losses on Daxia. Therefore, the only way is to find another way. He was prepared to sacrifice 50,000 Northern Mang generals to confuse the other side, then feign a rout and scatter in all directions. In fact, he has long set the time and place of the counterattack. As long as the time will be able to rise up and attack, caught off guard by the Xia army will inevitably be routed. But I didn't realize that in that battle, more than 50,000 soldiers were damaged, and a full 100,000 were decimated by Daxia. So too has it caused a chain reaction. Otherwise, with 50,000 more men, he had a good chance of winning. Not bad. In the future, there will be a military vassal of the Great Xia. There should be one of you. Yi Ji Puppet got up, then threw Lin Ji a token and turned to leave. Master Yi, this battle is a draw. The latecomer did not win. Lin Ji shouted as he looked at Yi Ji Puppet's back. Leaf's puppet waved his hand. If you and I had swapped identities, a draw would be a draw. But now, a draw is a win. In the hall on the first floor of the Red Tower, the gazes of the crowd were all a bit dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Ji, who was holding a token on the stage. He won? You've outdone Master Yi in the art of war? In the military path? It is quite a few Daxia military lords are bluntly said to be inferior to Master Yi. The crowd seemed to see a great summer general star rising. Congratulations. On the stage, Mr. East gave a surprise to Rin No. Even he didn't expect Master Yi to lose, and to such a youth. According to their sources, this Marquis of the Eight Directions, Lin Qian, had brought his personal guards with him since he was 12 years old, and now he should only be 20 years old, right? Lin Ji clasped his fists and walked off the stage, sitting next to Lin Qian. Not bad. You're a born general. It seems that when this Marquis will have to ask His Majesty the Emperor of Humanity for a decree to put you at the border. Maybe after a few years, you'll become a Marquis too, Lin Qian said smilingly. Lin Ji shook his head and said, just learn the old Marquis of the skin only, and only the sand table deduction. The real battlefield is ever-changing. The sand table deduction can be wrong, but cannot be wrong on the battlefield. Otherwise, the life and death of an individual is small, and the exhaustion of the three armies is also small. But if it affects Daxia, it will be an unforgivable sin. Every Daxia military vassal who was on the front line carries such a mission. Lin Xian shrugged and didn't say much. He'd never been to a battlefield either, and didn't have much say in the matter. Let's go. We've won the promotion tournament. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't go up and take a look? Lin Xian pulled Lin Ji up and headed towards the fourth floor. Marquis, there are still 3 more matches. Not watching? Lin Shi said in a hurry. Look a hair. Can't use cultivation either. Purely competing moves. What's there to see? As for that grand finale flower girl, she only receives customers once every month. It's still a few days off. Lin Xian opened his mouth and said. Lin Ji was still a bit squirmy, but was dragged up to the 4th floor by Lin Xian. When they reached the 4th floor, a waiter came over and led the two to either side. Lin Ji, go for it. Lin Xian's voice reached Lin Ji's ears. Lin knew that his face collapsed as he was accessed into a room by a veiled woman, and Lin Xian likewise met the flower leader corresponding to the way of wine. Bai Lu. It was twisting its waist towards Lin Xian. Slender jade legs were hidden under the hem of the skirt, and every step was light and elegant. The small waist that was in a firm grip was a perfect outline of her curves, which made people think of her. Even though he was separated by a veil, Lin Xian could still imagine what a stunning face the owner of such a perfect body would have. Marquis Lin, please. Bai Lu opened the door to the room and spoke at the same time. It sounded like an oriole out of the valley, crisp and pleasant to the ear, and like a mountain spring, gurgling, refreshing. Miss Bai Lu, please, Lin Xian said in a gentlemanly manner. The two then stepped inside at the same time. Wine and food had already been prepared inside the house, while the drinks on the table were known by the smell alone to be the drunken immortal wine that he had just drank 3 cups of in a row. Bai Lu assisted Lin Xian to sit at the table, then poured Lin Xian a cup of drunken immortal wine. It is said that Marquis Lin is not close to women, and is even more incapable of winning alcohol, but at today's sight, it seems to be different from the rumors. Bai Lu's oriole-like voice rang out. Lin Xian laughed, his right hand smoothly resting on top of Bai Lu's shoulder. Bai Lu girls still do not understand manhwa, which man is not good at women's color. Even if there is, it is only hidden deeper. As for the strength of alcohol, if you can kiss with Bai Lu girl, it is 1,000 cups of drunken immortal wine. This marquis will not be drunk. After speaking, Lin Xian picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it all in one go. Bai Lu frowned slightly and poured Lin Xian another cup, saying once again, then why isn't Marquis Lin hiding now? Probably, a change of heart? Chapter 25, Lin Xian's intentions. Calculating Tian's attention. Miss Shiro is truly a sea of talent. On the 3rd floor of the Red Tower, in the middle of a wine room, Lin Xian looked at the still white veil-covered flower leader Bai Lu with a slightly strange look. The drunken immortal wine had already been drunk by them in 3 large jugs, and it was basically split evenly between the two of them, with you having a cup and me having a cup. Lin Xian was doing it because of his innate unsullied body. And why wasn't Bai Lu intoxicated? Is she immune to alcohol? Unaware that he was strange, that Bai Lu felt even stranger. This drunken immortal wine is her hand brewing in modulation out. As long as the cultivation is less than that step will definitely be affected. And then how it is not possible is this 8-ho general. Drink dozens of cups of a little bit of abnormality or not. Even she herself was a little strong now. The point was that she didn't sense from Lin Xian that she was using her cultivation to resist the alcohol. Miss Bai Lu, a moment of springtime is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The night is already very late. Why don't we get down to business? Lin Xian looked at Bai Lu with a smile. Bai Lu's body stiffened slightly, and her face under the white veil stuttered. Marquis Lin, don't be in a hurry. My slave sees that Marquis Lin hasn't enjoyed himself yet. There's enough drunken immortal wine today. My slave will go fetch a few more jugs for you. Bai Lu's voice rang out. She then got up and wanted to go get the wine. Only Lin Xian's right hand was on top of her shoulder, forcing her down. Bai Lu's face changed slightly. The immense force coming from her shoulders prevented her from moving in the slightest. This Lin Ho was really deep in hiding. Wasn't it rumored that he was only in the Yuan Shi realm? And he himself is a patriarch. This is a nifty Yuan Shi realm. It was definitely beyond a patriarch and had reached a transcendent realm. Where did the above sources get their information from, and why are they so far off? Shiro was cursing in his mind. Miss Bai Lu, don't be in a hurry to leave. Could it be that this marquis is still out of your league? Lin Xian looked at Bai Lu with a smile on his face. Shiro's eyes slightly averted for a moment or two. To be honest, she was still a virgin, and there was not much difference between the 9 flower leaders training them up there, except for the one on the 6th floor. No, she was actually slightly special. After all, this drunken immortal wine was only brewed by herself. So, among the remaining 8 flower leaders, her status was not bad, but that's about it. The The building is cultivating them just to use them to enlist those who are not ordinary beings. In fact, there are far more than just a few flower girls in the building. They are only the second and third generation or even the seventh, eighth and ninth generation of flower girls. Whenever they broke their bodies, the next generation of flower girls would take over. And they, for life, could only serve that one person again. Either they were taken away by the man, or they stayed in the building and waited for the man to return again. If it is forgotten, it is forgotten forever. Lin Xian wasn't the first guest she had received, but so far, no one had touched her. Those few people also just wanted to taste and savor this drunken immortal wine of hers, and had no interest in female sex. Therefore, what Lin Ho said before was not right. It is true that there are men who are not horny but are addicted to alcohol. Looking at Lin Xian, who was looking at her with a demented smile on his face, Bai Lu was a little apprehensive in her heart. There was no doubt that Lin Xian's identity was worthy of Lu Li investing himself in him. If it wasn't enough before, it is now. Lin Xian, who had the empty name of second-generation Marquis, couldn't do it, but the second-generation Marquis who possessed the cultivation of the fledgling realm could do it, and it was still hidden for an unknown number of years, so that even calculating heaven's policy hadn't detected its specific strength. However, just when Bai Lu thought that Lin Xian would make the next move, she saw Lin Xian suddenly let go of herself, and the smile on her face tightened up a lot. Next, perhaps we can get down to business, Lin Xian said indifferently. Shiro's tiny eyes held a great deal of confusion. What business? This Marquis wants to know if my father is dead or not? Lin Xian spoke softly. He always suspected his father was still alive. After all, based on his impression and even other people's perceptions of Lin Lin, he was a person with a surprisingly high level of intelligence and an extremely deep cultivation level, and he had left Lin Ji behind before the battle back then, so he obviously knew something. He didn't believe that with Lin Biao's intelligence, he would go to his death. Therefore, he had always felt that there were doubts about Lin's cause of death. He wasn't even the only one who suspected this. Those people who had laid hands on him might have done so in order to force Lin Jin out. Bai Xiaolu is growing by leaps and bounds, but it will take time. This calculating heavenly strategist claimed to have counted all the world, so he must have known some of the hidden information. Bai Lu's brows furrowed slightly when she heard Lin Xian's words and said in a suspicious voice, Marquis Lin's words are somewhat incomprehensible to my slave. Isn't the death of your father, the old Bafang Marquis, known throughout the world? Why is Marquis Lin asking my slave? Lin Xian laughed, then moved a little closer to Bai Lu, the strong manly scent invading Bai Lu's nostrils, causing her cheeks to turn a little red, and her heart to flutter like a deer in headlights. This Marquis isn't joking with you. There shouldn't be any stupid people in your calculating heavenly policy, right? Moreover, it shouldn't be too much for this Marquis to exchange Miss Bai Lu's moment of spring for a piece of news, right? When these words came out, Bai Lu immediately changed color. She had never expected Lin Xian to know that they were people of the heaven calculator. Red House is the subordinate force of calculating heavenly policy. This news is not known to no one. As far as Kyoto is concerned, those who know this matter are not less than 2 hands of number, but which definitely does not include this 8 Marquis. Bai Lu's face under the white veil shifted for a while, as if pondering how to answer. The other party had said the 3 words calculating heavenly strategies out loud, so there was no need for him to hide it anymore. However, counting heaven's policy's news about Lin Biao was top secret, so he was not qualified to know. With that, Bai Lu got up and made a graceful bow to Lin Xian. Can Marquis Lin wait a moment? Lin Xian nodded and smiled. Miss Bai Lu, please make yourself at home yet. Shiro turned around, and with a twist of her waist, she walked out of the room and headed upstairs. Soon, she appeared in front of the battle door and knocked gently. Enter. A light female voice came from inside. Shiro pushed the door and walked in. Inside sat 2 figures. One was Mr. East, who had hosted downstairs earlier, and the other, dressed in red, was covered in the same white veil. She is the warlike flower girl of this red mansion, and the actual owner of this red mansion. Ha, that Lin Ho is drunk? Mr. Dong asked with slight confusion. After all, he hadn't felt Lin Xian leave. Bai Lu bowed to the 2 men and spoke in a low voice. Marquis Lin wasn't drunk, but wanted to ask us for a piece of information. He knows about our relationship with calculating heavenly strategies. Mr. East frowned, and the woman in red raised an eyebrow. Only her eyes didn't change much. Oh, that's pretty interesting. What kind of news is he going to ask for? The woman in red asked. Marquis Lin is going to ask if Lin Jia is dead. Bai Lu spoke up. Mr. East shook his head. The news about Lin Biao is a top secret of the heaven calculator. This news will not be revealed to the public. And the woman in red asked with slight interest. Since he wants to buy news from us, calculating heaven's policy, he naturally has to set a price. What price did he set? Bai Lu did not hesitate and said directly. He said, to exchange for a moment of springtime with me. The corners of Mr. Dong's mouth twitched. and a trace of consternation flashed in the red-clothed woman's eyes. That was an answer she hadn't expected. After only a brief moment of thought, the woman in red said, "Just turn him down and say that I, counting heaven's policy, don't have this rule, and since he wants to have a moment of springtime, then he can have a moment of springtime." Bailu slightly bit her lip and turned around to leave, only she seemed to have thought of something else and turned around again, whispering, "By the way, there's another situation. That Marquis Lin is already at the realm of dematerialization. It's just that my strength is low and I don't know exactly what realm he's at." "What?" This time, the woman in red, on the other hand, lost her temper a bit. "Mr. Dong also said categorically, impossible. Our number of people have observed him up close many times during the year and determined that he is only in the Yuanxi realm. Are you sensing wrongly that it's actually someone else? The 8-square Marquis mansion has hidden experts. It should be that old butler, an expert." Bailu shook her head and said, "It can't be anyone else. He just put his hands on my shoulders and I couldn't move. I think he should have intentionally exposed his strength to try to get our attention." The woman in red, on the other hand, was deep in thought. The little octagon Marquis has been hiding for many years. Why did he choose to expose himself today? The eightfold Marquis of the degenerate realm and the eightfold Marquis of the Yuanxi realm were two different concepts. The foolish octagonal Marquis who intervened in the battle for the throne in advance and the scheming octagonal Marquis who had been subconsciously hiding for years were also two completely different concepts. Perhaps they would have to re-estimate this little octagonal husband as well by counting the heavenly strategies. There is even a special group for that as well. Once upon a time, the old octagonal husband had this treatment, and even that group still exists today. After thinking for a long time, the woman in red looked up to Mr. East. "Mr. East, please run and fetch the information on that battle in the north." "Yes." Mr. East got up and left, and Bailu's face showed joy. Since he chose to inform the eightfold Marquis of the news, wouldn't he not have to lose his body? However, the next moment the voice of the woman in red poured cold water on her. "I, calculating heavenly policy, don't have the rules of trading like before. This information is our calculating heavenly policy gifting him the 8 directions Marquis, and as for you, from today onwards, you're the 8 directions Marquis person." Chapter 26, Is Lin Jian really not dead? Meeting the White Vine Boys again. Bailu returned to the room with a folded book and 2 large jars of drunken immortal wine. It seems that Miss Bailu has brought good news to this Marquis. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Bailu. Bailu placed the 2 jars of drunken immortal wine on the table, then handed over the folders in her hand and said softly, "Marquis Lin, the news you want are all recorded inside. If you have any doubts you don't have to ask much. The slave doesn't know what's in it, and the news that calculating heavenly strategies can give is just that." Lin Xian nodded slightly and took the folded document and flipped through it. It was only a matter of tea time before Lin Xian finished going through the contents of it and handed the fold back with some slight frowns on his brows. The death of Marquis Lin of the 8 directions really had a hidden agenda, or perhaps the eightfold Marquis Lin might not really be dead. Back then, in the northern realm, there was a great battle between Xia and northern Mang with a full 1,000,000 soldiers, and in that battle, each side suffered tens of thousands of deaths and injuries before retreating their respective armies. However, Lin Biao did not follow the army to retreat, but took more than 100 of his personal guards to forcefully cut through the North Mang military formation and entered the depths of the North Mang, and in the Black Desert, he encountered the interception of the North Mang's top expert, Tartar Trek Peak. The ending of that battle was actually unknown to anyone except for Tuoba Peak. Even in northern Mang, Tuoba Peak has been living in seclusion in the mountains since that battle, and even if the northern Mang Empress sent someone to ask about the outcome of the battle, Tuoba Peak did not tell them, and that withered bone was indeed found in the middle of that one battlefield. The northern Mang Empress deliberately sent the withered bones to Daxia with the intention of weakening the fighting spirit of Daxia's northern soldiers and also to show off the strength of northern Mang. Calculating Tenchi's speculation, Lin Biao did have a chance of surviving. Perhaps his entry into North Mang is just a ploy to fake his own death. Perhaps he senses danger or is hiding something. According to Calculator's sources, before that great battle, Lin Zi had been assassinated many times by mysterious forces. Only they knew of no less than 10 fledgling realms, and the strongest had already reached the heavenly symbol realm. Is this still something they know about and don't know about? With Lin Biao's cultivation level and status, even calculating heavenly policy couldn't keep an eye on him all the time. I wonder if Marquis Lin is still satisfied. Bailu softly opened her mouth to inquire. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Barely. That kind of answered a big part of his question. I just don't know where this cheap father of his is pussyfooting around. Looking at the news of this calculating heavenly policy, Lin Jin was at least a strong person of the heavenly image realm or even beyond it, and was considered to be a powerful person in the Great Xia and even in the world. So what kind of danger was it that he had to fake his death in order to get out of it? And he's a Daxia military vassal. There's still a human emperor suppressing the 4 directions on the Grand Xia side. In Dacia Kyoto, is the world's top experts to arrive? Come one to die a, come two to die a pair. This is also recognized by the world. No one will question. The great summer human emperor's power had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Since the business has been done, then this Marquis will take his leave. Lin Xian got up and was about to leave. Marquis Lin. Bai Lu hurriedly got up and called out to Lin Xian. Miss Red had already given her word that she had been labeled as Lin Xian's. From now on, the flower leader of wine was going to be inherited by the third generation, while she would only be able to serve Lin Xian alone. Lin Xian turned around, and what he saw in his eyes was full of spring light, only to see that Bai Lu had already gotten up and the veil had been removed, revealing that stunningly beautiful face. Eyebrows like a distant diaper, eyes like water, nose is straight, cherry small mouth, charming but not lose innocence. Not only that, she actually reached out and untied the silk thread around her waist, and in just an instant, its perfect body was actually displayed in front of Lin Xian, and underneath that outer robe of hers, there was actually not an inch of silk. Lin Xian actually looked a little dumbfounded for a moment. That slender waist, those long legs, that fair skin, that towering. Lin Xian sighed. Who the hell can hold it? Even if he was a decent man and sat still, any normal man would have to have his blood rise. But don't say it. Lin Xian was really holding it together. If it weren't for the fact that this Bai Lu wasn't a calculator of heaven's planes, Lin Xian would have said anything to let her feel her strengths. But counting Tensaku, that's better. It's not that Lin Xian is afraid of calculating Tianzi, but he doesn't want to create too many ties with calculating Tianzi. The person behind this calculating Tianzi can be unimaginable, and it's not good to get out of it if you're involved. Grown STH. When Bai Lu shyly looked up, where was Lin Xian's figure in front of her? Shiro? She looked down at her body, so flawless that Lin Xian turned a blind eye to it? What's wrong with looking down on yourself? I'm ready to give myself up. Bai Lu froze in place for a moment, then bent down to pick up her clothes and silently put them back on, then sat down and drank alone. Lin Xian unexpectedly didn't want him. How could he go and explain himself to Miss Hong? On the other hand, when Lin Xian walked out of the room, Lin Ji was already waiting at the stairway. Gu, you're done so soon? Lin Xian teased. Lin Shi scratched his head. He hadn't done anything, and there was always something unusual about places like this. And even though this red house was different from the usual hookah places, he always had some twinges in his heart. Lin Xian could naturally tell that he hadn't done anything. After all, he could still tell that Lin Ji's essence hadn't been leaked. It didn't matter though. That wasn't the point anyway. Today was just a way to bring him in to see what was going on, and he wouldn't have any less time to deal with the red house afterward. Let's go. Go back. Lin Xian spoke. Lin Ji didn't say anything more, only silently following behind Lin Xian, and they had just walked to the third floor when they saw the teenager who had painted before tiptoeing out of the painting room. She was also stunned when she saw the two Lin Xian. Lin Xian sighed a little. Today's red mansion can be really special. 3 people passed to see the flower girl, while all 3 are sitting on their hands. He closed the door in the teenager when he saw the house. The flower girl is lying on the table, breathing evenly, should be sleeping, clothes are still intact. Think this teenager did not do anything. To say that Lin Ji sitting in the heart is not chaotic also, even if, after all, from the army for many years, tough mind, not a district of beauty can be tempted, and his own 2 lifetimes, coupled with the fact that his predecessor was not interested in this area, seemed to affect him somewhat, plus this counting of Tianzi's background, so he was able to hold on to it. But why is this teenager? Lin Xian could tell that his bone age was about 16, 2 years younger than himself, just the right age for blood and vigor. Cough. Seeing Lin Xian's somewhat strange gaze, the young man coughed. I'm slightly unwell today, so I'll come back another day. The teenager waved his folding fan and didn't know who he was explaining to. He then walked past Lin Xian with his head held high and walked down the stairs and out of the red building. Marquis, this young man is not simple. At such a young age, his painting skills are so good and his mind is so tough. He should not be mortal. Lin Ji whispered. It may not just be painting skills. Lin Xian looked at the teenager's back and let out a light laugh. Only a hint of doubt fell into his eyes. Why did it feel like this teenager was walking in a somewhat strange position? And why was his little butt wiggling? A woman dressed as a man? But if so, one should be able to tell unless the other party's cultivation was even higher than his. That shouldn't be possible. After all, you can't go wrong with bone age. A 16-year-old boy can reach the chi spirit realm? There are very few people who can have such a natural talent under the sky. Chapter 27, Xia Bai Wei. Wind Arrow Marquis blocks the road. Watching Lin Xian and his duo walk out of the red building, the 2 of them revealed themselves at the 6th floor railing. It's really strange today. No one has passed for a long time, but today 3 have passed in a row. But I didn't want it to be 3 true gentlemen. Mr. Dong said with a strange face. After all, their red building selection of flower girl requirements are very strict, but also in the whole world within the scope of screening, and then carefully select it out, casually take out A, in any place in the world. That is a first-class absolute beauty, not necessarily all true gentlemen. The woman in red said softly. What does Miss Red mean by that? Mr. Dong asked in confusion. The woman in red laughed. Mr. East was once in the Jianghu can have 4 absolute son of the name, and then in my red building to raise the body for many years. The attainments of the 4 arts when it has been more than in the past. In the 4 arts, the world can beat Mr. East of the people would not be much, not to mention a 16-year-old teenager who? Mr. Dong frowned slightly and said in a low voice. What Miss Red means is that this teenager is actually not 16 years old? Rather, he is dressed as an old monster? In heaven, there are a few people who have become famous at a young age, but there doesn't seem to be such a teenager. The woman in red laughed. It is not the old monster played. She is real as 16 years old, but it may not be a teenager? Mr. East sniffed again. If it's not a boy, is it a girl? There are even fewer women in the world who can have this attainment at this age. Absolutely. It was just that Mr. Dong seemed to have thought of something. His face changed slightly and he said with some incredulity. It's red dust lead? She's Xia Baiwei from Shanghai Academy? In the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, the 3 religions of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism were in abundance. And this Confucianism, the 3 academies are the highest pursuit of the world's literati. The Star and Moon Academy, the White Deer Academy, and the Shanghai Academy, located 10 miles outside of Kyoto. In fact, it can also be said to be a school, because the Star and Moon Academy and White Deer Academy are Mountain and Sea Academy disciples out of the building. After countless years of years, even has been in Mountain and Sea Academy of the same name. This Mountain and Sea Academy in the middle of a Confucian magic weapon. The name of the red dust lead, lead to the red dust and into the red dust, can change the face and even change the breath. If not the strength of the person who is far beyond the use of the person, cannot see the cat. And this red dust guide is now in the hands of the youngest but most talented young disciple of the Dean of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Her name is Xia Baiwei, 16 years old, female. Xia Baiwei entered the Shanghai Academy at the age of 12, and at the time of the entrance test, she wrote a beautiful essay with a bow brush. At the time of its writing, black clouds coalesced and thunder rolled in the sky. When I stopped writing, a torrential rain poured down and 10,000 thunderbolts roared. There are 3 saints' ideas present in the world, using Confucianism's qi to wash his body and shape his literary veins. After that can be called by the world of Confucianism people as a teacher of the Dean of the Mountain and Sea Academy appeared in the world, will be taken away, accepted as a closed disciple. The woman in red nodded. Being in Kyoto and 16 years old, she's the only one. I heard that after its entry into the Mountain and Sea Academy, 4 years did not come out. These 4 years, although the main practice of Confucianism, but all laws, and I do not know why it's out of the academy. Mr. East didn't say anything. If the red girl didn't know, she naturally knew even less. Although the calculator was powerful, there were always places that the calculator could not pry into. In this Daxia Kyoto, there are several such places, with the Daxia Imperial Palace as the most important. The Mountain and Sea Academy's backyard ranks second, and the third is the depths of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. Compared to the Xia Baiwei, he was more curious about that eightfold Marquis Lin Xian, 18 years of age into the realm of the birth control. This is also a proper genius in the whole world is also the top, enough to enter there counting the heavenly policy of the Heavenly Pride list, and also ranked in the forefront. Miss Hong, this time the 2 lists of potential dragons and Heaven's Pride have only changed. Next time isn't it time to add the name of this 8 Marquis to the Heaven's Pride list? Mr. Dong inquired in a low voice. The woman in red shook her head. This is not something I can say. Each list is ranked by the Mountain Master, and going up or down the list has to be decided by the Mountain Master. But it's 3 months from now. It's still too early to say. Still, let's see how this next scene plays out. With that, she cast her gaze beyond the red building. As early as half an hour ago, there was an extra sedan chair outside the red house, which had been waiting for a long time. He didn't dare to enter the red house to look for trouble, but he still had no problem outside the red house. Outside the red mansion, Lin Xian and Lin Shi both stopped. A sedan chair is parked in the middle of the road ahead. I don't know whether it was because it was a dark night with no one around or because it had been cleared, but there were no onlookers in the vicinity. Goo, isn't this Marquis Wind Arrow's sedan chair? What? Does Marquis Wind Arrow have an errand to run? Lin Xian took 2 steps forward and said with a smile. It seemed that he had forgotten all about the matter of breaking the legs of the Wind Arrow Marquis son before. Doesn't the Marquis of the 8 Directions need to explain a thing or two to this Marquis? Marquis Wind Arrow's voice came out from within the sedan chair. Explanation? What does this Marquis have to explain? Could it be that Marquis Wind Arrow is now stealing the jobs of those royal historians? It's not to sue this Marquis for going in and out of red buildings and having bad behavior. right? Lin Xian, don't pretend to be crazy to this marquis, but you broke my son's legs? A furious shout came from the sedan chair. A powerful aura was vented, and immediately, the sedan chair curtain lifted, and Marquis Wind Arrow stepped out. He was naturally furious. Chu surely was being carried back to the marquis house when he was about to go out, just in time to see the miserable side of his son. Although the events of the previous few days had caused him to have a bit of distaste for this eldest son, but after all, he was his son, the first eldest son of the Wind Arrow Marquis, the 8-square Marquis, as a military Marquis, had wasted his legs. This was a provocation to him, the Wind Arrow Marquis. If he didn't make a move, how could he gain a foothold in Kyoto in the future? Lin Xian faced the Wind Arrow Marquis with a faint smile. I said, what is it? So it's this matter, Marquis Wind Arrow. This matter is still this Marquis giving you face. Otherwise your son will not be as simple as breaking a pair of legs. When the 13th princess took a shot at this Marquis, now can be in the cloud-clearing palace grounded it. Could it be that you think that your son has and the 13th princess the same treatment? The Wind Arrow Marquis let out a cold laugh. My son is no match for the 8-square Marquis Sharp Teeth, and with the cultivation of the guards around you, when they can easily subdue my son's guards, he naturally poses no threat to you. So why do you still want to lay down this vicious hand? Do you really think that just because you've inherited this position as Marquis of the 8 Directions that you think you're Lin Xian? Even if he were Lin Biao, he wouldn't dare to be like this in Kyoto. Even if the military Marquis violates the law and discipline of Daxia, he should be sanctioned all the same. Follow this Marquis to the Kyoto Palace and be judged. After saying that, the Wind Arrow Marquis took large strides towards Lin Xian. The Kyoto Prefecture can't judge this Marquis. Lin Xian still smiled. However, the Wind Arrow Marquis action is non-stop. He naturally is not to the Kyoto government completely determined the crime of the 8 Marquis, but want to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. His own hall of Wind Arrow Marquis is not anyone can be bullied. He was barely among the Marquis. If today does not establish the prestige, even with the Chu family as a backing, he in Kyoto will be subjected to other people's eyes. And this 8-fold husband is full of enemies. Good for revenge. It was said that the old housekeeper of the Marquis of the 8 Directions was a powerful man, but Lin Xian didn't have one with him, so what could he do to him? Lin Xi blocked in front of the Wind Arrow Ho with a grave expression, but was directly toppled out by the Wind Arrow Ho's aura. Not having entered the dematerialization and the dematerialization realm are two completely different concepts, and at that moment, the Wind Arrow Marquis large hand was already on top of Lin Xian's shoulder. Chapter 28, Storming the Wind Arrow Marquis, Kyoto shakes. However, the moment the Wind Arrow Marquis large hand came into contact with Lin Xian's shoulder, his face changed drastically. He was at the Force Spirit realm. In his eyes, this 8-square Marquis was nothing more than a small Yuan Chi realm ant, and he didn't even need to make a move. Just the pressure of his breath could deter him, but he didn't expect his right hand to touch the other party's shoulder, but it felt like it was touching a stubborn stone. Hard as hell. This was definitely not a Yuan Chi realm flesh body. He then saw a strong aura burst out from Lin Xian's body, instantly shattering his arm away before he watched as a large foot stepped on top of his chest, directly kicking him out and smashing that car sedan directly into pieces. The Wind Arrow Marquis face was filled with disbelief. What's going on here? That power just now was at least at the Force Spirit realm. How could this 18-year-old yellow-mouthed child be at the same realm as himself? Sorry, Marquis Wind Arrow. Did this Marquis hit too hard? Lin Xian slowly stepped forward and looked at the Wind Arrow Marquis who was lying on top of the wooden slag covering his chest and said with a smile, "Where's the sorry look in that? It's totally intentional." Damn it, Lin Xian. You're hiding so deeply, but that's fine. This Marquis isn't bullying people by beating you. Marquis Wind Arrow slowly climbed up, his face cloudy, but he was feeling like it would be okay if it was. He is also considered to be a martial arts sparring match with the 8-square Marquis. Since it is a sparring match, it is normal to break an arm or a leg. Even if the 8-square Marquis sues the Li Tian Temple, he will have a reason to do so. Don't believe that a senior Force Spirit realm, or even one who has already touched the threshold of the Chi Spirit realm, still can't do anything to a yellow-tongued child? How can you exert your full strength when you simply cultivate without experiencing killing, without the slightest combat experience? With that said, the Wind Arrow Marquis instantly closed the distance between him and Lin Xian. His strong point was in arrows. Only a long bow appeared in his hand. The bow body was glowing with a ghostly blue light, and the strings were like a dragon's roar. This was a magic weapon. The specification shouldn't be high. The probability was that it was a lower-grade magic weapon. However, the lower-grade magic weapon was considered sufficient in the Force Spirit realm. Yellow-mouthed child. Really no combat experience at all. The Wind Arrow Marquis sneered in his heart when he saw that Lin Xian was still standing still. Then a low voice from him rang out. Yellow-mouthed child, catch this wind-walking arrow of mine. Only to see the Wind Arrow husband's bowstring drawn to full strength. An arrow with a sharp whistling sound headed straight for Lin Xian. Even the air was cut with a snorting sound. Lin Xian didn't panic. Facing the whistling arrow, he only slightly sidestepped and avoided the deadly blow. The wind arrow Marquis frowned slightly. Although his arrow was extremely fast, it was simple to avoid it in the same realm. Only the other party looked too bland and didn't seem to have the slightest bit of nervousness. Lin Xian was naturally not nervous. Although he hadn't fought, when he signed up for those feats, all of his combat experience was synchronized and passed on to him, so he could actually be considered battle-hardened. Besides, the other party was only at the Force Spirit realm. What could they do to him? And at this moment, the Wind Arrow Marquis drew his bow again. This time a series of several arrows were fired at the same time. Each arrow was as fast as lightning, with amazing force. Lin Xian remained as he was before, not striking, only dodging, his figure weaving in and out of the rain of arrows without being affected in the slightest. Not even his clothes were cut. At the same time, he was still getting closer to the Wind Arrow Ho, while the Wind Arrow Ho kept shooting arrows as he kept retreating. Suddenly, the Wind Arrow Marquis face changed. He ran out of arrows. The wind arrows that accompanied this wind bow of his were crafted from special meteorite iron, and unusual arrows could not bring out the full power of the wind bow, and there were only 30 of these windward arrows that he always had on hand. I didn't realize he'd run out without realizing it. It's just as well that it's used up, but that yellow mouth is unharmed? Marquis Wind Arrow. Continue. This Marquis would like to practice his stance. Lin Xian looked at Marquis Wind Arrow with a smile. At this moment, he was already less than 5 meters away from Wind Arrow Ho. The Wind Arrow Marquis heart snapped. He seemed to have somewhat underestimated this 8 directions Marquis, and in the middle of his mind's thoughts, Lin Xian appeared at his side in a single stride and struck him in the chest with a punch. Pust. Blood floated in the air, and the Wind Arrow Marquis body flew backwards, then fell headfirst to the ground, unable to move for a long time. Of course he couldn't move. Lin Xian had used quite a bit of force in this punch. The Wind Arrow Ho's ribs were at least going to break a few times. Weak. Too weak. Lin Xian withdrew his hand and gently shook his head with slight regret. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the already furious Marquis Wind Arrow almost turned his back. He had lost his face today. How can he face people in the future? Is there anyone still helping your Marquis back? This big night, how can you let your Marquis sleep on the street? Those who don't know would think that your Marquis is homeless. Lin Xian roared. At once, a few trembling bearers came over to the far corner. The Wind Arrow Marquis came in a sedan chair, so naturally there would be a bearer. Several sedan chairmen lifted up the Marquis of Wind Arrow, who had already fainted from anger, and hurried towards the Marquis of Wind Arrow's mansion, which could not stay here for a moment. The Wind Arrow Marquis looks like he's getting older. Why did he fall asleep when he said he would? As the palanquin driver passed by Lin Xian suddenly came up with this sentence. If the Wind Arrow Marquis heard this, he would probably be able to wake up from his coma in anger. Go. When the Wind Arrow Marquis was far away, Lin Xian turned around and greeted him. Lin Ji, who was already near stupefied in the distance, rushed over and looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. He was never expecting his own Marquis to be so strong. Those rumors I heard before turned out to be false. The old Marquis was a man of great talent. How could he just be in the Yuan Qi realm? So it used to be all about hiding. It is as it should be in this menacing Kyoto, without the old Marquis to shelter him. It seems that the Marquis not only inherited his natural talent from the old Marquis, but even his intelligence was passed down. As the two of them went far away, the events here had quickly spread to the 4 directions. After all, a great battle between 2 powerful people of the Shedding Realm could not naturally be concealed in this Kyoto, but they were all shocked when they got the news. None of them would have expected that one of the Deliverance Realm would be that 2nd generation Ho who was recognized as a waste in Kyoto. Of course, it's not about people being wasted. It's about natural talent being wasted. After all, although the previous Lin Xian's IQ wasn't too high, he could still be called a middleman. But his natural talent for cultivation is really not good. How many years of cultivation is still only Yuan Qi realm? Can this natural talent still not be wasted? Now they realized that it wasn't that Lin Xian was a waste, but that he was trying his best to hide himself. Junior 8 Square Marquis Lin Xian did not live up to the name 8 Square Marquis. After today, I think many people will be reconsidering the 8 Square Marquis. Above the red building, Miss Red let out a light laugh. The Kyoto that has been rippling all day is finally rippling. I just don't know how big of a wave this ripple will be able to set off. Marquis of the 8 directions. Lin Xian, why did you expose yourself again? Is it conceit? Or is it self-confidence? Chapter 29 Reactions from all parties. All prepared generous gifts. Lin Xian was certainly not conceited. It's not conceit, then it's necessarily confidence. Kyoto's was deep, but now he had the capital to defend himself. He can certainly do his best to hide it, but he didn't want to marry that bratty and bossy 13th princess in 3 months. And the human emperor's order was something that he naturally couldn't disobey now. Therefore, he needed to capitalize on his refusal within 3 months. his previous self was completely without this capital, and was not even qualified to talk to the human emperor. He was only a second-generation marquis, and even the human emperor couldn't even ascend to the heavenly hall of departure if he wasn't summoned. Regarding his marriage to the 13th princess, even though it had reached the point where the whole world was aware of it, the eightfold marquis still had not received any decree from the palace. Even the human emperor would have to pay a little more attention to him now, wouldn't he? And since those people wanted to find trouble with their octagonal marquis, it would be better to just put the octagonal marquis in the open, and whoever wanted to come and make a move would hurry up and do so. Otherwise, when he's stabilized by Xiaolu, it would be his turn to make the first move. However, Lin Xian wasn't stupid, even though he was exposed but not completely. Although the cultivation level of the force spirit realm was perverted, it hadn't reached the point of being particularly perverted, and this kind of perversion, there were still some in Daxia. If they can naturally do it themselves, without being too shocking. Of course, anyone who took that as his full strength would be mistaken. The current self was in the Chi Prana realm. Moreover, there was still energy left in the 9 transformation golden pill in his body, coupled with the fact that the medicinal power was constantly being absorbed by his body under the support of the innate unsullied body. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the essence realm wouldn't be far away. At that time, he might be able to try to see if the watershed of the earth transformation realm could be broken through or not. The 7th Prince's residence. Prepare the car. This Highness is going to make a trip to the Marquis of the 8 Directions. The 7th Prince anxiously ordered his subordinates. Your Highness, wait, Mr. Li rushed to come and stop it. The 7th Prince said with a slight bit of urgency, Mr. Li, that octagonal Marquis is actually a force spirit realm cultivator. He tricked us all. Damn it, this Highness must draw him in. The current octagonal Marquis is completely incomparable to the previous octagonal Marquis. If we have his support, it will be a great help to His Highness. Mr. Li was a little speechless. This Highness of his is really out of his mind. The Marquis of the 8 Directions is clearly trying to draw a line with you, and he has not seen you several times. So you go in the middle of the night and see you again? Your Highness, it's almost midnight now. Even if you want to go, you have to wait until dawn, right? Mr. Li said helplessly. Moreover, we didn't help out with the things that the Eightfold Marquis has caused several times. I'm afraid that the Eightfold Marquis doesn't have a small grudge against us, so I suggest that there's no need to rush to meet him, and just wait until tomorrow to send some gifts. In order to truly draw on the 8 Marquis, one needs to do so subtly, in an orderly but gradual manner. The 7th Prince didn't seem to have listened and said hastily, But, Mr. Li, if the local takedown is not contested, my few brothers will definitely not let go. They already know that there is a gap between His Highness and the octagonal Marquis. They will definitely take advantage of the situation. What if the octagonal Marquis chooses to return to them? Compared to them, His Highness doesn't have much of an advantage. Mr. Li mentally cursed. You're pretty good at sticking it in your face. Not much of an advantage? I really don't know how to say this. What do they say out there? The 9 dragons? 9 farting dragons. Actually 8 dragons and a worm. You need brains without brains. You need a mother's family without a mother's family. And if it weren't for the fact that Lao Zi had planned and strategized for you and laid down some foundations, you wouldn't have had the chance to fight against the other emperors at all. But there was no way around it. Who made it his chosen prince? He could only drag him forward with one hand. Your Highness, believe me, the Marquis of the 8 Directions will not fall to another prince. And if your Highness insists on traveling now, also believe me, he will definitely not fall to your Highness. Li said seriously. The 7th Prince was silent for a moment. Old Li's words still pulled him back. Past experience told him that what Mr. Li said basically came true, and he had to believe it. After a long time, the 7th Prince sighed. Alright, then Mr. Li will pick some gifts for this Highness tomorrow to send to the octagonal Marquis residence. The things in this residence can be picked at random. Make sure to pick what the octagonal Marquis is satisfied with. Mr. Li bowed slightly. I will live up to your Highness' trust. The 7th Prince returned to his room in a state of affliction and continued to embrace his beautiful concubine. Mr. Li, on the other hand, stood in place for a moment, and with a single leap, he exited the Imperial Prince's residence. There was still more information he needed to know about the 8 Square Marquis. It didn't make sense that a teenager who was still in the Yuan-Chi realm some time ago would have transformed into a Force Spirit realm powerhouse. How many levels had this crossed? Could it be that the Eightfold Marquis had really been hiding his clumsiness? That would be horrible. On the 7th Prince's side, he had been in contact with the Eightfold Marquis many times, but he had never seen it. The residence of the 3rd Prince. The 3rd Prince was pacing back and forth in the middle of the hall. He was also drowned out of sleep in the middle of the night by the news he received. He was not a big fan of the Eightfold husband. It's just a trashy second-generation Marquis. and such a waste of a second-generation Ho. He had once also still tried to pull the strings, but he didn't expect the eightfold Ho to reject him and throw himself into the arms of old Seven. Sure enough, the waste will choose to hold. However, the eightfold Marquis had refuted his face, causing him to be displeased. He had tried to find a way to find fault with the octagonal Marquis many times, and yesterday, he even had people on his side prepare to step on the octagonal Marquis above the courtroom, but because of Yun Xiang's behavior in the courtroom, his people did not have a chance to speak at all. He had been a little annoyed, but now he was a little glad. It was fortunate that his people hadn't spoken yet, or else they would have offended this Marquis of the Eight Directions to death. If Lin Xian was proven to have his father's style, perhaps the Eight-Square Marquis could once again take the reins of power, and if he could inherit his father Lin Xian's power as well, then the limelight would be right up there with the 10 great martial Marquis. No matter which prince such a person stood beside, the chances of which prince would be a few points greater. Someone come, prepare a generous gift and send it to the 8th Marquis tomorrow. He was not as good as the 7th prince, and he knew that even if he went to the 8th Marquis residence, he might not pay attention to the other side even if he stretched his smiling face over. Therefore, the first send a thick gift to explore the mouth of the 8 Directions Marquis. If the 8 Directions Marquis will accept the things, there is still a possibility of détente between them. They may not be unable to stand together in the future. There are no eternal enemies in this world. It depends on the sincerity to the point. Ning King's Mansion. You, prepare a thick gift and personally send it to the 8th Marquis tomorrow to apologize for the previous period of time. Although the matter has nothing to do with you, but after all, the matter happened in my Ning Wang's residence. Understand? King Ning said as such to Prince Ning's son, Yun Cheng Palace. What? That denizen is actually at the Fourth Spirit Realm? The 13th princess also received the relevant news and was immediately stunned. How can that guy be in the Power Realm? He'd never fought back when he'd clearly made a move on him. Except, of course, for the slap yesterday. No, that guy is in the Fourth Spirit Realm. Father and mother consort as well as uncle will definitely be more satisfied with this marriage. This princess has to find a way to sabotage it. This princess will definitely not marry this bastard. The 13th princess whispered through gritted teeth. On the second day, there was an early morning traffic jam in front of the 8 Marquis residence. Not only did the 4 princes send people, Prince Ning was even there in person, as well as some military lords' sons and princes' sons and daughters who had dealings with the 8 Marquis in the past. They were either here in person, or they had all sent generous gifts with the intention of easing the relationship with Lin Xian. It was only that Lin Xian hadn't seen a single one of these people, and as for those generous gifts, they were accepted as they were. When someone brings a gift to your door, it's a good idea not to accept it. Chapter 30 Mysterious Organization. Zhou Shen's visit. At the Marquis of the 8 Directions Mansion, the old housekeeper and Lin Ji were unwrapping the gifts sent by various parties. Aside from a few imperial princes as well as the Prince of Ning, the rest are all a bit petty. Lin Shen looked at the gifts piled up in a small half of the hall and said smilingly, Marquis, how can their family background be compared to the royal family and the princes? The smile on Lin Ji's face was also wide. Only then he tucked his smile away and whispered, Marquis, we've collected the things, but isn't it not good if we don't see a single person? Like that Prince Ning has come in person to make amends. Lin Xian said without a care in the world. What's wrong with that? This Marquis accepted their gifts. The past will naturally be written off. Of course, there's actually nothing going on in the past. If they don't mess with this Marquis naturally won't lay a hand on them. The matter of the Ning Wang mansion shouldn't have anything to do with them. And this Marquis isn't an unreasonable person. Lin Shi glanced at the box next to him, which held 10,000 taels of silver tickets as well as a magic weapon. The Ning royal family is really rich and powerful. I guess it's because of this Marquis that he's being reasonable, isn't it? On top of that, the 4 princes in the capital had all sent the Marquis some rare items worth thousands of dollars. 3 days passed. For the past 3 days, Kyoto has been quite quiet. The sightlines outside the octagonal Marquis residence hadn't been broken in the past few days. Only that there had been no movement occurring in the octagonal Marquis residence for the past 3 days. However, the commotion within the Wind Arrow Marquis residence was not small. In these 3 days, many places in Kyoto were rumoring about the Wind Arrow Marquis father and son's flirtatious past, making the Wind Arrow Marquis, who had almost recovered from his injuries, so angry that he almost planted himself again. I heard that he even went to his son's room in the middle of the night and knocked his legs off again. If it wasn't for his wife stopping him on the side, he could have beaten Seiji to death alive. But Chu surely, although not killed, but also by the Wind Arrow Marquis on the spot to the abolition of the position of the sun, overnight to send back to Nannan County. That is the lair of the Chu family, the place where the Chu family made its fortune, and the second son of Marquis Wind Arrow became his first successor. Many people thought that this Wind Arrow Marquis should find a way to retaliate back. After all, The Chu family is recognized as shameless. But I didn't expect Marquis Wind Arrow to close his door after teaching his son a lesson and sending him away. It wasn't that Wind Arrow Ho didn't want to retaliate back. His killing intent towards Lin Xian was already very strong. Once upon a time, it was fine for him to be crushed head over heels by Lin Xian's old man. But now, he couldn't even compare to Lin Zhao's son. So how could he not hate him? Even Lin Biao hadn't made him lose this much face when he was around. So how could he swallow this? But this is Kyoto. Not to mention that he simply didn't have enough experts to take Lin Xian's life. And even if he did, he wouldn't dare to do it rashly. That was the great Xia military marquis. If he really took Lin Xian out, if he was found out, his entire Chu family wouldn't be able to escape. It's fine to do it, but it should never be associated with him. He was already thinking of a way these past few days to teach Lin Xian a lesson that would last a lifetime. At the same time, the 8 Marquis Mansion. Lin Xian was looking coldly at the 2 corpses on the ground while Bai Xiaosheng stood to the side. After 3 days, the 100 Dawn Tower had finally made some gains. The northern border was farther away, so it would probably take some time for the news to arrive. But on the Kyoto side, 2 had already been found. These 2 Lin Xian still recognized both of them. One was once the chef of the Lin house. Lin Xian remembered that he did a great job with braised meat, but then it seemed that because of the adultery with the maid of the house and Lin Jiu was kicked out. The other was her mother's former maid, the one who had committed adultery with this cook, and had been thrown out together with Lin Biao. According to the clues on those previous notes, only these 2 were found. According to Bai Xiaosheng, the others should not be alive. The probability is that they were killed and silenced. It was a surprise that these 2 were still alive. According to them, it was Lin Biao who knew that they were being bribed, but Lin Biao was so generous that he not only didn't make things difficult for them, but instead helped them to get out of their shells so that they wouldn't be silenced by the forces behind them. Lin Xian didn't know why Lin Zi was a womanizer, but he wouldn't be, since the 100 Dawn Tower had already found them, and they were aware of the 100 Dawn Tower's existence. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't give them the chance to expose themselves. According to the account of these 2 people, they do not know who is behind the instruction of them, only know that it is a force. They only need to bring to a fixed place at a fixed time to the connector will be on the line. And the connector wasn't the same person every time, so they guessed it was a not so small force, and a very careful and secretive one at that. This joint location they had also told Lin Lin after he discovered it, and they didn't know if Lin Lin had found out where the curtain was. Speaking of which, that was already more than 10 years ago, when Lin Xian was only a few years old. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand, and the body was swallowed by the gaping hole in the ground. Marquis, according to our investigation, this behind-the-scenes force is not small. In the middle of Kyoto seems to have laid a big net, will not be inferior to that counting the sky policy, and now Marquis your cultivation has also been exposed. In Kyoto is a bit dangerous, not as good as to go to the blessed land where 100 Dawn House is located, where no one can find. Very safe. Bai Xiaosheng opened his mouth and said. Lin Xian shook his head and said, how can we say retreat when we have yet to fight? Kyoto is the center of the divine kingdom, where the top of Daxia converges. The prince seizes the throne, the ministers manipulate power, and the princes and lords of the state, or the scene, or the spectators. Behind this, there is a pair of invisible hands, like that counts the sky policy, such as the unknown forces, but also to add the first stage of the House of 100 Dawn. Not only that, but there is also the supervisor of Heaven's department to monitor Kyoto, and Confucianism and Taoism are interspersed with imperial power. But, even if the power is monstrous and the force is amazing, one still has to bow his noble head in front of that human emperor who suppresses the world. There is a king sitting in the town of Kyoto. Even if the 10 clans of Daxia, the world's top experts all gathered in Kyoto, can only be hidden in the darkness, all the actions, all like ghosts. Lin Xian was a Daxia military marquis, on the side of the human emperor, and in Kyoto, it might be dangerous, but not that dangerous. What's more, compared to 3 days ago, his self-preservation was even more sufficient now, and he was, now, fearless. The center of gravity doesn't have to revolve around this marquis of mine next, just go all out with your development. What should jump out will naturally do so, Lin Xian commanded. Yes, Bai Xiaosheng nodded and retreated. After Bai Xiaosheng left, Lin Xian also walked out. It was late in the day and he was about to go back to the house to rest, but stopped after only 2 steps. A personal guard trotted into Lin Xian's field of vision. Marquis, Master Zhou Wei of the First Guard of the Supervisory Heavenly Division is visiting. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. But I haven't seen this young Master Zhou Wei for days. I just don't know what he's doing here late at night. Hasn't the Heavenly Supervisory Department been investigating the matter of the Marquis of Pingding lately? Lead guards Master Zhouan and say that this Marquis is waiting in the main hall, Lin Xian commanded. Then, it was time to walk back in and take a seat at the main table. Soon, Zhou Shin was led by his personal guards into the middle of the main hall. Greetings, Marquis of the Eight Directions. Zhou Shen arched his hand. Lin Xian had long since risen and responded with a clasped fist. You're very kind, Guardian Master Zhou. Please take a seat. Zhou Shen sat down, his eyes looking up and down on Lin Xian before he laughed. Speaking of which, what happened on the banks of the Luo River 4 days ago? At that time, this Guardian Lord should have been meddling. Lin Xian knew that Zhou Shen was pointing him out, so he smiled back. What are you talking about, Defense Master Zhou? Your supervisory heavenly division monitors the world, and those little grubs are naturally under Lord Zhou's jurisdiction. So what's the point of meddling in the world? On the contrary, this Marquis said to invite Lord Zhou Wei to drink at his leisure, but did not have the time to spare. I do not know if Lord Zhou Wei can be free tomorrow. This Marquis invited Lord Zhou Wei to drink. Zhou Shen did not directly agree, but instead opened his mouth and said, the matter of drinking will be discussed later. This Guardian Lord has come here mainly because of the matter of Marquis Pingding, and may need to ask Marquis Lin a few questions. And of course, regarding the results of the investigation of Marquis Pingding, this Lord feels that there are some elements that need to be informed to Marquis Lin as well. Chapter 31, The Findings of the Overseer of Heavens Department, Cooperation. Lord Zhou Wei, please ask. If this Marquis knows, he will definitely know everything. Lin Xian smiled and spoke. Zhou Shen was also not polite and directly began to inquire. For the rumors among the marketplace, Marquis Lin should have heard quite a few of them. May I ask Marquis Lin if those marketplace rumors are true? Marquis Pingding sent someone to assassinate you? Is that true? Yes, indeed. Lin Xian didn't hide it. He couldn't hide this anyway, and he wasn't going to. Where are the killers? Kill. Where's the body? Heavy-handed and ruined. Zhou gave Lin Xian a deep and profound look, not pursuing the matter and once again asking a new question. What do you think about the rumor that it was you, Marquis Lin? Who killed Marquis Pingding? How can I watch? Sit and watch. Stand and watch. Lie and watch. Lord Zhou Wei wouldn't even believe such ridiculous rumors. Would he? Lin Xian spread his hands and said. Zhou Shen did not reply to Lin Xian's words, but instead asked again. Does Marquis Lin know why Marquis Pingding is targeting you? As far as I know, Marquis Pingding and your father, the old Marquis of the Eight Directions, have a very good relationship, and are lifelong friends. Lin Xian once again spread his hands. Lord Zhou Wei, this is a question this Marquis can't answer for you. This Marquis still wants to find some answers from you. Fine, then I'll tell you why. Zhou Shen continued with Lin Xian's words. The Supervisory Heavenly Division once made a comment about the Marquis of Pingding, that he was ambitious but not talented, and that he was different from the outside. Xia 2100 years, the birth of too many military marquis, may not all have real talent. Many sitting on this military marquis position is also mostly coincidence, or the exchange of interests to the noble marquis is most obvious. A few days ago and you have had a conflict of the Phoenix Arrow marquis is a very obvious example. Compared to those noble marquis, the gold content of the commoner marquis is obviously higher, but there is likewise no shortage of abusive people. Marquis Pingding is also one of them. In fact, he can't be regarded as a complete commoner marquis. If it weren't for Lin Biao and a good wife he married, he might not be able to ascend to this marquis position. Perpetually under the shroud of the light of the Lin Biao as well as the strength of the wife clan, a person may not necessarily not change, and at this time, if there is an outside force intervening, when it's easier to destroy a person's spiritual will. Lin Xian cast a glance towards Zhou Shen. Don't tell me, this supervisory division still has a couple of tricks up its sleeve. Does Guardian Master Zhou mean to say that this Marquis of Pingding is inconsistent in appearance and psychopathic? Lin Xian inquired, feigning confusion. By the way, there's that external force. What does it mean? Zhou Shen did not answer directly, but asked a new question. Does Marquis Lin know if there are any other forces in Kyoto besides Marquis Pingding who wish to put you to death? Lin Xian shook his head, then seemed to think of something and nodded again. There should be one now. That Wind Arrow Marquis should have this in mind. The other forces are unknown. He was genuinely unaware that someone was indeed targeting him, but hiding too deep. He suspected that even Calculus might not know detailed information about this force. As for those other officials such as princes and marquises who had a slight gap with Lin Qi, most of them still didn't dare to lay their hands on the current military marquises in Kyoto, and the second-generation marquises were also military marquises. Not everyone can afford to do that, even the Shurhan behind them. The human emperor has done a lot of good things in the past 2 years of killing the rich and giving to the poor, and is waiting for these scholars to make a mistake. The God of the Weak let out a slight sigh and said in a low voice, Marquis Lin, I can tell you very clearly that there is a very deep force lurking in the middle of Kyoto, and Marquis Pingding belongs to this force, even if it's just a peripheral person, and you are the target of this force. And the death of Marquis Pingding this time was also done by this force in order to silence him. The hallowed military marquis is also just a peripheral member of this force? Lin Xian wondered. Zhou Shen nodded. his face slightly heavy. As far as we know from the investigation of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, this is the case, and the officials of Kyoto, far more than the Marquis of Pingding, and this number is still increasing. Lin Xian frowned. The human emperor is sitting in Kyoto. What kind of force would dare to engage in such petty actions under the human emperor's nose? If the human emperor were to step in, he wouldn't have taken them down in minutes. Zhou Shan laughed. Marquis Lin, you're afraid that you're thinking too simply. It's naturally fine for the human emperor to take action, but the human emperor's eyes are set on the entire world. If everything requires the human emperor to take action, what do you need us ministers for? And to put it bluntly, Xia nowadays has too many honored nobles. It's not impossible to weed out some of them through this. Even if half of those princes and lords in Kyoto die today, it won't have the slightest effect on today's daxia, but will instead inject new vigor. Lin Xian understood Zhou Shan's meaning, but this guess was a bit too bold, right? It could be a case of making up a human emperor. He was so close to Zhou Shan that he even dared to say this to himself. The duty of the Supervisory Heavenly Division is to supervise the world, and my first guard is to supervise Kyoto. If such a force exists, my first guard will do its utmost to eradicate it, regardless of whether or not its existence is justified. Even if it's Marquis Pingding, he has served the Grand Xia. Even if he committed a heinous crime, he still needs to be judged by the Grand Xia law, not to mention that he was compelled to fall into the abyss. Zhou Shan's voice sounded again, and as this force is also a deadly threat to Marquis Lin, it may not be impossible for there to be cooperation between the 8 Marquis and the Supervisory Heavenly Division. It wasn't until then that Zhou Shan finally said what he came for. Lin Xian revealed a pensive expression. He naturally understood Zhou Shan's meaning, saying that it was cooperation, but in fact it was just to use him as bait to fish out that force. To be honest, he didn't really need it. The Supervisory Division is strong, very strong. The head of that Supervisory Heavenly Division is the world's top powerhouse, and is even sitting in Kyoto at all times. But even so, until now, even the shadow of that force has not been touched. What does that tell you? It shows that the force knows the overseer like the back of its hand. The Supervisory Heavenly Division's every move had been exposed under their noses, and they still wanted to use it against them? The difficulty factor is high. Might as well be this starter myself. Moreover, this might not be what the Supervisory Heavenly Division had in mind entirely. Zhou Deep Knight's trip to his 8 Directions Marquis residence. Not to mention that mysterious force, even the eyes of the other parties were looking at it in their eyes. In this way, those who should be on guard are bound to be even more on guard. Only Lin Xian still decided to agree to it. The one who did the baiting didn't necessarily have to be him. The 8 Directions Marquis house. The Supervisory Heavenly Division might not be unable to do this baiting. Lord Zhou Wei, tomorrow at the Qingfeng building, this Marquis will host a banquet, at which time this Marquis will give you an answer. Lin Xian got up and said. Zhou Shan frowned slightly. Why wait until tomorrow for this win-win situation? It was only that he, the Supervisory Heavenly Division, had been staring at that mysterious force for not a day or two, and it wasn't too bad for this day. In that case, then tomorrow, this Lord Wei will definitely go there. Zhou Shan rose to take his leave. After Zhou Shan left the Marquis, the old housekeeper appeared in the hall. Marquis. Lin Xian pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to the old housekeeper. Deliver this letter to the Yunsheng mansion. Be careful. There should be quite a few experts in the Yunsheng mansion. Marquis, don't worry. Only delivering the letter and not making a move. There's no harm in having an expert. The old butler took the letter and disappeared without a trace. Lin Xian walked out of the main hall with his arms crossed, looking up at the sky at a 45 angle. It's going to be another great day tomorrow. Chapter 32 Clear Wind House. Killer. Kyoto. Chancellor's residence. Yunxiu Zhang and the middle-aged Taoist priest gazed at the letter placed on the table. Sage, it should be an expert at the earth transformation realm or above. The poor Taoist did not sense anything unusual. The middle-aged Taoist said in a low voice. He was the earth transformation realm and was inside the mansion. But whenever someone sneaked in, any abnormal movement could not be concealed from his perception. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person sneaking in was under the earth transformation realm. Since this person was able to put down the letter without a word, he was also able to take the life of the Sangha without a word. Therefore, the middle-aged Taoist priest was a bit ashamed, but it was his negligence. Yunxiu was reaching for the letter on the table, but was stopped by the middle-aged Taoist. Phase Master, be careful, let the poor Taoist come, the middle-aged Taoist said in a deep voice. Yunxiu Zhang does not have cultivation in the body. Borrow letters to kill things is not unheard of. This kind of murder means ground change realm can easily do. Only Yun Kozhang did not stop moving, but directly picked up the epistle. At the same time, his voice came out. In Kyoto, no one has dared to make a move against this prime minister yet. This was the bottom line of his position as Chancellor of Daxia. The letter was unfolded, and its contents were reflected in Yun Xuzheng's eyes. A moment later, Yun Kojun closed the letter and handed it to the middle-aged Taoist. Burn it after reading it. Yun Xuzheng's voice reached the middle-aged Taoist's ears. The middle-aged Taoist priest opened it to take a look at it and raised his eyebrows slightly before the letter in his hand shattered into crumbs. Sangha, might it be possible to deduce from this who sent this letter? The middle-aged Taoist said in a low voice. Yun Xuzheng shook his head slightly. Kyoto, there are many people who have this strength, but know these and dare to take action is not much. Before the Prime Minister also only occasionally know. Until a few days ago things only know. You go to Ruifang again to look for that person, and say that you can go out this time, and that you don't have to show up because of your special status. The middle-aged Taoist nodded his head and turned around to walk out of the Yunxiang mansion. It was already midnight, and with only half a day to go, he was having to hurry. Yun Xuzheng, on the other hand, stared at the debris on the ground, revealing a contemplative expression. Which prince is it? Or the supervisor of heaven? Or you, Marquis of the Eight Directions? Lin Xian? Whispers echoed through the room. Qingfeng House, a famous restaurant in Kyoto. The people who come and go are either rich or expensive, and ordinary people can't afford to spend money at all. Inside the dishes and drinks are rare, often is 200 taels to start. A meal down to spend thousands of taels of silver is not surprising. Near midday, Lin Xian appeared outside the Qingfeng building. Behind him followed Lin Ji as well as the 24 personal guards that Lin Ji had brought over from the northern realm. Gu, Marquis Lin, you're here, the room is ready for you. When Lin Xian and the others entered the Qingfeng building, the boy rushed to greet them. Lin Ji came over to book a room in the morning, and said that the 8 Marquis will be here today to invite guests. Qingfeng House naturally do not dare to slow down. Brothers, today, drink openly and eat with an open stomach. All spending is on this Marquis head. Lin Xian turned back to the personal guards and spoke loudly. Thank you Marquis. All of the personal guards were beaming with joy. Where have they ever enjoyed this kind of treatment? Qingfeng House, this kind of places some middle-class families in Kyoto also do not dare to say that open stomach to eat. Lin Ji, you stay here too. Don't make a mess and don't disturb the other diners. Lin Xian said as he looked at Lin Ji. Lin Ji nodded his head, and then he took all the personal guards to sit in the middle of the hall. Xiao Er, order the food, and bring up all of your store's signatures. In addition, these brothers of mine will each have a jar of wine, the best of the best. He wasn't the least bit worried about impoverishing the Marquis of the Eight Directions. The Marquis said to eat openly, and you don't have to pay the bill anyway. Lin Xian didn't care about them, but instead went up to the 3rd floor under the guidance of the junior. This Qingfeng building only had 3 floors, and non-honored nobles, even if they had money, could not ascend to the 3rd floor. Lin Xian, as a Dixia military Marquis, naturally had this qualification. Marquis Lin, please. The junior guided Lin Xian to the well-sized room. This is the best room in the Qingfeng building. As long as you book the room, even if you don't spend money, it will cost you 100 taels of silver. The room was large, the decoration was elegant and flashy, the walls were hung with valuable calligraphy and paintings, all kinds of furnishings were also rare, and by the window were potted pots of rare flowers, exuding a gust of tranquil aroma. Inside, there was also a screen to cover the screen, and a few slender figures could be seen within it, and as the two entered it, the sound of a melodious zither rang out. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction, but leave the people alone and let them out. Xiao Er nodded, then clapped his hands, the sound of the zither stopped, and four girls dressed very sparsely walked out. The 4 of them gave a graceful salute to Lin Xian before they walked out of the room one after another. Lin Xian walked over to the window and glanced downwards, just as he saw a figure slowly walking towards the direction of Qingfeng building. Serve the food. Lin Xian turned around and said. Xiao Er bent down and retreated at once. In only a few moments of tea, Zhou pushed open the door of the well-sized room and walked in. Guardian Lord Zhou is quite punctual. Lin Xian grinned. Zhou took a seat opposite Lin Xian and spoke. Marquis Lin invited me, so naturally I must be punctual. And at that moment, a single waiter had walked in with the dishes. Soon the tabletop for both of them was piled high with food. Please enjoy your meal. 2 adults. Xiao Er retreated. Zhou frowned darkly as he looked at the food on the table. Today from the moment he entered the door he sensed that something was wrong. This 8-fold Marquis was a bit too high profile, wasn't he? More than 20 of the 8 Marquis personal guards were in the 1st floor hall eating and drinking indiscriminately, and the 8-fold husband had also chartered this most expensive private room and ordered the most expensive food in these su. Just the food on this table is no less than 500 gold. Counting those personal guards, today's meal, the 8-fold Marquis had to spend more than 2,000 gold. Does the Marquis of the 8 Directions have such a large family? Even if the Octagon Marquis had received a lot of gifts a few days ago, this meal would have to consume most of it, right? Who can afford to do that? Thinking of this, Zhou rose a hint of vigilance. This 8-square Marquis isn't trying to settle the bill himself, is he? He doesn't have the family money. Guardian Lord Zhou, please, this is the first time this Marquis of Qingfeng House has come. If it wasn't for the banquet for Guardian Lord Zhou, this Marquis wouldn't have been able to come, Lin Xian said with a smile. Looking at the smiling Lin Xian, Zhou Shen was even more afraid to move his chopsticks. There are cats. Although he Zhou Shen's face, as long as put a word, there are countless people in Kyoto to rush to pay for this meal to him, but he is absolutely not going to do this kind of thing. His reputation is damaged. Lord Zhou isn't worried that this Marquis will make you pay for the meal, right? Don't worry, although this Marquis is poor, some meal money is still affordable, not to mention the fact that this Marquis is treating the guests, so naturally I won't bother Lord Zhou. Lin Xian seemed to have read Zhou Shen's thoughts and spoke loudly. Marquis Lin is joking. How could this Guardian Lord think such a thing? Come, eat. Zhou Shen picked up his chopsticks and ate. To be honest, he had come to this Qingfeng building, but for the sake of the case, he had never tasted the food of this Qingfeng building. Although the welfare of the supervisory heavenly division was good, this kind of extravagant life was not yet something that ordinary people could enjoy. The two of them ate for half an hour, and the table was wiped out. The two of them had deep cultivation, so their meal sizes were naturally a little bit bigger, and they could naturally eat a little bit more. Not bad. I heard that a few of the ingredients we just ate were shipped back from the Western Demon Kingdom, and the meat of those demonic beasts is firm, and by the hands of the chef of Qingfeng House, it adds even more flavor. It's said that sometimes there are also demonic beast materials of the demon breeding realm in the Qingfeng building, but it's a pity that they can be encountered but not sought. Lin Xian reclined and covered his belly, saying with a slight hint of regret. Zhou Shen shook his head and laughed. Even if you can encounter it, you have to be able to afford to consume it. Does Marquis Lin still have this family money? That's a very reasonable statement from Lord Zhou. It seems that you and I don't have the pleasure of this mouthful. Lin Xian laughed. Wine and food are enough. Shouldn't we get down to business next? Zhou Shen looked at Lin Xian and said solemnly. Who would have thought that Lin Xian was still in a reclined position? But there was a meaningful smile on his face. Master Zhou, the business was talked about yesterday. Today shouldn't be about business, but doing business. Zhou Shen frowned. However, before he could ask the question, a strong aura came at the two from outside the window. Zhou Shen's face changed greatly. This aura, at the very least, it's a cheap prana realm powerhouse. Surprisingly, there was an assassin intent on stabbing them. No, stabbing him. He could sense that the killer's target lock was not the Eightfold Marquis, but him. Chapter 33, Murder to Kill for Wanting to Kill. In only an instant, the thoughts in Zhou Shen's mind turned 1,000 times. It was still broad daylight. Who would dare to be so bold as to strike at the supervisory heavenly hall at this time? If he died, the supervisory heavenly division would definitely track him down. And his teacher, the head of the supervisory heavenly division, would definitely take action personally? Not to say that he would definitely be able to find out the person behind the scenes, but since this Chi Prana realm powerhouse had taken action, he would definitely not be able to get out of the situation. Trading a Qigong realm powerhouse for your own life? I don't know if this deal is worth it or not. A degenerate realm powerhouse wasn't something that could be cultivated just by saying so. Just at this moment, it was too late for him to think too much. A black-masked man had already smashed the window of the second floor of the restaurant and appeared in front of him, holding a sword and attacking him, the long sword in his hand releasing a regal cold aura. Zhou Shen hastily retreated. A flash of light. His hand also appeared in a long knife. Toward that person is chopped over. Knife astral collided with the sword on. A loud noise. The knife astral and sword on intertwined place, bursting out dazzling sparks. Along with this loud sound, the aftershocks rippled in all directions, and the facilities of the entire room were shattered. As for Lin Xian, he had retreated to a corner long before the man in black broke open the window, watching the battle from the sidelines. The man in black and Zhou Shen once again collided and fought. Don't look at Zhou Shen only force prana realm, but he is also the youngest of the supervisory heavenly division's delimitation realm. In terms of talent, in the whole of Daxia is also ranked. Moreover, he has got the supervisory heavenly division's head of the true tradition. Not to say whether or not he can fight over the Chi Prana realm, at least now he is not losing the wind. Even if he is not defeated, he should run or not have a problem. As for the man in black, the battle power he displayed was only at the Chi Prana realm. The two of them exchanged blows again for a few moments, and the man in black forced Zhou Shen back with a sword, and with a long leap, he drilled out from the broken window again, and disappeared towards the distance. Zhou Shen did not go after it. If it was nighttime, it would be possible for him to escape, but in broad daylight, it would be impossible for him to escape from the supervisory heavenly division's pursuit, provided of course that he was only at the Chi Prana realm. In the distance, a group of people from the supervisory heavenly division had already followed. Farther away, there were others coming this way. The supervisory heavenly division did not lack strong men. and with a sound of movement from this side, some people marched in this direction. On the third floor, more than 20 personal guards of the 8 Marquis rushed up. Marquis, are you alright? Lin Ji walked over to Lin Xian's side and asked eagerly. Just now, it was a shock to him. They were eating happily, when a battle instantly broke out above them, and the shockwave of that battle prevented them from rushing up for a while. They thought the Marquis had been assassinated. But come up and take a look. The Marquis is intact, but that supervisor of the Heavenly Division's Lord Zhou Wei's breath is a little unstable. Just now it should be his shot. I'm fine. You guys detain all the people in Qingfeng building, from the shopkeeper to the waiter. None of them are allowed to leave, but if there's any resistance, you'll be killed on sight, Lin Xian commanded. Lin Ji was slightly stunned, then immediately brought more than 20 of his personal guards to kill and take down all of the people at Qingfeng House. Marquis Lin, what are you doing? Zhou Shen didn't understand Lin Xian's intentions. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Qingfeng downstairs poisoned and colluded with assassins to try to murder the Grand Xia military marquis as well as the supervisory Heavenly Division's guards master. There shouldn't be much of a problem in taking them down for this reason. Should there? Poisoning? Colluding with killers? Zhou Shen was slightly confused. They had just eaten for so long and had not realized that the food was poisonous. There now. A vial appeared in Lin Xian's hand, opened the cap, and flung 2 drops of liquid out of it, which instantly evaporated into water vapor. Zhou Shen sniffed slightly. Chemical Qi San? Lin Xian nodded. Qingfeng building wants to use the gasification dispersal to dissolve the cultivation of the 2 of us, and then unite the assassins to assassinate. But fortunately, Lord Zhou Gui is quick-witted and breaks the flavor of the gasification dispersal in advance. Otherwise you and I would have lost our lives here. Zhou Shen frowned. Qingfeng House offended Marquis Lin? This is a major crime of plagiarizing and exterminating a family. Marquis Lin don't tell this guardian lord just to escape this meal. He was the master of the supervisory Heavenly Division Guard, so he naturally wouldn't allow this kind of unfounded matter to appear in front of his eyes, not to mention also allowing him to be directly involved in it. Lin Xian laughed. Look at what Lord Zhou Wei said. Some meal money, this hoe is still out of the money, but when the province is still to be saved. As for Clear Wind House, knowing that the supervisory Heavenly Division is about to investigate them or is about to investigate them, taking the risk of assassinating the supervisory Heavenly Division's guardmaster in desperation, this motive should be enough for the supervisory Heavenly Division to look into it. Guardmaster Zhou, I don't know if there is enough manpower. If not, this marquis can help out and escort the person back to the supervisory Heavenly Division. Zhou Shen thought for a moment, somewhat understanding Lin Xian's meaning. Their supervisory Heavenly Division has only been working on one case recently, and that is the mysterious force that was implicated by the death of Marquis Pingding. Does the 8 Marquis mean that this Clear Wind House is related to that mysterious force? You really don't want to pay for this meal? Don't bother the people from the 8 Directions Marquis. The supervisory Heavenly Division still has the manpower. Zhou Shen decided to check on the people from Qingfeng House. If there is no problem, the meal will still be paid for. Of course, if there's a problem, they won't be able to save their lives, not to mention their meal money. And at that moment, a team from the supervisory Heavenly Division had already arrived, and the other people who had tracked down the assassin just now had also sent back news. Lost the man. Zhou Shen frowned. They have a lot of good trackers in the supervision of Heaven Division, but they can lose them in broad daylight? Could it be that that person was more than just at the Chi Prana realm, but had hidden his strength? If one reached the Essence Spirit realm or even above the Essence Spirit realm, unless one was an expert in the same realm, it would be very difficult to track. But if that's the case, why is he hiding his strength? There was a chance to finish him off here if he had done it just now. Alright, bring back all the people from Qingfeng House. Zhou Shen couldn't figure it out for the time being, so he didn't think about it anymore and ordered the order down. With that, Zhou Shen clasped his fist towards Lin Xian. Marquis Lin, this Guardian Master will take his leave first. After these people have been interrogated, this Guardian Master will head to the 8 Marquis residence to bother him. Regardless of the outcome of his interrogation, the Marquis of the 8 Directions would definitely still have to go. This Marquis in the mansion waiting for the Lord of the Zhou Guards. Just the Lord of the Zhou Guards need to be careful on the return trip. This Qingfeng building behind the people of the vicious. Be careful of someone to kill the mouth. Zhou gave Lin Xian a deep look, clasped his fists, and exited the room. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked over to the shattered window and looked towards the bottom. The people from the supervisory Heavenly Division were escorting more than 20 Clear Wind House personnel towards the direction of the supervisory Heavenly Division. Lin Ji walked in and inquired in a low voice. Marquis, back to the house now? Return, and wait for your honored guest to arrive. Lin Xian stepped away. Lin Shi scratched his head. Recently, the Marquis always spoke with a witty edge, making him a bit puzzled. What kind of guest is considered an honored guest? And I haven't seen the Marquis dealing with any other people? In the distance, The supervisory heavenly division and the others had already walked out some distance away, and Zhou Shen was still thinking about what Lin Xian had just said. Beware of people killing people? If someone really made a move, then these people from the Clear Wind House must have a problem without a doubt. All be careful and on guard, Zhou Shen commanded. However, the moment his words fell, on both sides of the street, several auras actually burst out, and then several black-clothed and masked figures appeared, impacting towards the supervisory heavenly divisions team. Zhou Shen's face changed. How dare someone make a move? Moreover, these few people were surprisingly all four spirit realm powerhouses, and the other leader was obviously a Qi spirit realm, not the one who had assassinated him before. Qian Zhong, keep an eye on the suspect, the others meet the enemy, Zhou Shen shouted. The crowd of the supervisory heavenly division drew their swords and killed. There were also two Force spirit realm powerhouses amongst them, while Zhou Shen met the one from the Qi spirit realm. As long as they could hold out for a moment, the supervisory heavenly division would be able to have experts come to support them. The crowd battled to a standstill, and there were a few people in the crowd watching the battle from afar who were a bit at a loss for words. Why would anyone strike before them? Did the organization send more than just a group of them? They didn't think for too long, thinking that the organization should have considered it. After all, it wasn't easy to steal someone from the supervisory division. A few people in the crowd looked at each other and nodded. Then each charged up. Powerful realm of force, plus two more, and likewise a realm of Qi. The faces of the people in the supervisory heavenly division changed drastically. There are even strong people on the other side? These are not to mention protecting the suspects. If the other side wants to, their group can't escape. Chapter 34, 2 Levels of Reversal. Lin Xiang's entrance. Zhou Shen looked solemn. It seems to have really let the Eightfold Marquis guess right. This Qingfeng building does have problems. Nope, not a guess. The Eight Marquis must be intentional. Otherwise he would not have set the location at the Qingfeng building, and even carried the Qi transformation scatter, and even ordered such expensive food, so he thought that he was already prepared, and was not prepared to pay for it. It should have counted on this situation. It seems that the 8 Square Marquis is really not simple. Their supervisory heavenly division still knows too little about this young second-generation Marquis. His cultivation at the Force Spirit Realm was perhaps just the tip of the iceberg that had been exposed. However, these people from Qingfeng building supervisory heavenly division, should not be able to protect them. Since this is the case, then find a way to leave 1 or 2 killers behind. From their mouths, supervisory heavenly division should be able to ask for more information. However, he had only just been born with this thought when a faint voice came to his ears. Zhou Shen's face showed a look of astonishment. Is there such a thing? In the next moment, the situation in the field instantly shifted. Later rushed out of a group of people in front of a group of people to drag the supervisory department of the crowd. Are towards the people of the Qingfeng building? As for whether it is rescue or extermination no one knows. However, when they had just rushed before these people, they only saw that the black-clothed masked men who were still fighting with the crowd of the supervisory heavenly division had instantly retreated and killed towards them instead. Tackle the second group. Just as the crowd of the supervisory heavenly division was puzzled, Zhou Shen roared out. Supervisor of the division of the crowd suddenly realized that the original is the Lord of the Guardian said no wonder just now in the fight always feel that the opponent did not under the killing move The crowd killed towards the second group of masked men. The second group was a little confused. What's going on here? Isn't this one of ours? However, they were too late to think too much. The people on both sides had already surrounded them. Kill! They began to break out. They couldn't even care about the people of Qingfeng Mansion. It was still important to save their lives at this time. However, they were much less in number, and the other side was no less powerful than them. Soon, apart from that Qi Prana Realm powerhouse who escaped at the cost of an arm, the remaining 2 Force Prana Realm powerhouses were killed and injured, with the injured being captured alive by the supervisory heavenly division, and a few of the fellows from Qingfeng House also died in the aftermath of the battle just now. A group of people from the supervisory heavenly division was chasing after the Qi Prana Realm powerhouse, a severely injured Qi Prana Realm, so perhaps there was a chance to catch up. While that first group of black-clothed men withdrew at the same time, Zhou Shen looked at their departing backs and did not order a pursuit. These people are not thought to be enemies. However, he couldn't guess where these people came from, and he thought that the Marquis of the 8 Directions should know this answer. Zhou Shen then glanced at the trembling Qingfeng building crowd and one of the controlled assassins and commanded, "Take it all back, Marquis of the 8 Directions." When Lin Xian returned with the crowd, there was already a carriage parked not far from the gate of the 8 Marquis residence. The carriage was unmarked, but Lin Xian had already guessed who it was. Lin Ji, bring someone to guard the gate, equals no one is allowed inside. Lin Xian commanded. Yes, Lin Ji was a bit puzzled, but you didn't say anything more. Lin Xian ignored Lin Ji and the others and stepped into the Marquis residence. The old butler greeted him. No traces were found, right? Lin Xian inquired. The old butler shook his head and whispered, I lured them to Rui Fong. That place is mixed with fish and dragons. Even if they are in the same realm, they won't be able to find my scent. Lin Xian nodded. Although he had heard the report from the supervisory heavenly division to Zhou Shen when he was at the Qingfeng building that he had lost them, he had to confirm it. Marquis, that one is waiting in the hall. The old butler whispered again. This Marquis already knows. You go down first. Lin Xian took a step towards the main hall. Outside the hall, a middle-aged Taoist priest was standing by a pillar and was feeling something with his eyes closed. Even when Lin Xian walked past him he didn't seem to notice. Lin Xian didn't talk to him either, but instead stepped into the main hall. Within it, there is an old man in fancy clothes. Although his hair is gray, but his spirit is very vigorous. Prime Minister Yun's great presence here has made this Marquis of the Eight Directions mansion of this Marquis glow with splendor. Lin Xian quickly stepped forward, smiling and arching his hand. Who is this man if not Chancellor Yun Xuzheng? Yun Xiuzhang opened his eyes and looked Lin Xian up and down. This should be the second meeting between us. Yun Xiuzhang opened his mouth. Lin Xian was a bit puzzled. Although he was a Daxia military marquis, but the second generation inherited over, did not go to the court, and it seems that he has never seen this powerful Daxia chancellor to be right. The first time we met you should not remember. At that time, you were still in swaddling clothes. Speaking of which, the old man even hugged you. A hint of a smile appeared on Yun Xiuzhang's face. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Then he remembers nothing. Afterwards, Yun Xiuzhang's voice resounded once again with a few more sighs. Speaking of which, this 8-party marquis household man is also 18 years in the future. But it is not much change with the previous. 8-party Marquis Lin is more of a pillar of Daxia. The Emperor of the People also has high hopes. Even the Emperor of the People are looking for this Prime Minister to discuss. There is the idea of sealing it as a king of a different name, but it is just a pity that. It's indeed a pity. Otherwise I could have gotten a second-generation king as a pawn. Wouldn't that be a bit more compelling than a second-generation marquis? Lin Xian said darkly. The marquis didn't come here this time to honor his homeland, did he? Lin Xian spoke. Wasn't it Marquis Lin who invited this minister? A smile appeared on Yun Xuzhang's face. Lin Xian's face remained unchanged and laughed. Minister Yun is joking. This marquis seldom goes out of his residence and has no connection with the chancellor's residence. How can he invite Minister Yun? Yun Xiuzhang shook his head and said, Marquis Lin, you are a smart person. This prime minister likes to deal with smart people. Since this prime minister has come here, can't he still guess who sent that letter? Otherwise, why would this prime minister need to make such a trip? In Kyoto, there are no fewer people than you staring at this prime minister. Lin Xian snorted and didn't say anything because he knew that Yun Xiang definitely had more to come. Today's matter, this prime minister has already received the news. You are very good. You know to utilize the supervisory heavenly division to draw out that force. Just this prime minister is a bit puzzled is. How do you know that Qingfeng building and that force are connected? Yun Xiuzhang inquired with a hint of doubt. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't disclose the existence of the Baishao building, and the Qingfeng building was only something that the Baishao building had analyzed based on the investigations it had done during this period of time. It wasn't very certain. It was still mostly a guess, but apparently, he guessed right. There are quite a few forces in Kyoto, and there are not one or two that know of the existence of this mysterious force. So naturally, this marquis has his own channels of information. You've been to the Red Mansion and obtained the qualifications to go upstairs, so it's calculating Tianza? But to be able to get information from calculating Tianza, you do have some means. Yun Xiuzhang, this was not a question, but rather like an analysis. Lin Xian didn't say anything. It was best to think this way. So, what are you going to do next? Yun Xiuzhang inquired out loud. Chapter 35, The Old Fox, The Four Ancestral Gardens of Taoism. Look at what Yun Xiang said. How is it what this marquis should do next? It should be what should Yun Xian do next? Someone else is bullying your Yun family. Can Minister Yun tolerate it? Lin Xian said with a smirk. Yun Xiuzhang stared at Lin Xian and laughed out loud as well. Marquis Lin is wrong. The 13th princess is a member of the royal family. Her surname is Ji, not Yun, but Princess Yun is surnamed Yun. Lin Xian added. Yun Xian's smile tightened. Yes, Princess Yun's last name is Yun. That the forces behind it had set their hands on the 13th princess. The probability was that the target would also be his sister, Princess Yun. Harem is not stable, not less than the officials in the dynasty of the Hook, and even better. And the harem, a queen of 7 concubines, 32 concubines. The queen is not long out of the cunning palace. 7 concubines is the actual controller of the harem. Those 7 concubines, none of them were simple, and even their backgrounds were not inferior to his Yun family. This is also the case with the 32 concubines. Can enter the harem, if not their own good enough, is behind the background is deep enough. But whenever one of the 7 consorts goes down, they all have a chance to get to the top. Going from concubine to consort is a lot more than just a status upgrade. Silence returned to the middle of the main hall of the Marquis residence, and neither of the two spoke. Outside the hall, the middle-aged Taoist priest glanced inside suspiciously. Finished so soon? Suddenly, Yun Xiang's voice came out from inside. Marquis Lin, since this prime minister came today, naturally he came with sincerity, to that power. This prime minister is very interested. Even the Yun family can make a move, but Marquis Lin should be clear. He doesn't dare to take on my Yun family. Even more so, he doesn't dare to move the root of my Yun family. While their goal is your life, which is lighter. Marquis Lin should be quite clear. Since Marquis Lin doesn't have the heart to cooperate, then this minister won't bother. And let's see if their next target is you, Marquis of the Eight Directions, or my Yun family. Inside the hall, Yun Xiang made a move to get up. Lin Xian shook his head and laughed, then stopped Yun Xiang from getting up. Yun Xiang is in no hurry. Since it's a common enemy for you and me, it's only natural for us to share the same enemy. An hour later, Yun Kojiang walked out of the main hall, and the middle-aged Taoist greeted him. Go back. Yun Xiaozhang opened his mouth. The middle-aged Taoist priest nodded, his chi covering the cloud phase and escorting him out of the eightfold Marquis mansion. Under the coverage of his earth transformation realm's aura, coupled with his Qi Yun Mountain Taoism, even those who were a bit stronger than him could not discover his trail. Since Yun Xiang dared to come to the 8 Square Marquis during the day, naturally he had made preparations. Lin Xian walked out after them, secretly saying old fox. He did not think that he could hide from Yun Xiang, the cunning old fox. The letter he would have guessed that it was sent from the Marquis of the Eight Directions. If he couldn't even guess this, there was no need for him to cooperate with the Yun family. Originally, he had pulled on the Yun family to make the first move. The Yun family is a tough fighter, not to mention the Yun family heritage. Yun family 3 siblings, a Daxia Prime Minister, the head of the 100 officials, a Daxia Martial Marquis, Daxia Military Marquis. Martial Marquis is the highest honor, Daxia Military Marquis a lot, but Martial Marquis, each generation only 10 only. There is another one, is one of the 7 consorts of the Daxia harem. The status since is also lofty, coupled with the strong heritage of the Yun family. If the Yun family could be at the front, it would probably save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, such a noble family should value face very highly. Right, and others have bullied the door, but not to them? But I didn't expect this old fox, Yun Xiang, to be calm and even try to set him up. If he hadn't been a man of 2 lives, he would have been really fooled. Marquis, that Taoist priest is at the Earth Transformation realm. He should be able to see the Marquis formations, and if I'm not mistaken, he should be from Qi Yun Mountain. The old butler walked over to Lin Xian and whispered. Lin Xian nodded. From the first moment he saw the middle-aged Taoist priest, he knew that the middle-aged Taoist priest was not simple. Only the 4 great ancestral courts of Taoism could produce such a strong person, right? In the Daxia imperial dynasty, the 3 religions of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism existed. Taoism has 4 great ancestral courts: Wudong Mountain, Longhu Mountain, Xingcheng Mountain, Qiyun Mountain. Wudong Mountain is located in Jianbei County. The disciples of the disciples are also dedicated to the cultivation of Taoism, preaching a Taoist law of nature, and do not pay attention to the affairs of the imperial dynasty, is the most transcendent of the 4 ancestral courts of Taoism, located in Jiangnan County. Longhu Mountain is where the Taoist Heavenly Master's house is located, and the position of Heavenly Master has been passed down from generation to generation, and is famous for its talismanic Taoism. This Longhu Mountain and Daxia royal family close relationship, by the Daxia royal family enthroned in the 4 ancestral court, is considered the highest status of the strength of the strongest. Xingcheng Mountain is located in Shu County, specializing in swordplay. Disciples act low-key. Each generation has no shortage of high swordsmanship. The sword into the road, the sword through the mystery. As for Qi Yun Mountain, it is located in the Divine State's hinterland, Izumo County, known for its Dan Dao and Feng Shui doctrine, specializing in the art of alchemy as well as a variety of miscellaneous disciplines. Although it is considered to be the weakest of the 4 major Taoist ancestor tribes, there are occasional supreme heavenly prides or strong men who have appeared in the world, and the Cloud family is in the Out of the Clouds County. Think in Qiyun Mountain close relationship a little bit is not something unusual. Afraid of Qiyun Mountain Taoist priests, there are a lot of Cloud family members. This is not cut off the bond. It doesn't matter. For this kind of old fox, the more mysterious it is, the more he'll pay attention to it. Lin Xian said indifferently. On top of the carriages far away from the Marquis residence, there were also sounds of conversation. Sage, why bother coming here personally? With your status, isn't it too much to give face to the Marquis of the 8 Directions? This was the voice of that middle-aged Taoist. Yun Xuzhong replied. I mainly just want to meet this young man. After all, he is the son of Lin Jie, and will soon become the nephew son-in-law of this prime minister. When he said that, Yun Kojang couldn't help but let out a sigh. And why is the Sangha sighing? The middle-aged Taoist asked again. Sigh because this minister that niece and it is very not match. Two people this pile of marriage cannot be accomplished. Yun Xiao Zhang's voice seems to have some regrets. The middle-aged Taoist priest was slightly shocked at his words. Sage, this marriage was hand-picked by the human emperor. How could it not work out? In Disya, other things can be done, but disobeying the human emperor is not something anyone dares or can do. Then do you know why the human emperor set this marriage? Yun Xiao Zhang did not answer, but instead asked. The middle-aged Taoist shook his head. Who can guess the mind of the human emperor? This prime minister can guess it. Yun Xiuzhang said confidently. The human emperor's purpose is twofold. One of them is Lin Lin. The cause of Lin Lin's death has become a mystery. In these 2 years, the Daxia court has actually not given up on tracking down this mystery. But there is nothing to be gained. Lin Shan is Lin Lin's only son. If Lin Lin is really still alive, and his only son is married, Lin Lin is the father of a human being, how can he not show up? Secondly, the human emperor holds Lin Xian in very high regard, and even set a precedent for the second generation of military lords to inherit, and under the love of the house, he will not leave Lin Xian alone, and binding him to the royal family is also considered to be preserving his life. Speaking of which, Yun Kojang let out a cold smile. It's just a pity that mysterious force doesn't seem to know the power of it. Even so, they still want to lay hands on him. If they don't succeed, it's just a matter of time. The human emperor won't look at them more than once, but if they do succeed, it's also the time for them to be overthrown. However, this prime minister always feels that something is not right. That force may not really want to kill him. Perhaps there are still some things that this prime minister does not know. The middle-aged Taoist priest remained silent. Fighting he could, but playing with his head was something he wasn't very good at. Sangha, poor Taoist just discovered something very interesting in the Eightfold Marquis residence. What is it? There is a stunning array in the 8-square Marquis residence, and to be honest, if that array is opened, along with that steward of the 8-square Marquis residence, the poor Taoist may not have the confidence to walk out of this 8-square Marquis residence. Listening to Realist Sun's narration, Yun Kojang's eyes also revealed a look of astonishment. It is the first time to hear the Sun Jinran, who was incredibly confident in his own strength, say so. It seems that today this trip to the 8-square Marquis house is really not a loss. Let's go back to the house. A few of them should already be back at the house waiting for us. They have more important things to do next. Meanwhile, in the supervisory heavenly division, Zhou Xin had begun the interrogation of the Qingfeng house fellow as well as the captured assassin. Chapter 36, Interrogation. The Mole. Supervisory division. Dungeon. Zhou Shen looked coldly at the beaten and bruised Qingfeng Lu fellows in front of him. Even though their lives were hanging in the balance, they still shrugged off, not knowing anything. These people were hardcore. Even harder than those vicious martial arts experts that the supervisory heavenly division had once interrogated. But since there was collusion with that force, it was a way to take death. An essence spirit realm expert stepped forward and used the soul searching technique to begin extracting these people's memories. Soon, amongst the crowd of corpses, this essence realm expert retreated. Just by looking at his face, he should not have found any particularly valuable information. They only know that they are under the orders of a mysterious organization, and that the Clear Wind House is just a small stronghold of theirs. They don't know anything else. Moreover, the most crucial memories in their souls seem to have been erased. Listening to this person, Zhou Xin frowned. The first sentence is nothing. These fellows of the Qingfeng building are not much cultivation. Naturally, the status in that organization will not be high, so do not know what too much information is normal. Only since someone had come to silence them, it meant that they still had someone who knew some key information. And the second sentence is even more problematic. Erasing the soul's memories. This was at least something that could only be done in the fifth realm of the shedding realm, the spiritual wisdom realm, and even above the spiritual wisdom realm. If that mysterious organization had such a character in its ranks, it would really be a bit of a problem. At the seventh realm of deliverance, from above the earth transformation realm, the strength would change radically, and the destructive power would be greatly increased, and such strong men are few and far between. Even for them, the supervisory heavenly division, there were not many such strong people. Aside from his master's father, that head of the supervisory heavenly division, there were only a few of his senior brothers as well as several supervisory heavenly division elders above this realm. Go and meet that expert. Zhou Xin pondered for a moment and moved his feet towards the depths of the dungeon. The high hand naturally referred to the Force Profound Realm powerhouse that they had captured alive. For this person, the superintendent of heaven did not use torture. The bottom layer of this power was not even afraid of physical punishment, let alone this kind of force spirit realm expert. Not to mention that at the dematerialization realm, ordinary punishments would have been useless. This person was being bound by more than 10 thick chains on top of a special iron frame, and even pierced through the peepa bone with hook locks, and also sealed his meridians to prevent him from resisting or killing himself. And he was stripped of his dark clothes and face scarf, revealing his original face. It was a middle-aged looking man with dark skin, a black mole below the corner of his mouth, and a 3-inch or so scar at the corner of his eye. Kill me if you have the guts. I won't say anything. Seeing Zhou Shen and the others walk in, the scarred black mole middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and said with a cold smile. Zhou Shen did not pay any attention to him, but instead looked at the person next to him and inquired, "Did you get an ID?" A member of the supervisory heavenly division nodded and said, "Master Wei, it has already been found out. This person's name is Unfolding Bright, a Jianghu person, nicknamed Black Scar. The last time he showed his face in the Jianghu was 3 years ago in Nankai County, when he was still at the beginning of his journey into the Zhongshu realm. The intelligence network of the supervisory division is not covered either. Those Jianghu forces' intelligence network are built in the dark, while the supervisory division is standing above the surface. At any time can mobilize the county personnel, but where there is a person's appearance and other information, want to check a person is still very easy, especially this kind of person who still has a small reputation." Zhou Shen nodded. Then his gaze moved to this unfolding brightness. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. 3 years ago, you were only at the beginning of the sovereign realm, but now you've already broken through the force spirit realm. It seems that the mysterious organization behind you is quite high on you, so it seems that this guardian master should be able to dig up quite a bit of information from you. Unfolding Rio sneered once again. "Don't waste your efforts. You won't be able to get any information from me, and don't try to use the soul searching method. There is a prohibition in my divine soul, but whenever my soul is subjected to prying eyes, it will immediately explode itself." The smile on Zhou Shen's face intensified, only to hear him speak. Divine soul prohibition? Then this guardian lord would like to see what kind of prohibition it is. He then turned his head to look at the Essence Realm powerhouse on the side. "Take the trouble to go and ask the head of the division to make a move." The man nodded and turned to exit the cell, and when he heard the 2 words, "Chief of Department," Expanding Bright's face obviously changed. In Kyoto, there are several exceptionally powerful people who cannot be messed with, not to mention the palace. The head of the supervisory heavenly division is one of them. No one knew what level of cultivation he was at now, and if he made a move, the divine soul restriction in his own head might not be useful. However, didn't the organization say that the head of the Heavenly Hall of Supervisors normally ignored world affairs? Unfolding Liang began to struggle. Only he was pierced through the peepa bone, sealed his meridians, and even more so, he was bound by special chains and iron frames, so he could not move in the slightest. Zhou Shen, on the other hand, clasped his arms and looked at him coldly. There was silence in the cell. Time passes slowly. Guardian Lord, the Marquis of the 8 Directions is visiting. Right at this moment, a member of the supervisory heavenly division came over and whispered next to Zhou Shen. This was the beloved of the first guard of his supervisory heavenly division, named Qianzhong. Zhou Shen raised an eyebrow. The Marquis of the 8 Directions? What's he doing here? At this time, it didn't make sense for him to come to himself, and this was in the middle of the supervisory heavenly division. Could it be that something big has happened? Qianzhong, keep an eye on this person. I'll go and come. Zhou Shen commanded and headed out. Just as soon as he stepped out of the door of the cell he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see that his beloved Qianzhong had already approached Unfolding Rio. Zhou Shen's face changed and he shouted, "Qianzhong, what are you doing?" Qianzhong had a wry smile on his face before clenching his fists with both hands and slamming them towards Unfolding Rio's chest. He was in the Zhongshu realm, and Unfolding Liang was already seriously injured, so if he took this punch from him, he would definitely be killed. A long knife appeared in Zhou Shen's hand and he violently threw it toward the front, and that Qianzhong actually didn't even avoid it, as the long knife plunged into his chest cavity, while his fist also struck Expanding Rio's chest cavity. Pust! The 2 mouths sprayed blood against each other, and Zhou Shen rushed in at that moment, grabbing Qianzhong and throwing him backward before quickly checking Expanding Rio's injuries. "Damn it, quickly invite Dr. Mo over," Zhou Shen bellowed, and several members of the supervisory heavenly division who had arrived at the sound in the distance immediately reversed their direction and ran outside. Immediately, Zhou Shen turned around, his face grim as he looked at Qianzhong, who had been restrained, and forcibly suppressed his anger as he questioned, "Why?" Qianzhong smiled miserably. "No reason, each to his own." As he spoke, there was already black blood seeping out from the corners of his mouth, and he collapsed with a tilt of his head. Zhou Shen's face was ugly. This is the poison of his supervisory heaven division. Taking it will surely kill him, and there is no way for the gods to save him. I think Qianzhong had already taken this poison before he did it. Zhou Shen clenched his fists, looking at Qianzhong's corpse, a rage that he didn't even know how to vent. This is the heart of the heart of the heart of the training. From he is not yet in charge of the supervisory division of the first guard to follow their own. He was never expected that this person was bought by the mysterious forces. Of course, it was also possible that he had been a member of that mysterious force from the beginning, and that the layout had begun from his own first meeting with him. Zhou Xin turned around and looked at the constantly convulsing unfolding Liang. His life was now hanging by a thread, and he didn't know if Dr. could bring him back. It was worth sending out a dead soldier like Shen Zhong who was buried deep in the supervisory heavenly division. So it seemed that there was quite a bit of valuable stuff inside this guy's head. He had just asked to go and invite the head of the supervisory heavenly division just to scare this person, to see if he could open his psychological defenses. As a matter of fact, the head of the supervisory heavenly division hadn't shown his face for a long time, and he didn't even know if that master of his was still in Kyoto. However, if Dr. could hang this man's life, he would really have to seek out his master. Also, the supervisory heavenly division doesn't know if there are any results in tracking down the murderer of the Chi Prana realm with the severed arm. Chapter 37 Immortal Physician. Human Emperor named. A man with a broken arm broke into a mansion in Kyoto. Lord Jean, what's gotten into this? A skinny youth greeted him. The man with the broken arm said in a deep voice, "Don't say anything, the people from the supervisory heavenly division will track them down later." The thin youth's complexion was aghast as he hurriedly led the man with the broken arm into the middle of the backyard. Subsequently, accompanied by a whistle sounded, the mansion scurried out a number of figures toward the 4 directions to escape. All 4 are broken arms. Wounds are new, and the breath is somewhat vaguely consistent, and before the broken arm of the man is very similar. A few moments later, several men in supervisory division uniforms appeared nearby and stopped. The current person's nose sniffed slightly, then his brow furrowed. They followed the murderer with the broken arm and tracked him, but when they arrived at this place, their breath was even divided into 4, so it seems that they had prepared for it. But that little trick couldn't be hidden from him. Report the news to Lord Zhou Wei. Say that the murderer has prepared early and intends to confuse us. This place must have the murderer's stronghold. This Fong must also be in the stronghold. Blockade the surrounding 3 miles of land. I can find out where the stronghold is. The current person turned around and said. One of the supervisory heavenly division officers nodded, then pulled out a bamboo tube from his bosom, from which he poured out a very small-sized bird. Its name is the Green Sky Falcon, and it is so fast that it can travel 10,000 miles in a day and fly for 3 days and nights without feeling tired. As the Green Sky Falcon flew out, soon, teams and teams of supervisory heavenly division personnel came from all directions, completely blocking off the surrounding 3 miles of land. This place is fairly isolated, and the commotion isn't very loud. At the same time, in a mansion in the Imperial City, there were conversations ringing out. My lord, the mission has failed. Jean Kang's 3-man team is dead, captured, and trapped, and it's only a matter of time before Jean Kang is found by the supervisory division. How should we handle this? Rubbish. Dead is dead, and it even involves the nails I planted in the supervisory heavenly division. There's no need for Jean Kang to live. I don't want to lose another nail in order to silence him. Yes, my lord. Also, according to the information coming from the side of the supervisory heavenly division, Unfolding Bright is still alive, and is being hung by the breath of that undead healer. Zhou Xin seems to have sought out the head of the supervisory heavenly division, and if that old man makes a move, Unfolding Bright is afraid of not being able to keep the secrets in his brain. No matter, that old guy can't come back for a while. When that old guy comes back he'll be useless. Anyway, his line can't be used for a few days. It's just a pity that my nail, without my order he even took the liberty to go out without authorization, although he also did it for the sake of the organization's secrets not to be leaked. But I don't want to see there's still such a situation happening again. Yes, my lord, I'll inform on this matter. By the way, my lord, unfolding that line of Liang, you want to use it? Or do you want to go after the 8 Marquis? You're an old man of the organization too. Do you still need me to teach you the rules? I deserve to die. Please punish me, my lord. The supervisory heavenly division search took a whole day, and eventually 3 bodies were found in a mansion. One of them was none other than the Chi Prana realm fugitive who had escaped earlier. Zhou Xin also sucked in a breath of cold air when he got this news. This is the Chakra realm. Chi Prana realm and the supervisory heavenly division are extremely important middle and high-level powerhouses, and such an existence, that power even said that they would be silenced. Moreover, it was still under the heavy siege of their supervisory heavenly division that they had silenced him. Zhou Xin couldn't even imagine how they did it. Master Zhou Wei, when will the head of the department return? The old man can only hang him for 5 days, not even one more day, but now 1 day has already passed. Inside the supervisory heavenly division, an old man in rough linen clothes carrying a medicine chest walked out from the dungeon. Zhou Xin clasped his fist at the old man and said, I'm sorry to trouble Dr. 4 days should be about right. According to the message his master replied, it would take about 3 more days before he could return. 3 days? Almost. It's best to rush him. These medicines of the old immortal are not cheap. You can't buy them with money. Dr. Mo left with a stern face. Joshin let out a bitter laugh. Who dares to rush the head of the division in the entire supervisory heavenly division? But this old man also has a bad temper, so try not to offend. This one is famous in the Jianghu, and is known as the immortal physician. Immortality refers not only to him, but also to the patients he strikes. He's so old that no one knows how old he is, but a conservative estimate is that he's over 200 years old. Ordinary people's lifespan is not more than 100. Even if they advance to the realm of the Transmigration, the most they can do is to achieve a lifespan of 200, and very few of them can live to this age, and they can reach 150 years of age, which is not bad, unless it was that powerful person among the 3 religions who didn't ask about the world, cultivated his body and focused on health, and he has lived for more than 200 years, and looks like he is still in great health, which is considered to be a real old immortal. He can not only be an old immortal, his medical skills are also first class in the world, but whenever he makes a move, even if your heart and veins have been broken, as long as you still have a breath, he can renew your life for a few days. Therefore, he is known as the immortal physician. No one dares to mess with him in the whole supervisory heavenly division. Even the head of the supervisory heavenly division has to be courteous when facing him, and there are rumors that this immortal physician has saved the life of the head of the supervisory heavenly division. And the reason why he stayed in the supervisory heavenly division was because he had offended someone, and the head of the supervisory heavenly division put him into the supervisory heavenly division in order to save his life. Within the supervisory heavenly division, no one would dare to come to him to seek revenge. Zhou Shun stood still for a moment, then walked out of the supervisory heavenly division's government office and headed towards the Marquis of the 8 Directions mansion. It was time to go to the Eightfold Marquis to discuss what would happen afterward. He also had to ask about the situation of the Qingfeng building. This news was something that he hadn't even grasped by the supervisory heavenly division. How did the Eightfold Marquis know about it? Also, that assassin of his and the first black-clad masked men who intercepted him. He needed an explanation. For the next 2 days, Kyoto was once again calm until a palace eunuch walked into the Octagon Marquis residence with an imperial decree. Human Emperor's Edict. Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 Directions, 18 years old and overly loyal and brave, is hereby allowed to participate in tomorrow's royal autumn hunt. My lord, receive the decree. Lin Xian took the holy decree. The content of the holy decree was simple, but it left Lin Xian somewhat puzzled. The royal autumn hunt is every year, but always participate in the royal children. The human emperor, this is what it means? Let yourself participate in the autumn hunt. Really will be their own as the royal son-in-law? However, it is also possible that because this year is the 30th year of the human emperor's succession to the throne, it may be a little bit more powerful, and see whether he is the only one outside the royal family to participate, or there are other people also participate in the know. An hour later, Lin Xian got the news. In Kyoto, in addition to the royal family, there were 13 families of dukes and princes who had been given an imperial decree by the Emperor of Man, allowing them to participate in the fall hunts, and these 13 dukes and lords all had one thing in common, and that was that they were not more than 30 years old, but their cultivation levels had all reached the middle of the degenerate realm. One of the strongest of them, the eldest grandson of the Duke of Baogua, was already at the Chi Prana realm cultivation, and he was a renowned cultivation genius in Kyoto and even among the great Xia. And in addition to those royal children as well as these 13 dukes and princes, I heard that there were also people from the Shanghai Academy participating, only that the participants' names and surnames were not disclosed. However, Lin Xian guessed that it should also be in the dematerialization realm. Shanghai Academy was the highest school of Confucianism, and the number of people who reached the degenerate realm at less than 30 years of age was not a small number. On the second day, Lin Xian waited outside of Kyoto's East City Gate, which was the place where the fall hunting party must pass through. From afar, he saw a large-scale procession slowly coming. A carriage lined up in a long line, but the human emperor's seat did not seem to be among them. Lin Xian is not surprised, although the royal autumn hunt, but this human emperor is rarely involved. In the past there is a prince presided over. Only this time, the presiding officer should not be the prince. Lin Xian saw a glorious golden carriage with a peacock pattern engraved on it. Duanfei's carriage, one of the 7 concubines of the harem. This fall hunt was hosted by Princess Duan. Duanfei does not have an heir. Preside over the autumn hunt is not impossible. Chapter 38, The Prude Duanfei. Little Heavenly Master Lu Qian. Lin Xian's carriage silently followed behind the caravan. Some of the faces in the caravan were familiar to him. He just didn't have the idea of going over there and climbing up the ladder. What with this fall hunt? He didn't have much of an idea. Although if he won the first place in the autumn hunt, there would be a great reward when the time came. It was just that Lin Xian didn't care about this reward. With the system in place, what rewards could he see on? He wouldn't have come if it weren't for the human emperor's decree. That is, to give the human emperor a face. He just came to this place to make a card. After making a card he is going to slip away. But in a few days he felt that his cultivation had been refined again, and he was still studying and researching those remnants of the 9 revolutions gold dan medicinal power in his body, so that he could quickly ascend to the essence spirit realm. However, he felt that after reaching the essence realm his 9 turns golden pills medicinal power was afraid to be exhausted, and it would be much more difficult to raise it again. Of course, it also depends on whether the system gives a damn or not. What if he gets lucky and signs 1,000 years of cultivation? While Lin Xian was still thinking freely, amongst the caravan, a rider turned around and came to stop outside of Lin Xian's carriage. Marquis of the 8 Directions, Empress Duan is here to invite you. A voice reached Lin Xian's ears. What the hell? Lin Xian was a bit surprised. He and Princess Duan had never met, so what was Princess Duan doing inviting him? Lin Xian pulled open the curtain of the carriage and stepped out. There was already a forbidden soldier who had given up his horse, and Lin Xian appeared on top of it with a single step of his feet. You go back to the mansion first, Lin Xian said to the old butler who was driving. Anyway, to the front, is the Zhoan Mountain boundary? That is the autumn hunting ground. The Forbidden Army has guarded the entrance and exit. In addition to the Forbidden Army, non-royal children or people with the Holy Edict, other people are not allowed to enter. Like the old housekeeper, this kind of strength unknown deep cultivation people, since even more cannot approach. The old butler drove back, while Lin Xian drove his horse to follow the eunuch who had sent the message to catch up with Lady Duan's carriage. Your Highness, the Marquis of the 8 Directions is here. The messenger eunuch approached the side of the carriage and whispered. The side curtains of the carriage lifted, and a stunningly beautiful face was revealed. Lin Xian looked over unapologetically. Anyway, the Empress had summoned him, so what was the point of being vain? Marquis Octagon, why don't you come in for a moment? The side curtains were lowered, but a few lazy voices came out. Lin Xian frowned slightly and didn't make any other movements, but opened his mouth. Your Highness, as a foreign minister, it is not appropriate for this marquis to enter the house, and it is not in accordance with the laws of etiquette. This was the queen's carriage, and he was a military vassal of Daxia, so if word got out about him entering the carriage, he would be unable to jump into the Yellow River to wash it away. At that time, if there were to be some more rumors in the city, his 2 heads would not be enough for the human emperor to chop off. There's no harm in it. This palace isn't the only one in the car. Princess Duan's voice sounded again. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. There's another person in the car? But he hadn't sensed the presence of anyone else. However, since Consort Duan's words have been said to this extent, if he does not enter is not know how to appreciate. Lin Xian lifted his chi and rose up from his horse, then landed on top of the carriage, lifted the curtain and got in. The carriage was very large. The inside looked even more spacious. Lady Duanfei, dressed in a gorgeous palace dress, leaned against the back of the carriage, one hand still constantly picking up grapes from the table in front of her and stuffing them into her mouth. This pose was not elegant, and the corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly as he watched. And on the side of the carriage, there was also a small Taoist priest in a Taoist robe, holding a duster, and was resting his eyes. He had also opened his eyes the moment Lin Xian entered the carriage, but it was only for a moment before he closed them again. Greetings, concubine Duan. Lin Xian bowed to consort Duan. As for this little Taoist, Lin Xian vaguely guessed his identity, but he didn't say much and also pretended not to see him in general. Sit. Duanfei spat out the grape skins and said without raising her eyelids. Lin Xian took a seat opposite the little Taoist, and then, silence returned to the carriage, with only the sound of Duanfei eating grapes and spitting out their skins. Lin Xian looked over helplessly and spoke in a low voice. I don't know if the queen summoned this marquis for something? Oh, there's nothing much, just taking a look at you. Just now this little guy said that you have an internalized chi and strength, yet you've been hiding for many years. There must be a conspiracy, so this palace wants to summon you closer to take a look. Duanfei said very casually. Lin Xian looked over towards the little Taoist on the opposite side. Only the corners of the little Taoist's mouth were also twitching slightly before he opened his eyes and flashed an apologetic smile towards Lin Xian before looking towards concubine Duan and saying with a straight face, Your Highness misinterpreted the meaning of Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao means that the 8th Marquis has such a cultivation at such a young age, but also knows to restrain, knows how to advance and retreat, is a person with a gully in his heart? Not the meaning of what Your Highness said. All the same. Princess Duan waved her hand. The young Taoist looked a little helpless and seemed to be about to say something else, but was interrupted by Princess Duan. Marquis of the 8 Directions, I heard that you drank 3 cups of drunken immortal wine in the middle of the Red Mansion, then passed the wine barrier and ascended to the 4th floor of the Red Mansion? Lin Xian didn't know what Princess Duan meant by asking this, but he nodded anyway. There are a lot of people who know about this, and there's no point in trying to hide it. Casually he saw that Duan Fei seemed to be interested and asked again with an excited face. I heard that the drunken immortal wine is the best of the best in wine, and the flower girl of the Red Mansion is also the best of the best in beauty. Does the Marquis of the Eight Directions think that the wine is more intoxicating, or is the beauty more intoxicating? Lin Xian never expected Consort Duan to ask such a question. You are the Queen Mother. It's just that the question. It's not easy for him to answer. He didn't know if the beauty was drunk or not, because he hadn't tasted it yet. The little Taoist priest relieved Lin Xian at this moment, only to hear him cough lightly twice. Ahem, Your Highness, this isn't in Jingren Palace. You should pay attention to your influence. His Majesty said that if you continue to be so out of tune, you won't be allowed to leave the palace next time. Princess Duan rolled her eyes and said in an unkind manner, You a small Lu Qian, told you not every day and your master that old curmudgeon to learn, young to have vitality. This point you have to learn with the 8 Marquis of the 8 Directions outside of the mansion. Wildly slapped little 13, dared to curse the Daxiao royal family, footstepped on Marquis of the Wind and Arrow Sun in the middle of the Red Building, and outside of the Red Building, wildly punched the Marquis of the Wind and Arrow, which is what a young man's will is all about. Do you understand? Cough. Lin Xian almost took a breath. What do you mean by wildly slapping little 13? What do you mean? You dare to curse the Daxiao royal family? He just pumped a little okay. Scolding the Daxiao royal family even more do not know where to start. However, the name Little Taoist made Lin Xian confirm his previous suspicions. Lu Qian, the only disciple of the contemporary Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, has the name of Little Heavenly Master. A number of years later, that is the nail in the coffin of the future Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. He was ranked 4th on the Great Xia Heavens Pride list by calculating Heaven's policy. The Great Summer Heavens Pride list only lists the strongest people under the age of 30, and takes 100 names into the list. It could be said that the entry list must be a strong person of the dematerialization realm, and he, the 4th in the Heavens Pride list, could be seen to have a deep cultivation. According to Lin Xian's previous guess, this little Taoist was estimated to be at the Essence Realm's cultivation level, and might not be far away from the Earth Transformation Realm. This was truly a supreme talent by virtue of his own talent, and was first class in the entire Grand Xia. Chapter 39, The Fall Hunt begins. There's a conspiracy. Lin Xian exited Lady Duan's carriage. This matron was so out of tune, he'd better stay away from some of them. I thought that Lady Duanfei was looking for him for something, but it turned out that it was really just a look. It was also a great insight for him, and he thought that all the ladies in the harem were like Consort Yun, but that might also have something to do with where they come from. Consort Yun came from the Yun family, not an ordinary noble family, while Duanfei came from a small family in a remote county. Of course, it couldn't be said that she had a weak background, because she had another background, which was the Wuji clan, one of the 10 clans of the Great Xia. I heard that when he was 9 years old, he was accepted as a disciple by the patriarch of the Wuji sect, and at the age of 18, he cultivated to the realm of the Shedding Realm and left the mountain, and in the same year, he encountered the human emperor who was traveling in the secular world. 3 years later, she was named Consort Duan. Therefore, she could basically also be seen as coming from a clan, which was naturally different from a worldly family, with fewer rules and more of a Jianghu atmosphere. At this time, the convoy had stopped and had reached the border of the 9 Angles Mountain. Lin Xian raised his eyes. Zhouan Mountain was about 30 miles away from Kyoto, and it was a stretch of mountains that spanned 100 miles, with the highest peaks reaching a height of 1,000 meters. This is the royal family's natural hunting ground, where forbidden troops are stationed all year round. Even if it wasn't the autumn hunt organized by the royal family, there would usually be some royal family members or noble sons and daughters who would come to shoot and hunt. Into the mountains, the vice-commander of the Forbidden Army at the very front, Jing Wusheng, gave an order, and the caravan moved forward once again. The road into the mountains is much more difficult to walk. After half an hour, the caravan stopped again. In front of them is the place of the autumn hunt, a huge schoolyard into their eyes. Afterwards, all the royal nobles in the carriage came out, and all the sons and daughters on horseback dismounted. Lin Xian found his place at the side of the schoolyard. His position was still relatively forward, falling just behind several princes and emperors. After all, the 8 Square Marquis had a very high rank among the military Marquis of the Grand Xia, being the top of the civilian Marquis, basically only below the 10 Great Martial Marquis. This autumn hunt, in addition to Lady Duanfei at the head, there was also a prince, 2 dukes of state, and together with Lin Xian there were a total of 7 military lords. As Zhou Shen said earlier, There are still too many military lords in Dacia. The number of military lords in Kyoto alone is more than 30. If we add the military lords in the counties as well as those on the front line, the number of military lords in Dacia who can still breathe is nearly 100. Lady Duanfei sat at the first place, while Prince An sat a little lower down. If it came to status, Prince An was naturally not low, but as Consort Duan represented the human emperor, he naturally had to be subordinate. Further down, on the left and right sat the two dukes of state, the Duke of Ding as well as the Duke of Yuan. The four emperors were on either side, and the one sitting in front of Lin Xian was the 10th prince. Further down the line are the military lords and those sons and daughters. Lin Xian gazed around the circle and frowned slightly. Didn't you say that the Mountain and Sea Academy would be attending? Why don't we see anyone from the Mountain and Sea Academy? Moreover, Lin Xian was also feeling quite a few gazes falling on his body with envy and jealousy. It couldn't be helped that he had a good old son who left him a military marquee position so that he could sit at the forefront. Position, sometimes, is a symbol of power. However, most of these people present today, other than a few military vassal sons, he had never seen them before. The two emperors he had also only met the 3rd and 7th emperors. Moreover, that 7th prince looked at Lin Xian from time to time with a smile on his face. Only Lin Xian didn't show anything. He is the one who wants to draw a line with the princes, and the fact that the princes have seized the throne has nothing to do with him. And if this stupid old 7 can become the emperor, he'll write the word Lin backwards. In these years, if it were not for that surname Li, with Lao Chi's IQ, he might have been pitched and sent to the frontier. Marquis Lin, I think this is the first time we've met. The 10th prince turned his head towards Lin Xian, a smile on his face. 10th Highness, this is indeed the first time we've met. Lin Xian responded in a slightly perfunctory manner. This old 10 is only 17 years old, a year younger than him. 2 years ago, this old 10 is also only 15 years old, and the Dacia royal family, the only to the age of 16 to go out of the palace to build a house. Then they are considered to be truly stepping into the fight to seize the first wife. Therefore, when Lin Xian defected to the 7th prince, old 10 was not yet qualified to recruit him. I've heard that Marquis Lin's cultivation is profound. Today will surely be full of rewards. At that time, if there is a government banquet, you can be sure to invite this highness. The 10th prince seemed to not be able to hear the perfunctory meaning in Lin Xian's mouth and continued. Definitely. Lin Xian said casually and didn't exchange too many pleasantries. Generally speaking, if they get enough prey in the fall hunt, these children will set up a few tables in their homes or in the tea houses and restaurants in Kyoto to show off their prey, and also for the purpose of liaising with the friendship of each family. It was just that Lin Xian wasn't even going to do anything about it, so he was preparing a hairy mansion banquet. Are all the people here? Duan Fei, who was located in the first place, opened her mouth, her voice not as lazy as before, but with a few points of majesty. In public if still before that is not really appropriate. Damaging the image of the harem consorts of the summer is also damaging the image of the emperor. Those officials are really will gossip in the court above. Maybe the emperor will give her confinement to the harem. The vice commander of the Forbidden Army, Jing Wusheng, stepped out and said respectfully, reporting back to your highness, all the people have arrived. The prey is out of the cage and ready to start at any time. Some people are participating in the autumn hunt for the first time today. Commander Jing, give them a lecture on the rules, Princess Duan said as she waved her hand. Jing Wusheng nodded, then turned to face the public and said loudly, today's autumn hunt is divided into 2 zones. The first zone is accessible under the dematerialization realm, and the second zone is accessible only to the dematerialization realm. In the first zone, there is 1 sovereign realm demonic beast, 12 refinement realm demonic beasts, 24 chi field realm demonic beasts, 36 gang chi realm demonic beasts, 72 true chi realm demonic beasts, and 108 yuan chi realm demonic beasts. In the second zone, there are 36 Zongshi realm demonic beasts, 12 force spirit realm demonic beasts, 3 chi spirit realm demonic beasts, and 1 essence spirit realm demonic beast. Each demonic beast has a marking tag on it, and at the end of the fall hunt, the one with the most tags will be the winner of the fall hunt, one from the top and bottom of the degenerate realm. At these words, there was an uproar below. This fall hunt is so different from the past, isn't it? In the past, during the autumn hunting, there would never be any demonic beasts of the demonic realm of the shedding realm. Even the Zongshi realm was rare, and it would be good if there were a few of them in the refining realm. And this time, the strongest demonic beasts are up to the essence realm of the third realm of deliverance. Obviously the strongest people who are qualified to participate in the realm of chi prana only. Really not let them go to die? Seemingly seeing everyone's doubts, Jing Wusheng spoke again. Don't worry, gentlemen, all of these demonic beasts have been put under a ban. They can't hurt anyone's life, otherwise their souls will self-destruct first. Hearing this, most people were relieved. That's more like it. This world has confidence again. fetch my Fangtian paint halberd. This time, I'm going to ask for the #1 spot in District 1. Princess Duan's voice rang out at that moment. Alright, since we all know the rules, then let's get started. This autumn hunt will last for 3 hours. After that, even if we return to this place, it won't count anymore. Now, all go. The crowd of royal children all headed towards the first district. The 7th and 10th emperors also got up and entered the first district. They have to be involved, even though they are noble princes. The people from the first district had all gone in, but none of the powerful people from the second district's deliverance realm had made a move. And concubine Duan once again snapped. What? You guys don't need to move? Do you think that a second zone was set up this time for you guys to watch? Anyone under the age of 30 at the venue who has the cultivation level of the deliverance realm should go in for this palace. Ji Xingqi, Ji Xingjie, you guys have to go too. Ji Xingqi and Ji Xingjie were the names of the 3rd and 6th emperors respectively. The two laughed helplessly. In usual times they naturally didn't need to go in as powerful individuals of the deliverance realm, but this time was obviously different. The human emperor had ordered more than 10 sons and daughters of public vassals, all of whom were of the deliverance realm. I guess there is a point in letting them compete against each other. The two emperors got up and walked towards the second district, and the other sons of the princes and dukes who had been named by the human emperor to come naturally followed. Only Lin Xian was motionless. Marquis Lin, did you not hear what this palace just said clearly? Are you over 30 years old? Ah, or less than the degenerate realm? Princess Duan looked at Lin Xian and opened her mouth to inquire. Lin Xian's face remained unchanged as he got up and replied, Your Highness, this marquis is less than 30 years old and has reached the feudalization realm. But this marquis is a military marquis of the Grand Xia. How can he compete with some juniors on the same stage? If I win, I won't be able to fight, and if I lose, I will lose the reputation of the military marquis, so I feel that it's slightly inappropriate. And at this moment, those people hadn't gone far. Hearing Lin Xian's words, many of them frowned. You, the Marquis of the 8 Directions, are still posing as a spectator. What do you mean some juniors? They are clearly equals to each other. Okay, Marquis Lin, the two emperors are there. They can both participate, but Marquis Lin can't? Do you think that your status as a military marquis is even higher than that of an imperial prince? Could it be that the emperor's reputation is not as good as your military marquis reputation? A voice resounded from below. Lin Xian frowned. It's the Marquis of Nanshang. This guy is usually an idle marquis. Today's appearance here would have been a surprise to him. Why would he still speak out to ridicule him? Yes, Marquis Lin, let us see the elegance of your Marquis of the 8 Directions. Why didn't you say that you degraded the prestige of the Marquis of the Army when you beat up your fellow officers that day? Now you care about the prestige of a military marquis? Another military marquis spoke out. It's Marquis Broken Cloud. He's on good terms with Marquis Wind Arrow. These two guys are singing in unison. This is forcing him to go in. Only what good would it do? With the strength of his own storming Wind Arrow Ho that day, even if he went in, how could he not be at the bottom of the list? Naturally, he could not see his own jokes. If that's the case, then why force yourself to go in? Let's just let everyone see the elegance of your Marquis of the 8 Directions, and see if you have the might of your father's former fame. Princess Duan said indifferently. Lin Xian didn't say anything more, but instead bent down and bowed to concubine Duan before turning around and striding towards the second district. He was somewhat interested now. Could it be that there was still a layout for himself in this hunting ground? Plunging his hands all over the fall hunt, the other party penetrated a little deeper than he thought. Chapter 40 Painting Sage Qin Mabai, Guessing the Champion. Lin Xian entered the second district that was surrounded by the Forbidden Army. Just by stepping into it, he felt the aura of the formation. The formation didn't seem to have any effect on them, but it was different for the demonic beasts. It should be used in conjunction with a forbidden spell cast on the souls of the demonic beasts, making it impossible for them to kill anyone in the formation or get out of it. The other royal and ducal sons and daughters had already gone deeper into it, and Lin Xian didn't delay as he headed towards the depths. And beyond the 9 Angels Mountain, 2 riders were frantically arriving. If Lin Xian saw them, he would be able to recognize one of them as the same teenager who had passed the painting barrier at the Red Mansion a few days ago, whose name was Bai Wei. At this moment, she was looking at the white-robed man riding next to her with a wrathful face, complaining, 5th senior brother, I've told you not to fiddle with that broken thing of yours. Well, we're late. The man on the side was a bit embarrassed, revealing a sardonic smile as he opened his mouth. Junior sister, this was an accident, and it definitely won't happen again next time. Xia Baiwei rolled her eyes. The 5th elder brother was actually trapped for 2 hours by a painting he made himself, and even she was trapped in it, causing them to miss the hour of the fall hunt. This was arranged by the 2nd senior brother. If they missed anything, the 2 of them would definitely be scolded. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the schoolyard, and the gazes of the crowd looked over. Mountain and Sea Academy. Qin Ma Bai, meet Empress Duan. The white-clothed man bowed to Consort Duan, and behind him, Xia Baiwei followed suit. The crowd was slightly shocked at the words. The Dean of the Mountain and Sea Academy, a total of 7 disciples, each talented, amazing literary talent. Natural talent is even higher than the person. And this Qin Ma Bai and the 7 disciples rank the old 5. A hand of painting skills shocked the world. Known as the contemporary painting saint, but also the most hopeful squeeze out of the spring and autumn 13 a painting armor. Among the painting road figure. They had heard before that someone from the Mountain and Sea Academy was going to participate in this autumn hunt this time, but they hadn't seen anyone from the Mountain and Sea Academy just now, so they thought it was just a rumor. Duan Fei, who was sitting high on the first place, looked at the 2 people who suddenly came to be interested, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. However, behind her there was a light coughing sound. Princess Duan's body stiffened slightly and she sat back down again. Ahem, since Mr. Fifth is here, please take your seat. Princess Duan opened her mouth. Several attendants then brought in tables and chairs and placed them in the first place to the right of Consort Duan. Flush with Princeton, Shanghai Academy status is special. Daxia is to rule the country. That is, half of the civil officials above the court are this Shanghai Academy origin. The leader of the literati in the world is naturally not of low status. As for the Dean of the Mountain and Sea Academy, who had not appeared in the world for a long time, his several disciples who were out and about were representing this Dean of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Moreover, even if this Qin Ma Bai doesn't represent the Mountain and Sea Academy, with the name of his painting saint, he is still enough to sit in this position. Qin Ma Bai sat on it without the slightest bit of hesitation. He then pointed to the teenager who was still standing in place and said, Your Highness, this is a disciple of my Mountain and Sea Academy, and this time out of the academy. The intention is for her to have some experience, so let her try as well. Princess Duan's gaze went to Xia Baiwei, who was the one she was interested in just now. She also vaguely guessed her identity. The Red Dust leader was really a good treasure. Even with her cultivation she couldn't see it, and if it wasn't for that talented young girl, the Mountain and Sea Academy wouldn't have participated in this autumn hunt. I'm afraid, Yoon. Princess Duan spat out a single word. Xia Baiwei bowed towards concubine Duan and entered the 2nd district. Duan Fei looked at Xia Baiwei's departing back and said, I'm afraid that the first ace this time is going to be taken by the Shanghai Academy. The leader of the Confucian sect, the Shanghai Academy, really lives up to its name. Qin Ma Bai laughed slightly and said, Your Highness, the imperial family of Daxia as well as the sons and daughters of all the princes and lords are all extraordinary, so how can they be inferior to my Shanghai Academy? Moreover, the little heavenly master is here. If the little heavenly master is involved, this first armor, isn't it a handful? Qin Ma Bai's second sentence was to look at Lu Qian. Lu Qian just bowed to Qin Ma Bai and did not utter a word. In theory, he was also under 30 years of age and was already in the realm of dematerialization, so he also had the qualifications to participate. It was only that his cultivation was higher than everyone else's, so it would be unfair if he was really involved. He didn't have to come out on this trip, but his master had to let him follow, and Consort Duan needed someone to protect her side, so he followed. Of course, Consort Duan's own strength was also unfathomable, but if you really encountered danger, you couldn't let Consort Duan herself take action? Does Mr. 5 know who the children participating in this autumn hunt are? Who do you think will come out on top? Princess Tuan smiled and opened her mouth. Qin Ma Bai nodded his head and said, I do know some of it, but the participants are all heavenly prides, so I'm not in a good position to judge. I only know that the eldest grandson of the Duke of Baogua, who is only 21 years old this year, is already at the Qi Spirit Realm cultivation level, and is ranked 27th on the Great Xia Heaven's remarkable ranking, so his results should not be bad. There is also that little Lin Ho, only 18 years old, has already had a forceful Spirit Realm cultivation, and the heart is good. It is the year of the spirit, but can hide for many years, is also not to be underestimated. The two emperors are even more needless to say, the Xia royal bloodline, since it is extraordinary, if not counting the Tianzi is not aligned with the royal children. The two emperors can also be into the heavenly pride list. Princess Duan nodded her head, then looked at all the people below and spoke again. Prince and the two princes, and the marquises, what do you think? Feel free to say whatever you want. If anyone can bet on the leader, this palace will privately offer a medium-grade magic weapon as well as a top-grade martial art. Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. Most of them were in the Chi Prana realm or Essence realm. Only Prince An was a bit stronger. The middle-grade magic weapon was already a good treasure for them. As for the top-grade martial arts, there was no need to talk about it. Not many of them had seen the top-grade martial arts. Little Heavenly Master Lu Qian shook his head helplessly, still not looking at it. Since Lady Duanfei has such a free mind, then Qin Mao will also join in the fun. Whoever can bet on it, Shin Ma will hand paint a picture on the spot as a commendation. Shin Ma Bai also spoke. Once this statement was made, the crowd's enthusiasm rose even higher, and it was even more sought after than mid-grade magic weapons and top-grade martial arts. The painting of the saint must be a fine product. Even if he casually draws, casually can be sold for 10,000 gold, and even have a price without a market. Many powerful families in Kyoto are proud to have collected the paintings of the sage, and often even organize an appreciation meeting for this purpose, so as to show off themselves. This marquis comes first. This marquis bets on the eldest grandson of the Duke of State, Lang Yuran, who will surely be able to win this first armor. Then I'll bet on the third prince. The third prince's cultivation is not inferior to Lang Yuran's, and has the possibility of winning the first armor. I bet on the sixth prince. This time it did not compete with the force of both sides, but rather how many prey. Strength is important. Luck is also important. The sixth prince is half a step short of breaking through the Qi realm, and there is also the possibility of winning the championship. I'm betting on Shanhai Shuyuan. Although I don't know his name, it just feels like it's very powerful. I'll bet on the third prince. I bet on Lang Yuran. This marquis bets on Shanhai Shuyuan. Lady Duanfei listened to the voices rising and falling below, and suddenly smiled and opened her mouth. Mr. 5. This palace is also interested in your paintings. I wonder if I can participate. Shin Ma Bai laughed. Since it is possible. Good. Then this palace will vote for the Marquis of the Eight Directions. The moment these words came out, there was a sudden silence in the arena. Shin Ma Bai looked at Empress Duan with a smile on his face and opened his mouth. Your Highness is so confident in Marquis Shaolin? Duanfei also laughed. This palace thinks that the 8 Marquis before a sentence is still good. As a great summer army Marquis, seniority is always higher on some. If it is ranked after these juniors, is not it a disgrace to the prestige of the 8 Marquis? This palace does not have confidence in Marquis Shaolin, but in Marquis Bafeng. When His Majesty sealed Lin Biao as Marquis Bafeng, he said that there is a Marquis in Daxia, named Bafeng. When? It is mighty in all directions. Since Lin Xian is sitting in this position, dang, mighty. Chapter 41, the head of the Heavenly Monitors Division, the Demon Sex Killing Technique. In the Supervisory Heavenly Division, a green-clothed figure floated inside. Master, Zhou Shen, who was in the office of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, saw the visitor and hurriedly saluted. Who else could make the first guardmaster of the Supervisory Heavenly Division call his master by his mouth besides the mysterious head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division? Supervisory Division head of the broad forehead, highbrow bone, eyebrows have been white and sparse, but with a kind of anger and self-contained imposing. His pair of eyes were sharp in their murkiness, as if they could see through all the illusions of the world. How long has it been? And you're still at the Force Spirit Realm. Are you this first guard that busy? The head of the division looked at Zhou Shen and said indifferently. Zhou Shen let out a bitter smile and said, Master, the water in Kyoto is too deep. The first guard is naturally busy. The head of the division glanced at Zhou Shen and spoke. There are many shallow water wongbaos, and there are scaly dragons in deep water, and it is precisely because of the depth of the water that absolute strength is needed to suppress the scaly dragons, or else even if you die of exhaustion in the Supervisory Heavenly Division, it will be useless. I'm letting you take over this first guard, not so that you can experience the power of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, but so that with the help of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, you can see higher, farther, and clearer, which will be beneficial to your cultivation, but harmful if you indulge in it. So don't put the cart before the horse. Zhou deeply bowed and respectfully said, Master, the disciple saves. By the way, Master, what did the disciple tell you 2 days ago? Let's go. Or else old man Mo will have to be heartbroken over those broken pills of his. The head of the division took a step towards the outside, and at the same time, there were voices coming out. The matter involving that power is not a small matter. You need to be more careful in the future. In this matter, I will only strike this once, but it would be a good thing, at least for you, if you did find out about this force and uproot it. Half an hour later, several fast horses drove out from the Supervisory Heavenly Division and galloped furiously towards the East City Gate. Zhou Shen had gotten an important message from the man's mind that just today, there would be an operation that, if successful, would be no less than a major earthquake in the middle of Kyoto, and the target of the operation was the Eightfold Husband. Nine ants in 2nd District. Lin Xian had already reached the depths of this second zone, and it was now half an hour since he had entered it. This 2nd District wasn't small, but there were only about 50 demonic beasts, not that easy to find. On the contrary, he had seen a few of the other prince's sons and daughters, but he avoided them and did not climb into conversation. At this moment, Lin Xian was on top of a large tree that was over 10 meters tall, his eyes looking in all directions. There were sounds of battles coming from several directions, and looking at the aura, they were all just at the Zhongshe realm or the Force Spirit realm. As of now, No chi prana realm demonic beasts had appeared. Lin Xian was now thinking about how that power would deal with him. The most probable way is to do something on the demonic beasts. The cultivation that he has shown is only the force spirit realm. The demonic beasts of the chi spirit realm cultivation is almost enough. If it is a little bit safer, isn't there still a Jing spirit realm here? It was difficult for even the strongest force prana realm to resist the essence prana realm, and the gap of 2 orders was difficult to cross even for an absolute heavenly pride. Lin Xian was now looking for a chi prana realm or even that essence realm demonic beast. He wanted to see what that force could lay out. Suddenly, Lin Xian's expression moved as he looked towards the southeast. Then, with a sweep of his feet, he drifted towards that direction. In only a few moments of tea, a reddish fox with a reddish body came into Lin Xian's eyes. At this moment, that red fox was on top of the trunk of a large dense tree, and a pair of small eyes were looking around in a very humanized manner, very alert. Ordinary demonic beasts don't have much sanity, but when they reach the Li Prana realm, demonic beasts have human intelligence. When they reach the Chi Prana realm, they can spit out human words, and when they reach the Jing Prana realm, they can transform into human form. As for higher level demonic beasts, if they converge on a demonic aura, they are no different from normal people. And according to Lin Xian's observation, this red fox should be one of the 3 Chi spirit realm demonic beasts. By finishing off this red fox, this autumn hunt would be enough to rank in the top 4 even if he didn't hunt any more demonic beasts. And Lin Xian was even more interested in seeing if this Chi spirit realm demonic beast had been tampered with. Immediately, Lin Xian stepped out. He hadn't restrained his aura, so the red fox captured his aura at the first opportunity. Red fox's body instantly tightened. They were captured in this formation for others to play with. They can strike, but they can't kill. Therefore, it is to hide as long as it can. If it is found, sooner or later, it will be a death. And if one is not discovered after the time is up, one may still be alive for a long time. And to be alive is to hope. A Chi Prana realm demonic beast like it couldn't be found much in the entire Great Xia, and it was still considered relatively rare. Lin Xian looked towards Red Fox, and Red Fox was certain that he had been discovered by this person. It thought of escaping at the first moment, only that the force spirit realm might not be able to catch up with it. However, it had already been locked by Lin Xian's aura, so how could it run away? It had only just leapt out of the range of the large tree when it saw Lin Xian's footsteps, already appearing in front of it. Red Fox's pupils shrunk. The person was also in the Chi realm. Human, I don't want to fight with you. Hurry up and get out of the way. Although I can't kill you, I may not be unable to knock off your limbs. Red Fox growled. Lin Xian frowned, not because of Red Fox's intimidation. Rather, he didn't find any traces of this Chi Prana realm demonic beasts being tampered with. Could it be that these demonic beasts weren't targeting him for killing? How can we still deal with him then? But no matter what, this Chi spirit realm demonic beast couldn't be spared. Just as it was what he had said before, he couldn't dishonor the prestige of the Marquis of the 8 Directions. If you tie your hands and surrender, this Marquis cannot kill you first, Lin Xian said indifferently. Red Fox didn't believe his bull *******, and immediately struck out. Just because you can't kill someone doesn't mean you can't do it. Just don't kill them. Only the Red Fox's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Then it opened its huge mouth and let out a sharp hissing sound. The sound wave shook the surrounding leaves rustling down. Then, a whirlwind surged around its body, and the dense demonic energy condensed into countless sharp blades that whistled towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood still, his breath surging above his body, and those sharp blades shattered as they approached him 3 feet away. Seeing this, the Red Fox flickered and transformed into a phantom, its claws flickering with a ghostly blue light as it lunged towards Lin Xian's chest. Lin Xian remained unperturbed. He just casually reached out and easily grabbed the Red Fox's paw, and with a forceful fling, he slammed the Red Fox onto the ground so hard that the ground was smashed into a large pit. Is that all you've got? Lin Xian looked at the Red Fox in the middle of the large pit with a smirk. Although this was a Chi Prana realm demonic beast, it seemed to have been confined for too long. Not only had its strength not reached its peak, it was even rusty in its strikes. Not to mention that he was in the Chi Prana realm now. Even when he was in the Force Prana realm, taking it down wouldn't be a problem. It just wasn't that simple. The Red Fox became infuriated and violently stood up from the large pit, a powerful force surging out of nowhere, once again attacking towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and clenched his fist with one hand, light flickering out above his fist. Medium-grade martial arts, bastard martial fist, rumble. Amidst the Red Fox's terrified eyes, Lin Xian's fist hit its forehead with precision. In an instant, the Red Fox's head exploded under this powerful force, and blood splattered in all directions. However, just as the Red Fox died and Lin Xian withdrew his fist, a black demonic chi surged out from the Red Fox's corpse, scrambling towards Lin Xian's body as if it had discovered its target. Lin Xian frowned. So this is their kill move? This aura, is it the legendary demonic aura? At this level, there was at least an Earth Transformation Realm demon sect out there. Instead, it's getting more and more interesting. Now even the Devil's Sect is involved. Chapter 42 By Wei battles the Essence Spirit. Zhou Shen goes to the hunting ground. Lin Xian didn't take the sudden onslaught of demonic chi to heart. If it was a few days ago, he might not have been able to resist this level of demonic energy. But now, he didn't need to resist it at all. One could only see the surge of demonic chi all burrowing into Lin Xian's body. A thread of blackness spreading through his body, revealing itself on top of his skin. Lin Xian didn't even bother, bending down to remove the wooden plate from the Red Fox's body before throwing the Red Fox's corpse into system space. He did have a storage ring, but if it was a truly strong person, he could sense the aura of it even through the storage ring. How is this thing as safe as his system space? Afterwards, Lin Xian took a step, and as he took a step, the black lines on his body were actually fading rapidly, and after 10 steps, there was no trace of demonic energy left in his body. Innate unsullied body. His flesh was unsullied. How could a mere demonic chi contaminate his body? Less than a tea time after its departure, a figure swept in. Can defend the air. The only Ling Yu ran as well as the third prince in the entire autumn hunting party. Oh, and maybe add the one from Shanghai Shuyuan. And this person is the eldest grandson of the Duke of Baogua, Lang Yuran. Lang Yuran looked at the large pit on the ground and the head that had exploded, her brows frowning slightly. He detected the aura of a Chi Prana realm demonic beast striking out, so he came quickly this way, not expecting the battle to end so soon. This was a Chi Prana realm demonic beast. The one who struck was the third prince? Even though the third prince had stepped into the Chi Prana realm for a while, he didn't have the strength to kill a Chi Prana realm demonic beast in seconds. Did he? But who else but the third prince? Lang Yuran did not think of who had struck, and only stayed in place for a moment, leaving with doubts. 1 hour later, Lin Xian's figure appeared in the middle of a peak. This was the highest peak in this area, and he had already been here for half an hour. Now, halfway through the fall hunt, Lin Xian's harvest was still just that one Chi Spirit Realm demonic beast. Of course, it wasn't that he was unable to hunt his prey. If he wanted to, at least 3/4 Spirit Realm demonic beasts would have perished at his hands by now, and there was no need to say anything about Zhongshe Realm demonic beasts. It was only that he couldn't bring himself to strike at these low-level demonic beasts. His target was still the Chi Prana Realm demonic beast. And even that Essence Realm demonic beast, the Chi Prana Realm had been tampered with, so the Essence Realm must be the same. And he also realized that the demonic aura was only directed at himself, because he had witnessed the guy surnamed Lang finish off a Chi Prana Realm demonic beast, and the same demonic aura escaped, only that the demonic aura did not attack towards him, but rather suddenly dissipated away. Obviously, this demonic chi had memorized its own scent when it was injected into the demonic beast. The 4 Spirit Realm demonic beasts also had demonic chi infused into them, only that it was much weaker than the Chi Spirit Realm. It was only that Lin Xian was a little confused right now. There were clearly 3 Chi Prana Realm demonic beasts. He had taken out one. Lang Yuran had taken out one. And where was the other one? Could it be that the third prince took one out? It was just that he had seen the third prince before and did not feel the Chi Prana Realm demonic beast's aura from him, and there was no major battle commotion produced, so it couldn't be that he had also seconded the Chi Prana Realm demonic beast like himself? Suddenly, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. He saw a familiar face. Isn't that the one he saw in the Red Mansion? Isn't this hunting ground surrounded by the Forbidden Army? How did he manage to get in? Could it be that he's from the Mountain and Sea Academy? And then, Lin Xian's gaze looked ahead of this person, his eyes revealing a brilliant light as his figure floated down from the peak. Xia Baiwei was carefully controlling her breath as well as her footsteps, and 100 meters in front of her, there was a fierce tiger with 2 wings, and only when she walked, there was an extremely horrifying breath coming out. It was the only Essence Spirit Realm demonic beast in this fall hunt, and it's also the target of Xia Baiwei. The time she had entered the hunting ground was not short, and she had only exterminated 1 Chi Prana Realm demonic beast. One was exterminated by Lang Yuran, and the time she had spent looking for the third Chi Prana Realm demonic beast was not short, but she just couldn't find it. It was only by chance that she came across this Essence Realm demonic beast. Although her current cultivation level was not yet at the Essence Spirit Realm, this demonic beast was not at its full strength, so she might not be without a chance. It just needed to be resolved quickly, or if the fight took too long and drew in others, the prey would surely be fought over. At a distance of about 50 meters from the twin-winged tiger, Xia Baiwei stopped. This distance was already the limit. Any closer would definitely be discovered by the twin-winged tiger. And just as Xia Baiwei approached the twin-winged tiger, in the middle of the schoolyard beyond the hunting grounds, Zhou Shen barged in with 3 strong members of the supervisory heavenly division. Take Marquis Nanshang, Zhou Shen shouted. 3 strong men behind him struck out at the same time, and looking at the aura of the 3, they were actually all Essence Realm powerhouses. Bold Zhou Shen, how dare you take action against the Grand Xia military marquis for no reason? Marquis Nanshang slammed the table and bellowed. The other military lords were also frowning slightly, and hidden breaths of resistance came out. Although some of them were not related to Marquis Nanshang, but after all, they were the same Xia military marquis, so if the Supervisory Heavenly Division arbitrarily struck out at them today, wouldn't it be able to strike out at them tomorrow as well? The three Essence realms stopped in their tracks, and Zhou Shen snorted coldly, stepped forward and shouted, Marquis Nanshang colludes with the Devil Sect and betrays the Grand Xia. Those who resist, die, and those who obstruct the Supervisory Heavenly Division are considered to be guilty of the same crime. Upon hearing this, the military lords immediately gathered their breath and their gazes fell on Marquis Nanshang's body. The Devil Sect is the public enemy of Xia. Those who collude with the Devil Sect, no matter who they are all dead. Zhou Shen has said so. How do they still dare to make a move? Who dares to get involved with the Devil Sect? As soon as the military marquis retreated, the three Supervisory Heavenly Division powerhouses once again stepped forward, and a hint of panic flashed in the eyes of Marquis Nanshang, but it was instantly hidden by him, only to hear him shouting, Zhou Shen, don't spit blood. This marquis heart is toward Xia. The sun and moon can be seen. How would he collude with the Devil Sect and betray Xia? Don't you dare to falsely accuse this marquis with a trumped-up charge. Whether it's a false accusation or not, we'll know when we get to the Supervisory Heavenly Division. Zhou Shen flashed out the long sword wrapped in black cloth in his hand, the sacred sword of the human emperor. Seeing it is like seeing the human emperor. Even the Supervisory Heavenly Division couldn't just take down a military marquis, but it was different with the human emperor holy sword. This is the supervisor of the department of the beginning of the establishment. The human emperor is to give the supervisor of the department of the world to monitor the bottom of the world. As soon as the human emperor's sacred sword came out, everyone bowed down, and even Princess Duan and the others who had not spoken all along also rose and bowed down slightly. The three Supervisory Heavenly Division powerhouses, on the other hand, had already detained Marquis Nanshang. Lord Zhou Wei, this palace would like to ask you, even if Marquis Nanshang colluded with the Devil Sect, why rush to strike now? Why not wait for the end of the autumn hunt before detaining him? Princess Duan opened her mouth. A good fall hunt, in this way, became a complete farce. Zhou Shen's expression was solemn as he put away the human emperor's sacred sword and bowed his head slightly to Consort Duan, saying, I am afraid that a delay will lead to a change, so I ask your majesty to issue a decree to quickly interrupt the fall hunt and recall the family's children. Why? Princess Duan asked with a frown. Zhou Shen looked at Marquis Nanshang and said in a cold voice, I, the Supervisory Heavenly Division, have learned a piece of news from the interrogation of one of the prisoners, that all of the prey from today's fall hunt have been tampered with a strong person from the Phaseless sect making a move to inject phaseless demonic chi, and that once the demonic beasts are dead, the demonic chi will spread out, defiling people's souls and causing them to go insane, and fall into the devil's path. What? The moment these words came out, everyone present was appalled. Even Consort Duan as well as Princeton and the two princes could not sit still. Phaseless sect. That was one of the 10 sects in the world. The head of the Devil Sect, the phaseless devil chi invaded the body. From the flesh to the soul would be contaminated. You have to know that in this hunting ground, there are 4 emperors as well as many princes and lords' children. So if something goes wrong, it would be a great matter. Damn it! Princess Duan also cranky out. There is no need for the empress to be too worried. It was at this moment that Qin Mabai's voice rang out. What makes you say that? Mr. Fifth, Princess Duan inquired. Qin Mabai pointed toward the front, and a bit of Howran Chi rose steeply into the air. Mr. Qin is still somewhat sensitive to the devil's aura, although there is a devil's aura appearing in the hunting grounds, but it dissipated after it appeared, and there is no major harm. As early as an hour ago, he had sensed the demonic aura, only for it to suddenly dissipate, so he didn't take it on. Anyway, he was here, and even if someone was infested with demonic chi, he could always weed it out with his Howran Chi. Of course, if he died directly in the middle of the hunting grounds, there was nothing he could do about it. Mr. Fifth is right, but the demonic aura in this hunting ground is only targeting one person, and that is the Eightfold Marquis. Zhou Shen interjected at this moment. At these words, the look on the faces of all the marquises loosened. Targeting the 8 Marquis? That's no problem. Death is just one death. Zhou Shen took in the gazes of the crowd. These Ho in Kyoto, there are not a few he can look at the eye, but is the family Yuza, plus how many years ago mixed with some military service led the Marquis only. The military lords present were one and the same, and most of them were not even close to their next generation. The young people's blood and fervor are still there, while they, the older generation, have lost their hearts and only know their own interests and glory. Although it's only for Marquis Octagon alone, If Marquis Octagon falls into the demonic path, I'm afraid that no one in the hunting grounds will be a match for him. So please, Your Highness, recall all the family's sons and daughters. Zhou Shen spoke in a deep voice. Princess Tuan frowned tightly. The fall hunt is almost over. Wouldn't a recall at this time be a tiger's head? Your Highness, Xiao Dao will make a trip there. And even with the phaseless demonic chi, he can keep the 8 Marquis free of worry. Lu Qian, the little celestial master behind Princess Duan, got up and said. Princess Duan's eyes lit up. Yeah, how could I forget about this little Longfu Mountain heavenly master? Confucianism is the nemesis of the devil sect, but the Taoist sect is not weak either. Since this is the case, please ask the little heavenly master to take action and make sure to ensure the safety of the eightfold Marquis. Chapter 43 Lin Xian kills Essence Realm in seconds, beheads military Marquis in public. In the midst of the hunting grounds of Zhuan Mountain, the battle between Xia Baiwei and the twin-winged tiger had begun. She took the lead and made a sneak attack before the twin-winged tiger could spot her. Only a brush appeared in her hand, and she directly wrote a word in the void. A trapped word. When that word trapped appeared in the void, it instantly bloomed with brilliant light, transforming into a golden glittering cage that enveloped towards the twin-winged tiger. When the twin-winged tiger realized that something was wrong, this golden glittering cage had already firmly covered it. The twin-winged tiger's eyes opened angrily, emitting a deafening roar as a majestic demonic aura filled the air, and it crazily crashed into the cage, each impact causing the cage to tremble, as if it wanted to completely shatter the power that bound it. Xia Baiwei frowned slightly as the cage transformed by the character trapped gradually weakened under the impact of the twin-winged tiger. She waved the brush in her hand once more and another character fixed appeared. As soon as the word fixed appeared, it was like a talisman that landed on the twin-winged tiger, causing its movements to be instantly slowed down. However, the twin-winged tiger was after all an essence spirit realm demonic beast and was not that easy to control. Only to see its back wings fluttering, its body began to glow red. A powerful force erupted from within its body. The cage formed by the word trapped appeared cracks, and the effectiveness of the word fixed was gradually weakening. Xia Baiwei snorted coldly as a long sword appeared in her hand, and with the infusion of aura, the sword intent raged out, chopping towards the twin-winged tiger. And at this moment, the twin-winged tiger had already broken free from its control and roared towards Xia Baiwei, the intense shockwave churning the sword intent to pieces. Lin Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, shook his head slightly. This Mountain and Sea Academy disciple was very strong. Although he was at the Chi Prana realm, he had the combat power of the Essence Prana realm, but he was just a little bit less experienced in combat, and he should have seldom engaged in actual combat. In the middle of the field, Xia Baiwei's figure suddenly drew taller, and the long sword in her hand swung once again. This sword intent was unknown how much stronger than before. In the distance, Lin Xian frowned slightly. This sword was a bit frighteningly strong. Wasn't the Mountain and Sea Academy all Confucian disciples, and they were also so proficient in the way of the sword? This kind of sword intent, when placed in the Green Mountain Sword Sect, which is one of the 10 sects in the world, it would be ranked very high, right? Suddenly, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Perhaps he knew the identity of the person in front of him. Having been misled by her manhood before, what if she wasn't a man? Shanghai Academy, Xia Baiwei. I can't blame the name for some familiarity. Back then, when she entered the Mountain and Sea Academy, she caused a great sensation in Kyoto and even in Daxia, but in the following years, there was not much information circulating about her, so Lin Xian did not think of it for a while. In the Mountain and Sea Academy, this is the only person who has such a cultivation level at such an age, and who has a good understanding of all laws. As the battle continues here, in the distance, there is already a breath coming this way, and the outline of the two people at the very front is already faintly visible. Lin Xian stepped forward. He couldn't wait any longer. He could do without this prey, but he needed to borrow one thing. This time, he's going to kill. To count on him again and again. Does he really think that he, the eightfold Marquis, has no temper? In the middle of the battlefield, Xia Baiwei, who had wounded the twin-winged tiger with a sword cut and was about to follow up with a victory, suddenly stopped, as a figure was already approaching, seemingly trying to snatch her prey. She recognized this person, the Marquis of the Eight Directions, Marquis Lin. Robbing someone of their prey is not what a gentleman would do. Xia Baiwei spoke calmly. Lin Xian laughed. Miss Xie, this Marquis never said he was a gentleman, but I'm not interested in this prey. I'm only going to make one sword strike. No matter what the outcome is, I'm going to retreat, and I'll leave this prey to Miss Xie. Immediately, a silver-white longsword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. With his longsword in his hand, Lin Xian's aura changed violently, like a lonely and absolute sword immortal. Xia Baiwei's eyes lit up. The second elder brother always said that he was missing a few feelings with the sword, not the sense of the sword path, but the feeling of the sword in his hand. Unable to break through this step, never able to enter the realm of human sword unity. She hadn't found that feeling so far, and in front of the 8 Marquis at the moment holding a long sword, just like has entered the realm of human sword unity, has a few points of the style of the second elder brother. However, even so, trying to finish off the twin-winged tiger with a single sword was a complete fool's errand. That was the essence realm after all, and the life force was still tenacious. As for Lin Xian knowing her identity, she didn't care. There were a lot of capable people in Kyoto, as long as they knew that she was from the Mountain and Sea Academy. Guessing her identity wouldn't be a surprise, only to see Lin Xian flick his wrist. His long sword traced a graceful arc in the air. The sword was like a rainbow. With an unrelenting momentum, the infinite sword chi instantly crossed space, stabbing into the body of the twin-winged tiger with an unstoppable momentum. Xia Baiwei's eyes widened, only to see that the body of that double-winged tiger actually shattered into several pieces, with blood and internal organs flowing all over the place. The Essence Spirit Realm's twin-winged tiger. With such a sword, he's dead? This 8-square Marquis wouldn't be an heir secretly cultivated by the Green Mountain Sword Sect, and just as Xia Baiwei wanted to speak, she only saw a demonic aura appear above the corpse of the twin-winged tiger. She was not unfamiliar with this. After all, when she had previously beheaded the Chi Prana Realm demonic beast, there was also a demonic aura that manifested, and it would soon dissipate as well. However, to her surprise, this wave of demonic chi did not dissipate, but instead scrambled towards Lin Xian's direction. Xia Baiwei was shocked. This was a phaseless demonic chi, and if it were to burrow into the body of the eightfold Marquis, it would definitely defile his body and soul, causing him to fall into the demonic path. Xia Baiwei immediately raised her pen. The brush in her hand quickly scratched through the air, and a word appeared in the void. Ju. As the word Confucian appeared, the vast chi erupted, completely enveloping this space. Only that when this vast chi came into contact with the phaseless demonic chi, it only counteracted 1/10 of the demonic chi before it completely melted away. This is not to say that Confucianism's vast chi is weaker than the devil's chi. It is just that the gap between Xia Baiwei's cultivation and this devil's chi after the devil's powerhouse is a bit big. If you let Qin Mabai come to be more or less the same, I'm afraid to raise my hand and then I can disperse all of them. The demonic aura invaded Lin Xian's body, and this time, Lin Xian didn't expel the demonic aura, but rather allowed him to wreak havoc within his body. Lin Xian's eyes gradually turned pitch black, and in the end, they were already an inky color. Xia Baiwei's gaze landed in Lin Xian's pupils, and her body shook dramatically. The long sword appeared in her hand, and she was ready for a bloody battle. The 8-square husband had become completely possessed. It is known that if one fully enters the devil, their battle power will go straight up several steps. This is the case with the octagonal husband now. Just now, the 8 Marquis was able to cut down the essence with a single sword. But now, however, Xia Baiwei was all ready to fight to the death. But the demonic aura-infested eightfold Marquis merely glanced at her and sped off towards the outside of the hunting grounds. Xia Baiwei was a bit puzzled. What's going on here? Doesn't the book say that when you are completely possessed, you lose all of your sanity and are only dominated by the will to kill? How come it seems that there is still an autonomous consciousness in the eyes of the eightfold Marquis that are as black as ink? After thinking about it, Xia Baiwei followed, and after its departure, the third prince and Lung Yuran, the two Qigong realm powerhouses, joined forces. They glanced at the corpse on the ground for a moment, then looked at Xia Baiwei's disappearing back and fear was chasing after it. In the middle of the school grounds, Junior Heavenly Master Lu Qian had just taken a step, and before he even entered the second district, a strong demonic aura emanated from the second district. Lu Qian's mind was in awe. This demonic aura, even he felt some palpitations. Then, a figure wrapped in demonic aura was seen speeding out from the middle of the second district at an unimaginable speed. Marquis of the 8 Directions? Lu Qian's face changed. The eightfold Marquis was actually invaded by demonic energy? And look at this appearance. I'm afraid that it is already completely into the devil. Even if the Mountain and Sea Academy's Mr. 5 may not be able to save it. And when Lin Xian's aura appeared in the schoolyard was in chaos as many military lords retreated backward. In front of this aura, they felt the approach of death. Protect the Empress. Vice Commander of the Forbidden Army Jing Wuxing bellowed, and many forbidden guards all surged in, forming a human wall in front of Consort Duan. Don't block. With a flick of her sleeve, Lady Duanfei's forbidden troops in front of her involuntarily made way. Princess Duan's tight frown landed on Lin Xian, who had already appeared in the schoolyard. Marquis Lin. Zhou Shen's gaze was somewhat sad as he spoke in a deep voice. Never thought that the eightfold husband was still trapped. Isn't this guy very smart? Lin Xian didn't pay any attention as his gaze fell on the Marquis of Nanshang, who was under the control of the Supervisory Heavenly Division's affiliates, then licked his lips. Kill, kill, kill. A slightly hoarse voice rang out from Lin Xian's mouth, and then he only saw Lin Xian slowly walking towards Marquis Nanshang. Marquis Nanshang watched in horror as Lin Xian, who who was filled with murderous intent, approached and hurriedly hid behind the three supervisory Heavenly Division powerhouses as he roared out, "The Eightfold Marquis has become a demon. Why don't you guys take him down?" Chapter 44, To Pretend? You must pretend. Qin Mabai's surprise. There was chaos above the schoolyard, but there were a few people who were calm. Duan Fei, from the beginning to the end, sat in the original position, did not have the slightest movement. Prince An and Qin Mabai on both sides similarly didn't move. With their strength, if they were to make a move, it wouldn't be difficult to subdue Lin Xian, especially Qin Mabai, whose strength was also unfathomable. The vice-commander of the Forbidden Army, Jing Wusheng, had already drawn his sword, but he would strike whenever Lin Xian took a step closer to the side. Zhou Xin did not make any movements as he watched Lin Xian's back as he moved forward, and outside the second area, Xia Baiwei had also come out and stood beside Little Heavenly Master Lu Qian, both of their gazes looking towards Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone's eyes were gathered on Lin Xian's body. Make a move, you guys, make a move. Marquis Nanshang, who was hiding behind the three supervisory Heavenly Division powerhouses, looked at Lin Xian, who was gradually approaching, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Zhou Xin in the distance suddenly waved his hand, and the three supervisory Heavenly Division powerhouses were slightly stunned before they actually moved away, making way for Lin Xian. Marquis Nanshang was instantly confused. Zhou Xin, I'm a military vassal of the Grand Xia. You supervisory Heavenly Division should protect me. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, you won't be able to eat it either. Marquis Nanshang hissed. However, Zhou Xin didn't seem to hear it. He didn't expect to get any news from Marquis Nanshang here. If he wasn't wrong, from the beginning of the fall hunt, this Marquis Nanshang had already become an outcast. And there can only be one reason why the current one hasn't been silenced. That is, he was not even qualified to be silenced, and was not even as good as those fellows from the Clear Wind House. In that case, it would be better to let the Eightfold Marquis kill it. And Zhou Xin always felt something strange. The devil's chi had entered his body and he had completely fallen into the devil's path. So why was the 8th Marquis targeting only Marquis Nanshang? Could it be that he knew Marquis Nanshang was from that power? Could it be that the current Eightfold Marquis is in disguise? Marquis of the 8 Directions, you are reckless. At this moment, the intense pressure released by Lin Xian's demonic initiation had overwhelmed Marquis Nan Sh. To the ground, leaving him unable to move in the slightest and only barely able to speak. Seeing Lin Xian's murderous intent, already approaching him less than 3 feet away, a shadow of death rose in the bottom of Marquis Nanshang's heart. Marquis of the 8 Directions, I'm not to blame. I was forced. I dare not refrain from doing anything or I'll die. Spare my life. Marquis Nanshang shouted in horror. At these words, everyone present raised their eyebrows. The original is really this Nanshang Hodu. Really a damn guy. Dare in the Royal Autumn Hunt on the hands. If the problem, 100 Nanshang Ho also not enough to die. Also, this Marquis Nanshang is also out of his mind. People's 8 Directions Marquis have gone into the devil, and you still ask them to forgive you? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth lifted slightly before he stomped on top of Marquis Nanshang's head. Bang! The head exploded open, and the great Xia military marquis was stomped to death by Lin Xian. Afterwards, Lin Xian turned his head and looked towards the ranks of the military lords. Commander Jing, don't let the Forbidden Army take action yet. The Eightfold Marquis has become a demon. He must be killed. Among the ranks of military lords, Marquis Broken Cloud shouted in terror. He always felt like Lin Xian was watching him in general. After all, before, on top of the schoolyard, only he and Marquis Nanshang had exited. Jing Wuxing took a step forward, ready to give orders. If the Eightfold Marquis made any more movements, he would be ready to strike. But he was also cursing in the back of his mind. Those big shots are all strong as hell. Why haven't they made a move yet? Is it possible that he wants his forbidden guards to fill it with their lives? With the strength that the octagonal marquis has shown so far, even himself plus these forbidden guards are not necessarily enough. After all, there were only about 500 forbidden guards in this schoolyard, and most of the forbidden guards were scattered in all directions. If there were 5,000 or 10,000 of them, he was certain that he could take out the Eightfold Marquis after he had become a demon. Manpower is sometimes poor, and even the strongest man has his strength exhausted. Suddenly, in the eyes of the shocked crowd, they only saw Lin Xian's demonic aura converge as much as it could, and his black as ink pupils regained their clarity. Only Lin Xian grinned and said with a smile, "My lords, I apologize. I was accidentally invaded by a demonic aura. It took this marquis a lot of effort to remove the demonic aura. It didn't scare you lords, did it?" Before the crowd could respond, they only heard an ouch. Lin Xian quickly stepped away from Marquis Nanshang's corpse, then hurriedly scuffed his blood-stained shoes on the ground while, at the same time, shouting in great surprise under his breath, "What's going on here? Who stepped on Marquis Nanshang with this Marquis shoes? Stand out for this Marquis and let this Marquis take the blame. Is that it? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with black lines on their heads. You're a real showman's personality, Master Zhou Wei. You don't want to say that this Marquis killed him, do you? This Marquis is a good citizen. How would he do something like attacking and killing a fellow officer? You have to testify for this matter for this Marquis. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen looked helpless. He was now convinced that the eightfold Marquis was faking it. Marquis Lin, please be relieved. Marquis Nanshang colluded with the demonic sect and designed to assassinate you. This is what he personally admitted. According to the Great Xiao Law, when the three clans are executed, even if you die, you are still to blame. Not to mention that Marquis Lin also had demonic qi enter his body and lost his sanity, so he is rightfully not guilty of any crime, Zhou Shen said in a low voice. But those present were all above the dematerialization realm, so who couldn't hear them? At this moment, the Marquis of Broken Clouds was also bold, only to see him step out and bow to Consort Duan. Your Highness Duan, the 8 Square Marquis has suffered from demonic qi entering his body, and is afraid that he has become a demon, and now he is acting as a fake. So please conduct a thorough investigation so as not to cause a demonic scourge. Oh, what does Marquis Broken Cloud mean by how a thorough investigation should be conducted? Princess Duan said faintly. Marquis Broken Cloud raised his head and said solemnly, when probing his soul, confirmed that there is no demonic energy remaining. This Marquis knows that this will be harmful to Marquis Bafeng, but for the sake of Daxia, the only way to eliminate all hidden dangers is to do so, and Marquis Bafeng, as a military Marquis of Daxia, should be cognizant of this. Lin Xian's cold gaze looked towards Marquis Broken Cloud. This guy is really looking for death. Just now, I should have pinched him to death in passing as well, even though there were a few powerful people sitting around. Lin Xian was certain that he could finish off this Broken Cloud Marquis before they could strike. Your Highness, this Marquis of Broken Clouds has been with Marquis of Southern Shang before entering the hunting grounds, both before and now. Also targeting this Marquis suspects that this Marquis of Broken Clouds has a part to play in colluding with the Devil Sect this time around, and it just so happens that the Supervisory Heavenly Division's Master of the Zhou Guards is here. So why don't we ask the Supervisory Heavenly Division to look into the Marquis of Broken Clouds? Lin Xian also arched his hand towards Consort Duan and said, Marquis of the 8 Directions, you're bloodthirsty. Marquis Broken Cloud turned around and snapped. So what? This Marquis is justified. Lin Xian responded indifferently. You. Marquis Broken Cloud's eyes whitened in anger. Before he could speak again, he was interrupted by Princess Duan. Alright, as a military vassal of Daxia, how can you be like a village woman cursing the street? This palace sees that this matter is well resolved. Mr. 5 of the Mountain and Sea Academy is here. Whether or not there's any demonic qi remaining, Mr. 5 will know at a glance. As for today's matter, the words of this palace here, present 1 counts 1, are to check, no problem on just, if there is a problem, no matter what your identity, the end is only one. Everyone's mind was reeling. Princess Duan has moved to kill. Mr. 5, please step in. Princess Duan turned her head to look at Qin Mabai. Qin Mabai smiled and nodded. Good to hear. Afterwards, he only saw his fingers flick, and a milky white light was seen shooting out from his fingers, shooting towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't block it, allowing the light to fall on his body. The light fell on his body, and there was hoary qi spreading out and traveling around his body. Not to mention, it was somewhat warm. Soon, the sensation disappears. A hint of amazement flashed in Qin Mobai's eyes. No wonder this 8 Square Marquis can have such strength. This kind of physique, untainted by impurities, is a natural cultivation embryo. It only made sense that the demonic aura shouldn't affect him. It does seem that he did do it on purpose before. Only Qin Mabai didn't poke at it, but instead gave a slight salute to Consort Duan. Your Highness, Mr. Qin has already looked at it and there is no problem. Marquis Broken Cloud sighed slightly in his heart. Mr. 5 has spoken, so naturally there's no problem. Unfortunately. Alright, this matter ends here. Zhou Shen, when you go back, check everyone present properly. The Forbidden Army under Jing's command will fully cooperate with you. Princess Duan opened her mouth. Yes. Zhou Shen bowed and led the way. Princess Duan's gaze looked towards the various sons and daughters who had all come out of the hunting grounds at the moment and were even still a bit confused, and opened her mouth. Carry on then. It's time to test your results. Chapter 45, Capturing the Champion, Demon Sect Attack. In the middle of the schoolyard, the sons handed over the wooden tags they had taken from their prey to the forbidden soldiers. The third prince of the Kong royal house, Ji Yongyuan, hunted and killed 2 refinement realm demonic beasts and 3 Qi field realm demonic beasts. The third youngest son of the Ding Wang house, Ji Honghua, hunted and killed 1 refinement realm demonic beast and 1 Qi field realm demonic beast. The 10th prince hunted and killed a sovereign realm demonic beast. The 7th prince hunted and killed 2 refinement realm demonic beasts and 3 chi field realm demonic beasts. Marquis Dingshi's son, Zhang Yuan, hunted and killed 3 Zhongsha realm demonic beasts and 1 force realm demonic beast. The second son of the uncommon Marquis, Jiang Bai, hunted and killed 2 force spirit realm demonic beasts. Voices constantly emanated from the mouths of the forbidden soldiers, reporting the battle results of those who had turned in their wooden medals. Soon the results of the many participants in the autumn hunt were reported, and there were just a few Qipao realm powerhouses left. There were a total of 4 Qipao realm powerhouses present. Lin Xian was also confirmed to be a Qi realm powerhouse. After all, when he had taken out the Marquis of Nanshang before, that Qi was something that couldn't be faked. Other than him, it was the 3rd prince, Lang Yuran, and Xia Baiwei. When it comes to this, it is necessary to mention the 6th prince. He is still only at the force spirit realm, but he can't even look at the force spirit realm demonic beasts, and has to go to the Qi spirit realm demonic beasts, resulting in him getting nothing. Similar to him, the 3rd prince was also looking for a Qi prana realm demonic beast. He had the strength to take out a Qi prana realm demonic beast, but he was also unlucky. He didn't even see a single Qi prana realm demonic beast's hair. So, he still has nothing to show for it. Only the 2 emperors didn't care. No one would doubt their strength because of that. Lin Xian and the 3 of them then each handed over their wooden cards. Lin Xian didn't care about the rankings. He was already keeping 3rd now. Marquis of the 8 Directions, Lin Xian, hunted and killed a Qi spirit realm demonic beast. Bao Guo Gongfu, Lang Yuran, hunted and killed a Qi prana realm demonic beast. Mountain and Sea Academy, Bai Wei, hunted and killed a Qi spirit realm demonic beast. Jing Wuxing shouted 3 times. Lin Xian looked at Xia Baiwei with some bewilderment. Wasn't that essence realm demonic beast reserved for Xia Baiwei? And these 2 guys didn't stop by to hunt any other prey? Xia Baiwei did not look away. If she didn't kill him, how can she take credit for it? Jing Wuxing looked at Consort Duan. All 3 were Qi prana realm demonic beasts, and all of them were just 1. There were no other prey. How should this ranking be divided? How does Mr. Fifth think we should divide this ranking? Princess Duan turned sideways to look at Qin Mabai, who was seated on the side. Qin Mabai smiled and shook his head. Your Highness, my Mountain and Sea Academy disciples are among them, so Mr. Qin won't make more of this statement. Your Highness will decide. Since that's the case, then why don't we have a match between the 3 of them? Princess Duan said with glowing eyes, seemingly interested in a fight between young people. What your Highness said is reasonable, only that my Mountain and Sea Academy disciples are not good at fighting, so I won't participate in the competition, so let her be at the back of the line. Qin Mabai spoke up. In the distance, Xia Baiwei frowned when she heard Qin Mabai's words. What do you mean the disciples of Shanghai Academy are not good at fighting? When the 2nd brother and 3rd brother went out into the world, but in the Jianghu set off a bloody storm, the younger generation less people can look forward to its back, said the disciples of the Mountain and Sea Academy is not good at fighting? She, Xia Baiwei, is not bad, okay? It's no fun. Princess Tuan sat up a little straighter. She mainly wanted to see Xia Baiwei's means. It was said that she was versatile in all laws, and she didn't know if it was as rumored. Marquis Lin, Lang Yuran, do you 2 want to have a match for this leader position? Princess Duan's words exited. Lang Yuran bent down and bowed, saying in a respectful voice, Your Highness, Marquis Lin's cultivation is amazing. Yoren is willing to bow down. He had seen Lin Xian's demeanor just now, and that aura was definitely something he could hardly match. The 8-square husband was not as simple as a simple Qi realm, and if he wasn't wrong, that essence realm demonic beast should have been killed by Lin Xian as well. After all, he had only sensed the aura of Lin Xian and this Mountain and Sea Academy disciple at that essence realm demonic beast, and if it was killed by this Mountain and Sea Academy disciple, he shouldn't even want his prey. The only way to explain it was if Lin Xian killed it. Because of the demonic Qi entering his body, he didn't have the time to take away the wooden tags of the hunt, or he didn't care about the wooden tags as well as the rankings of this autumn hunt. Since that's the case, let's leave this ranking as it is, with Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 Directions taking the top spot. Lang Yuran, 2nd, Shanghai Academy, 3rd. Lin Xian smacked his lips. That's number 1? He's clearly not firing yet. He's just warming up a little. On top of the platform, Princess Duan said with a smile, Oh, you all didn't bet on the leader. In that case, this reward will be given to the leader himself. With that, Consort Duan waved her right hand and 2 streams of light shot out, hovering in front of Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian reached out and picked it up. A middle-grade magic weapon-grade longsword and a top-grade martial art. Lin Xian didn't know why Consort Duan rewarded these, but he could guess from what Consort Duan had just said. Don't take what you get for nothing, although these 2 things don't really do much for him. Mr. Fifth, isn't it time for you to keep your promise? This palace guessed the leader correctly. Princess Duan turned her head to look at Qin Mabai with a smile. Qin Mabai shook his head and laughed lightly. Then a blank scroll appeared in front of him, only to see his expression of concentration. His right hand index finger gently lifted. A wisp of spiritual chi lingered on it, just like a spirited paintbrush. As his fingers danced, aura flowed over the scroll like ink, outlining the outlines of mountain peaks, treacherous mountains, and steep cliffs. As he made a few light strokes again, the streams in the mountains gurgled and the trees gradually took shape, their branches and leaves flourishing and swaying in the wind. Toward the end, Qin Mabai's finger movements became more and more swift, and he drew birds soaring in the sky, and rabbits weaving in and out of the grass, infusing this scroll with vibrant life. When the last stroke fell, the scroll's light blossomed, and endless might emanated from it. "This is Mount Zhoan?" someone exclaimed in shock. From this painting, the whole of Zhoan Mountain can be seen, and the viewer can feel the majesty and beauty of Zhoan Mountain just by looking at it twice, as if he is in it. TSK. Mr. Fifth's cultivation is further advanced. He can already make a Sumeru painting. In another 10 years, Mr. Fifth will surely be among the 13 ace of the spring and autumn annals. Princess Duan exclaimed from the side. "Thanks to your majesty's auspicious words, since the fall hunt has ended, then Mr. Qin will take his leave." Qin Mabai did not say much and left the hunting grounds with Xia Baiwei. Princess Duan looked at Qin Mabai's back, then turned her gaze back to the painting, and suddenly her face changed. Bad. This guy finished painting even did not leave his name. This let the palace go back how to show off. Set out others do not believe that this is the painting Saint painted. Ah, Lady Duanfei muttered. Ahem, your highness, it's time to return. The little celestial master, who had already returned to his position, reminded in a low voice. Ooh, return journey. Princess Tuan absent-mindedly barked orders. She was still thinking about whether or not she should sneak off to Shanghai Academy first later and block Mr. 5 from leaving his name on the painting. All the fall hunting parties returned. Lin Xian rode his horse and hung at the end, Zhou Xin traveling with him. Marquis Lin, teach me how you control demonic chi? In the future, I reckon I'll have to deal with the devil sect less often. Zhou Shen came over and whispered. Lin Xian glanced at him strangely. Lord Zhou Wei, what are you talking about? How can this marquis control demonic chi? It was the demonic chi that controlled this marquis before. Zhou Shen skimmed his mouth and said breathlessly, come on, can you find Marquis Nanshang with such precision by controlling the demonic chi? If I let someone get in the way, you wouldn't be able to kill Marquis Nanshang, but if your target is replaced with another person, today won't be so good. The two dukes of state are both at the essence realm. Prince An's strength is even above the earth transformation, not to mention the Empress Dowager and Mr. 5 of the Mountain and Sea Academy. It's not a problem to take you down, and if they're a little bit more ruthless, and you're completely possessed, you'll be directly struck down and killed. It doesn't matter, they can't kill this marquis. Lin Xian said smilingly. Zhou Shen rolled his eyes and didn't say anything else. His legs clipped the horse's belly and headed towards the front, and the moment he moved, at his side, a huge mass of demonic chi suddenly appeared out of nowhere, covering Zhou Shen in it. Demon sect, beware of enemy attack. There was a loud roar from the Forbidden Army. Chapter 46, Mysterious Black-Robed Man. Prince An. Not only was Zhou Shen covered by the demonic aura, dozens of clusters of demonic aura appeared at the same time throughout the entire group, and several people were struck just like Zhou Shen. Lin Xian frowned slightly, and with a single step he drilled into the demonic chi that covered Zhou Shen, only to see that Zhou Shen had already had demonic chi enter his body, and on top of his torso, dots of black threads penetrated through his body. It was only that Zhou Shen was still trying his best to resist, so that this demonic chi did not invade his soul. But if it continued, it would only be a matter of time before he was corrupted by the demonic energy. Lin Xian let out a sigh, and as soon as he placed a hand on top of Zhou Shen's shoulder, the demonic chi was continuously drawn out of Zhou Shen's body. To this Zhou Shen fellow, Lin Xian was still more than capable of looking over his shoulder. So naturally, he couldn't just stand by and watch him have his own self eroded by demonic chi. A moment later, Zhou Shen's eyes regained their clarity, and there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. Thank you, Marquis Lin, for your help. Zhou Shen clasped his fist at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Guardian Master Zhou came here to save this marquis. How could this marquis not make a move? But Guardian Master Zhou is still too careless. With your strength, if you are careful, this demonic chi shouldn't be able to do anything to you. Zhou Shen nodded with a grave expression. Lin Xian was right. He was too careless. This was the great Xia Imperial family's autumn hunting team, with several powerful people. He never expected that there would be a sneak attack, or someone from the Devil's sect. Outside, there were rising and falling screams. Zhou Shen's face changed, and he couldn't say anything more before rushing out. As a person of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, it would be just fine if he was not here, but being here, he had the responsibility and obligation to protect everyone's safety. which were all royalty or nobles of Disya. Not to mention that there was also Lady Duan Fei here. Lin Xian also followed Zhou Shen out of the range of this mass of demonic qi, only to see that a dozen black-robed people had already appeared in the field, with the lowest cultivation level being at the Force Spirit realm, and all of them had ghostly figures, roaming around in the crowd. However, they didn't have much of an upper hand. After all, there were still quite a few strong people in the autumn hunting team, and most of the military lords were also in the Qi Prana realm, and there were even more in the Force Prana realm cultivation. Both of the two Essence Realm state princes were meeting the enemy, while the three Essence Realms of the Supervisory Heavenly Division were likewise meeting the enemy. The only ones above the Qi realm present are Princess Duan and Princeton sitting steadily in the carriage, not making a move. Oh, and add a little Skyrider to the mix. Of course, Lin Shen could barely be considered one, since there was no devil sect making a move against him. He was happy to be at ease. It was just that what made him a little confused was that the strength of these devil sect experts was good, but they couldn't take advantage of anything compared to their autumn hunting team. So why did they have to make a move? The fight lasted for a little more than half a quarter of an hour, and those black-clothed men gradually withdrew, but not completely, but stopped at a place 100 meters away and gathered. Suddenly, an extremely depressing atmosphere lingered in everyone's mind, only to see that in front, those black-clothed people separated a road, bending their heads to the center, as if they were greeting some big shot. A figure shrouded in black robes strolled in the void, and a dense demonic aura that had almost condensed into substance surrounded his body. Do you know who he is? Lin Xian inquired in a low voice to Zhou Shen, who had returned to his side. Zhou Shen shook his head slightly. He is always in the middle of Kyoto, and the first guard of the Supervisory Heavenly Division only monitors Kyoto, so he doesn't know much about things outside of Kyoto. And Kyoto is the forbidden place of the devil sect. Even if they enter it, they do not dare to show the slightest bit of devil aura. Therefore, he didn't actually know much about the devil sect. Who is the visitor that dares to sneak up on my great Xia Imperial family's team? The two Dukes of State stepped forward, and Duke Yuan spoke in a deep voice. He could tell that his opponent was strong, far beyond the Essence Spirit realm. The black-robed man's sorrowful voice rang out. So what if I sneak attack your royal family's team? This seat also wants to kill your great Xia Imperial clan. I heard that there is a consort of the human emperor among you. Why don't you come out and let this seat meet you? If this seat looks too good, it just so happens that this seat still lacks a serving maidservant. The moment these words came out, everyone on the side of the Grand Xia team changed color and became enraged. You are unbridled. A military marquis stood out and loudly scolded. The black-robed man coldly looked over. Only a flick of the sleeve, the demonic gas came across. The two princes of the country changed color, immediately put out a hand to resist, but both were shaken away by this demonic gas. Pust. The military marquis who spoke out spat out blood and flew backwards. His breath wilted and he was already seriously injured, but his life was not a concern. Rubbish. This is the Grand Xia military marquis? It's not as good as this seat's child. The black-robed man disdainfully voiced out. Clank. Suddenly, a sword sound rang out. Only a lustrous purple long sword appeared in the void, carrying an unrelenting sword momentum as it impacted towards the black-robed man. This is Prince An's sword, named Purple Sky. Prince An is the current human emperor's own brother, but the age is actually not too big. Early 30s only. People are very low-key. In Kyoto is actually not much presence, but he was still somewhat famous in the jungle. In his early years, he had traveled the world, concealed his identity to worship the Green Mountain Sword sect, took the title of Sword Son, obtained the purple and green dual swords from the sword graveyard, walked the world with the dual swords, and passed down a great reputation. Some people said that if he were not a member of the great Xia Imperial clan, he could have entered the top 3 of the Heavens Remarks ranking before he was 30 years old. The purple longsword whistled past, instantly approaching the black-robed man. However, the black-robed man simply stretched out 2 fingers and caught the purple sky sword. The purple heavenly sword trembled at its fingertips, its sword chi bursting forth, but it was unable to break free. Oomph! A cold snort came out from Prince N's carriage, and then a figure was seen leaping out from the carriage, holding a green sword and stabbing towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man slightly let go of his hand, and Zi Shao retreated, landing in Prince An's hands, both swords in hand, his sword intent even more vigorous. TSK. Prince An should be on the verge of crossing the Earth Transformation realm and reaching the Spiritual Wisdom realm. Lin Xian sighed. There really are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Kyoto. Prince An is a wizard of the Sword Dao. It's not unusual to have this realm, Zhou Shen whispered. At the same time, a conversation resounded in the Duanfei's carriage. It's a pity. If Prince An could have cut off his love early, he would have been able to enter the Spiritual Wisdom realm a long time ago. Counting through the Disya royal family, apart from the current generation of human emperors, there are not many people who have his kind of natural talent. Princess Duan said with some regret. Lu Qian shook his head and said, Your Highness is wrong. If Princeton really cut off his love, then he wouldn't be Princeton anymore. Moreover, this one step can be accomplished. It doesn't mean that every step can be accomplished. Duan Fei silent for a moment, nodded and said, Rather, this palace is in phase, like Prince Anne's talent. The target is naturally not only in the immediate future. Immediately, she then looked at Lu Qian and inquired with a tinge of curiosity, What about you? The most gifted little celestial master that Longhu Mountain has ever seen. Is your goal also that illusory realm? Lu Qian shook his head. Your Highness is wrong again. Compared to the ancestor, the Shao Dao is far inferior. Moreover, that realm may not necessarily be illusory as well. Princess Duan's eyes lit up as she inquired, What words did your master give you through? Who has reached that realm? Lu Qian looked at concubine Duan oddly. The meaning was already self-evident. Princess Tuan seemed to understand and let out an "Oh, that guy is so secretive now. I can't even see him a few times now." Your Highness, be careful what you say, Lu Qian reminded. Princess Duan didn't say anything else, but looked beyond the carriage. Alright, Princeton is not yet his match, so let this palace try his success. Chapter 47, Terrorizing Princess Duan. Little Wuxia Sect, Retreat. Consort Duan's voice came from the carriage. Princeton, who was fighting with the black-robed man, instantly pulled away from the distance between the two of them and retreated to the side. Through the few styles he exchanged just now, he could tell that he was far from being a match for his opponent. And even his opponent had not used his full strength yet. This person should have surpassed the spiritual wisdom realm, and at the very least, he should be a figure in the heavenly signs realm. The Duan concubine in a palace dress stepped out of the carriage, and her figure floated up, which was rather elegant. This palace smells the flavor of the phaseless devil technique, but the people of the phaseless sect know the importance of lightness. They dare to get their hands dirty in the autumn hunt, but they wouldn't dare to take a shot at this palace. If this palace is not mistaken, you should come from that so-called little undifferentiated sect, Princess Duan said faintly. The black-robed man let out a loud laugh. This statement is fallacious. We should call it the Great Wuxia Sect. I, the Great Wuxia Sect, am the Devil Sect Orthodoxy, while they are the Small Wuxia Sect. This palace doesn't care who you are, big or small. Since you're here, don't leave. Let this palace treat you well. Duanfei's voice fell to see its figure has disappeared in place. Appeared in the black-robed man outside the 3-foot place. Is already stretching out green fingers. Toward the black-robed man point to go. The black-robed man laughed. Since the beauty has thrown herself at him, then this seat will. However, his words came to an abrupt end before he could finish them, and his face changed violently as a flash of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Princess Duan's seemingly gentle finger actually contained a majestic and unparalleled fluctuation of spiritual power, just like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, and the air resounded with the sound of subtle thunder. Being reckless in front of this palace, you're not qualified enough. Princess Duan's voice was as clear and cold as frost. Each word seemed to carry a piercing chill, causing the air around her to freeze. The black-robed man was horrified in his heart. He never expected this human emperor's consort to be so powerful. This had already stepped into the heavenly elephant and was in the same realm as herself, and the other party was not as simple as first entering the heavenly elephant, perhaps on the verge of reaching the 7th realm of the dematerialization. When that majestic finger force arrived, he retreated violently. His hands quickly formed a seal, and black chi surrounded his body, forming a bizarre shield. Great invisible magic shield. The black-robed man roared lowly. His entire body surged with magic power, and the shield instantly became impenetrable, as if it could withstand all attacks in the world. The majestic finger force instantly approached and crashed on top of the magic air shield. As a popping sound rang out, the black-robed man's figure retreated dozens of steps backward. His great invisible demon shield had been shattered, and his black robe was also somewhat broken, revealing the lean and sturdy body within it. On the opposite side, Duan Fei didn't stop attacking, only to see its footsteps. It left a trail of residual shadows in the air. Its speed was staggeringly fast, as if it had broken through the boundaries of space, and pushed straight towards the black-robed man. Phaseless demon body. Open! The black-robed man roared. His body seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis at this moment. His fleshly body was several levels harder than before, and even the level of demonic chi churning was more than 3 times that of before. Princess Duan slapped her palm on top of his body, but the slap didn't cause much of an impact. The black-robed man gave a sardonic laugh and was about to strike. However, Princess Duan had already retreated a few steps back, and no expression showed on her face, only that she lightly opened her vermilion lips and spat out a word, Jin. With the exit of this word, it was as if some kind of ancient rule was awakened in the heavens and earth, and a vast spiritual power surged out from Princess Duan's body, transforming into a huge seal that enveloped the black-robed man along with the raging demonic aura. Damn it! In the middle of the seal, the black-robed man roared. he felt incomparably stifled. So far, he hadn't even formally struck out, but at this moment, his strength had even been weakened by a small half by this style. We will meet again. Remember the name of this seat, King of Kings. The seal was forcibly broken, and the figure of the black-robed man was revealed, and with a harsh word, he turned into a burst of demonic gas and disappeared towards the distance. And naturally, those men in black rushed to follow and flee. No need to chase. Seeing that someone wanted to pursue, Princess Duan opened her mouth. Your Highness, while this person is injured, it's a good time to chase him down. A military marquis stepped forward. He's in the heavenly elephant realm. Even if he's seriously injured, he's still not something you guys can compare to. What? Do you still want this palace to go after him personally? Princess Duan glanced at this person. The man did not speak and retreated. It would be naturally impossible to let Her Majesty go after it. Marquis Lin, why are you smiling? From afar, Zhou Shen looked at Lin Xian strangely, only to see a smile on the other party's face. Nothing, it's just that guy's name is a bit funny. Lin Xian forced himself to hold back his smile. Zhou Shen said with some curiosity, the name does have some dominance. Just where is the funny part? You don't understand. Lin Xian waved his hand, then sighed as he saw that Consort Duan had returned to the carriage and sidetracked the conversation. This Lady Duanfei is really somewhat strong and terrifying. Zhou Shen was quite agreeable to this statement. That's natural. If Lady Duanfei doesn't enter the imperial court, she should be a first-class character in the Jianghu nowadays. The Wuji sect is one of the 10 sects of the Great Xia, and its strength is unfathomable. By now, the convoy was already heading towards Kyoto again. Zhou Shen was still climbing with Lin Xian. Does Marquis Lin not find it a bit strange? Strange what? Lin Xian inquired. This autumn hunt. It's very strange. That mysterious force, with the help of Marquis Nan Shang, colluded with the demon sect to get their hands on the demonic beasts for the autumn hunt. This layout was already set up by them several days ago, but how did they know that you'd be involved in this autumn hunt? After all, the human emperor only gave his holy decree yesterday. Zhou Shen said with a grave expression. There was no way for him not to be worried. If this mysterious force could know or even sway the human emperor's decision in advance, it would be a huge problem. This question had also been pondered by Lin Xian. To say that that mysterious force could sway the human emperor's decision-making was impossible, but it might not be difficult to know about this matter in advance, unless it was the human emperor's temporary intention. If it wasn't the human emperor's impromptu idea, then we'd have to see who made this suggestion to the human emperor to join him in the fall hunt. This shouldn't be too hard to check. There is also the small Wuxia sect. These 2 years, the small Wuxia sect has developed ferociously in the Jianghu. There has been an Wuxia sect qualification. The two families are even life and death enemies. The demonic beasts of the fall hunt is Wuxia sect's move. And why would this small Wuxia sect intervene in it? Zhou Shen continued to analyze. That's a problem. But this marquis guesses that it's probably because the lesser phaseless sect has discovered the movements of the phaseless sect and thus wants to intervene. Lin Xian guessed. Zhou Shen frowned, then nodded. That's a possibility. The two did not talk again after that, and by the time the caravan reached Kyoto City, it was already near dusk. Lin Xian single-handedly rode away from the caravan and headed towards the Marquis of the Eight Directions. Only just a short distance away, he was stopped by a man. Shanghai Academy. Xia Baiwei. At this moment, Xia Baiwei was still in the same attire as before, but she just looked like a bit of a bad influence. Chapter 48, Martial Idiot Xia Baiwei. Gu Wentian. What is Miss Xia stopping this hoe for? Lin Xian inquired slightly strangely. Xia Baiwei grunted lightly and opened her mouth. Marquis Lin beheaded my prey in the hunting ground today. Otherwise I would have been the first place winner of today's autumn hunt. Lin Xian was slightly stunned at his words and said with a smile. Miss Xia is a disciple of the leader of the Confucian sect, but she still cares about these false names? If you care about false fame, why don't you just take that demonic beast's wooden sign? Xia Baiwei rolled her eyes and said, if that demonic beast was beheaded by me, I would naturally remove the wooden plaque and count it as my trophy. And since it wasn't, I naturally wouldn't take it for myself. But if Marquis Lin hadn't come out with that sword, I would have been able to cut him down as well. Fine, fine. In that case, what do you say then? Lin Xian said helplessly. Xia Baiwei's eyes lit up as she quickly said, fight me. Before I observed Marquis Lin's extraordinary sword skills, I should have been immersed in the Tao of the sword for many years. I would also like to ask Marquis Lin to give me a lesson. Xia Baiwei's battle spirit flourished, and a sword momentum coalesced. Lin Xian smiled slightly bitterly. The world-famous Xia Baiwei is still a martial arts fanatic, and a Confucian man is looking for him to compete with a sword? Lin Xian didn't think for too long before agreeing. He also wanted to try out his own battle power, and he also wanted to try out this Xia Baiwei's battle power. This place is not suitable for a competition. How about Miss Xia finding a suitable place? Lin Xian spoke. Xia Baiwei shook her head. This place is quite suitable. Then only a scroll appeared in Xia Baiwei's hand, and as it unfolded, an inexplicable mood came out through the painting. Lin Xian's face showed a look of astonishment. Mr. 5 has reached such a level that his paintings have created a space of their own, worthy of being a contemporary painting saint. In the past, the painting armor Chubai life before the end of the 3 years. Make a stunning painting, a painting na a county, set the position of the painting armor. Mr. 5 is afraid that it is not far away from this. Xia Baiwei hands on the scroll above. Hooray, painted a city, is the scene of Kyoto, if to the high altitude above the overlook. This painting in Kyoto is no different, only the lack of popularity only. Please. Xia Baiwei threw out the scroll and said the word please. With a single step of his feet, Lin Xian leapt up from the top of his horse, and he had entered the painting, and Xia Baiwei also disappeared with it. The scroll was disappeared into the void and disappeared. When the two reappeared, they were still in the same place where they had been before. The surrounding buildings and streets were different, except that there were fewer people. Fifth senior brother spent 3 months, traveled to every corner of Kyoto except for the imperial city. Will be the Kyoto scene all the top into this painting? And after half a year of cultivation, this painting has been the power of the top great artifacts. You and I fight, will not affect the painting in the slightest. Xia Baiwei said softly. May. Lin Xian looked around, then a long sword appeared in his hand. Since the other party wanted to ask for a sword, he naturally had to use his sword against them. If it wasn't for the fact that he had signed in the day before yesterday and came out with the Tongming sword heart, he really wouldn't have been able to hold his sword. With his long sword in his hand, Lin Xian's aura suddenly transformed, and Xia Baiwei's eyes also showed a glint of essence, full of battle intent. That's it. That's all she had to learn about this aura of human sword unity. Not far from the outside world, on top of a restaurant, two figures were looking at this side, and the scene of Xia Baiwei and Lin Xian entering the painting before was in their eyes. One of them was none other than the 5 gentlemen of the Mountain and Sea Academy who had traveled with Xia Baiwei earlier, the painting Saint Qin Ma Bai. As for the other person, he wore a high crown on his head and a white robe, with 3-dimensional features and sharp eyes, just like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed at any time. This junior sister still so good and strong. Qin Ma Bai shook his head and said with a smile, did I not say that she should take first place in the fall hunt? Why did you end up letting her give up the fight for first place? The high-crowned youth at the side spoke, unable to hear any joy or anger from his tone. Junior sister is not a match for the eightfold marquis, so why bother fighting if it's useless? Qin Ma Bai replied. The high-crowned youth turned his head to look at him and then said, little sister's heavenly beauty, not inferior to you and me, now just lack of combat experience, but even so, in the same realm, there are few people as her enemy, and how do you know that the 8 marquis battle power over the little sister? Qin Ma Bai sighed and said, there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people. If it was before, I wouldn't have believed that the 8 directions could surpass little sister, but I have probed the 8 directions Ho's body with my vast chi, and his body's spiritual energy is like a river rushing through the body, and it's majestic and unrivaled. Not only that, his bones and flesh have been tempered to the extreme and are not stained with dust. If I expected well, it should be the legendary innate immaculate body. I can only see so much. Only with this, the chances of little sister's victory are not high. If the eightfold marquis is hidden again, little sister will definitely be defeated. Losing to the eightfold marquis in public, I'm worried that little sister's mind will be damaged, affecting her state of mind. The high-crowned youth shook his head and said, you're overthinking it. So what if you lose? Who in the world can not lose? Master has lost, now is still the world of Confucianism leader. In the past I asked the Sword Green Mountain. 3 games all lost. Also does not prevent me from today's sword road into great success. A senior is a senior. A second senior is a second senior. Not everyone is the same as you guys. The youngest senior sister is only 16 years old, but the second senior has one thing wrong. A smile appeared on Qin Ma Bai's face. To be able to make Qin Ma Bai address him as second senior brother, that was naturally the second disciple of the Dean of the Mountain and Sea Academy, the one who had an unparalleled talent above the sword path, the second senior brother of the academy. Gu Wentian. Which sentence is wrong? You say who in the world can be undefeated? Yet there is someone who is undefeated. Qin Ma Bai pointed his finger at the center of Kyoto, pointing towards the middle of that imperial city. Gu Wentian glanced at Qin Ma Bai and said in a faint voice, today's autumn hunt, because of you being late, you are punished to clean the academy for 7 days, and you are not allowed to use your cultivation. Ha! Qin Ma Bai was a bit dumbfounded. This is too much of a cautionary tale from the second senior brother. Clearly I'm telling the truth. Okay. Victory and defeat have been won. Just as Qin Ma Bai was still about to haggle, he heard Gu Wentian's voice ring out once again. He looked out and saw that in the distance, the figures of Xia Baiwei and Lin Xian reappeared. The two of them were still as they were before. Their clothes were neat and tidy, and they couldn't see in the slightest that they had gone through a great battle. Understood. Lin Xian sat on his horse and clasped his fists at Xia Baiwei. Xia Baiwei did not speak. Her brows knit tightly as she lowered her head as if she was pondering the battle just now. Lin Xian shook his head and didn't say anything more as he drove his horse away. Only his eyes were glancing over that distant tall building before he left. And then he didn't move. What a marquee of the 8 directions! A glint appeared in Gu Wentian's eyes. The district Chi Prana realm was able to perceive the presence of the two of them, and he was already interested a bit more in this marquee of the 8 directions. Let's go! Take the little senior sister away. After this battle, the essence spirit is expected, and when we fight again, we may not be unable to win. Gu Wentian dropped a sentence and disappeared into thin air. Qin Mabai shook his head. He didn't have much faith in his little sister. Little sister's talent is high, but she is not a good fighter, and her heart is such that it is difficult for her to utilize her full strength. And that octagonal marquis, with his heart in the gutter, was afraid that he would not be inferior to the old octagonal marquis by a few points. Kyoto, it's coming alive again. Chapter 49 Powerful Mysterious Forces. The 4 Ghosts of Eastern Mountain. Marquee of the 8 Directions. Lin Xian sent the old housekeeper to run a trip to the Chancellor's residence to report the matter of the fall hunt to Minister Yun. In fact, whether to report or not is the same. This kind of news certainly cannot be hidden from the ears and eyes of the Cloud Phase. Lin Xian just want to borrow the forces of the Cloud Phase to investigate it too. In the Imperial Palace, especially in the harem, there were basically no forces that could penetrate it, and in this regard, one would have to rely on Cloud Phase. Soon after, Yun Xiang sent word that he would investigate regarding today's fall hunt. Lin Xian didn't doubt the efficiency of Yun Xiang's work. Whoever had suggested to the human emperor to allow them all to participate in the autumn hunt together wasn't something hard to find out. And while Yun Xiang was checking these, Lin Xian wasn't idle either. How could he not strike back since others had made move after move? This time, he was going to teach his opponent an unforgettable lesson. If you dare to reach out to him, don't blame yourself for getting your claws chopped off. Lin Xian moved out of the marquee of the 8 Directions mansion, his destination again being the Red Mansion, on the 4th floor of the Red Building. In the middle of an unlisted room, Lin Xian sat alone in it. If you have passed the test in the Red House, you do not need to take the test again if you go upstairs. There was a knock on the door, and then the veiled Shiro entered it. Marquis Lin, the owner of the building has an invitation, Bai Lu said softly as she bowed to Lin Xian. Lin Xian unfolded the folding fan in his hand, then rose to speak. Lead the way. The first thing he did after entering the Red Building was to tell Bai Lu that he wanted to see the owner of the Red Building. Just this matter Bai Lu could not do the main, so he went to ask for instructions. He was sure the owner of the Red House would see him. On the 6th floor of the Red Building, in the battle-size room, Lin Xian pushed the door in while Bai Lu stayed outside. Is Marquis Lin here today to ask for news again? You should know that I, calculating heaven's policy, do not traffic in news, so you've come to the wrong place if that's why you're here. As soon as Lin Xian entered it, the woman in red sitting at the table spoke. Since Lin Xian already knew their identities, there was no need for them to hide the relationship between the Red Mansion and the calculator. Although the woman in red had said so, and Lin Xian had come here with that thought in mind, he didn't give up and instead smoothly sat down next to the woman in red. The Red Mansion master's words are fallacious. The world is all about profit, and the world is all about profit. It's not that calculating heaven's policy doesn't sell information, but it's because the other party's rewards aren't enough for calculating heaven's policy to sell information, Lin Xian said with a smile. The red-robed woman's beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Xian, and after a moment of contemplation, she opened her mouth. What news does Marquis Lin wish to ask for? Lin Xian was right. It wasn't that calculating Tianzi didn't provide news, but it depended on whether the person who wanted to buy the news could come up with enough capital to make calculating Tianzi's heart flutter. And it also depended on whether or not the person who was buying the news was worth it for calculating Tianzi to provide him with the news. I want all the news about that mysterious force hidden in Kyoto. Don't say you don't know. Calculating heaven's policy is bound to have had encounters with them. Lin Xian spoke softly. The red-clothed woman's pupils shrunk slightly and her brows stared. Then she was only seen shaking her head. Marquis Lin, I'm sorry, this is beyond the scope of what I can do. No matter what kind of reward you can come up with, I can't provide you with the relevant information. Lin Xian frowned slightly. In his opinion, this Red Housemaster should belong to the top echelon in the Heaven Calculator. And even so, he couldn't even make a decision on the news of that mysterious force? It seemed that the mysterious force was a bit more powerful than he had imagined. Marquis Lin, seeing as you are a valued guest of my Red Mansion, I would advise you that mysterious force is best not to be messed with. Although they have struck out at you, they are still within control. If you take the initiative to strike out at them, I fear the consequences will be unimaginable. The woman in red warned. Oh, does the Red Mansion Master mean that they struck out at this Marquis and this Marquis can't even strike back? Lin Xian said with a smirk. The woman in red nodded. I was just giving you a heads up. They're interested in you now, but you're not their focus yet, not fully in their sights, and if you really piss them off, you won't necessarily be able to resist. This force is coming from more than you can imagine. Ha ha ha, joke. Lin Xian laughed 3 times to the heavens, then sat up and headed outside. At the same time, he had a voice left behind. I, Lin Xian, have never had the idea of being passive. From today onwards, whether it's them or you, calculating Tianza, it's best to remove the eyes that are staring at my marquee, or else, my marquee will find one and kill one. Upon hearing this, a hint of sharpness flashed in the red-clothed woman's eyes. This marquee of the 8 directions was really bold. He even dared to threaten their calculating heavenly strategies. Miss Red, let's. Mr. East entered the room and whispered. The woman in red thought for a moment and spoke. Let's withdraw the people first. I feel as if this 8-fold marquee wants to play a big wave. We can't take our lives to accompany him in his madness. Outside the red mansion, Lin Xian headed towards the marquee mansion alone. At this moment, it was already late at night, and the further away from the red house, the more sparse the pedestrians became, until the streets were already empty above. Lin Xian suddenly stopped. The night wind was like a cry. The cold moon hung high, and the cool moonlight sprinkled on the lonely long street, drawing Lin Xian's figure to an incomparably slender length. Rustle. There were light footsteps that sounded abruptly in the silence, breaking the darkness of the night. Several figures were like ghosts, revealing themselves in the darkness, with black-clothed men appearing in front and behind them, their auras locking Lin Xian down completely. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian suddenly smiled. What virtue or ability does this marquis have that he could bother the 4 ghosts of the Eastern Mountain to fight at the same time? Good eyesight, to be able to recognize our 4 brothers, but it's not a good idea to climb relationships at this time. As our 4 brothers have taken the money, we naturally have to do a good job. A sorrowful voice rang out. In the next moment, the 4 had surrounded Lin Xian. The 4 ghosts of East Mountain, a gang of assassins, are still somewhat famous amongst the great Xia. With 4 people, 1 essence, 1 chi, and 2 force, there would also rarely be a task worthy of all 4 of them at the same time. Who invited you guys? Lin Xian snapped. We, the 4 East Mountain ghosts, have been practicing for many years. We still know the rules, not to mention that you're about to die, so there's no need to know, right? One spoke up. In fact, even if you guys don't say it, this marquis can guess that it should be the Wind Arrow marquis, right? I have to say, he's stupid, and you guys are stupid too. Lin Xian said indifferently. These 4 people and even the Wind Arrow marquis should not have heard about today's autumn hunt yet, or else they wouldn't dare to make a move. Rampant. When I cut off your head, I'll see if you're still rampant, a man shouted out. Then the 4 of them drew their swords and attacked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was unmoved and took a step forward. Clank! There was a magnificent sword intent coming out through his body, only to see a sword light flashing by. Lin Xian's pace was unceasing, and he left without looking back. And behind him, 4 bodies crashed to the ground at the same time, their corpses separated. In the distance, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared into the night. By the time he walked out of the red building, he had already stepped into the essence realm, and he didn't even need to make a full sword strike to kill an ordinary essence, let alone one under the essence. There is certainly more to this night's tussle than that. Tonight was also the time for him, the 8 Marquis, to show his sword. Chapter 50, Shocking Kyoto. Lin Xian shines his sword. In the 8 Directions Marquis Mansion, Lin Xian stood outside the hall, tilting his head as he watched the starry sky this night. The figure of the old butler appeared at his side, bending his head slightly. Marquis, the nails have all been removed. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Outside the 8 Directions Marquis residence, the eyes of all the forces were all pulled out by the old housekeeper, regardless of whether it was the princes or the princes and nobles, and even among them there must have been Yun Xiang as well as the eyes of the supervisory heavenly division. Lin Xian likewise did not leave a single one of them behind, but all those who were watching the 8 Marquis residence went to meet the King of Hell. From today onwards, the 8 Directions Marquis Mansion will become a forbidden area for all forces, and no one will be able to detect the slightest movement from it. Go on, settle a little trouble. Lin Xian spoke in a cold voice. The old butler nodded and turned to leave the Chancellor's residence. Yun Shou Zhang received a message from the 8 Marquis and let out a bitter smile. This guy, just now also asked this Prime Minister to help. Turn around will be this Prime Minister's eyeline all plucked out. Not the slightest bit of leniency, has not yet turned the other cheek. Will not recognize people. Phase Master, what is the 8-fold Marquis doing? He's moved quite a few people this time. None of the princes or even the eyes of the supervisory heavenly division have been left behind. The only thing is that a group of people were withdrawn before. It should be because calculating heavenly strategies got the news in advance. The middle-aged Taoist priest opened his mouth. Yun Kozheng shook his head. This Prime Minister also do not know what he wants to do. It seems to be that force should be completely angered him. This night the four ghosts of the East Mountain to him. He did not stay the slightest bit. Only a sword will be seconds the four ghosts of the East Mountain. Its strength must be into the essence of the realm of the undoubted. And even this Prime Minister suspected that his combat power can be comparable to the Earth change. If you count a few days in the evening of Tianzi's Heaven's Pride list, perhaps the name of 8 Marquis Lin Xian will be on the Heaven's Pride list, and straight into the top 3, 18 years old at the Essence Realm. Ah, overwhelmingly heavenly, and even more than his father, Lin Jiao. Yun Kujo sighed at the end of his sentence. In that case that niece of his was even more unworthy of Lin Xian, and I'm afraid that even the human emperor is regretting this marriage right now. For the previous Marquis of the 8 Directions Lin Xian, a strong twisted melon was not sweet, but it quenched his thirst. But for the current eightfold Marquis Lin Xian, forcibly promoting the marriage between the two would not be good for either party. Just like Princeton, if not because of the emotional matters involved, when far more than the current cultivation. Let's do it this way. Don't send anyone from the Octagon Marquis side. This phase will help him find out who is contributing to the fall hunting event. It will be regarded as a revenge for that mysterious force moving my niece. After that, it will rely on the Octagon Marquis himself, the 7th Prince's residence. Damn Lin Xian, to even kill His Highness's people? Is this a certainty that you want to draw a line with His Highness? Do you think that His Highness can't live without you? The 7th Prince said with hatred as his anger flared. Your Highness, the Marquis of the 8 Directions killed the 4 ghosts of the Eastern Mountain with a single sword on this night. That 4 ghosts of the Eastern Mountain, 1 essence spirit, 1 chi spirit, and 2 force spirits. The middle-aged Confucian at the side whispered. The 7th Prince was stunned at his words. Don't say that this news is still new to him. No, Mr. Li is His Highness's left arm. The eightfold Marquis is His Highness's right arm. His Highness can't afford to be without the eightfold Marquis as an aide. Please help His Highness think of a way to make sure that the eightfold Marquis is tied up inside His Highness's camp. The 7th Prince said in a hurry. The middle-aged Confucian nodded. He had been thinking about this ever since he had known that Lin Xian was in the dematerialization realm. Why was the Lin Xian from before willing to join the 7th Prince's camp, and then try his best to draw a line in the sand with the 7th Prince? In his opinion, Lin Xian was examining the 7th Prince, and the 7th Prince had not passed Lin Xian's examination. The 7th Prince was weak and had no initiative. None of this was a big deal. The crux of the matter was that the 7th Prince did not hear or care when the eightfold Marquis was in distress, and this was a major taboo. The odds were that Lin Xian had drawn a line with the 7th Prince because of this as well. Therefore, if he really wanted to absorb Lin Xian next, he would have to change the image of the 7th Prince in Lin Xian's mind, so that Lin Xian would know that the 7th Prince was not the one who saw death. So, was it to create some artificial danger for Lin Xian, and then the 7th Prince step in to save him from the danger? This would turn around the image of the 7th Prince in Lin Xian's mind in one fell swoop. The middle-aged Confucian mentioned his idea to the 7th Prince, who raised his hands in favor of it. That's a wonderful way to do it. It's just that Mr. Li, Lin Xian is now at the Essence Realm and his battle prowess is even stronger. How can we create a dangerous situation for him? The 7th Prince said in a puzzled voice. The middle-aged Confucian smiled faintly. Your Highness, this is Kyoto. Strength is not everything. If he violates the laws of Xia, even if he has heavenly power, so what? But if he violates the laws of the Grand Xia, how can this Highness save him? The 7th Prince asked again. The middle-aged Confucian sighed. This Your Highness's brain is really not spinning at all. Your Highness, it's not true that we're letting him violate Xia's laws, so if we want to add a crime, why don't we take it away? Since it's a crime of desire, then we can take him off this charge at any time. Mr. Great Talent. The 7th Prince didn't quite understand yet, but it didn't stop him from bragging a sentence to show off his wisdom. There's no time to lose. I'll go and make arrangements. We'll see the results within a few days. The middle-aged Confucian said in turn to leave. Marquis Wind Arrow's residence. The Wind Arrow Marquis, who was originally waiting for news from the 4 ghosts of East Mountain in the middle of his study, was shocked to hear the bad news. The Marquis of 8 Directions actually decapitated the 4 ghosts of East Mountain with a single sword? Originally he was not worried. The 4 ghosts of East Mountain, whether they win or lose, he was sure that he could not get involved with him. After all, he was not the one who directly made the invitation. How could he not find him here? However, I heard that some scouts heard the conversation between the Marquis of the 8 Directions and the dead ghost of Eastern Mountain, in which he, the Marquis of Wind Arrow, was mentioned. Now I'm afraid that the entire Kyoto knows that it was he, Wind Arrow Marquis, who invited the 4 ghosts of East Mountain. There was no proof, but it still disturbed him. Groan STH. The door to the study suddenly opened. What did this Marquis explain? No one is allowed to step into the study. Marquis Wind Arrow was very annoyed and shouted angrily without even lifting his head. However, there was no reply. the Wind Arrow Marquis felt that something was wrong, and when he looked up, there was already an additional black-clothed old man in front of him, looking at him with a murderous look on his face. You're the steward of the Marquis of the Eight Directions. Did Lin Xian send you to kill me? I'm the military Marquis of Daxia. If you dare to make a move against me, you'll be punished by 3 clans. The Wind Arrow Marquis was horrified and colored. The Marquis is right. To the Daxia military Marquis hands, when the 3 clans, only my Marquis house Heartkind, do not like to kill, 3 clans will not be necessary. Only to kill the first evil can be. The old butler had a grim smile on his face, as a miserable scream rang out. The study fell silent once again, and the study was empty. Chapter 51, Han Concubine, Bullying Lin Xian. On the second day, a message spread in all directions. Wind Arrow husband disappeared. As a military vassal of Daxia, he had disappeared silently into his own residence, which naturally deserved attention. Quite a few people focused their eyes on the Eightfold Marquis mansion. Before the death of Marquis Pingding, there are rumors in the marketplace that it is the 8-square Marquis Lin Xian killed. Only in the end, the Supervisory Heavenly Division came down with the conclusion that it has nothing to do with the 8-square Marquis house. However, the Supervisory Division has not found a specific murderer, so there are still many people who suspect that and the 8 Marquis house related. After all, it was already a fact that Marquis Pingding had laid hands on Lin Xian. If there's a grudge, there's a suspicion. And this time, with the disappearance of the Wind Arrow Marquis, the suspicion of the 8 Marquis was even greater. Many forces in Kyoto are aware that last night, Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 Directions beheaded the 4 ghosts of East Mountain at night, and it seems that these 4 ghosts of the Eastern Mountain are the killers hired by the Wind Arrow Marquis, which is what the Eightfold Marquis Lin Xian himself said last night. Then, the Eightfold Marquis cleared the eyes of all the forces surrounding the residence. That night, Marquis Wind Arrow disappeared. If they said that it wasn't the work of 8-square Marquis Lin Xian, they wouldn't believe it. This was much more real than the rumors spreading about the last Ping Ding Ho. However, Lin Xian, the originator at the center of the storm, was leisurely walking his birds in the middle of the backyard. Marquis Lin is really elegant. He still has the leisure to walk the birds here at this hour. A familiar voice traveled in. Zhou Shin came down to the backyard under the guidance of the old housekeeper. This time, Zhou Shin was wearing an official uniform and was followed by several members of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. This Marquis has no official status and no property, so there's nothing else to do if you don't walk the birds in the mansion. Lin Xian said indifferently. What is Lord Zhou Wei doing here? Zhou Shin clasped his fist to the upper right and opened his mouth. Marquis Lin should know. Today's court meeting, His Majesty summoned Marquis Wind Arrow, but the person who passed the decree was unable to find Marquis Wind Arrow's location. Marquis Wind Arrow's residence subordinates also said that they did not see Marquis Wind Arrow out of the house. Marquis Wind Arrow mysteriously disappeared in the middle of the mansion. His Majesty was furious and ordered the Supervisory Heavenly Division to search for Marquis Wind Arrow, alive and dead. In just 1 day's time, the disappearance of the Marquis of Wind Supervision has spread throughout the entire Kyoto, and the many rumors and gossips are very unfavorable to Marquis Lin. Lin Xian smiled and said, no harm done. This Marquis has long since gotten used to it, not to mention that this Marquis is upright and not afraid of a crooked shadow. If your Supervisory Heavenly Division wants to check, then check on this Marquis. Zhou gave Lin Xian a deep look. He was 80% sure that what happened to the Wind Arrow Ho was Lin Xian's doing. This young second-generation Ho was gradually manifesting his dominance after exposing his natural talent and strength. Last night's removal of the eyes of the major powers was one of them. In Kyoto, which big official doesn't have dozens of eyes outside his residence? However, there has never been any power that directly removed all of these eyes. After all, these eyes do not have any strong people, and what they can see are the most basic things that are harmless. Lin Xian, on the other hand, didn't even leave any of these eyes with low cultivation levels behind. Wasn't that still overbearing? And when he beheaded the 4 ghosts of East Mountain last night, he even deliberately mentioned the name of Wind Arrow Marquis. If he didn't mention it, I'm afraid that not many people even know that these 4 ghosts of East Mountain are related to Wind Arrow Marquis. So much for showing that he's deliberately putting himself in the limelight. Zhou Shin was silent for a moment, then screened off the members of the Supervisory Heavenly Division behind him. Marquis Lin, tell me a precise sentence. Is Marquis Wind Arrow dead or alive now? Zhou Shin spoke in a deep voice. Lin Xian said indifferently, Lord Zhou Wei, this Marquis doesn't know, but Marquis Wind Arrow is a Force Spirit Realm powerhouse anyways, so if this Marquis is his enemy, he naturally won't leave any survivors, and since the corpse will be of no use to anyone, I'm sure it won't be long before the other side sends his body out. Zhou Shin understood Lin Xian's meaning, so the Wind Arrow Marquis is dead. Zhou Shin sighed. He can expect the Chu family in Nannan County to know the Wind Arrow Marquis after the death of the Anger. When these Anger has no word event will certainly focus on the 8-square Marquis Lin Xian's body. After all, he has the greatest suspicion. Then, Marquis Lin, this guardian lord will leave first. Zhou Shen clasped his fists at Lin Xian, then seemed to think of something else and continued. Oh yes, yesterday's autumn hunt members, my supervisory heavenly division have investigated all night. There is nothing wrong with all of them, except for the Marquis of Nanshang. The others do not show signs of being bought off. Since the matter has been over, the Marquis of Nanshang has been killed. Then forget it. After all, it involves a lot of the royal family. In fact, yesterday's members of the fall hunt, the supervisory division did not investigate all. Although the supervision of Heaven Division to monitor the world, up to the royal nobles, down to the peddlers are in the supervision of Heaven Division of the monitoring range, but really operate up is not that. At least several princes and 2 princes, as well as Prince An and Princess Duan, the supervisory heavenly division is not checked. On top of that, those princes and heirs they were likewise not good enough to investigate in depth. There's no harm in it. I'm sorry to trouble you, Guardian Master Zhou, Lin Xian said with a smile. He hadn't expected the supervisory heavenly division to find out, and there might not be any associates of the Marquis of Southern Shang at the scene. Anyway, Yun Xian's side should give him a satisfactory answer. Zhou Shen left, and less than half a quarter of an hour later, a middle-aged Taoist appeared in the air beside Lin Xian. The old butler also appeared quietly, but was held back by Lin Xian. Realist son, good to see you again. Lin Xian smiled as he faced this middle-aged Taoist who had suddenly appeared. It was the Taoist priest who followed Yun Qiu Zhang from Qi Yun Mountain, one of the 4 ancestral courts of Taoism. Greetings, Marquis Lin. Sun Jinjin bowed slightly. At this moment, his heart was emotional. This was the second time he had seen Lin Xian, and he felt that this time, Lin Xian was far too powerful than the last time. Perhaps he really did have battle power that was comparable to the Earth transformation realm. That is, comparable to his own. Compared to Lin Xian, he felt like he had really cultivated to the dogs for so many years. Obviously, in Qi Yun Mountain, he was also a rare genius among his peers. These juniors are so strong beyond words. The Sangha has asked the poor Taoist to deliver a message to Marquis Lin. Han. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Even though it was just one word, he understood what Yun Xiang meant. Of the 32 concubines in the harem, 1 concubine was Han. This Han concubine and the harem concubines are considered to be the average family. Marquis Lin, the Sangha wants to ask you what you want to do. The Yun family might be able to provide you with some assistance. Sun Jinran continued. Lin Xian shook his head. Rather, I don't need to bother the Sangha with this matter. This Marquis has his own decision. Since that one has taken a shot at this Marquis, how could this Marquis not return the favor? With those words, Lin Xian took a few steps forward and reached out to brush his hand across the void. The wind has picked up, and there's no need for the Han clan to exist. Faint words rang out in the void. Sun Jinjin was astonished. Although the Han family is not considered to be a noble clan, but because of the existence of Han concubine, it is also considered to be an imperial relative. Even if it is the cloud phase, it cannot be said to extinguish awe. What does the eightfold Marquis have to rely on? But, that was quite a dominating statement just now. Chapter 52 Daishan County's Wa family. Calculation. Daishan County, Wangshan City. Daishan County is very close to Kyoto, because the county has a high mountain called Daishan and named. And this Wangshan City is at the foot of Daishan, is the most prosperous city in Daishan County. Many worldly families and the county guardian's residence were situated in this Wangshan City. Within Daishan County, the 1,000-year-old Zhou family was the most famous and naturally had the strongest heritage. However, in addition to the Zhou families, there are also a few great families that should not be underestimated. The Han family is one of them. Because the Han family's daughter was included in the harem by the Emperor of Man, it led to the Han family's status rising, and even pressed the Zhou family at times. It would be fine if the Han family's daughter had just married into the royal family, but she had married the human emperor. But whoever has a relationship with the human emperor, who shall not give 3 thin faces ah? The Zhou family therefore tolerated what they could in the matter of the Han family. But today's incident, the left family is somewhat unable to tolerate. The youngest son of the Han family has gone so far as to forcefully rob the people's daughter. If it was an ordinary folk girl, it would be fine. The key is that the woman and their left family still have some relationship. She is the only daughter of an underling of the Zhou family. Originally it is not a very close relationship. If the Han family will send the person back after knowing it is not a big matter. But that Han family young son after knowing it even said crazy words. Not to mention a servant's daughter. Even there's Zhou family's young lady. Let him Han Xiaoshi see also have to obediently climb into his bed. The key is that this is still what that little Mr. Han said in public. And in less than half a day's time, the entire city knew about it, causing their Zhou family to lose face. Right now, that subordinate is kneeling outside the door begging their Zhou family to do something. In this matter, even if that subordinate did not beg, their Zhou family would never be a shrinking violet. Otherwise their Zhou family would still have the face to stay in this Wanshan city? In the hall of the Zhou family's head as well as several elders were present, as well as several of the Zhou family's current stalwarts and a few rising stars of the younger generation. They are looking into the matter urgently. The Han family was not worth mentioning in front of them, but the existence behind the Han family made them have to be afraid of one or two things. Family head, why don't we just kill the Han family directly? I'll see if they dare to go against my Zhou family. We've already backed down many times. If we still back down this time, the Zhou family might as well pull out of Daishan County and cede all of Daishan County's foundations to their Han family. A middle-aged man got up and said indignantly. Zhuo Ling, the head of the Zhou family, did not speak, but waited for the opinions of the others. One man stood up. The Han family on the heritage is to beat the horse cannot catch up with our left family, but have to consider that the queen if it is annoying the queen, to his majesty to blow the pillow wind, enough to drink a pot of my left family, cannot be because of the Han family to my left family also pulled down. Third uncle is wrong. A youth stood out. All eyes gathered toward him. Zhuo Ling looked at the youth and opened his mouth. Ling Yun, speak freely. Zhou family Ling Yun, Zhuo Ling's only son, the first person of the young generation of the Zhou family. Whether it is martial arts talent or business acumen is the first person of the Zhou family, and in terms of talent also exceeds them, the older generation. Now just over 20. He has already condensed his forceful spirit and entered the realm of the deliquescent. Zhuo Lingyun looked around the week and said expressionlessly, 2 years ago, I said that the Zhou family must not tolerate when it comes to the Han family. Just don't target it. What kind of person is His Majesty the human emperor? Would he be able to condemn the Zhou family because of a small friction between the Zhou family and the Han family? The people of the Han family have acted wildly and disobediently, and have committed all sorts of evil deeds in this Wanshan city, and my Zhou family is a famous family of Daxia, and to tolerate in this matter is to aid and abet the evildoer, not to mention the fact that the Han family has already bullied the Zhou family's head. This matter, all uncles and uncles if you can endure, then you endure, but Ling Yun can't endure. This matter, Ling Yun will go up to the Han family to seek justice. Good, little Ling Yun said it well. A figure walked in from outside, and everyone present rose to salute, even the family head. The visitor was immortal, with a head of white hair flowing, and looked not too young. The Zhou family's linchpin, the old ancestor level. Laozi only traveled the Jianghu for more than 10 years. The left family let you guys make a mess. If it continues like this, the foundation of the left family is afraid that it will be lost to your hands. Elder Zhou said with hatred. He was still traveling among the rivers and lakes, but he overheard about this Wanshan city. Good guy. The district Han family even wrote on their left family head too. He is a violent temper. He cannot tolerate, so he immediately rushed back. Ling Yun, your old man is indecisive and can't be used. I'll leave this matter to you. That Han family for me. Let them know who's really in charge of this Wanshan city. Elder Zhou said with a cold snort. Zhuo Ling laughed bitterly, but did not dare to say anything. Zhuo Lingyun pondered for a moment and said, Old ancestor, there are 2 solutions to this matter, one civil and one military. The martial is that my Zhou family will strike strongly. The Han family will not be our opponent, and forcibly snatch the person back. Only then it will be equivalent to both sides completely tearing their faces apart. And if it is a martial move, the county guards will not be able to stand by and watch with folded arms. Wen's is also very simple. I've collected quite a lot of evidence of the Han family's crimes over the past few years, and these are enough to turn the Han family upside down. It's just a matter of whether or not that concubine Han can be affected by the ripple effect. Elder Zhou asked. Ling Yun, are you going to move civil or military? Zhuo Lingyun didn't hesitate and spoke directly. A 2-pronged approach. Since we are striking out, let's completely tear our faces apart and also make the Han family completely unable to turn around. Okay, listen to you. Let's do it. Elder Zhou also very much expressed his support. Among the juniors of the Zhou family, only this Zhuo Lingyun is to his liking. The rest of the Zhou family didn't dare to say anything more, so they only had to order quite a few experts at Zhuo Ling Tian's command and head to the Han family. They didn't hide their breath. They just went out of the left mansion and headed towards the Han family in a grandiose manner. What's wrong? Aren't these all big shots from the Zhou family? This murderous look. What's this for? Look at the direction of their advance seems to be the Han family, right? Good boy Lu. The left family and the Han family are going to have a firefight? Hee. This is also what the Han family brought upon themselves. That Han family's young son is arrogant and domineering. He even dared to put out words like that today. If I were the Zhou family, I wouldn't be able to endure it either. But there are people behind the Han family. I hope the left family won't be thunderous. Watch the fun. There was a lot of talk in Wanshan City, and most people's gazes were drawn to the Han clan. A voice rang out above a restaurant. Elder, the mission has been completed. The Han family has finished their business. The darkies have been withdrawn. and the Zhou family's old ancestor has returned. Things are moving in the predicted direction. Let the others continue to observe. By the way, send another copy of those incriminating evidence sent to the Han family to Kyoto, to the capital, and at tomorrow's court meeting, the Zhou family shall be destroyed. Yes. Chapter 53, The End of the Han Family. The Concubine. In Wangshan City, the strong men of the Zhou family had surrounded the Han family, not concealing their breath and pressurizing towards the mansion. Among the Han family, the top brass were a bit shocked. In terms of martial arts experts, compared to the Zhou family, their Han family really doesn't have an advantage. Quickly go and ask the county governor. This left family member I think is crazy. Within the Han mansion, someone spoke up and sent someone to the county governor's residence to ask for help. In this Daesan County, the county governor was the highest person in power on the surface. However, the people they had just sent out were directly kicked back by the left family. Now that the four directions of the Han family had been surrounded by the strong men of the Zhou family, how could they just leave? Zhuo Ling, what does your Zhou family want? Han Feng, the head of the Han family, walked out from within the Han mansion and said with rage. He was the head of the Han family and the father of Han Concubine, and he was also the abbot of the Great Xia by some reckoning. Only a queen in the harem of Daxia 7 concubines 32 concubines, generally in addition to the queen's family. No concubine's parents and brothers will be the father-in-law uncle of the self-proclaimed, but there is no lack of some good-faced people will be so self-proclaimed, is not wrong. The youngest son of the Han family often refers to himself as the uncle of the state. So in this Wangshan city, many people even for this sentence uncle of the state, but also to give him a few points of face. What do you want? You have the nerve to ask me what the Zhou family wants? Your Han family's young son forcibly robbed a woman in public and insulted my Zhou family. Are you not prepared to give my Zhou family an explanation for this matter? Zhuo Ling said in a cold voice. Since the old ancestor had spoken, he, as the head of the Zhou family, naturally had to be tough, and he could never wimp out at this time. Han Feng's face was very ugly. He has just taught that little brat. Robbing people's women is not a big deal, but robbing people's women in public is a big deal. Robbing the left family, this is even more big deal. More should not also insult the left family's female family members. This is not forcing the left family to go out, but it was his son after all, so how could he not defend it? Zhou family master, this matter is my Han family's fault. I've already taught that little brat of mine a lesson. Here, I'll apologize to your Zhou family on behalf of that little brat of mine. Han Feng was also a person who could bend but not break, and actually apologized in public. Is it enough to just apologize? Zhuo Ling said coldly. Men, bring out the people, Han Feng commanded. At that moment, a servant of the Han mansion walked in, and only after a small half-quarter of an hour, he or she walked out again with a panicked expression, whispering a sentence in Han Feng's ear. Master, that woman was given by the young master. Gave. She's dead. Han Feng immediately changed color. And it's not just Han Feng who's discolored. The Zhou family present to come can be experts, even if that subordinate lowered his voice, but it was not hidden from them. All the people of the Zhou family were furious. Han Feng, your Han family is really bullying people too much. Zhou family belongs to, give me all the Han family members to take them down. Zhuo Ling shouted. Slow, Han Feng yelled in a hurry. My Han family is a state relative. How dare you, the Zhou family, make a move against my Han family? Do you want to rebel? However, the left family members did not listen and rushed into the Han family, and the sounds of killing came. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the Han family members were restrained, and even Han Feng was tied up by Zhuo Ling. What is the left family master doing? It was at this moment that a voice rang out. In the distance, a carriage was coming quickly, followed by dozens of armored soldiers. The carriage stopped before the Han mansion, and a brocade-clad middle-aged man walked out. Sheriff Liu, save me, this Zhou family is going to revolt. Han Feng saw this person as if he saw a life-saving savior. The visitor was none other than the county governor of this Daesan County, Liu Xin, and while Sheriff Liu was standing in the Han mansion, Zhuo Lingyun also walked out with an unconscious youth in his hand. This youth was dressed in rags, and behind the two, the left family members also brought a dozen thinly dressed young girls, each pearly. Sheriff Liu came just in time. Zhuo Lingyun threw the youth in his hand over. Sheriff Liu rushed to catch the person. This is the uncle of the state. He can't be damaged in his hands. The Han family's son, forcibly robbing the people's women, declaring prostitution in the daytime, and even forcing the death of innocent young girls. I wonder if the county guards are aware of all this and thus came to the Han mansion to prepare for the on-site trial of the case. Zhuo Lingyun said in a cold voice. Sheriff Liu frowned. Before he could speak, Zhuo Lingyun once again threw a pamphlet into Sheriff Liu's hands. These are all the evidence of the Han family's crimes in Daesan County for so many years, so please ask Sheriff Liu to take a look at them. Sheriff Liu opened the booklet and glanced at it, and was immediately shocked beyond words. This is the crime if a single to count is not too big, but if the cumulative that is a lot, enough to Han family copy family extermination of 2 back and forth. In fact, many of these charges he is aware of, but because of the special status of the Han family, he is not too good to deal with, so usually these turn a blind eye on the past. Master Zhua and Duke Zhua. This matter involves no small matter. The Han family is a state relative. If it is exposed, it will damage the face of the royal family. Why don't we make the big matter smaller and the small matter smaller? Sheriff Lu still wanted to be a peacemaker and maneuvered his way through it. County Governor. No but not report. No but not detect is not a small crime. If this matter is stabbed to the Kyoto, you head on this top of the black veil do not know whether to keep off. Even to say a little bit more serious, if it is found out that the county governor has any complicity, by then it is still a question of whether you can keep this head or not. Zhuo Lingyun sneered. Lord County Guard, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. It's all a matter of desire. My Han family is loyal to the king and loves the country, and never does anything that violates the laws of Daxia. Han Feng, who was on the side, exclaimed. Sheriff Lu really wanted to put the hands of the booklet cover to Han Feng's face. On the content of this above that can be a complete chain of evidence, you also dare to say that never violate the Daxia law thing? He couldn't help the Han family in this matter, so he just hoped he could get out of it. He was only seen saying with justice, Duke Sui is right. The country's moths. This county magistrate should be clear about it. Come on, take all the Han family members into custody. This county magistrate will report to the court and deal with the Han family. As his words fell, the armored soldiers behind him all stepped forward to take over the people of the Han clan. The left family didn't stop them. This kind of public, Lu Xin cannot dare to make any moth afterward, or if it is stabbed out, his life is really difficult to protect. What's going on here? The little thief from the left family, sneaking up on little master. Little Lord Han woke up at this moment, looking around with panda eyes. When he saw Zhuo Lingyun he thought of the fact that it was the other party who gave him 2 punches, knocked him out who was looking for pleasure, and spoiled his absolutely handsome face. However, before he could react much, Sheriff Lu struck him on the shoulder with a palm, knocking him out once again. Go! With a single call from Sheriff Lu, all the people of the Han family were taken away by him. Let's go as well. Father, after we return, please also transmit word for word what happened over here to Kyoto in your capacity as the head of the Zhua family for His Majesty the Human Emperor to decide. Zhuo Lingyun spoke. Zhuo Ling nodded, and then all the people of the Zhua family also retreated. On the second day above the Kyoto court, several royal historians wrote a joint petition, accusing the Han family of 12 major crimes. The handwritten letter from the head of the Yun family was also presented to the court, and all the officials seconded it, and the human emperor was furious. Immediately, an order was passed down from above the courtroom. The Han family of Daishan County, not accepting the imperial favor and committing countless crimes that are too numerous to mention, shall be copied and exterminated. Daishan County Sheriff, dereliction of duty, temporary dismissal from the position of sheriff, roll back to Kyoto. Another appointment. Concubine Han has no virtue. Abolish her concubine position. Confine her to Han Yuan Palace, and she may not go out without orders. Chapter 54, Entering Shanghai Academy. Killer stopped the road. The Chancellor's residence. Yun Xiu was looking at the intelligence sent from Longshan City and fell into deep thought. He had suspected that there was another force under the Eightfold Marquis before, and now he had confirmed that suspicion. The Han family can't just fall. They've been in power in Daishan County for more than a day or two. How could it be so coincidental? Right at this moment, the Han family's youngest brother-in-law went to mess with the Zhua family's people. How stupid should he be to dare to say something like that? Even he, the Yun family, would not dare to make such grandiose statements. I heard that little brother-in-law is still crying out for justice, but if you ask him, he can't tell you why. And the old man of the Zhua family had wandered away from the Jianghu for many years, and returned to Wangshan City by such a coincidence? I heard it was because he overheard a message from the city of Lookout Mountain. Fart. There is news that Master Zhua was previously in Longxi County, which is more than 1,000 miles away from Daishan County, and unless it is precisely positioned to send the news directly to the old master's side, it is impossible for the news to circulate so quickly, not to mention the time it would take for the message to get through and for the old man to make it back, plus all those incriminating evidence on all sides. Yun Xiu Zhang became somewhat jealous of this force that Lin Xian had grasped, because there weren't many forces in the entire Great Xia that could do this, counting the Heavenly Policy, the Supervisory Heavenly Division, and that mysterious force in Kyoto. There should be others, but obviously they may not be done so perfectly. Supervisory Division. The intelligence in Zhou Shen's hands was a bit more detailed than Yun Xuzheng's. He had been wondering why concubine Han was abolished even if something happened to the Han family. Now he knew that the incident was originally directed at Han concubine. Who struck? Naturally, it was the Eightfold Marquis Lin Xian without a doubt. the fall hunt is not over yet. The human emperor sits in the middle of the court. For Kyoto and even the world's affairs, the heart is clear as a mirror. If not involving the world's major events, he never take the initiative to ask. He will only draw a conclusion to the matter based on the outcome of the game played by the parties. There was no doubt that Lin Xian had won this game. The Han concubines are planning for the 8 marquis on the autumn hunt, and the end result is the destruction of the Han family, the abolition of their concubines, and their seclusion in the palace. Men, unite with the second guards and go check out the force that struck behind Wangshan City to find out what their identities are, Zhou Shun commanded. In fact, things outside of Kyoto were not under his first guard, but involving the 8 marquis, he had to ask about it. After all, that side is not only things outside of Kyoto, he can naturally manage it. And when such a secretive and powerful force quietly appeared, how could the supervisory heavenly division not inquire about it? Otherwise wouldn't it be a dereliction of duty? Red House. Mr. East hurried into the battle room on the top floor. How's the investigation going? Inside the room, the woman in red snapped. Miss Red, there's no information found, but it's very similar to the force that appeared in Kyoto some time ago, acting very similarly. Mr. Dong said with a gloomy expression. In the middle of the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom, there were still few forces that they calculating heaven's policy could not detect. Even that mysterious force, they calculating heaven's policy, also knew some of the origins. This force, however, they had not detected the slightest bit of information. Even if it was hard to keep an eye on a few scouts of this force, either the other party suddenly disappeared, or they directly exterminated themselves, not giving them any chance to probe calculating heaven's policy at all. Even they didn't know how the other party had discovered them. Is it possible that this force's ability to detect and counter-detect is even stronger than the scouts that they have been cultivating for years? It's really strange. If it's the forces that Lin Zi has left behind for him, it wouldn't be so bad that they wouldn't start to show traces until now. But if it's not the forces Lin left behind for him, could it be that he didn't cultivate them himself? Does he have the time and ability? The woman in red wondered. Although he didn't say his name, Mr. Dong knew who he was talking about. Naturally it was the eightfold Marquis Lin Xian without a doubt. Miss Red, should we have someone keep an eye on some? Mr. Dong spoke up. Not yet. The woman in red shook her head. He let out the word before that he wouldn't let anyone keep an eye on him. Although calculating Tianzi isn't afraid of making enemies, it's not good to just make enemies, especially this kind of person who doesn't know the depths of the world. Don't worry, the stronger and more mysterious he behaves, the more people will make a move. Miss Red is talking about that power? Mr. East said thoughtfully. The woman in red nodded. I have reminded the 8 Directions Marquis before. Don't go and actively provoke that force. Young people, there is always some impulsiveness. I think he will pay some price this time. Yuncheng Palace. Concubine Yun handed the silk book in her hand to Princess 13. Looking at the content on it, the 13th princess eyes gradually widened. Was this still the Marquis of the 8 Directions Lin Xian she knew? This is only a few days to see. The other party has become so powerful. Their own cultivation has actually reached the essence realm. There is no doubt that at the age of 18 to break through the essence realm, in the young generation of the Great Summer has been the top. Few people can be comparable to it. Not only that, he even brought down concubine Han, although this matter is secret. But in Kyoto, those big forces who do not know that the originator behind this matter is the 8 Marquis Lin Xian. Now Lin Xian, whether their own talent, strength and power behind. In Kyoto and even the summer as a party cannot be ignored. Although compared to his father Lin Biao is still far from it. But, he's only 18 now. No one dared to imagine what Lin Xian would have developed to after 5 or 10 years. It had to be said that the current Lin Xian was already in line with the 13th princess's choice of spouse. Looking at her daughter whose eyes were gradually glowing, concubine Yun shook her head helplessly. The human emperor was most fond of talent, not to mention this kind of supreme pride, not to mention being the only son of his former good brother. Concubine Yun was understanding of the human emperor. She knew that right now. Even little 13's position in the human emperor's heart was far inferior to this eightfold Marquis Lin Xian. The current Lin Xian had completely and utterly entered the human emperor's gaze. Concubine Yun's gaze looked towards the large hall deep within the palace. The emperor of man was then there. Pass on my decree. 8 square Marquis Lin Xian has passed the age of 18. Cultivation has been accomplished. Special permission to enter the Mountain and Sea Academy for 1 month. Cultivation. In the evening, a decree was sent out from the palace and into the 8 Marquis residence. Lin Xian took the imperial decree and sent away the old eunuch who had passed it on. He looked at the holy decree in his hand and wondered a bit. What did the human emperor mean by this? Cultivate your body and mind? Is it to knock him out? To get him out of trouble? Or is it about protecting him? Where is the safest place within Kyoto? Apart from the palace, it was that Shanghai Academy. With that mountain and sea academies dean around, it was feared that in the entire Grand Xia, There was no one who dared to make a move at the Mountain and Sea Academy. Lin Xian had no intention of refusing the holy decree, and he couldn't refuse it at all. It was just as well that the Mountain and Sea Academy, he was eager to visit. See how this Confucian shrine is different from an ordinary academy. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Xian took the old housekeeper as well as Lin Ji and left the Marquis of the Eight Directions mansion. As for those personal guards, they stayed in the Marquis. Even if someone had a grudge against him, it wouldn't be enough to go after those personal guards. Mountain and Sea Academy is located 10 miles outside of Kyoto. With a few people's footsteps, out of the city gates is soon to walk half of the distance, vaguely visible in front of the Peach Hill. Shanghai Academy is then located on top of Peach Mountain. Suddenly, Lin Xian and the old butler stopped at the same time. Lin Shi wondered, "Marquis, why don't you leave?" Lin Xian glanced around and spoke, "Go to the academy first. This Marquis will arrive later." Lin Ji was slightly stunned and seemed to realize something. He didn't say much and turned to leave. After Lin Ji left, Lin Xian spoke faintly, "If you're here, why hide? If this Marquis goes 2 miles further, you won't have a chance to strike." Chapter 55 Lin Xian's Strength, Terrorizing Enemies. If you're here, why hide? If this Marquis goes 2 miles further, you won't have a chance to strike. Lin Xian's words rang out. The 8-square Marquis is quite alert. A voice rang out. Then only 3 black-robed figures were seen converging, surrounding the two. The 3 were actually all Earth Transformation Realm powerhouses. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid, but said with a smile, "What a big deal. 3 Earth Transformation Realms. Aren't you afraid of losing them here? I'm sure that even if you have a big family, the loss of 3 Earth Transformation Realms is enough to hurt you for a while, isn't it?" Does the 8 Marquis feel that he is too arrogant? You are only at the Essence Spirit Realm now. Even if you are a supreme heavenly pride with amazing heavenly beauty, you are still only at the Essence Spirit Realm. A black-robed man laughed coldly. With that, the 3 of them once again surrounded towards Lin Xian, their powerful auras crushing towards the 2 of them. "Marquis," the old butler at the side spoke in a low voice. "You pick one and leave the remaining 2 for this Marquis." Lin Xian spoke indifferently. The old housekeeper's strength was not weak. He was at the peak of the Earth Transformation Realm when he summoned him, and although he had not yet broken through the Spiritual Wisdom Realm, he was not far off. Even if he was allowed to fight 1 against 2, it wouldn't be a problem. But Lin Xian didn't just want to resist his opponent. He's going to keep these 3, and in a one-on-one situation, the old butler was in a position to take out his opponent. The old butler nodded. He wasn't worried about Lin Xian's safety. He and Lin Xian had sparred, and he had been the loser in the previous day's sparring session, and that was because the Marquis hadn't gone all out. Immediately, the old butler's cloudy eyes fixed on one person, and his body moved, pouncing out as swiftly as a cheetah, swinging his fist towards a black-robed man and attacking him. The winds of his fists whistled, carrying the unique pressure of a peak Earth Transformation Realm powerhouse, and each strike was enough to shake mountains. That black-robed man took a step forward. A long blade appeared in his hand and met the old housekeeper's fist towards him. Being at the same Earth Transformation Realm, he was naturally very confident in his own battle power as well. The 2 men's silhouettes crisscrossed, and the sound of fist winds and blades colliding was endless, stirring up a wave of air. On this side, the 2 black-robed men were also pinched towards Lin Xian. Although they were at the Earth Transformation Realm, Lin Xian's composure and confidence made the 2 of them a little unsure of themselves, so they took the initiative to attack. One of the 2 men held a gun and the other held a sword. With heavy shadows from the gun and sword chi, Lin Xian's eyes were stern and he was fearless in the face of the 2 black-robed men's pincer attack, only to see him raise a deep breath and instantly bring his aura to the extreme. Bow of fist. As Lin Xian let out a low roar, his hands clenched into fists, his fist intent condensed. The winds of his fists whistled as if they were thunderbolts, and he blasted towards the 2 men at the same time, one on the left and the other on the right. The eyes of the 2 black-robed men changed, because Lin Xian's punch had actually dispersed all the gun shadows and sword chi they had condensed, and from above the guns and swords, there was a huge force coming from it, causing the tigers' mouths of their soldier-wielding hands to go a little numb. Accompanied by fierce collisions, cracks appeared in the ground under the feet of several people, and large trees on the far side of the road were cut off at the waist. The 2 black-robed men looked at each other. This 8-square Marquis was really ferocious, obviously only at the Essence Realm, but he had actually truly exerted the strength of the Earth Transformation Realm. If they were just one person, it would be really dangerous. But sorry, they were 2 people, and both of them were genuine Earth Transformation Realms. Kill! The 2 roared, communicating with the Earth's chi, their strength once again recovering to the extreme as they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't retreat, changing his fist into a finger, only to see his fingers come together, the tip of his finger flickering with light, 2 powerful energies shooting out one after the other. these two power chi were actually more prevalent than the previous fist intent. The two black-robed men stopped once again to fend off this finger force. Atop Peach Mountain in the distance, 3 figures were watching the battle over here. Junior sister, didn't you say that you had a breakthrough and wanted to try again? Qin Mabai said smilingly. Xia Baiwei rolled her eyes. She happened to have a breakthrough, and there was a refinement in her sword intent, so she was prepared to try the strength of the Eightfold Marquis again. But she heard that the Eightfold Marquis was going to enter the Mountain and Sea Academy, so she waited over here for this next battle. But now look at it, there's still a war going on. My ass, this 8-square Marquis is too perverted, isn't he? Even with the cultivation of the Essence Realm, he was able to fight 2 Earth Transformation Realms, so it was just like that, but he didn't even lose. What kind of a pervert was this in the end? Second senior brother, were you this strong when you were at the Essence Spirit Realm? Xia Baiwei turned her head and asked. Gu Wendian shook his head. It's hard to say. When I was at the Essence Realm I could battle the Earth changes, even if 2 could barely cope. But I see that Marquis Lin still has some strength left. He shouldn't be barely able to cope with it so simple. If it's not unexpected, he's planning how to take out these 2. What? Xia Baiwei felt like she had heard wrong. Being able to fight and being able to kill are 2 different concepts. Being able to fight indicated that one was barely able to reach the Earth Transformation Realm battle power, and if one was able to kill, then it meant that the battle power was considered to be upper class in the Earth Transformation Realm. This brat is not small in ambition. A hint of amazement also flashed across Qin Mabai's eyes, and at this moment, Lin Xian and the 2 black-robed men in the field had already exchanged dozens of strikes, and he was waiting for a moment when he could exterminate his opponents. Bang! Lin Xian was slapped in the arm with a gun and slapped away, while the man with the gun didn't want to let go of this opportunity and followed with his gun. A hint of a smile floated up at the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. He was waiting for this opportunity. If the 2 had been sharing a common ground, he really didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to obliterate the 2 with a single strike. The mid-grade magic artifact Qinggang sword appeared in the center of Lin Xian's hand, and as the long sword was waved, a hidden sound of thunder sounded. Lin Xian footsteps, figure like electricity, instantly is bullying to the body of the person holding the gun. The hand of the Qinggang sword waving, flash thunder sword method performed, the sword body above the thunder and lightning winding. The speed is as fast as lightning, from Lin Xian's hands out of the hand, instantly is close to the body of the person holding the gun. Damn! The black-robed man holding the sword secretly said that it was not good. However, when he stepped forward to rescue him, it was already too late. The long sword pierced through the man's body, the sound of thunder rang out, and the berserk power instantly tore his body into pieces. And at this moment, the old butler holding a head in the distance also stepped in, surrounding the sword-wielding black-robed man. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The sword-wielding black-robed man was a bit frantic. 3 Earth Transformation Realm versus 1 Earth Transformation and 1 Essence Spirit. It should have been a 9 out of 10 stable battle, but never thought that it would evolve into the current situation. The 3 of them, 2 dead and 1 injured. If there were no variables, even he would have fallen here. He thought of Lin Xian's words at the beginning. It turned out that that wasn't just big talk. It really had the strength to bury the 3 of them here. My lord, help me. Suddenly, the sword-wielding black-robed man shouted. He didn't want to die, so he only asked for help. He didn't know if anyone from the organization was watching this side of the battle, but he knew that the organization should have a backhanded approach since they had decided to make a move. Sure enough, after his voice fell, a majestic and incomparable pressure came towards the 2 Lin Xian, and just the breath alone pressed the 2 back several steps. Waste, there's no point in living. A joyless and sorrowless voice rang out, and then only the sword-wielding black-robed man actually exploded out of his body and died. Lin Xian frowned. Earth Transformation Realm powerhouses were all said to be killed. Just how wealthy and generous was this power? Moreover, he had taken out an Earth Transformation Realm with a single word, which showed that this person's strength must be a terrifying powerhouse that far exceeded the Earth Transformation. P.S. Friends, you don't need to send any big gifts. Just send a free one for love power support. Gift value over 100 plus more. One person, one for the love of power. 3 or 4 is not a matter. Chapter 56, Mr. 2 Strikes. Heaven's Gate? A middle-aged man in a brocade robe with white hair and snowy hair strolled in the void and stood in the void, looking down on Lin Xian and the 2 of them. The arrogance and disdain in those eyes was obvious. What virtue and ability does this marquis have to bother your organization to send out a heavenly image realm powerhouse? Lin Xian didn't look anxious and remained calm and relaxed. Other than that, this boldness of yours is comparable to your father. Lin Jie. The white-haired middle-aged man's gaze landed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Your Excellency knows my father? Naturally, Lin Jin is a good opponent. A color of reminiscence flashed in the white-haired middle-aged man's eyes. Then it seems that your Excellency hasn't grown much over the years, Lin Xian said indifferently. You, The white-haired middle-aged man frowned, as if he had been poked at a sore spot. He had fought with Lin Biao 3 times, but he lost all 3 times, especially the 3rd time, when Lin Biao had severely injured him for several years before he recovered from his injuries. It was the first time he had struck out after recovering from his injuries. The one who faced him was none other than Lin Lin's son, and it was a case of making things happen. Sharp-tongued. You can use your essence spirit to cut down an earthly transformation. I'd like to see if you can use your essence spirit to cut down a heavenly elephant. The white-haired middle-aged man opened his mouth in a cold voice, his berserk aura venting out. The old butler blocked in front of Lin Xian, but he was instantly lifted off by this furious aura. Lin Xian caught the old butler and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Celestial elephant realm. It wasn't like he couldn't kill it. However, just as he was about to use his killer weapon, a radiant sword chi came whistling. The white-haired middle-aged man suddenly changed color. All his chi retracted, turned around to face this sword chi that was coming from across the world, and his hands made seals, forming a spirit shield in front of him. Bang! The spirit shield shattered, and the white-haired middle-aged man flew backwards hundreds of meters away, landing on top of the ground as a mouthful of blood gushed out. Mr. 2, you dare to meddle in my heavenly sect's affairs. The white-haired middle-aged man roared angrily. So what if it's managed? Come, kill me. In the distance, a bland voice rang out. Bullying. This was Lin Xian's first impression of that second gentleman of the Mountain and Sea Academy. Not bad for a strong candidate who can compete for the sword armor. Afterwards, Lin Xian noticed the words that came out of the white-haired middle-aged man's mouth. Heaven's Gate? Is that the name of that mysterious force? This was the first time he had heard this name, and there didn't seem to be any such name circulating in the Jianghu. Damn it! The white-haired middle-aged man cursed in his heart. To the heavenly sect, there were only a handful of people in the entire Grand Xia that could be worth paying attention to, and obviously, the old dean of that Mountain and Sea Academy was one of them. As for this Mr. 2, strong as he was, there were still quite a few people who could defeat him in the heavenly sect, but these people obviously did not include him. Since Mr. 2 had made a move, his own mission today was bound to fail. After all, this Kyoto range, the top powerhouses in the heavenly sect wouldn't dare to come over. The top powerhouses of Xia couldn't look at them, but they might not sit back and watch those people mess around. Second Mr. I, the heavenly sect, will remember today's matter, and in the coming day, someone will surely ask second Mr. for advice. The white-haired middle-aged man gave his tough words. It's been a long time since my sword has been sheathed. I look forward to your heavenly sect's strongest coming, but it's best to bring a coffin with you. My Mountain and Sea Academy doesn't like to collect corpses for people. Mr. Air's words resounded between heaven and earth. The white-haired middle-aged man gritted his teeth and did not say any more. Otherwise he was afraid that Mr. 2 would split himself in a fit of rage. He then looked viciously at Lin Xian and turned around to step into the void and leave. Lin Xian secretly said that it was a pity. Otherwise he should have been able to finish this person off just now. However, it would be a bit of a loss if one were to expose a life-preserving card for the sake of a mere celestial image realm. Go! Lin Xian spoke in a low voice and continued to take steps in the direction of the Mountain and Sea Academy. The old butler followed half a step behind Lin Xian. Beneath Peach Mountain, Lin Xi saw the two of them arriving and greeted Lin Xian with a sigh of relief. Marquis, are you alright? Lin Xian shook his head. It's fine, let's go. Up the mountain. At the top of Peach Mountain, outside the mountain gate of the Mountain and Sea Academy, Lin Xian's trio stopped and looked at the plaque above them. Shanghai Shuyuan. These 4 words were written by the head of Confucianism, that old dean of the Mountain and Sea Academy himself, and each word contained endless deep meaning and majestic momentum. The character Mountain, with its strong and powerful strokes, is like a towering peak, thrusting into the clouds and untouchable. The character Sea, with its smooth and gentle strokes, is just like a rough sea, vast and deep and mysterious. The character for book is dignified and elegant, with an elegant style between the strokes. The word courtyard is well structured, giving a sense of solemnity and solemnity. These 4 words combine to make even a glance at them lead to a feeling of endless admiration. Not only that, this plaque above the 4 words contains the dean's own power of the Haoran. If there are people of the Devil's Door close to the Peach Hill, will be the Haoran Chi will be injured, directly on their souls, so there is no Devil's Door people dare to get close to the place of the Peach Hill. And even if one is not from the Devil's sect, but any evil thoughts are born, there is a possibility that they will be affected by this plaque. While the 3 were gazing at the plaque, a figure stepped out across the door. It was none other than that genius girl who had fought with Lin Xian, Xia Baiwei. Only at this moment, Xia Baiwei did not use the Red Dust Leader, but instead showed herself in female attire. If she didn't go out of the academy, she rarely used the Red Dust Lead. Lin Xian's gaze landed on Xia Baiwei's body, and there was a momentary loss of concentration. Only Xia Baiwei was dressed in a light blue flowing fairy dress with a flowing skirt. and the embroidered lotus flowers on that skirt were so lifelike that it seemed as if they would bloom at any moment. A white ribbon was tied around her waist, further emphasizing her slender waist. Look at its face, is even more beautiful, a pair of beautiful eyes like autumn water, clear and incomparable. Under the nose bridge, pink lips pursed. Hey, what are you waiting for? Still not coming in? Xia Baiwei shouted nonchalantly. Lin Xian returned to his senses and bowed to Xia Baiwei. Just now, I also want to thank Mr. Tu for his help. Mr. Tu is seldom seen in front of people. This marquis may not be able to see, so I'll trouble Miss Xia to convey it on my behalf. Xia Baiwei skimmed her mouth and spoke. There's no need for me to relay this on your behalf. It's just that second senior brother asked me to come and lead you to the back of the mountain. He wants to see you. Oh, Mr. Second wants to see this marquis? Lin Xian was stunned. Didn't I hear that Mr. Shanghai Academy's second master rarely shows himself to the public? Why do you want to see him? Please. Xia Baiwei made a gesture of invitation, and Lin Xian didn't say much, so he led the old housekeeper and Lin Ji into the middle of the academy. The two of them are not allowed to enter the back of the mountain. The academy has already arranged a residence for Marquis Lin in the academy. A disciple will come and take them forward later. After entering the academy, Xia Baiwei pointed at Lin Ji and said. Lin Xian nodded his head to indicate that he knew. The back mountain of Shanghai Academy could not be entered without permission. This rule he still knew. The old housekeeper and Lin Ji were taken away by the disciples of the Mountain and Sea Academy, while Lin Xian followed Xia Baiwei to the back of the mountain. Marquis Lin, how on earth did you cultivate? Last time you clearly weren't this strong. On the way, Xia Baiwei couldn't help but say. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian knew that this woman must have watched that battle just now. Lin Xian smiled and replied, that's how it's cultivated. Ah, maybe that's talent. Xia Baiwei rolled her eyes. These words were something she used to say to other people, never expecting that someone would be able to hit her with a gift today. Chapter 57 Manjushawa. The other side of life and death. Behind the mountain of Shanghai Academy, outside a pavilion, Xia Baiwei and Lin Xian both stopped. In the gazebo, a high-crowned young man sat in it. This is second senior brother. Bad temper. Don't mess with him, haha. Xia Baiwei whispered. Green Lotus Sword Song. 30 times. Gu Wentian's eyes didn't even open in the middle of the pavilion, but a voice came out. Xia Baiwei's small face collapsed and she spat out her tongue before turning around and running away. Marquis Lin, please. Gu Wentian spoke once more. This time he instead rose to meet him. In fact, the 7 disciples of the Dean of the Mountain and Sea Academy, in addition to Mr. Big, the other several are not very old, and I do not know what is the cause of him. A large number of years before he wanted to collect a few younger brothers to play. These 7 gentlemen of the Shanghai Academy were not judged by their age, but by the order of their initiation. Although Gu Wentian ranked second among the 7 gentlemen, he was actually about the same age as the 5th gentleman, Qin Ma Bai, and much younger than the 3rd and 4th gentlemen. Counting, he could barely rank in the same generation as Lin Xian, counting at most half a generation higher, and Lin Xian is a military marquis of Daxia. If it is counted from this aspect, Gu Wentian naturally has to get up to welcome him. After all, people of Confucianism, the most important etiquette, especially Gu Wentian. Lin Xian walked in and sat down on the stone bench opposite Gu Wentian. To be honest, Lin Xian was still under some pressure when he faced Gu Wentian. This guy was too strong. His entire person was like a sword out of its sheath, extremely sharp. Just by being close, he felt the pressure. I don't know what Mr. Tu wants to teach me when he sees this marquis. Lin Xian spoke. I can't talk about instruction. I just want to spar with Marquis Lin. Gu Wentian's demeanor remained unchanged as he said solemnly. What? Lin Xian was a little confused. He thought he had heard wrong. You are a heavenly elephant. Oh no, maybe even beyond the heavenly elephant. But you want to spar with me at the essence realm? This is not bullying. Marquis Lin has misunderstood. Not a competition of strength, but a sword Dao sparring match. Only sparring on sword styles as well as the perception of the sword Dao. Gu Wentian said with glowing eyes. He had heard his junior sister talk about Lin Xian's sword, and he had also seen Lin Xian's sword, Tong Ming's sword heart, rare in this world. In terms of sword Dao alone, Lin Xian had the capital to compete with anyone. He would never have the chance to compete in that battle himself, but Lin Xian, who also possessed the Tong Ming sword heart, could give it a try. Lin Xian was slightly silent for a moment. The powerful candidate who was expected to compete for the position of sword armor in the Daxia Jianghu, the second gentleman of the Hall Mountain and Sea Academy, wants to compete with him in a sword match. Although he had signed up to get the Tongming sword heart and had all the senses of several sword techniques, he might not be able to compare to Mr. Air. The people of the Confucian sect, those who can be famous for their swords, are naturally not a good match. Since Mr. Tu has invited me, How can this marquis back out? Lin Xian was still prepared to accept the invitation to this sword competition. Mr. Tu's sword was strong, and his sword was not unfavorable. There was one sword that he had not yet tried. Ha ha ha, Marquis Lin, please. Gu Wentian laughed out loud. His finger pointed on the stone table in front of him, and the two divine souls left their bodies, and they already appeared outside the gazebo, controlling the sword with God. Pure sword Dao sparring, please. Gu Wentian held his wooden sword and performed a sword salute at Lin Xian, and then, the wooden sword was placed across his chest. Lin Xian wasn't polite either. The green gang sword entered his hand, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground. The two stood in place and did not make a move. Both seemed to be waiting for the other to make a move first, and also seemed to be looking for an opportunity to make a move. In the distance, Xia Baiwei and Qin Mabai were side by side, watching the two over here sparring. Second senior brother is shameless, are so strong and still sparring with others, even though it's just a competition of sword Dao, not using cultivation. But how old is he? How old is Lin Ho? If he wins, the victory is not martial. If he loses, I'll see if he still has the face to see people. Xia Baiwei spat. Qin Mabai said smilingly, second senior brother is not a person who cares about victory or defeat. When the defeat in the Castle Peak sword sect under the chief, the second senior brother and the 7-year contract, it is not easy to sword Dao into a great success. Did not expect the deceased has gone, the second senior brother, but this is depressed for a long time. He is in the completion of the year's unfinished agreement. Xia Baiwei's expression moved as she asked, fifth senior brother. Several senior brothers have been saying that the chief of the Castle Peak sword sect, who exactly is he? Is he really that powerful? Naturally powerful. A trace of reminiscence flashed in Qin Mobai's eyes. Let me put it to you this way. Back then, calculating Tianzi had already engraved his name on the A-word monument, but whenever he goes further, he could be included in the position of sword armor at any time. In terms of sword Dao alone, only the sword armor of the past can win. Xia Baiwei opened her mouth wide. It was so powerful, but if so, why did it fall? Xia Baiwei didn't ask, because Qin Mabai didn't know the answer either. At this moment, the two people in the field moved at the same time. Gu Wentian was the first to make a move. The wooden sword was lightly picked. The sword gesture seemed simple, but there was a hidden mystery. Lin Xian's Qin Gang sword was swung, and it was accurately blocked down. Two people sword to sword, in a moment, has exchanged 100 notes, to the end. Even Xia Baiwei cannot see the two people fighting situation. One must know that the two of them hadn't used their cultivation. It was just a simple sword Dao competition. This showed that even if the two of them did not have any cultivation, in terms of sword Dao alone, they still had enough power to fight at the Deliverance realm. This sword style is called Wind Elegance. Gentleman Wind Elegance. Gu Wentian let out a low chant. The wooden sword in his hand danced. The sword posture was like a gentleman of wind and elegance strolling through the flowers. The sword shadow was like a dream, making it difficult for people to catch its trajectory. Lin Xian's Qin Gang sword swung and laughed. This sword style is called Flashing Thunder. As Lin Xian waved his long sword, it seemed like thunder flashed and electricity surged. The sword shadow not inferior to Gu Wentian's sword power. Gu Wentian's figure floated and his sword style changed again. A gentleman keeps his heart. The wooden sword surrounded itself, forming a tight sword curtain that completely blocked Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian didn't flinch. Bastard sword unrivaled. As he murmured, his sword intent instantly changed, transforming from lightness to dominance. His sword strokes were fierce and stern, carrying an unrelenting momentum. Gu Wentian frowned. Sword one way. The most taboo distracted comprehension of a variety of sword intent. Greedy and chewing. It is difficult to go to the sword road to the realm of the deep. However, having the Tongming sword heart was a prerequisite for this. Ancient man Tian changed his stance once again. The gentleman is vast. Between the swings of the wooden sword, a vast aura filled the air, constantly colliding with Lin Xian's domineering sword moves. Two people's sword style is unpredictable. Gu Wentian's sword road has the gentleman's vast gas, while Lin Xian's sword is unpredictable, the word of the bully, and is 100 strokes have passed. Try the stance of mine again. Gentleman's fearlessness. Gu Wentian changed his stance once again. His sword was fierce with a fearless aura. This sword is more ferocious than the sum of the previous styles. Lin Xian laughed. Mr. 2, the gentleman in the sword, should still have a killing style, so why not use it all together? As you wish. Gu Wentian spoke out faintly. This style, the gentleman kills. In the next moment, a sky of killing intent descended, and the entire mountain and sea academy was enveloped by this killing intent. In the distance, Xia Baiwei winced and lamented. This 8-square marquis is truly a pervert, actually forcing second senior brother to move on this killing style. If the 8-square marquis didn't have this ability, second senior brother wouldn't have invited him for a sword discussion. Qin Mabai narrowed his eyes from the side. Only this style of killing, Could the 8 Marquis catch it? Seeing this murderous sword strike, Lin Xian laughed once more. Good timing. In that case, Mr. Second will also try this sword of this Marquis. This sword style, Manju Shahua, the other side of life and death. Ask for a free one for the love of power. A little more coding today, and an extra chapter, or possibly 2. Tomorrow, Chapter 58 Victory. Where is the ambition? Lin Xian's voice fell, and his aura changed. Not only had he changed, even the sword in his hand had changed, its blade turning morose. As Lin Xian tapped the tip of his sword, a demonic manzanita surprisingly appeared in the void, its petals lightly trembling and releasing a palpitating aura of death. Manzanita, the legendary flower of the underworld, also known as the flower of death, alias the flower of the other shore. Endless petiole flowers appeared in the void, churning Gu Wentian's fearlessness as well as killing to pieces, and the sea of petiole flowers was still spreading towards Gu Wentian. Lin Xian hadn't used his cultivation, and had only condensed this most powerful sword based on his sense of the Tao of the sword. This was not just a sword, it was more like a rendition of the cycle of life and death, and wherever the sword blade went, the sea of flowers on the other side of the shore spread, and even the air seemed to be tinted with a faint aura of sadness and death. In the distance, Xia Baiwei and Qin Mabai were shocked. This kind of sword intent was too strong. Even though they were located so far away, they still felt shocked, as if they were really in the sea of flowers on the other side of the shore, feeling the fading of life. If Lin Xian had used his cultivation to execute this sword in the previous battle against those few Earth Transformation Realms, he might have been able to manage to kill the Earth Transformation Realms in seconds. Both of them could feel the power of this sword even at such a distance apart, so naturally the pressure on Gu Wentian, who was located in the center of the battle, was even greater. If he were to use his cultivation and have a real fight, he would have wiped out this level of attack with his hand. But now they were competing in sword arts, a sense of the way of the sword. Gu Wentian took a deep breath and murmured, I have a sword with the name, Ask the Sky. As he let out a low chant, the wooden sword swung out violently, and even the same sword light swung out and went straight into the sky, and between the flashes of sword light, it intertwined with the sea of flowers on the other side of the shore. Two very different sword intentions collided in the void, emitting a very dazzling light. Looking from afar, a huge ball of light in general seemed to have appeared at the back of the Mountain and Sea Academy, and this ball of light was still growing as time went by. Not only that, the swords in the hands of countless students of Mountain and Sea Academy seemed to be summoned. All of them broke away from their master's control, and countless swords flew up into the sky, shooting towards the back of the mountain. Only at this moment, a large light curtain was lit up in the back of the mountain, isolating all of these countless swords. It was Qin Mabai who made the move. There were quite a few swords in the academy, and the two were just purely competing in the Tao of the sword. So if these swords were involved it would change the nature. Most of all, these swords were not cheap. If they were to be impacted by these two supreme sword intent, they would probably have to destroy most of them, and the rest would probably be damaged even if they weren't. It wouldn't be pretty. In the middle of the field, a sound of a sword suddenly rang out, and then, the wooden sword in Gu Wentian's hand broke in response to the sound, turning into countless wood shavings that drifted in the air. Both of them also took a step back at the same time at this moment, withdrawing their own sword intent. In the next moment, the two divine souls returned to their bodies. Second's senior brother, lost? In the distance, Xia Baiwei muttered, Second brother's sword is broken. Broken. The probability is that he has lost. Qin Mabai at this time also retracted the avatar. After all, the two sword intent withdrawn, those swords naturally fall back to let the owner of those swords to pick up his. It's too early to say that we're losing. It's true that we didn't win anyway. Let's go. Go over and take a look. Qin Mabai whispered. In the gazebo, Lin Xian and Gu Wentian opened their eyes at the same time. There was a slight complexity in Gu Wentian's gaze. Never in a million years would I have thought that in a pure sword Dao competition, I would be slightly inferior. Just as I was similarly slightly inferior to that sword sect chief's competition in the past. You win. Gu Wentian opened his mouth. He didn't have any embarrassment or some negative emotions after losing the battle, but stated this fact calmly. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Mr. 2, this hole can't be counted as a victory. If the swords in your hands and mine were to be swapped, this hole might have been defeated long ago. Although the Green Dipper sword was not of a very high grade, it was still of a medium grade artifact level anyways. Naturally it was not comparable to an ordinary wooden sword. If he were to use a wooden sword, he might not even be able to hold on to the last stance. And although the sword Dao was a competition, the sword was equally vital. Gu Wentian shook his head. Defeat was defeat, and he never made excuses for himself. The question of whether it is a wooden sword or an iron sword or a magic sword, etc., should not be something to be considered after defeat. Marquis Lin, I know that your studies are quite varied, but your sword Dao is already the best in the world. If you put your heart and soul into your sword, in less than 10 years, you will surely be able to ask for the top of the great summer sword Dao, and ascend to the position of sword A. Gu Wentian's complexion corrected and said with a straight face. At this moment, Xia Baiwei and Qin Mabai had also walked outside the gazebo and heard these words. Both of their faces showed astonishment. Don't look at the fact that their second senior brother was listed as a candidate for sword A, but if he truly wanted to ascend to the position of sword A, there was actually still a great distance to go. And according to what second senior brother said, if Lin Xian were to ascend to the sword armor position in 10 years, he would only be 28 years old. A 28-year-old sword armor. Saying that out loud shall not scare people to death. Spring and Autumn 13A. Still alive. Or has died. The youngest one on the list when also more than 30. Or even just that one. Lin Xian laughed, got up and said, Mr. 2 is too high on this marquee. And although this marquee uses the sword, but the sword is also a tool for this marquee. The sword is as it is. The sword is as it is. And the gun is as it is. Outside the pavilion, Xia Baiwei rolled her eyes again. You're damn good at pretending. It would kill you not to strike. Wouldn't it? Is it possible that you even want to take the title of sword armor together? If you're capable, you'll take that battle armor, which has the reputation of being the best in the world. Along with it, ancient questioning sky in the pavilion was also silent. But as infuriating as Lin Xian's words were, the truth seemed to be clearly the case. In that case, I wonder if Mr. Gu can ask, where does Marquis Lin aspire to go? Gu Wentian suddenly spoke. Lin Xian frowned. To be honest, it was a question he hadn't thought about in detail. The guillotine was sort of already hanging over his head when he just crossed over. And naturally he was fighting to just stay alive. Now, that goal was reached early. And then, he has many more goals. For example, to find out the mysterious organization behind the scenes that wants to scourge him, which is now being gradually unraveled by him. For example, he needed to know the mystery of the death of his father, Lin Biao. After all, it was his father in this body. It was the bond of bloodline. For example, he wanted to set foot in this Jianghu, which countless martial artists aspired to, and to be quick to honor their enemies. Wouldn't it be a pleasure? After all, who among his peers in that world didn't have a dream of being a martial artist? He has many more goals, but they all boil down to just 2 words. Strength. Yes, strength. The only way to save your life and be free is to be strong enough to do everything you want to do. Lin Xian's gaze grew brighter and brighter before he turned his head to look at Gu Wentian and spat out a sentence under his breath. Mr. 2 asks where this marquis aspires, and this marquis aspires to the 4 directions, to the world, to all the lands within the reach of this marquis eyes. Chapter 59 Invincibility and Freedom. 6th Prince's Visit. Upon hearing Lin Xian's reply, the several people inside and outside the gazebo all revealed shocked expressions. Even the second Mr. Gu Wentian, who had always been pampered and unperturbed, and whose face did not change when a mountain collapsed in front of him, was like this. What an ambition! The words are not warm, but the ambition is evident. So Marquis Lin intended to be invincible. Gu Wentian lamented. It's not invincibility. It's freedom. It's following your heart. Lin Xian shook his head. Xia Baiwei muttered. It's not the same. Naturally different. Lin Xian turned his head to look over. Contemporary battle armor martial invincible. Sitting in the lonely city for 30 years. Invincible in the world for 30 years. Do you think he is called invincible? Xia Baiwei nodded without hesitation. In the 2,100 years of spring and autumn of the Great Xia, the battle armors have all been the strongest ever. And so far, only 4 people have ascended to the position of this battle armor. Since Wu Wui is ranked in the battle A, he is naturally invincible in the current world, and is even the most invincible person in the past 100 years, which is recognized in the current world. Lin Xian nodded. You're right, Wu Wu Xie is the strongest man in the world. So does he know why he hasn't left the lonely city in 30 years? Xia Baiwei was stunned. This she really didn't know. Then she guessed. Is it because he's too strong? The world can no longer find an enemy, so he has no interest in leaving the city? This time it was second Mr. Gu Wentian who picked up the conversation, shaking his head. It's not that he can't find an enemy. Although he's invincible, it's not that there's no one who can fight him. He doesn't come out of the lonely city precisely because he has too many enemies. Wu Wu enemy offended too many people when he walked the rivers and lakes. The southern barbarians, the northern Mang, the western demons, and those chi refiners in the East Sea, and even us, the Great Xia. Countless people are looking forward to Wu Wu enemy's death. He doesn't come out of the lonely city because he can't get out of the lonely city, or else the thousands of living beings in the lonely city won't live more than a few days. And without the people he cares about, what can he do even if he kills all over the world? Xia Baiwei nodded thoughtfully, then said with some sympathy, then he, the world's number 1, is really a bit stifled. All the world's invincibles still have to be trapped in a lonely city. And those people, and he has a grudge with him. Just beat him. If you can't beat him, then make the practice hard. The innocent is what is the ability. Lin Xian's 3 men all shook their heads when they heard Xia Baiwei's words. Still too young. Junior sister. There needs to be 2 sides to look at things. Back then, when Wu Wu Enemy was walking the world, he killed too many people and had the title of human demon. It's just that all these years of sitting in the lonely city, there are very few people who remember this title. Those who have a grudge against him will naturally do anything to seek revenge. The lonely city is no longer just the lonely city. So are the people inside. They are already a part of Wu Wuxi. It is his weakness. It is their only chance to take revenge. If it were you, would you take revenge? Qin Mabai whispered. Xia Baiwei fell into deep thought. Over here, Lin Xian turned his head to look at Gu Wentian. So, that Wu Wuxi is invincible, but shall not be free. Of course, it can be said that he is not truly invincible. Then this marquis will try to see if true invincible can obtain true freedom. After saying that, Lin Xian laughed out of the pavilion to the sky. Not a small mouth. Xia Baiwei muttered. As a cultivator, if you don't even have the ambition to ask for the world, what the hell is there to cultivate? Qin Mabai patted Xia Baiwei's head. Xia Baiwei turned her head to look at Qin Mabai and inquired. Then, 5th senior brother, you also want to ask for the world? Ahem. Me? I'm just a painter, not really a cultivator. Qin Mabai coughed, turned around and disappeared. Then, 2nd senior brother, you also want to ask the world? Xia Baiwei turned her head to look at Gu Wentian again, her eyes glowing as she asked. Ask the world? It is better to surpass the master first before his old man. His old man has lived for so many years, even a Confucian of position has not been obtained. I am still far from the master. How can I talk about asking for the world? Gu Wentian walked out of the pavilion with his arms crossed and stood on the side of the cliff, overlooking the mountain and sea academy below. Suddenly, a wine gourd appeared in the air and smashed straight onto Gu Wentian's forehead, and a large bag grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good you Gu Wentian. Even your ancestor me dares to make up a story. Does your ancestor me not want the position of Confucian, eh? That was to give your ancestor a face. Otherwise I would have kicked his tablet away and sat on it myself. A not very kind word resounded through the back of the mountain. Xia Baiwei covered her mouth and snickered, then seemed to think of something and tiptoed toward the back. It was only that the wine gourd hanging in front of ancient questioning heaven had discovered this sneaky little girl, reversed its direction and landed on her shoulder, pulling her up and floating into the distance. You little girl. Let you properly follow the eldest senior brother to learn Confucian law. Must follow a few other senior brothers to learn those messy. Otherwise just now that kid, moving his mouth not to hang? Do you know what it means to know everything? Do you need to spend time to learn those simple things? A hateful voice came from the distance. Gu Wentian on the cliff let out a bitter smile, used his cultivation to try to eliminate the big bag on his head but found that it didn't work at all, so he also gave up the idea. It's better not to go out for a few days, or how embarrassing to look like this. At the bottom of the mountain, in the Mountain and Sea Academy, Lin Xian had already returned to the courtyard that the academy had arranged for him. The Shanghai Academy was huge, and it didn't engage in any strategy of treating all the scholars the same. After all, the Shanghai Academy often had even emperors coming to listen to classes for a period of time, so it couldn't be that the emperors could live with ordinary students, could it? However, in addition to the royal son, other people do not have this treatment. Is the prince son? Into the Mountain and Sea Academy is only ordinary students, and Lin Xian is a Daxia military marquis. This Mountain and Sea Academy has not yet had the precedent of the Daxia military marquis into the study, but also the human emperor licensed, so the Mountain and Sea Academy for him to arrange a separate courtyard. Marquis, you're back. The old housekeeper and Lin Ji greeted them. They were aware of what had just happened in the back of the mountain, and naturally knew that it had something to do with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had just been invited into the back of the mountain when something like this happened, so they were naturally a little worried. Lin Ji was still ready to go and take a look, but he was stopped by the old housekeeper. In this Mountain and Sea Academy, even the Earth Transformation Realm Sim couldn't make waves, let alone Lin Ji, and he trusted the marquis. Well, it's back. Lin Xian nodded, then saw that the two had a different demeanor and snapped. There's someone in there? Who's here? Marquis? It's His Highness the 6th Prince. I told him that I didn't know if the Marquis would be back and asked him to come back tomorrow, but he insisted on waiting here. Lin Shi said in a low voice. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. In addition to the Grand Prince and the 2nd Prince of Daxia who had not been enrolled in the Mountain and Sea Academy, all the other princes had studied at the Mountain and Sea Academy and had the status of a Mountain and Sea Academy student, and could be enrolled in the Mountain and Sea Academy at any time. It was just that I didn't know if this 6th prince had come to Shanghai Academy specifically for him or if he was already at Shanghai Academy and had come to pull himself together in passing. This marquis is going to meet Lin Ji. I heard that the food at Shanghai Academy is good. Go and book a table. Remember, make it expensive. Princes can be rich people, so it's a good opportunity to slaughter them. Chapter 60,000 Miles of Fragrance, plus one more chapter. Lin Xian stepped into the compound and stepped into the main hall. The sixth prince was sitting on top of the main seat with his eyes closed. When he saw that there was movement coming from him, he opened his eyes. Marquis Lin, it's not disturbing to venture here, is it? The sixth prince did not get up when he saw Lin Xian enter and spoke with a smile. Lin Xian's face was colorless as he arched his hand and said, "If your highness has something to greet you, why do you need your highness to personally make a trip?" After saying that, Lin Xian directly sat down on the side seat, and those who didn't know would have thought that he had come to visit the sixth prince. The sixth prince did not feel anything wrong. His face was still full of smiles and said, "Marquis Lin is now a celebrity in the capital, and even more so is the Dasha military marquis. How can his highness call Marquis Lin when he is called to come and go? It's not that I heard that Marquis Lin has joined the Mountain and Sea Academy, and this highness happens to be at the Mountain and Sea Academy these 2 days, so I thought to come and pay my respects. And 2 days ago at Joan Mountain, time was running out, and this highness hadn't had the chance to catch up with Marquis Lin yet. If I had known that your highness was here, it should have been this marquis who went to pay his respects," Lin Xian said with some self-reproach. Immediately, before the sixth prince could open his mouth, he continued, "I don't know if your highness has had a meal? When this marquis came to Shanghai Academy, after a bitter battle, the loss is quite large. The body can't bear some, just need to make up for it. If your highness did not have a meal, how'd it go together?" The sixth prince swallowed back what he was about to say and nodded with a smile. "That's very good. It's nearly noon. It's time for a meal. Marquis Lin, go with me, go with me." He had only come because he knew that Lin Xian had gone through that battle and had used his essence to cut down the earth transformation. Otherwise he really wouldn't have been too interested in Lin Xian. There was no shortage of military lords and experts in his camp, and Old Seven was eager for this eightfold marquis, but the eightfold marquis was nothing more than the icing on the cake for him, and was not considered too important. However, the recent series of changes in the eightfold husband, it was not until today when he used his essence spirit to cut down the earth change that he paid particular attention to it. It wouldn't be bad if he could pull the eightfold marquis into his camp. That is why he has come today. It was also because he was in the Mountain and Sea Academy that he was able to get close enough to come here early. I'm sure those brothers of his should have gotten the news by now, and are thinking of how to pull in the eightfold marquis. The two of them then exited the compound and headed straight for the eatery of the Mountain and Sea Academy. And after this small half-day of fermentation, the matter about the 8 directions Marquis Lin Xian's essence spirit outside of Peach Mountain reverse chopping the earth change, and that there was a strong person of the heavenly image realm present, and that the second Mr. of the Academy made a move had already spread throughout the entire Kyoto. None of the latter was a big deal. After all, who knew about the power of Mr. Second of the Academy? But Lin Xian essence realm reverse chopping earth transformation would be too intimidating. Obviously a few days ago Lin Xian was still in the Force Prana realm. 2 days ago during the autumn hunt, Lin Xian was still in the Chi Prana realm, and after he returned from the autumn hunt Lin Xian's one-sword beheading of the 4 ghosts of the Eastern Mountain meant that he had already entered the Essence Prana realm. This kind of progress which cultivation in the people who can accept and before they could fully digest the extent of the eightfold husband's perversity, the news of his essence spirit chopping earth transformation came again, which still didn't let people live. Many people speculated that there could not be a genius in the world who had refined so quickly. The only other possibility was that Lin Xian was already this strong, and that while he had appeared to be revealing his true strength before, the actual situation was still one of hiding his clumsiness. But this raises a new question. Isn't an 18-year-old essence chopper earth change still a pervert? It's just a switch from that pervert to this one. There were already quite a few cultivators thinking about whether or not to seek out the eightfold Marquis Lin Xian to take lessons from him and see how he actually cultivated. And those imperial princes were thinking that they must use all their efforts, even if they put down blood money to pull Lin Xian into their camp. Perhaps in the future, if Lin Xian grows up to be a behemoth, one person will be able to top a city of people. The 7th prince's residence. Mr. Li, when exactly will your method work? It will be too late if this highness doesn't make a move, the 7th prince said anxiously to his strategist. Mr. Li bent down slightly and said, "Your highness, please don't worry, it's already been arranged. And since he's in the Mountain and Sea Academy, it's just what I want, so it'll take place in the Academy. But now that the 6th Highness is at the Mountain and Sea Academy, I would like to ask your Highness to move to the Mountain and Sea Academy, so as not to let the 6th Highness get the jump on this opportunity." Good. Old Six has his eyes high. He never knows what it means to be courteous. It's unlikely that Lin Xian will belong to him, but just in case, this Highness should make a trip. Prepare the car. The 7th Prince nodded his head and said, at the same time that the 7th Prince was moving to the Mountain and Sea Academy, there was likewise a carriage outside the residence of the 3rd and 10th Princes heading to the Mountain and Sea Academy. And not only them, Some of the people of the royal court nobles had likewise moved on. Although the other several emperors were not in Kyoto, they might not necessarily have no thoughts of that position. Their gatekeepers would naturally consider for their masters, even if they could not pull Lin Xian over. They could not allow the other emperors to pull the person away. Jingji. This looks like a pure place to meditate and recite Buddha's name, but it is actually the eatery of Shanghai Academy, where the majority of the students have their 3 meals a day. Some of the chefs here belong to the level of famous chefs in Kyoto, and were hired by Shanghai Academy, so some of the meals in this Jingjai are not cheap, and most of the disciples in the Mountain and Sea Academy are either rich or noble, but they can afford to eat, and even eat a lot. If it is some poor children, there are free meals in the Jingjai, just those of the rich and powerful son is afraid to see. Lin Ji had booked a place for Lin Xian in advance, on the 3rd floor of the Jingjai. There are few students here, after all, even if the second generation of the rich and powerful, generally only on the 2nd floor, and occasionally on the 3rd floor is not too much, nothing else, in a word, expensive. It is said that the cooks on this 3rd floor are better than the chefs at Qingfeng House, and even the dean of Shanghai Academy often came here to eat when he was at the academy. This place, the 6th prince was still familiar with it. After all, he had been here quite a few times. As a royal person, he might lack some other things, but silver money, he was definitely not lacking. After all, he couldn't actually eat much by himself. When the 2 of them entered, all the dishes had already been served, as well as 2 jars of the famous wine 1000 miles. The 6th prince looked at the table full of dishes that he had once not even ordered much, and then looked at the 2 altars of 1000 miles of fragrance that were still unopened and even smelled a little bit of fragrance, and secretly gulped down a mouthful of saliva. After all, he just said he'd pay for the meal when he'd gone upstairs. Your Highness, please sit down. This marquis is a bit extravagant and accustomed to it. Ordinary meals and drinks are afraid to be difficult to swallow, so I ordered more. As for the meal money, what your Highness just said just now will be treated as if this marquis didn't hear it, and this marquis will just pay for it on his own. Lin Xian said smilingly, how can this work? His Highness has just said that a great man's word is a promise. How can he go back on his word? This meal will be counted on his Highness's head. The 6th prince forced himself to endure the flesh pain in his heart and said through clenched teeth, the truth is that this meal is really not cheap, and these 2 jars of wine alone have a price tag. This 1000 miles of incense in this eatery, outsiders are not qualified to buy. The students cannot afford to buy, so basically not sold. Today, you can catch the wrongdoer. Chapter 61 Literary Fights. This marquis is also slightly literate. One more chapter. In a corner of the 3rd floor of the Jingjai, all 4 were feasting. Lin Ji and the old housekeeper were also involved. 6th prince of this is somewhat unhappy, if that Lin Ji, but also barely some qualifications. After all, he followed the old 8 Fong Ho, is also considered a small sum fame, but this butler, even though he was at the earth transformation realm, was after all a domestic servant. How could he sit at the same table as his master? It was just that since Lin Xian had spoken, he couldn't afford to dismiss Lin Xian's face in public. After all, his purpose was to draw Lin Xian in to use him. When Lin Xian came under his command in the future, he could teach Lin Xian the rules properly. A few people did not speak during the meal, because there was a rule in this Jingjai called food without words, the rules set by the dean of Shanghai Academy, until the table of food was consumed, and the 2 altars of 1000 miles of fragrance were poured into the bellies of several people in the eyes of the 6th prince's fleshly eyes. The meal was not considered finished. Thanks for your hospitality. You too. Why don't you thank His Highness? Lin Xian first arched his hand at the 6th prince, then looked at Lin Ji and the old housekeeper and said. Lin Ji and the old housekeeper hurriedly got up and made a slight bow to the 6th prince. Thank you, Your Highness the 6th prince, for your hospitality. The 6th prince forced out a hint of a smile and spoke. There's no need to say thank you. This Highness and your Marquis Lin still have things to talk about. You guys go out and wait. The 2 of them looked towards Lin Xian, who nodded. Yes. Lin Ji and the old housekeeper saluted once more and retreated. After the 2 of them had gone out, the 6th prince looked at Lin Xian and said with a straight face, Marquis Lin, this Highness won't beat around the bush with you. Let's get straight to the point. I wonder if Marquis Lin can help this Highness. Has your Highness encountered any difficulties? In that case, this Marquis naturally won't stand by and do nothing. It's the duty of a great Xia military Marquis to contribute to the great Xia royal family. Lin Xian pretended to be stupid and said. The 6th prince frowned and said again, Marquis Lin, this Highness has opened the door. Why do you need to be like this? If Marquis Lin can help this Highness to ascend to that supreme position in the future, this Highness will not be less favorable to Marquis Lin, at least a Marquis of martial arts position, or even higher. Lin Xian skimmed his lips. This 6th prince's skill in drawing cakes is quite good, and his blank check is quite sufficient, but it's a pity that he can't be seduced. It was at this moment that a loud noise suddenly came from below the Jingjai. The sixth prince and Lin Xian both frowned at the same time. They vaguely heard someone shouting Lin Xian's name. Lin Ji walked up quickly and whispered, "Marquis, there are quite a few students from Shanghai Academy outside, saying that they want to see you." "See me? Why do you want to see me? This Marquis doesn't know anyone from the Mountain and Sea Academy either?" Lin Xian was a bit puzzled. They said that they heard that the Marquis was only 18 years old and was already famous in Kyoto, so they all came to challenge the Marquis. Lin Ji continued. Lin Xian was somewhat amused. Hadn't his battle record of slaying the Earth Transformation realm been spread to the Mountain and Sea Academy? Other than a few gentlemen or instructors making a move, which student of Shanghai Academy had the qualifications to challenge himself? "Marquis, why don't you go and take a look? You'll know if you go and take a look," Lin Ji said with a somewhat odd expression on his face. Lin Xian smiled apologetically at the sixth prince and said, "Your Highness, I'm sorry, but this Marquis will go take a look? Let's go together. This Highness also wants to see how those scholars challenge Marquis Lin." The sixth prince got up and said. He was naturally a little puzzled. "Challenging Marquis Lin? How dare you?" Aside from a few gentlemen and those senior instructors, the rest of the Mountain and Sea Academy didn't have this kind of battle power. Naturally, those gentlemen and senior instructors could not have been involved. Outside the Jingjai, dozens of people surrounded the Jingjai's gate all the way around. The old housekeeper stood outside the gate, and none of them could take a step forward. "We demand to see Marquis Lin. Let us in. I want to see Marquis Lin. I want to challenge Marquis Lin. Who are you to stop me here?" A group of scholars in Confucian robes chattered and shouted. "All shut up, this Marquis." Lin Xian walked out from the middle of the quiet lounge, the sixth prince standing at his side. Seeing the two of them come out, the many Confucian robed scholars shut up at once and then saluted Lin Xian and the sixth prince. "Greetings, Your Highness the sixth prince. Greetings, Marquis Lin." The sixth prince had also studied at the Mountain and Sea Academy and was still considered a Mountain and Sea Academy student, so they naturally knew each other. And Lin Xian's self-proclaimed name just now also let them know that this person was the famous eightfold Marquis Lin Xian of Kyoto. "I've heard that some of you want to challenge this Marquis. Not bad. Your guts are commendable. Why don't you all go together?" Lin Xian said indifferently. A schoolboy stepped forward and exclaimed, "Marquis Lin has misunderstood. As Confucian disciples of the Shanghai Academy, we can't show our fists and feet at every turn. As Confucius has said, a gentleman moves his mouth and not his hands. We are all gentlemen. What we do should naturally be in line with a gentleman's demeanor." "A gentleman's demeanor? A gentleman moves his mouth but not his hands?" Lin Xian stepped forward. "This Marquis thinks you have misunderstood the meaning of the husband's words." "The husband's words? A gentleman moves his mouth and not his hands, meaning a gentleman fights with his mouth, not with his hands. Like now, get out." As Lin Xian's last word left his mouth, dozens of scholars in front of him all turned white and collapsed to the ground. "Get it? No. That's what's called a gentleman moving his mouth. This Marquis didn't do anything. You guys fell by yourselves," Lin Xian said as he spread his hands. "Marquis Lin, you forcefully and wantonly distort the words of the husband." Still the man struggled to his feet. "What's your name?" Lin Xian suddenly asked. "My name is Sun Zhongyang." The man straightened his chest and said. Lin Xian nodded. "It seems to be pretty middle of the road, and they're all pretty much the same." Sun Zhongyang's face stagnated and his anger flared as he pointed at Lin Xian. "Marquis Lin, you dare to insult us readers?" Lin Xian yawned. So what if it's insulting? He knew that these people must be behind the coming of these people. Could it be that there was some kind of conspiracy waiting for him? That Heaven's Gate can even meddle in the Mountain and Sea School? "Marquis Lin, I want to duel with you." Sun Zhongyang was like a large rooster, furious and furious. "A duel? Just you?" Lin Xian said with a slight hint of contempt. "I'm going to fight you in civil combat." Sun Zhongyang spoke loudly once again. "Marquis Lin has entered the Mountain and Sea Academy, and is also considered a disciple of the Mountain and Sea Academy. And amongst the disciples of the Confucian sect, there is the saying of a literary fight. I don't know if Marquis Lin knows about it. If you don't know, there's no harm. I can tell Marquis Lin about it." Lin Xian was slightly silent. So that's what this is all about. To embarrass yourself? He naturally knew about the literary fights in Shanghai Academy. If friction arose between the clan's children, most of the disputes were resolved by fighting. And if a Confucian disciple has a friction, most of them will win or lose by a civil fight. But he could not think of even if he lost the fight. At most, there is a slight loss of his reputation. The loss will not be too big. After all, he is the Dachau Marquis of the army. What is the importance of the name of the text? What kind of drama did he have planned for himself after this civil fight? Well, he's going to have to see it. Literary fight, right? Good. This Marquis accepts. I won't hide it from you all. Not only does this Marquis know a few punches and kicks, he also knows a little bit about literature. Lin Xian said with a smile. P.S. Thank you to Lao Yang who loves eating mushrooms and celery. Future warrior, X Shinya, Pepsi Karaku, Luo Qingchuan from Kuei Xingfu, Wei Yiyun who loves eating Duck Creek cold noodles, Lu Miaozi from Furong Academy, Su Acacia, Stars End Up Indifferent, Cedar ZE, and Songhua who loves Stars S Hypnosis Charm. Thanks to Yuzu Z for sending the blades. Thanks to user 642129773 and Avatar Su Acacia for the Boo Boo Milk Tea. Thanks for the likes, the little flowers and for the love. Love you guys. Mwah Red Heart. It doesn't take much, just send more freebies for love. Friends, your support is my motivation. Chapter 62, The Academy's Tablet. Lin Xian moves his pen. Shanghai Academy, Ink Scent Pavilion. This is an open courtyard, dedicated to the students of the Academy to meet friends with literature. Today, this ink and fragrance pavilion is overcrowded. Originally there were only dozens of people involved, but with the passage of time, the news of the fight spread throughout the entire Shanghai Academy, involving the recently famous Kyoto 8 Marquis. Naturally, there are more people to join in the fun, and even some of the teachings are also mixed in the crowd, wanting to see the results of this fight. Before the competition even started, the many onlookers began to talk. TSK. Although the 8-square husband is amazingly talented in martial arts, but in a literary fight, I don't think highly of him. He's new to the Mountain and Sea Academy. I'm afraid that he doesn't even know a few sentences of the Confucian classics, and he still wants to win in a literary fight? Brother's words are not true. In the past, Mr. 7 wrote a brocade article, attracting the 3 saints' intention to appear. The dean personally came out to accept him as a disciple. At that time, Mr. 7 was only 12 years old, and had not read many Confucian classics. Nonetheless, Mr. 7 is a celestial genius and the reincarnation of Wen Chu. Naturally he is not comparable to anyone else. The Marquis of the 8 Directions is not stupid. Without 2 tails of ink in his stomach, how would he dare to accept this fight? It's just a swollen face, and I'm afraid I can't get off the stage if I reject it in public. The many scholars were divided into 2 factions, one supporting the 8-square husband and the other believing that the 8-square husband would definitely lose, and it was clear that there were more of the latter and very few of the former. Outside the corridor pavilion, Lin Xian stood at the very front, and in front of him was a table with ink, paper and inkstones. Below, 10 tables were set up, and in addition to Sun Zhongyong, there were another 9 scholars, 10 people selected from those dozens of people from before, to participate in this literary fight together. Marquis Lin, since it's a civil fight, shouldn't we take out some prizes? Sun Zhongyong puffed out his chest and raised his head, confidently saying, "Oh, what kind of prize do you guys want this marquis to come up with?" Lin Xian smiled and was even more calm. Sun Zhongyong opened his mouth loudly. "We are all readers. It would be too vulgar to talk about money. How about this? Whoever loses, stand at the east gate of Kyoto City and shout 3 times that he has no chest, no talent and no virtue." The moment these words came out, many of the scholars all looked at Sun Zhongyong. How much hatred does this guy have with the Marquis of the 8 Directions? It's nothing for an ordinary scholar to shout 3 sentences there. But Lin Xian is the Marquis of the Grand Xia. If so, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the reputation of the Marquis? Defeated Xing may be talentless, but I don't know where to start with virtueless. Lin Xian wasn't worried. Instead he said with a smile, "Then remove no virtue and just say no talent." Sun Zhongyong continued. Lin Xian didn't say anything more and looked beyond the many scholars as several honorable figures linked up. "It doesn't matter. Whatever you say, that's it," Lin Xian said indifferently. He was fully confident that he would win, so it didn't matter what the conditions were. Just this time, does it have anything to do with those new arrivals? On the periphery, many scholars made way as the 3 emperors joined hands. The 7th prince's face did not look good. He originally thought that there was only a 6th prince, but he did not expect that this 3rd prince and the 10th prince would come as well. They happened to run into each other under the Peach Mountain, which made him feel as nauseated as if he had eaten a fly. "I'm also not sure if today's events will go the way Mr. Li said they would." Lin Xian withdrew his gaze in the middle of the field and sat down. One of the instructors on the side, who had been temporarily invited to act as a referee, opened his mouth. "All of you are young talents, before and after the weak crown. Perhaps some people aspire to the court, feudal lords and prime ministers. Perhaps some people aspire to the world, traveling in the 4 directions, so they will use their own aspirations as the title. Competition time half an hour. Either composing poems or lyrics and fugues can be, and ultimately, the winners and losers will be determined by the text tablet." Wenbei is Shanghai Academy of the town of the monument, is the founder of Confucianism. Husband left, contains 100 saints' ideas. When Xiaobaiwei attacks to attract the 3 saints' ideas is the 3 saints' ideas in this Wenbei. But whenever any of the Academy's scholars had an amazing literary talent and made amazing poems, they would be inducted by this literary monument. Only when the world can cite the monument and the holy idea of the present difficulty is very big. After Xiaobaiwei, The whole mountain and sea academy have not had the holy idea of the present again, and in addition to the holy thoughts present, this tablet can also give the corresponding talent judgment based on the poetry and literature, within the range of 1,000 zhang. After all, more than 1,000 zhang will generally attract the holy thoughts. After the instructor's voice fell, all 10 participants began to study ink and write furiously, and Lin Xian was the only one who was on the ground with his knees crossed and his eyes closed tightly, as if he had fallen asleep. The examination questions were presently given by the instructor, and before that he did not know what the questions were, and after his own will came out he thought of what he was going to write. Unlike the previous discussion with Mr. Tu in the backcountry, this time, he was going to play the wave big. It's only been half an hour in total. Why hasn't Marquis Lin moved? Could it be that he already has a plan? I don't think he can think of anything. Poetry is good, but he's afraid to make a communication tablet without a reaction. I don't know what exactly Brother Sun is thinking. What good will this do to him even if he wins? Could it be that he really has some kind of grudge against the Marquis of the Eight Directions? Many of the scholars saw Lin Xian's broken look and immediately started talking again. Lin Ji, who was located behind Lin Xian, was also a little anxious. Why is his own Marquis still not moving off? The time is about to pass. Will not be defeated really want to go to Kyoto outside the East City Gate shouting that he is talentless, right? It's okay to try it yourself if you can't. He is also capable of writing and martial arts, not to mention more than that, at least he can induce the talent of the Wenbei to appear. However, just as he was about to transmit his voice, he saw Lin Xian open his eyes. Lin Ji, study the ink. Lin Xian's voice rang out. Lin Ji immediately stepped forward and began to study the ink, and by now, most of the hour had passed and someone had already put down their pen. Luo Jin has finished writing. He composed a 7-character poem, 20 years of reading the law and reading the book, and a blue sky on the head of the oubliette. A man's ambition is to be a prime minister, not for fame or money. Poem name, Words of Wisdom. Someone read his verse out. Egu, Brother Luo's ambition is not small. He even desires to sit on that prime minister's seat, but also to be a clear water prime minister. And let's see how much talent he can get. Only the paper on his desktop flew up and floated out of the ink fragrance pavilion, landing on top of the tablet in the center of the academy. At that moment, the tablet shook slightly, and 30 feet of talent chi came out through the tablet and gathered in the sky. The scholar named Luo Jin showed a hint of shame on his face. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain 100 zhang of talent, but he didn't realize that it was only a mere 30 zhang. After him, the scholars gave their answers one by one, and a sheet of paper was attracted by the text tablet and flew towards the outside. 20 feet of talent, 70 feet of talent, 45 feet of talent. The most powerful one had only invoked 70 zhang of talent chi. It is also a poem written by that Sun Zhongyang. At this moment, Sun Zhongyang was looking at Lin Xian proudly as he opened his mouth. Marquis Lin, the highest I've ever invoked in my life is 131 feet of talent from the Wenbei, and this time I've been a bit out of sorts, but I don't think it'll be much of a problem for me to win against you, right? Time is running out. If Marquis Lin gives up, Mr. Sun can exempt you from shouting those 3 sentences outside the East City gates of Kyoto. Only here. Anyway, all he wanted was for Lin Ho to make a fool of himself. The angrier the other party was the better. The rest didn't really matter. Only in response to his words, Lin Xian did not even raise his eyes. Marquis, the ink has been researched. Lin Shi spoke in a low voice. Lin Xian nodded his head, holding his pen and dipping it into the ink, landing on the paper. Chapter 63, For Sentences Surprise the World. 100 saints come out. Set your heart for heaven and earth. 5 big words leap off the page. As the character 4 heart was finished and Lin Xian temporarily stopped writing, an explosive thunderclap suddenly rang out in the sky, and the heavens and earth seemed to be shaken. Everyone present was startled, then turned their gazes to the 5 large characters under Lin Xian's pen. To establish a heart for heaven and earth? Someone read those words out. Instantly, the sky rolled with thunder. The paper on the table under Lin Xian jumped up and hung above the sky. The holy monument located in the center of the mountain and sea academy shook dramatically, and endless talent surged out, instantly reaching 1,000 feet in size, covering the mountain and sea academy. Just one sentence has triggered the holy monument's 1,000 feet of talent. Hiss! Some of the scholars sucked in a breath of cold air. Many of the onlookers had different looks on their faces, and those 10 scholars who had competed with Lin Xian, with the exception of Sun Zhongyang, all had shameful looks on their faces. What qualifications do they have to engage in a literary battle with each other when they are such talented people? Sun Zhongyang, on the other hand, had an ugly expression on his face. Originally it was to give the other party humiliation, but he didn't expect the humiliation to be his own. A single sentence can lead to 1,000 zhang of talent. Could it be that today this eightfold marquee can also lead to the appearance of the holy thoughts? In the middle of the back of the mountain, Shin Mabai appeared on the side of the cliff. alongside Gu Wentian. Thousands of feet of talent. Who is it? Susu or Jochu? Qin Mabai spoke in a low voice. He was originally submerged in painting, and with his memory he wanted to inscribe the previous sword Dao competition between his second senior brother and Lin Xian, when he suddenly felt the one bay surging with 1,000 talents, and so he appeared. These two people he was talking about were also both leaders of the Mountain and Sea Academy. It was only when he cast his gaze toward the ink scent pavilion in the academy that his pupils shrunk slightly. Lin Xian? Qin Mabai looked incredulously at Gu Wentian on the side. Gu Wentian nodded. He had been standing here from the very beginning, and naturally he knew best what was going on. Someone has actually reached into the academy. This matter, if it is not a big deal, he will not pursue. But he never thought that the 8-square Marquis Lin Xian even a sentence to attract 1,000 zhang of talent. It is really too outrageous. And it didn't seem quite the same as what he had previously told us he wanted. And at that moment, Lin Xian had already put pen to paper once more. Make a life for the living. Boom! The rainstorm instantly poured down. Yet it did not fall into the ink pavilion, only to see that above the void of the courtyard, a 3-foot stone monument hangs in the sky, emitting a soft light that completely shrouds the Maxiang pavilion. The crowd was shocked beyond belief that this academy text tablet had appeared on its own. However, this is not all. Only to see the text above the monument. One after another dressed in Confucian robes of the silhouette stepped out, hanging between the sky, the vastness of the gas scattered in all directions. Gar. 7 holy thoughts? Someone uttered in shock. The second sentence invoked the 7 sacred intentions. What the hell kind of pervert is this? A thought ran through the minds of everyone present. After today, Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 directions was destined to be famous in all directions. This time it wasn't with his amazing martial arts talent, but his literary name. The 4 emperors were all gazing at Lin Xian, their hearts secretly fuming that they would take Lin Xian down no matter what the cost. Daxia to martial arts to protect the country, to rule the country, really want to govern the world, or have to literati. Daxia officialdom, natural literati majority. Shanghai Academy is the first of the Confucian sects in Daxia, never involved in dynasty politics, so the princes have never thought of pulling together these Confucian greats of the academy. But Lin Xian was different. After today, Lin Xian will surely replace the several gentlemen of the Mountain and Sea Academy, and become the new model for many of the younger generation of literati in Daxia, and even the older generation of great Confucian scholars will surely look at them in a different light. If anyone could pull Lin Xian over, they would have a natural advantage. Heavenly talent, above the back mountain. Qin Mabai lamented. Why is there such a literary and military genius in the world? If Marquis Lin were to join my Confucian sect, wouldn't he have a chance to catch up with eldest brother in his future accomplishments? This may not be the case. Eldest senior brother had attracted the 73 saints to appear in the world. Let's see what other astonishing phrases this Lin Xian can write behind him. Gu Wentian spoke in a deep voice, and in the ink fragrance pavilion, Lin Xian wrote the third sentence, succeeding to the great learning for the past saints. Boom! Above the monument, dozens of figures stepped out, and in a moment, the sky of the compound was completely blocked. The many students of the Mountain and Sea Academy went crazy. Fully 72 saintly intentions were present in the world. Who the hell has ever seen this kind of scene before? On top of the back mountain, a wine gourd floated before Gu Wentian and Qin Mabai. Master! The two of them saluted at the same time. The wine gourd moved to indicate knowledge. What do you guys say? How about if Master accepts a junior brother for you? A voice came out. Qin Mabai said with an odd expression. But senior, isn't junior sister the closed disciple you took in? What's wrong with that? The door wasn't closed properly. Why don't you close it again? The voice said with a straight face. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly. After a moment of silence, Gu Wentian opened his mouth and said, Master, I don't object to you accepting a disciple. It's just that you're sure he'll agree? That's true. Turn around and ask around first. Otherwise, if I step forward to take in an apprentice and he doesn't agree, wouldn't it be too much of a loss of face for the master? And as these words fell, Lin Xian in the ink fragrance pavilion took a deep breath and once again put pen to paper. Peace for the ages. Dang! Between the heavens and the earth, a bell seemed to ring. And then, there were even more Confucian-robed figures in the sky, enough to fill the entire sky, all gazing above Lin Xian's body. 100 saints coming out at the same time. This kind of thing had never happened since the Mountain and Sea Academy was created 100 years ago. Backcountry. Master, do you still accept disciples? Qin Mabai asked cautiously. The wine gourd was silent. Subsequently, it disappeared into the void, but before leaving, it knocked on Qin Mabai's forehead, and a large bag topped out. Qin Mabai let out a cry of surprise and pain, only for the wine gourd to have disappeared. At this moment, the entire Mountain and Sea Academy seemed to have come to a standstill. No one spoke, and everyone even held their breath. The 100 saints' ideas appeared in the world. and the vastness spread in all directions, throughout the middle kingdom of God, and even beyond the divine kingdom. One strong aura after another broke through the ground and looked in the direction of the great summer Kyoto. In their gazes, that direction was like a great sun shining in all directions, and what shone out of this great sun was not light, but a vast, vast aura. Shanghai Academy. In the ink-scent pavilion, the 100 sacred ideas stagnated in the void after appearing in the world, and they all seemed to be a bit dumbfounded. Suddenly, 100 saints chimed in, to establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish the lives of the people, and to succeed the great learning of the past saints. Peace for all ages. This sound was not only spread to Shanghai Academy, but also spread to Kyoto, out of the 3 mountains and 5 counties, throughout the Middle Kingdom, and to the 4 corners of the Divine Kingdom. Wherever the vast chi passes, all devils avoid it and all Confucians bow down. In the city of Kyoto, deep in the palace, a gaze came across space, passing through the barrier of the 100 saints' vast chi and landing precisely on Lin Xian's body, and in an instant, the gaze faded away. Lin Xian's mind was in a state of awe. In that instant just now, he seemed to feel that all of his secrets had been seen through. What a terrifying human emperor! Thanks to Freedom of the Clouds for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to Pepsi Can't Have Fun for the reminder note. Thank you to Big Easy Zon who loves pear balls and Gray who loves blue swordfish for the boo boo milk tea. Thank you all for the likes, little flowers and for the love. I am a name waste, every day in order to get the name of the brain. Just randomly from you reward users nicknames in the name. Do not sue me for infringement of rights There is a good name to change a nickname. Send a free for the love of power can be seen, or in the comments of this article is also okay. Chapter 64, Botched Trick. Deal? The Ink and Fragrance Pavilion. Lin Xian put down his brush and with a single move of his hand, 4 sheets of paper hanging in the sky landed on top of the table. Only with a rumbling sound, the table was instantly collapsed, and even the ground was smashed out a big pit. Originally light and airy, each piece of paper was now as heavy as basalt and gold. A word of gold? No, it's 1,000 words. Above the celestial dome, the 100 saints bowed towards Lin Xian and drilled into the Wenbei as much as they could again. And then the Wenbei returned to the center of the academy and took root once more. The next moment, the weather turned blue. Dare I ask this instructor, in this literary fight, was it this marquis who won? It was at this moment that Lin Xian's voice rang out, pulling the crowd's minds back. The instructor who acted as a referee coughed lightly, then laughed bitterly. Naturally, you win. From the moment Lin Xian wrote the first word, the victory was decided. This scholar, since this marquis has won, I wonder if it's time for you to honor your promise. Lin Xian's gaze looked towards Sun Zhongyang, his eyes carrying a few moments of ice coldness in their depths. This ending should be something they didn't expect. So will the backstabbing continue? Pust. A mouthful of blood gushed out from Sun Zhongyang and he collapsed, being held up by one of the scholars behind him. Hey, brother Sun, what's wrong with you, brother Sun? Only Sun Zhongyang's face was pale and his eyes were shriveled in a dying posture. Not only that, his arm struggled to raise, trembling as he pointed towards Lin Xian and exited in a broken voice. Marquis Lin, I respect your amazing literary talent. Sun Mao is far inferior. Just fulfill your promise. Why do you have to rely on force? Secretly? What? When these words came out, many onlookers were confused. Sun Zhongyang, this look is Lin Ho secretly? But Lin Ho didn't make a move in full view of everyone. A Shuyuan instructor walked forward and touched Sun Zhongyang's wrist before frowning. The internal breathing is disorganized. Very serious internal injuries, and there is no way back. At this moment, a voice also rang out from the crowd. Marquis Lin is the Essence Realm, and can even cut down powerful people in the Earth Transformation Realm, while Brother Sun is only in the Gangchi Realm, and the strongest person present is no match for Marquis Lin. If Marquis Lin is secretly laying his hands on him, I'm afraid no one will know about it, because there were so many people, it was impossible to even tell who was speaking. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Marquis Lin's literary talent is amazing. If he lost or the competition was not yet over, there was a possibility that he would make a move. Now that he has one, why would he make a move? That's right, brother Sun. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Many people took Lin Xian's side, responding to all of them. After all, Lin Xian was a person recognized by the 100 Saints for invoking the 100 Saints' intentions to appear in the world, and with the 4 lines he had written earlier, which manifested his grandiose aspirations. How could he be that kind of lowly person? Nowadays, to insult Lin Xian was to insult them. The literati, looking at Sun Zhongyang, whose face was gradually turning white and had even become breathless, Lin Xian took a step forward with a smile, leaned down and whispered in a voice that only Sun Zhongyang could hear. Brother Sun, laying out with his life, this marquis admires. I just don't know what person behind the scene has made what promise to Brother Sun. Worthy of Brother Sun even giving up his life? Let my lord guess on that? Is it money? Obviously not. So it's family? Sun Zhongyang's eyes twitched imperceptibly. Ah, brother Sun, this marquis has killed quite a few people. In fact, it wouldn't hurt to have a few more, Lin Xian said with a smile. Sun Zhongyang's face changed when he heard this, but at this moment, he was unable to say anything anymore. Just now, he had shattered his heart chakra when he had decided to continue to fulfill the agreement, causing himself to be seriously injured. In his final despair, Sun Zhongyang closed his eyes. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stood up, his gaze looking around, especially lingering for a moment among the 3 imperial princes who arrived later. Since the civilization fight has ended, what are you all still gathering here for? Lin Xian said indifferently. It's a great honor for us to see Marquis Lin's elegance today. We'll be excused. The many scholars bowed to Lin Xian and all retreated. They also took Sun Zhongyang's body in the process. Only a few of the royal camps remained. Lin Xian didn't have the heart to fudge with them and clasped his fists at the several emperors. Several highnesses. This marquis is even laborious, so he will go back to rest first. After saying that, he also did not wait for a few emperors to reply. So he walked towards the big pit where a few sheets of ink and treasures had smashed down, to take away the words he had written. Only when he walked towards the deep pit he realized that there was still any paper in the pit. There were only some crumbs of wood from the shattered table. Lin Xian froze slightly, then seemed to think of something, and didn't say anything more, not even looking at the several imperial princes as he left in large strides. Seeing this, the faces of the several imperial princes were all a bit unsightly, especially the 7th prince. Today's arrangement was supposed to be seamless. After Lin Xian's defeat, Sun Zhongyang had cut himself off to create the illusion that it was Lin Xian who had struck, and it didn't even need to be too real at all, because he still had a backhand. But today's situation had developed somewhat quickly, as Lin Xian sealed the gods in 4 sentences, invoking the 100 saints, so that the death of Sun Zhongyang, which wasn't even too real, couldn't even be imposed on Lin Xian. Those academy students even regarded Lin Xian as a godlike figure now, causing the backhand that Mr. Li had prepared for him to be useless. Today's trip was a complete and utter failure, and that Lin Xian was even more detestable, even directly ignoring them, the several imperial princes, really wildly out of bounds. Damn it! However, it had to be said that the current Lin Xian had the capital to be wild. He was originally a military vassal of the Xia, but also the martial arts talent of the world's rare pride, and after today, his fame must spread throughout the world. The prince of what in his case really do not need to care too much. If it was the prince it would be more like it, but Daxia didn't have a crown prince, just a royal son, and it wasn't that prestigious yet. Even if Lin Xian had such an attitude, they could only welcome him with a smile on their face. Even if they couldn't recruit Lin Xian, they couldn't push him to the opposite side, or else they would really be making a fool of themselves. The relationship between the several imperial princes wasn't cordial, so after Lin Xian left, they all left the Mashan pavilion as well, except that none of them chose to leave and instead stayed at the Mountain and Sea Academy. After all, the political enemies haven't left yet. What if they leave and the political enemies take advantage of the situation? Even if they had to go, they would have to go together to feel comfortable. And at this moment, Lin Xian was heading to the back of the academy alone. The back of the mountain had a prohibition. Regular people were not allowed to enter, except that Lin Xian was unhindered. When he reached the top of the mountain, Gu Wendian and Qin Mabai were drinking tea in the pavilion. What are you guys? Lin Xian looked oddly at the large bag above the foreheads of the two. Fell. Cultivation gone awry. The two men each made up a reason. Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions. He was here to rise to the occasion. His 4 ink treasures that attracted the 100 saints are worth a lot of money, and if they were taken out to auction, the gold and silver that would be auctioned off would not fit in a house. I'm afraid, how can it be stolen just like that? There weren't many people in Shanghai Academy who could do this quietly in front of him. Gu Weidian and Qin Mabai were also aware of Lin Xian's intentions. It was just that they were helpless. That thing wasn't in their hands. Marquis Lin. Let's put it this way. It should be most appropriate for such ink treasures to stay in my Mountain and Sea Academy. And I, Mountain and Sea Academy, can take something in exchange. Gu Wendian opened his mouth. Oh, is this the Mountain and Sea Academy preparing to buy and sell by force? Lin Xian said with his eyes narrowed slightly. Marquis Lin might as well take a look at what we can come up with first. Maybe it'll catch your eye. Marquis Lin? Qin Mabai added from the side. If Marquis Lin doesn't think it's appropriate by then, we'll think of another way. Lin Xian thought for a moment, but still agreed. To be honest, those few pieces of paper he wanted were really useless except for selling them for money. And many of the treasures of Shanghai Academy cannot be bought with silver money. Chapter 65, Tongyu Pavilion, Heavenly Pavilion's Treasure. I observed that the sword Marquis Lin used before was a mid-grade artifact. The quality is good, but it's still a lot worse. What does Marquis Lin think of this sword? Gu Wentian opened his mouth and said. With that, a long sword with a black scabbard appeared in the void. Lin Xian took the sword in his hand and exerted a slight force. Clank! The long sword was sheathed with a chilling aura. The blade of the sword is sharp and cold. It is made of Xian iron. It should be the elaborate work of the sword casting villa. A proper top-grade magic weapon. This sword is usable by this Marquis, but it doesn't fit. Lin Xian gazed at the slender sword and spoke. What about Marquis Lin taking a look at this sword? Qin Mabai made a move with one hand, and a long sword drilled out of the ground. The body of the sword was broad and thick, and the whole body showed a dark metallic color. I don't know if it was due to being buried in the earth for too long. Moreover, this sword had no blade, and there was a large character engraved on top of the sword. Lone, bladeless heavy sword. In the past years the sword Heartmound Lone Huaqin walks the world to make the sword. Ask the Sword Green Mountain Sword Clan when due to the defeat and left this sword. Surprisingly in the Mountain and Sea Academy? Lin Xian said with some surprise. Marquis Lin is quite knowledgeable, knowing all the Jianghu matters from decades ago. Qin Mabai smiled faintly. However, this is the sword used by Lone Huaqing Sr. in the past. Due to the failure of the sword inquiry, this sword was left in the sword forest of the Green Mountain Sword Sect. Only later on, it was obtained by a Mountain and Sea Academy's teachings and so on when the Green Mountain Sword Sect was acquired. But it is a pity that the teachings had not yet made a name for himself and had already fallen. So this sword was left in the academy. What does Marquis Lin think of this sword? Lin Xian nodded his head and said, this sword is naturally good, and it's at the top of the list amongst the absolute best magic weapons. But this Ho doesn't like heavy swords. Gu Wentian and Qin Mabai glanced at each other, each with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. There were still quite a few top-quality magic weapons in the Mountain and Sea Academy, but only these two could be given away if it was a sword. Mo Bai. Take Marquis Lin into the Tongyu Pavilion. You can take 3 treasures from the Earth Pavilion, and if Marquis Lin isn't satisfied, then open the Heaven Pavilion and see how lucky Marquis Lin is. Gu Wentian spoke. At those words, Qin Mabai was startled. The Earth Pavilion was nothing more than that, and every treasure within it was either a superb artifact or an equivalent wonder that was comparable to a superb artifact, so giving Lin Ho 3 of them was actually nothing. But the Celestial Pavilion, the things in there can't be valued. It was just that since Gu Wentian had given the word, he could only do as he was told. In the Mountain and Sea Academy, the master resides in no fixed place, and no one knows where the master is now, just using a wine gourd to monitor the Mountain and Sea Academy, never minding his own business. Eldest brother even went off to find a book to read somewhere. Nowadays, Mountain and Sea Academy is the second elder brother who is the master. What he says is what he says. That is, emptying Tongyu Pavilion is also what he says. Marquis Lin, please follow me. Qin Mabai opened his mouth, then turned around and walked towards the depths of the back mountain. Lin Xian clasped his fist at Gu Wentian and followed. I have long heard that there is a Tongyu Pavilion in the Shanghai Academy, hiding a lot of treasures, and the 3 Lives Monasteries Questioning Scripture Pavilion and the Longhu Mountains Tao Seeking Pavilion are equally famous, and all of them collect the world's most valuable treasures. However, when all was said and done, none of them could compare to the 3 whole halls of the Grand Xia Imperial Palace. In the Hall of 3 Perfections, there are 3 perfections: divine weapons, Gongfu books, and exotic treasures. An imperial dynasty's accumulation of 2,100 years had a naturally terrifying heritage. However, the 3 complete halls now Lin Xian was afraid that he couldn't even touch a hair, so it was better to see what treasures were in the Tongyu Pavilion of this Mountain and Sea Academy. At this moment, the 2 of them had already arrived at the Tongyu Pavilion. This is the Tongyu Pavilion? Lin Xian asked in surprise as he looked at a cave in front of him that looked like it was on the verge of collapsing and its entrance was overgrown with weeds. Qin Mabai's face remained unchanged as he took 2 steps forward, lifting the vines above the cave entrance and pointing to the words on it. As in fake, a small plaque full of signs of age was affixed above the cave entrance, and Lin Xian still had to carefully distinguish it to be able to make out the 3 words Tongyu Pavilion written on it. Lin Xian followed Qin Mabai inside. The cave is very deep, even more curved. Walked a full small half-quarter of an hour. Lin Xian feel clear. In front of the emergence of an empty hall, the surrounding walls placed many daylight beads. The place will shine bright as day. And on the surrounding walls opened 4 stone doors, each with a large inscription above it. Heaven and earth and people. Do you guys have some misunderstanding of the word pavilion? Even if the winding path leads to a secluded place, it should still be called Tongyu Cave, right? Lin Xian turned his head to look at Qin Mabai. Qin Mabai turned his head and said seriously, Marquis Lin, our Shanghai Academy is at least the leader of the Confucian sect. Isn't it a bit too low for us to take the Tongyu Cave? Sansheng Temple has the Scripture Pavilion, and Longhu Mountain has the Tao Seeking Pavilion. So if we take the Tongyu Cave, won't we be shorter than them? The Mountain and Sea Academy still cares about these false names? Lin Xian inquired with a smile. Sheen M. Obai's face straightened. It is natural to care about false fame. Otherwise how would Shanghai Academy carry forward the Confucian heritage? Why is Longhu Mountain the first of the 4 Taoist temples, but not rely on the royal family of Daxia, the fame of the world? If those Buddhist donkeys don't care about fame, one by one in the temple to eat fasting Buddha on the line, why should they still walk the world, build a wide range of Buddhist temples, widely spread the Buddhist teachings? Lin Xian laughed. That's true enough, Mr. Fifth. It's time for this marquis to take a look at the hidden treasures of your Shanghai Academy. Naturally. Qin Mabai nodded, then bowed slightly and spoke in a respectful voice. Mobai was ordered by his second senior brother to lead the 8th Marquis of Daxia into the Earth Pavilion to pick out treasures. Please allow it. Senior Uncle Yun. An old, but neutral voice came from the cave. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, because he did not sense the presence of anyone else in this place, not even a hint of breath. A moment ago he was wondering, although this is the back mountain of the academy, but after all, it is a place of hidden treasures. How can we say that there should be strong guards? It seems to be guarded today, and it's strong, very strong. It should be stronger than Mr. 2. I just don't know if it's still in that dematerialization realm. As those words fell, one could only see the stone door engraved with the word earth tremble violently, and then began to slowly rise. Endless precious qi came out. Lin Xian took a deep breath. These scents were mixed with the scent of books, Dan and sharp weapons. Marquis Lin, please. Qin Mabai stretched out his hand on the side. Lin Xian nodded and stepped into the Earth Pavilion. There was a lot of space inside, not much smaller than the hall outside, and the rows of shelves separated this ground pavilion into 4 areas. Qin Mabai introduced. Marquis Lin, this Earth Pavilion is divided into 4 areas. Weapons, kung fu books, pills, and some messy things, but the value is definitely not low. Lin Xian nodded. He naturally knew the value was not low, for he was now standing on the shelf where the weapons were placed, and every single weapon on it was at the level of a supreme magic weapon, though many of them looked a bit damaged, and would need to be reforged if they were to be utilized to their full strength. Lin Xian walked around the Earth Pavilion, turning around all 4 areas. To be honest, every single thing in here would be worth a fortune if taken out, but it didn't have much value in his eyes. It wasn't as if he didn't have weapons, pills he couldn't use, and the Gung Fu tome was not to mention. With his current cultivation level, the quality of the things that came out of his signing now had also come up, almost comparable to the things in this Earth Pavilion. However, an object in that 4th area caught Lin Xian's attention. It was a parchment scroll. Although Lin Xian hadn't opened it to look at it, just by looking at the material of this parchment scroll Lin Xian could tell that it was the exact same material as the mutilated treasure map he had just signed up for. Mr. 5, may I ask what this is? A parchment scroll, and it doesn't look special. Why is it placed in the Earth Pavilion? Lin Xian inquired, pointing at the sheepskin scroll. Qin Mabai pondered for a moment and spoke. I don't know what this thing is. It was put into the Earth Pavilion when eldest senior brother returned from his travels. If Marquis Lin wants to take it he can. Lin Xian revealed a hesitant expression. He still wanted to hit the big time in the middle of the Heavenly Pavilion. The Heavenly Pavilion may not be entered, but if the Heavenly Pavilion is opened, there will certainly be a treasure that leaps out, and what it is will depend on luck. But whatever it is, the value is immeasurable. After thinking about it, Lin Xian still decided to give up this treasure map for the time being. After all, it's also a mutilated one. Plus his own one is still mutilated. It won't be able to be of any great use. If there was a chance to find a way to give it in exchange from the Mountain and Sea Academy in the future. Mr. 5th, this Marquis would like to try the Heavenly Pavilion. Lin Xian turned his head towards Qin Mabai and spoke. Qin Mabai smiled. He knew that Lin Xian would definitely choose the Heavenly Pavilion. If there was no better choice it would be just that. If there was a better choice, who would still look at the treasures of the Earthly Pavilion not to mention the Eightfold Marquis and other heavenly pride. In that case, Marquis Lin, please follow me. Qin Mabai brought Lin Xian out. Then the stone door behind him suddenly closed. Nor did he see Qin Mabai speak. The stone door of the Heavenly Pavilion in front of him rumbled and trembled. Apparently that senior had also heard their conversation. The stone door of the Heavenly Pavilion slowly rose a fraction of a degree until it stopped moving after a small slit was revealed underneath. Lin Xian was a bit puzzled, and then he only saw a sharp aura coming out of that gap, accompanied by a whistling sound. A ball of light hung outside the stone door of the Heavenly Pavilion, and the door closed with a bang. Looking at the ball of light hanging in the void, Qin Mabai's eyes widened. This thing, it's out? Chapter 66 Heavenly Chopper Sword, Sacred Artifact, thanks to Fuyu Big Brother's Great God certification, plus more. Looking at the ball of light in front of him, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Within this ball of light was a sword that looked extraordinary. This sword was unsheathed, and its body was purple in color, emitting a mysterious glow that formed a ball of light outside of the sword. Wrapping it, Lin Xian couldn't tell what this sword was made of, but he could tell that the material wasn't copper or iron or gold or jade, and the odds were that it was cast from some sort of meteorite. He attempted to reach out and touch it, but this purple longsword actually had a mind and retreated a meter, allowing Lin Xian to grab an empty hand. Xin Mabai took a step to Lin Xian's side and said in a low voice, "Marquis Lin, this sword has a spirit. It's not that simple to take it away. If you want to take it, you still need to subdue it." A spirit? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Having a spirit meant that the sword was beyond the realm of a magic weapon, but a holy weapon. Sacred weapons, possessing powers that are unimaginable to normal people. Xin Mabai arched his hand at Lin Xian and directly exited the cave. Mountain and Sea Academy never break promises. Since the promise Lin Xian to open the heavenly pavilion, this sword is naturally Lin Xian's. Of course, provided that he can subdue the sword. If not, he can still take 3 treasures from the Earth Pavilion. Lin Xian licked his lips. He was naturally interested in holy weapons. There are 2 ways to subjugate a holy sword. The first is to beat the holy sword into submission with absolute strength. It's naturally impossible, with Lin Xian's current strength, but wherever this holy sword releases some pressure, it can crush him. The second was to resonate with it with the will of the sword Dao and gain recognition. Without a doubt, Lin Xian could only choose the second one. Lin Xian closed his eyes, and as his mind moved, infinite sword intent came out through his body, completely wrapping that purple long sword. However, the purple sword only slightly trembled its blade, and all of this sword intent was dispersed, and even Lin Xian couldn't help but take half a step back. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This method also does not work. This sword seemed to be very resistant to him. Lin Xian was able to roughly sense that the sword seemed to resent his low cultivation level? Yes, as a holy sword, not to mention surpassing the deliverance realm. Right, but at least it has to be a heavenly elephant heavenly rush, right? Just then, an old voice entered Lin Xian's ears. The former owner of this sword, holding this sword, broke the heavenly dome with a single stroke and ascended to the position of sword A. Not just anyone would let it recognize it. It was the voice of the senior who guarded this place, and when he heard this, Lin Xian's eyes once again looked towards the purple sword. If so, he knew what sword it was. Sky Chopper, the 4th sword armor Chu Berserker's sword. Even now Chu Berserker is dead, but he is still the latest sword armor. He surpassed countless sword road predecessors, and no descendant has yet surpassed him in the sword 1 road. Since this heavenly slashing sword was Chu Berserker's sword, it was difficult for the current Lin Xian to make it submissive with pure sword Dao will. If you've seen the mountains, you won't care about the ants. Lin Xian withdrew his sword intent and looked towards the heavenly chopper sword as he suddenly spoke. Follow this marquee, and he will take you to climb new mountains. The blade of the heavenly chopper sword moved a bit, seemingly very disdainful. This marquee will give you another chance, whether to follow this marquee and come back to the world, so that the world can once again feel the might of your heavenly chopping sword, or to return to the place behind you and feel the loneliness. Your own choice. Lin Xian spoke calmly. With these words, the heavenly chopper stopped trembling and turned the sword, seemingly looking at the heavenly pavilion behind it. For that environment, it does not want to go back. It has been alone for countless years. Just follow this little guy? It was a hallowed sacred artifact heavenly chopping sword. Even the sky could be chopped open. With a mere essence spirit realm brat, if it went out, it would not let those old friends of its be ashamed of it? You're hesitating. In that case, this marquee is enforcing the issue. Before this marquee walks out of the Tongyu Pavilion, you still have a chance to choose, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he turned around and headed out of the cave. With every step, a point of sword intent poured out. 10 steps, 100 steps, and when Lin Xian reached the entrance of the cave, and Qin Mabai's silhouette was vaguely visible beyond it, the sword intent condensed in his body had almost condensed into substance. Even this sword intent alone was enough to strangle the earth transformation realm. This son has the posture of a sword armor. In the past you wanted to rely on the Green Mountain sword sex sword Nameless, but he already has the Nameless sword. If you don't grasp this opportunity today, you may not have this opportunity in the future. The old voice resounded throughout the Tongyu Pavilion. The heavenly chopper sword outside the heavenly pavilion was already in a dilemma, and with these words, he finally made up his mind and broke through the air. Over here, Lin Xian had already taken half a step out of the cave, and the heavenly chopper sword flashed and landed in front of Lin Xian as a voice entered Lin Xian's heart. I may recognize you as my master, but it will take an appointment. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stepped out with a single step. The sword, which can only be a sword, has no capital to make an appointment with him. Seeing that Lin Xian's second step was about to go out as well, the heavenly chopper sword was in a hurry. It can feel that this guy in front of him to really go out really will keep the previous promise, even if he rushes up. I'm afraid that it will not be collected. The heaven-slashing sword flashed once more, blocking Lin Xian's front, the sword lightly bending down in submission. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face as he reached out and grabbed the Heavenly Chopper sword. A drop of fresh blood condensed out and was instantly integrated into the body of the Heavenly Chopper sword. The originally purple Sky Chopper sword instantly turned into a reddish color after the blood was integrated into it, emitting a rich blood aura. And at this moment, Lin Xian's aura also changed violently. The entire person was as if he had transformed into a sheathed blade with a full sword momentum. Qin Mabai was secretly staggered. This kind of feeling, he had only felt it on his second senior brother. Congratulations, Marquis Lin. Qin Mabai clasped his fist at Lin Xian. Although this heavenly chopping sword was something that belonged to their mountain and sea academy, it didn't completely belong to their mountain and sea academy, and even if it belonged to the mountain and sea academy it had nothing to do with him, so he naturally didn't have to be heartbroken. This sword is good, so it will belong to this marquis. Those few words from before will be left to the mountain and sea academy. Right, you also if you still need it. This marquis can still write a few more, Lin Xian said with a smile. A few words were exchanged for a holy weapon, which was absolutely worthwhile for him. As for whether or not the mountain and sea academy would lose money, then he couldn't think about it so much. Marquis Lin is joking. Our mountain and sea academy sacred artifacts are afraid that they can't stand up to Marquis Lin's writing like this. But if Marquis Lin can still write poems and songs that will lead the 100 saints to come out of the world, the Earth Pavilion's belongings can be exchanged for anything Marquis Lin wants. Qin Mabai said seriously. This time, Lin Xian, on the other hand, didn't answer. He doesn't have that certainty. 100 saints present. In fact, he did not think so in the beginning. He just thought that he could attract a dozen or two saintly thoughts on the line. How did he think that he had attracted so many? He couldn't do it again. Mr. Fifth, this marquis remembers that this heavenly beheading sword has a sheath. I wonder if Mr. Fifth knows where the sheath is? Lin Xian changed the subject. Qin Mabai looked towards the blood-colored longsword in Lin Xian's hand before spitting out two words. Heaven's Gate. Thank you for Fu Fish Big God certification. Then Red Heart. The first time to see such a big gift. Special additional chapter. Thank you to Beiming Yi-Suit for the 2 reminder charms and a scent blade. Thanks to Despicable Name temporarily absent for the 2 hypes. Thank you to Lofar Fly, who loves honey buttercups for the Boo Boo milk tea and sending blades. Guys, big brother, don't say I'm slow to update. Several books to write. This book has been prioritized. First, to ensure that the update of this book, every day the bottom of the 2 more, should be added to the increase of more. Chapter 67, The Power of Heaven's Gate. 1 month. Heaven's Gate? Lin Xian frowned slightly as he heard the name Heaven's Gate again. If Marquis Lin wants to know more about the heavenly sect, he can go and seek out second senior brother. In the entire Mountain and Sea Academy, other than master teacher and eldest senior brother, he's the only one who knows the most. I have no interactions with the heavenly sect, so what I know is only skin deep. Qin Mabai opened his mouth. Lin Xian looked behind Qin Mabai. Gu Wendian had already been attracted by the aura of the heavenly beheading sword, so he didn't need to go looking for it. Gu Wentian's gaze landed on the heavenly chopper sword in Lin Xian's hand, and the heavenly chopper sword trembled slightly as a hint of intent traveled into Lin Xian's mind. It turns out that it once also belonged to the ancient Ask the Sky. Just ancient Ask the Sky already have a life sword. Raise the sword for many years have not been sheathed, so cannot again provide a new life sword. Also therefore give up. It was unanticipated that it would be this sword. Counting up. This transaction should have been a profit for Marquis Lin. Gu Wentian spoke calmly. If the Mountain and Sea Academy doesn't want to, this deal can also be cancelled. Lin Xian said with a smile. Gu Wendian shook his head without saying more, but changed the topic and said, Marquis Lin seems to be interested in the heavenly sect? I should say that the heavenly sect is interested in this marquis. Lin Xian then spoke. I wonder if Mr. Tu has any insider information that he can tell this marquis a thing or two? Gu Wendian tilted his head to look between the skies and slowly opened his mouth. The heavenly sect, a power that has crossed the world for countless years. No one knows how many years they've been passed down. Anyway, it's far earlier than the year of the founding of the Great Xia. At those words, Lin Xian frowned slightly. The Great Xia had been founded too, 100 years ago, and the heavenly sect was even earlier than the Great Xia. So wouldn't this force be frighteningly strong? Only to hear Mr. Air continue. Just as Marquis Lin thought, the heavenly sect is very strong and somewhat terrifying. There are only a handful of forces in the world that can be compared to it, and even the Mountain and Sea Academy and even the 3 Lives Temple of Longhu Mountain can't be compared to it. Lin Xian was slightly appalled. Shanghai Academy is the leader of Confucianism. Lung Fu Shan is the leader of Taoism. The Temple of the 3 Lives is the head of the Buddhist sect. Although the 3 religions were not included in the 10 sects of the world, there was no doubt that these 3 quintessential powers were all going to surpass the 10 sects of the world. Yet even so, the power of the leader of these 3 sects was not even comparable to the heavenly sect, and that heavenly sect was truly terrifying. Marquis Lin doesn't have to worry too much. The heavenly sect is strong, but not so strong that it's irresistible. At least within the boundaries of this great Xia Kyoto, they can't spread their wildness yet. The world is still strong can suppress them. Those top strong generally see the heavenly sect strong man is bound to kill, so they can only play some means behind the scenes, just let them really show in front of people or dare not. Gu Wentian continued. Then why did that person make a move under Peach Mountain before? And even though Mr. Tu made a move, he only injured him and didn't kill him? Lin Xian asked suspiciously. It's simple, because the heavenly elephant realm isn't considered a strong person yet. If an enemy of the true Qi realm's Gang Qi realm were to pop up in front of you, would you make a move to finish them off? Gu Wentian said with a smile. Lin Xian was silent. The reasoning is indeed this, but the heavenly elephant realm was still not considered an expert. The gold content of this expert was too high. Then does Mr. Tu know why the heavenly sect is targeting this marquis? Lin Xian inquired. Gu Wentian shook his head. I don't know about this, but I guess maybe it has something to do with Lin Ho's father. Back then, there were many entanglements between your father and the heavenly sect, and the heavenly sect sent many assassins to look for trouble with him, only they all seem to have failed. These things can only be explored when you yourself, Marquis Lin. After all, the heavenly sect has even sent out the heavenly elephant realm in order to deal with you, and after failing this time, they are bound to make another move in the future. However, if it is in the land of Kyoto, they will also send out some of the heavenly elephant realm, not only the heavenly sect, that is, the devil's sect or other rivers and lakes forces. More than the heavenly elephant realm generally do not dare to come to Kyoto to take the risk. Otherwise, if it is trapped in it can be more than worth the loss. Now that Marquis Lin's heavenly chopper sword is in his hand, even though he can't utilize his full power, it's not that simple for the heavenly elephant realm to kill you. And with Marquis Lin's intelligent talent, he'll surely be able to think of a way to get out of the situation. Then I'll borrow Mr. Tu's good advice, Lin Xian said smilingly. Only he wanted more than just to get out of it. He needed to stay at the Mountain and Sea Academy for a month. There was nothing wrong with him breaking through the Earth transformation realm during this month, and he could even go further if the system was powerful. At that time, with the heaven-slashing sword in hand, it wasn't as if he couldn't decapitate the head of a dog in the heavenly elephant realm, and he didn't even need to expose his bottom card. By the way, since Marquis Lin was ordered by the human emperor to come to study at the Mountain and Sea Academy, I had already arranged tutors and courses for Marquis Lin. It's just that Marquis Lin sealed the gods in 4 sentences at the Ink Fragrance Pavilion today, so I'm afraid there are no tutors willing to teach you. I don't know what Marquis Lin has in mind. Gu Wentian seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth. Lin Xian shook his head and said, there's no harm in it. The human emperor told this marquis to come to the Shanghai Academy to cultivate his body and mind. It's fine for this marquis to be at the academy, and this January this marquis will be able to feel the vastness of the world's leader of the Confucian sect, the Shanghai Academy. Mr. 2, Mr. 5. This marquis will take his leave. Lin Xian put away the heavenly beheading sword, clasped his fists at the two of them, and turned to leave. Looking at Lin Xian's back as he left, Gu Wentian and Qin Mabai both let out a slight sigh. Second senior brother, I have a premonition that after January, Marquis Lin will be a brand new Marquis Lin again. Qin Mabai spoke. Gu Wentian glanced at him obliquely and said, since you know that you still don't go to cultivate and break the threshold of heavenly charge as soon as possible, otherwise don't say Lin Ho, or even the youngest sister will catch up with you sooner or later, and then I'll see that the youngest sister will call you the 5th senior brother and you'll dare to say yes or no. What's wrong with that? Little 6th son didn't keep calling me 5th senior brother in the beginning. Didn't I promise quite well? And you also promised quite well. 2nd senior brother, Qin Mo subconsciously said. Just after he finished he felt something was wrong and hurriedly slipped away on his feet. Forget that the 2nd brother is careful and likes to hold grudges. At the bottom of the mountain, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard amidst the admiring eyes of the crowd of academy students. Now he was already the idol of many of the academy students, and even just now, some people didn't even call him Marquis Lin, but rather called him Sir. In the Confucian sect, only their instructors and the dean's disciples and these people deserve the title of Mr. In their eyes, Lin Xian was already worthy of the title of Sir. 100 saints appearing in the world. This is a great honor. Some people even said that if Lin Xian joined the Confucian sect, he would have to become the 111 saints in this text tablet in the future. At this, Lin Xian was less than satisfied. It's not a curse on him. After all, living people are not allowed to enter the monument. Lin Xian sat down in the middle of the courtyard. He wasn't going to go out this month. Just stay in the house for a month. After a month the Bai Shao building should be almost developed. However, looking at it now, the strength of the people of the 100 Dawn Tower was still a bit weak. Not bad in front of the general forces of the Jianghu, but when it came to those top forces, it was still quite a bit worse. But on second thought, The 100 Dawn Hall is just an intelligence organization. It's just enough to be able to get information, and there's no need to be too strong. There's still a month to go, so we should be able to sign some strong people out, right? And he was looking forward to how far he would have grown in a month's time. Chapter 68, Going Out of the Academy, Meeting the Enemy. For the next month Lin Xian basically didn't go out of the compound, and even his meals were delivered by the old housekeeper. But whenever Lin Xian walked out, he was in the limelight, and he couldn't even eat clean. In that case, might as well not go out. And several of the emperors even came to visit daily in the very first few days. But Lin Xian gave the excuse that he was in seclusion as a reason to refuse. And seeing that Lin Xian didn't have any thoughts of falling back on any of the emperors, they left one after the other. Mountain and Sea Academy. Along with the sound of a bell ringing, Lin Xian in the courtyard suddenly opened his eyes. This is the morning bell of Shanghai Academy, which means that the morning class has begun. And this morning bell, Lin Xian had been listening to it for 30 days. The period of January had arrived. It was time for him to leave. As Lin Xian got up, the stone bench he was sitting on violently shattered apart. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. In the end, it's just a breakthrough. The power control isn't too good yet. Marquis, the carriage has arrived at the bottom of the mountain, so we can depart. The old butler walked over and said in a low voice. The old housekeeper hadn't stayed this month for nothing. He had also managed to break through the spiritual wisdom realm. Plus some of the spirit pills that Lin Xian had signed out had been bestowed. His cultivation had also reached the limit of the spiritual wisdom realm, and at any time he might also be able to step into a new realm. Go down the mountain. Lin Xian waved his hand. The two then headed out. As for Lin Ji, he had traveled to the northern realm. Half a month ago, Daxia and North Mang went to war again, and Ningho suffered a great defeat, and Marquis Lingwu removed in Ningho's generalship on the spot and reappointed the general. Lin Ji, on the other hand, was named by the Marquis of Spirit Marshal, and the human emperor personally decreed that he should go to the northern realm to participate in the Great War. In this regard, Lin Xian was still very happy. Lin Ji had already broken through the force spirit realm and already had the power to defend himself, and Lin Xian knew that Lin Ji's ambition was still on the battlefield. At first, Lin Zhao had taught him too many military strategies, and he also needed to fight in real battles. Even if the human emperor didn't give the order, Lin Xian was prepared to find a time to send him to the battlefield. With his talent, sooner or later he would be able to lead the army on one side, and it wouldn't be much of a problem to be crowned as a marquis. As for the 8 marquis personal guards, Lin Ji was still prepared to stay, but Lin Xian had all of them follow Lin Ji as well. All of these people's futures should be on the battlefield, where they could grow faster. As for the 8 marquis residence, it was guarded by its own people. This month, Lin Xian hadn't been busy for nothing, and it was the 100 Dawn Tower that had grown considerably. Moreover, today's 100 Dawn Tower had truly taken root in Daxia after this January's development, with countless intelligence converging on Kyoto every day. It was only because Lin Xian was in the Mountain and Sea Academy that only some of the more important news had been passed on to him from the old housekeeper's mouth, and some of the other news would wait for him to return to Kyoto before he slowly digested it. The two of them hadn't made any big commotion by leaving the Mountain and Sea Academy, and those students didn't know that Lin Xian was leaving today. It was only in the back of the mountain that there were 3 people looking at the departing backs of Lin Xian's 2 men, and there were sounds of conversation coming out. This Marquis Lin is both leaving and doesn't know to come and say goodbye. At the loss of me also taking the sheepskin scroll brought back by eldest brother to him. Qin Mabai bristled. It's just a trade, and it's not like you're losing out, making a big profit, Gu Wentian said. Qin Mabai didn't say anything. Naturally, it was a big profit. A parchment scroll of unknown use for him to break through the last realm of the shedding of the body. How can it not be considered a profit? Hey, junior sister, master has given you special training for a month. It's even if you didn't make a breakthrough, in order to feel that your cultivation is still a bit weak. Qin Mabai looked at Xia Baiwei again and said, look at people Lin Ho. If I'm not wrong, this month his cultivation has improved again. Just the breath is restrained. I can't tell to which point he's arrived. Xia Baiwei rolled her eyes and said, Master left a seal inside me, only allowing me to use Ru Fa until I break through the heavenly image realm. So of course I've gotten weaker. Not everyone is as perverted as Lin Ho. I really can't figure out how in the world his brain grows. He can't be a reincarnation of an immortal. Otherwise why would his cultivation progress be so fast? Immortal reincarnation? The last one who was suspected of being an immortal reincarnated was still his father. Lin Qua, the heavenly sect wouldn't make a move for no reason. There should be an immortal summoned. It's just that after this matter disappeared from Lin Qua, no one knew about it except for the top management of the heavenly sect, and it's become a mystery. Gu Wentian tilted his head to look at the sky and said slowly, Second senior brother, do you also suspect that Lin Lin is not dead? Xia Baiwei asked. Gu Wentian nodded. Anyone in the world who knows more about Lin Biao wouldn't think he's dead. Tartar Peak is very strong, but it doesn't make sense that he could let Lin Biao die without a body. Let's leave these aside for now. As Lin Xian re-enters the world, there will eventually be an answer, and if I'm not mistaken, he won't be able to stay in the middle of Kyoto for long. Let's see if his path back to the capital is smooth this time. If the heavenly sect strikes and fails to succeed, he will be able to stay in Kyoto for a much shorter period of time. The old butler was driving the carriage at a very slow speed, and it was Lin Xian who had specifically asked him to slow down. Shanghai Academy is only 10 miles away from Kyoto. If it is at full speed it will be there soon. In that case, won't it be impossible to catch fish? After Lin Xian had entered the Mountain and Sea Academy, there had been no shortage of eyes underneath this peach mountain, and among them were the people from that heavenly sect. If they weren't going to make a move, why would they need to stare at Lin Xian? This time, perhaps it was necessary to beat the heavenly sect a little bit painfully in order to let them know what would happen if they took a shot at them. Phew, the carriage stopped. It was still the same place where the heavenly sect had besieged Lin Xian last time. Even the traces of the battle from a month ago were still there. A radiant blade chi whistled. The old butler's face changed and he was about to strike, but he was firmly locked by a strong aura that prevented him from striking. The knife chi split the carriage in half, but Lin Xian inside was as steady as Mount Taishan. A spiritual light shield appeared in front of his body, and the knife chi couldn't get close to him in the slightest. Suddenly, Lin Xian opened his eyes, swept his body out, landed on top of the ground with his hands in the air, and spoke aloud. Ruthless blade, if you've already struck, why do you still need to hide? When these words came out, many of the gazes that converged were changed. From this side a shot, Kyoto inside and outside, but all the strength in the earth change realm above the strong people have sensed, all would over that convergence came, and naturally, Lin Xian's words entered their ears. Emotionless Knife to See is the top expert in the Jianghu, has long stepped into the realm of the heavenly image, only is not to say that he sat down 10 years ago in the Lake Taihu Lake Island. Some have even seen his body. This Marquis of the Eight Directions couldn't have recognized the wrong person, could he? That blade chi just now was also very normal and did not have a few merciless auras. A black-clothed, masked figure swept through the air, stopping when it was still 100 meters away from Lin Xian. He then ripped off his facecloth. It was not his intention to strike out at the junior, and now that he was even called out by the junior, there was no need for him to hide. It's really the emotionless blade after all? Someone saw his face and recognized him. In the past, when he was walking in the Jianghu, the reputation of the emotionless blade was still great. So many people had seen his face. Lin Xian, no one will fight for you again today. If you waste your own cultivation, I can temporarily keep you alive. Xiang Si spoke softly. Thanks to Muppets Lay Flat for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to Dylan who loves cold goulash for the boo-boo milk tea. Thanks for the little flowers and for the love. All see here. By the way, click on the urge to send a free for the love of power. The small author thanks. Chapter 69, The Heavenly Elephant Can Also Be Chopped. Calculating heavenly strategies to change the list. May I ask why Mr. Xiang joined the heavenly sect? Lin Xian didn't answer Xiang Si's words, but instead asked, to stay alive. Xiang Si spoke in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He knew about it from the time Xiang Si left for Kyoto. Involving the heavenly elephant realm, it was considered more important news, so 100 Dawn Towers sent the news to him. Along with Xiang Si's news, Ruthless Knife to See became famous in 30 years ago. A hand of knife law shocked the world. In the Jianghu has spread a hefty reputation. If you can follow this momentum to develop, have to knife a sprint posture. Just 10 years ago was rumored to fall in the Taihu Lake Island news, and even people have seen his body. Rumors have a nose. It is only that this matter has been confirmed by Xiaolu to be false news, or that Xiang Ce has faked his death. He would have been the one who joined the heavenly sect at that time. Since then the world less a ruthless knife to see, but the heavenly sect is more a cold-blooded killer. As for why Xiang Ce joined the heavenly sect because he wanted to stay alive, he didn't want to know. All he knew was that today, the fake death of Xiang Ce was going to turn into a real death. You're the only one in the celestial image realm? Lin Xian once again looked towards Xiang Ce. If no one makes a move, naturally I'll be the only one. But if someone wants to meddle, it's not like the heavenly sect can't have a few more people. Xiang Ce's words were directed at Lin Xian, and were also a warning to all the onlookers, especially the Mountain and Sea Academy behind him. Last time, it was because Mr. Second of the Mountain and Sea Academy had made a move, and this time, even if Mr. Second had made a move, their heavenly sect had preparations, as long as those old guys didn't make a move. After all, this is outside Kyoto, very well prepared. Unfortunately, Lin Xian said indifferently. Pity? Pity for what? Xiang Ce asked in a gruff voice. Something didn't feel right to him, and the other guy seemed to be acting like he was emboldened. It's a shame you're the only one who's going to die. The moment Lin Xian's words fell, A sound of a sword resounded in all directions, only to see that a blood-red longsword had appeared in Lin Xian's hand, emitting a morose aura, and then, only to see Lin Xian just casually wave his hand. He saw a brilliant to the extreme sword intent cut through the sky, and at that moment, it was as if even the colors of the heavens and the earth were swallowed up by this flash of blood red. The sword intent with endless blood-killing intent raged towards Xiang Xi, and this sword intent seemed to contain the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. When ruthless blade Xiang Xi saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk as he felt the aura of death on this sword. But, how is this possible? He's in the heavenly elephant realm. The other party was still only at the essence spirit realm a month ago, and even if he could reverse the earth transformation, he was still a spirit wisdom realm away from the heavenly elephant, and at this moment, he could not afford to think too much. He quickly mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy and gathered all of his strength on top of the long, cold and sharp knife in his hand, which hummed and emitted a gust of palpitating blade awnings. His relentless blade, too, was not a vegetarian, heartless soul breaker. As Xiang Xi let out a low roar, his long blade swung out, blade light emerging and pointing directly at the blood-colored sword intent. Two very different forces collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar, as if even space was trembling at this moment. However, what was shocking was that the seemingly indestructible and motionless blade, the moment it came into contact with the sword intent, was like paper maché and instantly crumbled, turning into bits of cold light that dissipated into the air. And that sword intent went unabated, as if breaking through a bamboo stick, directly penetrating Xiang Xi's protective spiritual power, ruthlessly piercing into his body, leaving a shocking blood scar. The berserk sword intent entered his body and instantly wreaked havoc in Xiang Xi's body, churning his meridians to pieces and completely severing his heart veins. Xiang Xi's face instantly became as pale as paper, his eyes full of unbelief. The heart and veins have been severed. There is no way back. No medicine or stone can help. He could feel the fire of his life gradually dying out. All his strength, all his unwillingness, all of it turned into nothingness at this moment. 60 years of the flow of years in this moment as much as the influx of his heart. 20 years of youthful ambition. 10 years of drinking rivers and lakes career. The knife will backfire when the time of the reluctance. Turn death into life when the time of the joy. For the heavenly sect to sell their lives for 30 years of the grayness. This is my life. A miserable life. Xiang Xi smiled miserably. He then looked towards Lin Xian, who had already withdrawn his sword, and his gaze landed on the blood-red longsword in his hand, and then he spoke. There are not many swords in the world that can cut off my merciless blade, and most of them have owners. This sword has the power to cut off the sky. If my expectation is not wrong, then it should be the sky-chopping sword held by the sword armor Chu Berserker in the past, right? Not bad. It's none other than the heaven-slashing sword. Lin Xian responded indifferently. It was not a message that could be kept from the public, and since the other man was already a dead man, he was allowed to die. Xiang Xi smiled miserably once again. His face became even paler, and there was blood seeping out from the corners of his mouth. And then, his gaze shifted from the heavenly chopper sword to Lin Xian's face. How much the teenage face resembled him when he first entered the Jianghu. It's just that at that age I was an uninitiated teenager who hadn't gotten out of the house yet. The young people nowadays, they are really something. Another figure flashed through Xiang Xi's mind, that teenage heavenly pride who was known as the strongest in the heavenly sect. It shouldn't be long before the heavenly sect's 36 extremities will be released. I really want to see the collision between these teenage heavenly prides, but he just doesn't have this opportunity anymore. Boom! Xiang Xi's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Once was also a fastidious Jianghu man, but unfortunately, bury it. Lin Xian spoke indifferently. The old housekeeper stepped forward and brought Xiang Xi's body into the forest, and soon came out. The two of them took a step toward Kyoto. It wasn't until the two of them had completely left that the line of sight focusing on this place finally reacted. What did I see? The 8 Directions Marquis was actually able to kill the heavenly elephant realm in seconds? It's the heavenly chopper sword, the sword armor Chu Berserker's saber. It's actually in the hands of the Eightfold Marquis, even if it's the heavenly chopping sword. So what? You're at the earth transformation realm. So if you're allowed to wield the heavenly chopping sword, you can chop up Xiang Xi with a single sword? The strength of this Eightfold Marquis must have surpassed the Essence Spirit realm. The minimum is also the Earth Transformation realm cultivation. It's really horrifying. It's only January. It took me 12 years to break through from Essence Spirit to Earth Transformation. At the back of the Academy's mountain, the 3 gazes were also withdrawn, and all of them carried shock in their gazes. That is, Gu Wentian was also like this. He knew that Lin Xian's cultivation had refined, but even he hadn't expected Lin Xian's cultivation to have refined to this extent. Damn it, I'm going to go cultivate. Xia Baiwei suddenly cursed angrily, turned around and headed towards the depths of the back mountain. Qin Mabai didn't say anything and also took a step away. Obviously, he was also somewhat struck by the blow. Gu Wendian let out a bitter smile. Who wouldn't be devastated by that? Today's news will certainly soon be spread throughout the world. I do not know how those teenage prides today should feel. In the younger generation, Lin Xian alone rode in a blaze of glory. In the middle of the red building, a white-clothed figure stepped in. Greetings to the white-clothed ambassador. The Red Mansion Master and Mr. Dong bent their heads to greet them. By order of the curator, change the Heaven's Pride ranking. HM? The two Red Mansion Masters were greatly surprised. White-clothed ambassador. The Heaven's remarkable ranking should be changed in 1.5 months. This time when the list is changed, only one person will be added to the top of the Heaven's Remarks list, and the rest will be moved back one place. His name, Marquis of the Eight Directions, Lin Xian. Chapter 70, When Wen's Name Moves the World. Immortal? Day 2. A message went around the world. Count on Tenchi to change the list. Calculating Heaven's Policy has their own transmission method, able to spread the news to every corner of the Middle-earth Divine State in one night, and if they want to, it is not impossible for them to go to the 4 directions outside the Divine State. The moment the news of calculating heavenly policy changing the list came out, it immediately drew the close attention of all the forces. After all, it is not yet time for calculating heavenly policy to change the list. Moreover, this time, the list was changed to just one list, the Heaven's Pride list. Said Heaven's Pride. Who is Heaven's Pride? Walks on the Heaven's Pride list. The only thing that makes it onto the Heavenly Pride list of the calculating heavenly strategies that is a true Heavenly Pride. The world is big. There are many Heavenly Prides. Counting heavenly strategies may be missed, but on the list of Heavenly Prides, it is bound to be a Heavenly Pride. Wufei County, the most lively county in the divine state of Jianghu. The world's 10 clans have 3 big clans are located in this county. In the center of the county town, there was a huge Heaven's Remarks monument, erected by counting heavenly strategies, on which were inscribed 100 Heaven's Remarks that had made the list. Let me see how it is. It's not much of a change. Counting Tensaku for a gross list. A young man squeezed within the crowd and looked at the Heaven's Pride monument. Donate your eyes to the Pill King Valley if you don't want them, and open your dog's eyes to see if there are any changes on this Heaven's remarkable monument. Someone from the side sneered. The young man rubbed his eyes and once again looked at the Heaven's Pride monument. Looking up from the bottom, this is exactly the same order as last time. Ha? Nope. The top of the Heaven's Remarks list has changed. Top of the list, Lin Xian, 18 years old, Marquis of the 8 Directions of Daxia. Achievements, in Kyoto City, a sword chopped the 4 ghosts of Dongshan Mountain, 1 essence, 1 chi and 2 force. Outside the Mountain and Sea Academy, a sword chopped the earth change with essence. Outside the Mountain and Sea Academy, a sword extinguished the heavenly phenomenon. Sword chopped the sky. Cultivation is unknown. Conservative estimate is not lower than the realm of earth change. Listed in the top of the list of heavenly pride. P.S. I composed 4 lines of a book in Shanghai Shuji, invoking the presence of the 100 saints. Gar. The young man gulped. What did he see? 18 years old? A sword that destroys the heavenly elephants? 18 years old is not a problem. Extinguishing heavenly elephants is not a problem. But 18 years old extinguishing heavenly elephants is a big problem. And that person who attracted the 100 saints and shocked the world with his 4 sentences was this 8-fold Marquis Lin Xian? He then looked to the second list. 2, Baal, 19 years old, chief of the Great Wasteland sect. Achievements, 18 years old. In the Valley of the 10 Evil People, 1 essence, 3 chi, 6 force. Woji sect victory over the former top of the list of Lucian, Essence Realm. In the Green Gorges to challenge the 3 mountains of the Old Man, Spirit Wisdom Realm. Fighting 100 styles, but lost a move. Cultivation of the Earth Change Realm. Listed in the second list of Heaven's Pride. Senior brother. Senior brother, your limelight is going to be stolen. This guy can even cut down a heavenly elephant. You mustn't challenge him. The young man looked at the second name on the list and pondered worriedly. And in the middle of his thoughts, he had been crowded out himself. Something like the Heaven's remarkable ranking was something that attracted too many people. Early on, someone said that this Lin Xian is the son of a tiger's father. I was still arguing with reason at the time. I thought that the 8-square Marquis Lin Zhu was sitting in the north, deterring the North Mang for 30 years. How could he give birth to a dog's son? This is not. My vision is still very shrewd. That's right. There are still people who say that he can't do anything in literature or martial arts. Who's going to come and say that now? He can cut down the celestial elephants with a single sword, and he can induce 100 saints to appear in the world. Who can compare? This is a true literary and martial arts genius. All I care about now is that he's only 18 years old. With this kind of talent, can't he become the new world's number 1 in the future? It's hard to say. If you want to become the number 1 person in the world, it's not just a matter of having enough talent, but as long as he doesn't fall, in the future, he will surely stand at the top of our cultivators, overlooking the world. A murmur went out. The young man didn't listen anymore. He was going to seek his senior brother, but he mustn't challenge that Lin Xian, or he would be in trouble if he died in Kyoto. What happened in Wuwei County was not an exception. It was the same in all the counties, which were all in an uproar because of Lin Xian's entry into the Heavens Remarks ranking. In particular, the Heavens Pride ranking had not only exposed Lin Xian's battle results, but even the matter of him invoking the 100 saints to appear at the Mountain and Sea Academy had also been exposed. At once, Lin Xian's name was recited again in the world. All the major powers had listed Lin Xian as a key target of attention. Many of the prideful people have shown their intention to fight, and some have even moved on, intending to go to Kyoto to find out what's going on. Marquis of the Eight Directions. Lin Xian was not moved by the storms of the parties. Since he decided to expose his strength, he naturally didn't care about the outside world's eyes. It was just that what he didn't expect was that calculating Tianzi had changed the Heavens Pride ranking for him alone, which was something that had never happened before. Marquis. A figure appeared in the main hall of the Eight Directions Marquis residence. Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiao Shang. Today's Bai Xiaolu could not be compared to the Bai Xiaolu of a month ago. After this month, the 100 Dawn Tower had 72 more Force Spirit realms, and the original Degenerate realm powerhouses had each risen a step. Bai Xiaoshang had also elevated to the peak of the Spiritual Wisdom realm. These are not the most important. The most important thing was that the power of the 100 Dawn Tower had now spread all over the Middle-earth Divine State, and was even spreading towards the 4 directions outside the Divine State, worthy of being a force signed out by the system, specializing in good intelligence. Only more than a month's time had developed to the current point, even compared to the development of countless years of counting the heavens policy for fear that it would not be inferior. Speak up. Lin Xian spoke indifferently. Previously, 100 Dawn Tower hadn't developed yet, and they didn't know the name Heavenly Sect, so they didn't know much about the Heavenly Sect. But now, for the investigation of the Heavenly Sect, 100 Dawn Tower already had a rough outline and found quite a lot of information about the Heavenly Sect. Bai Xiaoshang nodded and quickly reported out the information he knew. Marquis, after our probing on all fronts, we already know quite a bit about the Heavenly Sect. This is a very scary force. Before the founding of the Great Summer is the existence of their organization within the many strong, once famous but long time not out of the world or has been rumored to fall news of the Jianghu people. There are still living in the Temple of Power or Jianghu Big Clan. In today's Jianghu, there is a pair of invisible hands behind many big doors and big clans, even the Shadow Clan of the 10 clans in the world. Maybe they are all supported by the Heavenly Sect to come up. It is only suspected that, because of the Shadow Clan, the 100 Dawn Tower is still infiltrating, but the complete infiltration still needs time. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Gate is connected there. Bai Xiaolu finally pointed to the sky. Days? Lin Xian tilted his head to look as well, seeming to penetrate the barrier of the building and see above the dome of the sky. Momochi nodded. There are immortals in the sky, looking down on the world of men. This is a proverb that was circulated among cultivators long ago. Only with the Great Xia's unification of the Middle Kingdom, it was forbidden to spread the word of the immortals. There is also the former owner of the Marquis Your Heaven chopping sword, Sword a Chu Berserker, suspected to have angered the immortals by chopping the sky and was killed by the immortals descending robberies. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Immortal? Combined with Mr. Tu's words earlier. So the Great Summer Dynasty is on the opposite side of the immortals' enemy? Or maybe it wasn't just the Grand Xia Dynasty, but many of the top powerhouses in the Jianghu were on the opposite side of the immortals? And Heaven's Gate is the immortals' lapdog? It's a funny world out there. If there really were immortals, he would really like to meet them. Thanks to Nightlon who loves to eat golden phase pollen for the reminder note. Thank you to the chess player of chess pieces and Hukai, who loves fried pork slices with white squash for the boo-boo milk tea. Thank you to Yi Shinlai who likes red Rami for sending the blade. Thank you all for the nods to flowers and for the love. Chapter 71, the 13th princess comes to the door, declares war on the Heavenly Gate. Bai Xiaoshang stayed at the Eightfold Marquis residence for roughly an hour and then left. In addition to the news of the Heavenly Sect, he also reported all the news about the Jianghu and the world to Lin Xian. But there was one more piece of news that 100 Dawn Tower hadn't investigated yet. That's the message from Lin Lin. Although they hadn't investigated Lin Jin's news, the 100 Dawn Tower had investigated quite a few forces intent on finding news of Lin Jin. Several Jianghu clans, counting the Heavenly Policy, the Heavenly Sect, and even the princes and nobles in the middle of Kyoto. They were all interested in Lin Lin, and even though Lin Lin had been missing for 2 years, they hadn't given up looking for him. Lin Xian couldn't figure out what a military marquis in Lin Xian had that was worth them expending so much energy on, especially Heaven's Gate. The Heavenly Sect had carried out quite a few assassinations against Lin Biao when Lin Biao was still around. Can't it be that this has something to do with the immortals in the sky too? Marquis, the 13th princess is visiting. While Lin Xian was pondering, the old butler came to report. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. What's the 13th princess doing here? Isn't she still grounded? Lin Xian had no intention of dealing with that unruly princess. Don't see, just say that this marquee is closed, Lin Xian said as he waved his hand. Marquee? The 13th princess said that you will regret it if you don't see her. It seems like it's related to the marriage that the human emperor has hand-picked. Why don't you still meet her? The old butler said once again. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded. In that case, let's meet. The old butler retreated and soon led the 13th princess over. This time, the 13th princess's attitude when she saw Lin Xian was very different from the previous times. Her face very calm. Lin Xian didn't get up until the 13th princess entered the main hall. Sit down, Lin Xian said indifferently as he took a sip of tea. The 13th princess did not sit down, but instead gazed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned slightly and spoke. If Princess 13 has something to say then say it. This marquis has important matters to attend to later. If there is nothing else, this marquis may see off the guests, the 13th princess said with a complex and somewhat depressed face. Marquis Lin, does this princess make you so sick of looking at her? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and actually laughed out loud. Your highness seems to be a bit forgetful. This marquis has twice almost died under the whip of your highness. Even if it is to look and get tired of it, it should also be your highness to this marquis only right. This princess has now changed her mind. There's still a month and a half to go before you and I consummate our marriage. I wonder what Marquis Lin thinks. The 13th princess gazed closely at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was unchanged, and he said lightly, no feelings, this matter is impossible. This marquis's marriage can only be decided by this marquis. Even the human emperor's order can't decide on this marquis's marriage. Not to mention the fact that this marquis hasn't received the human emperor's holy decree yet. You really don't see me, but if you refuse the decree, you are deceiving the king, which is not in your favor. So it's better to comply with the holy will. And if there is anything that Marquis Lin is not satisfied with, this princess can change it. 13th princess said sincerely. Your highness should not belittle yourself. Even when the 13th princess said this, Lin Xian's tone didn't change at all. Ugh, the 13th princess sighed. Before leaving the palace, her mother spoke with her. She was now in two worlds with the Eightfold Marquis. If the Eightfold Marquis hadn't displayed his literary fame in the Mountain and Sea Academy, and if the Eightfold Marquis hadn't had such a high level of martial arts talent, perhaps they would have really been brought together by the human emperor's holy decree. But now, the 13th princess's face straightened and she spoke again. Marquis Bafeng, regarding the matter of father's marriage, this princess can go and beg father to dismiss it, but please also ask Marquis Bafeng to promise this princess one thing as well. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and said, say what it is first. This marquis may not agree. This princess will worship you as her teacher. The 13th princess exclaimed. Lin Xian was a little stunned. He never expected the 13th princess to make this request. Only, no way. Change it, Lin Xian said without question. Why not? The 13th princess stepped forward and questioned. There's no reason. This marquis will think of one for you. In the future, if the Yin family or consort Yin falls, this marquis will step in to bail them out for once. That's it, Lin Xian said indifferently. The 13th princess let out a laugh. Joke, the Yin family is the founding family of Daxia, and my mother consort is one of the 7 consorts of Daxia. How can she fall? You can go back and ask Minister Yun and your mother consort for their opinions. This marquis doesn't want to talk to you more. Please go back. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he got up and left, leaving Princess 13 alone in the hall in deep thought. Your highness, please. The old butler walked over and made a gesture of sending off the guests. 13th princess gritted her teeth. None of today's purpose had been achieved, but Marquis Lin's last words seemed to mean something. First go back and ask mother consort. At this moment, Lin Xian had already arrived in the study. When he had just sat down, 3 black shadows appeared in the study and saluted Lin Xian. Greetings, Marquis. Lin Xian smiled and nodded before carefully sizing up these 3 people. This is his entry into the Mountain and Sea Academy on the 10th day of the sign out of the 3 strong. Ghost to Ghost 2 Ghost 3. 3 Heavenly Image Realm. The body method is excellent. As ghosts, but also the work of the special. The 3 as 1, can fight the Heavenly Rushing Realm, and even can be chopped. In this January in Shanghai Academy, Lin Xian can not only sign out these 3 people, there is also a swordsman, has gone up to the Castle Peak Sword sect to ask for the sword. I think it won't be long before the world will be able to spread the name. There is another person who is in the middle of Kyoto. However, that was his killer mace in general, and he wouldn't expose it until he had to. These 3 ghosts, Lin Xian was also seeing them for the first time. After all, the Mountain and Sea Academy was special, and with the gongfu practiced by the 3 ghosts, perhaps they would be detected by the Hao Ran Chi and dealt with as devils. Therefore, it was only after he had returned to his residence that he summoned them to the capital. Lin Xian picked up the brush and wrote several addresses on the paper before waving his hand, and the paper fell into the hands of the 3 ghosts. These 12 places, this marquis does not wish to be alive tomorrow. There were grim words coming out of Lin Xian's mouth. The three ghosts nodded solemnly, then memorized all the addresses on the paper, and with a slight force, the paper was burned to the ground. And then, the three disappeared into the study. In the middle of the study, Lin Xian's mutterings were heard. Heavenly sect? Then let this marquis try your strength. I hope I won't be disappointed. This is a meeting gift from this marquis to you, heavenly sect, and can also be considered as this marquis. Declaration of War. Chapter 72, Heaven's Door Men's Wrath. Human Emperor's Decree. Today's Kyoto is a bit chaotic. The streets are filled with government officials in uniform, each with a solemn face. Kyoto hasn't seen anything this big in a long time. 4 greenhouses, 3 taverns, 2 tea houses, and 3 mansions, totaling 721 people, were all exterminated, with not a single living soul left behind. Kyoto government offices, the court, the Ministry of Justice, including the supervisory department of all mobilized, the masters of the case, but still did not find the murderer. But even the murderer's killing methods have not been found. Only in all 12 places, there are words in blood left behind. Heaven's Gate, kill, the heavenly sect, for many forces, was a completely unfamiliar term, and they even thought of the heavenly sect as an assassin organization, the murderers behind the extermination of these 12 parties. Some, however, are aware of the seriousness of the matter. Supervisory Heaven Division. Zhou Shen put down the case file in front of him with a grave expression. The heavenly sect, he had heard his master talk about it, was a very terrifying force. Just what does this time have to do with this Heaven's Gate power? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. Could it be that the mysterious force he was tracking down was the heavenly sect? Because these 12 places have been secretly monitored by the Supervisory Heavenly Division, is based on the last time to find some clues, so as to feel out the mysterious forces of a suspected point of contact. And if this mysterious force is the heavenly sect, then it also explains why this mysterious force is so powerful and mysterious that even the master is a bit jealous of it. It's just that if that's the case, who would dare to take on the heavenly sect? It's really ballsy. No way. We have to go and find master to find out about this heavenly sect. Otherwise Kyoto is going to be in chaos and the supervisory heavenly division still doesn't know anything. Zhou Shen thought of this and hurriedly got up, taking the case file he had just put down with him and heading out. Bang! In the middle of a mansion in Kyoto, there was a sound of smashing things, followed by an angry curse. Damn it, who did this? To go so far as to strike against my heavenly sect, or to do so on the premise of knowing our identities. Then another voice rang out. My lord, this matter must not be left unchecked. Our heavenly sect's strongholds in Kyoto were already few, and now that 12 of them have been directly destroyed, it will be very unfavorable to our next actions. Inside the house, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade-colored robe was sitting on a chair to calm down, while on one side, there was a short and fat old man standing with a bow and a respectful expression. The brocade-robed middle-aged man said with a cold expression, Nonsense, of course we have to check. Not many people dare to make a move on us in Kyoto, and even fewer can know about our 12 strongholds. During this period of time, the Supervisory Heavenly Division has checked on us, and it seems to have found one of them, but it's impossible for them to know about our 12 strongholds, and if it were up to them they wouldn't have taken this approach. The Yun family also checked us out, but stopped halfway. They should have known our identity and not dared to move. Other than that, that leaves counting Heaven's policy and that mysterious organization that has been active in Kyoto and even in the Jianghu Lakes lately. The short and fat old man raised his head and said in a deep voice, My lord, it shouldn't be the calculating heavenly policy. They won't care about our heavenly sect, and if they want to make a move, it wouldn't be so bad as to only destroy our 12 strongholds. Even you and I may not be able to stand here right now. The brocade-robed middle-aged man nodded. He didn't doubt the words of the short and fat old man. The heavenly sect was strong, but that calculating heavenly policy wasn't something to be messed with. And the one behind it was coming from a big and scary place, especially in the middle of this Kyoto. If they wanted to, one of them from the heavenly sect would be counted as one, and none of them would be able to walk out. That would be the mysterious and unpredictable 100 Dawn Tower. The brocade-robed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The 100 Dawn Tower had only started to show traces more than a month ago, and they had come into contact with the 100 Dawn Tower quite a few times, and even their heavenly sect midshipmen in Kyoto had been infiltrated by that 100 Dawn Tower. It had to be said that the 100 Dawn Tower was very good at infiltrating, and in only 1 month's time, more than 20 people were detected by their heavenly sect to have infiltrated their organization. And naturally, all of these people were captured and then killed by them. They tried soul searching, but they didn't find anything useful from these people's memories. Just came up with a name. Bai Shao Building. That would be the name of that organization. And those 20 or so are just the ones they found out. What about the ones they didn't? The probability of those 12 strongholds is that this 100 Dawn's house is the one that mapped them out. This is a declaration of war against my heavenly sect. The brocade-robed middle-aged man let out a cold snort with both eyes, and with a single slap, he shattered the table next to him. Where's Luo Yuanfei? My lord, Mr. Luo was injured by the sword chi of Mr. 2 of the Mountain and Sea Academy last time, and is recuperating outside of Kyoto. The short and fat old man replied. Rubbish, let him raise it quickly. I'm waiting to use someone, and a few others, summon them over. No matter who is behind this 100 Dawn Tower, I will definitely make him pay the price in blood, and let them see that the heavenly sect is not to be provoked. The brocade-robed middle-aged man said coldly. But my lord, if we focus on the heavenly sect, what about the eightfold marquis? He holds the heavenly beheading in his hands, and he even beheaded the emotionless blade, so we have no way to deal with him in Kyoto. The short and fat middle-aged man said worriedly. The brocade-robed middle-aged man said in a cold voice. No harm done, just let him bounce around. Just as much of a headache as that deadbeat old man of his, but that's where it ends. After this period of time, the organization will find a way to lure him out of Kyoto, and as long as he's out of Kyoto, he'll still be at your mercy. During this period of time, first solve the 100 Dawn Tower. I'm very interested in their intelligence capabilities. If we can get it, in the future, even if we count the heavens policy, it will be crushed by us in this aspect. I want this Great Xia. No more eyes to monitor the world. Great Xia Palace, Hall of the Human Emperor. This is the Human Emperor's chambers. Unless the dynasty, the Human Emperor most of the time in this Human Emperor Hall. I, Yun Kuzheng, beg to see your majesty. Outside the hall, Chancellor Yun Kuzheng bent down to salute, his voice loud and clear. Soon, there was a sound of small, broken steps coming from inside the house, and eunuch Sanhua opened the door to the Human Emperor's hall. Minister Yun, His Majesty said that he already knows your intention to come, so there's no need to go in. During this period of time, the border wars and the internal affairs are unstable. His Majesty asked Minister Yun to work harder for a while. Yun Xiaozhang raised his head, glanced at the depths of the Hall of Human Emperors, and following the crack in the door, he seemed to see the depths of the Hall of Human Emperors, and saw that pair of wise and peerless eyes. He hurriedly lowered his head and leaned down again. To labor for Daxia is my duty. I retire. After saying that, Yun Kuzheng retreated. Eunuch Sanhua saw Yun Xuzheng walk away and once again turned around to enter the depths of the hall. Your Majesty, Minister Yun has left. I know. To prepare the decree, 13 princess, both Bell Love Cultivation, will be sent into the Qiyun Mountain. Do not break the offspring, shall not go out. On the other hand, 8 Square Marquis Lin Xian, Juvenile Heavenly Pride, Literary and Martial Arts Talent, Yang Dasha Heavenly Pride of the name, not to live up to my expectations, give gold 10,000 taels, brocade 1,000, and then give the law of the sword a hilt, pills 10 furnaces. Lin Xian was still a bit confused when he received the Human Emperor's decree and those things. What is the Human Emperor doing? Sending the 13th princess to Qiyun Mountain thought it was also acquiescence to annul this marriage that he had set with a slap of his head. Is it compensation for giving yourself this? Or was it that he had taken out the 12 strongholds of the heavenly sect, and the Human Emperor had turned a corner to reward him? Lin Xian didn't doubt that the Human Emperor knew that he had moved. In the middle of Kyoto, if the Human Emperor wanted to, there was nothing that could be hidden from his gaze, except, of course, for his system. Moreover, did the Human Emperor not mean that he should continue to increase his efforts again, whether it was or not? Anyway, that Heaven's Gate, at least the Heaven's Gate in the middle of Kyoto, was about to be uprooted. I'm asking for some small gifts. I'm almost able to add more, so smite me with small gifts. Smite me for the love of power. Chapter 73, Immortals Fight, Mortals Suffer. Kyoto has been in a state of darkness for the past few days. All the forces had put back the scouts and undercover agents under their command, fearing that they would be mistakenly injured. It's true that after that big event 2 days ago, this Kyoto underground world has become unsettled. The two mysterious forces were fighting. From the very beginning of the Yuan Qi True Qi realm, they were fighting to the Zhongshi realm. Perhaps in 2 days, they would be fighting to the degenerate realm. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. The two mysterious forces fought, causing many forces to be affected, and all the secret agents they had left behind in various places were pulled out, frightening them into hastening to take the rest of their people back. Even calculating heavenly strategies had shrunk their wings at this time and did not participate in it. Otherwise both sides kill Red Eyes. Care if you damn well not counting Tianzi. It's all a secret fight. Who knows who killed them? Both sides were quite restrained at this time, and although they fought ferociously, they didn't spread to ordinary people, nor did they dare to spread to ordinary people, even if the heavenly sect was the same. Small fights are fine, but if it comes to the surface, they can't carry it if the Human Emperor is angry. Not as a last resort. The heavenly sect didn't want to offend this Human Emperor who had suppressed the world. These past few days, Lin Xian was quite quiet. Lin Xian had paid attention to the heavenly sect's targeting of the 100 Dawn Tower, but not much. If it was in terms of top combat power, the single 100 Dawn Tower could not compare to the heavenly sect, but the celestial sect's top warriors wouldn't dare to act recklessly in Kyoto, and even if they did have the audacity to do so, Lin Xian would naturally have the means to combat them. And now that it was just the intelligence officers of these two parties fighting, 100 Dawn Tower would naturally not lose in this regard. According to 100 Dawn's report, it seemed like both sides were evenly matched right now, but 100 Dawn Tower had taken advantage of the heavenly sect's outburst against them to instead seek out a few more of the heavenly sect's strongholds. Lin Xian didn't rush to make a move. If he did so now, he would instead startle the snakes and allow the other party to make preparations. Better to wait for the Baishao Lusai to get a little deeper. He's going to find the highest authority of Heaven's Gate in Kyoto. The rest of the heavenly sect didn't know much about the situation, but this heavenly sect's person in charge in Kyoto would always know some hidden information. Lin Xian, who was savoring Rui drunkenness cup by cup, listened to the sound of the delicate zither as thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Soon after the song was played, Bai Lu twisted her waist and walked over, sitting down beside Lin Xian. Marquis Lin, right now you don't look like a Disya military marquis, but rather like a wandering ranger. Bai Lu covered her mouth and laughed. The current Lin Xian was dressed in green. A long sword with a silver scabbard was on the table, and there was one glass of wine after another, but no drunkenness. Hearing Bai Lu's words, Lin Xian laughed out loud. Ha ha, this marquis, this on the name of military marquis, was not originally earned on the battlefield. Without a battlefield sword, how can it be like a Disya military marquis? Then will Marquis Lin ever go to war in the future? Recreate your father's fame back then? Bai Lu's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian. This marquis is a military marquis of Disya. Whether to go to the battlefield or not, that has to be decided by the human emperor. Is it not that this marquis wants to go to the battlefield on the battlefield? Lin Xian drank another cup and continued. Bai Lu then asked, that Lin Ho can be prepared to go through the Jianghu? You are now only 18 years old. The name of literary and martial arts talent spread all over the world. If you enter the Jianghu, you will certainly take down the hero's crown. Better than that war armor Wu Wu invincible. Miss Bai Lu thinks too highly of this marquis. War armor martial invincible. The strongest person in 100 years, an existence that can break the heavenly dome with just one hand. How can this marquis be compared to that? Lin Xian said indifferently. Bai Lu lightly laughed. Marquis Lin need to know. Even if the war armor Wu Wu invincible, in the past 18 years, but also the realm of the earth change, on the talent of Marquis Lin is also better than that Wu Wu invincible. There is no chance of surpassing him. Lin Xian didn't say anything else, but continued to drink. Calculating Tian Su wanted to set his words and know his next move. This was afraid that it would not be possible to do as they wanted. While this was going on, a cheer erupted from downstairs. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. How dare someone pass a test in this red house? Shiro smiled sweetly. Marquis Lin, this kind of thing will not be less. After all, because of Marquis Lin, your existence attracted a lot of Jianghu masters to come to Kyoto. Which Jianghu intention of the 9 ace of the red building of the fight and don't want to try one or two it? Perhaps the pass this or for the challenge of Marquis Lin and come. In that case, let's go take a look. Lin Xian got up, walked out of the room, and stood at the railing on the 4th floor. One could only see that on top of the high platform below, a white-clothed young man was drawing attention, while next to him, Mr. Dong was holding a calligraphy post and was displaying it. Above the word post, 2 large words are written. Jianghu. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed. It's not an easy word. That Jianghu 2 words, the strokes of the dragon and snake. The ink color is as deep as the night. A stroke are like a miniature of the mountains and rivers, both to see the sharpness of the blade, but also hides the flowing water like gentle. It's just a 2-word jungle for the average person to see. But if someone with deep cultivation looks at it, it seems that a picture is presented. There is a fast and furious swordsman duel on top of the mountain. Sword light like a dragon. Cutting through the sky, there is a gentle woman like water. In the misty rain of the Jiangnan water town, gently caressing the Guzheng, a song of sadness, there is a heroic hero, robbing the rich to help the poor. Between the world of love, there is a love of love and love of love. In the moon to make a pledge of eternity under. What's a jungle? This is the jungle. Good word. Just by looking at this word, this marquis thought that it was an old man in his flowery years, who had been drinking in the rivers and lakes for 60 years, leaving behind this absolute word. Lin Xian exclaimed, does Marquis Lin know the identity of this person? For her part, Bai Lu did not dwell on that word. She had limited cultivation and couldn't appreciate it. Lin Xian's gaze landed on the white-clothed young man. Observe its bone age, should be 17 years, young age, but the temperament is outstanding, and write a handful of good words. The probability is that the people of the Book Mountain, and the Book Mountain at this age, this cultivation, the only that the book sage's young disciple Lu Xun, at the age of 17, at the realm of essence, ranked 7th on the heavens remarkable ranking. No, it should be 8th now. Marquis Lin really does have a discerning eye, Bai Lu exclaimed. Lin Xian smiled without saying anything. He had learned of the news before Lu Xun had even entered Kyoto, and when he took another look at the words, how could he not see the identity of this person? And at this moment, Lu Xun, who was on top of the high platform, also sensed the two gazes from upstairs, and his first glance was on Lin Xian, his eyes glowing. He had come to the capital this time, and Lin Xian was precisely one of his targets. Even though Lin Xian had decapitated the heavenly elephant realm with a single sword, he didn't believe that there could be someone in the world with such a high level of talent, and that this might not be his own strength. Perhaps it was because the heavenly chopper sword retained the sword intent of the former sword armor in it. If that was the case, not to mention the heavenly elephant realm, even a few levels higher might not be able to carry a sword, and as he was originally not far from Kyoto, he had come to the capital precisely to confirm his suspicions and come to challenge the current top of the heavens remarks ranking. Today, in the middle of this red building, he happened to meet the rightful owner. Wariness was permeating. Most of the disciples of Book Mountain cultivated themselves and did not like fighting, but Lu Xun was an exception. 17 years? Had been ranked 7th in the list of Heaven's Pride. This is all his real fight out of the battle, and on this name he is very dissatisfied, because in addition to the first, that the world's 10 sects of the first of the Great Wasteland sect's chief disciple Bai Luo, he did not fight. On what grounds will he be placed in the 7th? There was battle intent that erupted out and poured out towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly, and with just a smile, Lu Xun, who was on top of the high platform, blanched slightly and took 2 steps back, and the high platform under his feet shook, so much so that it directly collapsed. Dust billowed as a group of guests cursed and retreated toward the back. Lu Xun, on the other hand, walked out from the dust and mist with a grave expression on his face, and when he looked above the high platform again, where was Lin Xian's shadow? Damn, it's so strong. Chapter 74, The Great Desolate Sect, signing to the Shadow Slayer Hall. Lin Xian, the Marquis of the 8 Directions, defeated Shushan Lu Xun, the 8th in the Heaven's Pride ranking, with a single glance. This news spread throughout the entire Kyoto in just a few incense sticks of time, and was still spreading beyond Kyoto. Lu Xun was a disciple of the Sage of Books, with an essence realm cultivation, and had a battle record of battleground transformation. Although Marquis of the 8 Directions Lin Xian had chopped the heavenly elephant, it was holding the heavenly chopper sword, and in the eyes of many people, although it was strong, it might not be that strong. The most intuitive battle record was still the beheading of that earth transformation realm before he entered the Mountain and Sea Academy, but that wasn't an instantaneous second. It only meant that Lin Xian had earth transformation realm battle power only, which was considered relatively strong in the earth transformation realm, and now that he had defeated Lu Xun with a single glance, he was adding to his brilliant battle record. Everyone was waiting for the next challenge, for it was far more than Ryu Xun who entered Kyoto. The Heaven's Pride list was full of Heaven's Pride, but that didn't mean that the Heaven's Pride list encompassed the world's teenage powerhouses. There are always some teenage pride not out of the Jianghu or by the major forces of the snow, waiting for a day to become famous. And that, in a nutshell, is the best chance for fame. The former leader of the Tianjiao list, the Great Desolate Sect Bai Luo, traveled the rivers and lakes, living in no fixed place, so some people want a challenge have no opportunity. But Marquis of the 8 Directions Lin Xian, that was in Kyoto at all times. Therefore, some of the pride of the sky want to become famous. All converge in Kyoto, and even some of the old generation of the strong may also want to see one or two. There was even a rumor that former Heaven's Remarks ranking leader was also heading towards Kyoto, intent on defending his former glory. For a while, Kyoto was in the wind. In addition to the secret sparring between the Heavenly Sect and the 100 Dawn Tower, there were also the upcoming Heaven's Pride. Kyoto would become the main battleground for the Great Summer Pride to engage. At this moment, Lin Xian was looking at the news from that Great Desolate Sect. That what Chief Baal Lin Xian does not care, but as the Great Desolate Sect, which is ranked by calculating heavenly strategies as the first of the 10 sects of the Great Summer, is clearly not simple. Although the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sects were not included in the Great Summer's 10 sects, other than the Three Lives Temple, Longhu Mountain, and the Mountain and Sea Academy, the other 3 sects were clearly no match for the Great Desolate Sect. This Great Desolate Sect appeared 700 years ago, and it only took 700 years for it to grow from a small sect to a great thing in the sky, ranking at the top of the 10 sects of the Great Xia, crushing a number of great sects of heaven and earth even earlier than the year of the founding of the Great Xia. Moreover, this Great Desolate Sect was also the one with the smallest number of people among the many sects. The number of people in each generation of the Great Wasteland Sect does not exceed 20, but each of them is at the top. whether it is the elders of the previous generation of the sect or the disciples of the next generation. This was all because of the Great Desolate Sect's strange gong method, the Great Wasteland Scripture. The Great Desolate Sect only had this one cultivation technique, and the only way to enter the Great Desolate Sect was to be initiated into the technique. But this technique is very difficult to start, even if this technique has been spread all over the world. But only a few people can enter this door, and once the gong method into the door, the Great Desert Sect has its own sense. Even if the distance between thousands of mountains and thousands of miles, the Great Desert Sect will come to access you in the sect, because this Great Desolate Sutra is very strong when practiced correctly, and will kill you when practiced incorrectly. It's hard to have someone who can enter the Great Desolate Scripture. The Great Desolate Sect naturally won't let you die. After all, every person who can enter the Great Desolate Scripture is the most valuable wealth of the Great Desolate Sect, because I don't know when the world will not be able to Great Desolation Scripture introductory people. In that case the Great Desolation Sect is going to break the inheritance. Now the Great Desert Sect's chief Bailuo. Is the cultivation of the Great Desert Scripture the fastest progress of people? 19 years old will break through the realm of the earth change, and even surpass some of the older generation of children strong, listed in the list of Heavenly Pride List 2. Lin Xian put the Great Desolate Sect's information down, then looked at a small, thin pamphlet to the side. This is the Great Desolation Sect's Great Desolation Scripture. The Great Desolate Scripture was promoted as early as the founding of the Great Desolate Sect, only that not many people practiced it at that time, until it was greatly promoted after the Great Desolate Sect became the #1 sect in the world. After all, if it was not promoted, sooner or later the Great Desolate Sect would be extinct. Lin Xian flipped open the Great Desolate Scripture and took a look. How? Totally unreadable. He had originally wanted to try out the difficulty of this Great Desolate Scripture. After all, this kind of 1 in a billion technique was naturally extraordinary. But look at it now. Let's forget about it. Let's start with the sign-in. I'll be writing very little about the specifics of the sign-in, but I'll keep the sign-in babies. After all, I can't write the sign-in again every day. As the idea came together, a voice rang out in his head. Signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for signing into the Power Shadow Slayer Hall. Please confirm whether to extract it or not. Even though Lin Xian had seen a great deal, his face was now showing some joy. He hadn't signed out a power since by Xiaolu, which was much more useful than signing out individual powerhouses. Moreover, the Shadow Slayer Hall was a killer clan at first glance, and it would be more than appropriate to link up with the 100 Dawn Tower. Immediately, Lin Xian began to check out the introduction of the Shadow Slayer Hall. Shadow Killing Hall, Jianghu Force, Main Assassination. It comes with 1 Master of the Fate Soul Realm, 3 Deputy Masters of the Heavenly Charge Realm, 8 Gold Medal Assassins of the Heavenly Image Realm, 16 Silver Medal Assassins of the Spiritual Wisdom Realm, and 32 Iron Medal Assassins of the Earthly Transformation Realm. Once he read the introduction of the Shadow Slayer Hall, the surprise in Lin Xian's heart was beyond words. That's a lineup, top-notch. Moreover, although the number of people in this Shadow Slayer Hall is not large, but with this level, it mustn't scare people to death when it's spread out. The lowest-ranked Iron Slayers were all at the Earth Change Realm. This is quite good. The Shadow Killing Palace will take the high-end route in the future, and there will be a place for the Shadow Killing Palace in the Jianghu. Isn't there a shadow sect in the 10 sects of heaven that is an assassin force, and is also suspected to be controlled by the heavenly sect? It's time for it to change its name. Extract. Take root in the rivers and lakes. There's no need to travel to Kyoto to pay your respects. Just start today and let the name of the Shadow Slayer Hall resonate through the Great Xia. Lin Xian thought out loud. The Shadow Killing Hall has been extracted and rooted above the rivers and lakes, and the host's orders have been conveyed. The system's voice rang out. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction, and at that moment, a voice rang in his ears again. Marquis, we've found the person behind the heavenly sect. Bai Shaoxing's figure appeared in the Marquis residence. Excitement was also visible in his eyes. The 100 Dawn Tower and the heavenly sect had been secretly fighting for almost a week, and they finally found that controller of the heavenly sect by following the trail. Not to mention, if they hadn't verified it several times, they wouldn't have thought that this person was actually the person in charge of the heavenly sect in Kyoto. Who is it? Lin Xian was not as excited as Bai Shaoxing, because it was something he had already expected. Marquis, it's Duke Rong, Bai Shaoxing whispered. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. He knew that since Bai Shaoxing had come to report, it was bound to be very certain. But Rong Wagong, that is the youngest Duke of Daxia, had an expedition to the western region of the Demon Country, the peak of a battle into the Demon Country, thousands of miles of land. If not, the rear supply is not in place, perhaps he will be able to fight outside the Demon Court, and on its way to retreat, by the Demon Country strong assassination, although the life saved, but because of the serious injury caused by the exhaustion of cultivation, the road to cultivation is cut off. For this reason, he should have been able to fish a Marshal Marquis position, but because the path of cultivation is cut off, the human emperor remembrance of his merits, promised to the position of the state duke, but also the youngest state duke of Disya. The status of the Duke of State and the Marquis of Martial Arts were similar, but the power they represented was different. The Dacia military lords are all holding heavy armies and have real power in their hands, while most of the state princes can only live out their lives in Kyoto or in their ancestral lands. And this Dacia's youngest Duke of State had joined the Heavenly Sect, and had even become its controller in Kyoto. Marquis, there's one more thing. The second on the Heaven's remarkable ranking list, the Great Desolate Sect's Chief 100 Leaves has also entered Kyoto. Bai Xiaoxing's voice sounded again. Chapter 75, 100 Leaves blocking the way. Defeat. Plus one more chapter. Kyoto East City Gate. A burly man with a big body slowly stepped into the city of Kyoto, and behind him, there was a blue-clothed youth who was saying something to the burly man with a bitter face. Elder brother, the water in Kyoto is deep. Our master and several uncles won't let us come to the capital, and that eightfold marquis is fierce. He hasn't survived a few strikes. Don't you dare to be killed by one of his swords. The youth's face wore a worried color, and his tone was even more sorrowful. On the contrary, this burly and strong man, his face was calm, as if this little young man was not talking to him. I say, senior brother, please, can you say something? I've followed you for 127 miles, and I've said 961 words, but you haven't answered me a single word. Could it be that you went to challenge the speechless guest, and then failed and had your tongue cut out? The blue-clothed youth said with a helpless face, and it was here that the burly man's words froze him in place. Speechless guest, I did challenge, but it wasn't me who lost. What? The blue-clothed youth was dumbfounded in place. He just casually said it. After all, that speechless guest is a famous senior in the Jianghu. Spiritual wisdom realm cultivation, is already a remarkable master, and this speechless guest has a strange fetish. He can't speak. Therefore, whenever anyone dares to challenge him, no matter who it is, no matter male or female, but whenever he fails, he has to leave his tongue behind. If you don't want to keep your tongue, then keep your life. An elder brother actually went and challenged the speechless guest and won the battle? Boy, why didn't Calculator list this battle record of his? However, it is normal to think about it. This battle does not seem to have been rumored in the Jianghu. If the senior brother does not say, even he does not know, counting the Tianzi may not know. In that case, the senior brother has already attained the battle power of the chopping spirit wisdom realm, so perhaps he really does have the strength to fight with that octagonal marquis. Of course, provided that the octagonal marquis doesn't use the heavenly chopping sword. When the blue-clothed youth came back to his senses, the burly man had already disappeared from his view. Damn it! The blue-clothed youth stomped his foot and chased after him. If he could be persuaded to do so, if he couldn't afford to miss out on this kind of battle at the top of the young generation. The news that the former top of the Heavens Remarks ranking, now the second on the Heavens Remarks ranking, and the chief of the Great Desolate Sect, which was the first of the 10 sects in the world, had entered Kyoto spread, and caused an uproar at once. Everyone knew that this bale had come for Marquis Lin Xian of the Eight Directions, and who wouldn't want to see these two most prestigious of the younger generation come to blows? It was only that most people didn't recognize the Great Desolate Sect 100 Leaves at all, and even when that burly man walked past them, they were still talking under their breath, but were unaware that the main man had already brushed past them. But who would have thought that this heavenly figure would have this image? The age of Bai Luo given on the Heavens Remarks list was 19, but looking at this lanky and burly man, not to mention 40, he had to be in his 30s. On Vermilion Bird Street, a carriage was slowly moving forward, bearing the symbol of the 8 Marquis, and the one driving the carriage was none other than the old housekeeper of the 8 Marquis. This Vermilion Bird Street is a rich place in Kyoto, although not in the imperial city, but also deep in the inner city. The left and right sides of the residence is not that ho. The least is also the dynasty's third-ranking official residence. Therefore, above this Vermilion Bird Street is quite quiet. Occasionally there are pedestrians, but not many. The moving carriage suddenly stopped, and Lin Xian, who had his eyes closed in the carriage, opened his eyes before smiling and shaking his head. It is not thought that this guy is so keen, actually can detect their own movements. The Great Desolate Sect in Kyoto should not have eyes and ears only to see 100 meters in front of the carriage. A burly and strong man, standing alone, was standing in the middle of Vermilion Bird Street, looking straight at the stopped carriage, full of wariness. The old butler's face was a bit grave. This young man is not simple, worthy of being the former top of the Heavens Pride list. Although he was still at the Earth Transformation realm, he truly had the aura of a chopping spirit wisdom. A gust of wind sprang up and the curtain of the carriage lifted a corner, revealing Lin Xian's figure within it. At the same time he saw this young figure, a brilliant light emerged from Bai Luo's eyes, and his battle intent almost condensed into substance. And as this battle intent was set off, instantly, All the powerhouses in Kyoto instantly became aware of it, and their gazes gathered. The carriage of the Marquis of the Eight Directions? Why did the Marquis of the Eight Directions appear on Vermilion Bird Street? Who is that, daring to intercept the Eight Marquis carriage? Such a powerful aura, already at the peak of the Earth transformation realm, about to step into spiritual wisdom at any moment. Could it be the great desolate sex Baal? Is this Baal? I thought it was a handsome young man. Did calculating heavenly strategies make a mistake about his age? I'd believe him if he was 40. It should be him. Rumor has it that this great desolate sect chief Baal is a hunter family origin, born with divine power. At the age of 12 will have 1 meter 8 tall, then alone into the mountains, but also single-handedly capture the tiger. To the age of 16 is enough to have 2 meters 6 sevens, or after practicing the great desolate scripture, will be taller down, but the strength is greater. A burst of divine thoughts crossed his mind. Great desolate sect. 100 Lu, please instruct the 8 Marquis. Bailu bowed to the carriage with a slight naivety in his voice. The old butler quietly retreated. This Baal is so strong that he may not be able to win even if he puts out his hand, but to the Marquis, he can be suppressed with just his hand. Great desolate sect. Baal, you're very good. Only you're not my Marquis opponent, so why bother trying? Lin Xian's faint voice came from within the carriage. Bai Li's face changed as he spoke again. If the Marquis is holding the heavenly beheading, Bai Lu is naturally no match. Yes? The curtains of the carriage sedan chair moved, and Lin Xian's figure appeared on top of the carriage, standing with his arms folded as he looked down on Bai Luo in front of him. This Marquis does not use the heavenly chopper, but also gives you the opportunity to strike. If you can get 3 feet closer to this Marquis, then you will be counted as the winner. The moment these words came out, the pupils of all the many eyes watching the battle shrunk slightly. This eightfold Marquis was also too arrogant. The great desolate sect Baal, but the peak of the Earth transformation realm teenage pride, a few months ago can fight the spiritual wisdom realm of the 3 mountain elder. Now the battle strength is certainly even better than before. The 8 square Marquis who didn't use the heavenly chopper sword dared to say that he would make it impossible for Bai Luo to enter 3 feet in front of him. It was simply arrogant to the core. Only a trace of gravity flashed in the eyes of Baal, who was the party involved. What he sensed was not the conceit of the eightfold Marquis, but rather confidence in his own strength. In that case, then Baal will not be polite. Baal spoke in a deep voice, and then he condensed his fists. If it were anyone else, he would have said nothing to accept this almost humiliating challenge. And even if he won, the victory would not be a victory. And at the moment, even with such a challenge, he was not confident that he could win. But even so, he had to try and give it his all. Bai Li's figure went across. The wind of his fist whistled. It seemed that even the space was trembling. He was already born with divine strength, plus the great desolate scripture. This punch was enough to break the mountain. However, when this fully powered strike was about to approach Lin Xian, it suddenly stopped, stopping outside the carriage, stopping 3 feet in front of Lin Xian. A pressure that made Bai Luo feel unprecedented emanated from Lin Xian's body. This aura, intangible and qualitative, was as heavy as a mountain, and as vast as a river and sea. Baal only felt as if he was being pressed by the mountains, unable to move. It also seemed to be wrapped by the surging waves, with no place to focus on. Almost instantly, the fist power he had gathered was all melted away, and his entire body was sent back to where he was standing by a gentle force. Returning to his original spot, Baal was silent for a moment, bending down slightly towards Lin Xian while retreating. The people watching the battle from all sides were confused. What? That's admitting defeat? The 8 Marquis hadn't even made a move yet, and this Heaven's Pride ranking 2 was defeated? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have even thought it was the two of them playing alone. Thanks to Confused Half-Life for the popping sprinkles then Redheart. Thank you to Ling Shan who loves fish gelatin stewed pork belly for the reminder charm. Thank you to Jiun Sang who loves cauliflower and Min Dongare who loves teacup dogs for sending the blades. Thanks to Nianshi Theo, Dylan who loves cold fenugreek, and Yi Jiangfan from Dan Shop for the boo boo milk tea. Thank you to all the big guys for the likes of flowers and for the love. Add an extra chapter. Keep electrocuting me with for the love of electricity. More electricity, and I'll be able to add more tomorrow. Chapter 76, Visiting the State Duke's Mansion, Puncturing His Identity. Senior brother, what's wrong? Why did you just admit defeat? In the distance, the blue-clothed youth caught up with 100 Bliss and inquired suspiciously. If you can't beat them, you'll naturally admit defeat, Baal said seriously. But you have only struck once. My great desolate sex 4 styles of mastery you have not yet won out of it. Not to say victory over him, as long as close to 3 feet in front of his body will win. The blue-clothed youth said unconvincingly. He likewise thinks that the eightfold Marquis is too arrogant. Although the real fight, senior brother may not really be able to win, but into the 3 feet of land is not easy. Baylor sighed and shook his head. There are some people who are invincible just by standing there. not to mention the 4 styles of Jedi. Even if I have mastered that 5th Jedi, I will likewise not be able to get close. Marquis of the 8 Directions has surpassed the younger generation by far. Also, he's not in the Earth transformation realm, but spiritual wisdom realm. Bale's words caused the blue-clothed youth's figure to tremble. The Great Desolate Sect's 4 Great Mastery is famous in the heavens. That 5th Great Mastery is even more powerful and abnormal. Besides the Great Desolate Sect's founder, no one will in the 5th Great Mastery learned, even 100 Lu, known as the Great Desolate Sect's most outstanding disciple in terms of talent, but only comprehended the skin of this 5th Great Mastery. And he went so far as to say that even after learning this 5th Great Mastery he still wasn't a match for the Eightfold Marquis? This Marquis of the 8 Directions was also a little too strong, right? Also, before the 8 Square Marquis realm has not been clear. That is, counting Tianza is only a guess. The world tends to be more inclined that he is still in the Earth Transformation realm. After all, 18 years old Earth Transformation realm is already very exaggerated. Like his elder brother, 19 years of age of the Earth Change realm is already the top of the list of Heavenly Pride. Is counting the history of the list of Heavenly Pride. His talent must also be ranked in the forefront. And the Eightfold Marquis, surprisingly, he's at the Spiritual Wisdom realm? 18 years old at the Spiritual Wisdom realm? This talent, it's enough to rank among the top 3 in the history of Great Xia, right? Let's go. Go back to the clan. The Great Xia border is at war again. The Heavenly Sect is also showing up. Many hidden forces in the Jianghu have also shown their heads, and many demons have been born in the world. It seems that it's going to be unpeaceful, and we need to make preparations early as well. Bai Lu took a step towards the outside of Kyoto. The blue-clothed youth's face showed joy and hurriedly followed. Originally, the clan had let him out just to find his senior brother to go back. Originally he was still thinking about how to persuade his senior brother. Now that his senior brother had figured it out on his own, it couldn't be better. On the other side, Lin Xian's carriage continued on its way and stopped before a mansion. The Duke of Rome's mansion? Why is Marquis Baffon going to the Duke of Rome's residence? I haven't heard that he has any friendship with the Duke of Rome. Duke Rong is very low-key, and has been authorized as a duke for more than 10 years, right? Not to mention the 8 Marquis. The dynasty have not heard of which princes and the Duke of Rome good relations, but this Duke of Rome and those merchants to deal with more. The summer several merchants Duke of Rome are involved. The Marquis of the 8 Directions suddenly boarded the residence of Duke Rongwa. I wonder what he's up to. A burst of divine thoughts were exchanged, and all of them were a bit puzzled. Why would 2 people who are not even close to each other come into contact today? Not only were they puzzled, even Duke Rongwa was a bit puzzled when he heard the briefing. You said that the Marquis of the 8 Directions said that he had something big to discuss with this Duke? Duke Rongwa looked to the next person and frowned. The subordinate who came to report to him said hurriedly, "My lord, that's what the steward of the Lin mansion said." Duke Rongwa glanced towards the inner room, his brows furrowed. What could the 8 Marquis be doing here at this time? Should we take this opportunity today to take him down directly? He was the one who sent him to the door anyway, and today, he has just the strength to do so. After a moment of contemplation, Duke Rong spoke. Let him come in, this Duke will be waiting for him here. The subordinate hurriedly retired. Rongwa Gong, on the other hand, suddenly spoke up at this time. Here my lord dropped the cup as a signal. Then, kill. And without waiting for a response, Duke Rongwa sat on top of the main seat with his eyes closed and waited. Soon, under the guidance of the subordinate, Lin Xian entered the main hall, and as for the butler, he was left outside. I don't need the old butler's hand today. Marquis Lin, today, this Duke is not feeling well, so I won't get up to greet him. Please sit down. Duke Rong's attitude was not very good. His attitude was naturally bad. Lin Xian's father and son, he wasn't treating them very well, and in his eyes, sooner or later, they were all dead. There was nothing to treat or not to treat. Lin Xian didn't care about Duke Rong's attitude. He didn't come with good intentions today anyway, and with that, he sat on top of the second seat on the side. Just as he sat down, he heard Duke Rong's voice ring out again. Marquis Lin, I don't know what I'm doing here today? Lin Xian smiled faintly and said softly, this Marquis has come today because he wants to make a deal with Lord Guogong. Oh, what kind of deal? There are quite a few merchants under this Duke, but what does Marquis Lin lack? Duke Rong spoke. There is indeed something missing. Lin Xian smiled, and then, after a flash of red light, a crimson longsword was added on top of the desktop next to Lin Xian, radiating an appalling might. Duke Rong's gaze condensed and he spoke in a deep voice. Heavenly Chopper Sword. Lin Xian nodded his head and said, not bad, it's precisely the Heaven Cutting Sword, and the deal this Marquis wants to make today is also related to it. Duke Rong shook his head and said, Marquis Lin mustn't be joking. Such holy weapons, does Marquis Lin want to sell them to this Duke? This Duke can't afford the price. Nonetheless, I have heard that Lord Guogong has the sheath of this sword in his hands, and it is precisely the sheath of this heavenly chopper that this marquis wants to make a deal with. Duke Rong's face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, I don't know where the 8 marquis came from. The heavenly chopping sword is the sword Chu Berserker's sword. How can this marquis have the scabbard of this heavenly chopping sword? Really? Lin Xian smiled faintly. 30 years ago, sword Chu madman a sword to cut the sky, offended the immortal. By the immortal descending robbery and died. Before death, the sky-cutting sword breaks the sky, tossed around the world for 10 years, and then by the mountain and sea academy of the great Mr. Travel around the world to get, and the sky-chopping sword although go, but that scabbard is left in the place of immortal descending. That place is still a party of forbidden land. There are immortal rules pendant. Very people may enter also. Of course, except the people in the heavenly gate. Do you think that the scabbard of the heavenly chopper sword will be in the hands of the people of the heavenly sect, my lord of state? Listening to Lin Xian's words, Duke Rong's heart was already turning over in shock. What does the husband of the 8 directions mean by this? Could it be that he already knows his identity? But how is that possible? He recognized himself as being careful in Kyoto, never coming into contact with anyone else in the heavenly sect other than those few people. To say that in the whole of Kyoto, apart from the people in the heavenly sect, the only person who could know his identity would be the human emperor. But as long as he didn't violate the human emperor's bottom line and didn't jeopardize the foundations of Disya, the human emperor wouldn't care about these things. How could that marquis of the 8 directions know his identity? Not sure. Look again. Alright, Lord Duke of State. Today, your heavenly sect senior gathering has found the gathering place of 100 Dawn Tower and is ready to discuss how to deal a fatal blow to 100 Dawn Tower? Why don't you call out all the people, so that this marquis doesn't have to go looking for them one by one? Lin Xian's voice resounded once more, causing Duke Rong to stand up directly in shock, and the cup he held in his hand was slow to fall down. There's not much need to drop the cup at this point. Chapter 77, Destiny Soul Powerful. Underworld Soul Control Technique. Ronghua Gongfu. In the inner room, 6 figures surrounded Lin Xian alone, other than the white-haired middle-aged man who had intercepted him underneath Peach Mountain. The rest of these 6 people Lin Xian had never seen before, but not having seen them didn't mean Lin Xian didn't know their identities. The giant sword sect master, Qin Fei Yang, who was tragically exterminated 22 years ago, the Iron Palm Shuizhan, who was killed by the Shadow Sect's assassins by the banks of the Lishui River 18 years ago, the Autumn Moon Demon, Li Qiuyue, who went off the rails 12 years ago, and died of fiery flames, and the Flying Thief, Ding Yuan, who was searched for by the court and sentenced to be beheaded 9 years ago. There's also the white-haired guest, Luo Yuanfei, and Abacus Nan Shanya of the Xuanyi Trading House in Kyoto. Lin Xian called out the names of the 6 one by one before smiling. 6 Heavenly Elephant Realm. Is this all of Heavenly Sect's high-level power in Kyoto? The people present all changed color. They had never expected Lin Xian to understand so clearly. So today, he came prepared? The crowd's divine thoughts explored out, but other than the old housekeeper outside who should have advanced to the spiritual wisdom realm, there were no other strong people on the side. Since that was the case, what gave Lin Xian such a great bottom line? Just a sky chopper sword? If that was the case, he was able to spread this wildness under the Peach Mountain that day, but I'm afraid it would be difficult to do as he wished in this Ronghua Gongfu. Lin Xian, just a heavenly beheading sword. Does that really give you such a big backbone? You're not Sword Chu Berserker. Today, since you've thrown yourself into the net, then if my heavenly sect doesn't take it, it would be too much of a shame for you to come to my door today. Duke Rong took a step forward and said in a cold voice. He wasn't pretending now, since Lin Xian had even called out the names of all the people. It was obvious that he had already investigated clearly, and in addition to calculating heaven's policy in the world, there was only that 100 Dawn Tower, which had recently fought with them, that had this possibility. They should have thought that this 100 Dawn Tower was controlled by Lin Xian. Kill you, and then we'll take care of that pesky by Xiaolu. As Duke Rong's voice fell, a massive pressure came towards Lin Xian. As the heavenly sect's base in Kyoto, this state duke's mansion is naturally guarded by formations, and even the heavenly punch realm is at their mercy in this state duke's mansion. Even though Lin Xian was stronger, as long as he was still in the dematerialization realm, even if he was holding the heavenly chopper sword, he was at most comparable to the heavenly charge realm, and it was impossible for him to make waves under his formation. The 6 heavenly elephant realms also stepped forward at the same time, striking out towards Lin Xian. It was just that in the face of this total pressure, Lin Xian didn't even move, letting these attacks fall towards him, and the heavenly sect crowd all laughed coldly, still wise enough to know that even resistance is futile. However, they didn't see any despair or regret on Lin Xian's face or in his gaze, but more of a mocking look. It was also when their attacks were about to land on top of Lin Xian's body that they only saw all of their attacks come to a standstill, as if time had stopped in front of them, And then a figure appeared out of thin air on the side of Lin Xian. Just a glance, including the Duke of Ronghua, including the 7 people are all shocked. A full leak of qi fell to his knees on the ground, the slightest bit unable to move. Fate, fatal soul realm? The faces of the crowd were filled with shock. The only one who could give them such a great deterrent and still come and go freely under the formation was above the 7th realm of dematerialization, and above the deliverance realm. It is called the vital soul. The 7 pranas are united and condensed into the destiny soul. Breaking free from the shackles of the physical body and destiny, the destiny soul can instantly travel thousands of miles away from God. This kind of strong person was considered high level amongst their heavenly sect, and would never dare to appear in Kyoto. The heavenly sect didn't have a good reputation, and if this kind of existence really appeared in Kyoto, De Xia wouldn't be able to spoil them. Even if the human emperor didn't take action, that head of the supervisory heavenly division in Longhu Mountain as well as that mountain and sea academy would be enough for them to drink a pot of water. Marquis, the unkempt old man in white clothes bent down slightly towards Lin Xian. This kind of action even more horrified the hearts of the heavenly sect's crowd. The soul realm was already a super expert, placed in any force that was a base-level existence, and such an existence even bowed down to a youngster like Lin Xian. Could it be that this person was still a house servant? Everyone, are you interested in chatting with this marquis for a few moments? Lin Xian smiled as he looked towards the Duke of Ronghua. Several people. This fateful soul realm was a strong person he had signed out, named Lu Shang. It was not an honorific, but his last name was Lu Shang, a name he had brought on himself, not unlike that of the nameless old butler. In fact, at the vital soul realm, one could already be called a saint, just like the 100 sages of Confucianism. Although they were Confucian sages, they were called sages because they were all existences above the vital soul realm. Lin Xian, don't be arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because there's only one vital soul realm on your side. I'm telling you, the heavenly sect is more powerful than you can imagine. Duke Ronghua said angrily, then he looked at Lu Shang who was on the side. And this senior, I don't know why you're following this milquetoast brat, but since you're such a strong person, you should know about the existence of the heavenly sect. Even if you're a fate soul, if you go against the heavenly sect, you'll still be dead. If you back off now, we can treat today's matter as if nothing has happened. Lin Xian smiled without saying anything. The people I signed over are 100% loyal, so it would be a hell of a thing if they could be talked down to by you. Just leave him alone. Lin Xian pointed at the Duke of Rong and spoke indifferently. Lu Shang nodded, and without seeing him make a move, the 6 celestial elephants other than the Duke of Ronghua instantly collapsed to the ground without a trace of blood seeping through, but their breath was completely gone. Even Lin Xian's eyelids jumped. The Destiny's soul powerhouses were as terrifying as they were, and with just a slight movement of their minds, they wiped out the souls of the 6 heavenly symbol realm powerhouses. The Duke of Ronghua on the side was also almost scared to pee. To be honest, he had seen the heavenly sect's Destiny soul realm powerhouses before, but he hadn't seen a Destiny soul realm powerhouse make a move to kill someone. My Lord of State, is there anything you wish to say to my lord? For example, why did the heavenly sect strike out against this marquis? Why did it strike against my marquis father? And where is the scabbard of this heavenly chopper sword located? Lin Xian leaned over to look at Duke Ronghua and said with a light smile. Duke Ron looked at Lin Xian angrily and said angrily, the people of the heavenly sect never betray, and you don't expect to use any soul-searching techniques. Every strong person above the earth transformation realm has been placed under a secret technique by the heavenly sect, but if you search your souls will explode on themselves. Lin Xian nodded. He naturally knew all this and could have guessed it, but could he not have been otherwise prepared? Forcibly searching your soul naturally won't work, but if you say it yourself then naturally it will have no effect. Duke Ronghua sneered. Killing me is just a matter of wanting me to talk. That's not. However, before he could finish his words, he saw his pupils shrink slightly before his eyes turned misty, and Lin Xian's eyes were looking straight into his eyes just as a brilliant light was coming out of them. Tell this marquis everything you know. Spectral soul control technique. A secret technique signed out. Although Ronggui Gong and other restoration cultivation has reached the existence of the heavenly image realm, cannot be completely controlled, but control a few hundred breaths of time is still not a big problem. Chapter 78 Immortal Relic? Facing the Sage, plus one more chapter. Duke Ronggwa's gaze turned dull, and words kept coming out of his mouth. I am the 7th envoy of the heavenly sect, responsible for all matters of the heavenly sect in Kyoto, and the 8 Marquis Mansion is the focus of the heavenly sect's surveillance. The immortals in heaven have decreed that the eightfold husbandman Lin has obtained the immortal's relic, and ordered the heavenly sect to make a move to recapture the immortal's relic. However, Lin Biao is a military vassal of Daxia, blessed by the human emperor's qi, and the strongest of the heavenly sect are unable to make a move, so we can only proceed in an orderly but gradual manner. However, it seems that Lin was aware of something. So the heavenly sect began to dispatch assassins with the intention of forcibly seizing the immortal's legacy. Lin should have sensed the danger, and after dozens of assassinations, plotted to fake his death to avoid the heavenly sect's ears and eyes. To this day, the celestial sect is still searching for traces of Lin Shi, and then intends to use his son as a lure. So once his son is caught in a situation of certain death, Lin Shi may perhaps make a move, and at that time, he will be able to find out where Lin Shi is. Who thought that his son was actually gifted unusually? The heavenly sect now suspects that the immortal's relics were used by Lin and his son, has summoned the heavenly immortal, but did not get a reply, and therefore is ready to find the time to lure his son out of Kyoto, and then the heavenly sect strongmen forcefully capture it. As for the scabbard of the heavenly chopper sword, it's in the shadow sect's treasury, and no one can remove it without a heavenly sect warrant, said here when the Duke of Rongwa's face skin violently trembled, and then his eyes returned to clear, and again is to reveal the color of panic. What kind of demonic magic is this? Duke Rong looked at Lin Xian with a horrified expression. What he had just said had been heard in his own ears, and he simply couldn't control himself. He just said it subconsciously. Pity. Lin Xian shook his head. He had thought that he would be able to control it for 100 more breaths, but he hadn't expected that Ronghua Gong's soul power wasn't weak and that there was a prohibition deep within his soul. And when he mentioned immortals, Lin Xian felt a little reluctant, but it's kind of nice to know that much information. Immediately, Lin Xian glanced at Lu Shang, who understood and stepped forward, pointing a finger at the Duke of Rong's brow, instantly forcibly extracting the Duke of Rong's memories, touching the forbidden restraints, and the Duke of Rong's soul exploded, and he died. Even though he had killed a current duke, Lin Xian didn't care. People of the heavenly sect, when killed, it was only the words of Duke Ronghua just now that warranted Lin Xian's deep thoughts. It should have been an established fact that Lin Xiaofeng had faked his death, counting on Tian So to think so, the heavenly sect to think so, and the 100 Dawn Towers investigations to do the same. Just that immortal relic? Lin Xian, however, knew that he hadn't obtained any of that immortal relic. Even if Lin Zi really did have an immortal's relic, there was no way he could have left it to himself, or else he was afraid that he would have been karma long ago. And although he didn't get any more specific information on this trip, he at least knew why the heavenly sect was targeting him, and that was enough. Looking at the several corpses on the ground, Lin Xian stomped his foot, and apart from the corpse of the Duke of Ronghua, the other several corpses all surged into the ground and disappeared. Immediately, Lin Xian snapped his fingers and Lu Sheng's figure disappeared while the old butler appeared in the main hall. With all the strong men dead, no one could stop the old butler from entering the state duke's mansion. Bring the corpse with you. This marquis is going to enter the palace and face the saint. Lin Xian spoke indifferently, then took a big step out the door and left. Outside of the Duke Rong's residence, when they saw Lin Xian board the carriage, all the party's sights were a little strange. This octagonal marquis only went in for a short while. Why did he come out? That old housekeeper broke in, and there was no movement appearing in the Ronghua Gongfu because the movements of the Ronghua Gongfu were all erased by Lu Shang, so the outside world naturally could not notice. And as the figure of the old housekeeper appeared, the gazes of all parties froze, and then they couldn't help but rub their eyes. They're not mistaken, are they? What's that in the old butler's hand? Lord Ronghua? And the breath is all gone, so it's obvious that he's a dead man. All the forces were shocked. Before the foot of the eightfold Marquis Lin Xian entered the state duke's residence, after the foot carried the body of the Duke of Ronghua Zhong walked out. What the hell is the situation? Even if you are a military vassal of Daxia, a young man's pride, famous in Kyoto, and your literary and military talent amazes the world, you are also a citizen of Daxia, a subject of Daxia, and in terms of status you are still below the Duke of the state. So how can you dare to treat Daxia's laws as nothing, and take out the Duke of Daxia in a fair and square manner? There were already people who didn't mind spreading the news to the criminal department and the supervisory heavenly division of the imperial court. In fact, it's not even necessary for them to pass it on. Today, the Great Desolate Sect's 100 Leaves had attracted the attention of almost all the strongest people in Kyoto, and after that, the 8 Marquis entry into the State Duke's mansion had naturally been noticed by all the forces, especially the supervisory division. When the dynastic military lords entered the residence of the Duke of State, this was originally a big event. Even without the Bailuo affair, they had to pay attention to it. This was originally their duty, and the death of the Duke of the State, which is just as big a deal. As the carriage progressed, the supervisory heavenly division's courtiers all came with their errands. Only the Ministry of Justice did not act. Everyone knows that the Ministry of Penal Affairs is the Prime Minister's master, and since the Ministry of Penal Affairs does not move, it naturally has the Prime Minister's authorization. Wait, have you guys ever felt that there's something wrong with the direction the 8 Square Marquis is advancing in? This isn't the route back to the Eightfold Marquis residence, but the way into the Imperial City. Going straight along this road will lead us straight to the palace. The 8th Marquis is going to enter the palace? Now is not the time of the court meeting, great Xia military vassal. If there is no order from the emperor, may not enter the palace. This Marquis of the 8 Directions is really bold. If he enters the palace without being summoned, it is considered the same as conspiracy. A divine thought intersected. The carriage that was slowly moving forward stopped, and in front of it were the officers of the court of the imperial household. Stopping the carriage, Tingzhang Sun Mao of the Tingzhang office. Meet the Marquis of the 8 Directions. A middle-aged man in official uniform took 2 steps forward, his eyes falling on top of Duke Rong's corpse, his eyelids furiously jumping. He thought it was fake news when he got the order, but he didn't expect that this Duke Rongwa was really dead. What is it? Lin Xian's voice came from within the carriage. Sun Mao let out a deep breath and said loudly, "The court captain's office is in charge of the laws of the world. Duke Rongwa is dead. My court captain's office has the right to ask questions, and I also ask the 8 Marquis court captain's office to take a walk." Lin Xian didn't speak, but instead, a long sword leapt out of the carriage and stood in the void. Sun Mao's pupils shrank before he violently fell to his knees. "Greetings, your human majesty." After him, the court officer fell to his knees. "Greetings to his majesty the human emperor." The sacred sword of the human emperor. Seeing it is like seeing the human emperor. Although it is a holy sword, but it is not the meaning of the holy weapon. The human emperor is given, as much as possible, to be called holy. Tada! The carriage continued on its way, passing through a field of court officials and heading straight towards the palace. When the carriage disappeared from the crowd's view, the long sword followed. "Chief, are we still taking people?" An errand boy whispered in Sun Mao's ear. "Take a fart. The eightfold Marquis is obviously going to face the saint, but also take a hair take, and see if the eightfold Marquis can walk out of the palace." At the Divine Xian Gate, a group of members of the Supervisory Heavenly Division stood on both sides with solemn expressions, allowing the carriage to walk past. They had also come here to intercept the eightfold Marquis, but the courtier's office hadn't stopped them, so what the hell were they stopping them for? Lin Xian was holding the human emperor's holy sword, and no one could stop him from entering the palace to face the saint. Let's see how the Emperor of Humanity will react to the death of Rongwa Gong's body. Thanks to Silent Quiet Huangfu Zai for the great healthcare. Then a great red heart. Thank you to Lin Feng Surprised who likes Flying Phoenix for the explosion of flowers, and to Smoke and Rain asking for heart for sure. Thank you to Han Boss of Shinnan Avenue for the inspiration capsule. Thank you to user 33187581 and for their hypes. And thank you to Muzi2i for the 2 hypnosis charms. Thanks to Song and Tai Hao who loves sour bell peppers for the boo boo milk tea. Thanks to Drunkard Pretty Boy for sending the razor blades. Thank you all for the nods to Little Flower and for the love. Yesterday you clothes horses were so helpful. You had to add an extra chapter. I'll be sure to code an extra chapter today and add more tomorrow. Do what you say you're going to do, not what you say you're going to do. Chapter 79, The 3 Flower Eunuchs. Meeting the human emperor for the first time. At the last palace gate outside the palace, a figure stood alone on top of the avenue. The carriage stopped and Lin Xian opened his eyes. This person is very strong, beyond the life soul, and in the imperial palace, the life soul realm, a lot. It was Lu Sheng's voice, and his tone was grave. Lin Xian's face was bland. He naturally knew. Daxia dynasty, a unity of the Middle Kingdom for 2,100 years. The pressure of the Jianghu all the strong cannot raise their heads. The 3 religions have to prostrate in front of the Daxia. The heavenly sect does not dare in Kyoto wantonly. This Daxia's heritage naturally cannot be underestimated. This palace is the strongest part of the Great Summer's heritage, and there will be no shortage of strong people at the Life Soul realm, or even beyond. It was only that since Lin Xian had not come here to make an enemy of the Grand Xia, he naturally did not need to worry about this, only to see him slowly get up, and with a single step, he exited the carriage and came to stand 10 meters away from that figure. "Greetings, Marquis Lin." Eunuch Sanhua smiled and gave a slight salute to Lin Xian. This person was none other than the great inner governor of the Grand Xia Palace, His Majesty the Human Emperor's most trusted eunuch of the 3 flowers, and also an extraordinary peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian returned the salute. Eunuch Li. Although the 3 flowers eunuchs in the palace is only a eunuch, but the status is extremely high. Single all day waiting for the emperor. This one will be better than countless nobles of the palace. Once a little eunuch in the palace said this in front of a 4th-ranking official outside the palace. "I won't pick on you if you call me little eunuch in the palace, but what do you have to call me outside the palace?" "What? Call the adults." Of course, the prime minister is still a 7 peace officer, but what about in front of the human emperor? "Marquis Bafeng, please, His Majesty has moved to the imperial study. Don't keep His Majesty waiting." Eunuch Sanhua spoke in a low voice. Lin Xian's heart fluttered. This human emperor really knows everything about Kyoto. Afterwards, Lin Xian made a move with both hands, and the corpse of the Duke of Rongwa in the old housekeeper's hands flew towards him. Only before it reached him, It was swept up by the duster in the hands of the Duke of Three Flowers, and landed behind him, with 2 forbidden guards lifting it up. Marquis Lin, you're a nobleman. Just let the people below do these small things. You're going to see His Majesty later. What's the decency of carrying a corpse? Eunuch Sanhua said with narrowed eyes. Lin Xian coughed lightly, his heart already knowing. The human emperor was definitely aware of this Duke of Rong was heavenly sect status. Immediately, Lin Xian clasped his fists at the Duke of the Three Flowers. Ahem. Thank you eunuchly for reminding me. The 2 men headed inward while the old butler drove back. The Marquis entered the palace and should not come out for a while. It was time for him to go back and pack his things. It should be time to get out of town, outside of the Imperial Library. Marquis Lin, please, His Majesty is waiting inside. Eunuch Sanhua pushed open the door to the Imperial study, but took a few steps back himself. Lin Xian nodded and let out a deep breath before stepping into it. To meet this person with the most power in the Grand Xia and even the world, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This human emperor's cultivation has entered the realm of realization. Who does not know exactly how high his cultivation? Anyway, in this Daxia Palace, the most dense place of Imperial Qi, it is the war armor Wu invincible to come, may not be able to win. The heavenly sect possessed supreme powerhouses among them, but they didn't dare to take half a step into Kyoto, or even come close. I, Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 Directions, meet your majesty. 20 steps into the Imperial study, Lin Xian stopped and bent down to salute. The Imperial study was huge, a screen covering it, and Lin Xian didn't even see the human emperor, just a figure through the screen. The figure was sitting behind a table, seemingly writing something. After Lin Xian's voice fell, there was no echo from the human emperor, only the rustling sound of brushes landing on rice paper. A full quarter of an hour passed before the rustling stopped, and then a voice rang out, not loud, but like thunder echoing in Lin Xian's heart. Marquis of the 8 Directions, Lin Xian, do you know your offense? Minister, I don't know what the offense is. Lin Xian's heart and mind fluttered as he spoke in a deep voice. Beheading my Grand Xia's first-ranked duke is not a proper offense? The human emperor's voice came out once again. Although the Duke of Rongwei is a duke of state, he is actually a traitor of the state, enjoying the salary of the imperial court, but intending to mess up the foundation of our great Xia state. When beheaded, I am not only not guilty, but rather meritorious, so I have brought the corpse of the thief to ask for credit. Lin Xian was not humble, and argued with reason. Oh, with a soft oh. There were footsteps. As the screen swayed, the human emperor slowly stepped out, and his appearance seemed to instantly turn every ounce of air in the imperial study into substance. A suffocating sensation coming over him. Lin Xian felt an enormous amount of pressure and looked up slightly. The human emperor wore a black imperial robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns, and the golden dragon patterns on the imperial robe shimmered with a dazzling light, swimming like a living creature. His face was hidden in a faint shadow, but those deep eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky, as if they could penetrate the heart and look straight into the depths of the soul. The human emperor's footsteps were unceasing, each step stirring up thunder within Lin Xian's body, and it seemed as if the heavens and earth were changing as he walked. Lin Xian lowered his head, collecting the appalled look in his gaze. This human emperor was really powerful and somewhat terrifying, being the strongest person he had seen so far. Since Marquis Lin said that the Duke of Rong has messed with the foundations of my Grand Xia, I wonder how he has messed with it. The human emperor stopped at a position 10 paces ahead of Lin Xian, his majestic voice reaching Lin Xian's ears. Lin Xian once again owed his body and spoke. Although Duke Rong is the Duke of Daxia, he joined the heavenly sect, and also became one of the higher-ups. The heavenly sect is the enemy of Daxia, and since he entered the enemy's door, he has his own sins, and this is sin 1. It's in Kyoto with the help of the power of the heavenly sect to enlist a number of Daxia officials, many of whom are major dignitaries, and even Daxia princes, corrupting the foundations of Daxia. This is the second crime. He had planned many assassinations. Assassination of the military Marquis of Daxia. The father Marquis will be encountered many times, but fortunate to escape the assassination. But the Pingding Marquis is hateful death. Assassination of the military Marquis and also succeeded. This is the crime of 3. It had assassinated the minister and 13 princesses. The minister's identity is humble. Death is not enough to regret, but 13 princesses are people of the royal family. The golden branch of the jade leaves was actually framed by this traitor, almost let the royal family shame. This is the crime of 4. Your Majesty, these are just a few of the major crimes that I know of. There are many minor crimes that I won't list. To sum up, the Duke of Rongwa's death penalty is hard to escape. It's not even too much to execute the 9 clans. I went deep into the tiger's den for the sake of the Daxia's countryside and mountains and beheaded him. If your Majesty thinks that I'm guilty of a crime, then please smite the microshin. Towards the end, Lin Xian was emotional and red in the face, looking like he was a pillar for Daxia. The human emperor stared at Lin Xian's face and suddenly burst out laughing. Yezer, what did you expect? A figure quietly appeared at Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. That mysterious head of the supervisory heavenly division was actually in the imperial study as well? Your Majesty, I think what Marquis Bafong said is very reasonable. Duke Ronghua should be killed, Yisa said as he bent down slightly. Then you're assuming that Marquis Lin is meritorious? The human emperor said with a smile. Yisa glanced at Lin Xian, then turned his head and whispered, merit and fault. Your Majesty can decide it with a single word. A breeze brushed by, and when Lin Xian looked up, the figure of the human emperor was no longer in the imperial study, but a voice was left behind. Ronghua Gong treason should have been executed, but it does not have a heir. In view of its merits to the great summer on the part of, only the execution of the first evil can be, the order of the supervisory division within 3 days, will be the remnants of the heavenly gates of the elimination of the whole, the future of the Kyoto, heavenly gates, forbidden to enter. On the other hand, Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 directions, tomorrow at the court, wear your Marquis uniform to the court. Chapter 80 Yi Su, Cooperation with the Supervisory Heavenly Division. Congratulations Marquis Lin. In the Imperial Study, Yi Su looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile, Head of Division Yi, I wonder what the joy is. Lin Xian sidled up towards Yi Su and slightly saluted. The head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. His cultivation was unfathomable and his position in the great Xia Imperial dynasty was ranked. The smile on Yi Su's face remained unchanged, and he said, His Majesty has allowed you to enter the court with a Marquis uniform, which is considered to be a true recognition of your title of Marquis of the 8 directions. Isn't it still a joy? I think that tomorrow His Majesty will be useful to you in another way, so he wants you to go to court. Then I'll borrow the auspicious words of Yi Sishirshu. Does Sishirshu want to go out of the palace? Lin Xian also smiled, then inquired, Since I'm going out of the palace, why don't I travel with you? It just so happens that Mr. Yi still has some things he wants to ask Marquis Lin to help him out a bit. The two of them walked out of the imperial study and headed towards the outside of the palace. A pair of eyes were confused as they watched Lin Xian and Yi Su walk out of the palace while talking and laughing. Marquis Bafong was received by eunuch Sanhua in the imperial study room. He should have met with His Majesty, and that's the end of the matter? The matter of the Duke of Rong is left alone? That's a first-ranked Duke of Xia. The one standing next to the Marquis of the 8 directions is the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, and he also walked out of the Imperial Study Room. Could it be that this matter also involves the Supervisory Heavenly Division? I feel that this matter is not that simple. Yun Xiang prohibited the Ministry of Punishment from making a move. The 8 Marquis of the 8 directions faced the Holy Spirit, and the Director of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, who seldom shows up, came out. So we'd better take a look at the situation as it develops. The crowd of forces were a bit puzzled. Of course they couldn't figure it out. Not many people knew about the existence of the Heavenly Sect. Even if some people had heard of the Heavenly Sect, they wouldn't know that this active force in Kyoto was the Heavenly Sect. Much less would they know that Duke Ronghua is the hand of Heaven's Gate in the middle of Kyoto. Even the cloud phase of such a powerful person, but also in the Heavenly Gate counting the 13 princesses before it is considered to be slightly aware of the existence of some of the Heavenly Gate, which is still the cloud phase of the old cunning, quite intelligent, and thus deduced. Even he was like that, not to mention the other forces. Marquis Lin, His Majesty has asked me, the Supervisory Heavenly Division, to clear the remnants of the Heavenly Sect, so I can't help but trouble Marquis Lin to lend a hand. On Xuanwu Street, Yisa said to Lin Xian, I'm not hiding it from Marquis Lin. Although the Supervisory Heavenly Division monitors inside and outside of Kyoto, most of them are trivial matters, for the movements of the Heavenly Sect to grasp some, but not much, and His Majesty has made Kyoto a forbidden place for the Heavenly Sect, meaning that he doesn't want to let Kyoto have any of the Heavenly Sect's midshipmen for 3 days, which is a bit too difficult for the Supervisory Heavenly Division. After saying that, Yi Su even sighed. Although he was the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, since his martial cultivation had become more profound, he rarely cared about the affairs of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, especially when it came to the Heavenly Sect. The people in the Heavenly Sect acted very covertly and were quite numerous, and he, the Supervisory Heavenly Division, did not have that much energy to manage the Heavenly Sect yet. If you want to purge all of Heaven's Gate's personnel in Kyoto, then you need to know all of their information. If it was before, the only way to get help was to count the days. But now, there is one more by Xiaolu. The moment Lin Xian entered the Duke of Rong's residence, he confirmed the belonging of that 100 Dawn Tower. Although he was puzzled about the origin of Bai Xiaolu, it was already an established fact that Bai Xiaolu's intelligence capabilities were surprisingly powerful, and there was no great significance in going too far back to its roots. Compared to calculating Tianza, he preferred Bai Xiaolu. After all, if one cooperated with the 100 Dawn Tower to annihilate the remnants of the Heavenly Sect, that counted as the performance of the supervisory heavenly division. And if one cooperated with the heavenly calculator, then that performance couldn't be counted all the way to the supervisory heavenly division. Good deal. At the latest at dusk, the news that this marquee knows will be sent to the supervisory heavenly division as much as possible. Here, this marquee will wish the supervisory heavenly division a great success, and eradicate a tumor for Kyoto, Lin Xian said with a smile. He wasn't being perfunctory. Since EC's capital had opened his mouth and those heavenly sect mole crickets weren't of any use to him, he might as well give them to the supervisory heavenly division as a passing favor. The favor of the supervisory heavenly division wasn't important, but the favor of this head of EC was important. This guy was a bit frighteningly strong. At least that three-flower eunuch was inferior to him. Thank you, Marquis Lin. Time is short, so I'll go back to the supervisory heavenly division to count my troops first. Yi Su quickly left. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. This was the first time he had met this mysterious head of the supervisory heavenly division, who didn't seem to have much of a stance. A piece of news began to circulate in the middle of Kyoto. The human emperor has a decree. Duke of Ronghua betrayed Daxia, has been killed by the 8 Marquis, remembering his merits in Daxia, not to execute his family, but the family should be confiscated all the property. But all the people in the family who have the official status are reduced to commoners, and expelled from the Kyoto. At present, the Duke of Ronghua residence has been surrounded by the Forbidden Army. The people in the house has also been expelled. A due property is being seized by the Forbidden Guards. Only half a day's time, the winds of Kyoto have changed. And not only is the Duke of the first rank dead, but even his home has been quarreled. And the source of all this came from that 8-fold Marquis. What is the Holy Family? This is holy favor. Even the beheading of the current Duke of State can be done in one piece. In many people's opinion, even if the Duke of State is guilty, it has to be His Majesty's decree first. How can a military vassal be allowed to kill him privately and then make up the decree afterward? It was more like His Majesty was wiping Lin Xian's ass while planting charges against Duke Ronghua. Otherwise, why not even the clan was not put to death? After all, also never heard of treasonous people also left the lives of the clan. The imperial inspectors are ready to report to the court tomorrow to report on the 8 Marquis. And by the way, to report on His Majesty, in order to recognize the law of the land. Some of the princes and lords of the state also have their hearts in the right place. After all, they are the same princes and lords, so maybe this knife will fall on their heads. It's time to add fuel to the fire of those imperialists for tomorrow's court meeting. I heard that the 8 Marquis is also going to be on the temple tomorrow, so it's just right to see what kind of a commodity this one heavenly pride of the world is. Marquis of the 8 Directions. Less than half an hour after Lin Xian returned to the mansion, Bai Shaoshang also appeared in the mansion. How? Lin Xian inquired. Bai Shaoshang nodded and said, Marquis, the Duke of Ronggua's residence we have touched as much as we can, and from among the study we found the roster of all the people of the heavenly sect, and the people are all keeping an eye on it. Lin Xian nodded and said, good, send the roster to the supervisory heavenly division, and add some of the ones that aren't on the roster, and just let the supervisory heavenly division handle the next thing. After this incident, just leave some of your people in Kyoto to keep things running normally. The next focus should be on the Jianghu, especially the Shadow Sect. By the way, the inventory of the Heavenly Sect should continue. This Marquis wants to know what other forces the Heavenly Sect controls in the Jianghu. Yes, Bai Shaoshang nodded, then quickly retreated. Lin Xian walked into the courtyard with his hands behind his back and tilted his head up to look at the sky. The sky has brightened up in Kyoto, and it feels a bit boring without Heaven's Gate. I just don't know what arrangements the human emperor will have for him in tomorrow's court meeting, and I hope it won't disrupt his plans. Heaven's Gate, Lin Biao. Those two were the centerpiece of his next plan. Lin is looking for it. Heaven's Gate to kill, because the heavenly sect wouldn't give up on their actions against him. Instead, they would make them hate themselves even more because they had exterminated the heavenly sect's forces in Kyoto. But if you go out of Kyoto, you will face endless assassinations, but no harm done. He wanted to see how many people in the heavenly sect were enough for him to kill. Chapter 81 Python Robe entering the palace. White Lotus Cult, plus more. In the Marquis of the 8 Directions residence, Lin Xian's python robe was embroidered with 7 giant pythons on it, and it was full of ferocious aura. Python robes are not for everyone. In Daxia, human emperors wore the 9 stripes dragon robe, and only human emperors could wear dragon robes. As for the python robe, those who can wear it are also honored. The princes and sons of the emperor wore python robes with 7 stripes ranging from 7 to 9 stripes. The Duke of State and Marquis of the State wore an 8-striped python robe. The Daxia military lords wore python robes ranging from 3 to 7 stripes, and the former 8 Marquis Lin Biao was deeply benefited by the emperor, with the body of the military marquis with 8 lines of python robes, the same as the Duke of the State Marquis, and even surpassed some of the princes and sons of the emperor. Because Lin Xian inherited the position of marquis, the other salaries and supplies remained unchanged, but the python pattern was removed by one pattern. Even so, the 7-striped python robe is the premier existence of military lords in Dixia, and throughout Dixia, there are no more than 5 military lords with 7-striped python robes. Marquis wearing this python robe is really spirited, the old butler said smilingly from the side. Lin Xian looked at the sky and said with a smile, "It's almost time, let's go." This was his first time in court, he just didn't know if it would be his last. The Hall of Leaving Heaven. Today's Li Tian Hall was also bustling with activity because that one on the heavens remarkable ranking, Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 directions, was going to be in court today. Many princes and dukes in the past are not on the court. Today also came. Want to witness a close-up look at the elegance of the first of the Tianjia list, but also look at today's court will set off what kind of wave. In the middle of the hall, the civil and military personnel were lined up on the left and right, and the princes and emperors were located in front of the two sides. Only one of the 10 martial marquis was in Kyoto, but he never participated in the affairs of the court, so he did not attend the court. Today, people come quite flush, the 8th marquis has not yet arrived. And let a person is surprised that in the past or stepping on the point to come to the cloud phase today actually also came much earlier. With the arrival of Yun Xiang, the entire hall went silent. The head of the 100 officials is still a bit of a deterrent. Tada! It was at this moment that the sound of footsteps came, and a figure appeared outside the Li Tian Hall, and was crossing one foot into the door of the hall. The crowd watched. Who was the visitor if not Lin Xian? One could only see Lin Xian's upright posture and steady pace as he strutted towards the hall. Each of his steps seemed to step on top of an invisible beat, neither rushing nor dragging, displaying a composure and calmness beyond his years. By the time he reached 100 paces, Lin Xian had stepped into the very front of the hall, then looked to the left and right and walked to the left position, standing at the very front. This was the ranks of the martial generals, and Lin Xian stood at the forefront nonchalantly, but no one dared to say anything. The 7-striped python robe he was wearing said it all. In addition to the martial marquis, the 7-striped python robe is the head of the military generals. If on the battlefield, when the situation is critical, the 7-striped python robe of Lin Xian can always send behind any one of the military generals, including the military marquis. After Lin Xian stood still, his gaze gently swept across the weak, and all those who met his gaze were startled, and then removed their gaze with a friendly gesture. The indescribable sharpness in the gaze of this young marquis of the 8 directions made many of them not dare to look directly at him. Dang! It was at this time that a bell rang out. The pilgrimage was about to begin. The gazes of the parties were withdrawn, and the officials slightly straightened their clothes and stood straight. On top of the dragon chair on the high platform, the human emperor took his seat. Greetings to His Majesty the human emperor. The ministers bowed their heads. Level off. The human emperor's majestic voice rang out. Today's court meeting, only 2 things will be discussed. The war in the north as well as the White Lotus cult. In addition, the matter of the Duke of Rome need not be discussed again. 3 flowers. The 3 flower eunuchs on the side stepped forward, their shrill voices ringing out. Rongwa Gong betrayal of Daxia is a fact, because of the taboo matters. Not open, if any of you want to know. After the court can invite themselves into the palace can be. When these words came out, the necks of all the ministers shrank. Some of the officials who were prepared to make a petition for this purpose held the petition tightly and no longer dared to say anything. It involves forbidden things that they don't want to know. The more you know, the quicker you're afraid to die. Because, to the powerful Daxia, it still belonged to the taboo, so one could imagine the ferocity of it. Minister Lin, about the war in the northern realm, tell us. The human emperor's voice rang out. As for what he said about Lin Xiangshu, it was the minister of war, Lin Ru. Lin Ru stepped out, first bending down and saluting, then raising his head, he exclaimed, January ago, the North Mang suddenly moved troops, invaded my Daxia, and Ning Ho led 300,000 troops to counterattack. After 7 days, 3 battles, the 3rd battle victory over the North Mang, and Ning Ho disregarded the order of the Marquis of Lingwu's solid defense, with 50,000 elite troops to chase, mistakenly into the North Mang trap. 50,000 elite only 10,000 returned. The remaining 40,000 all died in battle. When he said this, Lin Ru's tone was a little cold and sad. 40,000 elites died in battle, entirely because of the Ning Ho's arrogance. This death can be the soldiers of 100 battles, are the great summer carefully cultivated elite. After this battle, the Northern Mang attacked again with the momentum of a great victory. Marquis Lingwu personally sat in the town, and fought several battles. The two sides fell into a stalemate, but because of the damage to the 40,000 elites of Daxia, and the Northern Mang is the first general, Yelian, personally commanded, so the situation in the northern border is not optimistic. Lin Ru continued. When he finished speaking, all the officials in the courtroom immediately exchanged words. What? The Marquis of Spirit Marshal is in charge, and the Northern Realm isn't even optimistic? That Yelian has 2 skills. That's not true. Yelian is the #1 general in North Mang, only ever losing 1 battle at the hands of Lin Biao, and his status in North Mang is extremely high, only below a limited number of people such as the Empress. It's a pity that Marquis Lingwu hasn't traveled to the Northern Realm for a long time, and the Jinbei army isn't the channeling army that he personally hammered out, or else it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Yelian. While the ministers were talking, a voice resounded through the hall. Quiet! It's the voice of eunuch Manhwa. At once, the hall was quiet and silent. Ministers, I asked you to come to the court not to chat about gossip, but to think about how to deal with North Mang or even give North Mang an unforgettable lesson. The human emperor's voice rang out. A courtier stepped forward. Your Majesty, outside of the western region, there are 3 armies stationed. Since Marquis Lingwu has transferred to the north, why don't we transfer 300,000 channeling army into the north as well? The channeling army has been trained by Marquis Lingwu himself for many years, and will definitely be able to break the North Mang as if it were a finger. The Demon Kingdom has been at peace for many years anyway. Bull ********. There were originally 4 armies stationed outside the Demon Kingdom. The topic was discussed at the time, and 3 armies were the bottom line for the defense of the Demon Kingdom in the western region. So 1 army was withdrawn. So if the Demon Kingdom invaded, how could it be defended against it? A person stood out to refute. Not bad. The 3 armies in the western region cannot be moved, and the 2 armies in the barbarian land cannot be moved either by withdrawing the army that explored the East Sea to conquer the East, or by mobilizing the army in the interior, or by recruiting again. Nowadays all the armies of Daxia are in important positions, and they cannot be moved rashly. I'm afraid it's too late to recruit, so why don't we send a few more generals to the north? What good is it if nobody has a general? How can there be no one in the north when there are still over 600,000 troops? There was another quarrel in the courtroom. Silence. Eunuch Manhwa once again stopped his voice with a single word. Alright, the Northern Realm can still be supported. Talk about that White Lotus cult. The human emperor spoke. This time, it was Yun Xiang who stepped forward. Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, the White Lotus cult has appeared amongst the counties of the Grand Xia in recent months, and as soon as they appeared, they took shape and went around bewitching the people, spreading rumors that the Grand Xia will die, with the intention of subverting the rule of the Grand Xia. This White Lotus cult is very strong. So far no one knows where their lair is. And even more so, dozens of Daxia officials have already died in the hands of this White Lotus cult, and there's even a county governor among them. Therefore, this White Lotus cult shall be removed. What do the ministers think should be done to get rid of it? The human emperor spoke. An army surrounded. Send out top experts to find the address of the White Lotus cult and destroy it quickly. The 2 men came out and expressed their views. Lin Shen, I'm here. Lin Xian was napping when suddenly the human emperor called his name, causing him to faintly freeze. What do you think? The human emperor asked. I thought that the White Lotus cult is a scourge to the world's people and should be beheaded. But the Jianghu forces, all of them are scattered soldiers. If the army is surrounded by the army is afraid that it is inconvenient, and if the army loses, it will be more likely to shake the hearts of the people of Daxia, so it should be the Jianghu forces against them. Lin Xian thought for a moment and replied. This White Lotus cult he knows, is indeed a cult, can be said to be no more evil, to overthrow the rule of Daxia as the purpose. In that case, this matter will be left to you, Marquis of the 8 Directions. You will be given 3 months to solve the problem of the White Lotus cult. Retire from the court. The Emperor of Humanity sealed the deal with a single word, and before the ministers could pay their respects, his figure disappeared. In the middle of the great hall, Lin Xian's eyelids trembled slightly. What's going on here? Letting yourself go to fight the White Lotus cult? This was to empty his hands and make his Bai Xiaolu contribute. We're done with today's editions. Are we still on for tomorrow? Chapter 82, Leaving the Capital. Yi Chang's gift. Today's court meeting is still very fast. Some of the assholes just take a nap. The court meeting is over. And even they did not hear what the court meeting. The 100 officials exited the hall of leaving heaven. Lin Xian walked at the end, Yun Xiang alongside him. Several of the emperors had been prepared to congratulate Lin Xian on his appointment, but seeing that Yun Xiang was at Lin Xian's side, they only nodded their heads in greeting and left. Do you know why His Majesty asked you to eliminate the White Lotus cult? Yun Xiao Zhang said in a low voice. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Borrowing power? Being a human subject, yet holding a force that doesn't belong to the imperial dynasty? Taking the opportunity to settle the White Lotus sect while also trying to see the bottom of this Marquis? Yun Kujo smiled and shook his head. Marquis Lin, you underestimate His Majesty too much. His Majesty is ambitious. He has the power to swallow mountains and rivers and the strength and ambition to set the world in order. Not to mention that you hold such a power, even if it's 10 or 100, His Majesty won't put it in his mind. In His Majesty's eyes, as long as they are weaker than him, they can only submit. How can they make waves? The whole world is His Majesty's subjects, and although there are many storms in the Dasha dynasty, as long as His Majesty is willing, they can all be wiped out in a moment. The Phaseless Sect, the White Lotus Cult, and even that so-called Heaven's Gate, the Northern Mang, Southern Barbarians, Western Demons, and the East China Sea Chi refiners have never been in the eyes of His Majesty, and His Majesty has not yet acted because the time has not yet come, and if the right time comes, the world will be brought into the Dasha. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Is Yun Xiang talking a little too much? If that was the case, how powerful would the human emperor have to be? Wouldn't it be, then, that Martial Invincible wouldn't be a match for the human emperor either? Marquis Lin doesn't seem to believe it? Ha ha, it doesn't matter. Don't you die outside of Kyoto? Let's wait and see. Yun Xuzheng laughed 3 times and left in large strides. Lin Xian glanced back. Deep in the palace, the purple gas was thick, the chi was obscured. Like a mist, it was hard to see. Marquis of the 8 Directions. Marquis, the human emperor asked us to settle the White Lotus cult. What are we going to do? The old butler asked. This marquis said in the Great Hall that the forces of the Jianghu, naturally, should be confronted with the forces of the Jianghu. Lin Xian said indifferently. Should we send out the Shadow Slayer Hall? The Shadow Killing Hall has already taken over several businesses in the Jianghu and accomplished them very well. It has already shown its reputation for the first time. 100 Dawn Tower provides the information, and the Shadow Killing Hall makes the move. It couldn't be more appropriate. The old butler laughed. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. The White Lotus cult isn't simple, and since it's a scourge on Dasha, it's only right that those Jianghu clans in Dasha should be allowed to contribute. This marquis is burdened with imperial orders as an envoy of the human emperor. Wherever he goes, who would dare to disobey? But marquis, if we go out of Kyoto, then Heaven's Gate? The old housekeeper seemed to have thought of something and asked with a staring brow. Celestial sect powerhouses didn't dare to enter Kyoto or even come close to it. But it would be different if Lin Xian left Kyoto. No harm done. Lin Xian shook his head and looked towards the center of Kyoto. The human emperor wouldn't let his envoy do something that dangerous alone, would he? Suddenly, Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly, and the old housekeeper noticed that something was wrong. There was even one more person in the mansion? Only to see that the two of them were less than 10 meters away. There was actually an additional black-robed person. His entire figure and face was covered in black robes. What man? The old butler bellowed, about to make a move. Lin Xian shot out and tapped on top of his shoulder to stop him. Imperial Provider, G13, by order of the human emperor to protect the Eightfold Marquis. A hoarse voice came out from beneath the black robe. I'm sorry for your trouble, Confessor. Lin Xian slightly saluted. Dasha's heritage is too strong. This G13 was definitely more than just the Fate Soul Realm, an existence not inferior to the Duke of the Three Flowers. The human emperor should have known that he had a Fate Soul Realm by his side, and would definitely not send another Fate Soul Realm, except that the Fate Souls might not be able to protect his safety either. Marquis Lin is polite. The black-robed man nodded slightly before his figure merged into the void. Lin Xian glanced at the old housekeeper and spoke indifferently. Choose your day, and leave today. The old butler nodded. He had everything packed and ready to go. The carriage drove out of the 8 Marquis residence and drove out of Kyoto. Lin Xian stepped out of the carriage and looked back at Kyoto City. This was the first time he had truly left Kyoto, and he shouldn't be coming back for a short period of time. Just as Lin Xian was about to turn around and get into the carriage, a loud shout came from behind him. Yi Xian nephew, wait a moment. Inside the city, a fast horse was coming at a fast pace, and then stopped by the carriage. Yi Chong rolled over and dismounted, sweating profusely. Yi Xian nephew, you even left so quickly. I even went to the marquee to look for you. Yi Chong gasped and said, what is it that Uncle Yi seeks my little nephew for? Lin Xian smiled. Yi Chang's eyes glared. What can be the matter? It's not because I heard that you're going to solve the matter of the White Lotus cult. I don't know what His Majesty thinks. There are so many capable people in Disya. Letting you, a little guy, go to solve the White Lotus cult. That White Lotus cult isn't a good thing to deal with. Take this. It's something I begged from my old man. If you're in danger, crush it, said Yi Chong as he threw a jade pendant over. Lin Xian received the jade pendant and was slightly surprised. This jade pendant contained a very strong energy, which was a very precious life-preserving item. Remember, it must be used in the most dangerous times. There can't be many more precious life-preserving things than it in the world. Yi Chong exhorted uneasily. Lin Xian nodded solemnly, and a warm current flowed through his heart. This uncle does genuinely care about his safety. All right, let's go. Yi Chong waved his hand in an extremely unrestrained manner, flipped onto his horse and left. Lin Xian put the jade pendant away and looked at Yi Chang's departing back before getting into the carriage. Yi Chong, who had already traveled to the entrance of the city, stopped, looked back and murmured in a low voice, Lin, your son is already a world-famous heavenly pride, and you still don't show up? What exactly are you hiding from? And what kind of person deserves that you, who are under the patronage of the human emperor, have to fake your death to get away? Beyond the carriage in the distance, the old housekeeper's voice also came out. Marquis, where is our first stop? Lin Xian's voice came out from within the carriage. Wuwei County, the most splendid place in the Daxia rivers and lakes. The White Lotus evil cult can't get around this Wuwei County if it wants to wreak havoc on the world. And the Shadow Sect is also there. If they don't come to seek out this Marquis, then this Marquis will go to seek them out first. The heavenly chopping sword sheath is still there. It would be even more appropriate if we could incidentally make the Shadow Sect the pawn of this Marquis in resolving the White Lotus cult. Chapter 83, Simon the Swordsman. Ask the Sword Green Mountain Sword Sect. As Lin Xian's carriage drove out of Kyoto, a mountain climber was welcomed in a green mountain thousands of miles away. Langia County, 80 miles of green mountains, the Daxia Jianghu extremely prestigious place, because the Sword Sect, one of the 10 sects of the Great Xia and the leader of the world Sword Dao, was located here. Because this mountain is evergreen, it is also known as the Green Mountain Sword Sect. Weapons in the world are diverse. According to the statistics of the world's weapons, a total of 108 kinds of weapons, of which the sword is the first, the lance in the back, the rest of the second. Calculating the heavenly policy lists the 13 A's of spring and autumn, and swords are listed, and the sword is the first of 100 soldiers. The world is still the sword countless, is the mountain and sea academy of Longhu Mountain, such as Confucianism and Taoism leader of the forces of the sword are not a few. The world's sword road sects more and more. Sword Heart Mound, Hidden Sword Sect, Heart Sword Valley, Imperial Sword Mountain. That is the world's famous sword road sects, but in front of the Green Mountain Sword Sect that have to lower the noble head. Green Mountain Sword Sect, the world's recognized leader of the sword way. Even when the Green Mountain Sword Sect was the most weak, there were no less than 10 sword saint level existences in the sect. It is the world's 10 plans list changed again and again. The Green Mountain Sword Sect has never fallen off the list, always ranked among them. The world is still sword. All to board the Castle Peak Sword Sect to ask the sword as an honor. If ask the sword to win, in a moment, the world famous, only want to go on the Castle Peak Sword Sect to ask the sword is not so easy. The world's swordsmen are numerous. If anyone can challenge at will, Castle Peak Sword Sect disciples do not need to cultivate. Every day waiting to ask the sword is. If you want to ask for the sword, you need to pass 2 hurdles. Cross the Sword Heart Path and climb the Sword Path steps. Sword Heart Road is a total of 100 meters. Bright Sword Heart, know the road ahead. Pass within 100 breaths is considered to have passed. After the Sword Heart Road, there is the Sword Road Steps, a total of 99 steps. Unlimited time, climb to the top is to pass. Those who have passed 2 levels in a row can ask the Sword Green Mountain Sword Sect. Generally speaking, this Sword Heart Path could block 99% of the world's swordsmen, and this Sword Dao stage blocked that 0.10% of swordsmen by 99% again. There were very few swordsmen who could successfully qualify to ask for the sword, and today, a sword-wielding youth dressed in white passed through the Sword Heart Path in 3 breaths, inducing a long ringing of the sword bell, shaking the Green Mountain and beyond. There are countless people who come to Castle Peak every day to ask for the sword, and since the Castle Peak Sword Sect set up these 2 rules for asking for the sword, no one has ever passed the Sword Heart Road in 3 breaths. In the past, the second gentleman of the academy came to ask for the sword of the chief of the Castle Peak Sword Sect, and asked for the sword 3 times. The first time took 12 breaths, the second time took 9 breaths, and the third time took 7 breaths. Even so, he was now famous all over the world and was a strong contender for the position of Sword A. The once Sword Achu Berserker had also asked for the sword of the Castle Peak Sword Sect, and although it was only once, that time he had also used 4 breaths of time to pass through the road of asking for the heart. Above the Green Mountain Sword Sect, because of the long ringing of the sword bell, it drew many gazes down. Only if one passes through this Sword Heart Path within 10 breaths can he or she invoke the long ringing of the sword bell. At the moment, that white-clothed youth, on the other hand, was already below the Sword Dao rank. How long do you guys think it will take him to pass the Kendo rank? There was a hot debate at the bottom of the hill with onlookers watching. I remember that Mr. 2 of the Mountain and Sea Academy used 7 breaths to pass the Sword Heart stage for the 3rd time, and 123 breaths to pass the Sword Dao stage, and it was the Sword Achu Senior who used nearly 100 breaths to pass the Sword Dao stage, so I'm guessing he's also somewhere between 100 breaths and 128 breaths, right? Is it possible to be within 100 breaths? Impossible. It was that chief of the Green Mountain Sword Sect, known as the strongest person ever in terms of sword talent, who also used 99 breaths to pass this sword stage. It's impossible for someone to be faster. Which one is this? I haven't heard that there is such a person in the Jianghu. There's a sky beyond the sky. There's a man beyond the man. Who knows what great power he's been snowed under so far. I guess he's trying to make a name for himself. This sword heart road in sword Dao step does not test cultivation, only tests sword heart and sword Dao strong and weak. Look at his young age. I do not know how the cultivation, even if he passes these two passes even faster, he may not be able to ask the sword successfully. And in between the crowd's discussion, this white-clothed youth had already stepped onto the sword Dao steps. On the first step, he stopped for 10 breaths. What the hell? The first rank took 10 breaths? This sword Dao stage, but the later it gets, the harder it gets and the slower it will get. This guy didn't cheat at the first level, did he? Many people showed astonishment. However, at this time, the young man in white violently stride a step straight into the 10 steps, and the footsteps do not stop. A series of several steps out is already to 90 steps above, and this process only used less than 3 breaths. This time, not to mention the bottom of the mountain. Even the strongest members of the Castle Peak Sword sect on the mountain couldn't sit still. This was something that had never happened before. But fortunately, the youth's movement slowed down, and it took several breaths before he took a step, until at 99 breaths, he took a step to the top. Another absolute heavenly pride of the Sword Dao who had ascended to the top of the Sword Dao rank within 100 breaths. Swordsman Shiman, asking for the sword of the Green Mountain Sword sect. A magnificent voice came out from the white-clothed youth's mouth, spreading throughout Castle Peak and beyond, as infinite sword intent poured out, locking the entire Castle Peak Sword sect in place. With just this hand, his strong cultivation was exposed. Someone at the bottom of the mountain covered his face and retreated. It was the person who had just said that this person was not very old and his cultivation was not very high. In the middle of the Green Mountain Sword sect, a figure leapt out and performed a sword salute to Shiman, disciple of the Green Mountain Sword sect. Sure, see, receive the sword. Earth Transformation Realm. The Castle Peak Sword sect is paying quite a bit of attention to this person. Someone could tell that this Sure See's cultivation was a strong Earth Transformation Realm practitioner. No way, Simon said faintly. Whether it's good or not, we'll know after we try it. Sure See was not annoyed by his opponent's arrogance, as he could feel the great pressure that this battle, he would not win. But the people of the Castle Peak Sword sect, they only have to use their swords. Clank! The long sword was unsheathed. However, he had only just swung the sword, and the cohesive sword intent was dispersed in full, and there was no more chance to strike. Sith gritted his teeth and leaned down slightly to Simon while backing away. In this battle, he had already lost, and the other party did not even make a sword. Shiman, ask the Sword Green Mountain Sword sect. The voice of the white-clothed youth resounded once again. There was a moment of silence in the middle of the Green Mountain Sword sect, and then accompanied by a sigh, a middle-aged figure appeared. With the strength of this man named Shiman, no one in the younger generation of the Green Mountain Sword sect would be a match for this man. If the chief has not passed away, there is a chance. Green Mountain Sword sect. Hua Tianli, holding the sword Qinghong, received the sword. The middle-aged man performed a sword salute. Good boy Lu, a sword through the sun Hua Tianli. He is 7 years ago is the heavenly image realm, right? Now maybe I'll break through the sky rushing. This young man actually so strong? Surprisingly, even this kind of strong people have been mobilized? The many onlookers were horrified. A hint of importance also appeared on the face of the young man named Shiman, finally allowing him to raise some interest. This person's heavenly rushing cultivation, holding a sword Qinghong, was considered to be almost at the limit of his battle power in the 7th realm of deliverance. If he defeated this person, this time, asking for the sword would be almost enough. He had not yet reached that realm, and if the Castle Peak Sword sect deployed their life souls, it would be difficult for him to defeat them. After all, the Marquis only asked him to ask the Sword Green Mountain Sword sect. No need to leave his life here. Senior Hua, please. Shiman similarly performed a sword salute. Little friend, you go first. Mr. Hua is estimated to be double your age. If he still strikes first, his sword heart will not be in order. Hua Tianli said solemnly. Simon didn't excuse himself, but nodded. In that case, Senior, please receive the sword. This sword is called Blowing Snow, and the sword style, the same Blowing Snow. The moment the second word snow fell, the long sword was sheathed, and there were a few more moments of icy cold between heaven and earth. It was the time of the scorching summer, but half of the Green Mountains were shrouded in coldness, and there was wind and snow drifting down leisurely. 3 breaths later, understood, amidst the wind and snow, the white-clothed figure held a sword, and above the Green Mountain Sword sect, Hua Tianli, who had a sword piercing through the sun, let out a bitter smile, a strand of his hair hanging down, and the green rainbow in his hand snapped. He had always been known for his fast sword, but today, he had just seen it. What's called a real fast sword? This son, after today, shall be famous in the world? A candidate for Sword A. Chapter 84, Shadow Slaying Hall Grows Famous. Deadly posts sent to the Shadow Sect, plus even more. A piece of news spread throughout the Dasha rivers and lakes. A white-clothed swordsman asked for the sword of the Green Mountain Sword Sect, and defeated a disciple of the Sword Sect at the Earth Transformation Realm before he even made a sword strike, and then just one sword. Chopping off the sky-rushing realm's one sword through the Sun Hua Tianli's green rainbow sword and chopping off a strand of his hair. The questioning sword was successful. Green Mountain Sword Sect has senior's words. This person's age is definitely not more than 30, or even a little younger. As for the cultivation, the probability is still in the heavenly phenomenon. Definitely has not entered the realm of the heavenly rushing. This statement instantly triggered the great summer river and lake. In the past, there was Lin Shen, the 8th Marquis of Dasha, who chopped the heavenly elephants with his sword at the age of 18, and astonished the world by quoting the 100 saints in 4 sentences. Now, another unfamiliar heavenly pride teenager with a cultivation level of heavenly elephant realm had asked for the sword of the heavenly charge realm powerhouse of the Castle Peak Sword Sect, and had won with a single sword. This is what kind of talent let countless Jianghu young generation of children for the admiration at the same time for the shame. Calculating the heavenly strategy used all parties, but Hard did not find any information about this person. It seems that this person is born out of thin air in general, but this sort of thing isn't surprising. The sky was vast, there were many hidden sects, and there were even many hidden powerhouses, hidden in the paradise outside of the world, cultivating some teenage powerhouses that were strong enough to amaze the world's people. And this kind of thing was not unheard of. It just wasn't as sick in the past as it is now. Even calculating Tianzi was still calculating whether or not it was time to change this Heaven's Pride ranking again. It was just that if the list were to be changed, this young swordsman named Shiman and Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 Directions, who should be ranked first again? If it was about battle power, it was naturally Shiman who was a bit stronger in what he was showing now, and it was not known whether he had used his full strength or not. However, the 8 Square Marquis also did not show all of his battle strength. If he were to go all out, there was no chance that he would be able to defeat Tianshong or even win. In order to avoid affecting the authority of the Heaven's Pride ranking, they decided to wait and see for the time being. Since the Shiman swordsman had come out of the world and exposed himself to the Jianghu, he would naturally attract countless Jianghu powerhouses to chase after him, and sooner or later, his battle prowess would be revealed one by one. And so was Marquis of the 8 Directions Lin Xian. Since he has already left Kyoto, the Great Summer's Jianghu will not recognize his identity as the Marquis of the 8 Directions, the number 1 on the Heaven's Remarks list, and it's worth countless people's desperate attempts. The Heavenly Sect, in particular, would naturally seek to make up for such a big loss at the hands of the eightfold Marquis Lin Xian, and compared to these two teenage prides, calculating Tianzi was now more concerned about another unfamiliar force that had appeared in the Jianghu, the Palace of Shadow Killers, an assassin force, exact strength unknown. But this shadow killing hall has so far taken 13 missions in the Jianghu. None of the 13 missions have failed, and the lowest targets that died in their hands were all at the earthly transformation realm, and a Jianghu lodger at the heavenly charge realm also died in the hands of the shadow killing hall. The reason why they knew that it was the Shadow Slayer Hall that had moved was because there was a rule in the Shadow Slayer Hall that before making a move, a death post would occur first. White posts live, black posts die. After receiving the white post, the Shadow Slaying Hall would only assassinate the target once, and if the target survived, the Shadow Slaying Hall would not strike at this target again for life. The black post, on the other hand, represents that the Shadow Kill Hall is immortal with the target until the target dies or the Shadow Kill Hall is destroyed. So far, the Hall of Shadow Kill has made 7 life posts and 6 death posts, but no matter whether the post or dead post, the post in the name of the target did not trouble the Shadow Killing Temple for the second time. All in the first assassination is to perish. There are even some targets that are not assassinations at all, but the Shadow Killing Palace's open challenge to the door, and killing them in the middle of the challenge. So far, the Shadow Killer Hall appeared a total of more than 20 killers. There has not been a ground change under the realm, so that countless people in the Jianghu for the fear. Calculating Tianzi was also extremely scornful of this Shadow Killing Hall. After all, with their information channels, they surprisingly didn't feel the path of this Shadow Killing Hall, not to mention knowing where it came from. Nor did they know any information about this Shadow Killing Hall. They now have a lot of manpower in the Jianghu are investigating this Shadow Kill Hall above go. After all, the existence of this killer forces some influenced Jianghu pattern. Although the power they currently displayed was not able to move the foundation of the Dasha Jianghu, it could not be avoided. Broken Leaf City, a small and inconspicuous city in Wuwei County, a small alley in the city. A middle-aged man walking in the alley seems to be looking for something. Enough in a few alleys around half an hour of the hour. He stopped in a courtyard before, gently knocked the door, groan STH. An old man opened the door and, without saying anything, welcomed the man inside. In the middle of the courtyard, a skinny man was sitting by the well sharpening his knife. and the sound of the sharpening caused the middle-aged man who had entered it to tremble in stature. "Why have you come?" The man with the sharpened knife suddenly spoke. The middle-aged man looked at the ebony long knife and swallowed his saliva before saying, "I'm going to kill someone. You name the target. I'll estimate the price." The knife-sharpening man kept moving while a voice came out. "I want to kill Shi Zhengyu of the Shadow Sect." The middle-aged man did not hesitate and said without thinking. The thin man's knife-sharpening action also stopped, and he looked up and down at the middle-aged man with interest, and said with a smile, "Shadow Sect, ranked 8th among the 10 sects of the Great Summer. Shi Zhengyu, disciple of the Shadow Sect's patriarch, eldest brother of the Shadow Sect's disciples, Essence Realm Cultivation, ranked 12th in the Heavens Pride ranking. The price isn't low. You can afford to pay the price?" The middle-aged man seemed to have made some sort of determination, and fumbled around in his own bosom for a while, before taking out a somewhat yellowed parchment scroll, holding it up, and saying aloud, "This is passed down from my ancestors. The place marked in the map involves the secret land of immortals. It is a priceless treasure. It should be more than enough to exchange Shi Zhengyu's life." "Immortal?" The thin man frowned, and with just a slight reach, he took the parchment scroll in the middle-aged man's hand. Just before he opened it to look at it, just based on the sense of touch, his face changed slightly. The temple master had taken extra care of it, and if he encountered a mysterious parchment scroll of this material, he would use every means possible to take it down. This object should not be complete, right? The thin man narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged. The middle-aged man's neck cringed. He never thought that this guy would be so discerning that he would know that the parchment scroll was mutilated before he even opened it. "There are a total of 5 copies of this treasure map. I only have 1 copy here, but even though it's mutilated, this treasure map involves the immortal secret land. Even if it's only 1/5 of the mutilated treasure map, exchanging the life of an essence realm should still be enough," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "Ha ha, enough, certainly enough." The thin man seemed to be in a good mood and laughed twice. "This business, I Shadow Killing Palace accepted. Today, there will be a dead post to the front of the stone in the jade. You wait for the good news can be." The middle-aged man was overjoyed at his words. He was just taking his chances. It was really that Shi Zhengyu had a big grudge against him, and this crippled treasure map he does not know if it is useful. After all, that immortal or whatever, he does not understand what it means, or his grandfather will be this map passed down when the original words repeated to him. Even he didn't expect a dead post. It would be good to have a living post. Even if he couldn't kill Shi Zhengyu, he would have to let him take off a layer of skin. The old man sent the middle-aged man away, and after that, this compound was completely closed. The Shadowkill Palace would change locations after every mission. Later that day, a piece of news was spread amongst the Shadow Sect. Shi Zhengyu, the eldest senior brother of the Shadow Sect, the disciple of the Shadow Sect's patriarch, and the 12th on the Heaven's remarkable ranking, had received a death invitation from the Shadow Slayer Hall. When this news came out, all the people in the Zhenghu trembled. The Shadow Sect was one of the 10 sects in the world, and a soul assassin organization known for killing and transforming. And now, they had been given a life and death post by their peers? Or is it the Shadow Killing Hall, which is making a name for itself in the Zhenghu? And it was heard that number 1 in the Heavens Remarch ranking out of Kyoto, 8-fold Marquis Lin Xian, had also arrived in Wuwei County, and the direction he was traveling in was also the Shadow Sect. It can't be such a coincidence that they've all arrived together, can it? Thanks to Lin Feng Surprised who likes flying phoenix for the showers. Thanks to Help Me Up and Eat Leaks and Yuan Dahaha for the inspiration capsules. Thanks to Killer in Black, Miss One of Broken Soul Ridge, Pepper Leaf, Su Lao Heir of the Immortal Martial Realm, user 44108501, 3 Autumn Leaves, Dash for the reminder charm. Thank you to Nings for the Boo Boo Milk Tea, and to Cold to the Bone for sending the blades. Thank you all for the nods to Little Flower and for the love. It was set to be a gift value of over 100 plus more, but it was actually added even if it didn't reach it. 3 more chapters tomorrow if I get more yardage today. Thanks for the great support, friends. Chapter 85, The Shadow Sect's Wrath. Dog bites dog. Shadow Sect. Sect Hall. Really damned. What kind of thing is the Shadow Killing Hall? A mere upstart assassin force. How dare it give my Shadow Sect's disciples a life and death invitation? Really tired of living. An angry and table-tapping voice traveled out from the middle of the great hall. Within the hall, on both sides sat the elders of the Shadow Sect, all of which were the top echelons of the Shadow Sect. To be able to enter the clan hall to participate in the clan's deliberations is not something that ordinary elders are qualified to do, and only those above the spiritual wisdom realm can have this qualification. And at the very top of the hall sat the contemporary patriarch of the Shadow Sect, Jian Zidong, who was known as the 10 shadowless parties in the Zhenghu. Logically speaking, a sect disciple only, even if it was his sect master's disciple, even if he died outside, it was not worth convening a meeting of the sect's senior management. But this time, it wasn't as simple as just a sovereign's disciple. Shi Zhongyu was not only a disciple of the sovereign, but also the card face of the younger generation of the Shadow Sect, ranking 12th on the Heaven's Pride ranking. That the Shadow Killing Hall gave Shi Zhongyu a death post, this is completely slapping the face of the Shadow Sect. This is a provocation to their Shadow Sect. If the Shadow Killing Hall is allowed to succeed, how can the Shadow Sect still raise its head in the Great Xiajianghu in the future? That Shadow Slayer Hall, with the strength that had erupted so far, wasn't weak but it wasn't too strong either. But just by looking at their undefeated record, the Shadow Sect needed to be careful in dealing with it as well. After all, they didn't know if the other party had exposed the full depth of their strength. Therefore, this time they were there to discuss how to protect Shi Zhongyu. The statute of limitations for the life and death post was only 7 days, and after the 7 days had passed, if the Shadow Slayers Hall had not made a move yet, it meant that they were going to give up on the operation. This is what is noted on the life and death post, and the world knows it. At that time, if the Shadow Slayer Hall didn't make a move, they would be the ones to lose face, and this Shadow Killer Hall was not the only reason they had gathered here. Alright, let's leave the matter about the Shadow Slayer Hall aside for now. This patriarch will ask a supreme elder to protect Shi Zhongyu's safety. Amongst my Shadow Sect, it's not the turn of the Shadow Slayer Hall to take liberties with the situation. Jin Zidong spoke in a cold voice, interrupting the others' discussion. Immediately, he continued, this time, our main purpose is to discuss that eightfold Marquis Lin Xian. This patriarch has received news that they have already arrived at Mingji City, and according to the direction they traveled in after entering Wuwei County, the target is most likely our Shadow Sect. The higher-ups haven't issued a decree against Marquis of the Eight Directions Lin Xian for the time being, so we can't go after him just yet. You say that the above is really something. Lin Xian stirred up Kyoto into a mess and strangled all the people of the Heavenly Sect. Most of this was caused by Lin Xian, right? It's not easy to get out of Kyoto. It's been such a long time, and the top has received the news and still hasn't made a move? I don't know what they're afraid of. An elder interjected. Elder Qian, watch your head when you speak. Don't you know what to say and what not to say? A person reminded him. That Elder Qian knew that he had slipped up and hurriedly shut up. Jin Zidong coldly glanced at that Elder Qian and did not say anything more. Another elder stepped forward and spoke out. That Marquis of the Eight Directions is leading the human emperor's order to come out of Kyoto. It is for the purpose of eliminating the White Lotus cult. He has said that he is going to use the power of the Jianghu to deal with the White Lotus cult. Could it be that he is preparing to ask me, the Shadow Sect, to make a move? Many people nodded their heads at these words. In Daxia, many Jianghu forces are still nominally subject to the jurisdiction of the Daxia dynasty, although as long as they do not violate the laws of Daxia, the court rarely to bother them. What a dream! Wanting my Shadow Sect to make a move? Thinking is beautiful. There are still Blade Mountain and Tang Sect in this Wuwei County. Is it possible that my Shadow Sect is the lowest ranked? This Eight Directions Marquis still wants to pin down our Shadow Sect? Another elder said with a cold snort. Blade Mountain and Tang Sect were also both one of the 10 clans of the Great Xia, with Blade Mountain ranked 6th and Tang Sect ranked 3rd of the 10 clans in the world, just below the Castle Peak Sword Sect, proficient in the way of concealed weapons, which was terrifying. Jane Zidong tapped the table and spoke. Alright, it's useless to talk about this now. Remember, if the above is not prepared to make a move on the Eightfold Marquis, when he enters the sect, make sure to ensure his safety, even if he is going to die. Don't die in the middle of the Shadow Sect. If he wants to force my Shadow Sect to deal with the White Lotus Evil Sect, just deal with it. If you can't, just send some disciples to perfume it a bit. This patriarch is not prepared to see him. Just say that this patriarch is close to a breakthrough, and is shutting up for life and death. As the words fell, Jin Zidong disappeared into the Great Hall. Greetings, Patriarch. The elders in the Great Hall all rose. Minqi City. This was a medium-sized city in Wuwei County, and after this city, less than 40 miles further on, was the location of the Shadow Sect. A carriage slowly drove into the city, and 2 men dressed in people's clothing approached and guided the carriage to a secluded area. Lin Xian dismounted and entered a courtyard. 100 Dawn Tower Vice Master Qin Lian, meet the Marquis. A middle-aged man in a Confucian shirt walked up and gave a big salute. Lin Xian waved his hand and spoke. Where's the stuff? A sample scroll appeared in Qin Lian's hand before he handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't even need to look at the contents. He knew that this parchment scroll must be a set with his treasure map. He opened the parchment scroll to reveal a gully drawn on it, like halfway up the mountain. There are so many mountains in the world that it is difficult to distinguish them from each other. However, according to what the man said, there were a total of 5 pieces of this treasure map, and he had signed out a piece, traded for a piece from the Mountain and Sea Academy's Earth Pavilion, and added this piece to make 3. 2 more pieces should be enough to gather this treasure map. By then it should be possible to see the true nature of this treasure map. That person said that this treasure map guided the immortal secret place. It was not impossible. After all, This sheepskin scroll was made of a special material. It was said to be a sheepskin scroll, but it was actually just like sheepskin. It wasn't sheepskin at all. Lin Xian had tried. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't cause any damage to this treasure map. What's more, a piece of it was from his signing in, and he didn't believe that what came out of the signing in could be any kind of crap. Lin Xian put the parchment scroll away before looking at Qin Lian and continuing to ask, "How is the situation in the Shadow Sect? How are the preparations on the Shadow Killer Hall side? There's also the White Lotus cult." Qin Lian respectfully said, "The Shadow Sect has probably been mapped out. And other than the fact that there are powerhouses beyond the 7th realm of deliverance in that forbidden land that we can't set foot in, there is no longer any problem. The Shadow Slayer Hall side has already made preparations, and although the Shadow Sect has sent a Fate Soul realm to protect them, the Shadow Slayer Hall side says that they are 10% sure. As for the White Lotus cult, we have found out that their main camp is indeed in this Wuwei County, but there are entanglements with quite a few Jianghu forces, so we are unable to determine the location of the main camp for the time being, but we have basically grasped the rudiments below them." Lin Xian nodded. "This is very good. Continue to monitor. Don't scare the snakes. The District White Lotus cult is not yet the main target of this marquee. Find a way to send a message to the White Lotus cult, saying that this marquee will be boarding the Shadow Sect tomorrow to discuss ways to eliminate the White Lotus cult." Qin Lian nodded, before turning around and leaving with a big stride. "Marquee? The White Lotus evil sect won't believe that the Shadow Sect will agree to us, right?" the old butler asked from the side. Lin Xian smiled faintly. "It's just planting a seed in their hearts. They can disbelieve it now. But what if after this marquee ascends to the Shadow Sect, their rudiments are destroyed one after another? Dog-eat-dog tricks? This marquee loves to watch. I just don't know if the Heavenly Sect will get involved. I really didn't expect the Heavenly Sect to be so tolerant. This has gone all the way, but no one has come to assassinate this marquee, and they still want to test the strength of the royal offerings. But the human emperor seems to be quite trusting of this marquee. Surprisingly, he didn't arrange for this donor to keep an eye on this marquee. It's really only to protect this marquee's safety now." Chapter 86, Ascending to the Shadow Sect. Planning in a tent. After a night's rest in Mingji City, the carriage slowly drove out of Mingji City early the next morning, heading towards the Shadowless Mountain where the Shadow Sect was located. Shadowless Mountain was where the Shadow Sect's mountain gate was located. This Shadow Sect was once an assassin force in the Dasha Jianghu, with no fixed residence and no fixed clan location. After all, killer organizations, which had a bad reputation in the jungle, had more enemies. Until 60 years ago, this Shadow Clan will move to this station. An high-profile announcement of this Shadowless Mountain is the future of the Shadow Clan where the door. If all the forces want to come to the Shadow Clan to seek revenge, the Shadow Clan all continue. There are naturally those who seek revenge, but the Shadow Sect is still standing here unharmed to this day. It can be imagined that the Shadow Sect's strength is not weak, not to mention that the latest Great Summer 10 sects also rank the Shadow Sect among them, ranking 8th. Speaking of which, this latest Great Xia 10 sect was also ranked 30 years ago. It was also time for the Great Summer's 10 clans to change their lists. At noon, the carriage stopped at the bottom of Shadowless Mountain. Lin Xian stepped off the carriage and looked at the towering Shadowless Mountain in front of him. What a tall mountain. It's a pity that while standing tall, you may not be able to see far, and falling down will hurt even more. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he could see a crowd of people on top of the mountain. Marquee, the Shadow Sect must have known that we are targeting them, but the fact that they have no one to come and greet them is not putting us in their eyes, the old butler said smilingly. There's no harm, as the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling person. If they are really smiling, this marquee is still too embarrassed to make a move. Let's go up the mountain, Lin Xian said indifferently. The two climbed the mountain. On the side of the cliff at the top of the mountain, Shadow Sect Patriarch Jian Zidong looked down at the mountain with cold eyes. He had already reached the 7th realm of the dematerialization, so he could naturally see Lin Xian at the bottom of the mountain as he was climbing up the mountain. Patriarch, this Shaolin Ho is really boarding my Shadow Sect. He's really tired of living when it's ordered from above. The day he comes down from the mountain is the day he falls. An elder spoke in a cold voice. Jian Zidong turned and stepped away. A voice left behind. Elder K is in charge of the reception. Just do what this patriarch said before in the middle of the Great Hall. Yes, the elder who spoke up bent his head. Beneath the Shadow Sect's mountain gate pagoda, Lin Xian stood with his hands folded. Elder of the Shadow Sect, K. Hafkin. I've met the Marquis of the 8 Directions. I don't know what the Marquis of the 8 Directions is doing here in my Shadow Sect. Far from Kyoto? That K. Elder cupped his fists and spoke. Lin Xian's eyes didn't even look at this person, but instead looked straight above the Shadow Sect's mountain gate and spoke indifferently. This Marquis is under the orders of the human emperor and needs to explain himself to you. A tiny elder? Where is Jian Zidong? You, K. Hafkin was furious. You a yellow-mouthed child. even as a military vassal of Daxia, but not a real military success, although the first in the list of heaven's remarks, but so far as only a small 18-year-old teenager. How dare you belittle the old man? How dare you call the patriarch by his name? But this he did not dare to say. It was only because Lin Xian's mouth was burdened with the orders of the human emperor, the great summer human emperor, the might of the world. Even the supreme powerhouses in the heavenly sect were afraid of him, and did not dare to act recklessly under the human emperor's nose. A small mole like him even more so didn't even have the guts to criticize the human emperor. Marquis of the Eight Directions, my clan's patriarch is closed for death and is unable to see outside guests. Please forgive me. Ji Hafkin spoke in a deep voice. Lin Xian let out a light laugh. Closed for death? That's quite a coincidence. What? Your shadow sect doesn't have anyone who can make decisions besides Jian Zidong? Since this marquis is here, he doesn't even have the qualifications to enter your shadow sect to ask for a cup of water? The Eight Marquis jokes. Only the Eight Marquis may not know. Recently my clan received the Shadow Killing Temple's life and death post. The clan has entered a state of alert. If the Shadow Killing Temple has killers coming, I'm afraid that my shadow sect can't protect the Eight Marquis safety. If the Eight Marquis is in trouble, the impact on my shadow sect is small. The loss of the Daxia is big. K. Hafkin opened his mouth and said. Lin Xian stepped forward, while there was a voice coming out at the same time. Shadow Killing Palace? This marquis has heard of. A fledgling killer force only. Yu Shadow Clan is the ancestor of the killer world. Still afraid of his Shadow Killing Hall? This marquis would also like to see the life and death post of that Shadow Killing Palace. Shadow Sect. This marquis still must go on. Ji Hafkin's expression was gloomy, but he still stepped aside and allowed Lin Xian to ascend the steps. Just as Lin Xian said, being burdened with the human emperor's order, the Shadow Sect can't stop him. And even if he really wants the Shadow Sect to deal with the White Lotus cult, the Shadow Sect is not good at refusing, and at most, they can move a little bit on the human hand, or delay some time. Marquis of the Eight Directions, the Shadow Sect has already prepared a place for you to stay. The Patriarch is closed for life and death, and the two Vice-Patriarchs, one of whom is away from the mountain, and one of whom is arranging for the mountain gates to be laid out to deal with Shadow Slayer Hall. If you have time, you can stay in the Shadow Sect for a while. After the matter of the Shadow Killing Hall is resolved, you will have enough time and manpower. By then, if you have a command, the Shadow Sect, will definitely not be ambiguous. In one of the guest rooms of the Shadow Sect, K. Hafkuan said loudly, since Lin Xian was determined to enter the Shadow Sect, he would delay as the sovereign had instructed. For one thing, Lin Xian had come to exterminate the White Lotus evil cult for the human emperor's orders, so naturally, it was impossible for him to delay too much time amongst the Shadow Sect. Secondly, even if he could afford the time delay, it would not be without benefit to the Shadow Sect. It just so happened that the Shadow Sect was still waiting for an order from above, and with Lin Xian being in the Shadow Sect, it would be easy for them to pinpoint Lin Xian no matter what the order was when the time came. Well said. Although this marquee matter is important, the Shadow Slayer Hall is also very important. There's no rush in this marquee matter. Lin Xian laughed. Then, Marquis 8 Square will have a good rest. This elder will take his leave first. K. Hafkin didn't want to have much contact with Lin Xian, and after saying that, he left the guest room. Lin Xian walked over to the window with his arms crossed and opened it. The location here was not very good. Unable to see the other buildings of the Shadow Sect's mountain gate, and not far in front of the window was the 10,000-foot cliff of Shadowless Mountain. Marquee, the Shadow Sect's mountain gate is divided into 7 halls, 9 pavilions, and 18 courtyards. We are now in the leftmost Yao Yao courtyard, and the Jade Dragon courtyard, where that patriarch's disciple Zhongyu is located, is the furthest courtyard from our side. It seems that the Shadow Sect is really afraid that we'll be affected by the Shadow Slayer Hall. The old butler spoke. That's natural. If this marquis dies in the Shadow Sect, for whatever reason, this Shadow Sect will also cease to exist. Lin Xian said indifferently. That's why even if the Heavenly Sect came with an order to take this marquis life, they wouldn't make a move in the Shadow Sect and would wait until this marquis was out of this shadowless mountain. Since they're not going to make a move for now, let's do it. White Lotus cult side let the Shadow Killing Palace to take action. Destroy a few rudders on the line. Pay attention to the hands of the time interval. Pay attention to some of the techniques. The White Lotus cult should have smart people. The Shadow Sect of the pot, have to back. As for that Zhongyu, let him live for 3 more days. 3 days, the White Lotus cult, which claims to be able to kill the Great Xia, should always have some action, right? Chapter 87 White Lotus Holy Maiden. Shadow Sect backstabbing, extra shift. Wufei County, Taiyan City. Taiyan City was considered a big city in Wufei County, enough to hold 1 million people. Above the largest square in the city, countless people were gathering. White Lotus Sacred Sect, have mercy on my world. descend into the mortal world and bless the living. The human emperor has no virtue. A new lord should be established. On top of the high platform surrounded by the crowd, a few stout men were dancing maniacally, shouting the slogans of the White Lotus cult furiously under their breath. Quick, quick, all out of the way, out of the way. In the distance, a group of magistrates were running wildly with swords, pushing away the crowd that had gathered. The current one let out a loud cry. White Lotus cult, messing with our daxia. Taiyan County Constable Chinmi is ordered to apprehend it, and those who resist will be killed without pardon. All the yamen drew their swords and headed towards the several strong men on the stage. However, the yamen had just gone up to the stage when there was a roaring sound from the stage. White smoke came out from the stage, and several yamen were choked out. When the smoke cleared, there was no sign of the White Lotus sect people on the stage. At the same time there was a voice that resounded all around. The White Lotus sacred sect, for 1,000 years, shall be the orthodoxy of heaven and earth. Damn it! Chinmi's long blade plunged into the ground, his face turning blue. During this period of time, the White Lotus cult often comes out to bewitch people, and they, the magistrates, can seldom capture them, and even if they capture a few of them, before they can torture out any information, the other party will kill themselves and die. And they have compelled a lot of the population with this trickster tactic. Although the majority of the people of Daxia are wise, there are always some people who are not in their right mind, and with a little bit of compulsion, they join the White Lotus cult. I heard that the imperial court had sent a marquis to eliminate the White Lotus cult, and he had already arrived in Wuwei County, but I just didn't know when he would be able to start doing it. When the time comes, burn all these damn cultists in public. In the middle of a remote courtyard in Taiyan City, a few stout men scaled the wall and entered. How is it? Can the people of Taiyan be indoctrinated? In the courtyard, an old man in a grey robe inquired. Sir, after we had preached for about half a quarter of an hour, the magistrates of Taiyan City arrived, and according to our observation, about 10% of those onlookers were moved. But if we are given enough time, we can definitely let more people know the goodness of my White Lotus sacred sect, a sturdy man said with great respect, mentioning the White Lotus sacred sect with great devotion. The grey-robed old man nodded and spoke. Then work a little harder during this period of time. Preach for half a quarter of an hour every day, and make sure that the name of my holy religion spreads throughout Taiyan. My Taiyan branch rudder has just been built, when it is wide open for helmsmen to let the above take a look at our abilities, and in the future when this helmsman rises up, this helmsman's position will be yours. A few of the stout men were as happy as they could be. Just then, however, a sound of applause rang out. Snap! A voice rang out at the same time. The rudder master's art of painting cakes is really used in a perfect way. Only a few horsemen in the district who are not even a sect master have a chance to get to the top of the rudder master's position. The faces of the people changed, and several more figures appeared in the courtyard, all of them cautiously looking towards the courtyard wall, only to see an additional black-robed man lying on his side on top of the courtyard wall, his face also wearing a black mask, with only a pair of eyes showing. Who are you? The grey-robed old man spoke in a deep voice. He was a Chi Prana realm cultivator, but he had not sensed this person's arrival, which showed that this person's cultivation was not weak. The man in black stood up and looked down with his arms folded. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that after today, the White Lotus sect won't have a Taiyan City branch. Arrogant. The grey-robed old man snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and several people attacked towards the man in black. There was no lack of force spirit realm powerhouses among these several people. However, without seeing any movement from the man in black at all, the crowd of White Lotus sect members were forced to collapse to the ground by a strong pressure. Even the several force spirit realms were no exception. The grey-robed old man's face changed drastically. With this kind of pressure, at the very least, they were Earth Transformation realm powerhouses. Damn! The grey-robed old man immediately took out 2 beads and smashed them towards the ground. Black smoke accompanied by explosions rang out while he took the opportunity to vanish towards the distance. However, before he could take 2 steps, he felt a sharp aura coming from him, only to see a blade flash and a large head fly up. He was not the only one. At the same time, more than 10 heads fell to the ground at the same time. And where was the figure of the man in black in the middle of the compound? What? The Taiyan and Taikong rudiments were destroyed one after another? Have you found out who did it? In the middle of a deep mountain pavilion, a female voice with suppressed anger came out. Holy maiden. Still investigating? It's just that there aren't many people in Wuwei County who dare to lay hands on us, and the general forces don't even dare to get involved with us in any way, let alone lay hands on us. So it's estimated that the forces behind it aren't weak. In the middle of the pavilion, an old man wearing 5-colored robes spoke in a deep voice, and in front of him was a slender woman in a white shirt with a white veil covering her face. The highest status of the White Lotus Church is the White Lotus Sect Master. White Lotus Sect Master is under the Holy Maiden. White Lotus Holy Maiden a total of 12. And below the Holy Maiden are the Elders, who are ranked by the color of their robes. from 3 to 7 colors. Below the elders were the helmsmen of each subrudder, dressed in gray robes, with the helmsman's cultivation ranging from the force spirit realm to the essence spirit realm. This person was wearing 5 colored robes, and could be considered a high-ranking person in the White Lotus sect, yet he was so respectful to this white-shirt woman, which was enough to determine the woman's identity, which must be the White Lotus sacred maiden undoubtedly. The White Lotus saintess paced back and forth and analyzed. Not weak in power? In this Wu-Wei county, there really aren't many that dare to lay hands on us and have the strength to do so. Other than the Imperial Court, there are only the Tang sect, Blade Mountain, and the Shadow sect. If the Imperial Court were to strike at us, it would not do so in secret, and the Tang sect makes concealed weapons, and the 2 rudiments have not found the presence of any concealed weapons, nor on the bodies. Then it's the Blade Mountain and the Shadow sect? Their corpses were also all beheaded with a single slash, like Blade Mountain's decapitation blade. Speaking of which, Blade Mountain is the most likely. Elder 5 Colors frowned and said, "It's just that according to my understanding, the people of Blade Mountain don't like to do these secret deeds. If they strike, they will only strike openly and honestly. Back then when they hit on the Wuxiang sect, they were all acting openly and honestly. It's not so much that they would send people to slaughter our rudder in secret, and although Blade Mountain is powerful, it may not be so well informed. Our rudiments are well hidden. How can they find them? If you ask me, that Shadow sect is the most likely." I looked at those corpses. They were all beheaded with a single slash, very similar to the decapitation slash of the Sword Mountain, but it may not be framing. The Shadow sect likes to play this kind of trick the most. And Holy Maiden, that the 8 Marquis who came to deal with our holy sect under the order of the Human Emperor is now above the Shadow sect. The order of the Human Emperor. Even if the Shadow sect doesn't want to take it, it doesn't dare to reject it explicitly. I suspect that the Shadow sect is the one who made the move, but it doesn't want to get into trouble on its own, and so it wants to frame Blade Mountain for the crime. White Lotus Sacred Maiden frowned and spoke. Elder G's analysis is very reasonable. If the Shadow sect's words are right, the Shadow sect is a killer force origin. It's not difficult to find the location of our rudder, and with their strength, it's also even simpler to slaughter our rudder. The more she spoke, the more she felt like a shadow plan, and she ended up cursing angrily. Damn Shadow sect. You really think that being ranked as one of the 10 sects of the Great Xia really makes you the right way of the Jianghu, don't you? Daring to lay hands on my sacred sect, not a small amount of guts. Elder G. I've heard that the Shadow Killing Hall has recently set its sights on the Shadow sect, right? Contact the Shadow Killing Hall for me and say that my sacred sect is willing to help them out. Just one disciple isn't enough. I want the Shadow sect to pay the price for slaughtering my branch rudder. But Holy Maiden, if we push the Shadow sect to the brink? The 5-colored elder had a worried look on his face. So what? The White Lotus Sacred Sect, do not fear all enemies, and the mere Shadow Sect, if it stands in the way, I will slaughter it. Overbearing words came from the middle of the building. I guess I'll be back to 2 shifts tomorrow, if you add more. It depends. Chapter 88, Sacred Item Breath Spirit Breath. Assassination successful. Work with the Shadow Kill Palace? In the middle of the Shadow Sect, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the information in his hands. The 100 Dawn Tower had long since infiltrated the Shadow Sect, ranging from handymen to outer disciples, and there was even an inner disciple who had been turned by the 100 Dawn Tower. Therefore, it was still very simple for Lin Xian to get news about the 100 Dawn Tower, not to mention that Lu Shan was still by his side, and he was the one who passed on the news from the day before to the Shadow Slayer Hall to make their move. As long as Lu Sheng didn't head to the Shadow Sect's Forbidden Land, the Shadow Sect's powerhouses who had entered the Faithful Soul or even above it wouldn't be able to discover his existence. Marquis, this White Lotus cult seems to have entered our trap and has already counted the destruction of the White Lotus branch rudder on the Shadow Sect's head. The old butler laughed at the side. Lin Shan shook his head slightly. There is this possibility, but it's not yet a test from the White Lotus cult. Since the Shadow Sect has the possibility of laying their hands on it, then naturally the Shadow Slayer Hall does as well. Turn it back. Rebuff them and say that the Shadow Slayer Hall never joins forces with others. As for whether they will make a move against the Shadow Sect, that's their business. The old butler understood the key after a little thought, and suddenly realized. Deep Mountain House. What? The Shadowkill Palace actually rebuffed us? Oh, it's quite high and mighty, but this dispels the speculation in my mind. In the middle of the pavilion, the White Lotus Holy Maiden said in surprise before revealing a thoughtful expression. I originally thought that apart from the Shadow Sect, it's possible that this Shadow Killing Hall took action in order to frame the Shadow Sect, and then let us find some trouble for the Shadow Sect so that they can take action to complete their mission. But since they rejected our joint operation, it means that they have no intention of cooperating with us. And naturally, there's no need to frame the Shadow Sect. Rather, we can take this opportunity to see the strength of the Shadow Slayer Hall. Holy Maiden, are we going to find some trouble for the Shadow Sect? The Shadow Killing Temple's move is estimated to be in the next 2 days, and many people in the Jianghu are staring at them. The five-colored elder whispered. The White Lotus Saintess snorted coldly. Trouble is naturally to be found. Only there's no rush to do it. Just arrange the manpower first and wait for the Shadow Killer Palace to make the first move. This time, I'm going to play a big game, so that the Great Summer remembers my White Lotus Sacred Sect's name, and also give the Shadow Sect an unimaginable lesson. Shadow Sect, Jade Dragon Courtyard. This Jade Dragon Courtyard was where the true disciples of the Shadow Sect resided, and inner and outer disciples were not permitted to enter without being summoned. These days, the Jade Dragon Courtyard's inventory is even stricter. That is, the handymen who don't have the cultivation to go and clean have to be strictly inspected. There are 12 separate courtyards in the Jade Dragon Courtyard, because the Shadow Sect had a total of 12 true disciples, each with a courtyard. Shi Zhongyu, the disciple of the Patriarch, was living in the deepest courtyard of this Jade Dragon Courtyard. From the time he received the life and death post he never left this Jade Dragon Courtyard, and even his own compound was rarely out. Even though he was guarded by a strong member of the Shadow Sect, Shi Zhongyu was also panicking. After all, so far, the Shadow Killing Palace had issued 13 life and death invitations, and had never missed, and the strongest target was even the Heavenly Charge Realm, and he was just a small Essence Realm, so how could he not be worried? Although he was not ranked low on the Heaven's Pride list, ranking 12, but after all, he was only a young man in his early 20s, and at this time, naturally, it was safest to stay in his own compound. If it wasn't for the fact that his master's father had visited him and given him assurances of his safety, he would have wanted to hide in the sect's main hall. Of course, the place he wanted to go the most was the clan's Forbidden Land, but that place, not to mention him, was not something his master's father could go to just because he wanted to. Master Lua, what kind of bad luck do you think I'm having? I've been out of the mountain less than 10 times in total, and I've killed no more than 100 people. What kind of person wants to buy my life? A grumbling voice came from the deepest courtyard of the Jade Dragon Courtyard. In the main hall of the courtyard, a young man in brocade clothing was holding a wine pot and pouring wine into his mouth, looking very depressed. On top of the guest seat on the side was also seated a youth, wearing a black shirt, only to hear the black-shirt youth smile and say, "Senior brother Sure, there is no need for you to worry. This is in my Shadow Sect. My Shadow Sect is one of the 10 sects of the Great Xia. It is not something that any cats or dogs can enter. But when I woke up that life and death post was placed beside my bed. If they had done it I would have died then." A trace of fear flashed in Shi Zhongyu's eyes. The black-shirt youth frowned slightly, then said, "This is a problem, but the problem is not big. At that time, it was the sect that didn't make preparations. Now it's not the same. Don't worry, Shadow Killing Hall can't come in. When the commotion becomes big, the elders of the Supreme Elders will take action. The Shadow Killing Hall's assassin doesn't come in just like that. If he comes in, let him come and go. Come on, drink. The black-shirt youth served a cup. Shi Zhongyu also picked up the wine pot once again began to fill up, but he did not see. That black-shirt youth's gaze flickered for a moment or two. Good wine. Shi Zhongyu laughed 3 times. "Senior brother Lu, where did you purchase this wine from? Turn around and bring a few more jars for senior brother." The black-shirt youth smiled and said with a slight grin, "Senior brother Sure, this wine was taken from the Killing Ranch. It was brewed by Mr. Killing Wisdom, a first-class good wine in the world. There are not many people who are lucky enough to taste this wine." Killing Ranch? Mr. Killwell? That name is quite familiar. Shi Zhongyu felt a little confused. Only in the next moment, his face suddenly changed, and his expression turned extremely frightened. "Mr. Killweed of the Killing Ranch? Isn't that the Heavenly Charge Realm powerhouse that the Shadow Killing Palace assassinated? You're not Master Lu. You're from the Shadow Slayer Hall." Shi Zhongyu's voice trembled with fear as he incredulously pointed at the black-shirt youth in front of him. "Guessed correctly, but unfortunately, there is no reward." The black-shirt youth got up, and at the same time, the appearance of his face began to transform, and in just an instant, it was a complete change of appearance. "No, it can't be. I have the protection of the Supreme Elder by my side. How did you muddle through? Supreme Elder, help! Shi Zhongyu hissed in despair, his voice filled with helplessness. He didn't have the courage to resist at all. Although he was also at the Essence Spirit Realm, the other party revealed an aura that far exceeded that of the Essence Spirit, causing him to be unable to even bring himself to fight back. "Scream! You screamed through your throat and no one will come to save you. My Shadow Killing Palace's holy relic, the Earth Spirit Breath, can mask a place's breath? From the time I entered this compound, all the spirit breath of this place is masked. Even the Life Soul Realm will not notice any abnormality if they don't enter it. Your family's Supreme Elder shouldn't enter this small courtyard of yours if he's fine, right?" The black-shirt man laughed out loud. A moment later, The black-shirted man who had once again regained the appearance of that Master Lu walked out of the compound. It had just left when a figure descended. Damn it, the whole clan is on alert. Seal the mountain gate. No one is allowed in or out. The Shadow Sect's Life Soul Realm Elder detected a change in Shi Zhengyu's aura, only for the other party to be dead by the time he realized it. Undoubtedly, it was the Shadow Slayer Hall that had made its move, and it had successfully resolved its target without making a sound. The Shadow Sect instantly moved. The mountain gate was blocked, and the Protector Formation was opened. From the time the murderer committed the murder to the time the Supreme Elder discovered Shi Zhengyu's death in less than a tea break, the Shadow Slayer Hall's assassin must still be in the sect. This time, the Shadow Slayer Hall killer must be taken down, or else the Shadow Sect would truly be disgraced. Chapter 89 Black and White Double Ambassadors, Destined Souls Out, Shadow Sect, Yosemite Academy. Listening to the commotion coming from within the Shadow Sect, Lin Xian drained the tea in his cup and laughed. The Shadow Slayer Hall's movements are quite swift. It's just that now that the Shadow Sect is on alert and the mountain gates are closed, the assassins of the Shadow Slaying Hall are afraid that even if they are carrying the holy relic, the Earth Spirit Breath, they will be found out sooner or later. The old butler said with some frowns. There's no harm. I don't know if it'll be found out or not. It won't be the first one to be found out anyway. Lin Xian placed the teacup on the table with a thud, and there were fluctuations of spiritual energy that reverberated towards the four directions. What the marquee means is that not only did the Shadow Slayer Hall's people come, but the White Lotus Cult's people came as well? The old butler's eyes lit up. He had followed Lin Xian for a while and had begun to learn to use his brain, easily picking up on the meaning of Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian looked at the door with a smile on his face and said softly, "If you're here, why hide? Sooner or later the Shadow Sect will check this way." The old butler's face changed slightly at once. With his cultivation level he hadn't even sensed someone approaching. The person coming must be strong as well. As Lin Xian's voice fell, sure enough, two figures walked in. A man and a woman. The woman dressed in black and the man in white, occupied both sides of the gate. Marquis of the Eight Directions, you are very good. Even the Shadow Sect didn't notice our existence, but you are aware of it. When I do it later I will leave a whole body for you. Oh. The woman in black smiled like a flower and said in a whiny voice. Lin Xian's face remained unchanged. Even his movements didn't change by half, and he said with a smile, "You guys are quite bold, and you're also quite good at finding the rightful owner." Knowing that the effect of striking out against the Shadow Sect must be no better than striking out against this marquis, right? What? You want to kill this marquis and then let the Shadow Sect take the fall? Not a bad idea. Since you know, why don't you take your life? The man in white spoke in a cold voice before his long sword was sheathed and slashed towards Lin Xian. Tianyun County's Black and White Twins, now the White Lotus Cult's Black and White Twin Envoys, with the same 6 colored elders and 2 heavenly charged realms. The White Lotus Cult is willing to put down money. Lin Xian spoke out faintly, and at the same time, his figure had already disappeared in place. Blade Chi filled the air, and with a roaring sound, the entire buildings of the Yuan Academy collapsed. Countless gazes looked over, and then a dozen or so figures came streaking across. The weakest breaths were at the Heavenly Elephant Realm, and the leading few were at the Heavenly Charge Realm, and Shadow Sect Master Jin Zidon was clearly among them. He hadn't been in seclusion. He just didn't want to see Lin Xian, and now that his disciple had died silently, how could he not show up? It was at this moment that fighting broke out again in the sect, and the fighting was still coming from the Nurturing You Hospital where the Eightfold Marquis was located, and he was also very anxious. If Marquis of the Eight Directions Lin Xian died in the Shadow Sect like Shi Zhengyu, that would be troublesome. Disciples could still be recruited if they died, and the humiliation of the Shadow Sect could be retrieved sooner or later. But if the Eightfold Marquis died in their Shadow Sect, that would be a big problem. The courtside may not listen to their explanation. Thieves, stop, before the people arrived. Jin Zidon's voice came through. At this moment, the black and white ambassadors glanced at each other and all of them headed out. They had misjudged the Bafan Ho's battle power, and this Heaven's remarkable ranking leader was able to dodge their strikes peacefully. On top of this Shadow Clan, they could at most make one strike, or else they wouldn't be able to walk away. Don't go. Jin Zidon led the 2 heavenly charged realms towards the black and white twin envoys in pursuit. They weren't going to let each other leave. If they dared to touch their Shadow Sect and make a move, they might be from the Shadow Killing Hall, and it was possible that Shi Zhengyu was killed by them, so how could they let it go? The battle erupted over the Shadow Sect. The Shadow Sect had opened its mountain gate array, something the black and white twin ambassadors hadn't thought of before. According to White Lotus Sage's original plan, if the Shadow Killing Hall made a move, it would certainly cause a commotion in the Shadow Sect, and then they would take advantage of the chaos and take out Eightfold Marquis Lin Xian, and then either sneak away or go any way they wanted. But never thought that the Shadow Killing Hall made a move. But it was silent, and the fight did not break out afterward, and the Shadow Killing Hall's killers hid on the spot. And according to the development of this situation, they might have to be found out earlier than the people from the Shadow Slayer Hall, so they needed to strike first and complete the mission first. However, Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded their expectations, making it impossible for them to kill him with a single strike, so they could only flee, and the mountain gate array opened by the Shadow Sect intercepted them again. Although given time, they could completely drill out of this mountain gate array, but what they lacked the most right now was time. They wanted the Shadow Slayer Hall to draw fire for them, but they didn't expect it to become them drawing fire for the Shadow Slayer Hall. On the other hand, Ji Hafken and the others found Lin Xian, who was watching the battle with great interest amidst the ruins. Marquis Octagon, it's good that you're alright. K. Hafken's hanging heart was released. He was afraid that what he would find among the ruins would be a corpse, or else it would really be a yellow mud falling into his pants and he would not be able to say anything about it. Elder K.A., didn't you say that your patriarch is in seclusion? This marquis here hasn't seen any signs of your patriarch breaking through the realm either, Lin Xian said with narrowed eyes. K. Hafken cursed. You also have a clear perspective on things. Shouldn't you be focusing on the assassin who stabbed you at this time? Why are you still concerned about the patriarch's death retreat? Ji Hafken smiled sardonically. Marquis of the Eight Directions, the patriarch was supposed to be in a death closure, but didn't he hear about Master Shi's nephew's murder and was so furious that he angrily came out of the closure? What? Shi Zhongyu was killed? The hands of His Highness Shadow Killer? Is it these two guys? What audacity! Elder K, your Shadow Sect must capture these two fellows who dared to assassinate this marquis, Lin Xian uttered in astonishment, and then said in exasperation. Definitely. K. Hafken didn't say anything more. He just needed to make sure Lin was still alive. However, the strength of this eightfold marquis was really not to be underestimated. Those two people were both at the heavenly charge realm, and they were still able to remain undefeated under the joint efforts of their Shadow Sect's 4 heavenly charge realm powerhouses, which showed that their strength was not weak. But even so, when the two men struck, this eightfold marquis was unharmed, so it obviously couldn't be that they were holding back. Otherwise why would they risk their lives to come to the Shadow Sect? It's still not for the sake of taking out the eightfold husband. Suddenly, a strong aura descended and instantly inserted itself into the battlefield. Jin Zaiden's few people all stepped back, their faces unsightly. It should be because they suspected that they hadn't taken down these two for a long time, and the Supreme Elder couldn't help but make a move. The eyes of the black and white ambassadors were heavy, and in front of them, a person descended and came, full of white hair, but in high spirits, and his aura was even more terrifying. Strong people of the life-soul realm. Just the breath suppression made it a little difficult for them to breathe. Report your names, and the old man can leave you a whole body, the white-haired old man said indifferently. Ha! The black and white twin ambassadors let out a cold laugh, and then two people at the same time, but the power is just brewing out. Will the white-haired old man slightly raised his hand? Will two people brewing out of the power to force back? At the same time the body shape retreated violently, blood gushing out. Both of them had horror in their eyes. A strong vital soul realm master, terrifying as it was. Stubborn, the white-haired old man snorted coldly and struck again, intending to slap the two to death. Just the next moment, there was actually a large handprint that passed through the Shadow Sect's mountain protection formation only, sparring with the white-haired old man. At the same time, another voice resounded through the Shadow Sect. My people, are you guys able to move them just because you want to? Let's call it a day. But it's not over. The figures of the black and white ambassadors also disappeared into the Shadow Sect. The white-haired old man who was forced back a few steps by that palm had a grave expression on his face as he whispered to himself. People from the White Lotus Sect, why would they do this to my Shadow Sect? The aura of that vital soul realm powerhouse was familiar to him. Being someone from the White Lotus Sect, it was just that he couldn't figure out how the people of the White Lotus Sect wanted to take out the 8 marquis in their Shadow Sect. This was to cut off their Shadow Sect's way of life. When did the Shadow Sect offend the people of the White Lotus Sect so viciously? Chapter 90, Shadow Sect's Doubt. Jin Zaiden's speculation, plus more. Shadow Sect, Qiankuan Courtyard. Because of the fact that the Yu-nurturing courtyard had been destroyed by the black and white twin ambassadors, the two of them, Lin Xian, had been invited to this Qiankuan courtyard. Marquis Lin, please use the tea. Jin Zaiden picked up his teacup and remotely honored Lin Xian. Lin Xian also picked up his teacup and drank it in one go. Because Jin Zaiden had already shown up, it would be unreasonable for him to avoid Lin Xian any longer. So he came to meet him. It's really not easy to meet your Shadow Sect patriarch, Lin Xian said with a smile. Jin Zaiden's face was unchanged, also said with a smile. Look at what Marquis Lin said. You are the great summer military marquis, and even more so, the #1 teenage pride on the heavens remarks list. If I knew, no matter what, I would have to come out of the gate to see. It's just that those people in the clan don't know what they're talking about and don't pass the message on to me, so I don't know, and I'm here to make amends to Marquis Lin. Saying this, Jin Zaiden rose, intending to salute. What is Patriarch Jin saying? This Marquis is not an unkind person. This Marquis is likewise a cultivator, and seclusion is unavoidable. Lin Xian got up and helped Jane Zidon up with both hands. I don't know what Marquis Lin's business is this time. I heard that Marquis Lin is carrying the orders of the human emperor. Jin Zidon took the initiative to provoke the topic. Since we can't delay, let's be proactive. Lin Xian sighed and spoke. Alas, this Marquis really has something important to do this time. I don't know if Patriarch Jin knows about the White Lotus cult? Jin Zidon nodded and said, naturally, I know. Then what does Patriarch Jin think of the White Lotus cult? Lin Xian pursued. Without hesitation, Jin Zidon replied, the White Lotus cult compels people's hearts and messes with the fundamentals of Daxia, and should be executed. Naturally, he couldn't let Lin Xian, this Daxia military marquis, catch the slightest bit of it. Lin Xian's eyes glowed as he looked at Jane Zidon and said loudly, Patriarch Jane is truly a great summer hero. The White Lotus evil sect. Everyone must be executed. I'm not hiding from Sovereign Jane. This time, this Marquis was ordered by the human emperor to come to solve the hidden danger of the White Lotus cult. But the White Lotus cult's forces are scattered. It is simply impossible to raise an army and attack. So this Marquis came to the Shadow sect to ask for help. Patriarch Jin, lending some people to this Marquis shouldn't be a difficult task for the Shadow sect, right? A hesitant look appeared on Jane Zidon's face. Marquis Lin. It's not that you don't know that the Shadow Killing Hall has given my Shadow Sect disciples a life and death invitation and has succeeded. My Shadow Sect disciples are on edge and are now all in the mountains reinforcing their spell formations or practicing hard to deal with the Shadow Killing Hall in the coming days. The Shadow Sect really doesn't have any extra people to lend to Marquis Lin right now. Man, of course he did, but borrowing people? No door. The Shadow Sect wouldn't go looking for trouble. The White Lotus cult is also mysterious. Not small, not weak. He Shadow Sect brain bad to provoke. Lin Xian sat back and leaned back, a very obvious look of mockery flashing in his eyes. Shadow Sect, at least it's one of the 10 sects in the world. Now, the Shadow Killing Temple bullied the door, but they can only think behind closed doors and only know how to defend. The White Lotus evil sect bullied the door, yet they don't dare to retrieve their offense in the slightest. This is one of the 10 sects of the Great Xia? I really don't know how calculating heaven's policy was ranked. A hint of sulkiness appeared on Jin Zidon's face, but he managed to hold back his anger. The Shadow Killing Hall is considered to have just emerged in the Jianghu. They do not have much information about the Shadow Killing Hall, not to mention that they are unable to find the place where they are stationed, so how can they take revenge? As for the White Lotus cult, this is not something he can say. They hadn't yet figured out the White Lotus cult's motives, so naturally they couldn't act hastily against the White Lotus cult. Marquis Lin, regarding the White Lotus cult, I will give you an answer tomorrow. Jin Zidon got up and left a sentence before leaving the small courtyard. Lin Xian didn't get up to see him off. Instead, he drank the tea in his hand before gently putting it down and said indifferently, since the Shadow Sect can't decide, let's add another fire to them. And the city. A medium-sized city in Wuwei County. Two men dressed in Shadow Sect disciple clothing entered the city. Once the Shadow Sect was a killer force, widely criticized by the people of the Jianghu, but since the Shadow Sect was established in the open 60 years ago, the Shadow Sect disciples have also been upright and bright. After the Shadow Sect was named one of the 10 great Xia sects, the Shadow Sect disciples became even more high profile. The Shadow Sect disciples are a symbol of honor and status, and there are many envious gazes from all sides when they go out. Who didn't desire to have a great sect power like the Great Summer 10 sect as their backstage? Senior Brother Kai, this mission was accomplished well. Senior Brother will take you to the 3-day pavilion to enjoy yourself? Hiss, 3 days pavilion? Since Senior Brother invited me, how could Senior Brother refuse? I've heard that the 3 days pavilion has a new flower girl who is excellent with her mouth, making people linger. Ha, Senior Brother, I'm afraid your body can't handle it. Such a conversation came between the two, and then they hooked shoulders and headed towards the busiest place in the city. Just a few steps and they realized something was wrong. It feels like I'm walking, but how come the site doesn't move? And how come there are two headless bodies walking in front of me? That body still looks familiar? The new flower girl? I think you two brothers really don't have that body to enjoy it. Instead, if you meet a female ghost on the way to the Yellow Springs, you might have this chance. It was the last sound the two of them, the master and the brother, heard in their ears. Murder! There were a lot of panicked voices coming from the streets, and pedestrians were all trying to avoid the two corpses separated from each other on the street. And this thing in Anha City is not an exception. The same thing happened in several cities in Wuwei County, and the dead, all of them were Shadow Sect disciples. Shadow Clan. What? 21 disciples were killed one after another in one day? Damn it! What kind of person dares to lay hands on my Shadow Sect disciples? Jin Zidon was furious when he received the news. Patriarch, The person who struck is unknown. No one has seen the murderer at all. Even if there are disciples who died on the busy and bustling streets, there are still no eyewitnesses who saw the person who struck. An elder who reported the news spoke in a deep voice. Furthermore, these disciples are not connected to each other except for the fact that they are all disciples of my shadow sect, and they are separated by up to 1,000 miles. Snap! Jane Zidane tapped out. This is targeting my shadow sect. First it was the Shadow Killing Hall, then the White Lotus sect, and here comes another one. Do you really think that my shadow sect is a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch? Patriarch, is it possible that it was either the Shadow Slayer Hall or the White Lotus sect that struck? The elder who had reported the news offered his insight. In this Wuwei County, there weren't many forces that dared to take action against my shadow sect. The Tang sect counts as one. Blade Mountain counts as one. And now we've added a Shadow Killing Hall and the White Lotus sect. The Tang sect and Blade Mountain won't lay hands on us for no reason. And Blade Mountain is not the one to lay hands on people like this. And the Tang sect won't just pick on these ordinary disciples if they lay hands on my shadow sect. If they really want to lay hands on them, the ones who will deal with them will also be us. These elders, or the Patriarch. You, counting on it. Besides the Shadow Slayer Hall is the White Lotus sect. Jin Zidane revealed a thoughtful look before analyzing. The Shadow Slayer Hall is unlikely. So far, they have issued life and death invitations for all their killings. They won't smash their own signboards, right? Could it be the White Lotus sect? Didn't they say things weren't over when they fled earlier? Jane Zidane seemed to have already surmised the general truth of the matter when he said this, and hurriedly headed out. I'm going to seek out a few of the Supreme Elders. The White Lotus sect is so arrogant. We must seek them out for a statement. Still 3 chapters in. Thanks for the support. Ask for a gift and a 5-star review. Chapter 91 Shadow Sect discovers the clues. Naked Conspiracy. Shadow Sect Hall. After a few days, the Shadow Sect once again held a high-level meeting. And this time, the one who resided in the first seat was not the Shadow Sect Patriarch Jin Zidane, but the Life Soul Realm Taishan Elder who had struck out the day before. At this moment, in the Great Hall, other than this Supreme Elder as well as Jin Zidane, everyone was huffing and puffing. Damn White Lotus cult. Not only did they send strong men to sneak into my Shadow Sect's mountain gate with the intention of exterminating my Shadow Sect, they even assassinated my Shadow Sect's disciples. It's really hateful. Although the Shadow Killing Hall is hateful, but after all, it is a killer organization, taking people's money and eliminating disasters with them, while this White Lotus cult, with which my Shadow Sect has no enmity, even dared to lay hands on my Shadow Sect, and now that everyone in Wuwei County knows about it, if my Shadow Sect does not counterattack it, won't it be a disgrace to the world? What Elder Yin said is true. My Shadow Sect is not a soft persimmon for everyone to pinch, and it's time to let the White Lotus Evil Sect know how powerful we are. In the Great Hall, a group of elders were furious. Now, the success of the Shadow Killing Hall's assassination of the Shadow Sect's disciples had already caused the Shadow Sect to lose face in front of their fellow Jianghu practitioners, and after that, it had even allowed the White Lotus cult's black and white twin envoys to successfully escape. And then, before the Shadow Sect could do anything about the White Lotus cult, they had actually once again turned on their Shadow Sect. This is just, the key is that this matter even spread throughout the entire Wuwei County in a short period of time. Now, the entire Wuwei County Jianghu people are behind the back of his Shadow Sect pointing at it, and if it is not moderated, it will definitely spread from Wuwei County to the entire Xia, greatly damaging the reputation of the Shadow Sect. Zidane, what do you think? On top of the high platform, that faithful Soul Realm Elder looked towards Jin Zidane, who had never said a word, and opened his mouth to inquire. The crowd's eyes were suddenly focused on Jin Zidane's body. At this moment, Jin Zidane was no longer as angry as before, because when he entered the Forbidden Land in the back of the mountain before, a few faithful Soul Taishan elders had analyzed the greatness of it for him, so it had made him think a little bit more as well. Jin Zidane got up and bowed respectfully to the first one before speaking in a deep voice. There's something fishy going on this time, so the Shadow Sect still needs to be cautious for a moment or two when it comes to the White Lotus Sect. According to the clan scouts' return, a few days ago, several branches of the White Lotus Sect were destroyed. The person who struck is unknown, but the strength is strong, and the use is extremely similar to the Knife Mountain's decapitation knife, a method that has been copied by my Shadow Sect in many ways. If nothing else, the White Lotus Sect should be counting this debt on my Shadow Sect's head, and the reason for this is that the Marquis of the Eight Directions, who led the Human Emperor's order to exterminate the White Lotus Sect, is within my Shadow Sect. The Eight Marquis had just arrived at the Shadow Sect when the White Lotus cult stronghold was smashed and all of its members were killed, and it was still framed on Blade Mountain, so they'll naturally suspect our Shadow Sect's head. The faces of the group of elders changed, and one of them opened his mouth. Sovereign's meaning is that everything is all about that Marquis of the Eight Directions? Damned eightfold Marquis. He's not small in guts. He's still playing this kind of trick in the midst of my Shadow Sect. Let me expel him from the shadow sect while cutting off his head on his collar. An elder spoke out angrily, his killing intent flaring up. All be quiet, Jane Zidane chided with a frown. No orders have been passed down from above at the moment. We can't make a decision on the life or death of the Eightfold Marquis, much less let him die within the confines of my shadow sect. And that's just speculation. No matter what, there's definitely a third-party force intervening between us and the White Lotus sect, which is rampant and even more brainless, and they've already viewed my shadow sect as an enemy. Now, the shadow sect by the White Lotus sect oppression on the head of the news has been spread throughout the Wuwei County. This matter, and not good to do. We do not move the world how to look at my shadow sect. If we move, we'll go along with that third-party force's wish. This patriarch has already sent someone to contact the White Lotus cult to tell them about the pros and cons, and is verifying the existence of the third-party force, and will definitely take them down to honor the prestige of my shadow sect. Marquis, are you saying that the shadow sect knows that we're the ones stirring up trouble? In the Qiankuan courtyard, the old housekeeper looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian nodded and smiled. Those strong men of the shadow sect aren't stupid. They're all old men who've been around for many years, especially those old undead in the Forbidden Land. Would they not be able to see through such a simple thing? Then isn't what we did before useless? The old butler continued to ask. Lin Xian sneered. Useless? Oh, they can see through it, but that doesn't mean they can solve it. It wouldn't matter if it was the shadow sect from 60 years ago, but the current shadow sect, exposed to the sunlight, can't have all the filth on top of its feathers. But they will definitely send someone to contact the White Lotus cult, and once the misunderstanding is resolved at that time, they might have to join forces against us, the old butler said again. A hint of sharpness flashed through Lin Xian's eyes. This marquis is waiting for contact between them. Between them, to fight or not to fight. Prepare yourself, we're about to leave. When they start the war they should also invite this marquis to leave, but before we leave, this marquis still has to make a profit among the shadow sect. At the Soul Fall Mountain, a figure drifted into the deep mountains. What kind of person? Who dares to break into my Falling Soul Valley? Not afraid that our 7 ancestors of the Falling Soul will swallow your soul? Outside a canyon deep in the Soul Fall Mountain, several people surrounded a middle-aged man. A trace of scorn flashed across the middle-aged's face as he spoke proudly. What are the 7 ancestors of the Falling Souls? They are just 7 dogs raised by the White Lotus sect. I want to see the person behind you. Make him come out and meet me. Seeing that the visitor had revealed their identity, the 7 people's faces changed. Looking for death. The 7 people cursed angrily and struck out at the same time, only that the combined strike of the 7 people was casually wiped away by the middle-aged man, and then with a casual wave of his sleeve, all 7 people were heavily injured and flew out backwards, shedding the 7th realm. You're actually a heavenly charged realm powerhouse. There was a voice of horror that came out. The middle-aged man's face remained unchanged as he said indifferently, I didn't come here to take your lives, or else you'd be dead by now. I want to see the person behind you, and if it's no surprise, the person in charge here should be one of the 6 colored elders of the White Lotus sect, right? The moment his words fell, a loud laugh came out from the middle of the canyon. Ha ha, the Shadow Sect's 3 departments and 2 halls. The War Hall's Grand Elder, known as the 8 Directions Without a Trace's Luanpao Mountain, is extremely fast, and even faster with his sword. Today, perhaps this seat can see it? As the voice fell, a burly man clad in dark red robes stepped out in the void. Luanpao Mountain's face changed instantly. While he had not yet spoken, one of those 7 ancestors of the Soul Fall spoke first, his tone somewhat alarmed. Who are you? Where is Elder Shah of the White Lotus sect? Elder Shah? Didn't that let this Shadow Sect's lent elder kill him? Oh yeah, there are you guys too. A secretive smile appeared on the burly man's face, and with a wave of his hand, the fallen 7 ancestors became extinct. Luanpao Mountain's face changed greatly. This strength, it was already beyond him, perhaps not inferior to their patriarch. You're that person from the third-party force that framed my Shadow Sect and the White Lotus Sect? Who exactly are you people? Lent Brown Mountain spoke in a deep voice. That you don't need to know. Let your life ignite the battle between the Shadow Sect and the White Lotus Sect? The burly man smirked and took a step forward, his strong aura venting out. Amazing battles erupted in the Soul Fall Mountain. Half an hour later, the slightly staggering figure of Lunar Brown Mountain walked out of Falling Soul Mountain and swept towards the distance. Chapter 92, The White Lotus Sect's Monstrous Anger. Going to war. What? In the middle of an unnamed deep mountain hall in Wuwei County, a cry of alarm came from the room. And then, a strong aura escaped, and countless birds and beasts scattered in terror. Within the great hall, the White Lotus Holy Maiden's eyes were cold, and there was an endless cold aura emanating from her. You said that Elder Shah and the others all perished in Soul Fall Valley? Or was it the Shadow Sect's Luanpao Mountain that did it? Elder G, who was dressed in 5 colors in front of him, nodded and said in a deep voice, The people of my sacred sect saw with their own eyes that Lent Palm Mountain entered the falling Soul Mountain, and then a battle broke out in the mountain, and half an hour later the battle ended. And they also saw with their own eyes that Lent Palm Mountain left with injuries, and when they went to check it out, they only saw the corpses of sacred sect people such as Elder Shah. It should be their retaliation for us sneaking into the shadow sect before. The White Lotus Holy Maiden's eyes sharpened and she snorted out coldly. Originally, quite a few of the shadow sect's disciples fell, and it wasn't my sacred sect's hand. So I was thinking that there was something else going on in this matter, and I was prepared to talk to the shadow sect about it, but it seems like there's no need to talk about it anymore. The shadow sect, killing my sect's 6 colored elders. Elder Shah is my absolute beloved, operating for many years in the Wuwei County, but unexpectedly fell in the hands of the shadow sect just like that. This revenge will not be reported. How can my White Lotus sacred sect still swallow the world in anger? Elder G, have someone do it. This time, I'm going to make the shadow sect pay a painful price, and find out where Lent Brown Mountain is. I want him dead. Yes, Elder G answered with a grave expression on his face. If it was before, he was still prepared to dissuade him for a moment or two. After all, if he struck out like this, then he would truly be immortal with the shadow sect. But now that Elder Shah had died at the hands of the shadow sect, there was no more room to turn this matter around. Soon, in the cities of Wuwei County, the people of the White Lotus sect began to move, picking dozens of strongholds of the shadow sect, and even some of the shadow sect's subordinate forces were not spared, and they were all killed. Many rivers and lakes are shrinking their forces for fear of being affected. However, they also wondered what kind of madness this White Lotus sect was in the end, and even dared to be so reckless to the shadow sect, which was a situation of a letter of war and immortality. After all, although the White Lotus cult was anti-Dasha, it was also mostly against the imperial court, and seldom against the Jianghu forces, not to mention the shadow sect, which was one of the 10 strongest sects in the world. Just as quickly, they learned of the shadow sect Battle Hall Grand Elder strike, destroying an important White Lotus sect stronghold, and even beheading one of the White Lotus sect's Heavenly Rush Realm's 6 colored elders. Many of the junglers gave a thumbs up. This shadow sect was truly brave, destroying a powerful member of the White Lotus sect without saying a word and smashing a large stronghold of the White Lotus sect. Not to mention, the shadow sect's reputation was instantly better in Wuwei County. Shadow Clan. In the middle of the sect's main hall, the third meeting of the sect's senior management in recent days was opened. Often, the shadow sect might not even be able to hold a high-level meeting of this level twice a year. Only this time, there was something wrong with the atmosphere in the sect. Who can tell this patriarch what's going on? Has Grand Elder Lewin contacted any of you? Jin Zaiden's face was as dark as black charcoal as he scanned over the bodies of the elders. He was feeling a mix of emotions right now. More anger, of course. He had sent Lent Palm Hill to settle the dispute with the White Lotus sect, not to exacerbate the dispute between them and allow them to evolve into the current situation where they were at loggerheads. Lent Brown Mountain had beheaded all of the White Lotus sect's Heavenly Rush Realm's 6 colored elders, and there was no longer any room for both sides to turn things around. Patriarch, according to our people's returns, someone saw Grand Elder Sun leaving the Soulfall Mountain with injuries. The White Lotus sect is now searching for him all over the world, and the path back to the Shadow sect should all be watched over by the White Lotus sect. So I'm guessing that Grand Elder Sun is supposed to be hiding somewhere to recuperate from his injuries and doesn't dare to go back to the Shadow sect. An elder stood up and reported, "This patriarch doesn't want to speculate. Now I just want to know if Lewin Palm Mountain's brain has been kicked by a donkey. Why did he lay his hands on the White Lotus sect's people?" Jin Zaiden said angrily, "Find Lent Brown Mountain for this patriarch and bring him back." Another elder rose and said in a deep voice, "Patriarch, our priority right now should not be on Grand Elder Sun, but on the White Lotus sect. They picked off a dozen of our strongholds and hundreds of people perished for them. And now, everyone's eyes are on our Shadow sect. It doesn't matter if other forces intentionally set us up before. White Lotus sect, we must fight." Several elders seconded this statement. Yes, it must be fought, or else the Shadow sect's reputation, which has been built up over many years, will be destroyed in one go. The White Lotus sect is originally a cult in the public's mind, and many people look at it with disdain nowadays. Many of the people and the Jianghu people are not shy about praising my Shadow sect, so taking a shot at the White Lotus sect may not necessarily not be a good thing, and it can also gather the people's hearts. Jane Zidane also calmed down. What the several elders had said made sense, and it was really this situation now that the White Lotus sect had to fight, even though he knew that it might have been the Marquis of the Eight Directions that was causing trouble before. Because of Lewin Palm Mountain's hand, there was no room to turn this matter around. Taishang He, this matter? Jin Zaiden sought advice from the Taishang elder at the first position who had never opened his eyes. The old man opened his eyes, his gaze cloudy, and looked toward Jin Zaiden, saying softly, "Since there is no room to turn around, then fight." The name of the shadow sect in the past can stop the children's night cries. Now although into the Great Summer 10 sects, but no longer kill the name, the let Wuwei County and even the Great Summer know. My shadow sect, or the former shadow sect, and even more than the former shadow sect. Right, that eightfold marquis must not remain in the shadow sect. Find a way to get him to leave. Although the shadow sect will put up a fight, it will never attract all the fighting for him. He is the main target of the White Lotus sect. After saying that, the old man disappeared into the great hall with a single movement of his body. Jane Zidane took a deep breath, then rose and spoke loudly. In that case, then prepare for war, so that the White Lotus sect and even the whole world will know that my shadow sect is the shadow of heaven and earth, in charge of the world's killings, and no one can be deceived. Kill, kill. The group of elders all rose up and roared. The killing aura covered the shadow sect and spread in all directions, and Jian Ziden's figure then disappeared into the great hall. He had to go and meet the eightfold marquis. Since the shadow sect had decided to make a move, it was time for the eightfold marquis to leave their shadow sect. Qiankuan Yard. Feeling the killing aura permeating the shadow sect, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. That's the right thing to do. Dog bites dog. That's what's most interesting, Lin Xian murmured in a low voice. And then, it looked beyond the compound. Jian Ziden's figure had already crossed into the courtyard and was heading towards the main hall. Serve tea. Use the good tea you brought from Kyoto, or else this marquis will be too embarrassed to ask for it later. Chapter 93, Heavenly Chopping Sword Sheath. Leaving the shadow sect, extra. In the main hall of the Qiankuan courtyard, Lin Xian sat above the main seat. Jane Zidane was sitting in the side seat, sipping the tea in his hand. Honestly, if it wasn't for Lin Xian being on the side, he almost spat out a mouthful. It's no stretch to say that he could gather a handful of leaves from the yard and pour boiling water over them and they would taste better than this tea. Barely swallowing the tea in his mouth, Jian Ziden looked towards Lin Xian. Before he could speak, Lin Xian spoke first. Patriarch Jian has come to seek out this marquis, but is he going to give me an answer? Jian Ziden said with a straight face. Exactly. My shadow sect is the orthodoxy of the Jianghu. Being under the Daxia Imperial Dynasty, it should share the worries of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty. The White Lotus evil sect is messing up my Daxia. It should be put to death. Therefore, my shadow sect has already named all of its elder disciples, and will take action against the White Lotus cult in the coming days. Patriarch Jian, a true hero as well. Come this marquis to ask for credit for the shadow sect from His Majesty the Human Emperor. Lin Xian gave a thumbs up. There's no need to ask for credit. This is all something that we, the Great Summer Jianghu clan, should do, Jian Ziden said with a solemn expression. Only, then, a difficult look appeared on Jane Ziden's face. Oh, does Patriarch Jian have something difficult to say? Lin Xian said with a smile. Ugh, Jane Zidane sighed. I'm not hiding from Marquis Lin. That White Lotus cult is strong. With my shadow sect alone, I'm afraid it's not the White Lotus cult's enemy. For the sake of Daxia, it doesn't matter if I suffer casualties in the shadow sect, but if it's because of that the White Lotus cult's morale grows, my shadow sect is ashamed of the Daxia. So Marquis Lin, I'm thinking about whether or not to also ask the other clans to join together to make a move. For example, Blade Mountain, Tang Clan. Since they had decided to take on the White Lotus cult, they naturally had to knock the other party off the clouds in one fell swoop. Otherwise it would not be beneficial to the shadow sect if they were to allow them to retaliate. This small White Lotus cult do not look at them now jumping happy. That is the Great Summer Emperor simply did not open eyes to see them. If the Emperor really want to, for fear that it is very easy to be able to put them out of business. Therefore, even if the Heavenly Sect did not want the Great Summer to be more powerful, one more White Lotus cult would not be too much, and one less would not be too little. It's time to extinguish it. Lin Xian revealed a look of understanding and said with a straight face, look at what Patriarch Jian said. Your shadow sect disciples are also Great Xia's subjects. If they were to suffer casualties it would be a great loss to my Great Xia. The other sects will be left in the hands of this marquis. This marquis will summon the Tang sect and the Blade Mountain to assist the shadow sect in their endeavors. The expression on Jian Ziden's face stiffened when he heard Lin Xian's words, and his heart cursed even more. You don't understand a word you're saying, do you? Did the sovereign ask you to send a message? Do you, 8-square marquis, have such a big face that you will make a move after only summoning others? The Blade Mountain and the Tang sect? Can't you hear that the sovereign is shooing you away? Only this kind of words Jane Ziden didn't dare to put in the open. He thought about the wording for a while and continued. It's like this, Marquis Lin, if my shadow sect goes to war with the White Lotus evil cult, what happened in the Nurturing You Academy before may not happen again. So it's not safe for Marquis Lin to stay in the middle of my shadow sect, and I'm afraid that my shadow sect doesn't have any spare capacity to protect him. There's no harm. This marquis still has some power to defend himself. Lin Xian didn't seem to understand the meaning of Jian Ziden's words and said indifferently. Jian Ziden's expression sank, and just as he was about to open his mouth again, Lin Xian moved, only to see that there was also an additional crimson longsword on the table next to him. Jane Zidon's gaze froze. Is this that sword armor Chu Berserker's former matching sword? The Heavenly Chopper sword? It was really sharp and the sword was forcing. At that moment, Lin Xian also spoke once more. Do not hide from Jane Sovereign. In fact, this marquis is not do not want to go. Really cannot go away. This heavenly decapitation sword do not know what to make trouble. Simply not willing to go. This marquis cannot subdue it. Cannot leave it to your shadow sect, right? Or, this marquis will sell it to your shadow sect? Jane Zidon's eyelids fluttered and he smiled bitterly. Marquis Lin is joking. The heavenly slashing sword is the world's first-class holy sword. What virtue can my shadow sect exchange for this sword? I just don't know why this sword is unwilling to leave. This marquis also do not know this sky-chopping sword, although there is a spirit, but it is a child mentality. Maybe smacked this marquis is too young. Do not communicate with this marquis. But this marquis guesses that this sky-chopping sword has a sword without a sheath, is not sensing the existence of the scabbard. It's probably wanting this marquis to find a scabbard for it. But where is this marquis going to find a scabbard for him? Lin Xian spread his hands and sighed. Jane Zidon's face sank. After decades in the Jianghu, could he not hear Lin Xian's meaning? Just how did this guy know that the scabbard of the Heavenly Chopper sword was in their shadow sect? Was this a threat that they shadow sect would give him the scabbard before he would leave? Just although the Sky Chopper scabbard in the shadow sect also has no use, cannot be used as a sword, but after all, it is the Sky Chopper sword scabbard. The value is still there. If it is to get above the rivers and lakes to auction, absolutely can shoot a good price. If he gave it to the Marquis of the Eight Directions just like that, he also felt a bit of pain. Just as Jin Zidon was about to make a harumph and reveal himself, his ears twitched. Jane Zidon was silent for a moment, and then seemed to remember something and tapped his head and said, so it's because of the Heavenly Chopper sword sheath. Marquis Lin, you see, you said it earlier. Before it was this patriarch's carelessness, forgetting that the Heavenly Chopper sword was in Marquis Lin's hands. Otherwise, this patriarch would have already taken out the Heavenly Chopper sword sheath and gifted it to Marquis Lin. Sovereign Jian means that the Heavenly Beheading sword sheath is in your shadow sect? A puzzled look appeared on Lin Xian's face. But don't pretend you're pretending. Jane Zidon withdrew his heart, coughed lightly and said, it's like this. An elder of my shadow sect had inadvertently found a sword sheath during his travels. At that time he didn't know that it was the heavenly chopping sword sheath, and it was only after dedicating it to the clan that he realized that it was actually the renowned heavenly chopping sword sheath. Just that there is a sheath without a sword. Ordinary swords simply can't get close to the heavenly chopping sword sheath, or else they will be shattered by the intense sword intent. Therefore, the heavenly chopping sword sheath has been stored in my shadow sect's treasure trove. As the saying goes, a precious sword is given to a hero. Since Marquis Lin is holding the Heavenly Chopper sword, the Heavenly Chopper scabbard should rightfully be in Marquis Lin's possession, and this patriarch will go and fetch it and present it to Marquis Lin. Hey Patriarch Jane, how do you think this is a good idea? Lin Xian said as he feigned to excuse himself. However, he was not stopping Jane Zidon's movements. Jin Zidon did not say anything more and left the Qiankuan courtyard. Only less than half a quarter of an hour. Jane Zidon will return again, in the hands of more than a scabbard. Although it is a scabbard, but it is also the flow of sharp sword intent. Jane Zidon had just stepped into the main hall. The Heavenly Chopper sword located on the table flew away from the table with a swoosh, and was inserted straight into the Heavenly Chopper sword sheath. The sword chi was spreading across the room, and Jane Zidon was forced to let go of his hand. The Heavenly Chopper sword with its scabbard then flew into Lin Xian's hands. Good scabbard. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the scabbard in his hand before putting it away and looking at Jin Zidon. Patriarch Jane, are you alright? It's fine. Jin Zidon had his hands behind his back, and there were threads of blood seeping out from above the tiny wounds on his hands. This was caused by the sharp sword chi of the heaven slashing sword just now. It's good that it's fine. This marquis has been bothering you for a long time in this shadow sect. It's time to leave. That Blade Mountain and the Tang sect. This marquis still has to go through the process, so I'll leave you here. Patriarch Jane, there's no need to see you off. Lin Xian clasped his fist at Jin Zidon. Jane Zidon's heart slandered in his mind, but his face still showed a smile. Marquis Lin, take care. If you have any spare time, come into the shadow sect again for tea. There will be this leisure. Lin Xian let out a light laugh before stepping away. The old butler followed close behind. Jane Zidon looked at Lin Xian's back, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Humph. Blade Mountain. Tang Clan? I don't know if you still have this chance to arrive. Thanks to user 110454998 for the inspiration capsule and the hypnosis charm. Thanks to Floatping for the reminder charm and Boo Boo Milk Tea. And thanks to number 123321111, the Leaf family who loves the Louvre. And Little Boogie is just a nick I used to have for their reminder charms. Thanks to UI for the 2 cent blades. Thanks to user 3404547 for the cent blades. Thank you all for the nods to Little Flower and for the love. 3 more shifts followed, and 3 more shifts continued. Chapter 94, Heaven's Gate intercepts the heaven, earth, and human souls. At the bottom of Shadowless Mountain, the carriage moved slowly. Marquis, are you saying that the Shadow Sect is going to make a move against us? The old butler's slightly gravelly voice reached the carriage. Within the carriage, Lin Shen let out a light laugh. Pretty much, but the one who made the move shouldn't be the Shadow Sect, but the Heavenly Sect. Why is the Heavenly Sect making a move on us now? It's been more than 10 days since we left Kyoto. Why didn't they make their move on our way to Wuwei County? The old butler once again asked with some doubt. With what the Marquis did in Kyoto, even the Duke of Rongwa, that the 7th ambassador of the Heavenly Sect, died in the hands of the Marquis, which is something known to all, and the Heavenly Sect was able to tolerate it for so long? Lin Xian didn't reply, because he didn't know why Heaven's Gate was so tolerant. According to his speculation, perhaps it was because the Heavenly Sect was suspicious of what happened in Kyoto? After all, the Heavenly Sect's people in Kyoto had let him, 100 Dawn Tower, wipe out all of them, and the Heavenly Sect side might have some guesses, but they might not be able to confirm this information. Add to that the fact that Lin Xian had come to exterminate the White Lotus cult on the orders of the Emperor of Man, and the Heavenly Sect might take the Emperor of Man's thoughts into consideration? Taking out Lin Xian, that was not giving face to the human emperor. And now, with regards to the White Lotus cult, the Heavenly Sect was already prepared to lay hands on it, and so it was also able to lay hands on Lin Xian, which was considered to be an explanation to the human emperor. After all, although the Heavenly Sect was afraid of the human emperor, it was just that, or, perhaps, because of the presence of that royal envoy? At this moment, in a large hall deep within the Shadow Sect, Jin Zidong was kneeling on one knee in front of a middle-aged man in brocade clothing. Shadow Sect Patriarch Jin Zidong, meet the 3rd envoy of the Heavenly Sect. In addition to the 2 of them in the hall, there was also that supreme elder of the Shadow Sect from the Life Soul Realm, who was also bending down to that brocade-clothed middle-aged man at the moment. Get up, the brocade-clothed middle-aged man said indifferently. Jin Zidong got up, and a brilliant light appeared in his eyes as he said excitedly, Envoy, is it time to take on that Lin Xian? My subordinate is willing to be the vanguard. The 3rd ambassador of the Heavenly Sect shook his head and said, it is necessary to lay hands on him, but the Shadow Sect will not do it. The Heavenly Sect has its own arrangements. You only deal with the White Lotus Sect. The small White Lotus Sect is now more and more unrestrained. To my Heavenly Sect's solicitation are daring to ignore, and also dared to kill my Heavenly Sect's emissary. When the extermination, the faces of Jin Zidong's few people changed slightly. They hadn't expected the Heavenly Sect to even send emissaries to recruit the White Lotus Sect. The White Lotus Sect was also too arrogant. It was just a matter of not agreeing, but even dared to kill the Heavenly Sect's emissary, which was slapping the Heavenly Sect's face. The Heavenly Sect, but it is the most face-oriented. Envoy, the Shadow Sect will definitely uproot the White Lotus Sect in Wuwei County. Jin Zidong expressed his loyalty in front of the 3rd envoy of the Heavenly Gate. This monarch has come just to tell you that against the White Lotus Sect, there is no need to keep your hands off of them, but they need to do so in an orderly and gradual manner, so that they can experience what it means to be desperate. The 3rd envoy of the Heavenly Sect left the Shadow Sect with a flash of his body after dropping a sentence. Above a narrow official road, the carriage moved slowly, with lush jungle on both sides. Here, it's a good place for an ambush. Phew, the carriage stopped. No one spoke, and the remaining light of the setting sun spilled through the jungle, adding to the sense of silence. Come all the way. If you don't do it, this Marquis will have to leave. Lin Xian's calm voice came from within the carriage. Naturally, he wasn't very worried about the ambush outside. Even without the protection of the royal offerings, he had the power to defend himself. Not to mention that he still had the life-preserving item gifted by Yi Chong. That thing could kill him even if all the Heavenly Sect powerhouses came out. A small 18-year-old teenager, to have such guts. If you weren't adamant about going against the Heavenly Sect, this monarch really wouldn't want to kill you. Several figures stepped out, surrounding Lin Xian's carriage, and the leader was none other than that 3rd envoy of the Heavenly Sect who had appeared in the Shadow Sect before. Insisting on going against the Heavenly Sect? Shouldn't I be the one to ask you that? If it wasn't for the fact that you guys are determined to kill this Marquis, then I wouldn't have the heart to do anything about your Heavenly Sect. This Marquis doesn't have the heart to make a move against your Heavenly Sect. Lin Xian's voice came out from within the carriage. The Heavenly Sect's intention is not to kill you. You should know that. The 3rd envoy said softly. It doesn't matter. If you dare to take a shot at this Marquis, then you will have to pay the price. The Heavenly Sect has 9 ambassadors. This Marquis has killed one. I wonder how many you are. Lin Xian took a step out of the carriage, his hands behind his back, and there was a faint sense of mockery in his tone. Upon hearing this, the 3rd envoy's face sank slightly. Lin Xian, the top of the heavens pride ranking, This day this monarch is all about seeing just how far your battle prowess as the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking has come. I have 13 people here, 6 heavenly elephants, 6 heavenly chargers, plus this monarch. Can you kill them? By the way, the offering that the royal family sent to protect you, don't expect him to make a move. If it wasn't for him keeping you safe in the shadows, perhaps you would have perished by the time you left Kyoto, the third envoy said coldly. Lin Xian had a look of realization in his eyes. It was no wonder that the heavenly sect hadn't made a move on him earlier, but it turned out that it was still because of the existence of that imperial provider. That offering was not weak. It was an existence beyond the life-soul realm, and the probability was that it had stepped into the human soul realm. People have 3 souls, and after condensing the life-soul, they need to chop off the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man before they can enter that higher realm. The strongest person in the 3 souls realm, looking at the whole world will not be too much. And this kind of person rarely walk in the world. Most of them are in seclusion, intending to break through a higher realm. Therefore, even if the heavenly sect wanted to deploy such a strong person, it would take time. Of course, it should still be possible to deploy shadow sect powerhouses if they were nearby, but after all, the shadow sect belonged to the heavenly sect, and it wasn't a matter that was put in the open yet. In the distance, Imperial Provider G13 was standing in the void, coldly looking ahead. In front of him, a red-haired lanky old man stood proudly and imposingly. Red-haired ghost, intercepting a Great Xia military vassal. Do you really think that Great Xia doesn't dare to destroy the heavenly sect? G13 said coldly. The red-haired ghost let out a light laugh. Great summer human emperor, heavenly talent, the might of the world. The heavenly sect is not a rival, but the heavenly sect is not the great summer want to oppress the oppression. The human emperor does not come out. Who dares to talk about destroying my heavenly sect? If the human emperor makes a move, there will be someone to take it. Kyoto, the heavenly sect can stay out of it, but you, Da Xia, are mistaken if you think that we can be at your mercy. Need to know, this heaven and earth is not yours, Da Xia's, but my heavenly sect's. Ha ha ha, G13 laughed 3 times. Just a bunch of house dogs, and they still want to color the world? The red-haired ghost's face went cold, but he didn't make a rash move. At their level, if they fought there would be too much commotion and a lot of consumption. And there was no need to fight in a battle that was destined to not be able to distinguish a winner from a loser. The red-haired ghost snorted coldly. Humph, then let this seat see. Labor you personally protect that heaven's prideless leader what strength, no matter how high his natural talent, after all, is only 18 years old, and see how he escapes the heavenly net laid down by the heavenly sect today. Chapter 95 Lin Xian's terrifying battle power, defeating the fatal soul with a sword. Beyond the jungle, on top of the official road, the battle was raging. The old butler had harnessed the carriage and retreated to one side. With his cultivation, he couldn't provide any help in this battle, and now he could mostly only act as a mop-up artist. And the people of the heavenly sect didn't care about him. An old servant was just an old servant. After solving Lin Xian it would be smooth. If they couldn't solve Lin Xian, there was no use in just solving an old servant. Make your move. Or don't say that this marquis didn't give you the chance to make your move. Lin Xian said indifferently. He was also eager to try out his battle power now, as he himself didn't know how strong he was now. In just these few days away from the capital, he had made more progress than in that month at the Mountain and Sea Academy. Arrogant, the third envoy spoke in a cold voice, and then he took a step backwards, and the 12 heavenly heavenly rushers stepped forward at the same time, attacking and killing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body didn't move, but his eyes flashed like cold stars as a long sword appeared in his hand. This was not a heaven-slashing sword, but an ordinary magic weapon. With these people, they were not worthy of him utilizing the heavenly chopper sword. The attack of the 12 heavenly punch realm heavenly sect slayers was like a raging wind and rain, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. However, Lin Xian only lightly swung the longsword in his hand, sword light like a dragon, cutting through the air, each strike precisely dissolving the opponent's attack, as if he was weaving an invisible net, capturing and dissolving the attacks one by one into nothingness. A mere heavenly charge realm, and you dare to act recklessly in front of this marquis. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and then, along with his words, the spiritual energy in his body surged, and the sword intent became even more prevalent, as if the spiritual chi in the heavens and earth were responding to his summons, converging above the tip of the sword, forming a radiant sword aura that pushed straight into the sky. The sword awns were like dragons coming out of the sea, cutting through the sky, enveloping all 12 heavenly sect killers. Where the sword light passed through, space seemed to be torn apart, and the 12 heavenly sect killers sprayed blood in unison, and their bodies flew out backwards, falling to the ground. The third envoy of the Heaven's Gate's face changed drastically. He had already anticipated that Lin Xian might have the combat power of the heavenly rush realm if he exploded. and that was still a possibility he had infinitely overestimated. But never had he expected that he had infinitely overestimated, but still underestimated Lin Xian. This fellow was able to easily defeat the combined forces of 6 heavenly elephants and 6 heavenly charged realms without using the heavenly chopper sword. And with such ease, didn't it mean that his battle power had already reached the limit of the heavenly charged realm, or to the faithful soul realm, which was the same as his own? You come? Lin Xian hooked his finger towards the third envoy of the heavenly sect. Provocative. When the third envoy of the heavenly gate saw this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He was a strong soul realm practitioner, who had been floating in the Jianghu for nearly 60 years to achieve his current cultivation, and now a mere 18-year-old teenager dared to provoke himself like this. Where is the majesty of the life soul realm? Where is the majesty of the heavenly sect? Only to see his figure surge up, spiritual energies surging around him. The pressure of the life soul realm was as heavy as a mountain, pressing the air around him to freeze. Lin Xian, you're indeed very strong. Throughout the ages, you're the only one who can reach this point at your age. The top of the heavens remarks list. You deserve it, but, today, you'll have to stop here as well. The third envoy let out a low roar, and then his hands formed a seal, and the sky seemed to be covered by a layer of thick dark clouds. The light suddenly darkened, and the air around him became cold and bone-chilling. A palpitating dark power surged out from the third envoy's body, coalescing into shape and transforming into an incomparably large black python. This was his famous skill, the underworld soul-devouring python, which was uniquely created by him after years of bitter cultivation, fusing the power of his own destiny soul with the most yin and evil chi between heaven and earth. And he didn't know how many of his enemies he had strangled and killed. The underworld soul-devouring python opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs, with black thunderbolts entwined around its body, each twist accompanied by distortions and tears in space, as if it was able to devour all living beings and annihilate all light. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth hooked into a faint smile, facing the full force of this fateful soul realm strike. Instead of being fearless, his battle intent intensified. The magic sword in his hand was put away by him, the full force of the life soul realm strike. This kind of ordinary magic sword would not be able to withstand it. I'm afraid. Between the flashes of space, the heavenly slashing sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. Clank! The crimson longsword was sheathed, and endless sword intent poured out. Sword style, Manju Shahua, the other side of life and death. Lin Xian spoke softly. As Lin Xian's voice fell, it was as if the heavenly slashing sword was given life, its crimson light burning like a fiery flame, coloring the air around it with a fiery hue. In the void, a demonic manzanita emerged, its petals lightly trembling, releasing a palpitating aura of death. The underworld soul-devouring python, which was the most yin and evil, gradually collapsed and disintegrated under the coverage of the manjusri in the sky. And then, the sword light flashed as the manjusri in the sky merged and formed a new sword light of life and death, chopping towards the underworld soul-devouring python that had gradually collapsed. The moment the sword light touched the giant python, time seemed to freeze, and the crimson sword aura was like a blazing fire, instantly engulfing the black lightning and the giant python's massive body. With a deafening roar, the image of the giant python began to distort and disintegrate, eventually turning into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the void. The power of this sword was much more than that. The sword light didn't dissipate because of the dissipation of the underworld soul-devouring python. Instead it continued to surge forward like waves, and pushed straight towards the third envoy of the heavenly gate. The sword intent that contained the meaning of death was like an invisible chain that pierced through the third envoy's defense and went straight to the depths of his soul. The third envoy's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He would never have imagined that as a vital soul realm, he would be crushed by an 18-year-old who had not yet reached the vital soul with a single blow of his sword after he had performed his famous dance. He was certain that Lin Xian was still in the dematerialization realm. The power of this sword relied much on the might of the heavenly chopper sword. However, it also needed the support of his own cultivation, or else he would definitely not be able to utilize such a sword. Bang! With a heavy muffled sound, the third envoy's body was like a kite with broken strings as he was struck by the aftermath of the sword intent and fell hard to the ground, his spiritual energy scattering around his body, and blood continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth. Damn it! Pull out! The third envoy bellowed and fled down the road. The other 12 Heaven's Gate assassins also followed. Want to leave? Lin Xian lightly laughed. Then he only saw him let go of the heavenly chopper sword. The heavenly chopper sword was instantly out of his hand, streaking across the void with a strangely fast speed, almost instantly catching up with the 12 heavenly sect killers. And the 12 killers perished one after another in between the flashes of the sword light. The only thing that had disappeared was the third envoy of the Heaven's Gate. Lin Xian retrieved the heavenly slashing sword. He didn't care if that third envoy escaped. Someone was waiting for him anyway. He was still going to die. Go! With a single leap, Lin Xian had entered the carriage. The old butler put away the shocked look in his eyes and drove the car, crossing over the corpses of the 12 heavenly sect killers. In the dark, a gaze was withdrawn, and then what he saw was recorded in the booklet in his hand. Calculating the heavenly strategy, the penman, carrying spring and autumn with the pen. After today's battle, Lin Xian's name will go down in history, become an indelible monument in the endless river of time. Chapter 96 Envoy Lu Shangjian. There is an inn. The heavenly sect sent you to intercept, but I wonder who intercepted whom. In the distant void, the corners of the imperial provider Xi's mouth hooked up as a smile surfaced on his face as he looked at the red-haired ghost on the opposite side. The red-haired ghost had a hard look on his face. The third envoy swore that as long as he could stop the great Xia imperial provider, he was all but certain that he would be able to take down the eightfold marquis. And then, he was seriously injured by a sword chop? 12 heavenly elephant heavenly rush realms perished just like that? Even for the heavenly sect, this was no small loss. Just now, he had wanted to make a move, but he was locked by the aura of this imperial provider on the opposite side. If he dared to make a move, the two of them would surely have to have a big battle. We'll see. The red-haired ghost put down a sentence and his figure flashed away. G13 did not pursue. This person was in the same realm as him. There was no point in chasing after him as he could not be ed up even if he caught up. It was just that 8-square Marquis Lin Xian was really out of his expectation. Originally he thought that the 8-square Marquis was going to send out that strong person of the Fate Soul realm who was secretly escorting him. That person was a peak powerhouse of the Vital Soul realm, and was probably not far from chopping away the human soul. And after that severely injured third envoy of the heavenly sect left just now, this powerful person of the Fate Soul realm also disappeared with him. In the middle of a wilderness, the third envoy of the heavenly sect was dragging his heavily injured body to escape, and as he fled he turned back, afraid that Lin Xian would catch up. In his current state, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand a sword from Lin Xian. Seeing that there were no pursuers, the third envoy breathed a sigh of relief. Marquis of the 8 directions, Lin Xian, I'll remember you. In the coming day, I'll take your dog's life. Looking at the sword intent that was still raging on the wound on his chest, the third envoy gritted his teeth and roared lowly. Don't come to the day of reckoning because you don't have a day of reckoning. It was at this moment that a voice rang in his ears. The third envoy's face changed drastically and he looked up to see an old man dressed in white, but unkempt, with hair like a chicken's nest strolling in the void. Who are you? Do you and I have any grudges? The third envoy spoke in a deep voice. He could tell that this person's cultivation was not weak. Being a strong life soul realm practitioner in the same realm as him, or even stronger than him, not to mention the severely injured him now. Naturally, there is a grudge. And striking out at the Marquis is already taking death with a door. Lu Shang said indifferently. Marquis? You're from the 8 directions Marquis? There was some incredulity in the third envoy's tone. He would never have thought that the eightfold Marquis would still have men at the peak of the life soul realm. If he had known earlier, he would never have made such a rash move. Or at least asked a few more life soul realms to make a move together. What's going on up there? This kind of information is not investigated? Friend, what future can you have by following the eightfold Marquis? How about joining my heavenly sect? I will guarantee you entry into the heavenly sect's elder seat, and at that time, the immortals can grant you the way of eternal life. The third envoy forced out a smile and spoke. Clank! The long sword was sheathed, and a head shot up into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. If there is everlasting life, I will take it by my own strength. Why do I need others to give it to me? Lu Sheng's figure was far away. About 2/4 of an hour later, the red-haired ghost appeared at this place. Looking at the bodies on the ground with their heads separated, his face couldn't be more ugly. There was actually someone who sniped the severely injured third envoy of the heavenly sect. This was something that even he didn't expect. Had he known that he should have followed just now. But looking at the state of the corpse, even if he had followed just now, it was too late. Under the rule of Daxia, the heavenly sect has not appeared in the world for a long time. The world is about to forget the might of my heavenly sect. Soon. It won't be long before my heavenly sect comes out. At that time, it will sweep the world. Those who resist the heavenly sect shall die. The red-haired ghost roared a low sentence, then wrapped the corpse of the third envoy and flew away. Marquis, there's a post house up ahead. Should we take a rest? A desolate wilderness. The carriage traveled alone, and the old man driving in front of him whispered. The curtain of the carriage lifted, and Lin Xian stepped out, squinting at a stagecoach in the distance. In the middle of such a wilderness, there is even a stagecoach. So I guess it's not too serious, right? Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian spoke. At this moment, 2 days had passed since their last great battle, and there hadn't been any rumors about that previous battle, which was somewhat surprising to Lin Xian. After all, although he hadn't sensed anyone spying on him during the last great battle, he knew that there was definitely someone in the calculating heavenly strategies. The pen holders of the calculating heavens policy did not have a high cultivation level. nor were they strong in battle, but they were extremely good at concealing their forms, and even if they were several realms stronger than them, they might not be able to detect their presence. And even if their presence was detected, no one would usually lay a hand on them. As we all know, the author of the calculated heavenly policy does not interfere in the affairs of the Jianghu, does not participate in any battles, and is just a recorder. If one really wanted to lay hands on the executor of the calculating heavenly plan, one would also have to consider whether or not they could carry the calculating heavenly plan's thunderous wrath. Since calculating Tianzi didn't divulge this matter, he thought that he should want the White Lotus cult to do something to himself. It's just that it's been 2 days, and the White Lotus cult has never made a move. Could it be that the Shadow Sect has gotten all of their energy involved? In the past 2 days, there were big events in Wuwei County. Besides him, the Dixia military marquis, going out of the Shadowless Mountain. It was the Shadow Sect and the White Lotus cult going to war. You pick on my rudder on both sides, and I'll kill your disciples as well as the affiliated forces. In comparison, it was still the Shadow Sect that had the upper hand. After all, it had once been an assassin organization, and it still had an advantage in assassination as well as intelligence. The White Lotus cult was losing ground under the Shadow Sect's blows. Only now the two sides are quite restrained. Did not appear too big strong? The largest scale is the two sides each sent out an Earth Change realm. Lin Xian also knew that the reason why the Shadow Sect hadn't sent out their top-tier warriors wasn't because they wanted themselves to attract the top-tier warriors of the White Lotus cult. Even if they were to go to war, they would still have to discuss themselves. It was just that it had been 2 days and the White Lotus cult had yet to make any moves against Lin Xian. Although he traveled with just a carriage, which was not a big target, he did not hide his figure. So if someone with a good intention wanted to look for it, it would still be very easy. It was impossible for the White Lotus cult to be unaware of their position, and the probability that they had not made a move was that they had yet to figure out their own realities. But as their destination gets closer, they won't be able to resist. Walking up a day further, they would reach the Mountain of Swords, and they wouldn't let Lin Xian go up the Mountain of Swords. They had underestimated the strength of the Shadow Sect. They couldn't handle just one Shadow Sect, let alone adding another Blade Mountain. After Knife Mountain, what if we add another Tang Clan? The carriage stopped outside the stagecoach. As they approached, the two realized that this was not a stagecoach, but an inn. There's an inn. Opening an inn in the middle of nowhere is rare. Lin Xian let out a light laugh and headed inside. Passing through the small courtyard, the two pushed open the door of the inn. Not to mention, although it was an inn in the middle of nowhere, there were still a few tables of guests. Shao Air, serve a table of good food and 2 jugs of good wine, the old butler shouted. Immediately, the two of them chose an empty table and sat down. Marquis, this inn isn't quite right. The old butler transmitted his voice into his ears. If you're here, you're here, Lin Xian said indifferently. In the inn, 3 tables of guests. None of them are simple. Even the inn's junior are not bad in cultivation. And the innkeeper's wife's cultivation is even comparable to that heavenly sect's third envoy. This inn, of course, is not right. It seemed as if they had entered a place they shouldn't have. Chapter 97, 5 Poison Sect. Treasure hunting? The waiter served Lin Xian and the two of them a plate of roasted chicken and a plate of beef, along with a few plates of small dishes, plus 2 jugs of wine. Please enjoy your meal. 2 guests. The second man greeted and walked away, returning to the counter to take a nap. The innkeeper's wife was behind the counter constantly tapping her abacus, seemingly calculating her accounts. There were 3 tables of guests in the inn besides Lin Xian's duo. Close to Lin Xian's right-hand side of the table is a man wearing a strong suit, middle-aged appearance. The body is very stout. The table placed a knife, although not sheathed, but this knife at a glance is not simple. At the table to Lin Xian's left were 2 women with bucket hats, one in a red dress and one in a white dress. Even though the bucket hats on their heads were not removed for dinner, the last table was a little more numerous, with 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, who did not move their chopsticks, but just sat quietly, as if in a daze. The middle-aged swordsman only drank. The woman in the bucket hat only ate the food. The 3 men and 1 woman neither drank nor ate the food, and Lin Xian's 2 men both drank and ate the food. There was no one talking in the inn, only the sound of the boss's wife tapping on the abacus. This scene was really a bit strange. Boss, 2 jars of wine, the stronger the better, and some more appetizers. It was at this moment that the sound of kicking came from the door, and 3 big scarred men walked in and sat on top of the empty table next to the 2 bucket-hatted women. And as they entered, a sudden gust of wind hit them, just in time to blow away the veils of the 2 bucket-hatted women, and 2 exquisite faces flashed by. The 3 big scarred men's eyes went straight at once. Their brothers had been wandering the world for quite a few years, but they had never seen such a transcendent woman. Beauty, what's the point of just eating food and not drinking? Come, accompany the big man to drink one. The junior had just brought up the wine, and one of the big men couldn't wait to pick up the wine pot to tease the 2 bucket-hatted women. Scram! A clear and cold voice came out from under the red-skirted woman's bucket hat. Who would have thought that the big man was not the least bit amused, but instead laughed recklessly. Oops, still a little chilly now. This grandpa likes little chilly. Saying that, he also had to reach out to take the bucket hat on the red-skirted woman's head. Lin Xian shook his head. Self-inflicted. The next moment, the accompanying swish and scream rang out, only to see a severed arm fall to the ground. The pugilist clutched his arm, gaping and constantly letting out howls. Little, you seek death. The two remaining big men saw this and drew their swords at the same time. Then, there were two more swishing sounds, and two arms holding long knives shot up into the sky and landed on top of the ground. Get lost now, and your lives can still be spared. A clear and cold voice once again came from beneath the red-skirted woman's bucket hat. The three big men didn't even dare to scream under the threat of their lives. All of them were pale and ran out of the inn. Hey, you've soiled my inn, and even more so, you've disturbed my guests, as well as the fact that the three of them haven't paid for their drinks yet. Xiao'er walked over with a plate of peanut rice and angrily looked at the two bucket-hatted women. The red-skirted woman raised her right hand, and a money bag fell into the hands of the junior. These, enough compensation? Xiao'er opened the money bag and looked at it, while smiling with joy. Enough is enough. And then, he rushed to the counter and handed the money bag to the boss's wife, saying with gusto, "Boss lady, we're rich. This tie and can't earn this much silver in a month." The boss's wife glanced at the bag of money in Xiao'er's hand and said without a good mood, "Ha?" Junior looked at the money bag in his hand in surprise. "It's all silver for nothing. How can you call it bad luck?" "Yeah, boss lady. What? Are you saying that our silver is bad luck? Are you looking down on us?" A woman in a bucket hat spoke up. "What's the matter? I can't say you guys? Old lady will say that you guys are bad luck. How about it?" The boss's wife's eyes glared and she said without showing any weakness, "Tai Zhu, when they're gone, throw away everything they've touched. Far away from me." "Ha?" Junior's mouth opened wide in surprise again. Usually the boss's wife is very nervous about these tables, chairs and stools, but where someone smashed, not a few hundred taels of silver to pay down. How can you afford to throw these away? How dare you? The red-skirted, bucket-hatted woman slammed the table and spoke angrily. "Unbridled your mother. Your five-poison sex name doesn't matter in front of my lady. Say one more word. Believe it or not, my lady will rip off your bucket hats and strip you naked and hang you in front of my inn." The boss's wife also said in an extremely formidable manner. The two bucket-hatted women's bodies shook, and although they couldn't see their faces, they could imagine that they probably didn't look very good. Being in the five-poison sect and walking around, few people had dared to talk to them like this. Although the five-poison sect ranked at the bottom of the Great Summer's 10 sects, how was it also the Great Summer's 10 sects? And wouldn't anyone dare to act recklessly in front of the five-poison sect? Lin Xian had a thoughtful look on his face. "I have heard the 100 Dawn Tower mention that there seems to be people from the five-poison sect in Wuwei County, but I didn't expect him to run into them. Just what are the people of the five-poison sect doing here in Wuwei County?" The five-poison sect is located in the Thousand Mountains. County is located in the depths of the South Ridge, close to the southern barbarian country. From the hinterland of the Great Summer, Wuwei County is very far. If there is no important matter, they will not travel thousands of miles to come to this place. "Senior sister, don't be impulsive. Completing the mission is important." The white-skirted woman transmitted her voice to the other person. It was just that their transmissions were captured by Lin Xian. The two were at the cultivation level of one Earth transformation realm and one Essence realm, and Lin Xian had already roughly guessed the identity of one of them. In his early 20s, he was able to reach the Essence realm, and must have entered the Heavens Pride ranking without a doubt, the 13th on the Heavens Remarkable ranking. Du Inger, the little saint daughter of the Five Poison sect, ranked after Shi Zhangyu of the Shadow sect. The other one, although she was at the Earth Transformation realm, was over 30 years old, and this kind should not be rare in the Five Poison sect, so Lin Xian couldn't guess her identity. The two of the Five Poison sect. "If I were you, I would hurry home. This is not the lair of your Five Poison sect. Don't lose your life here if you can't find the treasure." Just then, one of the four people at the innermost table spoke up. The red-skirted woman with the bucket hat on her head was about to speak, but she was deterred by a strong pressure, and she simply couldn't even open her mouth. "This is Life Soul Realm." Both women's faces changed drastically. They would never have imagined that there were still strong people of the Life Soul Realm in this inn, and they also knew that they had come here for treasure hunting. Could it be that they had the same purpose? That would be troublesome. After all, the senior uncle was delayed by something, and the person had not yet arrived. "I don't need a few of you to worry about the affairs of my Five Poison sect, just take care of your own lives." A fragrant wind filled the air, and at the same time, there was also a middle-aged beauty beside the table of the two bucket-hatted women, and her aura could be too much stronger than those two women. "Senior uncle." The first two bucket-hatted women hurriedly rose and bowed. "Poison Fairy Mu Qingrong, you're even here in person. A middle-aged man from the group of four stood up violently, his face clouded. He was the only one of the foursome who was a powerful member of the Fate Soul realm. Lin Xian had a look of interest in his eyes. The little inn is a real sleeper. The four fateful soul realms were gathered together, so it was thought that there should be something of great importance. Treasure hunting? What's the treasure? Chapter 98, White Deer Mountain Secret Realm. Order of the Mountain of Swords, third shift. The four heroes of the western mountains of Daishan County. What's the matter? You can come to this Wuwei County but we can't? Five Poison Sect Mu Qingron called out the identity of the four people and said lightly. Daishan County and Wuwei County were neighboring each other, and the four heroes of the western mountain were also famous and powerful men in the rivers and lakes of Daishan County. The eldest of the four warriors had been out of the world for a long time, and it was rumored that he had already crossed the threshold of the seventh realm of deliverance. The other three were rather frequent wanderers in the Jianghu, a heavenly charge, a heavenly elephant, and an earth transformation realm. The four of them came from the same sect, and that earth transformation realm woman was the only daughter of the other three masters, originally of the three warriors of the western mountain. After their master passed away, the three took their little sister over as well, and became known as the four warriors of the western mountain. This West Mountain four warriors in the Jianghu reputation is good, often relief of the poor, the road to see the injustice of the knife to help, so the name can get a word of chivalry. The boss of the western Shangxi man grunted lightly and spoke. You Five Poison Sect came but may not be able to leave. This is the territory of the Knife Mountain. If you let the Knife Mountain know, I do not know whether it will report the revenge of the past. The man's gaze swept over the still-drinking swordsman as he said this. Lin Xian did know something of the feud between Blade Mountain and the Five Poison Sect. In fact, the Knife Mountain and the Dashe Jianghu and the enemy quite a lot, but not the kind of enemy must be life and death, and some forces. In fact, the relationship is somewhat subtle. For example, the No Phase Sect. 40 years ago, Knife Mountain had raised the clan to attack on Wuxiang Sect, setting off a peak battle above the Jianghu, although the battle did not result, but after all, it was a great battle between two great Summer 10 clans, in the Jianghu can cause a sensation, and the cause was that a supreme pride of Blade Mountain was seduced by a devilish girl of the No Phase Sect, who messed up the heart of the blade and went off the deep end and died. If the two sides of the wishful thinking is just, but it is that the witch played a trick, intends to Knife Mountain that the absolute pride of the love robbery, and then cut the love robbery, to play with the feelings of Blade Mountain's absolute pride like this, and even caused Blade Mountain's pride to lose its life. Blade Mountain naturally couldn't tolerate it, so it lifted the force of the clan and attacked the Wuxiang Sect. This Five Poison Sect and the No Phase Sect are similar. 20 years ago, that is, in the second decade after that incident in the Phaseless Sect, another supreme talent came out of Blade Mountain and was seduced by the great sage daughter of the Five Poison Sect. It was just that unlike the No Phase Sect, this Five Poison Sect's great saintess and that Blade Mountain's supreme heavenly pride were in love with each other. Only the elders of the two sides of the clan are not allowed. After all, the Sword Mountain for the famous and righteous, and the Five Poison religion, although not the No Phase Sect and so on the devil, but also is not what the righteous way, widely criticized by the people of the Jianghu. The Knife Mountain does not allow it, and the Five Poison Sect even more so, because of the Five Poison Sect's holy maiden. It is forbidden to be moved, and only a virgin body can be the holy maiden of the Five Poison Sect and serve the compassionate God. Therefore, that heavenly pride of Knife Mountain and the great sage daughter of the Five Poison Sect eloped and traveled overseas to the East China Sea, and now the Knife Mountain and the Five Poison Sect have yet to find the two of them, and as a result of this, the Knife Mountain and the Five Poison Sect developed friction, each looking at the other in an unfavorable light. At the mention of Knife Mountain, Poison Fairy Mu Qingrong's face was also very unpleasant, for it was her disciple who was the great saintly daughter 20 years ago. If there hadn't been that incident back then, with the great holy maiden's natural talent, now, not to mention entering the Fate Soul realm, she would definitely be a powerhouse at the limit of the Heavenly Charge realm. In the Five Poison Sect is also divided into factions. Her faction was already a bit weak, because of the great saintess elopement thing, resulting in her faction is even more pressed to raise their heads. Therefore, they came all the way to Wuwei County this time, and if they could get benefits in that secret place, her lineage might be able to turn around. Ouch. Hilarious, really hilarious. It was at this moment that the door of the inn was pushed open again, and two people stepped in, an old man and a young man. The speaker, it is that old man, full of silver hair, face wrinkles are also a lot, but the essence is full of energy. At this moment, a piece of voice transmission also entered Lin Xian's ears. It was Lu Sheng's voice. 100 Dawn House sent an update. Since he had been out of the Shadowless Mountain, the news from the 100 Dawn Tower had been sent once a day, and this time the news might have had the reason why these people had gathered here. A moment later, Lin Xian realized, a hint of contemplation appearing in his eyes. That's a hilarious one to put together. White Deer Mountain. not far from Knife Mountain, experienced a strange movement yesterday night, seeming to have a secret realm out of the world. The secret realm talk was not a rare thing in the Great Summer. A strong person who has cut off 3 souls can open up a separate space, and this separate space will be the secret realm. Over the countless years, there would not be few strong people who had stepped into this realm, and such secret realms would naturally not be few. It is just that even if the 3 souls are chopped off, the lifespan is limited. Sooner or later there will be a day when the lifespan is exhausted. So many secret realms have left the inheritance and lifelong collection of these powerful people. It's just that this White Deer Mountain disturbance only appeared last night, but the people of the 5 Poison sect definitely didn't just learn about it last night. They should have known long ago that this secret realm would be opened. So they came. The 4 heroes of the Western Mountains should be the same. I just don't know if these 2 later ones knew about it in advance as well. The last 2 people to enter the inn swept their eyes over the several tables of people in the inn, and when they landed on Lin Xian, their pupils shrunk slightly at the same time, obviously recognizing Lin Xian and not expecting him to appear here. That old man gave Lin Xian a deep look before bringing the white-clothed youth behind him and taking a seat opposite the swordsman. Hey, the 5 Poison sex people are right there. You're not taking revenge? It can't be that your disciple has a crush on her disciple and you have a crush on her as well, right? The old man, who was only concerned about the world, smiled at the swordsman and said, Tang Xinjie, watch what you say. In the distance, the Poison Fairy's angry shout came from the distance. The 4 heroes of the Western Mountain changed their faces slightly when they heard this name. They didn't recognize the person, but the name was familiar to them. The master of the 3 veins of the Tang clan, Tang Xinjie, known in the Jianghu as Iron Tree Flying Flower. Tang Xinjie's face remained unchanged, not even glancing at the Poison Fairy as he continued to stare at the expressionless Blade Runner as he continued. Really, let me guess? I think you should stop calling it the Sentient Blade and change your name to the Sentient Blade. Whoosh! A parasite sped by and was knocked down by Tang Xinjie's casual wave of spiritual power. Poison Fairy, look at you. You don't know what's good for you, do you? The old man, I am kindly setting you 2 up. This Poison Fairy has been single for 60 years. An old leftover woman. Can't it be that my brother Qi is still not worthy of you? Tang Xinjie said with dissatisfaction. The white-clothed boy beside him laughed bitterly. This clan uncle of his was nothing else but talkative and thick-skinned. Tang Xinjie, you're really looking for death. The Poison Fairy stood up with an unfavorable expression on her face, her poison attribute spiritual energy scattering in all directions. Mu Qingrong, the things in the inn, damage like 1,000 taels of silver. If you can afford to pay for it to spite your hands. The boss's wife's cold voice came out. Mu Qingrong's breath stuttered for a moment before she sat down. The owner of this inn was not to be messed with. It would be fine if it was just her, but she had a backstage. A moment of silence once again returned to the inn. Until that knife man spoke, there should be almost no one else, right? By order of Blade Mountain, White Deer Mountain is sealed off and no one is allowed to enter. So everyone, go back where you came from. The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes looked over. Chapter 99, Bullying Blade Mountain. One sword chopping the soul of life. Is your Blade Mountain so domineering? Although White Deer Mountain is close to your Knife Mountain, it is not your Knife Mountain's territory, so you want to blockade it? The Poison Fairy said coldly. Several other parties, including Tang Xinjie, also stared intently at the swordsman. The swordsman let out a cold snort and slapped his right hand towards the table. The long knife on the table was sheathed, and the light of the knife streaked across the room, while the long knife was then inserted into the ground in front of the inn's main door. I, Blade Mountain, am such a bully. How about you wait? The knife man said in a cold voice. Jedi Blade. The White Deer Mountain secret realm is not inherited by your Blade Mountain predecessors, and 20 years ago we discovered this secret realm, and waited for 20 years for this. The secret realm is finally open. You Blade Mountain even want to dominate this secret realm? Then ask do Mousefists to agree or not. The boss of the 4 heroes of the Western Mountain slammed the table and spoke angrily, his chi locking onto the absolute blade. His name was Du Shanxie, a strong life soul realm practitioner, and that knife man is named Qi Wuxing, nicknamed Desperate Knife, and is the Blade Mountain Tai Shang Elder. Not bad. I also don't mind making this place the burial place of your Blade Mountain Jaded Blade. The Poison Fairy also rose, her chi locking onto the jaded blade. Alas, Brother Qi, I also want to be on your side. It's just that this thing you did with Blade Mountain was not done in the right way, Tang Xinjie said with a sigh. Boss lady, what about you? Du Shanxi looked at the innkeeper's wife. The boss's wife slapped the abacus in her hand on the table. Old lady is not interested in what White Deer Mountain's secret realm. You guys love to fight or not? Anyway, they are all big families, not afraid of not being able to afford to lose money. And then, the gazes of the crowd landed on Lin Xian's body. Aside from the 2 Tang sect members, Tang Xinjie, the others did not recognize Lin Xian's identity. Both of you You've heard what you should hear and what you shouldn't. Shouldn't you also make a statement? Poison Fairy voiced out. Her gaze was directed towards Lin Xian. It was because she couldn't see through Lin Xian's cultivation, except that she could tell that the relationship between these two was undoubtedly dominated by Lin Xian. And as that old man was at the peak of the spiritual wisdom realm, his lord's cultivation should not be weak, coupled with the fact that they had heard the conversation between them in the middle of the inn, and even knew their identities, they were still not moved by it. Either your cultivation is strong or your background is strong enough. Either one should not be underestimated. Lin Xian drained his cup in a single gulp, and it was the last drink on the table. The crowd was saber-rattling, but he was having a good time drinking. Logically speaking, the secret realm of heaven and earth is for those who have the destiny to obtain it, and the White Deer Mountain secret realm is not within the range of the Blade Mountain, so I should be on the opposite side of the Blade Mountain. It's just that the goal of my trip is precisely Blade Mountain, and there are also some things I want to discuss with Blade Mountain, so I don't want to offend Blade Mountain either. How about this? How about you each take a step back and let me have that White Deer Mountain? Lin Xian said indifferently. What? Everyone threw a surprised look at Lin Xian. This guy's too brave, isn't he? Too much wine and start talking drunk? Under the sky, there is nothing that is not the king's land. The rate of the land, there is nothing that is not the king's subject. The White Deer Mountain is not the land of the Knife Mountain, but it is the land of my Daxia. The Knife Mountain has no right to dominate it, and it should belong to the court of Daxia. Lin Xian got up. His tone was bland but not lacking a few moments of majesty. You're from the Great Xia court? The Poison Fairy frowned. Being a Jianghu person, it is rare to have good feelings towards the imperial court. Jianghu people, fast and furious, is not happy, but it is subject to the constraints of the laws of Daxia, so some of the Jianghu people naturally have no good feelings towards Daxia, and the court had likewise little love for these jugglers. All things in heaven and earth are under the rules, and the people of Daxia are naturally under the laws of Daxia, and the people of Jianghu, who often violate the prohibition by martial arts, are naturally not liked by the imperial court. The court and the jungle, naturally, are on opposite sides. Let me introduce to you all. This one, the top of the heavens remarkable ranking, an accomplished writer and martial artist, is the 8th Marquis of Daxia. Tang Xinjie got up and spoke. Before he left the Tang sect, he had seen the portrait of this great Xia military marquis in the middle of the Tang sect, so he recognized it the moment he entered the inn. It was just that since Lin Xian hadn't revealed his identity, he didn't mind his own business. Great Xia 8 Marquis, the top of the heavens remarkable ranking? In the inn, everyone frowned. They had originally thought that Lin Xian was whichever returning Fate Soul Realm powerhouse from the Great Xia court, but they hadn't expected that it was really that 18-year-old teenager. They had naturally heard of the name of this heaven's pride ranking top 8 marquis. It could be said that in the current Grand Xia, and even in the 4 directions of the land, it was feared that those who didn't know Lin Xian's name were already very few. Just that, a mere 18-year-old boy, even if he was a military vassal of the Grand Xia, in this place where the faithful soul realm was piled up, there was a part for him to speak? And who gave him the courage to dare to say that White Deer Mountain should belong to the Daxia court? This man is bold, but he has to be strong enough. Marquis of the 8 Directions. A banquet has been prepared in the Blade Mountain, waiting for the Marquis of the 8 Directions to enter the mountain. Only the White Deer Mountain. All are not allowed to enter. The desperate Blade spoke in a deep voice. He didn't know that this person was the Marquis of the 8 Directions before, but even if he was, he must not enter White Deer Mountain. Today's matter here has nothing to do with the 8 Directions Marquis. The 8 Directions Marquis will exit the inn and go about his business. Poison Fairy also said, after all, it is a Daxia military marquis. The face that should be given should still be given. Lin Xian yawned. Not this marquis, said you guys. Really grating. To fight in a hurry to fight. This marquis first to go to the White Deer Mountain to see. Said in the end is not still under the hand to see the real chapter. Saying that, Lin Xian swaggered out the door and walked away, passing through the long blade that was plunged straight into the ground as if it were nothing. Marquis Lin. White Deer Mountain is off limits. Outside the inn, in front of Lin Xian, the long sword stood across the void, blocking his way forward. The people in the inn also walked out. Why can't I enter? Just a mere secret realm shouldn't be enough for you. Blade Mountain, to be so shameless as to take it for yourself. Lin Xian said indifferently. A hint of difficulty appeared on the desperate Blade's face. He couldn't say exactly why, but White Deer Mountain, really, was inaccessible. It's better to see the truth underhand. The Poison Fairy locked onto the Jedi blade. Du Shangxi and Tang Xinjie also each walked over, and together with Lin Xian, the 4 of them surrounded the Jedi blade. Fighting, a touch and go, really not letting people worry. It was at this moment that Lin Xian suddenly sighed and looked into the distance. 3 figures were speeding along, arriving outside the inn in an instant. 2 of them Lin Xian had seen before, It was the black and white ambassadors who had struck out in the middle of the shadow sect, while the third person was dressed in 7-colored garments. Undoubtedly the 7-colored elders of the White Lotus cult. That 7-colored elder's face changed slightly when he saw the situation outside the inn. He had been ordered to intercept Lin Xian, and had just sensed Lin Xian's aura, so he had hurriedly sped here, but he had never expected that there were so many strong people assembled here. Moreover, that desperate blade, Iron Tree Flying Blossom, he knew the name, and their battle power was even better than his. Sorry, wrong way, that 7-colored elder whispered and was about to leave. What wrong move? We've come all this way, we might as well die. Lin Xian's faint voice fell into the ears of that 7-colored elder. The elder of the 7 colors was just about to make a mocking remark, yet a warning sign sprang up in the bottom of his heart. It was the feeling of death. And then, he just heard a clang. That was the sound of a long sword coming out of its sheath, and the light of the sword cut through the sky, instantly approaching his body. In the next moment, the 3 corpses fell to the ground with a bang. There were 3 less lifeforms on the scene, but there were more than 10 pairs of wide-eyed stares with horror in their eyes. Even the several vital soul realms were like this, only feeling their hands and feet go a little cold. Chapter 100 10,000 Swords Formation. Demon King. Gollum. Outside the inn, there was a gulp. It's the inn's junior. At the moment, he was staring with wide eyes at Lin Xian, who was slowly retracting his sword, his legs wobbling a little, and he almost didn't stand still. Wasn't it said that this eightfold marquis was only 18 years old and was only the top of the Heavens Pride ranking? The Heavens Remarks list only records Heavens Remarks under the age of 30. I have never heard of a person on the Heavens Remarks list being able to decapitate a soul at the time of the list, not since records have been kept. There had only ever been a person on the Heavens Pride list who had chopped through the Heavenly Rush, which was already a remarkable thing. And today, this Heaven's remarkable ranking leader had actually beheaded a Fate Soul Realm powerhouse with a single sword, and even had 2 heavenly charge realms attached to it. Wouldn't this scare the hell out of people if it got out? Truly worthy of the great Xia, Marquis of the 8 Directions. Even the chatty Tang Sex Iron Tree Flying Flower Tang Xinjie didn't know what to say at this moment, and only stifled this sentence. The others, needless to say, were nothing but shocked, and after this sword, it was obvious that this battle outside the inn should not be able to carry on. Mr. Shi, do you still want to stop this Marquis? Lin Xian said indifferently. Shi Wuxing was silent for a few moments before he withdrew his sword and spoke in a deep voice. Marquis Lin, it's not that Mr. Qi is stopping you, but White Deer Mountain is truly inaccessible. I say, old man Qi, what great treasure has come out of White Deer Mountain? Why are you so nervous about Blade Mountain? You still won't let us in? Then haven't we waited these 20 years in vain? Tang Xinjie rolled his eyes and said, and at that moment, Lin Xian once again received a transmission from Lu Shang, still from the 100 Dawn Tower. 2 messages came through in one day, so I guess it was something big. And then, with a slight frown on its brow, it looked towards Qi Wui. You, Blade Mountain, have laid down the 10,000 Blades formation on White Deer Mountain? Qi Wuxing nodded with a complicated expression on his face. The others' faces changed. The 10,000 Knives formation is a major card of the Knife Mountain. Unless the Knife Mountain is at the time of the destruction of the family or when the nest will be used. In the past, Blade Mountain had laid down the 10,000 Blades formation outside the mountain gate of the Wuxia sect, trapping the Wuxia sect for 3 months. Further back, the Knife Mountain once incurred a strong enemy. On the verge of extinction of the clan opened the 10,000 Knives formation once, preserving the inheritance of the Knife Mountain. This Knife Mountain would never lay down the 10,000 Knives formation until it was absolutely necessary. Could it be that an inheritance beyond the 3 Souls realm has appeared in the White Deer Mountain secret realm, and thus you, Blade Mountain, want to raise your clan to occupy it? The Poison Fairy said with an unkind expression on her face. Qi Wuxing let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Since Marquis Lin is here, I think that the pen holder of the Heaven Calculator should be here as well, so I shouldn't be able to hide the matter of the White Deer Mountain. So I'll just say it then. White Deer Mountain secret realm is not a secret realm left by my human strongman, but a demon strongman left behind. Last night, this secret realm vibration, there is a demon king's breath revealed, triggering the Knife Mountain enshrined in the heavenly destiny knife. Therefore, the Knife Mountain and the White Deer Mountain set up the 10,000 knives array in case the demon king in the White Deer Mountain gets out of the trap, endangering the earth. The moment these words came out, the crowd once again changed color. Even Lin Xian frowned slightly. Because of the Blade Mountain's arrangement of the 10,000 Blades formation, even the 100 Dawn Tower did not know the hidden secrets, not to mention by Xiao Lu. Even the disciples of Blade Mountain who participated in it and laid down the 10,000 Blades formation, 99% of them didn't know the hidden meaning of it, and I'm afraid that only the top management of the Blade Mountain would know about it. Demon King, that was a powerful existence that stepped into the 3 Souls realm. Demons can take human form when they reach the essence realm and can be called great demons, and at the vital soul realm, one could be called a demon general. The three souls realm above the life soul realm could be called the demon king. If it was the human soul realm among the three soul realms, it would be fine, but if it was the heavenly soul realm, I was afraid that Blade Mountain would not be of much use even if it had laid down the 10,000 Blades formation. Heavenly soul realm, Blade Mountain is definitely there. Can into the Great Summer 10 clans? The clan will have a heavenly soul realm. Just this old undead. Are there clans in the bottom of the existence? Most of the longevity go to the limit. The body function is not as good as before. Far less than the peak state. Do not fight for their lives is not enough to play the peak of the force. In this aspect, the human race was far worse than the demon race. The human race common life expectancy of more than 100. The realm of birth is only 200 life expectancy. That is, to the soul realm above. But also at most another 100 life expectancy only. Not so with the demons. They are born with a long lifespan, and some of the demon race in the fetalization realm have lifespans of up to 1,000 years, while those above the soul realm have lifespans of up to 2,000 years or even more. It's just that although they have an advantage over the human race in terms of longevity, they are far inferior to the human race in terms of cultivation. Most of them are piled up with time to erase the gap between them and the human race. If they didn't have this unique longevity, the Western region demon kingdom would have long ceased to exist. However, it was also because of their long lifespan that there were many demon races in the Western region demon kingdom, no less or even more than the human race, although the Western region is barren, but the territory is vast, and there are even boundless 100,000 mountains. I do not know how many great demons and demon kings are lurking. I just hadn't thought that there was a demon king in this White Deer Mountain secret realm, and just the breath had triggered the Heaven's Destiny Blade of Blade Mountain, the Heavenly Destiny Sword of Blade Mountain, which was the sword of the founder of Blade Mountain and also the sword of the first generation of Blade Armor, had been hanging in the Great Hall of Blade Mountain for 1,800 years. The first generation of Blade A had said that the descendants of Blade Mountain, if any of them surpassed, could take this blade, but for 1,800 years, although Blade Mountain had produced a number of outstanding descendants, none of them had reached the point of the first generation of Blade Armor. Instead, there were two Blade Armors out of the Jianghu, neither of which were from the Mountain of Blades. Thus, this Heaven's Destiny Sword had been hanging in the Great Hall of Blade Mountain. That Demon King's aura had triggered the Heavenly Destiny Blade, indicating that it was at least an Earth Soul Realm Demon King, as Human Soul Realm Demon Kings were not yet capable of triggering the Heavenly Destiny Blade. Since there is such a strong Demon King, and you, Blade Mountain, are not sure of taking it down, hence the 10,000 Blades formation, why don't you report it to the Dasha Imperial Court? If the Demon King gets out of the trap, can you, Blade Mountain, afford to take the responsibility? Lin Shen said indifferently. Qi Wuxing let out a bitter smile. He was only a life soul realm. He couldn't make the call on this matter. Moreover, White Deer Mountain was on the side of Knife Mountain, so if it was just a wisp of the Demon King's breath that was asking for help from the Dasha court, wouldn't it be a bit of a loss of face for Knife Mountain? Blade Mountain has already had an Earth Soul Realm ancestor come out and probe deep into the White Deer Mountain. This matter, Blade Mountain can resolve itself, Qi Wuxing said in a deep voice. Anyway, his mission was to intercept these people who knew about the secret realm of White Deer Mountain, and the rest had nothing to do with him. This Marquis wishes to travel to take a look. I wonder if that's possible. Lin Xian continued. This, Qi Wuxing revealed a hesitant look before sighing and nodding. We're going with you too. Several people from Tang Xinjie also spoke up. They had waited 20 years for this secret realm, and if they didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they be satisfied? Qi Wuxing did not refuse. Rather than letting them go out and spread this news all over the world, it would be better to keep them under his nose. With a single step, Lin Xian headed in the direction of White Deer Mountain. He always had a feeling that it wasn't that simple this time. It was just as well that there was a secret realm in the White Deer Mountain. Why would a demon king appear? You know, when the Great Summer unified the Middle Kingdom of God, built the Demon Removal Pavilion, patrolling the Kingdom of God for 700 years, getting rid of all the demons above the great demons of the Kingdom of God. Even if there are fish in the net, they will not miss the existence of the Demon King and so on. Chapter 101, Theft of the Heavenly Fate Sword, Heavenly Sex Handiwork. Outside of White Deer Mountain, Lin Xian and the others stopped, a trace of shock flashing through their eyes. As one looked around, an ocean of countless sharp blades stretched across the landscape, with countless blades emitting a harsh light, converging together and exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. In this sea of blades, the disciples of Blade Mountain were scattered among them. Their figures were like dexterous dancers, jumping and spinning on the tips of their blades, and every time they swung the long blades in their hands, a razor-sharp blade would break through the air and merge into the sea of blades, reinforcing the power of the entire 10,000 000 blade formation. The entire White Deer Mountain was enveloped by this astonishing aura, and not a single fly or insect was able to cross over from this sea of swords. Blade Mountain's 10,000 blades formation is truly worthy of its name. The poison fairy hummed softly. When the 5 poison sect and Knife Mountain both fought to that point, but they had yet to touch the bottom of Knife Mountain, let alone use this 10,000 knives formation. The 5 poison sect didn't have that ability to force Blade Mountain to utilize the 10,000 blades formation either. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the sea of blades before him. I don't know if it was because of the 10,000 swords formation blocking him, but he didn't detect the presence of a demonic aura in this White Deer Mountain. Since Blade Mountain has an Earth Soul Realm ancestor entering White Deer Mountain, I think that they should have already entered the White Deer mysterious realm, and if there was a Demon King, a battle should have erupted a long time ago. Lin Xian looked towards Qi Wui and said indifferently. Qi Wuxing frowned slightly. He was of the same mind, only he didn't know what was going on in the White Deer Mountain. At this moment, the other 3 Soul Realm powerhouses of Blade Mountain were definitely all staring at White Deer Mountain as well, ready to make a move to receive them at any time. And he, a faithful Soul Realm, simply couldn't get involved. Lin Xian turned his head in the direction of Blade Mountain. Blade Mountain was about 30 miles away from this place, and a strong person above the Life Soul Realm could reach it in a moment. He always had a feeling that, perhaps, the Mountain of Blades should be the place to watch out for, and it was at this moment that a loud roar came from the White Deer Mountain. Damn it, withdraw the 10,000 swords formation. There are no demons in the secret realm of White Deer Mountain. This is a diversion. There are thieves who want to steal my Sword Mountain Heavenly Fate sword. After that, a figure sped out from the Sea of Blades and swept towards the Mountain of Blades, and in the instant his voice fell. Several gazes that were focused on White Deer Mountain and the Blade Mountain all moved away and looked towards the Mountain Gate Hall, only to see that the Heaven's Destiny blade that was originally hanging above the Mountain Gate Hall had disappeared at some point. Immediately, several terrifying auras erupted from the Mountain of Blades, all of which were strong at the 3 Souls realm. Damn it, who dares to steal my Blade Mountain Heavenly Fate blade? All disciples return and search for the thief. 2 loud roars came out from above the Mountain of Blades. The disciples who had condensed the 10,000 blades formation outside of White Deer Mountain simultaneously returned towards the direction of the Blade Mountain, and Qi Wuxing, who was beside Lin Xian, also cupped his fists at a few people with a grave expression on his face, and his body rushed up into the sky. Interesting, releasing the Demon King's aura in the White Deer secret realm as a lure to distract the tiger from the mountain, attracting the attention of the Blade Mountain's strongest men, and taking advantage of the opportunity to steal the Heaven's Destiny blade. It's really a bit ballsy. Lin Xian cupped his chin and spoke. Strange, that Heavenly Destiny knife is a generation of knife armor's matching knife. That is, the people in the Knife Mountain also can't take it. What kind of person has such ability? Quietly will take it away? Tang Xinjie frowned. If it wasn't for the blade a posture, it would have the ability of a heavenly soul, and at the very least, it would be a strong person of the Earth Soul realm. Poison Fairy added. The Heaven's Destiny blade was extraordinary, similar to the Heaven's chopping sword held by Lin Xian, and if it didn't allow itself, even a Destiny Soul Realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to remove it. If one wanted to take the Heavenly Destiny blade away silently, unless one had an excellent talent for the Tao of the blade and had gained the approval of the Heavenly Destiny blade, or if one took it with absolute strength, in that case, the Heavenly Soul Realm was most likely, and the Earthly Soul Realm was not impossible to achieve. In response, Lin Xian had a different opinion, but he didn't say it out loud. In addition to these two, there is a third method. Then a special method would be used to suppress the blade intent of the Heaven's Destiny blade, so that even a mundane person could take it with their hands. This special method could be an exotic treasure or a technique, but either way, it was not something that an ordinary person could master. Lin Xian thought of an organization. Heaven's Gate. The Heavenly Gate has existed for an unknown number of years, and behind it even stands the Immortals of the Heavens, and this kind of techniques and exotic treasures are naturally found in the Heavenly Gate, and among the Great Summer Divine Prefecture. Daring to steal the Heavenly Fate blade, the lifeblood of the Blade Mountain, in the middle of the Blade Mountain, was not something an ordinary force would dare to do, but the Heavenly Sect was quite possible. 2 months ago, the 3rd generation Qin armor's shaking light Qin was inexplicably lost, and after 100 Dawn Tower's investigation, it was suspected to have been obtained by the Heavenly Sect, and further back, 7 months ago, the 7-star chessboard of the 2nd generation chess armor also disappeared in the Falling Sun Mountain. 9 months ago, the mountain and river map made by the 3rd generation of the painting armor came out, but only for a few days. It disappeared again without a trace. This is still circulated in the jungle. Some have not been circulated in the jungle? Calculate the Tianzi row of spring and autumn 13a, 2,100 years, counting up to a full 30 or 40. Those who became famous, most of the weapons in the rivers and lakes or was privately hidden, long time not present. perhaps some of it has fallen into the hands of the heavenly gates. Therefore, Lin Xian guessed that this Heaven's Destiny Blade might also be under the hands of the heavenly sect? And what is the conspiracy of Heaven's Gate to take these? Regardless of who obtained this Heavenly Destiny Blade, the person should still be within the range of the Blade Mountain. It's up to the Blade Mountain to find out whether or not this person can be found, Tang Xinjie said in a low voice. Lin Xian nodded slightly. For that, he still agrees. No matter what way the other party steals the Heavenly Fate Sword quietly, if they want to leave quickly, they need to expose their cultivation, so they will definitely be discovered by the strongest person in the Sword Mountain. Therefore, he must be hiding in the Mountain of Swords now. Depends on how well he's hidden. The Heaven's Destiny Blade was the treasure of the Blade Mountain, and with this theft, perhaps even the old ancestor of the Heavenly Soul Realm would move out. Lin Xian did want to see the style of the Heavenly Soul Realm, and he also wanted to see the concealment method of the person who had stolen the Heavenly Destiny Blade. Since he dared to come, he must have the certainty of escaping the probing of the Heavenly Soul Realm. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a step forward. His original goal was Blade Mountain, and this White Deer Mountain secret realm just happened to coincide with it. Now that the Earth Soul Realm powerhouses from Blade Mountain had already entered this White Deer Mountain secret realm, it was no longer useful to them. Perhaps this White Deer Mountain secret realm was just a front from the beginning, a front to steal the Heavenly Fate Sword. Seeing Lin Xian heading towards the Mountain of Blades, the other few people did not follow. The four heroes of the Western Mountain were people of the Jianghu and had no friendship with the Knife Mountain, so it was obviously inappropriate to travel to the Knife Mountain at this time. The Five Poison Sect, on the other hand, had a gap with Knife Mountain, and although the matter had faded away after many years, Knife Mountain was on the verge of an outbreak at the moment, and the Poison Fairy was not going to go to the hustle and bustle. As for the two from the Tang sect, they had a friendship with Blade Mountain, but this was not the time to climb the friendship, or to do what they should do. The main thing was that Marquis of the Eight Directions was also here, and Tang Xinjie didn't want to have too much contact with Lin Xian. After all, nowadays that White Lotus cult was afraid that it intended to get rid of Lin Xian, and the Heavenly Sect also had great thoughts about Lin Xian. It was just that the White Lotus cult was just that, and the Tang sect wasn't afraid of it, but the Heavenly Sect was different. If not as a last resort, the Tang sect naturally did not want to offend the Heavenly Sect. It could be said that throughout the entire Grand Xia and even the four directions of the world, there were not many forces that could afford to offend the Heavenly Sect. Everyone left in the opposite direction, except for Lin Xian's master and servant, who climbed towards the Mountain of Blades. Since it was suspected that the Heavenly Sect had struck, Lin Xian naturally wanted to get involved. Anyway, it was already immortal between him and the Heavenly Sect. Chapter 102, Entering the Mountain of Swords. Lu Xingqian, Marquis of the Eight Directions. The Heavenly Fate Sword of Blade Mountain has been stolen and the mountain is now closed. Please return. The Blade Mountain Master intercepted Lin Xian outside the Blade Mountain. There's no harm. This Marquis won't disturb you in your search for the person who stole the Heaven's Destiny Sword, and will only be a bystander. And, perhaps this Marquis can even give you advice, Lin Xian said with a smile. The Blade Mountain Lord revealed a hesitant expression. Immediately, he still nodded and welcomed Lin Xian inside. The truth was that before, Uncle Qi had talked about Lin Xian's battle achievements, and with Lin Xian's special status, Blade Mountain had prepared a banquet to welcome the Marquis of the Eight Directions before, so it was actually nothing to just let him come up to the mountain. It's just that it's not expected to be able to host the Eight Marquis for a short period of time. Marquis Lin, the mountain has already arranged a place to stay. It's just that something big has happened to Blade Mountain, so please don't go anywhere. If there is any hospitality that is not good enough, Marquis Lin can just say so. Please bear with me. The Blade Mountain Master opened his mouth and said, there's no harm in it. This Marquis has always disliked troubling others as well, so Mountain Lord Li can just go about his business on his own. Lin Xian's face smiled. The Blade Mountain Master smiled apologetically before leaving in a hurry. Lin Xian looked at the back of the Blade Mountain Lord, and the smile on his face tightened. Don't say, this Knife Mountain and Shadow Sect is different. Even if the Heavenly Fate Knife is stolen, this Knife Mountain Master is so anxious still can be patient. Personally come to meet him. Then Jane Zidon of the Shadow Sect definitely couldn't do it. Soon, a Blade Mountain disciple came and guided Lin Xian and the two of them to a courtyard. In the front hall of Blade Mountain Master Li Chongshao came in a hurry. Chongshao, can that Eight Marquis be arranged? An old man opened his mouth and asked. It has been arranged, Li Chongshao said respectfully. There were 9 people gathered at this place. All of them were the Blade Mountain's Supreme Elders, and that Qi Wudao was also among them. The Supreme Elders nodded. In that case then let's discuss this Heavenly Fate Blade. Now that the Blade Mountain has been sealed, the thief who stole the Heavenly Fate Blade must be in the middle of the Blade Mountain. Make sure to find him out. The person who opened his mouth was the Earth Soul Realm Supreme Elder who had explored White Deer Mountain. Third Taishang. I remember looking at that Heavenly Fate sword when you entered White Deer Mountain. It was still hanging there. The theft of the Heavenly Fate sword should have been within a quarter of an hour after you entered Heavenly Fate Mountain. A Fate Soul Realm Taishang Elder said categorically. That Earth Soul Realm Taishang Elder was not low in the Blade Mountain, ranking third among the many Taishang Elders, so it was also called the Third Taishang. The Third Taishang nodded his head and said, indeed, after the 10,000 Knives formation was set up, I entered the White Deer Mountain, and at that time, there were almost no disciples in the Knife Mountain, and there were only dozens of disciples and elders, and the thieves were hiding in one of the locations of the Knife Mountain if they were not hidden in these people. Those dozens of disciples have all been centralized and have been probed by the Old Man, and there is no problem, and the Old Man in the Mountain of Blades have all been probed by his divine mind, and no thieves have been found to be lurking. When he said the last, the third Teiyukai's tone was a bit heavy, since there was no problem with those people, and no one was lurking in the Knife Mountain. Could it be that the thief had already escaped? This is not very likely. With only a quarter of an hour, it would be impossible for the thief to steal the Heavenly Fate sword and successfully escape the Mountain of Swords unless he exposed his cultivation. But as soon as the thieves exposed their cultivation, they were bound to be discovered by them. Third Taishang. There are two other possibilities. Li Chongshao opened his mouth. Oh, Chongshao, you say. The third Taishang opened his mouth. Li Chongshao looked at the Supreme Elder before speaking in a deep voice. Third Taishang, you checked the Blade Mountain disciples and elders. But what about the other Taishangs? You checked all the other corners of Blade Mountain. But what about Blade Abyss? The moment these words came out, all the Supreme Elders frowned. Chongshao, could it be that you are doubting us? A Vital Soul Realm Supreme Elder spoke in displeasure. Chongshao wouldn't dare. I just suspect that there is such a possibility. Since the thieves were able to take the Heaven's Destiny Sword between silently and acted in such a ghostly manner, naturally, we must eliminate all possibilities, Li Chongshao said with a slight bow. The third Taishang's gaze swept over all the Taishang elders before he spoke. Chongshao is right. Everything is possible. It's just that I can't really tell if you guys have a problem or not. Since it's possible for the thieves to enter the Blade Abyss as well, then we'll take a trip to the Blade Abyss and ask the Grand Taishang to come out. Third Taishang. The Grand Taishang is in seclusion and hasn't asked about the Blade Mountain matter for 20 years. Would inviting him hastily disturb his old man? A Supreme Elder frowned. The theft of the Heavenly Fate Blade is a major event in the Blade Mountain. How could it not be reported to the Grand Taishang? The third Taishang asked a rhetorical question before heading towards the direction of the Blade Abyss. Right, Chongshao, you come along too. All of the Taishangs followed as much as they could, and Li Chongshao paused in place for a split second before following suit. In the middle of a small courtyard on Blade Mountain, Lin Xian could feel many strong auras heading towards the back of Blade Mountain, where the direction of the Blade Abyss was. Blade Abyss, the forbidden land of Blade Mountain. It was similar to the Sword Forest of the Green Mountain Sword Sect. Only the Green Mountain Sword Sect's Sword Forest is the existence of the surface, and the countless swords within it can even allow people outside the Sword Sect to pick it. The Knife Mountain Knife Abyss is the Knife Mountain Forbidden Land. Within it is more than the remnants of the knife, is buried the knife of the place. Knife Mountain of all the Supreme Elders of the retreat place is also in the Knife Abyss. Marquis Lin, this is everything that Blade Mountain has recorded about the White Lotus sect. Please observe it at your leisure. In the middle of a courtyard on Blade Mountain, a sword-bearing youth walked over and respectfully handed Lin Xian several thin books in his hands. Lin Xian took the thin book and flipped through it. Many of its contents were known to him, though there were some that he did not know. After all, Blade Mountain was also one of the 10 clans of the Great Summer, and although the source of information was not as good as the 100 Dawn Tower, the heritage was here, and Lin Xian had wanted to come to the White Lotus sect from amongst the Blade Mountain to try out the Blade Mountain's attitude, and there shouldn't be much of a problem with inviting the Blade Mountain on this trip. Among the 10 clans of the Great Summer, in terms of cynicism, only the Green Mountain Sword Sect and the Mountain of Blades are at the head of the list. The Red Lotus cult rebelled against the Grand Xia, striking out recklessly, compelling and even slaughtering civilians, and Blade Mountain had long since looked the other way. Lu Xingchen, right? Lin Shan looked at the youth in front of him and spoke softly. Marquis Lin actually knows Star's name. Star is honored, the youth whispered. Lin Shan let out a light laugh. 7th on the heavens remarkable ranking. Blade Mountain's Lu Xingchen. His name has spread to the Great Xia. Naturally, this Marquis has heard of him. Compared to Marquis Lin, Star is far worse. Lu Xingchen raised his head, his eyes filled with admiration. Before Lin Xian had gone up the Mountain of Swords, he knew that there would be a gap between himself and Lin Xian, the top of the heavens pride ranking, but it might not necessarily be that big. But after Lin Xian went up the Mountain of Swords, he knew that the gap between him and this heaven's pride ranking leader was like a difference between clouds and mud. In particular, the words that his master said before asking him to come made him not come out of the shock even now. This heaven's pride list leader even has a sword second life soul realm combat power. this kind of combat power, is already proud of the same generation. That is, many of the older generation of strong, also want to bow down in front of him. Lu Xingchen could imagine that in the near future, the name of the Eight Directions Marquis Lin Xian would spread across the world again, and this time, it would no longer be in the name of Heaven's Pride alone. Since I got the news of your Saber Mountain, this Marquis didn't get it for nothing. You have reached the limit of the Essence Realm, just one step away from breaking the bottleneck of the Earth Transformation Realm, right? Since this is the case, this Marquis is gifting you a blade. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. Before Lu Xingchen could wonder, he only saw the long blade on his back sheath, and the hilt of the blade was then held in Lin Xian's hand. And then, Lin Xian actually slashed towards Lu Xingchen. A brilliant blade light pierced through Lu Xingchen's body, only he was not injured in the slightest. When Lu Xingchen came back to his senses, Lin Xian, on the other hand, had already disappeared into the small courtyard and appeared outside the Blade Abyss. Chapter 103, Breaking into the Blade Abyss. Supreme Blade Body, Extra. The Knife Abyss, which was actually a cliff, was located behind the Knife Mountain. The location of the Knife Mountain is a rolling mountain range, about 100 miles long, and that White Deer Mountain also belongs to this mountain range, only it is located at the edge of the mountain range. This Knife Abyss is located in two pieces of hanging wall, deep, bottomless, and there is no other exit, unless from the other side of the mountain will be pierced through the mountain. Can also enter the Knife Abyss. Standing on top of the cliff, Lin Xian would be able to feel the heavenly blade aura in the Blade Abyss. After standing in place for a moment, Lin Xian took a step and his body fell sharply. A moment later, Lin Xian landed at the bottom of the cliff, and a stone tablet stood in front of him. The word Blade Abyss is written on it. Lin Xian gazed at the stone tablet in front of him, the word Blade Abyss on it. Each stroke was like a sharp blade, the strokes revealing a stern blade intent, giving off a suffocating aura. This stone monument standing here was more than just a stone monument, it was more like an absolute sword, blocking all those who intended to intrude into the Blade Abyss. Lin Xian took a step forward, and the knife character above the stone tablet seemed to come to life, actually detaching itself from the stone tablet and transforming into a knife light that shot towards Lin Xian's brow. At this critical moment, Lin Xian was unmoved, allowing the blade light to touch his body and then pour into his brow. Almost at the same time as the blade light poured in, a very strong blade intent likewise burst out from Lin Xian's body, and countless blade shadows surrounded the perimeter of his body. And then Lin Xian took a single step, and he crossed the stone monument, entering the land of the Blade Abyss. A flash of blade light was withdrawn, and the word blade reappeared above the stone tablet. But that's not the end of the count. At this moment, in the Knife Abyss, the countless knives seemed to have been summoned, and also seemed to have suffered from the invasion of a foreign enemy, trembling and emitting a low rumbling sound. With every step Lin Xian took, these trembling sounds became a few degrees more violent. In the depths of the Blade Abyss, more than a dozen pairs of eyes opened at the same time, and outside of the deepest cave, there were similarly a dozen figures twisting their heads to look at them. Someone broke into the Blade Abyss? Li Chongxiao shouted in a deep voice. It's the Marquis of the Eight Directions. A flash of inexplicable color flashed in the eyes of the third Taishan. Li Chongxiao's face changed slightly. This Knife Abyss, knife intent chaotic rampant, so do not say that even the life-soul realm powerhouse's divine thoughts cannot penetrate. Only step into the three-soul realm can divine thoughts cover the Knife Abyss. Third Taishan, the blade intent in the Blade Abyss is chaotic. The Eight Marquis is not a practitioner of the blade. It is imperative that he doesn't allow to be let into his body by the blade intent, or else he will be in danger, Li Chongxiao said in a hurry. The third Teiyukai had an odd expression on his face. The Marquis of the Eight Directions is not a swordsman? That rushing sword intent is hard to believe that it is the old man who invoked it. Third Taishan, someone is intruding the Blade Abyss, so you can drive them away. It was at this moment that a divine thought transmitted a voice. It was a Fate Soul realm that was in seclusion in a cave. Aside from the 9 Taishangs present and Li Chongxiao, the other Taishan elders of Blade Mountain did not recognize the Eightfold Marquis. There's no need to drive him away. Just watch quietly, and with your strength, you can't do anything to drive him away. The third Taishang replied. That Life Soul Realm Supreme Elder was a bit strange. He was at least a strong Life Soul Realm practitioner, and this broke into the Knife Abyss of people. Although the knife intention is amazing, but not their Knife Mountain disciples, and bone age is not big, looks less than the weak crown of the year, but also can have the ability to turn the sky knot? And right at this moment, the countless knives in the Knife Mountain broke away from the ground and drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, eventually converging into a spectacular sea of knives that surged and poured towards the outside of the Knife Abyss. Li Chongxiao's face changed once again, hurriedly said, Third Taishang, the Knife Abyss and the remnants of too many knives, knife intent refutation, is the Life Soul Realm cannot carry, although the 8 Marquis of the battle strength is amazing, but after all, has not yet stepped into the Life Soul Realm. Do not be infinite knife will be destroyed by the divine soul. The third Taishang also frowned slightly. What Li Chongxiao said was reasonable. The blade intent gathered from the countless remnant blades in this blade abyss. Even he had to take it seriously, and the eightfold marquis really might not be able to carry it. However, he was more curious about how the eightfold marquis was able to invoke the countless remnants of this blade abyss. What kind of sword intent has he realized? Or is it just as well that this guy has a fluxed sword heart, but he also has a sword body in his body? The third Taishang pressed down his thoughts of striking out, his gaze passing through the sea of blades and looking towards the figure that was still walking step by step towards the depths of the blade abyss. Looking at the raging sea of blades, Lin Xian's eyes were tightly closed, but his footsteps were unceasing, and his direction wasn't the slightest bit misplaced. Countless remnant blades stopped 3 feet away in front of him, and then circled around him, like those blade shadows, like a storm. In the knife abyss, flying sands and stones, but just touching the storm of the knife sea, they would instantly be churned to pieces and dissipate into nothingness. Supreme Blade Body, all blades submit. In the depths of the blade abyss, the 3 Supreme Lords' faces changed drastically. What is the Supreme Blade Body? A Supreme Elder inquired with a staring brow. The third Teiyukai took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The world knows that swords have sword bodies, such as the already fallen chief of that Castle Peak sword sect, who was known as the strongest person of the sword Dao ever, who had the sword Dao physique, known as the innate sword body. He carries the power of the sword path at birth. At the age of 3 when he touches the sword, he has a burgeoning sword intent. No matter any sword technique, he will know it after seeing it once. In the path of the sword, he has superhuman talent and enlightenment. This 8 square host Tongming sword heart is actually considered a type of sword Dao physique, and is similar to the innate sword body. And the knife, the same also has a knife body. My knife mountain founding ancestor. The first generation of knife armor will be equipped with a supreme knife body. The name of the knife soul overlord body. Born with a knife soul, 10,000 knives submit. Unique and unparalleled. This 8 square marquis is also a blade soul hegemony body? The supreme elder who asked the question said in shock. Sang Taishang shook his head. It's not like the blade soul overlord body. It's slightly different from the documented ancestor physique, but it's the same supreme physique, thus triggering the subjugation of all blades. Since the ancestor, there has never been a blade body in the divine lands. I never thought that there would be a blade body in this world again, but it's a pity. It's a pity that it's not someone from my blade mountain. At the end of the sentence, Santai Kami was slightly regretful. Today's Knife Dao sect, Knife Mountain is undoubtedly the leader, but unfortunately the World Knife Dao Chi convergence still did not give birth to the supreme knife body. For 2,100 years, it is not surprising that the world's chi has converged on Shenzhou. Shenzhou's chi has returned to Daxia, and Daxia's chi has gathered in the court. Just things will be reversed. Clay Bodhisattva had deduced that the Great Xia dynasty's destiny can be stretched for 2,100 years. The great world has arrived. The chaotic world has come. The python bird swallowed the dragon. The future of the world. The emergence of how many rare things are not surprising. At that moment, an old voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Mammon. The crowd's hearts and minds were in a state of awe, and all of them, including the 3 superiors, bent their heads. At the entrance of the cave, a shadowy figure floated in. It was just that he didn't look at the supreme elders, but rather at the front. The storm of the Sea of Blades was already close, and within it, a gaze was projected and landed on top of the silhouette. The moment his eyes locked, the storm of the Sea of Blades instantly dispersed, and the thousands of remnant blades returned to their places. Thanks to Pepsi Can't Have Fun for the roll call. Thanks to Flanders who loves minced meat and sour noodles. Float Ping, Topaz Spring Falcon of Wanling City. Wong Feng, Xia Moran Vic. Lei Dai who loves to eat toothpicked wings. The reminder charms. Thanks to Blaze who loves homemade pizza for the Boo Boo milk tea. Thank you all for the likes, the little flowers and the power with love. An extra chapter today, asking for a little gift and a favorable review. Wahahaha. Carrot. Chapter 104, Phaseless Sect. 1000 Changes Skill. Greetings to the great Taishang of Blade Mountain. Greetings to all the Taishangs. Mountain Masterly. Hello again. Before the cave, Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Greetings to the Marquis of the 8 Directions. All of the Blade Mountain's Taishangs responded. Not to mention Lin Xian's status as the Grand Xia military marquis. Just the fact that he had killed the Life Soul realm with a single sword strike under the Mountain of Blades was enough to make them treat him as an equal. I don't know why Marquis Lin is trespassing on my Blade Mountain's forbidden land. Could it be that you've come to show off your Yuan spirit blade body? The great Taishang's silhouette spoke. As expected of a Blade Mountain Grand Taishang, you're just very knowledgeable. Lin Xian smiled faintly. This Yuan spirit blade body was the physique he signed out only yesterday on the road. This physique was extraordinary, containing the purest and sharpest blade spirit chi in heaven and earth. With this elemental spirit blade body, he was able to resonate with any blade Dao in the world. This was the case when he entered the blade abyss just now. He felt the thousands of blade intentions and merged them. And naturally, those thousands of blade intentions could not cause any harm to him. Instead, they would treat him as a friend. It could be said that with this Yuan spirit blade body, even those whose cultivation was stronger than his, but whoever used the blade against him, it would be difficult to cause much damage to him. The people present at the Sword Mountain were all swordmakers, and apart from the strongest above the Earth Soul Realm, even those at the Human Soul Realm might not be able to get the better of him. Of course, it would be different if you didn't make a sword. With his current true cultivation, a Human Soul Realm powerhouse would also be completely able to suppress Lin Xian with his thick cultivation. This Marquis has come here because he wants to look up to the Grand Teiyukai. There are thieves who have stolen the Heaven's Destiny Blade. Perhaps the thieves are here now, and this Marquis would like to see what kind of thieves they are. Lin Xian's gaze swept over the Grand Teiyukai as he continued. The Grand Master did not say anything more. If Lin Xian didn't possess a Yuan spirit saber body, even if he was a Dixia military vassal and trespassed into the saber abyss, he would have expelled him even if he wouldn't have blamed him. But after all, with a Yuan Ling blade body, it may be the only blade body in the world, so it is not unlikely that Blade Mountain will have something to rely on Lin Xian in the future. In that case, Marquis Lin, wait a moment. The Grand Taishang spoke calmly. The Grand Taishang already knew all about what happened in the Mountain of Blades. The thieves were hidden amongst these several Taishang present, and even he needed to distinguish between them. In the last 2 years, which Taishang has been out of the Mountain of Blades? Step forward. The Grand Taishang spoke. Several of the Supreme Elders looked at each other, and 4 of them stepped forward. 3 life souls, 1 human soul. The Grand Teiyukai narrowed his eyes as he continuously swept over the bodies of the 4. If you come forward on your own and hand over the Heavenly Destiny Blade, perhaps I can spare your life. The Grand Teiyukai suddenly spoke. The faces of the Supreme Elders changed slightly. Grand Taishang, you've already found it? The 3rd Taishang snapped in surprise. The Grand Teiyukai did not answer his words, but continued. Your disguise is very good, but you've overlooked one thing. Looks, character and even cultivation can be imitated, but there's one thing that can't be imitated, and that's the sense of the sword. Since you have entered the blade abyss, you should know that the most here is the blade intent. Do you want me to seal it? The face of one of the 4 Supreme Elders who had stepped out changed slightly, and then suddenly let out a loud laugh. You've got a few eyes on you, you old geezer. Tai Shang Chen. You actually betrayed Blade Mountain, a Supreme Elder exclaimed in shock. This Taishang Chen was a member of the Life Soul Realm's Taishang Elders, who usually had a good relationship with him, and he never expected that the other party would rebel against the Blade Mountain at some point. Not betrayal. You're not Chen Ran at all. Who are you? The 3rd Taishang stared tightly at Taishang Chen and said in a deep voice, Who am I? Then this seat will show you who I am. Chen Ran laughed out loud, while an endless demonic aura surged out. Phaseless sect? Several meters of Taishang's face changed slightly. This demonic aura was familiar to them. Back when the Blade Mountain and the No-Phase sect went to war, both sides had been fighting for many years. It wasn't that unusual to have someone from the No-Phase sect sneak into the Blade Mountain, but what he didn't expect was that it was actually a strong person of the Fate Soul Realm. For such an existence to be sent by the No-Phase sect, it was truly audacious. So it's the No-Phase sect. No wonder they were able to imitate Taishang Chen. I guess Taishang Chen is already in dire straits. A Supreme Elder whispered. The Phaseless sect's phaseless demonic skill is the best at mimicking, and if it devours all of a person's memories, it can mimic them perfectly, and even their martial arts cultivation can be mimicked. But as the Grand Taishang said before, although he could imitate the cultivation, he could not imitate the sense of the Tao of the sword, and he was exposed for it. Damn little brat of the Phaseless sect, hand over the Heavenly Fate Blade. A faithful Soul Realm Taishang slowly drew out his own matching blade, but whenever this devil in front of him made the slightest movement, he was going to take his dog's life. The Heavenly Fate Sword? I don't know where the Heavenly Destiny Blade is. Chen Ran responded with a curse. Kill or be killed. As you wish. He didn't enter the Knife Mountain for the Heaven's Destiny Sword, and he blamed that damned thief, or else he wouldn't have been exposed. Moreover, although he was at the Soul Realm, he knew that as long as he was dismantled, he would not be able to escape in this sword abyss. Not to mention the fact that this Grand Teiyukai was still present, fearing that a wave of his sleeve could take away his life. Mother asterisk, you're still sophistry here even at the end of your life? A Supreme Elder viciously kicked his ass. Chen Ran fell to the ground with a heel. Because of the Great Taishang's suppression, his entire cultivation could not be utilized at all, and now he was not even as good as an ordinary mortal. Even if you kill me, I still don't know where the Heavenly Destiny Sword is. Chen Ran looked viciously at the Supreme Elder who had made the move. Whether or not it's at your place, one look will tell you. The 3rd Taishang slowly reached out, and the spatial ring located above Chen Ran's finger instantly detached and appeared in the 3rd Taishang's hand. Just a few moments later, the third Teiyukai frowned. This was because he did not sense the aura of the Heaven's Destiny blade in the spatial ring. Ha. Shenran sneered coldly before growling out. Although I did not take your heavenly fate sword, I hope you will never find it. Phaseless holy sect. Heaven and earth are phaseless. And then, there were ghostly blue flames spreading out from its body. Damn it! Some of the Supreme Elders wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by the third Supreme. There's no need to make a move. His divine soul has already burned. There's no way to return to heaven. The third Taishan spoke in a deep voice. The faces of the other Supreme Elders were also unpleasant. It was because this phaseless devil disguised as Chen Taishan was dead, but there were still no clues to the Heaven's Destiny sword. If it wasn't this phaseless devil who stole the Heavenly Fate sword, who else would it be? Even the Grand Taishan frowned slightly. It was because he could see the presence of this phaseless demon, but did not detect any problems from the others. Could there be someone else who disguises himself better than the undisguised demon? Or maybe the person who stole the heavenly sword isn't here at all? Ahem. The phaseless sect's phaseless devil power is extremely good at disguise, but there is another disguise method in the Jianghu that is not inferior to the phaseless devil power. The crowd looked towards Lin Xian because those words were exactly what Lin Xian had said. Marquis Lin is talking about the Thousand Changes skill? The third Taishan uttered in astonishment. Chapter 105, Fraud. 100 Changes Star Monarch. The Thousand Changes technique is a long-lost technique in the Jianghu. About 300 years ago, there was a manhwa divine sovereign in the Jianghu whose name was spread all over the world. The technique he practiced is the skill of 1,000 changes. Can imitate the image of others' voice character cultivation, etc. Like a mold carved out of the general. If he himself is not exposed, even if he shares the same bed with him cannot be distinguished. With this technique, this 10,000 transformations divine sovereign has made a great name for himself in the Jianghu of Dasha, entering the forbidden land of famous sects and clans, stealing the 3 whole halls of Dasha's imperial palace, and even hearing that he has changed into that generation of human emperors and entered the Dasha's harem. That into the harem of the true or false Jianghu people do not know, but it is also because of this thing circulated. The great summer human emperor anger. The divine state shook, countless strong from the great summer palace out of only less than 3 days' time. It will be a secret method to find the whereabouts of Wanhua divine sovereign, and then, a shocking battle erupted, ending with the fall of the 10,000 transformations divine lord. However, even though he fell, his name was spread to future generations, and the 1,000 changes skill he practiced was also widely respected. It was just that this 1,000 changes skill cultivation technique had disappeared with the fall of the 10,000 transformations divine monarch. If someone really cultivated this 1,000 changes skill, it would be possible for them not to be seen by the heavenly soul realm's Grand Taishan. Marquis Lin, are you sure it's this 1,000 changes skill? The third Taishan spoke in a deep voice. If it was really this 1,000 changes skill, they might have to invite the Great Xia imperial family. Only the Great Xia royal family had the method of distinguishing the 1,000 changes skill, which was used to find out the 10,000 transformations divine sovereign in the first place. Wanhua divine sovereign was still playing the role of an ancestor in a big clan when he was found and enjoying the support of countless juniors. Yes or no? One test will tell. When this marquis left Kyoto, he happened to invite a royal envoy to accompany him, and coincidentally, that royal envoy mastered the method of distinguishing this 1,000 changes skill. Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, the great elders furrowed their brows. It is no wonder that this eightfold marquis has yet to have any twists and turns from Kyoto to this Wuwei county. With his battle prowess, and having the imperial provider accompanying him, he must be a strong person of the Three Souls realm. That imperial provider is at the White Deer Mountain beyond the Mountain of Blades. I wonder which Taishan can go and invite him. Lin Xian continued. All the Taishangs are under suspicion. It's better for me to go. Li Chongxiao took the initiative to volunteer. When the Heavenly Destiny Blade was stolen, Mountain Lord Li was also at the Blade Mountain, so he should be equally suspected. Lin Xian said with a smile. Marquis Lin is joking. I'm only a Heavenly Chan cultivator. Although I'm the Blade Mountain master, it's hard for me to even get close to the Heavenly Destiny Blade. How can I talk about stealing it? Li Chongxiao shook his head. Then let's charge the sky. Go and return quickly. The Grand Taishan snapped. Li Chongxiao bowed to the Grand Taishan before taking quick steps towards the Blade Abyss beyond. On top of the cliff, Li Chongxiao glanced back at the Blade Abyss below, a trace of happiness flashing in his eyes before he swept towards the Blade Mountain beyond. Open the formation. At the entrance of the Blade Mountain, Li Chongxiao opened his mouth. Knife Mountain had been sealed, but as he was the Knife Mountain master, these disciples naturally had to listen to his orders. At once, the Blade Mountain disciples guarding the formation opened a gap in the Mountain Gate formation. Li Chongxiao drilled out of the spell formation, and then chose a direction to vanish at breakneck speed. It was just that the direction was not in the direction of the White Deer Mountain that Lin Xian had specified. Half a quarter of an hour later, Li Chongxiao stopped and looked back. This place was already extremely far away from the Blade Mountain. Those old guys couldn't catch up with him even if they realized the problem. And just then, an old and familiar voice rang in his ears. Chong Xiao, you were told to seek out the Great Xia Imperial Provider. Where are you going? Upon hearing this, Li Chongxiao's face changed drastically and he turned his head to look, only to see that the Grand Taishang and the Third Taishang were standing in front of him, staring at him expressionlessly. Behind the two Taishangs, Eightfold Marquis Lin Xian was also looking at him with a smile. The Grand Taishang, Third Taishang, I went to White Deer Mountain to look around and did not find that Imperial Provider, thinking whether that Imperial Provider had left, so I looked around. Li Chongxiao's eyes rolled and he replied respectfully, so this search has taken us thousands of miles, so if we walk further, we'll be out of Wuwei County. Lin Xian's soft laughter came out. That's because I found that royal provider. Only he didn't want to enter the Mountain of Blades and avoided me, so I followed and chased him here. Li Chongxiao continued. Lin Xian's smile remained unchanged as he took a step forward and looked at Li Chongxiao, saying indifferently, Mountain Lord Li, this Marquis apologizes to you first, before this Marquis lied to you, because there was no royal offering following this Marquis at all. Li Chongxiao's face changed, and his eyes gradually turned grim. Damned Eightfold Marquis, how dare you lie to me? Sorry, I misspoke just now. There is a royal offering that follows this hoe. It's just that method of distinguishing the thousand changes skill was made up by this hoe. Lin Xian said again. Now, Li Chongxiao's face was completely hideous. He felt that this Marquis of the Eight Directions was treating him like a monkey, and along with his hideous face, his figure changed, and in just a moment, it was a world away from before. A short, fat midget less than 3 feet tall appeared in front of the trio. Is this your original face? The Thousand Changes Star Monarch? Lin Xian said with a smile. The Thousand Change Star Monarch snorted coldly. Marquis of the Eight Directions, you know quite a lot, but sometimes, the more you know, the faster you die. Is that so? This Marquis would think that the more you know, the harder it is to die. Lin Xian sighed before staring at the Thousand Changes Star Monarch as he continued to inquire. Tell this Marquis where Li Chongxiao is? When this Marquis enters the Mountain of Blades, it will still be Li Chongxiao himself who greets this Marquis. Lin Xian originally didn't know if this Li Chongxiao was the Thousand Changes Star Monarch in disguise, or if it was because he had given Lu Xingqian a stab in the courtyard. At the same time, he also realized Lu Xingqian's blade intent, and Lu Xingqian is exactly Li Chongxiao's disciple. Above the Jiang who everyone knows, Lu Xingqian inherited Li Chongxiao's mantle. Even the knife intention of the two people to comprehend are the same, and in the Blade Abyss, Lin Xian activated his Yuan Spirit Blade body and had an extremely deep sense of blade intent, and still detected a subtle difference from Li Chongxiao's body. Thus, he suspected this Li Chongxiao. Just a thousand changes skill is a very peculiar technique, even if the probe soul may not be able to find out. Therefore, he can only swindle on a swindle. After all, as the Lord of the Blade Mountain, there was no such thing as preferring to kill the wrong person. Today, this Star Sovereign admits defeat, but 8 Square Marquis, don't be too happy. Soon, you will also die, the Thousand Changes Star Monarch said in a cold voice. Lin Xian laughed. Yeah, who is going to kill me? Are you not talking about the third envoy of the Heavenly Gate? Or the red-haired ghost? Or did you Heaven's Gate send another strong person even stronger than the red-haired ghost? This Marquis really wonders, are the Heavenly Sect's powerhouses endless to kill? As soon as these words came out, Li Chongxiao's face changed once again. He only knew that the third envoy of the Heavenly Sect had applied to the Heavenly Sect to make a move against the Eightfold Marquis, and had also invited the red-haired ghost to make a move. Only that he had not received the news that the third envoy had already made a move due to the fact that he was hiding in the Mountain of Blades. How does this Eightfold Marquis know everything? Could it be that the Eightfold Marquis still has people in the higher echelons of the Heavenly Sect? Chapter 106 Heaven's Destiny Sword recognizes Master. Forms a karmic law, plus more. Marquis Lin, there's no need to talk to him. Let me take him down. Blade Mountain Santai Kami took a step forward and spoke in a cold voice. With the release of his Earth Soul Realm pressure, the Thousand Changes Star Monarch was instantly pressurized to the ground, unable to move in the slightest, only that he did not have the slightest bit of fear on his face. One day, this Star Sovereign will return. The Thousand Changes Star Sovereign uttered his last words before his breath snapped and he died. The third Taishang frowned slightly and took 2 steps forward, his divine thoughts covering the area and determining the death of the Thousand Changes Star Monarch. Immediately, he removed the storage ring from the Thousand Change Star Monarch's corpse while frowning again. This was because there was likewise no aura of the Heaven's Destiny Blade in it. Just before he could speak, he saw the corpse of the Thousand Changes Star Monarch begin to vibrate, and there was strong to the extreme blade intent bursting out from where his chest was. And then, with a sound of blood and flesh bursting, an ancient longsword broke out from within the Thousand Change Star Monarch's chest. This knife did not have a sheath. The whole body had a faint green aura. and there were complicated ancient runes engraved on the body of the knife, which seemed to contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth, emitting a palpitating aura as they flowed. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet it did not lose its thickness, and between the flashes of cold light, even the air was cut by its sharpness, leaving a crack that was hard to see with the naked eye. The most striking thing is that above the hilt of the knife on both sides inlaid with a black and white beads, can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, all the time in the sunlight and moonlight hammering this knife. This was the first generation of sword armor, the sword of the founder of Blade Mountain's sidekick, the Heaven's Destiny Sword. What a heavenly destiny blade! Lin Xian's eyes were glowing. Even his Yuan spirit saber body was unconsciously triggered by this heavenly destiny saber. If we were to talk about power, perhaps the heavenly chopper sword would even be inferior to this heavenly destiny blade. Return! The third Taishang struck out, flexing his fingers slightly towards the heavenly destiny blade. Space seemed to be torn apart, and an invisible force shot towards the heavenly destiny blade as fast as a dragon. However, the heaven's destiny blade had a spirit and was not affected in the slightest. Instead, the blade gently trembled and released an even more dazzling green aura, easily dissolving that force into nothing. The third Taishang frowned slightly. This heaven's destiny blade didn't seem to want to return to the Blade Mountain. Could it be that after more than 1,000 years in the Mountain of Blades, the spirit of the blade was also a bit lonely? Only this heavenly destiny knife is the treasure of Mount Jinshan, so if you don't want to return it, you have to return it. The three Taishang's face was solemn, and then he struck again. There was thick blade intent born in the void, completely blocking off the entire space, and then a subtle blade intent materialized out, forming a chain, and then weaving into a large net, enveloping towards the heavenly destiny blade. The body of the heaven's destiny blade hanging in the void trembled slightly, and the same blade intent streaked out. This blade intent was incomparably overbearing, and in an instant, it tore apart the great net of blade intent woven by the three Taikangs. The third Taishang seemed to be feeling some loss of face, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. This heaven's destiny blade is also too disrespectful. And just as he was about to strike again, the Grand Teiyukai tapped his shoulder, and the third Teiyukai sighed and took 2 steps back. The Grand Taishang put his hands behind his back and slowly stepped forward, endless pressure assaulting towards the heavenly destiny blade. The heaven's destiny blade let out a gurgling wang sound. It naturally felt great pressure. This Blade Mountain Grand Taishang's cultivation was already infinitely close to that of its master, and in the absence of its master, it would not be able to escape from its fate of being suppressed even if it resisted strongly. Suddenly, the black and white beads on the heaven's destiny blade began to rotate rapidly, releasing an astonishing light. The Grand Teiyukai stopped in his tracks, frowning slightly. He picked up the aura from the heaven's destiny blade. It seems that it wants to recognize it, but the owner was not him. The Grand Taishang was silent for an instant before dispersing the pressure that belonged solely to the heavenly soul realm. The body of the heavenly destiny blade trembled again. The black and white beads stopped spinning, and the light gradually converged. And then, the heavenly destiny blade actually flew over towards Lin Xian, hovering in front of him, the body of the blade gently trembling, as if it was saying something. Lin Xian's heart moved slightly as he felt a very close feeling. Is this guy trying to claim him as his master? Lin Xian slowly stretched out his hand and gripped it towards the hilt of the heavenly destiny blade, and instantly, a warm and powerful force surged into his body, merging perfectly with his own Yuan spirit blade body. The heavenly destiny blade shines. The Grand Taishang and the third Taishang silently watched this scene with mixed feelings in their hearts. The heaven's destiny blade that had been hanging in the Blade Mountain for 800 years had never had anyone take it in hand, and now, it had taken the initiative to recognize an existence outside the Blade Mountain as its master. But it's not surprising. Lin Xian was equipped with a Yuan spirit saber body, an existence that was on par with the ancestor's saber soul hegemony body, if not superior. It wasn't surprising that the heaven's destiny blade had thus recognized Lin Xian as its master. It's like eating gourmet food every day. Your taste has been spoiled, so naturally you can't look at those coarse grains. Grand Taisho. The third Teiyukai looked at the first Teiyukai in desire to speak. He was ready to stop it just now, but when he saw that the Grand Taishang didn't make a move, he didn't move either. But how could they let an outsider recognize the treasure of their Blade Mountain so easily? Even if this person's natural talent was high and his strength was strong, but after all, he was not a member of their Blade Mountain. The Grand Master shook his head, and then, the Grand Taishang looked towards Lin Xian and spoke. Marquis Lin, how is this heavenly destiny blade? Lin Xian just casually waved the heaven's destiny blade in his hand, and there was a sound of breaking air. Heaven's destiny blade. A good blade, Lin Xian exclaimed. He didn't describe it too much, just the word good was enough to hold it. A precious sword is given to a hero. Since the heavenly destiny sword is willing to recognize Marquis Lin as its master, how about this sword is given to Marquis Lin? The Grand Taishang continued. The third Taishang's face changed slightly. slightly opening his mouth, but the words on the edge of his mouth still didn't come out. There must be a deeper meaning to this act of the Grand Taishang. Even Lin Shan looked at the Grand Taishang in surprise. This kind of baby, the world is rare. All over the number of God's country is the world. On top of the knife of the sharp weapon. Can win the heavenly destiny of the knife? Never more than 3. The knife mountain surprisingly willing to give up? The Grand Taishang said seriously. The old man just said that the precious sword is given to the heroes, and that even if this sword is placed on top of my mountain of swords, no one will be able to take it, so wouldn't it be a waste? More importantly, the heavenly sect has their eyes on the heavenly destiny blade, and with the depth of Blade Mountain, if the heavenly sect is determined to grab the heavenly destiny blade, Blade Mountain won't be able to defend it. With the Grand Taishang around, the celestial sect also dares to grab the heavenly fate blade in a righteous manner? Lin Xian laughed. The Grand Taiyukai's face was solemn. He had lived for a long time, so he naturally knew the terror of the heavenly sect. If it weren't for the Great Summer suppressing the Divine Kingdom for 2,100 years, the heavenly sect would have already asked for the world. The Great World is also a chaotic world. Although Blade Mountain is one of the 10 clans in the world, it may not be able to protect itself, so this blade will make a karmic connection with Marquis Lin, the Grand Taishang said with a solemn face. The smile on Lin Xian's face tightened as he looked towards the Grand Taishang. Blade Mountain is placing a bet on this Marquis? If Marquis Lin thinks it's a wager, that's fine. The most important thing is that Marquis Lin deserves such a heavy wager. The Grand Taishang stared tightly at Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. In that case, this karma, this Marquis and Blade Mountain have made. I hope I won't disappoint Blade Mountain. Lin Xian laughed 3 times to the sky before turning around and leaving. There were voices in the distance. By order of the human emperor, the White Lotus sect shall be destroyed, and the Mountain of Swords may think for itself. Blade Mountain, honor the human emperor's order. Chapter 107. Heaven's remarkable ranking changed again. Great desolate cave. A carriage slowly drove towards the distance from underneath Knife Mountain. The direction of advancement was the direction of the Tang sect, which was ranked 3rd among the 10 great Xia sects. When this carriage came out of the Tang dynasty, it was also the time when the White Lotus sect was destroyed. The 3 of the 10 great summer sects were out in force, and if the White Lotus sect could still have a chance to survive, it would truly be evil. Since Lin Xian was able to get the Shadow sect and Blade Mountain to make a move, he naturally had the certainty of getting the Tang sect to make a move as well. As the carriage left the Knife Mountain, a piece of news quickly spread from Wuwei County to the 4 directions, and quickly triggered the Daxue Jianghu. The protagonist of the message was naturally Lin Xian. Calculating Tianzi changed the heavens remarkable ranking again before it was time. This time, there was one more person on the heavens pride list, and the information of the others had changed. But of course, the one who had changed the most was the 8-fold Marquis Lin Xian, who was at the top of the heavens pride list. Top of the list, Lin Xian, 18 years old, Marquis of the 8 directions of Daxia. Achievements, Kyoto City, a sword beheading the 4 ghosts of the East Mountain, 1 essence, 1 chi and 2 force, outside the mountain and sea academy to the essence to cut the earth change, outside the mountain and sea academy. A sword to extinguish the heavenly phenomenon, Wuwei County, a sword to hit the soul realm, and less than 2 days later, a sword to cut the soul, and with the 2 Tianchong realm, break into the Knife Mountain and Knife Abyss, attracting 10,000 knives submissive. Cultivation is suspected to be Tianchong realm, listed on the top of the list of Heaven's Pride. P.S. I composed 4 lines of a book at Shanghai Shuji, invoking the presence of the 100 saints. P.S. Holding the heavenly chopper sword and heavenly destiny blade. Bonus, possesses a Tongming sword heart and a Yuanling blade body. The world was in an uproar when the information about the top of this list came out. Counting the history of the divine state, throughout the ages, have ever seen such a perverted teenager? The successive top of the heavens remarks list. Never heard of an 18-year-old who had chopped the existence above the destiny soul realm. The Heaven's Pride list of calculating Heaven's policy had never listed so many appendages. It is a well-known thing in the world that the 4 lines of the book were composed in the Mountain and Sea Academy, and their fame was spread to the whole world. It's holding the heavenly chopper sword everyone knows, but what's up with the heavenly destiny sword? That's the town treasure of Knife Mountain. Not only that, while he possessed the Tongming sword heart, he actually possessed the Yuanling blade body, a supreme physique above the Tao of the sword. At the same time, although many people didn't know what kind of existence the Yuanling blade physique was, the blade Tao physique was an extraordinary existence upon hearing it, collecting the physique of swords and knives in one body, but also holding the sword armor and sword armor of the supreme holy weapons. The word heavenly pride is not even enough to describe it, I'm afraid. And in addition to this top of the heavens pride ranking, Baal, who was originally located in the 2nd place of the heavens pride ranking, had also retreated to the 3rd place. List 3, Baal, 19 years old, chief of the Great Wasteland sect. Achievements, 18 years old out of the mountain. In the Valley of the 10 Evil People beheading 10 evil people, 1 essence of the spirit. 3 chi and 6 force of the spirit, Wujizong victory over the former top of the list of Lucian, essence of the spirit realm, in the Green Gorges to challenge the 3 mountains of the old man, spirit of the realm of wisdom, fighting 100 styles, losing a move, in Kyoto to challenge the pride of the list of Lin Xian, defeat, and then return to the clan on the way to have an epiphany, break through the realm of the spirit of wisdom, listed in the list of the pride of the sky 3, although Baal, who was originally second on the heavens pride ranking, had broken through to the spiritual wisdom realm. He was still squeezed to third on the ranking. Everyone was curious about this Heaven's Pride ranking too, but there were quite a few guesses as to the existence of this second on the list. After all, when it broke into the Castle Peak Sword Sect, a sword defeat Tianchong realm of a sword through the sun, there have been a lot of good people will be compared with the top of the Heavenly Pride list of Lin Xian, that he can take Lin Xian instead, become this new generation of Heavenly Pride list leader. Only this time, when the Heaven's remarkable ranking came down, all of this skepticism suddenly disappeared. After all, what Shiman had lost was only the Heavenly Punch realm, but Lin Xian had cut down the Life Soul with a single sword. The Life Soul realm and the Heavenly Charge realm were two completely different concepts. List 2, Simon, age unknown, estimated bone age 18, origin unknown. Achievements, in the Green Mountain Sword Sect, he passed the Sword Heart Road in 3 breaths, passed the Sword Dao Step in 99 breaths, and lost the Tianchong realm with 1 sword, in the Taihang Canyon. He encountered an ambush by an unknown Fate Soul realm, and retreated peacefully after breaking the mountain with 1 sword. His cultivation level is Tianchong realm, and he is listed as the second in the list of Heaven's Pride. P.S. Suspected of possessing an unknown sword body. Once the information about Shiman on the Heaven's remarkable ranking was released, it once again caused countless people to marvel. Another Supreme Heavenly Pride's existence. Although it wasn't as good as Lin Xian at the top of the Heavenly Pride list, who had decimated the Soul of Life with a single sword, it was still an existence that could resist the Soul of Life. Regarding that Taihang Canyon, basically no one knew about the matter of Shiman encountering an ambush by a powerful person of the Life Soul realm. But since Calculating Tianza had released the news, it must be true. And the fact that Shiman broke the mountain with his sword and retreated peacefully under the ambush of the Life Soul realm was enough to show that he already possessed the battle power to fight against the Life Soul realm. It even has an unknown sword body. And even Calculating Tianza has not been able to know what kind of sword body it is, but it is thought to be extraordinary. If it wasn't for this pervert Lin Xian, this Shiman placed on any of the previous Heaven's Pride lists would have been enough to rank at the top of the Heaven's Pride lists, and even more so, it would have been enough to throw the second on the list off by a large margin. To be born in the same era as such a Heavenly Pride is a sorrow for us. No, it's not sadness, it's honor. It's an honor to have the privilege of being in the same era as such Heavenly Pride, to witness the birth of a legend. It's an honor for us, regardless of whether it's a sadness or an honor. People of my generation who practice swords and knives should rise up and catch up. And one day, it may not be impossible to catch up with them. Tianjia before the list, countless young aspirants. Jianghu Ranger issued a sigh of relief, and then carry a sword. Once again stepped into the Jianghu, Fairy Tide, a barren mountain in Yuan County. Senior brother, something big, something big. A teenager in blue clothes climbed up the barren mountain to the stout man sitting cross-legged on the cliff and roared urgently, Junior brother, if you have something to say, one more word of nonsense and I'll throw you off the cliff. The stout man said without even opening his eyes. The blue-robed teenager sighed and said in a low voice, Senior brother, your ranking has dropped again. It's down to third. If it continues like this, it won't be long before you're probably going to drop to outside of the top 10. Some of the guys in the back, such as that little heavenly master from Longhu Mountain and that dust from the Temple of the Three Lives can all have broken through the earth transformation, and are not yet able to catch up quickly. Baal opened his eyes and a glint appeared in his eyes. The blue-clothed boy threw the topography of the heavens remarks list over to Bai Lu, who looked at it for a few moments, and there was a battle intent bursting out, but it was hidden in an instant. Lin Xian, who was at the top of the heavens remarks list, had become a mountain that he and even the younger generation of the world would find difficult to overcome. Originally, it was thought that such a high mountain, counting the entire world, was only this one, but now it seemed that a new one had appeared. As Junior brother had said, perhaps in the near future, it was not impossible for him to fall out of the top 10 of the heavens remarks ranking. Suddenly, Baylor's eyebrows twitched slightly before he got up, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in linen strolling in the void. Greetings, Master, Baal said respectfully. The blue-clothed teenager was also startled and hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Master. The middle-aged man squinted at the blue-robed teenager before landing his gaze on Bailua's body, letting out a sigh and speaking. The great desolate cave has been opened. You can enter at any time. But Baal, even if you learn the fifth Jedi, you may not be able to defeat Lin Xian. Now perhaps there is also a shaman to be added to the mix. The great world has come, and in the future, perhaps there will be more heavenly prides to appear. You need not be in a hurry at this moment. What? Great Wasteland Cave? Senior brother, you can't think about it. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. In fact, third is quite good. Even if you fall to 10th, you still surpassed a lot of people. Before Bai Lu could speak, the blue-clothed teenager's face changed, and he said with a blear-eyed expression, "You shut up. All day long you don't learn anything. You just know small mouth blah 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 blah. In terms of talent, you are not weaker than Bai Lu, but now you don't even mix up with a heavenly remarks ranking. I'll tell you this, if Bai Lu wants to go into the Great Wastelands Cave, you go in there as well, and don't come out until you have cultivated to the heavenly elephant realm in your life." The middle-aged glared at the blue-clothed teenager. Ha! The blue-clothed teenager was dumbfounded, but just looking at his master's vicious eyes, he didn't dare to say anything else, and only slandered in his heart. "Master, I've already thought about it. Even if I can't beat them, at least I can't lag behind them too much. As the great world is coming, there should be a place for my great desolate sect." Bale's face was solemn, and then he headed towards the depths of the barren mountain without looking back. The middle-aged man looked at the blue-clad boy. The blue-clothed boy cried out and chased after him in the direction of Bale. Half an hour later, the middle-aged man violently beat up the teenager who had intended to slip away in the middle of the day, and then threw him into a cave deep in the barren mountains. "Really think that I'm joking for you? Don't think that just because your father is the patriarch you can disobey me. If you piss me off, I'll even beat up your father's old man." Cough cough. "Senior brother, I didn't provoke you. You can't hit me after hitting my son-o?" In the middle of the barren mountains, a voice came out from nowhere. Chapter 108, Python Sparrow Swallows Dragon. Heavenly Sex Reaction. Daxia Kyoto. A message entered the palace and was sent into the great hall deep in the palace. "Your Majesty, this Shaolin Ho is really something. Judging by his current performance, he is already surpassing his father, isn't he?" In the Hall of Human Emperors, the voice of Eunuch Three Flowers was heard. "Don't underestimate Lin Lin. The current Lin Xian should be enough to rival the Lin Lin of 2 years ago, but may not be as good as the current Lin Lin Lin." A majestic voice rang out. Obviously, this was the Human Emperor's voice. In the Hall of the Human Emperor, the Human Emperor was sitting in front of the case in plain clothes, reviewing the folders, while Eunuch Sanhua was grinding ink on the side. "Your Majesty, where exactly can this Lin Zi hide? Counting Heaven's policy is spread all over the world, and the power held in the hands of the heavenly sect doesn't need to be mentioned. But even so, there isn't the slightest trace of his whereabouts. Could he have hidden beyond the heavens?" Eunuch Sanhua couldn't help but ask. If he dares to travel to the outer heaven, that would truly be throwing himself into the net. Need to know why the heavenly sect is searching for Lin Zi. It's not because the existences behind them are giving the word. The outer heaven. It's the home turf of those people. The Human Emperor put down the brush in his hand and closed the zhangshur. Lin Zi should be hiding in the East Sea. The East Sea is a vast area, bigger than the western region of the Divine State combined, and there are countless islands within it. If Lin Zi were to seek out a place, even if an immortal were to come into the world, he wouldn't be able to find where he is. It's just that for the changes out there, Lin Jin is definitely paying some attention, depending on when he can't help himself. The more perverted Lin Xian behaves now, the sooner the day will come when the Lin Suanxian will appear in the world. Eunuch Sanhua's complexion moved as he continued to ask, "If Lin Zi shows up in the world and the heavenly sect strikes out against him, should we, the great Xia, lend a helping hand?" The Human Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp light was projected out. After a long time, the Human Emperor exited, his voice echoing in the Great Hall. "Daxia unified the Divine State has been 2,100 years. In the past the clay bodhisattva for the Daxia fortune measured the Daxia fortune when the extension of 2,100 years, and then the python bird swallowed the dragon. The world changed greatly. The day of the world's great change is this day. With today's power of Daxia, that is, the four sides of the enemy to all, but also cannot overthrow the Daxia, so the heavenly gates will come out, the immortals will come down. And then we will see if the Daxia in the hands of the destruction of me. Immortals? Bow down even before my Daxia." The three-flower eunuchs understood, although His Majesty did not say it outright. He had heard His Majesty's thoughts from His Majesty's words. Lin Biao was still a subject of the Grand Xia, and as long as Lin Biao didn't betray the Grand Xia, the Grand Xia would stand on Lin Biao's side. And even if there is no Lin Biao, the heavenly sect is still an enemy of the Great Summer, an enemy to be annihilated. In the middle of an unknown blessed land in the Divine State, a figure crisscrossed the void. Deep within the blessed land, lofty mountains and palaces stood in abundance, with figures with powerful auras constantly coming in and out. And all of these figures, the weakest of them had stepped into the threshold of the degenerate realm. In the deepest mountain range of this blessed land, in the tallest palace, There were even a few supreme powerhouses whose breath was strong enough to swallow mountains and rivers. Overlooking the 4 directions, 9 ambassadors, 2 died. The heavenly sect was thwarted in Kyoto, and again in Wuwei County, causing the heavenly sect to lose prestige and lose face. This matter, is it necessary to convene a meeting of the elders to discuss it? A white-haired old man spoke out. A middle-aged man in plain clothes shook his head and said, the heavenly sect's major patriarchs are spread all over the 4 directions, and the only way to convene a patriarchal meeting is to gather 90% of the patriarchs, which is very troublesome, and I don't think there is a need to convene a patriarchal meeting for the time being. Regarding these 2 things, both of them are related to that little 8-square marquee. Solving this person is. Another middle-aged beautiful woman wearing a purple shirt frowned and said with a light hum, speaking lightly, if this person is that easy to solve, the heavenly sect wouldn't have been eradicated in Kyoto. The 2 ambassadors wouldn't have died, the theft of the heavenly fate blade wouldn't have failed, and the Thousand Changes Star Monarch wouldn't have died either. Although he can still be resurrected, it will take a not so small amount of time to once again practice the Thousand Changes skill to such a level. The last childish boy, who was only about a meter tall, shook his head and said, actually, I do think that solving this Lin Xian is not a big problem. If the life soul realm doesn't work, then we will send out the human soul. If the human soul doesn't work, then the earth soul. If it doesn't work, you and I will run for a few trips, but what we need to pay attention to is the existence behind him. I can kind of see that this time Lin Xian traveled and came to this Wuwei County was authorized by the Emperor of Man to specifically lure my heavenly sect into action. It seems that the 2100-year prophecy of the Bodhisattva of Mud, this Emperor of Man who swallowed the mountains and rivers, couldn't sit still. The white-haired old man at the very beginning opened his mouth in a deep voice. I don't care if the human emperor sits and sits and sits and sits. I only know that we can't sit in this chair. The immortals only gave us 3 years of time, and now 2.5 years have gone by. Lin can't be found. Lin Xian can't be captured either. And if we can't find that thing or the whereabouts of Lin, you and I will end up in what you should know. At these words, the other 3's faces changed slightly. There is still time. The period of 2100 years has arrived. The python sparrow swallowed the dragon. The end of the Grand Xia will come. At that time, the barbarians and mangy demons will not let go of the fat meat of the Grand Xia. The great sects of the heavens and the earth will come out one after another to feed on the Grand Xia's chi. At that time, it will be the time when I, heavenly sect, will be able to cross the world. The childish boy's eyes flashed with a refined aura as he slowly said, not bad, now that the great summer's fortune is flourishing, and has been flourishing for 200 years, even the heavenly sect will have to avoid it, but there is no eternal and immortal dynasty in the world. The great summer's end will come. The world will eventually be the heavenly sect's world. The middle-aged woman also spoke. Since this is the case, the heavenly sect will prepare for the matters of the world. Let the 36 Jedi go out first. With their talent and cultivation, it is enough to sweep the younger generation of the world, sweeping the power of the chi of this generation. The middle-aged man nodded and said, the white-haired old man splashed a pot of cold water at this time. If it was just a few days ago, the heavenly sect's 36 extinctions would have been enough to sweep the fortunes of the younger generation. But now, not counting Lin Xian's dominance in the younger generation, and even the swordsman named Shiman, whom one of my heavenly sect ambassadors failed to take down, the leader of the 36 extinctions wouldn't have been able to defeat him. So how could he talk about sweeping the fortunes of the world's youngest generation? At these words, the crowd was slightly silent. Tianmen 36 Absolute is Tianmen cultivated for a long time, very talented young generation of children strong. If there is no Lin Xian and Shiman came out of nowhere, 36 Absolute once born, will be able to enter the Tianjiao list, and even most of them can be in the Tianjiao list of the top, bagging the first 3 seats. But now, bagging the top 3 seats is hopeless. There's no harm in it. Just don't challenge Lin Xian and Shiman. That Shiman, find a way to find his location and finish him off. As for Lin Xian, just wait a little longer. He won't be the only one of our heavenly sect's enemies. There should be a lot of people who don't want to see such a heavenly pride rise up in Xia. Otherwise it'll be another existence comparable to the human emperor. At that time, with the human emperor inside and Lin Xian outside, who can be an enemy of the Grand Xia? Not bad. Then let the 36 extremities appear first. It's time to make the name of the heavenly gate a nightmare for all parties once again. It seems to be Yang, with a cold and fever and runny nose. I can keep 2 chapters up to date, 3 if it depends. Chapter 109 Realm Breaking Pill. Great Summer's luck fluctuates. Sign in. In the middle of the carriage, Lin Xian began signing in for the day. The recent check-ins, other than that Yuan spirit blade body that had given him quite a few surprises, were all dispensable things. Among the many signed items, the ones he favored the most were those that could enhance his cultivation and battle power. For example, he had signed up for the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, the Cultivation Redemption Card, the Tongming Sword Heart and the Yuanling Sacred Body. Other than that, its powers and character summoning cards, the system produces a good product. So far, he had signed up to out two major forces, the 100 Dawn Tower and the Palace of Shadow Slayers. The 100 Dawn Tower focuses on intelligence, and the Shadow Slayer Hall focuses on assassination. And it came with a number of strong men, and these strong men were all of moldable stature, and would also cultivate on their own. And although their heavenly stature was not as good as his, it was still considered to be of the upper class. In addition to the two major powers, he signed out 6 others, the old butler who had been following him since the beginning, Lu Shang who was secretly accompanying him, the 3 ghosts who had been dispatched to the northern realm, and that shaman who had an unparalleled sword Dao. Other than the old housekeeper who was slightly weaker, the other several people's natural talents were all excellent, especially Shaman, who was able to rank second on the Heaven's remarkable ranking, so one could imagine his battle prowess and natural talents. Even if Lin Xian didn't care about him in the future and let him develop on his own, it wouldn't be long before Shaman would likewise walk up to the absolute top of this world, perhaps taking the position of Sword A. Signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for signing in 100 pills of realm-breaking pills, which have been put into the system space. Realm-breaking Dan, under the 3 souls realm. It can ignore the current realm and serve to break the realm without any side effects. Limited to 1 per person. Lin Xian's eyes widened slightly. There's more of this stuff? Ignoring the current realm, it breaks the realm when taken, and also has no side effects. It would be perfect without that prefix at the top and the constraints that follow. But Lin Xian wasn't greedy. This was already considered pretty good. With a movement of his mind, a rounded elixir landed in his hand. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, so he swallowed the elixir. As stated on the Calculating Heaven's Pride ranking, the current him was indeed at the Heavenly Charge realm. So what better time to wait if he didn't take the realm-breaking pill at this time? It was hard to wait until after the breakthrough of the life soul before swallowing it. He couldn't wait, and when the time comes, he may not sign up to come out with something better. As the realm-breaking pill entered his mouth, Lin Xian could only feel a warm power rising from his dantian and rapidly spreading throughout his body. Lin Xian closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the changes in his body. He could feel the spiritual energy in his body like a boiling river, surging and surging, constantly striking the barriers of the heavenly charge realm. Boom! The barrier of the heavenly charge realm shattered with a single blast, and then it was time for the most important step, gathering the soul of life. If it was an unusual time to break through the natural need to take the initiative to pull their own soul power and condense the life soul prototype, this process is not simple, and there are even a lot of people who will fail on this step and backslide back to the heavenly charge realm. Only Lin Xian didn't need to. Under the effect of the realm-breaking pill, Lin Xian didn't have to do it himself at all. He could even see his soul force being autonomously tugged on as it began to slowly condense, and a miniature Lin Xian emerged in his dantian. This is the prototype of the life soul. The life soul realm is to slowly nurture this fledgling form, which will then develop and grow until it is completely stabilized, and then it will be the decapitation of the 3 souls. With the emergence of the fledgling life soul, it was as if time was completely frozen at this moment as well. Lin Xian could feel his cultivation level rising, his soul power metamorphosing, including his own body metamorphosing. It wasn't until the last trace of soul power was integrated into the life soul that Lin Xian snapped his eyes open, and a brilliant light flashed through his eyes. Is this the life soul realm? Lin Xian muttered, feeling the surging power and the strength of his soul force within his body. Congratulations, Marquis! It was the voice of Lu Shang, who was secretly accompanying him. As for the old housekeeper, he didn't even realize that the Marquis in the carriage behind him had quietly broken through to a higher realm. Lin Xian smiled faintly as a storage ring popped out. There are 80 realm-breaking pills in here. You take 1. Give the rest to Bai Xiao Shang and ask him to Shadow Slayer Hall for 30 each. 1 to Shiman, 3 to the 3 ghosts, and the rest will be left for Bai Xiao Lu to distribute amongst themselves. Lin Xian's voice fell into Lu Shang's ears. Ripples rippled in the void as the storage ring disappeared, along with Lu Shang. And then, Lin Xian threw out another one, which landed in the old housekeeper's hands. This is the realm-breaking pill. It can help you break through your current realm. It's just that it's not very effective to take it now. Wait until when you break through the heavenly rush. Lin Xian spoke. The old butler's face showed joy. Thank you, Marquis, for the Dan. He is now at the peak of the spiritual wisdom realm. His cultivation progress has been very fast. This is still thanks to the Marquis constantly bestowed elixirs. It will not be long before the heavenly elephant realm will not be able to stop him. And this breakthrough Dan appeared in his hands after he was aware of its efficacy. This kind of medicine, who got it is not happy. Lin Xian in the carriage didn't say anything more. There were a total of 100 boundary-breaking pills, and he still had 18 left for emergencies. There will always be other characters that he will sign out later on that can always be used. The carriage continued to move forward, and after traveling for less than half an hour, the outline of a city appeared in front of the carriage. Shallow Cloud City, a medium-sized city in Wuwei County. After this city, less than 100 miles further on, was Tangshan City, where the Tang sect was located. And just then, a thunderclap resounded in all directions and dark clouds covered the sky. With a single step, Lin Xian had appeared in the void beyond the carriage, frowning as he looked up into the sky. The originally bright sky instantly clouded over, and this dark cloud covered not just this part of the sky dome, but the entire divine state was covered. That thunder was also not resounding in Lin Xian's ears, but wherever one was in the divine state, one was struck by the sound of thunder. Daxia Kyoto, a thunder straight from the dome of the sky above the splitting down, fell in the Daxia Palace. Just the palace, but there are infinite legal formations appear. The thunder cannot damage the slightest. That thunder seems to have a spirit, knowing that the Daxia Palace is not to be messed with, actually shifted the target. Split in the Kyoto East City gate above the Kyoto plaque was split by a thunder. The residue scattered all over the place. In the next instant, the divine land, the people of the great summer, all felt a momentary trance. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked in the direction of the great summer Kyoto. There, it was the place where the great summer's chi converged, and it seemed that with that one thunderbolt, the chi began to flutter a bit. Could it be that, as the clay bodhisattva predicted, the great summer's 100 years of fortune will begin to decline from today? Deep within the imperial palace in Kyoto, a person wearing a purple and gold dragon robe slowly raised his eyes, seemingly penetrating through the barrier of space to see above the dome of the sky, to see those pairs of emotionless eyes. Come on, I hope you won't let me down too much. From the depths of the great hall, the human emperor's mutterings were heard. Chapter 110 Reactions of the Parties. Old Master Tang, above the dome of the sky, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky and earth once again regained their clarity. Countless people of Dixia are a bit strange. What kind of day is this? How can it change just like that? But some people are aware that the sky, indeed, has changed. The divine state's heavenly chances are somewhat disordered, and the surging chi of Dixia is likewise disordered. And a magnificent great world, which is also a chaotic world, is coming. Outside of Shallow Cloud City, Lin Xian was silent for a long time. Really did not think out of Kyoto only a dozen days' time. But will happen so big changes. The world is going to be chaotic. Have to solve the White Lotus sect as soon as possible. Without entering the city, head directly to the Tang sect, Lin Xian ordered as he stepped into the carriage. And then the carriage sped off in the direction of Tangshan City, Western Region, Demon Court. Ha ha ha, the time has come. The end of the Great Xia is coming. Order the troops. My demon sons and daughters will visit the divine state again. A reckless laughter came from the depths of the demon court. As this order spread out, the entire demon court moved, and there was a constant stream of strong people from the demon clan in the 100,000 Great Mountains, heading towards the front line. Beimang, the imperial court. Great Xia's fortune is fluctuating. This is the best time for me, Northern Mang, to take down Great Xia. Absolutely not to be missed. Send an order to Yelian. Temporarily gather the army, wait for the rear support, and be ready to start an all-out war with Great Xia. In this battle, when the Great Xia dies, in the Great Hall of the Beimang Palace, the female emperor issued an imperial order, which was transmitted to the middle of the front line. South, barbarian country. Compared to the Western Demon Court and the Northern Mang, the barbarian kingdom appeared to be much quieter, and the barbarian army on the front line didn't move much. But there were quite a few experts within the barbarian race heading towards the front line and into the Great Xia hinterland. The barbarians are still fighting. Compared to the two armies fighting, they are more revered individual force. If it is not a big threat, the barbarian country simply cannot build up the country, just in the form of a tribe to exist. Under the threat of force from the powerful Daxia, the barbarian tribes had to unite and form a barbarian state to resist Daxia. And apart from these three sides, the East Sea was very quiet. There are thousands of islands in the East Sea, but there are quite a few stray bandits. But Daxia has two armies sweeping through the East Sea all year round, and there is also a large army stationed on the shores of the East Sea. 3 of the 10 Great Xia Martial Marquis were based in the East Sea. Therefore, the threat on the East China Sea side was not so great. Those overseas chi refiners in the East China Sea are also mostly cultivation fanatics, and rarely violate Daxia's territory. It's just that if you don't commit it, it's amazing, because the East Sea chi refiners, all of them were very perverted existences. One by one, their personal force was frighteningly high, and they had caused a great uproar among the Divine State's rivers and lakes on many occasions. And in addition to these 4 directions, a lot of great things have happened within the Divine State, with secret realms appearing one after another, and powerful people coming out of the various blessed lands one after another. Naturally, these couldn't be hidden from the ears of the 100 Dawn Tower. So just this one day, dozens of messages had reached Lin Xian's ears. Outside Tangshan City, Lin Xian sighed. The world is not yet in chaos, but the chaos is taking shape. When the armies of the three-party kingdoms press in, the pressure on the borders of Daxia will not be normal, and chaos will begin to rise in the Jianghu, which will naturally spread to the Daxia court. I don't know what His Majesty the Emperor is thinking. The court above the 100 officials, all the civil and military generals are anxious as ants on the hot pot. He is calm, very calm. From the beginning to the end did not give a response to the strategy. Just let the border guard good. Let nature take its course. It's that time of year, and letting nature take its course. Shun again. Daxia is all gone. But that obviously wasn't the first thing he needed to worry about. He first needed to protect himself in this chaotic world, and if he had to choose between Daxia and himself, he would naturally choose himself. If it was within his power, he would naturally not watch Daxia fall. After all, he still had the title of the 8th Marquis of Great Xia. It's only been 3 days, so we meet again. Marquis Lin. Outside the carriage, a figure swept through the air and stopped next to Lin Xian's carriage. Tang Sek's iron tree flying flower. Tang Xinjie. Mr. Tang should know the purpose of this marquis visit. Lin Xian lifted the curtain and didn't get up, his voice reaching Tang Xinjie's ears. Tang Xinjie nodded slightly before speaking. I've known it since. A dinner has been prepared in the Tang sect to receive Marquis Lin. There's no need for a reception. This marquis has important matters to attend to. The Tang sect can just give this marquis an answer. Lin Xian spoke. Tang Xinjie was silent for a moment, then clasped his fists and said, the White Lotus evil cult is messing with our Daxia. Tang sect. Willing to take action. Very well, then this marquis will wait for the Tang sect's experts. The human emperor gave this marquis 3 months, but this marquis feels that 3 months is too long. 1 month is enough. Now is the 15th day since this marquis came to Wuwei County. After 15 days, this marquis will be waiting at Wangyu Mountain. Lin Xian's voice came out from within the carriage, and then the curtain was lowered and the carriage reversed direction. Tang Xinjie saluted in the direction of the departing carriage. A moment later, a voice rang in his ears. This marquis of the 8 directions. It's really something. Tang Xinjie was slightly startled and hurriedly sidestepped to salute. Old master. At his side, there was an additional figure with white hair. This is the Tang sect's Pin of the Sea, the old master of the Tang family, a powerful to the extreme existence, holding a concealed weapon to kill the immortal Plume. No one in the world dares to get close to his body. Old master. Now that the Blade Mountain has made its move, but the Shadow sect's actions against the White Lotus sect have stopped. Should I, Tang sect, make a move now? Although the White Lotus cult is far worse than our Tang sect, if it fights back to the death, my Tang sect will also suffer some losses. Tang Xinjie said in a loud voice. The old master spoke softly. Since I promised that I have to do it. Knife Mountain, that old thing is smart. With the Heaven's Destiny knife and this 8 square marquee bond, my Tang sect doesn't have anything good to give away. But at least we can't be evil to this 8 square marquee. The python sparrow swallowed the dragon. The heavens and the earth have changed drastically, and the Tang sect can't be left alone, so they should place their own bets. 15 days later, the old man will personally head to the Moonwatch Mountain. I'll leave the matter in front of you. Those disciples should not make a move. There's no need to increase casualties in vain. There will be a time in the future for them to make a move. After saying that, old Master Tang's figure disappeared into the void. Greetings, old master. Tang Xinjie saluted towards the location where the old master had disappeared before retreating back to Tangshan City with a few appalled expressions. The old master had even decided to personally take a trip to the Moonwatch Mountain. Obviously the matter would not be small. He still had to go back to the Tang sect to ask the family head to sit on the town, or else he, a vital soul realm, would really be a bit out of his depth on top of dealing with the White Lotus evil cult. Marquis, where are we traveling to now? In the distant carriage, the old butler inquired. Earlier, the Marquis had said that he had something important to do, and he still didn't know what it was. Falling Phoenix Valley, go and send that White Lotus sacred maiden on her last journey. I heard that the White Lotus sect has 12 sacred maidens, and this one is the prettiest and the one with the highest natural talent. It's just that I've never seen her put up a fight yet. Lin Xian said indifferently. Chapter 111, Falling Phoenix Valley. Another second kill. These last few days, Wufei County has been very lively. First, there was the friction between the Shadow sect and the White Lotus sect, and in only a few days it had reached the point of immortality, with both sides fighting back and forth. The White Lotus sect is still at a relatively large disadvantage in front of the Shadow sect of the Great Summer's 10 sects, and after a full-blown war, it has even failed to gain the slightest advantage. It also let the world know that the depths of the Great Summer's 10 clans were not at all comparable to an upstart force like the White Lotus sect. And right at that moment, one of the 10 great Xia clans, Blade Mountain, also made a move. Originally, the forces of Wuwei County thought that the White Lotus sect would collapse under the siege of the two forces after Blade Mountain strike. But I didn't expect that at this time the Shadow sect would actually withdraw. taking back all of the top-level combatants and only leaving some disciples to engage in some harmless small movements. It also allowed the White Lotus to return to this hiatus, only to be confronted with a mountain of knives. They were then in an even bigger predicament. Blade Mountain had deployed much more power than the Shadow Sect, with no fewer than 10 fatal soul realms alone, completely rushing to wipe out the White Lotus Sect in one fell swoop. The current White Lotus Sect could only retract and hide all of its forces while it struggled to hold on. Damn it! The sound of smashing things came from the deep mountain pavilion, followed by a burst of impotent rage. Within the pavilion, aside from that White Lotus Holy Maiden and that 5-colored elder, there were a few more people, all 6-colored elders. Normally, they were high and proud of the crowd, but now, each of their faces were filled with anger. Elders, what happened this time was my problem. I hadn't expected that the Great Summer's 10 clans would have such depth. The White Lotus Sacred Maiden opened her mouth, her tone filled with self-blame. The elders were all silent. That sole 5-colored elder was recalling the words of this holy maiden from a few days ago. So what? I, the White Lotus Sacred Sect, do not fear all enemies, and the mere Shadow Sect, if it stands in the way, I will slaughter it. What a dominant saintly woman she was then, in stark contrast to the saintly woman she is now. Holy Maiden, where is Lord Sect Leader? If the Lord Sect Leader was present, he would have been able to suppress all powerful enemies, but these past few days, my sacred sect has suffered a heavy blow, but the sect leader has never appeared. Could it be that he has given up on my sacred sect? A 7-colored elder spoke. The White Lotus Holy Maiden sighed. Why did she dare to put down her harsh words at that time? But it was not because of the existence of the sect leader? The sect leader's cultivation is unfathomable, and he can suppress all powerful enemies. But now why she was here in impotent rage was not because the sect leader was in seclusion and she could not reach him even how she called out. Without a sect leader in attendance, the holy sect's depths were still too weak. It was just that although she was just as worried as these elders, she was after all a holy maiden and could not show it since. All of you don't have to worry. The sect master is only reaching a critical moment in his cultivation and is in seclusion. As long as we hold out for a period of time, after the sect master emerges from seclusion, that's when my White Lotus Sacred Sect will make a comeback. At that time, the Shadow Sect will be slaughtered and the Blade Mountain will be put to death. For the congratulations of my sacred sect, the White Lotus Saintess said in a cold tone. That 5-colored elder winced. Holy Maiden, you can't say such harsh words. The White Lotus Sacred Sect had suffered a devastating blow last time after the Holy Maiden had said that the district's Shadow Sect would be slaughtered. And now the Holy Maiden not only wants to slaughter the Shadow Sect, but even Blade Mountain. Isn't that a bit too big of a mouth? Nothing can happen when this kind of flag is set, right? Slaughter the Shadow Sect, execute the Mountain of Blades, and congratulate our holy sect. Several 7-colored elders had a pious look on their faces as they shouted in unison. That 5-colored elder naturally joined in. However, right at this moment, there was a light laughter that entered the pavilion. Gentlemen, all of you are hiding in a place like this. Don't you know to keep a low profile? Afraid that others won't be able to find your location? The faces of the people in the pavilion suddenly changed. Damn it! That 5-colored elder was even more horrified inwardly. He knew something was going to happen. The other 7-colored elders, including the White Lotus Sacred Maiden, all flew out, while he quietly hid in the pavilion and quietly drilled into a tunnel. This was a tunnel he dug himself, and even the White Lotus Saintess didn't know about it. If the Holy Maiden had stayed, he might have been able to escape with her. But for now, he'd better run first. Outside the pavilion, the White Lotus Sacred Maiden led several 7-colored elders of the Fate Soul realm, looking towards the green-shirted man standing with his hands on the opposite side with a grave expression. They naturally recognized this person, the Marquis of the 8 Directions, Lin Shen. Although they all knew that this person was only 18 years old, they had to be cautious and even had a few moments of panic. After all, who in the world now doesn't know that this Marquis of the 8 Directions had chopped the soul of life with a single sword and that destined soul had been one of them? If it wasn't for calculating Tian so changing the heavens remarks list again, they wouldn't even know that their fellow colleague had been silently beheaded by Lin Xian. Marquis of the 8 Directions, I admit that you're strong, but you're only one person, and there are 6 Fate Soul realms on our side, so can you still fight 6 against 1? The White Lotus Saintess spoke in a deep voice. 6 souls? It's just dirt, Lin Xian said indifferently. The moment these words came out, the 6 7-colored elders of the Fateful Soul realm on the opposite side of the room all revealed angry expressions. No matter what, they were still high up in the Life Soul realm. How could they be so humiliated? Yellow-mouthed child, not knowing the heights of heaven, do you really think that if you chopped up a Fate Soul realm with your heavenly chopping sword in your hand, then that's really your own strength? If you have the ability to not use the heaven-slashing sword, you and I will fight. A 7-colored elder spoke angrily. That's right, the heavenly destiny blade is not allowed to be used either. That elder seemed to have thought of something else and added. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. This elder is afraid to be over 200 years old, but he's still so naive? However, this day the Marquis grants you this wish. If you can take one move from this Marquis will spare your life. And then, Lin Xian's right hand moved slightly, and a branch above the ground landed in his hand. Kid is arrogant. Could it be that you still think that you can kill the old man with just a branch? That elder celebrated in his heart, and then let out a cold laugh. Fortunately, Lin Xian, as the Great Summer's 8th Marquis and the top of the Heaven's Pride ranking, would not go back on his word, would he? He thought that he was definitely not Lin Xian's opponent, but if the other party didn't take the Heavenly Chopper Sword and Heavenly Destiny Blade, he was still sure that he could dodge the strike. Catch it! Lin Xian spoke softly, and then the branch in his hand swung. There was actually sword chi swinging out from above the tree branches towards that 7-colored elder. That 7-colored elder's face changed. He was originally prepared to use less power, so that he could still leave a few points of face, but now it seemed that with this strike, he wouldn't be able to block it even with his full power. Elders, help me! He shouted, and at that moment, several other elders did their best to help him barely withstand the fatal blow. You guys seem to be a bit unruly, so don't blame this Marquis for being unruly as well. There was blade light that appeared in the void, and as the blade light flashed by, 6 huge heads rose up in the void. Lin Xian, who had already reached the Life Soul realm, holding the Heavenly Destiny Blade and activating the Yuan Spirit Blade body. Even if he was at the Human Soul realm, Lin Xian had the certainty to kill it. Not to mention this Fate Soul realm, if he couldn't kill it in seconds, he wouldn't have the face to use the Heavenly Fate Blade. Holy Maiden? Are you asking this Marquis to give you a ride? Or are you coming on your own? This Marquis is in a hurry, and is still ready to go over to the Moonwatch Mountain to watch the White Lotus Sect Master breakthrough. Chapter 112, Death of the White Lotus Holy Maiden. Wolf God of Lookout Mountain. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the White Lotus Holy Maiden's face changed. Impossible. Why do you know where the Sect Master is? And why do you know that the Sect Master is in seclusion? The White Lotus Sacred Maiden was filled with incredulity. Lin Xian smiled blandly. This Marquis knows far more than you can imagine. You have Human Soul Realm Guardians in the White Lotus Sect, but that White Lotus Sect Master is not allowing them to come out and shelter the White Lotus Sect, instead guarding it by his side. It seems that the White Lotus Sect is far less important than himself. The safety of the Sect Master is naturally higher than everything else. If the Sect Master is around, the Holy Sect will have a day to rise again even if it is destroyed. While if the Sect Master is gone, the Holy Sect will have no future. White Lotus Holy Maiden said with a cold snort. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. That's a good point. It's the same for any clan. Without a strong person to sit in the center, there's no escaping the situation of destruction. But you White Lotus Sect will not rise again. Since you, the White Lotus Sect Master will also go to accompany you. The White Lotus Sect Master has both fallen. The White Lotus Sect in all parts of the Divine State will be uprooted one by this Marquis. Big talk. The sect leader has achieved greatness and will definitely step over that threshold. Just with you. You also want to kill the sect leader? The White Lotus Holy Maiden said disdainfully. Then there's no need for the Holy Maiden to worry about it. It's better for this Marquis to learn the Holy Maiden's White Lotus Sacred Technique. It's considered to be the last display of your heavenly talent in your lifetime. The executor of the calculating heavenly strategies is looking on. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to keep your name on the list of heavenly remarkable people. Lin Xian said indifferently. A hint of resignation appeared in the eyes of the White Lotus Saintess. Although she was naturally gifted, far beyond her peers, if she had shown her force earlier, she could have been ranked high on the Heaven's Pride list, but in front of this Heaven's Pride list leader, she wouldn't have the slightest resistance. But even so, it should be fought on, as its own last hurrah. With the idea together, the White Lotus Saintess's aura grew rapidly, her cultivation at the Earth Transformation realm exposed. A hint of approval appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. In his early 20s, he was able to reach the Earth Transformation realm. In terms of natural talent, it was enough to rank in the top 10 on the Heaven's Remarks list. In terms of battle power, it could enter the top 3 of the previous Heaven's Remarks list, only after Bai Luo. It's just that nowadays, it's hard for her to enter the top 5 in the Heaven's Remarks ranking. And at this moment, the White Lotus Holy Maiden's figure unfolded like a holy white lotus blossoming. A faint holy light surrounded her body, and the aura of the Earth Transformation realm filled the air. She only saw her hands forming seals and softly chanting under her breath. White Lotus Sacred Dharma, light of the pure world. As her incantation fell, a huge white lotus silhouette coalesced above her head, its petals slowly opening and releasing a dazzling light as if it could purify the world of all filth. This light transformed into a beam of light, carrying the dual power of purification and destruction as it blasted towards Lin Xian. However, in the face of this seemingly powerful attack, Lin Xian merely let out a light laugh, just raising his hand and waving it casually, and the terrifying beam of light dissipated into nothingness. Not bad. the Earth Transformation Realm is already capable of injuring the Spiritual Wisdom Realm. Lin Xian said indifferently. The White Lotus Holy Maiden's face was filled with despair. This 8-square marquis, who was even younger than her, had already far surpassed his peers in terms of cultivation and battle power, and in time could even crown the old generation of strong men, enough to fight with the top group of strong men in the world. Marquis of the 8 Directions, take my last stance again. White Lotus Sacred Law. White Lotus Destruction. A look of determination flashed in the White Lotus Saintess's eyes. This was her final extinction. As her voice fell, a huge White Lotus entity slowly took shape behind her, its petals crystal clear, each one containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. This White Lotus was not illusory, but was condensed from the purest spiritual energy within her body, the essence of her many years of cultivation, and contained her entire life force. After this style, no matter what the outcome was, she would definitely die. The White Lotus slowly rotated, growing faster and faster, driving the surrounding air to form a strong whirlwind, which in turn formed a violent aura storm that erupted with earth-shattering power, and the entire deep mountain seemed to be vibrating and swaying. However, in the face of this terrifying strike, Lin Xian remained as he was before, only slightly lifting his hand to instantly obliterate this terrifying aura storm. This strike is not bad. It can extinguish spirit wisdom. Even heavenly elephants have a chance to be killed in one strike. But unfortunately, this kind of suicidal attack is not beneficial to cultivate. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The opposite side of the White Lotus Holy Maiden's eyes were dimmed, with only the last trace of her life essence remaining. White Lotus Sacred Sect, for 1,000 years, shall be the orthodoxy of heaven and earth. The White Lotus Sacred Maiden used her last ounce of strength to let out one last pious cry, and then, its figure crashed to the ground without a trace of breath. Lin Xian shook his head. This White Lotus Church's brainwashing ability is really good. Such a heavenly maiden, when in the Daxia Jianghu a show of greatness, but unfortunately it is by the White Lotus Church to the scourge, and even to the death have no name. The 12 White Lotus Saints. Who knows who she is? Lin Xian turned around and left. Originally, he had wanted to see this White Lotus Holy Maiden's peerless face, but now he no longer had that interest. As for that little heavenly elephant that slipped away in that pavilion, Lin Xian hadn't had much interest in making a move, and turned back to the 100 Dawn Tower to naturally find all the remnants of the White Lotus sect. Lookout Mountain. This mountain was not a famous mountain in Wuwei County, and even the highest point was only a few hundred meters. But this mountain has a few fierce names in the eyes of the people in the surrounding area. For every late night at the halfway point of the month, the sound of wolves howling would come out of this mountain, unceasingly. I heard that a bold hunter who went into the mountains on the night of the middle of the moon had seen a huge, silver-furred giant wolf that looked up at the moon and whistled to the sky. And then it was rumored that there was a wolf god in this mountain. Even in the villages below the mountain, some families have enshrined the tablets of the wolf god and worshipped them all day long. The legend of the wolf god has been around for almost 100 years. Only about this wolf god's name is not spread far. In addition to the nearby villages, Wuwei County other places have not heard. And right now, Lin Xian was here underneath the Moonwatch Mountain. Tomorrow, it was the halfway point of this moon, and Lin Xian was going to come and reveal the true nature of this wolf god. I hadn't thought that there was still this talk of the wolf god in this Wuwei County. A figure stood beside Lin Xian. The person who came was the great Taishang of Knife Mountain. Only at this moment, he was no longer the illusory figure that was in Knife Mountain that day, but the actual real body came here. Lin Xian came with a letter, and the content of the letter compelled him to come. According to legend, 2,100 years ago, before the Great Xia unified the divine state, many demon races were entrenched in the famous mountains and rivers of the divine state, using demonic laws as divine laws, appointing themselves as gods, bewitching the people, and feeding on the people's servants, which is not uncommon even after the Great Xia unified the divine state. Therefore, the Great Summer built the Demon Removal Pavilion to patrol the divine state for 700 years to get rid of all the demons in the divine state. But there really is a fish that missed the net? It even caused such a great trouble. Lin Xian said smilingly. Chapter 113, White Lotus Sect Master, saw Lunar Demon King. Why did Marquis Lin choose this time to strike? The Tsunami Wolf Clan, which is most powerful on the night of the moon's halfway point, can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, and its battle power should be increased by more than 30%. At the bottom of the Moonwatch Mountain, the Sword Mountain Grand Taishang looked at the Moonwatch Mountain in front of him, and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. The Grand Taishang has been in the Heavenly Soul Realm for 100 years, right? You're still not afraid of a demon king that just broke through the Heavenly Soul Realm? Lin Xian said with a smile on his lips. The Grand Taishang shook his head and said, between the Heavenly Souls, there is also a gap. Although the old man has been in the Heavenly Soul Realm for 100 years, he is already more than 200 years old, and is no longer at his peak, not to mention no peak battle power, and the demon race, the physical body is the most powerful. longevity is far beyond the human race. This tsunami moon demon king, if it is in the prime of life, is not a general heavenly soul realm can be made. Old man Blade, how can you grow the spirit of the demon race and destroy the prestige of the human race? This is not like you. An old voice came out, causing the Grand Taiyukai to give him a sideways glance. You, this fellow actually came here as well? The Grand Taishan's gaze held a look of astonishment. Old Master Tang sect. This old man was a little bit older than him, except that this guy's body was much stronger than his then. The people of the Tang clan mostly use concealed weapons and rarely fight in close quarters, so their bodies are well maintained. And this guy's Punisher's plume, that's known as the world's #1 hidden weapon. If it wasn't for the fact that the 13 A's of spring and autumn ranked by calculating heavenly policy didn't have a dark weapon A, or else this old man could have really occupied a position in the ranks of the heavenly soul realm. This old man's strength was at the top of the list, or else the Tang sect wouldn't have ranked so high in the position of the 10 sects of the world. Marquis of the 8 directions, the old master of the Tang sect walked over, and then clasped his fists at Lin Xian. Elder Tang, the last time I traveled to Tangshan City, this marquis did not pay my respects. Please bear with me. Lin Xian wasn't the least bit surprised by Elder Tang's arrival, and said with the same cupped fist in return, Marquis Lin, as a military vassal of the Grand Xia, he is in charge of everything day to day, and he is even on the mission of the human emperor. What's the use of paying a visit to an old man like me? Old Master Tang waved his hand, and then, its gaze was also placed on the Moonwatch Mountain in front of it. What a dense demonic aura. It looks like this guy is going to break through the heavenly soul realm today. Old Master Tang looked at the round bright moon above the sky, and then said in a low voice, "You know this guy?" Blade Mountain Grand Taishan asked with a frown. Tang Old Master glanced at the big Taishan, and then said, "I walked the world for many years, naturally no more. Not like you this old immortal thing, all day huddle in the knife abyss. So uninteresting, people live a life, when fast and leisurely, the big deal is to die. For the sake of the heritage of the Mountain Gate cannot be trapped in their own life." The Grand Master was silent. Knife Mountain is not the same as Tang Clan. Knife Mountain in addition to him, there is no one to carry the tripod. The second Great Master is still in the closed door, intending to break through the realm of the heavenly soul. If the second Great Master cannot come out of the closed door, he will have to be trapped in the knife abyss again for an unknown number of years. It was because the 3 Taishangs were still far from the heavenly soul realm. A Blade Mountain without a heavenly soul realm to sit on would sooner or later become the meat and potatoes in the eyes of other forces and become an object of plunder. Since you know that the White Lotus sect master is this whistling moon demon king, why didn't you remove it earlier? The Grand Taishan asked again. He knew that with old Master Tang's strength, if he had made a move at that time, he would have been able to kill him without even having to deploy the immortal execution plume. Who said I know that the White Lotus sect master is this whistling moon demon king? Old Master Tang rolled his eyes. I just know that there is a demon king here, but I don't know that this demon king is that White Lotus sect leader, or else I would have already made my move. Just a demon king words is not worth the old man personally. Tang sect is not the kind of see the demon on the elimination of the Jianghu righteousness. This Wanyu mountain is even guarded by the formation. I will not be idle out. If he is still behind the backstage words, is not my Tang sect will follow the disaster? The Grand Taiyukai was slightly stunned. He knew this because of the message sent to him by the Eightfold Marquis. If not, he wouldn't have connected this demon king with the White Lotus sect master anyway. In that case, it was only natural that the old guy didn't know. So, Marquis Lin, shouldn't we make a move? Is it really possible that we have to wait until it breaks through the heavenly soul realm? The Grand Taishan looked towards Lin Xian and inquired. Lin Xian smiled faintly before saying, "The Grand Taishan can try it first." The Grand Taishan didn't hesitate and nodded before a long silver blade appeared in his hand. This blade was called the Shou-Yi blade, an innate holy blade that the Grand Taishan had contained. After that, the Grand Taiyukai swung the long sword in his hand, a magnificent incomparable sword light toward the Moonwatch Mountain. Where the sword light passed through, the air seemed to be divided into two, revealing the terrifying power it contained. This blade could easily split this Moonwatch Mountain in front of him in half. However, that magnificent blade light suddenly stopped as it approached the Moonwatch Mountain. There was a sudden rise of light outside of the Moonwatch Mountain. That was the activation of the spell formation outside of the Moonwatch Mountain, instantly blossoming into a dazzling light that illuminated the entire valley as if it was daytime. Within the spell formation, there were hidden runes flowing, resonating with the aura of heaven and earth, forming an invisible barrier. That terrifying blade light from the Grand Taishan was blocked by this spell formation. Under this knife, the spell formation only stirred up a circle of ripples and did not damage it in the slightest. The Grand Taiyukai frowned. Old Man Blade, now you know why old man didn't make a move, right? With this formation guarding it, it would be difficult to destroy this formation unless 3 heavenly soul realms combined their efforts. But even with 3 heavenly souls combining their efforts, destroying this formation will take a minimum of 3 days. Old Master Tang opened his mouth. The Grand Master withdrew his sword. This spell formation was indeed as Old Master Tang had said, difficult to destroy. Did Marquis Lin invite the old blind man from the Shadow Sect? The Grand Taishong inquired. Old Blindy was the heavenly soul realm powerhouse behind the Shadow Sect. Lin Xian shook his head before saying indifferently, if nothing else, he should be watching the situation unfold over here right now, but he won't make a move. Even if he strikes, it will take 3 days, so why bother? When the Tsunami Moon Demon King breaks through the heavenly soul, this formation will self-destruct. Since the great change in heaven and earth half a month ago, the Shadow Sect's attitude had completely changed. Now that the Heavenly Sect is gradually coming out, that Heavenly Sect's 36 extinctions have started to challenge the Heaven's Pride-ranking powerhouses. It won't be long until the Heavenly Sect completely comes out. Perhaps the Shadow Sect will have to completely tear itself apart from the Grand Xia as well. Therefore, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't waste time on top of the Shadow Sect. Even he was already preparing how to make the Shadow Slayer Hall take the place of the Shadow Sect. Only now not yet. The power in his hand is still a little weak. To be under his hands some more strong, and then solve the old blind man of the Shadow Sect. The Shadow Sect. The turn of the hand can be destroyed. The two of you can just wait quietly. At most 1 hour, the Tsunami Moon Demon King will chop off the heavenly soul. At that time, it's time to let the parties see the two of you. Lin Shen looked at the sky and said with a smile. Chapter 114 Battle of the Heavenly Soul Realm. Pulling a backstabber at the time of death. Under the Moonwatch Mountain, time passed slowly. The bright moon above the dome of the sky was radiant, shining on the Moonwatch Mountain as if it was daytime. This was because the Whistling Moon Demon King was absorbing the moonlight, attracting all the endless moonlight energy to the Moonwatch Mountain. It's almost time. At the bottom of the mountain, Lin Xian suddenly spoke, and the moment his voice fell, a giant silver-colored wolf appeared at the top of the Moonwatch Mountain, raising its voice to the sky. Ow! The sound of that long whistle echoed throughout the Moonwatch Mountain. Lin Xian's few people went in to look. The silver fur on the Whistling Moon Demon King's body was glittering with a mysterious luster under the moonlight. Its eyes were like 2 sparkling jewels. It was looking towards the bottom, and the air was filled with a full demonic aura and killing intent. It's still missing the final step. It hasn't completely severed the heavenly soul yet. The Grand Taishong spoke in a deep voice. Old Master Tang also nodded his head. Indeed, there is one last step to go. And then, only to see the Whistling Moon Demon King tilting its head back and whistling once again, its voice shaking the heavens and earth as the demonic chi around it began to surge wildly, forming a powerful storm. As if pulled, the moonlight converged on it more intensely, and then the Tsunami Moon Demon King's body began to tremble, and every single hair stood upright. At the top of its head, an illusory wolf soul gradually emerged. That was its heavenly soul. The Tsunami Demon King roared, and there was a dense energy spewing out of his mouth, hitting the heavenly soul directly. Only this was not enough to chop away the heavenly soul. Instead, the Tsunami Demon King's body trembled even more, and its breath weakened a lot for it. The 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man are in fact their own souls, and chopping off the 3 souls is likewise chopping off oneself. It's not broken, it's broken and it's broken. If he was unable to chop off the 3 souls quickly, he would be the one to suffer the damage in the end. Generally speaking, the only thing that has the highest success rate is the first beheading, and if it fails and the foundation is damaged, the second beheading will be much more difficult. Break for me. At the top of the Moonwatch Mountain, a roar came from the Whistling Moon Demon King, as endless light erupted above its body, which then transformed into countless sharp blades that stabbed at the heavenly soul. Under this fierce attack, the heavenly soul finally couldn't support itself and completely dissipated, and the Tsunami Moon Demon King's body collapsed with the dissipation of the heavenly soul. Chopping away the heavenly soul didn't mean entering the heavenly soul realm. The next step was the most important step, to enter the land of the 3 souls with the life soul, and it had to be quick. Otherwise it wasn't impossible for the body to die. Therefore, in order to behead the 3 souls, one needs to be in an extremely safe place and must not be disturbed by other people. This was also the reason why the Whistling Moon Demon King would choose to make a breakthrough in the Moonwatch Mountain, which was sheltered by a supreme spell formation, or else the current one would be able to easily kill a random fate soul realm, and the spell formation on Mount Wanyue was gradually dissipating with his breakthrough. Formation is also the need for power source. The entire mountain of the spiritual power and attracted to the moonlight is the power source of the formation. But with the breakthrough of the Tsunami Moon Demon King, the spiritual power and the power of the moonlight as much as possible to be absorbed by it. Therefore, the spell formation would soon collapse. On the Moonwatch Mountain, an extremely strong aura rose up. Without a doubt, the Whistling Moon Demon King had successfully broken through to the Heavenly Soul Realm. Ow! A more neutral voice spread in all directions, and with the sound of this voice, the spell formation of the Moonwatch Mountain collapsed. The Blade Mountain Grand Taishang and the Tang Sect's Old Taishang simultaneously rose up from the ground and shot straight up into the sky. It's a pity that I'm going to fall today after achieving the heavenly soul today, Lin Xian whispered to himself. The Whistling Moon Demon King is very strong after breaking through the heavenly soul, and it is also in its prime. If the Blade Mountain Grand Taishang comes alone, it may only be able to fight to a draw if it doesn't put up a fight. If Old Master Tang Clan came alone, he might not be able to keep it, but with two people arriving at the same time, the Whistling Moon Demon King will definitely die. This was something Lin Xian had calculated with precision. At the top of the Moonwatch Mountain, the Soylent Moon Demon King has taken on human form, a middle-aged figure wearing a Taoist robe, which is the image of the White Lotus Sect master walking around. Only now, the Tsunami Moon Demon King's gaze was slightly tinged with a few shades of gravity. It walked the world as the White Lotus Sect master, so it naturally knew of the two heavenly soul realm existences, Blade Mountain and the Tang Sect. But it did not expect that these two even knew where he was, and even knew that it would break through the realm today. Today, it's going to be a tough fight, both of you. I don't have any grudges with the Blade Mountain Tang Sect, so why should we fight to the death with swords? The Whistling Moon Demon King spoke in a deep voice. Humans and demons do not stand on opposite sides. If you always stayed in this mountain to cultivate, we may not take action. But who made you restless, to have to create the White Lotus Sect, compel the world, and wreak havoc on the earth? Old Master Tang's sect said indifferently. The Whistling Moon Demon King snorted coldly. The world is foolish, and the Great Xia is also running out of gas. My White Lotus Sect is just following the destiny of heaven. What's wrong with that? Before the words fell, the Blade Mountain Grand Taishang couldn't wait any longer, only to see a wave of the Shui blade in his hand. A powerful blade Shi chopped towards the Sayu Demon King. The Whistling Moon Demon King dodged sideways and avoided the blade, but the strong blade Shi left a bloodstain on its body. The old master of the Tang Sect was also not willing to show weakness. His hands raised in unison, and countless hidden weapons shot at the Sayu Demon King like a torrential downpour. The Tsunami Moon Demon King's eyes stared. Although these hidden weapons are not comparable to the level of holy weapons, but they are also made of extraordinary materials, and many of them are also quenched with poison, so it does not dare to receive them, only to see the demonic chi surging around his body, forming a protective shield around his periphery in an attempt to resist the dark weapons that came from all over the sky. However, the dark weapon of the old master of the Tang clan, who was known as the #1 person in the world in terms of dark weapons, could not be so simple. Several concealed weapons suddenly burst open in the air, and the strange energies seeped into the demonic aura, actually instantly disintegrating the Tsunami Moon Demon King's demonic aura shield. The Whistling Moon Demon King's face changed, but it had already been pierced into its body by several silver needles as fine as cow hair, and its breath instantly weakened by more than 20%. The Grand Taishan was also attacking again at this time. Catch my blade. 10,000 ways to keep one. Show a knife in the air, cut out a bright knife on. This knife is a heavenly soul realm strong man's full force, but also contains the great Taishan life of the knife Tao enlightenment. That is, senior heavenly soul is not so easy to pick up. When the Whistling Moon Demon King saw this, a fierce color flashed in his eyes, and he knew that today was the time of life and death, only to see its figure retreating violently, while its hands quickly made seals, its demonic chi boiling around its body, transforming into a gigantic silver wolf shadow that merged with its body, its power instantly skyrocketing. Demon Wolf Whistling Moon. Break! The Demon King of the Whistling Moon roared, and that silver-colored wolf shadow violently pounced on the blade awnings, and the two fiercely collided in the air, erupting in a deafening roar. The blade and wolf shadows intertwined together with radiance, and the entire top of Mount Wanyu seemed to be enveloped by this power. However, right at this moment, the old master of the Tang sect also finally utilized his killing move, the Immortal Execution Plume. The Immortal Execution Plume, known as the world's #1 concealed weapon, once launched, has never missed. Only seeing the old master of the Tang sect flick his finger, the Immortal Execution Plume transformed into a bolt of black lightning, cutting through the sky and heading straight for the Tsunami Moon Demon King's heart. This speed is not to mention how fast, just in the blink of an eye, the Immortal Execution Plume passed through the heart of the Tsunami Moon Demon King, and it did not have the chance to avoid it at all. A hint of despair flashed in the Tsunami Moon Demon King's eyes as he could feel his life gradually draining away. But it's not willing, as the king of the Tsunami Wolf Clan, the master of the White Lotus Sect, and a heavenly soul realm powerhouse, it had already stepped into the ranks of the world's top powerhouses, so how could it die just like that? And then its gaze fixed on Lin Xian, who was watching the battle underneath the Moonwatch Mountain. It naturally knew who the other party was, the 8th Marquis of Daxia, who had also been sent by the human emperor to exterminate the White Lotus Sect, had also been invited by Knife Mountain and the Tang Sect. Even if he was going to die, he was going to pull it back. If the Tsunami Moon doesn't die, the demon soul will not be extinguished. The Tsunami Moon Demon King roared up to the sky before burning his entire life force and charging towards Lin Xian's direction. The Blade Mountain Grand Taishang and the Tangsek's Old Taishang's faces suddenly changed, and they all chased after him. It was just that the current Tsunami Moon Demon King's speed was unparalleled. They simply couldn't catch up. They could only watch as the Tsunami Moon Demon King rushed to Lin Xian's side, and then stretched out his sharp claws towards Lin Xian's head. The current Whistling Moon Demon King, although it was lifeless, this final strike was even stronger than it was at its full strength. Can Lin Xian block this blow? Chapter 115 Top of the Leaves. Stepping on the ultimate powerhouse. In the distance, a figure appeared by Lin Xian's side in a matter of moments. It was that Imperial provider G13. He was surprisingly faster than the reaction speed of both Heavenly Soul Realms. This was because he was close to Lin Xian and was always keeping an eye on the battle, so he realized that something was wrong and rushed out. After all, the human emperor had given him the order to protect the Eightfold Marquis' safety and to strike at the Eightfold Marquis' most critical moment. Right now, it could be considered the most critical time, right? Just a little too critical. Not to mention the Eightfold Marquis, even if it was himself, it could be considered critical, but he still struck, even without the human emperor's orders. Eight Square Marquis. This kind of great Xia heavenly pride never appeared in ancient times, even in the future will not appear this kind of talent of the demon. He cannot do to sit back and watch this kind of great Xia heavenly pride fall in front of him. Only before he could even get close to Lin Xian's side he was shocked by the Tsunami Moon Demon King's aura and stopped 3 meters away from Lin Xian. Although the Whistling Moon Demon King was already at the end of his strength, but after all, he was still a Heavenly Soul Realm powerhouse, and this strike was not something that he, a human soul realm who had not yet chopped the Earth Soul, could block. And then, he could only watch as this strike from the Tsunami Moon Demon King landed on Lin Xian's head. He could even anticipate the next image of Lin Xian's head exploding, and just in the nick of time, instead of panicking, Lin Xian even revealed a hint of a smile. For the Tsunami Moon Demon King to be able to hold on to his side to give himself a blow despite the hit from the Immortal Execution Plume. This was something Lin Xian hadn't expected, but it doesn't matter. I thought it would be a waste to use that thing directly, but now it doesn't seem like a waste. Only a jade pendant appeared in Lin Xian's hand, which was then instantly crushed by Lin Xian. With the shattering of the jade pendant, a vast aura instantly erupted. The space in this place seemed to have been stood still, and before the Tsunami Moon Demon King's strike could fall, it naturally dissipated into nothingness, and then a silhouette appeared in front of Lin Xian. This silhouette was the image of an old man dressed in sackcloth. His face was emaciated, his eyebrows hid a mountainous thickness and frostiness, and his eyes carried a complete majesty and depth. Top of the leaf? In the distance, the Tangsek's Old Master and the Blade Mountain's Great Taishang were both shocked out of their mouths. Although this person was more than 100 years too late for them, they were extremely familiar with him. The top of Yi of the Kyoto Yi clan, the human emperor's senior brother, a powerhouse who had stepped into the absolute peak and was suspected to be beyond the Three Souls realm. The silhouette at the top of the leaf glanced fatally at the Tangsek's Old Master and the Blade Mountain's Grandmaster before glancing at G13, lingering on the Tsunami Moon Demon King's body for another split second before finally landing on Lin Xian's body. To crush the jade pendant just for such a dying little demon king, don't you think it's a bit of a big deal? Yi Ji said indifferently. The shock in the eyes of the Whistling Moon Demon King instantly transformed into anger when these words came out. Although it was about to die, it was at least a Heavenly Soul Realm Supreme Demon King. How much was it looking down on it to describe it as a small demon king? However, it was about to speak when it saw that the shadow glanced over with a glance, and its figure immediately began to crumble up, with only the last trace of its life force completely dissipating. Senior, I need its life soul. Lin Xian spoke at this moment. He couldn't let this Tsunami Moon Demon King completely collapse. After all, his goal was this Tsunami Moon Demon King's life soul, the life soul of the Heavenly Soul Realm, which wasn't something that could be obtained casually. Only Yi Ji could strip the Tsunami Moon Demon King's life soul. Otherwise even the Tangsek's Old Master and the Blade Mountain's Grand Master couldn't do it. They could kill the Tsunami Moon Demon King, but to do so by stripping away the life soul that would be difficult. There was a high probability that the life soul had dissipated along with the Tsunami Moon Demon King's body. Yi Ji raised his eyebrows slightly, but he merely didn't say anything. Since he had decided to bestow Lin Xian with this jade pendant, he naturally wouldn't refuse if the other party mentioned small requests that he could fulfill. And then, he stretched out his hands and put them on the Tsunami Moon Demon King's head, and without seeing any other movements from him, a shrunken version of a wolf-shaped vital soul was grabbed out by him, and then, the Tsunami Moon Demon King's body completely collapsed and dissipated into the void. Although this little demon king isn't strong, this life soul is also at the Heavenly Soul Realm level. Can you control it? Yi Ji looked at Lin Xian and said indifferently, it's just a life soul that doesn't have a solid body. The late generation still has this confidence. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Yi Zizhan looked deeply at Lin Xian, and then threw the life soul in his hand, which Lin Shen picked up, and then formed a seal with one hand, and a series of complicated and tedious runic imprints landed on top of the life soul. The fate soul that was originally trembling again because it was out of the control of the leaf's peak suddenly quieted down, and then Lin Shen flipped his right hand, and the life soul on it was already collected by him. Thank you, senior, for making a move. After doing so, Lin Shen cupped his fists at the top of the leaf and thanked him. Good boy. What was that forbidden spell just now? I can't believe I've never even seen it before. Yi Jipik opened his mouth slightly with a few moments of surprise and inquired. The soul prohibition technique, a minor technique in the district, not worth mentioning. Lin Shen replied in an unassuming manner. Yi Jipik did not ask any more questions, and his gaze looked into the distance, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. I heard that there is a great feud between the heavenly sect and you. Old me can still make a move once. Do you need me to solve a small problem for you? Lin Shen looked over in the direction of the top of the leaf, and then smiled faintly. Since senior is willing to make a move, that would be great. Although I don't make swords, I can use a little bit of sword. I wonder if I can borrow your Heaven's Destiny sword for a while. Yi Jipik opened his mouth and said. Lin Shen didn't hesitate. The Heavenly Destiny sword was sheathed in the next moment, and then it landed in the hands of the top of Yi. Good sword. It's a pity that 30 years ago, when I was in seclusion, I couldn't get to see senior choose style of chopping the sky with a single sword. Today, I'll use this sword to chop the dogs of the heavenly sect. Yi Jipik looked at the heavenly chopper sword inside with emotion, and then with just a stroke of his hand, there was a sword chi rushing up to the sky, and the sword chi went across the sky. From an unknown distance in the distance, a shocking roar came from the sky. Damn, top of the leaf. I was just watching the battle. This sentence was not finished before it was interrupted by a shocking loud noise. Lin Shen gazed into the distance. The sky dome in the distance seemed to be cracked open. That one over there must also be a heavenly soul realm powerhouse. It seems that this battle today has attracted the attention of quite a few powerful people. It was also unknown if this heavenly sect's heavenly soul realm powerhouse had any other purpose in mind besides watching the battle. It's true, he's not dead yet, but he won't be able to strike again within 10 years. He'll die if he does. Yi Jipik tossed the heavenly chopper sword to Lin Shen, saying with some regret. Lin Shen was slightly moved. Is this the strength of the Yi family's old man? Just a thought detachment stored in the jade pendant had such strength. So if it was the real body, how strong it would have to be. I'm leaving. I hope that when I see you next time, you'll bring me some surprises. After leaving behind a sentence, the silhouette of the top of the leaf dissipated. That sword just now had used up the last of the power of this idea of his. Old Master Tang and the Grand Master walked over, the look of shock on their faces still not dissipating. They had once seen the elegance of this descendant's pride, and having not seen it for many years, it was even better than before. That said, what is the purpose of Marquis Lin wanting the life soul of the Tsunami Moon Demon King? Be careful not to be eroded by the demonic power. There's a danger of going off the deep end. The Grand Taishang discarded other thoughts and reminded Lin Shen. Lin Shen smiled and responded. There's no harm in it. This Marquis has it in his heart. This time, he had come to the Moonwatch Mountain, and the life soul of this whistling Moon Demon King was his true goal. For this reason, even the loss of a life-preserving card like the Jade Pendant was worth it. After all, this was only a one-time life-preserving card. He still had a permanent life-preserving card, and this life soul can create more possibilities for him. Chapter 116 9 Demon Holy Laws. Human Emperor's Holy Decree. There were still two other White Lotus Sect's human soul realm powerhouses in the Moonwatch Mountain, but they were both seriously injured and dying in the aftermath of the battle between the three heavenly soul realms just now, and were easily disposed of. And with the fall of the Whistling Moon Demon King, also known as the White Lotus Sect Master, the remaining White Lotus Sect members in Wuwei County naturally couldn't turn over any big waves, and were soon wiped out under the double blows of the Blade Mountain and the Tang Sect. Some of the more deeply hidden remaining elements were also found and eliminated by the 100 Dawn Tower. The remaining White Lotus Sect members in the other counties knew it was bad and all of them disbanded while fleeing, only that they had all been targeted by the 100 Dawn Tower long ago as well. Plus the fact that there weren't many strong people at all amongst the remaining White Lotus Sect members outside of this Wuwei County, and there weren't even a few at the Vital Soul Realm, which the White Lotus Sect in conjunction with the Palace of Shadow Killers had easily resolved. In an inn in Tangshan City, Lin Shen had been invited by the Tang Sect's old master Tang since he left the Moonwatch Mountain, and had gone to the Tang Sect to stay there for a few days. The human emperor had given him 3 months, which was only a month, and he was in no hurry to return to Kyoto. After all, if he returned to Kyoto on this trip, he was bound to be unsettled. Since the heavenly sect had come out of the world, it was thought that making another move against oneself should not be as petty as it was at the beginning, not to mention that a few days ago, Yi Jipik had made a move and almost beheaded one of the heavenly sect's heavenly soul realm powerhouses. Even though that was Yi Jipik's move, This debt the Heavenly Sect had definitely settled on Lin Xian's head. So far, the Heavenly Sect had suffered a great loss at Lin Xian's expense, and this time when they returned to Kyoto, the Heavenly Sect would surely make a move. Whether or not they would send out the Heavenly Soul Realm was unknown, but with the Imperial Provider G13 a human soul realm would surely not be able to stop them. Although Lin Xian had cards, he wouldn't easily use his life-preserving cards until he had to, and he is, now, building himself a new life-preserving base card. On the in-bed, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. With a slight movement of his mind, the Whistling Moon Demon King's life soul, which he had cast a forbidden spell on, appeared in the void in front of him, only to see him stretch out one finger and tap it a few times on top of the life soul, and the prohibition that had imprisoned the life soul was dispersed, and the Whistling Moon Demon King's vital soul got rid of the restriction and immediately wanted to escape. It was now unconscious, but escape was his instinct. Lin Xian couldn't let it escape, only to see his hands reach out at the same time, and then he grabbed the life soul tightly, and then, he actually grabbed the life soul and forcefully sent it towards his brow. The Whistling Moon Demon King's vital soul sensed the danger and let out a mournful cry, struggling even more fiercely, yet it couldn't get rid of it in any way, and could only watch as it was stuffed into the center of its brow. When the soul completely disappeared, Lin Xian once again pointed a single finger, and a point of light appeared in the center of his eyebrow, eliminating the possibility of the soul escaping. Before his consciousness sank into the sea of souls, he wanted to refine this Tsunami Demon King's life soul and become his second life soul. This was a secret method that he had gained from signing in, named the 9-Demon Holy Method. Subduing the life soul of a demon and gathering it in one's own body gives one power, the 9-Demon Sacred Law. As the name implied, he could subdue up to 9 demonic life souls. Originally, he wanted to find a random demon race to try, but now that his cultivation had reached this point, it would be a bit of a waste to find some demon race of the demon realm of the Shedding Realm, and it just so happened that the 100 Dawn Tower had sent news of this Whistling Moon Demon King. He then made this Whistling Moon Demon King his first target. The Sea of Souls, soul power tumbles. The Whistling Moon Demon King's life soul emits a burst of roaring sounds. Lin Xian life soul hangs in the distance, did not come close, but cold eyes to see it. When Lin Xian's consciousness entered it, his vital soul instantly made a move, only to see the hands of his vital soul lightly dancing. Endless soul power converged, and at the center of the Sea of Souls, 9 secret lines appeared, gradually forming the shape of a 9-mangled star, each line containing an ancient and mysterious aura. And the moment the 9-mangled star was formed, a stream of light shot out from one corner of the 9-mangled star, covering the Tsunami Moon Demon King's life soul and then pulling it hard into the 9-mangled star. The Whistling Moon Demon King's vital soul struggled even more violently, its roar deafening, as if it wanted to tear apart everything that bound it. However, all struggles were futile, and the moment its life soul was stripped out, it sealed his end. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it took, but the struggles of the Tsunami Moon Demon King's life soul gradually weakened until the movement completely disappeared, and the entire life soul merged into the 9-mansion star. A wolf-shaped pattern appeared at the corner of the 9-mangled star, emitting a dazzling light, and at the same time, Lin Xian in the inn opened his eyes at the same time, and there was majestic demonic power projected out of his eyes. And then, Lin Xian's figure shifted, actually turning into a pugilistic giant wolf, his silver fur flickering in the faint light. This was exactly the form of that Whistling Moon Demon King in the Moonwatch Mountain. At this moment, even if he traveled to the Western Region Demon Kingdom, he would be able to blend in perfectly, and even the Heavenly Soul Realm Demon King wouldn't be able to see his true form. After refining the Tsunami Demon King's life soul, this could likewise be his true body. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes flickered slightly and he once again transformed into his human form, and in the middle of the inn, a figure barged in. The old master of the Tang sect appeared in the middle of the room, his eyes gleaming as he looked around. Marquis Lin, can you feel a Demon King aura? The old master of the Tang sect spoke in a deep voice. He was in the middle of the Tang sect just now when he suddenly sensed a Demon King's aura manifesting in the city, or a very powerful Demon King, similar to the aura of that Tsunami Moon Demon King from before. They had only just finished off the Tsunami Moon Demon King when a Demon King's aura appeared in Tangshan City, so he was naturally not to be underestimated. After all, nowadays the heaven and earth has changed greatly, and the chaotic world has begun to appear, and it is not impossible for the Demon King mixed in the divine state or a deeply hidden Demon King to come out of the world. Lin Xian smiled and said, Old Master Tang, just now, it was this Marquis who was performing a secret technique and used the Tsunami Moon Demon King's life soul for a bit. Oh, Old Master Tang looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. What he felt just now didn't quite resemble the aura of a Fate Soul. After all, the aura of a Fate Soul shouldn't be that strong. Old Master Tang, this Marquis has also been bothering this Tangshan city for a few long days now. It's time to return to Kyoto. Originally I wanted to go to the Tang sect to bid farewell to the old master, but since the old master is here, it'll save this Marquis from having to make another trip, Lin Xian said as he clasped his fists to old Master Tang. In that case, then I won't keep Marquis Lin, only that this is a long way back to Kyoto. Marquis Lin still needs to be careful and safe, old Master Tang reminded. Thank you for reminding old master, Lin Xian said smilingly, and then he just moved his feet, but then he stopped. One more person within the room, Daxia's royal provider, G13. At this moment, G13 had a solemn face and didn't care about old Master Tang on the side as he opened his mouth. The human emperor has decreed that Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 directions accepts the decree. Lin Xian immediately bent down to the holy decree, and old Master Tang on the side also took 2 steps back and bowed slightly. 8 Marquis not to live up to my expectations, to eliminate the White Lotus cult has merit, should immediately return to the capital to be rewarded, but the situation in the world has changed greatly. The demonic barbarians Mang all coveted the great summer divine state of the land. The 8 Marquis immediately departed, to the northern army, to resist the northern Mang. The killing days are finally almost over. I'll add more when I'm completely better in a couple days, and I'll try to save up for the next 2 days. Chapter 117 Tsunami Moon Demon Kings Past. Strong 9 Demon Sacred Laws. My lord, receive the decree. In the inn, Lin Xian picked up the holy decree. Marquis Lin. His Majesty also said that it's a long way from Wuwei County to the Northern Realm, so there's no need to be in too much of a hurry. After you arrive at the Northern Realm, you can just report to Marquis Lingwu on your own, and that His Majesty's holy decree should have already arrived at the Northern Realm. Also, I won't be following on this trip to the Northern Realm. Marquis Lin should have the power to defend himself. G13 said smilingly, thank you, Confessor, for accompanying and protecting me all the way. Lin Xian arched his hand and cupped his fist. Although he does not need the protection of G13, but after all, he also followed himself all the way, but also in his own encounter with danger when the life of the rescue. Polite words naturally have to say a few words. G13 then nodded to the Tang clan's old master before exiting the room. The last time I was concerned about this person, the Daxia royal envoys, can be described as mysterious to the extreme. Who does not know how many envoys in the Daxia palace? But the world knows that the royal envoys, the lowest is also the existence of the life soul realm. That is, the heavenly soul realm is also in the minority, and even not without the possibility of the existence of the heavenly soul realm above the strong man. This person, if I'm not mistaken, should be a Daxia prince from 90 years ago, whose cultivation talent is not high, but I can't imagine that he has also reached the human soul realm and is only half a step away from chopping away the earth soul. The Great Summer Imperial Clan, worthy of being the place where the world's chi is gathered. The people of the Imperial Clan, blessed with heaven. After G13 left, the old master of the Tang clan lamented. Lin Xian's expression moved slightly. The prince of Daxia from 90 years ago? Wouldn't that be the grandparents of the current human emperor? The last human emperor reigned for only 30 years. The previous human emperor reigned for the same 30 years. And the present human emperor has reigned for almost 30 years. It is strange to say that the successive human emperors are all very high and deep in cultivation. There should be no lower than the Three Souls realm, but the life of 300. However, successive human emperors had reigned for almost 30 years, and so far, there had been 70 human emperors in Daxia. Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. There were too many hidden secrets held within the Great Xia imperial family that even the current him would have trouble exploring. Old Master Tang, farewell. Lin Xian didn't say anything more as he cupped his fists at old Master Tang and walked out of the inn as well. The old butler had already driven and waited outside the inn. Inside the window of the inn, old Master Tang watched the carriage gradually move away and let out a sigh of emotion. The young people nowadays are really something. The next time we meet, perhaps the old man won't even be an opponent. He had felt a faint threat in Lin Xian's bodies just now. This was reasonably impossible. Even if Lin Xian broke through the life soul, or even decapitated the human soul and earth soul, he would definitely not be able to threaten him as a heavenly soul realm. The gap between the Three Souls realm was not as simple as that between the dematerialization realm. This kind of feeling hadn't appeared before. Therefore, the problem might appear on top of that demonic aura, which was definitely related to the Tsunami Demon King's life soul. But old Master Tang couldn't think of any secret method that could utilize the life soul of the Heavenly Soul Realm to achieve Heavenly Soul Realm battle power? He couldn't think of it, and neither could Heaven's Gate apparently. This time, the eightfold Marquis trip to the north should not be lonely on the road. Marquis, are you saying that the human emperor issued that holy decree long before we came to exterminate the White Lotus cult? On the carriage, the old butler who was driving spoke up. Lin Xian inside the carriage nodded. 100 Dawn Tower has not discovered anyone approaching G13, and even with the channels of calculating heavenly strategies, it would be difficult to transmit the imperial decree from Kyoto to here so quickly. If it's simple to transmit the message, but transmitting the imperial decree isn't so simple. It seems that this human emperor still trusts this Marquis. A hint of a smile passed through Lin Xian's eyes, but the smile revealed a hint of a meaning that was not easy to figure out. The North Realm was originally his next target. After all, his father, Lin Xian, had disappeared from the North Realm, and the North Mang, he had to take a walk, but he didn't like to walk on someone else's prearranged path, even if that person was the human emperor. Marquis, then should we hurry faster or slower? The old butler inquired. Just follow the previous speed. This trip to the northern border is thousands of miles. How can it take half a month? And we may not be fast enough even if we want to be fast. Just let nature take its course. In the carriage Lin Xian spoke indifferently, and then closed his eyes. Previously, there was first Old Master Tang, and then G13, and he simply didn't have the time to familiarize himself with that 9-demon sacred law. In the Sea of Souls, the wolf-shaped pattern in the 9 mangosteen pattern lit up, and then the Tsunami Moon Demon King's life soul appeared. Only unlike the previous struggle, the current Tsunami Moon Demon King's life soul was completely pious. Utilizing the 9-demon sacred law, Lin Xian had completely refined the soul of this Whistling Moon Demon King, and had even gained all of its memories. The Whistling Moon Demon King appeared 700 years after the Great Xia unified the divine state. If it was 700 years ago, perhaps it would have been removed by the Demon Removal Pavilion. It was originally a human soul realm demon king in the Western Region Demon Court's 100,000 Mountains, and it still had a bit of status in the 100,000 Mountains, only to offend a heaven-swallowing Tiger King and be forcibly driven out of the 100,000 Mountains. It was a human soul realm demon king, and even after being driven out of the 100,000 Mountains, it could still live a nourishing life in the Demon Court, but it happened to get a message left behind by a predecessor about this secret realm of Mount Wanhua. There is a stunning spell formation arranged here that accumulates the power of the moonlight, and as it was a Whistling Moon Demon clan, the power of the Moonflower was exactly the best medium for him to cultivate, so it had gone through a lot of trouble to enter the divine state and find this Moonwatch Mountain, and then over 1,000 years later, it managed to break through the Earth Soul Realm and even reach the edge of the Heavenly Soul Realm. It had a sense that it was about to break through the Heavenly Soul Realm, and at this point, its self-confidence swelled and it took on the form of the White Lotus Sect Master, creating the White Lotus Sect. He wants to dismantle Xia from within, and when he returns to the Demon Court, he'll have all the demons submit to him. Even the position of Demon Lord is within his reach. At that time, the western part of the Divine Kingdom would be in its hands, and the world would be its sooner or later. I have to say, in the end, it's still a demon even though it's cultivated to the realm of the Demon King, the brain is still a bit of a problem. It was a complete fool's errand for just one Heavenly Soul Realm to want to subvert the Grand Xia. With a movement of Lin Xian's mind, the Tsunami Moon Demon King's life soul merged into the 9 mansions, while Lin Xian's life soul appeared in the very center of the 9 mansions. Immediately, incomparably furious auras were vented from Lin Xian's body. A moment later, Lin Xian put away the power, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. This 9-demon sacred law is really perverted. This is still only a Demon King life soul. If it is 2, what if it's 3? What if we can gather all 9 Demon King fate souls in the future? At that time, when the 9 souls were united, what level of power could he reach? It also seemed that one had to think ahead about how to obtain the next Demon King's life soul. Within the Divine Realm, it was possible to find a Demon King, but to find a Heavenly Soul Realm Demon King, it would not be a normal difficulty. There might not be a second Heavenly Soul Realm Demon King in the Divine State. In the future, perhaps we will also have to travel to the Western region among the 100,000 Great Mountains, where there are Demon Kings everywhere. Chapter 118 Daming Lake Cruise, Gathering of Celestial Pride. In Easy County, the carriage moved slowly. This was the 7th day that Lin Xian had left Wuwei County. After passing through Jinan County and Dakang County, and then passing through this Easy County, he would enter Beishan County and cross the Qilian mountain range, and then he would be able to enter within the Northern Realm. Marquis, I've heard that this Easy County and Wuwei County are listed as the dual counties of Daxia. One is the most lively county of the Daxia Jianghu, and 3 of the 10 clans of Daxia are situated in Wuwei County. And this free county is known as the most free county of the Daxia Jianghu, although there is no Daxia 10 sects here, but it is located in a number of subprime sects. From time to time there is a Heavenly Pride appeared, and can even crush the Daxia 10 sects of Heavenly Pride ahead, and even the 3 teachings of Heavenly Pride may not be able to compare to. The old butler said with a smile, not bad, the divine rivers and lakes, the prodigal son is at large, and Wuwei County and Easy County are the places where those rivers and lakes stay most often. There were a total of 40 people on the list in the spring and autumn 13A2, 100 years, and this Easy County accounted for 7 of them, the most among the 19 counties of the Great Summer. Also, Easy County has the most greenhouses. Are you interested in going for a stroll? All spending is counted on this marquee head. A voice came from within the carriage. The old butler's face stiffened. The Marquis seemed to be in a good mood these past few days and often liked to play little jokes with him. Steer to Daming Lake. Lin Xian's voice came out once more. The old butler immediately turned the carriage around and sped towards Daming Lake. Although Daming Lake is the most flirtatious place in Easy County, with 321 boathouses in the lake and 321 flower queens, all of them are the best in the world. Even Chen Yuan, one of the two color armors, came from this land of Daming Lake, but the old housekeeper knows that the Marquis is not a man who indulges in women, and that he must have a purpose for going to Daming Lake. Lin Xian naturally had intentions. It's been 7 days since he left, and the heavenly sect hasn't made a move on him yet. Of course it's not that they don't dare to make a move. They should be brewing a big wave. In that case, might as well be proactive. 3 days later is the day of the Daming Lake boat trip. This kind of activity is only held once every 3 years, so it attracts a lot of people from the Jianghu and the 19 counties of Daxia. Even Lin Xian knew that quite a few Fate Soul Realm and even 3 Soul Realm powerhouses had traveled there. Even when their cultivation had reached this point, they were still unable to see through the red dust and be emotionless, or they didn't want to be so. Jianghu people, when indulging in Jianghu, and in addition to them, a lot of juvenile pride naturally won't miss it. Most of the pride on the Heaven's Pride list will gather at Daming Lake. Several of the Heaven's Gate's 36 Jedi were also heading towards Daming Lake. During this period of time, the Heavenly Sect's 36 extremities had caused a great storm in the Divine State's Jianghu, as they challenged the Heavenly Pride of all the great sects, and even Lu Shen, who was the 8th in the Heavenly Pride ranking, was defeated in battle. Lin Xian had had a meeting with Lu Shen in Kyoto, and had even put up a fight. That Lu Shen was a disciple of Shu Mountain. His strength was very good, now half a step short of entering the realm of Earth transformation, but he was defeated by the hands of the Heavenly Sect's 36 Jedi. Moreover, the one who defeated him was only the 9th of the 36 Jedi of the Heaven's Gate. The ranking of the Heavenly Sect 36 is based on the strength of the battle. The 9th Jedi has the strength to defeat Lu Shen. Then the previous few Jedi are naturally extraordinary. It was heard that this time, there would be the top 3 greats showing up at Daming Lake to challenge Luo Qingchuan, who was 4th on the Heaven's remarkable ranking. This was just a rumor from the rivers and lakes, but Lin Xian knew that the news was true. The 3rd Jedi of the Heavenly Sect had an appointment to fight Luo Qingchuan, and the place was at this Daming Lake. Of course, just the Heaven's Gate 36 absolutes couldn't attract Lin Xian's interest yet. Simon was also on his way to Daming Lake. In these recent days, Shiman had encountered several assassinations, and the strongest had even reached the human soul realm. If it wasn't for Shiman devouring the realm-breaking pill that 100 Dawn's Tower had brought to him at the critical moment, he might have been accounted for there on the spot. He originally wanted to wait to use it after entering the Fateful Soul, and then use the realm-breaking pill to decimate the human soul in one fell swoop. But he didn't expect the Heaven's Gate to disrupt his plans. Therefore, he wants revenge. Daming Lake was his first stop. Lin Xian had naturally gone to support Shiman, while the Shadow Slayer Hall had also been transferred over. The people in the Heavenly Sect were too shameless, so he naturally wouldn't spoil the Heavenly Sect. Let this Daming Lake be the first main battlefield of his war with Heaven's Gate. Unless the Heavenly Sect dispatched more than 2 Heavenly Soul Realms, there would not be a single Heavenly Sect member coming out of the Daming Lake 3 days later. 3 days later, on the shores of Daming Lake, Lin Xian's duo arrived quietly. Daming Lake is very large, more than a few miles across, on which float countless flower boats. Vaguely visible in the flower boats in the delicate figure, Daming Lake, the hilarious people are more. All are Jianghu Ranger dress, the most under the realm of transmutation. But transmutation realm also has a lot. Look, that's the holy daughter of the 5 poison sect, Du Inger, 13th on the heavens remarks list. What's the point of her coming to Daming Lake as a woman? Someone whispered, pointing to a white-veiled figure in a bucket hat standing alone on the shore. Lin Xian looked over. Sure enough, it was the one from the 5 poison sect. Only the poison fairy and her companion had not been seen. She came here naturally not for this flower boat on the Daming Lake. The probability is that it is for the sake of martial arts will be friends. After all, this time the Tianjiu list of characters will not be less. Although she is the 14th of the Tianjiu list, but obviously it will not be the highest ranked Tianjiu list to come to this place. People of the 5 poison sect, it's better to stay away from her or die without knowing how. It's really bad luck. Go away and look over there. At that moment, all the Jianghu people close to Du Inger's side changed their positions. 5 poison religion's reputation is not very good. To poison and compulsion is the most famous. Poisonous compulsion under the invisible. Even if the cultivation is slightly stronger, then they also have to be afraid of a few points. The small, bright red mouth under the bucket hat bristled, while her eyes glanced around for a moment or two. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Wasn't that the Heaven's Pride ranking leader that he had met in the inn earlier? She was about to head over and climb into a conversation, but after thinking about her opponent's battle record, she stopped in her tracks. They weren't even from the same world, so there was still no point in holding up their respective times. This Tianjiao list leader, the Great Summer 8 Marquis, must be the heavenly banishment of the immortal people down to earth. Otherwise how could he have such a formidable battle record at this age? Look, the 8th in the heavens remarkable ranking. Lu Xun, he's also here. Some time ago he lost to the Heaven's Gate 36 Jedi and nearly lost his life. Look at his pale face. I guess he hasn't recovered yet. To say that this heavenly sect also do not know what kind of power, but can cultivate so many juvenile pride, and out of ruthless, non-pride list disciples do not challenge. So far, there have been 12 pride in the list of the heavenly pride has died in their challenge. Most of the rest are also seriously injured dying. Alas, I guess it's a big hidden power. Those heavenly pride clans that were challenged and died surprisingly didn't spare a single fart. Even one clan made a move, and then the clan was destroyed by an unknown power that night. With the butt to think about it, we all know who did it. Stop it. Stop it. This heavenly sect is so overbearing. Be careful of the repercussions on you and me. It's coming. The Heaven's Gate people are coming. In the distance, 3 figures strolled in the void, all wearing special heavenly sect clothing. Each of the 3 had a number inscribed on their chests. 9, 6, 3, the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Gate, the 6th Jedi, and the 3rd Jedi. Chapter 119, A Covenant to Fight the World. Du Inger takes a stand. 3 figures standing in the air, eyes full of sharp color, overlooking the 4 directions. Few young people dare to look at it. Marquis, what is the cultivation level of these 3 people? Why can't I see through them? The old butler spoke in a low voice. Being in the heavenly elephant realm, he could actually feel a faint threat from the body of the one in the middle. Lin Xian said softly, 1 essence spirit, 1 earth transformation, and 1 spiritual wisdom, and all of them are at the peak of this realm. It seems like the heavenly sect's goals aren't small this time. The old butler sucked in a breath of cold air. This Heaven's Gate 36 Jedi was really powerful. 9th Jedi Essence Peak, 6th Jedi Earth Transformation Peak, 3rd Jedi Spiritual Wisdom Peak. Wouldn't that mean that the first 2 Jedi might have heavenly symbol realm cultivation? If it was the previous Heavens Remarks ranking, the top 3 places would have been taken by this Heaven's Gate, right? Even the top 10 is going to take up most of the top 10. And right at this moment, the 3 figures in the void moved. The left and right 2 of the 3 each took a step forward, and there was a vast voice that spread in all directions. Today, I, the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect, will engage in a battle against the essence realm of the world, both to divide the highs and lows, and also to determine life and death. Today, I, the 6th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect, will engage in a battle against the world Earth Transformation realm, both to separate the highs from the lows and to determine life and death. At these words, the banks of the Daming Lake were in an uproar. This time, the Heavenly Sect's heavenly pride was actually not only about fighting the heavenly pride list characters, but about fighting the strongest people in the world. So wouldn't it be that those cultivators who couldn't make it into the heavenly pride list because of their age would be able to fight with one of them as well? Not entering the heaven's pride list does not mean they are not strong. Some Jianghu people have been immersed in the essence realm or earth transformation realm for 100 years, and 100 years ago, they might have been characters in the heaven's pride list. It's just that it's trapped in this realm. Therefore, their battle power was naturally extremely forward in this realm, and was not comparable to ordinary teenage prides. Heavenly Sect arrogance. Let me try the strength of your 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect. An old figure stepped into the air, standing in the void with his hands behind his back. Although there were many people on the shores of Daming Lake who had come for the boat trip, there were also quite a few who had come to watch the appointment between the 3rd Jedi of the Heavenly Sect and Luo Qingchuan. The top heavenly pride of the younger generation was about to fight, and naturally, it could attract many people from the Jianghu, not to mention the fact that these 2 younger generations were both strong at the spiritual wisdom realm. And before these 2 appointments, and this change of events, there are quite a few Jianghu people also want to join in the fun. Spirit Pooh Cave Master. This guy is over 100 years old, right, but he still has a few teenage hearts. This Spirit Pooh Cave Lord was also on the Heaven's Remarkable list back then, but it's a pity that he suffered a serious injury when he was young and lost his foundation, and his cultivation stopped at the essence realm, or else it would be an existence that you and I would look up to now. Someone recognized the man's identity. Lin Xian gently shook his head. Although this person was still considered relatively strong in the essence spirit realm, if he was a few decades younger, he might have the capital to compete with the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect, but right now, there was no chance of winning, and right at this moment, in mid-air, the great battle had already started. Spirit Snake out of hole. The Spirit Pooh Cave Master let out a low shout and took the lead. His body transformed into a stream of light and headed straight for the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect. At the same time, his hands swung, and several spirit snakes condensed from spiritual chi flew out from his palms, carrying sharp cracking noises and striking the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect's vitals straight away. The corner of Tianmen Ninth Jedi's mouth hooked up a cold smile. His figure did not move. He just gently waved his sleeve. An invisible force instantly spread out, destroying those spirit snakes one by one. His movements appeared to be casual, but in reality, his manipulation of spiritual energy had reached the point of pure perfection. But that's just it. The Ninth Jedi of the Heavenly Gate set indifferently, and then he was only seen to move, taking the initiative to launch an attack on the Spirit Poo Cave Lord. His speed was fast, and his strikes were also incredibly precise, and every time he struck, he pushed straight into the vital points of the Spirit Poo Cave Lord. In the void, the two men's figures staggered, and their fists and winds and palm shadows continuously collided, emitting bursts of roaring sounds. Suddenly, a scream rang out, high in the sky. There is a person fell on the shore of the Daming Lake. There is no trace of breath. Not that Lingpu Cave Lord, and who is it? And then look at that Heaven's Gate Ninth Jedi. Convergence of a breath. Once again stood back with his hands in the air. Next, who's next? A silence fell on the shores of Daming Lake. With the Peak Essence Realm's Spirit Poo Cave Master dead like this, which Essence Realm would still dare to make a move? In the distance, Shushan Lucian's face was grave. This Heaven's Gate Ninth Jedi's strength was even more powerful than before, and now he might not be able to retreat in one piece if he fought another battle with it. A slight smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. He knew why the Heavenly Sect's 36 Jedi had to constantly make appointments to fight the world's strongest people. The moment that Spirit Poo Cave Lord fell, there was a trace of chi power that was invisible to normal people that was absorbed by that Ninth Jedi of the Heavenly Gate. Everyone under the sky has chi. Generally speaking, the higher the talent and the stronger the strength, the more intense the power of chi. Of course, it is not so absolute. Now the world's luck is the most rich people when the Emperor of the Xia people undoubtedly, in addition to those who are 3 souls strong, but some of the top teenage pride luck may not be inferior to those who are 3 souls strong, because they are also the achievement of 3 souls realm of the capital, like Bailey's. For example, if it wasn't for Lin Xian and Shiman, he would be at the top of the Heavens Remarks list, and he would be at the top of the Heavens Remarks list for a very long time, and if he didn't fall in the middle of the list, he would definitely enter the Heavenly Soul realm in the future. He was also by far the person with the most intense chi amongst the young people Lin Xian had seen, only slightly less so than the Blade Mountain Grand Taishan and the Tang Sect's Old Master. The stronger the chi, the easier the perception of heaven and earth would naturally be, and the faster the cultivation advancement would naturally be. Normally, after a person falls, his or her chi will be dispersed in the heavens and earth, and will not be plundered by other people. However, this Heavenly Sect seemed to possess a secret method that could plunder another person's chi. Only the prerequisite was to finish off the other party. The Spirit Poo Cave Lord died, and all of his chi was plundered by the Ninth Jedi of the Heavenly Sect, but that Lucian had also been defeated in the hands of the Heavenly Sect's Ninth Jedi. But the power of the chi was not lost. What? I think it did not trigger the Heavenly Sect's secret method. It was only that Lin Xian suspected that this kind of secret method might not be impossible for the other party to borrow. If they were to kill them back, perhaps the power of the chi coalesced in their bodies would be returned to the other party in full. I'll fight. Another Essence Realm was not convinced and stepped forward. Jianghu people are like this, without having fought. Who admits that they are weaker than those in the same realm? Only moments later, the man's body crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Compared to the Lingpu Cave Lord, he hadn't even taken a single punch. In the distance, Duinger of the 5 Poison Sect showed a hesitant expression. She'd like to give it a try. Although she was now located in the 13th rank of the Heaven's Remarkable ranking list, lagging behind Shushan Lucian, she thought that she was not inferior to anyone in the Essence Realm, especially in the aspect of using parasites and poison, which would affect the battle. It was just that, if she fought, she would either live or die, and she was a little uncertain. And just then, a voice reached her ears. Cultivators of my generation, when the word courage comes first, when you are worrying about life and death, this battle is already a sure defeat. Duinger frowned. That was the voice of Marquis Lin Xian of the 8 Directions, and then, she made up her mind, and with a single display of her figure, she appeared on the 9th absolute side of the Heavenly Gate. 5 Poison Sect. Duinger, please enlighten me. Duinger's clear and cold voice spread across the Daming Lake. Chapter 120, Lin Xian's Instruction. Shameless Heavenly Sect. 5 Poison Sects. Duinger. Even Book Mountain's Lucian was defeated. How dare she make a move? That Lucian's ranking on the Heavens Remarks ranking was before her. Women. They can't distinguish reality. They can really kill. They won't let her go just because she's a woman. It's not easy to say. Ranking is ranking. It may not be her full combat power. This holy maiden of the 5 Poison Sects seldom comes to the hinterland of the divine state, and seldom reveals her cultivation. Perhaps she really has a few brushes in her body? The onlookers were talking, but most people actually didn't think very highly of Duinger, and high in the sky, the battle between the two had already started. Duinger took the lead. she lightly waved her hands, and immediately, a weird and dark aura filled the air around her, only to see dozens of colorful and differently shaped parasites flying out from her sleeves. These parasites circled in the air, emitting a subtle but palpitating buzz, and then hid in the void. But everyone knew that these parasites were attacking towards the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect. This is the killing weapon of the 5 Poison Sect, the parasites, each of which carries a deadly toxin. The same realm if the parasites are bitten. I'm afraid it will not be good, not dead, but also to take off 2 layers of skin. When the 9th Jedi of the Heaven's Gate saw this, the corners of his mouth still held that bland cold smile, and he did not rush to make a move, but instead stood still, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was assessing the threat that these seemingly weak lifeforms could pose. A mere parasite, you want to be reckless in front of me? Suddenly, the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Gate moved, only to see his sleeve robe rolled up, endless aura waving out from his sleeve robe, blowing a storm around him. Just this strike was enough to highlight the deep spiritual energy built up within his body, and as the storm surged, countless parasites were forced to reveal their shapes and kept retreating backward, while more were directly strangled by the aura storm. Doinger's face changed slightly, but she wasn't too flustered yet, as this naturally wouldn't be her full strength. And then she made a seal with both hands and recited an incantation under her breath, and the eerie aura in the air thickened once again, and those parasites that had been forced back regrouped, forming a colorful insect cloud. The insect cloud did not immediately attack again, but instead wove a complex net in the air, and as the net was woven, it once again covered towards the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Gate, and managed to pass through the aura storm. The 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Gate frowned slightly, but he did not expect that this 13th in the Heavens Remarks ranking was a little bit more difficult to deal with than that guy from Shushan. This time, he did not choose to disperse the large net woven by this insect cloud, but instead swung his fists and swooped down, only to see that the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Gate's figure was like lightning, and in an instant, he penetrated through that colorful insect cloud net. As if sensing the crisis, the parasites in the insect cloud let out ear-piercing whistles, trying to stop their opponents with their deadly toxins and bizarre attacks. However, the surface of the 9th Jedi of the Heaven's Gate seemed to be covered with a faint layer of spiritual light, and the attacks of the parasites that touched it were bounced off, and some of them even directly dissolved into nothing in mid-air. His 2 fists carried the momentum of opening mountains and cracking rocks, directly blasting towards where Doinger was, but Doinger's figure lightly sidestepped the fatal blow. At the same time, the incantation in her mouth rose again, and those parasites once again gathered from all around, surrounding the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Gate. What an undefeatable little powerhouse, but that's as far as it goes. The 9th Jedi of Tianmen snorted coldly, the spiritual energy in his body boiled as if it was going to break through the sky. As he sucked in violently, the surrounding spiritual chi seemed to be summoned and surged into his body crazily. His eyes became abnormally bright at this moment, as if they were able to perceive all the things in the world. Heavenly Sect Mastery. Vault crack. With a low drink, 2 brilliant rays of light coalesced above the 9th Jedi of the Heaven's Gate's fists, and that light contained a heaven-destroying power, and almost instantly, the surrounding walls of insects were torn to shreds by all means. Doinger's face changed greatly. This Heaven's Gate 9th Jedi's strength was also too exaggerated. Was this really the Essence Spirit realm and not the Earth Transformation realm? Even the onlookers knew that Doinger had fallen into an absolute disadvantage, and that this battle was going to end. And just as Doinger was in a desperate situation, a subtle voice transmission suddenly sounded in her ears. It was Lin Xin's voice. Use the bewitching compulsion. Doinger was a bit puzzled. The other party's cultivation has reached the Essence Spirit realm, and his battle strength is far beyond the Essence Spirit. With such a cultivation, his mind is naturally extremely tough. So what is the use of using the mind-altering compulsion? It was just that at this point, she didn't have any other good options, so she could only beat a dead horse. As the Tianmen 9th Jedi's 2 fists attacked, Doinger forced out a drop of her essence blood, and a parasitic insect manifested out of it, instantly transforming into a stream of light and drilling into the heart of the Tianmen 9th Jedi's brow. And as the bewitching compulsion drilled in, the eyes of the 9th Jedi of the Heaven's Gate suddenly turned a few degrees more disoriented, and their movements were also much more sluggish. What's the situation? This is just the 5 Poison Sect's confusion compulsion. Although it's not ordinary, but it's almost more interesting than the others, isn't it? This 9th Jedi of the Heaven's Gate has a weak Tao, and just this can be so powerful? The onlookers were all a bit surprised, and Doinger was also a bit confused now. She really didn't expect so many parasites to be useless, but this confusion compass built up. Use the 9 absolute poison. It was at this moment that Lin Xian's voice once again rang in her ears. Doinger's face changed once again. How did he know he had refined the 9 absolute poisons? This was her killer move, one of the most ruthless killing moves of the 5 Poison Sect, but now was obviously not the time to contemplate this. Doinger's eyes revealed a smear of murderous intent, and then she urged her body's spiritual energy. and a pitch-black poisonous mist spread out. Asterisk 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 9 absolute poisons? This 5-poison sect holy maiden has actually refined the 9 extremity poison? Grandma, what a ruthless woman. I heard that the 9 absolute poisons of the 5 poisons sect want to be refined. They need to first immerse their body in the 9 absolute poisons of the venom of the 9 absolute poisons for 81 days, and practice the 9 absolute poisonous body. This, really ruthless. Don't say it. Don't say it. Walk a little farther away. This 9 extinction poison, even at the heavenly rush realm, if one is struck by it, one will die 9 deaths, and under the heavenly rush, one will die for sure. As soon as the 9 extreme poisons came out, the entire room was in an uproar, and countless people began to retreat, fearing that they would get a little bit of the toxin. On the Daming Lake, all 321 boat workshops have a spiritual light, breath collusion, condensed above the lake surface of the spell formation, to stop the 9 poison infestation. Otherwise, once stained with 9 poison, the picturesque Daming Lake will completely become the past. High in the sky, Tianmen 9th Absolute is still in a state of disorientation. Even the 9 Absolute poison is approaching and do not know if he is still awake, will be able to avoid the 9 Absolute poison. But there is no possibility of avoiding the 9 Jedi poison. He will die if he touches it. However, just at this moment, high in the sky, there is a gale. The advancing momentum of the 9 Jedi poisonous mist actually stopped, and the eyes of the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect gradually regained clarity. The people of the Heavenly Sect may not be too shameless. Are you only allowed to kill people but not allow others to kill you? And at that moment, a sword light struck, instantly dispelling the gale and splitting into the distance. A muffled grunt came from the distance, and then the breath was hidden. In the middle of the field, the 9 Jedi poisonous mist spread again, instantly covering the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect. A few moments later, the body of the 9th Jedi of the Heaven's Gate, which no longer had an ounce of life left in it, crashed to the ground. Chapter 121 Simon appears. Free Duke Luo Qingchuan. And after the body of the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Gate fell to the ground, Duinger's body shook violently. She felt that this side of heaven and earth seemed to be somewhat different, and her sense of the spiritual power of heaven and earth was clearer, and even her body's ability to absorb spiritual power was much stronger than before. She luck, Duinger murmured in a low voice. She heard her master say that every person is born with the power of heaven and earth's chi, which is invisible and will change as the person grows. But it's all destiny, and it can't be changed by force. Those who change the destiny of heaven will suffer the backlash of heaven's destiny. After standing in place for a while, Duinger retreated back to the shore of Daming Lake, still standing alone on one side, and no one dared to approach. Who dares to come close when you're carrying the 9 deadly poisons? Thank you for the 8 marquee guidance. For today's favor, Duinger will definitely return the favor. Duinger transmitted her voice. She naturally knew that the voice transmission just now was from 8 Directions Marquis Lin Xian. She wasn't a person who was ungrateful, even though she didn't know how Lin Xian knew that she was carrying the 9 Jedi poison. It was obvious that if it wasn't for Lin Xian, she wouldn't have thought of using the bewitching compulsion, so that even if she had the 9 Jedi poison she wouldn't be able to cause fatal injuries to the Heavenly Sect's 9th Jedi, and she would still be the one who would eventually die. Therefore, it could be considered that Lin Xian had saved her life and returned a great creation to her. The power of Qi accumulated by the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Gate was all hers, and this was a heavenly blessing. She had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before she could break through her current realm and reach the Earth Transformation realm. Lin Xian didn't respond in kind. To him, this bit of creation was nothing. Who got it didn't have any effect on him. It was just that there were only a handful of essence realms present that could win against the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect, and even if they were able to win, there was no way they would be able to kill the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect. And Duinger could. So this creation, she deserved it. Did you guys have a few feelings of familiarity with that sword just now? It was at this moment that a voice rang out from the shores of Daming Lake. This statement immediately caused countless people to second it. It is indeed familiar. Not only is that sword familiar, even the voice is somewhat familiar. I know who it is, the second in the heavens remarkable ranking, Shiman. I've seen him ask for the sword of the Castle Peak Sword Sect. I still remember the elegance of that sword. It's him. It must be him. Westgate? Simon even came to Damien Lake? Someone recalled that familiar sword light and connected it to Shiman. A sensation was created on the shores of Daming Lake. Shiman was the second in the heavens remarks ranking, and there was a direct disconnect between him and the third in the ranking. At only 18 years of age, the existence of the heavenly charge realm, even under the life soul realm's attack, can retreat. The world in addition to the heavenly remarks list top of the Great Summer 8 Marquee, I'm afraid that there is no young man can be compared to it. Such an existence was naturally a focal point existence wherever he went. Even among the 321 boat workshops on the Daming Lake, countless heads poked out. intent on admiring the face of this Shiman swordsman. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman goes with a hero. Which woman could not fall in love with such a supreme talent like Shiman? Duke Shiman is quite popular, but if they knew that the Marquis was also here, I'm afraid that it would cause more than just a stir, right? The old butler beside Lin Xian laughed in a low voice. Lin Xian didn't say anything. They were very low profile, and it was estimated that other than a limited number of forces that had been paying attention to them, such as the Heavenly Sect, not many people knew that they were here. Those Jianghu people wouldn't take Lin Xian's portrait and compare them one by one, so they naturally wouldn't know that the one standing beside them was the extremely prestigious leader of the Heavens Remarks list, the 8th Marquis of Great Xia. High in the sky, a man strolled in, dressed in white and holding a long sword. Who was it if it wasn't Shiman, who had appeared in the Castle Peak Sword Sect? At a glance, he also saw Lin Xian in the crowd for the first time, but he didn't go to pay his respects. According to Lin Xian, there was no need to maintain close contact between them, or even too much contact between Shiman and Bai Xiaolu. It was only necessary for him to play the role of a solo Jianghu visitor. Continue. I won't participate in your Heavenly Sect's challenge to the group, only if some old undead shamelessly disregard the rules. Then Shiman has no choice but to come out with his sword. Of course, if it's possible, you guys can also try to see if Simon's sword is sharp first, Simon said faintly as he looked at the sky. Everyone knew he was talking to the Heavenly Gate behind that. Many people quietly gave Simon a thumbs up behind his back. This guy, who dared to threaten the Heavenly Sect like this, was indeed something. Although many people did not know what kind of existence the Heavenly Sect was, it was obvious that it was not inferior to the Great Xia Ten Sect, and even superior. Humph, the Heavenly Sect won't have a third person involved in the duel. In the distance, a cold snort was heard. They did not say anything else. After all, they were indeed the ones who were at a disadvantage just now. It's just that if it weren't for Simon's words, there wouldn't be anyone else who would dare to talk too much. What are the rules? The rules of Heaven's Gate are the rules. Shiman didn't speak anymore either, but gave up the battlefield. The remaining 3rd Jedi and 6th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect in the high altitude looked at each other, and there was some gravity in both of their eyes. They might have underestimated the people of the world, and now that the 9th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect had died, would they then roll over as well? And then, a look of determination appeared in the eyes of the two, and the 6th Jedi of the Heavenly Gate took a step forward. Earth Transformation Realm, please enlighten me. No one responded for a long time. Today's Heaven's Remarks list. There are only 2 people who have entered the Earth Transformation Realm. Buddha Dust from the Three Lives Temple and Little Heavenly Master Lu Qian from Longhu Mountain, both of whom have just broken through not long ago. Lu Qian, small Heavenly Master far away in Kyoto. The Buddha Son of the Dust is in the temple all day long to watch the flowers blossom and fall. The two are the true tradition of Buddhism, since it will not come to this Daming Lake. Therefore, if there were Earth Transformation Realm strikes, it would only be those Earth Transformation Realm powerhouses of the older generation. It was just that although there were quite a few such strong people present, there were really not many who really dared to make a move or were interested in doing so. Since the Earth Transformation Realm doesn't make a move, isn't it my turn? A voice rang out, and then there was suddenly one more person in the void. This person has a green shirt, straight posture, handsome face, clear and bright eyes, straight nose, thin lips pursed, extraordinary temperament. Easy Duke, Luo Qingchuan. Someone recognized him. 4th on the Heavens Remarkable ranking, Luo Qingchuan, nicknamed the Easy Duke, a loose cultivator from Easy County. If it wasn't for Lin Xian and Shiman coming out of nowhere, he would be number 2 on the Heavens Remarkable ranking, only slightly behind the Great Desolate Sects by Luo. After Bale had broken the realm in the middle of the road back to the Great Desolate Sect from Kyoto in the first place, he had also quietly stepped into the Spiritual Wisdom realm. Some people say that his talent is actually still stronger than Bai Li's, and even stronger than anyone on the Heaven's Pride list, because he is a casual cultivator, and is naturally different from the Heaven's Pride list characters who have the Great Summer's 10 sect and many other great sects and lineages as their backers. He got to where he is today entirely on his own. Seeing Luo Qingchuan appear, the 6th Jedi of the Heaven's Gate's face sank as he took a few steps back. This person, he was far from being a match. It was still necessary for Lao San to make a move. The 3rd Jedi of the Heavenly Sect took the place of the 6th Jedi of the Heavenly Sect and looked towards Luo Qingchuan with battle intent in his eyes. He had been preparing for today's battle for a long time. Today, it was the time to take away the monstrous fortune of this Jianghu scatterer. Chapter 122, the 3rd Jedi of Heaven's Gate versus Lord Easy. Heavenly Chopper Sword? Marquis? Who can win between these two? On the shore of Daming Lake, the old butler inquired in a low voice. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the two figures facing each other high in the air. In terms of aura, the two were evenly matched, and if they really wanted to compare, it was still the 3rd Jedi of the Heavenly Sect that was slightly stronger. After all, Luo Qingchuan's breakthrough hadn't been for a long time. but sometimes the two sides fighting, a little cultivation gap may not be able to affect the battle. After all, this kind of heavenly pride can easily erase this kind of gap. Therefore, according to Lin Xian's analysis, this battle, the ending should end in a draw. If it was really a fight for life, there would be one death and one serious injury, and the one who was seriously injured would definitely have his roots destroyed, and it would be very difficult to have the possibility of advancing further for the rest of his life. This is, of course, normal combat development. There may also be irregularities. For example, the warring parties hold enough cards to decide the outcome of the battle. In this regard, the advantage of the third Jedi of the Heavenly Sect should be far greater than Luo Qingxuan's, and with the Heavenly Sect's means of acting in an all-or-nothing manner, it should be able to do it. This victor shall be Luo Qingxuan, Lin Xian said indifferently. Even though he was able to analyze everything, he still thought Luo Qingxuan could win, because Heaven's Gate isn't the only one that can cheat. High up in the sky, the battle raged. A long spear appeared in Luo Qingxuan's hand, its body slender and cold, as if it could pierce through all the illusions in the world. Swimming Dragon Lance, a top-grade magic weapon, a first-rate kung fu weapon under the sacred weapons. Luo Qingxuan held the traveling dragon gun. One step out, just like a flying crane in the clouds. Each step stepped on an invisible rhythm. Its gun tip lightly tapped, leaving a trail of residual shadows, with the sound of breaking the air, and pushed straight towards the third Jedi of the Heavenly Sect. The third Jedi of the Heavenly Sect. On the other hand, a long sword appeared in his hand, again an absolute magic weapon, and although the long sword was not sheathed, the overpowering sword intent had already filled the air, as if even the air had been cut into two halves. In the face of Luo Qingxuan's attack, he did not dodge, but instead met it, and then his long sword violently came out of its sheath. The sword light was like a dragon, slicing through the sky, colliding fiercely with the tip of Luo Qingxuan's gun in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. The two powerful forces intersected in the air, generating shockwaves that made the surrounding space tremble. The crowd only saw the shadow of the gun and the sword light intertwined together, sometimes separating, sometimes merging, like two giant dragons entangled in the air, hard to separate. Each collision was accompanied by deafening explosions, releasing earth-destroying energy. Daming Lake on the array constantly issued a violent sound. This is the cause of the battle aftermath contact to the array. Otherwise today this cruise will be afraid of difficult to continue. The battle intensified high up in the sky, and the exchange between Luo Qingxuan and the third Jedi of the Heavenly Sect seemed to set the entire sky ablaze. Splendid and intense. Catch my style. Easy Swimming Dragon Lance. Dragon takes the four seas. Luo Qingxuan held his spear, weaving through the sword light as he shouted sternly. Only the tip of the gun violently erupted with dazzling light, transforming into a silver dragon that lunged at the third Jedi of the Heaven's Gate with teeth and claws. When the third Jedi of the Heavenly Sect saw this, a flash of gravity flashed through his eyes. He knew deep down that Luo Qingxuan's strength was not to be underestimated. With a cold snort, he swung his long sword, the sword light slicing through the sky like a pike, and droned lowly, sword style, Song Dome transformation. Instantly, countless sword shadows coalesced around him, forming a sea of swords that tightly wrapped around the silver dragon, and the two fiercely collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. The battle is at a stalemate. It's estimated that it will be difficult to separate the winners from the losers in this battle. Although this third Jedi of the Heavenly Sect is a bit deeper in cultivation, it's difficult to exert an overwhelming advantage. A hidden powerhouse analyzed. However, the moment his words fell, the two warring sides pulled apart, and the sky suddenly changed, and the originally clear sky became covered in dark clouds and thunder roared. One could only see that the entire third Jedi of the Heavenly Gate seemed to be enveloped in a layer of golden light. Luo Qingxuan, you're very good. Cultivating to this point with the body of a loose cultivator is enough to be proud of yourself. But alas, today, your end has long been predetermined. The third Jedi of the Heavenly Gate let out a low roar, and right at this moment, the aura of the third Jedi of the Heavenly Sect suddenly erupted, and his cultivation had unexpectedly risen to the Heavenly Elephant realm. What? Is this a secret technique or a clinical breakthrough? This is still a fart. One realm higher. Luo Qingxuan will definitely lose. It should be a secret technique used that won't last long. But even if it's just a secret technique, it's still enough to finish off Luo Qingxuan during this time. The onlookers murmured, only feeling that the people of the Heavenly Sect were so shameless. But then again, secret techniques are part of strength, so it's not a violation. On the opposite side of the third Jedi of the Heavenly Gate, Luo Qingxuan's countenance only shifted slightly before returning to normal. It turned out that it was really as those people expected. The people in the Heavenly Sect never had any martial spirit. Their goal was only to win. As for how to win, it didn't matter. It was also thanks to the fact that he wasn't that lonely, or else this battle today would have been really vicious. Your Excellency, winning over Mr. Luo with your heavenly elephant cultivation. You don't feel that there is some victory, do you? Luo Qingchuan said indifferently. The third Jedi of the heavenly sect laughed. This is the secret method of the heavenly sect. To be precise, I am still at the spiritual wisdom realm cultivation. So how can I be considered victorious? Luo Qingchuan's face remained unchanged while he nodded and said faintly, that's good. Then Luo doesn't have any psychological burden. Luo Qingchuan's words caused the third Jedi of the heavenly sect's face to change slightly, and also caused everyone present to be a bit puzzled. And Luo Qingchuan seems to mean something. And then, everyone knew the meaning of his words just now, only to see the traveling dragon lance in his hand disappear, and in its place was a red-colored longsword. Heaven-splitting sword? Isn't this sword in the hands of the top of the heaven's remarkable ranking, eightfold Marquis Lin Xian? Someone who was knowledgeable recognized the red-colored longsword in Luo Qingchuan's hand. On the side of the heavenly sect, the face of the third Jedi of the heavenly sect suddenly changed, and subconsciously wanted to escape, while several breaths poured out from the void behind him. However, their movements were fast, but not as fast as the heavenly chopper swords, and without Luo Qingchuan even having to urge it, the heavenly chopper sword disappeared into his hand. When it reappeared, it had already passed through the chest cavity of the third Jedi of the Heaven's Gate, and a body crashed down. Damn it, Great Xia Eightfold Marquis, you even made a move to behead my heavenly sect disciple. An angry questioning voice fell from high in the sky, and then an old figure appeared above the dome of the sky, staring angrily at Lin Xian below. Everyone's gazes also looked over, and at that moment, they recognized where Lin Xian was almost immediately. Da Xia, Marquis of the Eight Directions. This heaven's remarkable ranking leader has actually come to the shores of Daming Lake as well? Pa, I have eyes without pearls. Just now I've been standing next to the eightfold husband. Really blind. How did not let the eightfold husband give me an autograph? It's really the eightfold Marquis, so young and handsome. I want to give him a monkey. You don't take a piss to see what you're made of. If you want to give birth, it's me who will give birth. You're a ing male. You give birth to. Chapter 123, Heaven's Gate Organizational Structure. West Gate Chopping Enemies. On the shore of Daming Lake, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. What is your excellency talking about? My Marquis has been standing here all this time. What is there to say that my Marquis has made a move? Lin Xian's faint voice resounded throughout Daming Lake. High in the sky, the pale figure stared at Lin Xian, anger boiling in his eyes. Who in the world doesn't know that the heavenly chopper sword is now your 8-square Marquis sword? Why would it appear in this person's hands? So what? Secret techniques are part of strength, and of course weapons are too. The heavenly chopper sword has a spirit. It can follow whoever it likes. Is it possible that if you heavenly sect challenges others, you have to constrain the weapons used by others? Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he laughed softly. But Luo Qingchuan never uses his sword. The old man continued to question. Before Lin Xian could say anything, Shiman, who was standing in the air in the distance, laughed 3 times before speaking quietly. In that case, your heavenly sect's future challenges are still stated first. Those who make guns must make guns. Those who make fists will not be allowed to use weapons. And those who have not used divine powers and feats should not be used. Oh yes, it is best to send the next to your heavenly sect's midst in front of you at best. Upon this statement, a burst of laughter erupted on the shores of Daming Lake. Sir Shiman is right. Only allowing yourself to use secret techniques and not allowing others to use weapons. Is this your heavenly sect's rule? Since it's an appointment, each according to his own ability. All are people in the Jianghu, with their heads on the waistband of their pants. How can there be so many reasons? Go home if you can't afford to lose, and challenge the world's heroes. On the shores of Daming Lake, a burst of murmurs rang out, causing the faces of the heavenly sect's middlemen high in the air and in the shadows to look unusually ugly. According to the temperament of the heavenly sect, it is not allowed to disobey and smear others, and will certainly settle scores. It's just that there are a little too many people on the scene today, and it's impossible for him, heavenly sect, to find them one by one. And there were also some Jianghu people who weren't even in the deliverance realm. He, heavenly sect, hadn't been shameless to that extent. This kind of mole wasn't worth it for them to lay their hands on. Therefore, he placed his gaze on Lin Xian. Instead of traveling to the northern realm, this great Xia 8 Marquis came to this Daming Lake, and even lent Luo Qingchuan all of his heavenly chopping swords, so it was obvious that he had come here for the sake of spoiling their heavenly sect's business. They have not yet made a move, but he took the initiative to make a move. Good. Then in this Daming Lake, he will be completely resolved. And that Shiman, didn't he travel thousands of miles to seek revenge on Heaven's Gate? This person likes to travel alone. He heavenly sect is still worried that it is not good to find this person. Today, it also happens to be settled together. Since the top 2 of the Heaven's Pride ranking are all gathered at the Daming Lake today, it's just as well to save my heavenly sect the time of searching for them. Let's do it here. The heavenly sect challenges the two heavens pride ranking heavenly pride. The old man spoke in a cold voice, and then a figure appeared at his side, alongside him. This person was clad in a blood-colored cloak, and an incredibly ugly mask covered his entire face. Heaven's Gate, Hell's Road, Challenge West Gate. There was a hissing sound coming out of this person's mouth. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows lightly. As of now, his knowledge of the Heaven's Gate was not as scarce as it was at first. The highest controllers of Heaven's Gate are the Council of Elders, which numbers 36 and always maintains that number. If there are to be newly promoted senators, there must be vacancies in the Senate for this to happen. And under the Council of Elders are the 6 paths of Heaven's Gate: Heavenly Path, Human Path, Shura Path, Hell Path, Hungry Ghost Path. Among the 6 paths, Heaven, Man and Shura have a slightly higher status than Hell and Hungry Ghosts. And among the 6 paths, take 9 people to be Heaven's Gate ambassadors, walking the world on behalf of Heaven's Gate. 2 persons are taken from each of the 3 paths of Heaven, Man, and Shura, while 1 person is taken from each of the 3 paths of Hell and Hungry Ghosts. So the Heavenly Gate envoy might not be much stronger, but he was able to command the Heavenly Gate powerhouses. The 7th envoy of the Heavenly Sect that Lin Xian had killed in Kyoto was from the Heavenly Dao, while the 3rd envoy of the Heavenly Sect that Lu Shang had killed was from the Shura Dao. In fact, to put it mildly, both ambassadors were actually killed by Lu Shang. High in the sky, Shiman came with his sword. The Hell Road? Then I'd like to try and see if it's really hell. This masked man was a Fate Soul powerhouse, but not an ordinary Fate Soul powerhouse. An ordinary Fate Soul realm was definitely not an opponent. But so what? As long as they were in the same realm, he could cut them down with a single sword. It was his Simon's confidence. High up in the sky, the old man from the Heavenly Gate retreated, and the battlefield was left to the masked man and Shiman. The Heavenly Sect was trying to kill Shiman, but since it was in the open, naturally they couldn't easily use a 3 souls realm powerhouse. If Shiman is a long-established strongman, it is just, but the teenage pride, this kind of thing naturally cannot fall on the surface. Therefore, the Heavenly Sect only had to use some special methods. High in the sky, Shiman stood holding his sword and did not take the initiative to strike. However, the masked man was moving, only to see his hands forming a seal, surrounded by blood mist. Behind him, a gate of hell slowly opened. A palpitating aura of death filled the air. Simon raised his eyebrows slightly. He detected several strong auras from that hell gate. Truly worthy of the Heavenly Sect. Shiman sneered, and then the long sword in its bosom was violently sheathed. The hilt was tightly grasped in its hand. The tip of the sword violently trembled. A swift swordlight which was difficult for ordinary people's eyes to chase attacked and killed towards the masked man. Fast, but not fast enough, the masked man said faintly, only to see the thick black fog behind the door of hell spread out. Blocked in front of him, the swordlight touching the black fog. The speed is reduced by more than 90%. By the masked man casually wipe away. Shiman's face did not change at all. He was naturally not prepared to settle his opponent with this light sword. Sword shadows flying, snow falling without trace. Shiman let out a low cry and tapped the tip of his sword. Instantly, countless swordlights scattered like snowflakes, each of them attacking towards the masked man with unparalleled precision. These swordlights intertwined into a dense sword net in the air, enveloping the masked man. The masked man's hands made quick seals. The blood mist thickened even more, and a low growl seemed to come from behind the gates of hell. Hell's Gate, open! The masked man violently bellowed, only to see the hell gate behind him suddenly open wide, an even stronger aura of death surging out. At the same time, there was a monstrous mist of blood spreading out, wrapping all of the incoming sword lights, and then dividing them one by one. One sword frost cold 19 continents. Shiman stepped lightly. The blowing snow sword in his hand was chilling, and the sword light covered the entire battlefield like frost and snow. With this sword, space was torn apart, and its might far exceeded the sum of the previous swords. When the masked man saw this, a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. This sword was beyond the boundaries of the life-soul realm, and he did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. In the hell gate behind him, energy was constantly injected into his body, providing him with power. The sea of blood is endless. 10,000 ghosts devour the souls. The masked man roared violently. Infinite power erupted from within his body, and within the blood mist, countless ghosts and shadows appeared, and they hissed and roared, frantically pouncing towards Shiman. However, the moment these ghostly shadows condensed out of the blood mist came into contact with the sword light, they were chopped to pieces by the sharp sword light and completely dissipated. The sword light raged on. Only the target of this sword light was not the masked man, but the hell gate that coalesced behind him. Bang! The sword light crashed into the hell gate. The sword light dissipated, and the hell gate shattered for it. A hint of panic appeared in the masked man's gaze. He knew that this sword was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Sword style, blowing snow. Shiman did not give the masked man the slightest bit of time to catch his breath. The blowing snow sword in his hand chopped again. Snowflakes drifted down. The blood mist dispersed as much as it could, mingling and converging with the blood flowers. Bang! The two halves of the body crashed down. High in the sky, Shiman sheathed his sword and looked ahead with cold eyes. Chapter 124, The Dagger in the End of the Plan. 3 lives killed by a single blade. There was silence on the shores of Daming Lake. A top powerhouse of the life-soul realm had fallen just like that. Everyone's eyes were a bit dumbfounded as they looked at the figure standing high in the air holding a sword. This second in the Heaven's Pride list even had the strength to kill the life-soul realm? Many of the Jianghu people were looking ashamed. Look at people at the age of 18. They have broken through the life-soul and killed the life-soul. They were still under the degenerate realm when they were 18 years old, struggling to break through the degenerate realm. And even if they reached the age of 81, they might not be able to walk much farther in the degenerate realm yet. Perhaps they would never have the chance to see the scenery after the shedding realm in this life. And with the death of that masked man, inside and outside the Daming Lake, a deathly silence fell. Several divine thoughts blocked off the surroundings of Daming Lake. This is naturally someone from the heavenly sect. They knew that the masked man might not be able to finish off Simon, but they didn't expect the masked man to die at Simon's hands. That Hellgate was a secret technique of the heavenly sect, which could receive the energies of several Three Souls realm powerhouses and gather them in one's body. It was a pity that the masked man couldn't receive more energy, or he wouldn't have been decapitated by Simon. However, this also illustrated Shiman's strong battle power, which was by no means killable at the life-soul realm. Got to move the Three Souls realm powerhouse. Originally, they wanted to take out Simon openly and honestly, but since that didn't work, don't blame them. Today, no matter what, Lin Xian and Shiman, the top two characters of the Heavens Remarks ranking, could not be allowed to walk out of the Daming Lake, or else who knows how far they could grow by the time they meet next time. Shiman, beheading one of my heavenly sect, no matter what, I won't let you walk out of Daming Lake today. The old man from before reappeared high in the sky, his aura of the human soul realm completely enveloping Shiman, and after it, Daming Lake around, each a silhouette appeared. Each breath is not inferior to this old man. There is even a person's breath of the strong, several times more than him, without a doubt. That was an Earth Soul realm powerhouse. As these few people appeared, the faces of those people in the rivers and lakes along the Daming Lake suddenly changed. What do you mean? Did the people in the heavenly sect fail to challenge and start to round up? Is it possible that you, heavenly sect, are going to kill and exterminate everyone present? In the distance, Luo Qingchuan snapped. That old man's gaze looked over and said faintly, "Don't worry, Mr. Luo, the heavenly sect's target is not you. There will be someone to challenge you from now on. Leave this life of yours behind. The same goes for the others. If you don't move, the heavenly sect won't move you. But if you do, the heavenly sect doesn't care about killing a few more." At these words, the Jianghu people who had been in some commotion became silent. This blatant threat from the heavenly sect was well known to them, but they really didn't dare to resist. Just with the power that the heavenly sect had shown so far, it wasn't something they could resist. And then, the old man's gaze turned to Lin Xian. "Marquis Lin, this is the place you chose for yourself to bury your bones. The scenery is quite nice. On this day next year, I will come on behalf of the heavenly sect to pay my respects for you." Lin Xian laughed. "You're all old bones. You shouldn't be able to live until next year. It's hard to live until tomorrow, so it's better not to think so much. Ha ha ha, Marquis Lin is indeed young and naive. Today, my heavenly sect has sent out 1 person from the Earth Soul realm, 4 from the human soul realm, and over 10 from the life soul realm. Can this lineup kill you?" The old man laughed 3 times. "I don't know if Marquis Lin has brought that heavenly destiny blade with him. If he has, it would save me from wasting time searching for it. I've brought it since. I just don't know how many weapons like the heavenly destiny blade the heavenly sect has found nowadays. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to take advantage of it to collect the 13 paths of Qi." Lin Xian's right hand spread out, and the heavenly destiny blade appeared in his hand. "Marquis Lin knows quite a lot, but unfortunately, the more you know, the faster you die." The old man snorted coldly, and then, the 3 human soul realm powerhouses all pressed towards him. As for the old man himself, he was staring at Shiman, while the Earth Soul realm powerhouses and Fate Soul realm plundered the periphery. For Lin Xian, the heavenly sect's importance was far greater than the Western sects. With 3 human soul realms, they still didn't feel too safe, so that Earth Soul realm had been staring at Lin Xian since the beginning, ready to strike at any moment. The Great War, it's on the verge of happening. Today's weather is not bad. It's an auspicious day for killing. I have a sword. Please be quiet and watch. Lin Xian stepped out with a single step, and he was already under the celestial dome, the heaven's destiny blade in his hand shining with an eye-catching light. The sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. The clouds rolled over. Thunder roared faintly. and the heavens and earth seemed to be covered in a layer of shadow. Lin Xian stood beneath the celestial dome, as if he were an exiled immortal descending, a faint radiance lingering around him, mirroring the heavenly destiny blade in his hand, releasing an extremely appalling aura. The sword is the destiny of heaven. The destiny of heaven breaks the soul. A sword of silence. Lin Xian's eyes snapped open, and a flash of radiant to the extreme flashed across his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body was like a river breaking its banks, surging into the heavenly destiny blade. The two jewels at the hilt of the blade gleamed, and above the blade, mysterious runes flowed, each of which contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Buzz! The heavenly destiny blade drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, and wherever it passed, space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind a dark crack. Those three human soul realm powerhouses all changed their colors when they saw this. They had never seen such a terrifying slash before. This was definitely not a slash from the life soul realm. It even exceeded the human soul realm, and the three of them together might not be able to resist it. In the distance, that earth soul realm powerhouse sensed that something was wrong and instantly struck out. However, it was already too late for him to strike again. This knife had already become a trend. Its speed was as fast as lightning, instantly penetrating the protective spiritual power of the three strong men, and directly targeting their doors. Put, put, plop. Three crisp sounds rang out almost simultaneously, accompanied by the disbelieving eyes and gradually dissipating life force of the three human soul realm powerhouses. Their bodies stiffened in the air for a few moments before falling like kites with broken strings, eventually returning to dust, leaving only a shocked and dead silence. That earth soul realm powerhouse only arrived at that moment, his gaze slightly dull as he looked at the three falling corpses for a long time. After a short period of dead silence on the shores of Daming Lake, the sound of Dao Dao sucking in cool air resounded. A pair of eyes looked in horror at Lin Xian, who stood proudly in the high sky. Today, they had finally seen the demeanor of this heaven's pride ranking leader. This was no longer the posture of a heavenly pride, but the posture of a demon. 18 years old, top of the heavens remarks list, killed 3 people at the soul realm with a single slash. After today, on the heavens pride ranking, Lin Xian's battle record would be even more glorious. And this may not be Lin Xian's final battle today. That Earth Soul Realm powerhouse was still eyeing Lin Xian from high up in the sky. And this Earth Soul Realm, is this the strongest person from the heavenly sect here today?